facing the cult members standing before me. I was about to use my skills to eliminate them but immediately stopped when I realized I wasn't the game's destined protagonist, just an NPC imprisoned in the dungeon. According to the original plot, I was to be sacrificed to the evil god, and my death would then trigger the heroine, awakening her saintly potential and enabling her to slaughter the cultists. Given this, I'd need to win over the little saintess first, using my past life gaming experience to activate Luojia's saintly constitution and save my own life. But as a rogue player who'd already cleared the game 16 times, there was no way I'd follow that script. Then I turned to the girl in the neighboring cell and politely introduced myself. Luojia merely lifted her head, paused for a moment, then lowered it again, murmuring, "The Lord will protect us." It was unclear whether she was comforting me or herself. "Luojia," I called her name solemnly, "I have a way to save our lives, and you are the most crucial, indispensable part of the plan." The most crucial, indispensable? What must I do? Luojia raised her head and met my gaze. "That is, swear to the god of order that you won't report me after getting out." Luojia looked bewildered, tilting her head as she asked, "What?" Time passed slowly, and I never revealed my plan to Luojia, quietly waiting instead. The cultists completed their ritual preparations. A priest removed the shackles from my hands and pushed me forward. Beside the altar, symbols of invocation had been drawn in mercury and blood. Around the altar were twisted arms, grotesque mounds of flesh growing wildly, and piles of withered bones. As a seasoned player who had cleared the game 16 times, I knew the next steps: bring the child with dark talents to the altar, have the bishop recite the incantation, invoke the name of the mother goddess, let her take the offering, and finally bestow blessings upon the followers. And I was to be the first sacrifice. Luojia stood below the altar, her face pale from the surrounding bones. Then she turned her gaze toward me on the platform, her eyes filled with a certain hope. Though she knew it was just an impractical fantasy, how could a mere child possibly defeat the evil cultists? She wanted to save me more than herself. Something in my heart trembled faintly. I looked back at Luojia, knowing the saintess was just one step away from awakening. The conventional solution would be to cling to the protagonist. But I believe in only one principle: self-reliance is better than relying on others. The priest beside me had already begun chanting the invocation. As an experienced player, I quickly spotted the flaw in the chant. While it could summon the evil god, it required repeated recitations, consuming a lot of time, and only one sacrifice could be offered per summon. By my 17th playthrough, the game had updated to version 3.0, and the chant had been upgraded. The later unlocked 3.0 invocation could summon the evil god with a single recitation and offer multiple sacrifices at once. After finishing one segment, the priest was about to start chanting again when I spoke up. Can I leave some last words?" The priest nodded dismissively, thinking that a last plea from the sacrifice would please the matron even more. Besides, what trouble could a pampered noble child possibly stir up? Below the altar, seeing my terrified expression, Luojia's heart sank to the depths. Standing at the center of the altar, I pretended to stagger from fear and prostrated myself on the ground, facing the 20 cultists who were also bowing. Then I loudly declared, "Mother goddess of desire and the moon, great matron of fertility, eternal motherhood above the spirit realm." The high priest sensed something amiss. The boy's tone grew increasingly bizarre, as if he were straining his voice to shout, and his last words were even stranger. "Your last words?" Those were clearly my lines. "No, they're more eerie than the priest's incantations." With a sinister laugh, I raised my eyes and declared, "Your devout follower, Ansu on Insta, offers this gift, presenting the 21 dark heretics upon the altar to you. I invite you to dine with me." The moment these words were spoken, the entire hall erupted in uproar. Luojia's eyes widened in shock. Only now did she finally understand what I meant by "don't report it." "What the hell?" The priest nearly laughed in fury. "This brat thinks reciting the words once can summon the mother goddess?" But the next second, his laughter died abruptly. A tremendous horror descended as he saw the prostrate believers on the ground begin to twist and convulse, their greasy fat swelling like water until they exploded, splattering blood onto my smiling face. The priest's body also began to mutate, letting out agonized screams. "You can't do this." Before he could finish, his flesh burst apart, his organs and bones splattering into a bloody flower in the air. As expected, this bug exists. I nodded in satisfaction, glancing at Luojia, who was too shocked to speak, and thought to myself, sacrificing 21 cultists in one go, what a massive win. Obtained title, Novice Life Sacrificer. Title description, so young yet so bloodthirsty. If this one is not eliminated, they will surely become a great threat to the church and a titan of the demonic path in the future. Title effect, equipping this title increases sacrifice return rate by 10%. As expected, this world's title system still exists. However, to benefit from title bonuses, one must equip the title, and once equipped, both the title and its description become visible to everyone. Fortunately, after sacrificing these 21 cultists, I can obtain an intermediate-level magic book from the Life Goddess faction. Among them is an extremely obscure spellbook, precisely what I urgently need. Spell name, Bloody Baptism. Spell effect, can be used only twice per week, allows modification of the name of any intermediate level or lower magic spell or title. In the world of Narrow, bearing the title Life Sacrificer would likely make you a target across the entire map. Laying low and developing quietly is the top priority, I thought to myself, using Bloody Baptism on the title and trimming its description. Then, I pondered how to modify it to deceive everyone. Since the trimmed description couldn't exceed 2/3 of the original content, I removed words like bloody, great calamity, and demonic path, and the title description became, title description, so young yet with such a heart. If this child is not eliminated, they will surely become a pillar of the church in the future. Perfect. The title description was settled. It now made me seem full of promise. As for how to modify Novice Life Sacrificer, trimming 2/3 meant only 3 characters could remain. After brief consideration, I simply changed it to, the Newborn. Newborn, what an accurate and elegant adjective. I smiled with satisfaction. The modification was successful, and I could still use Bloody Baptism once more this week. At the same time, there was another clever trick with the spell, Bloody Baptism, using Bloody Baptism on the spell, Bloody Baptism, itself to alter its original name. Bloody Baptism sounded like something a cultist would use, so I removed Bloody, turning it into spell, Baptism. Instantly, the spell took on a holy light vibe. A week later, Luojia arrived at the estate where I was staying. After parting ways with me, she had returned to the church. True to her vow, she neither could nor would report me, nor did she mention any details about the Life Mother Goddess cult. After spending a week in uneasy tension at the church, she made up her mind and came to the Morningstar family's estate. If I had been completely bewitched by the Life Mother Goddess, then it was her duty to guide and stop me. Ah, a nun from the Radiant Church. The maid at the gate showed a surprised expression. You say, you're a friend of young Master Ansu? I'm Ansu's friend. Luojia raised her eyes. Young Master Ansu has no friends. The maid glanced around and lowered her voice. You know, the child of this household's master is a cursed monster. Luojia slightly widened her eyes. The maid whispered. From the moment he was born, he caused his mother's death. Young Master Ansu possesses a rare dark talent, which is why the family head forbids him from practicing magic. Don't lie to me, no child would willingly befriend him, let alone a nun from the Radiant Church. Upon hearing my background, Luojia was stunned. She had always assumed the young master lived a pampered life, never expecting such a past. Given this, she became even more determined to persuade me to turn back from my misguided path, resolved not to let me stray further into the ways of the occult. If you insist on visiting, the maid curtsied, I will go and announce you. Shortly after, the maid returned and bowed to Luojia again. Please follow me. Luojia knocked on the somewhat heavy door of the grey tower, and a young man's cool, crisp voice came from inside. Come in, Miss Luojia. Pushing the door open, she found the young master leaning against the windowsill, holding a thick volume in his hand. Ansu put down the book and raised his eyes to gaze at Chloe, at the future saintly woman. What do you want with me? About the blood sacrifice, Chloe said softly. I did not mention it to the order. So, Ansu was non-committal. A covenant sworn to the goddess is protected by the gods. But about the blood sacrifice, Chloe exhaled slowly. You can't go on. I know, it's only the first time you've done this. It's for self-preservation. Sacrifices are evil and bad. You saved my life too. I won't forget that. Actually, it's not my first time. Ansu was expressionless. In the game, I brush the altar as a bank. When you're short of money and skills, you brush up on tens of thousands of people. The mother goddess of life was even affectionately called Bank President by Ansu. Her tone rose pleadingly. Tantra is terrible. I've seen many depraved people who, after trying the first sweetness, will go further and further down the wrong path, and will blood sacrifice more and more people, even innocent people. You've already been blessed by the mother goddess of life, haven't you? And once the church learns about it, you'll be sent to the guillotine. Ansu listened in silence, the shadow of the window pane covering his face so that his expression could not be seen. I'll pretend I didn't see it this time, Chloe austerely said. I will find a way to cover up the clerical side. Please give up the mother god's blessing and return to the life of an ordinary person. The mother god does not bless you. He is a very evil existence. Truly, this little saintly girl is considered interesting enough. There's a don't report it in the oath, but there's no help to cover for it. I know, it's cruel. You'll loathe me. You'll think I'm being patronizing, Chloe continued, but she was only halfway through her sentence when Ansu interrupted her. You're right. I know it's hard to get you to give up your faith in the mother goddess. Alas, Chloe blinked her eyes, as if doubting her ears, and repeated the question. What did you say? You convinced me. Ansu took a few steps closer and approached Chloe's cheek. her eyes filled with the color of sincerity. I, Ansu, am most disgusted with the evil mikvahs in my life. They bully men and women and run roughshod over them and burn them and take them captive and do all sorts of evils. They are the livestock of the livestock. And after thinking about it for this week, I have completely awakened to it. Hey, I haven't said anything yet. Chloe subconsciously clutched the prepared speech cheat sheet in her lapel. 3 steps to persuade Ansu to turn back to the world. This is only the first step to baptism. What about reasoning? According to the general baptism process, it shouldn't be that Ansu was firmly against it and expelled her from the courtyard. Then she persevered for the next few days. The second step was moving, and eventually Ansu was moved by her spirit to wash her heart. And the third step was that the Holy See added another good story of salvation. How did it get done so fast? The key thing was, Chloe's heart told her that everything the teenager in front of her said was true, and it all came from the heart. Those misters know no shame, especially the mother goddess of life cult, evil to the core, Ansu said with righteous indignation. Yeah, that's right, Chloe nodded in agreement. The favorite slaughter of the people. That's right, Chloe agreed. And love to take away the children of the people and the wives of the men. That's right, Chloe nodded. They are even more silver-tongued to the extreme. That mother goddess of life is a well-trained fertility sow, having silver parties with his archbishop every day. It's like this, Chloe nodded, and immediately reacted again, her pupils widening. Hey, is that so? That's because you're insular, Ansu affirmed, adding mentally, at least that's how I play it. Insulting the mother goddess of life didn't burden Ansu in the slightest. This was an area ruled by the righteous god, and no matter how much one cursed, the mother goddess of life couldn't hear them, and even if he heard it, he wouldn't care. After all, tens of millions of people curse him every day. I know I have committed an unforgivable sin, Ansu confessed devoutly. It's not that serious, law. Chloe's austere aura was somewhat absent. I made a blood sacrifice of 21 living beings, said the teenager, his eyes glistening with tears. That's all villainy, law. Villainy, and it's for self-preservation. You're not guilty, Chloe blurted out, but then she sensed something was wrong. I'm here to stop the Mizrahi, but why am I here to encourage him? I know that no matter what, I will never be able to atone for my sins, and in order to keep a good watch over me in the future, never sacrifice innocent people. I swear to the goddess. Ansu gazed at Chloe and said with a straight face, please let me join the Illuminati to atone for my sins. Hey, Chloe was confused. Chapter 4. It's dirty, but I don't mind. Chloe was a little confused. Originally only intended to persuade Ansu to turn back to the shore, but how did it turn out to be an overachievement of the task? And this guy was enlisted in the army by imperial decree? Looking at Luojia, who was deep in thought, Ansu's mouth sketched out an imperceptible smile. The Illuminati's vetting was strict, and secular nobles who wanted to join the order had to be recommended and endorsed by the relevant clergy, whose assurance could be more convincing than that of the ready saint before us. And finally, the most important reason why Ansu asked Luojia to recommend him, no matter what he did in the future, Chloe couldn't report him, while imprisoned. The oath that Ansu made Chloe make to the goddess was actually a literal trap. You can't report Ansu when you get out. You can't hurt Ansu. The key is to go out there and not report Ansu for this half of the story. It does not specifically refer to things that cannot be reported. The full oath without the trap would have been, when you get out, you can't report this one thing that Ansu is doing right now, at the altar. By omitting the time and place that follows, the meaning changes completely. There is no reference to the specific, not to the specific matter of his sacrifice to the mikveh, than anything that happens in the future. The celluloid can't report Ansu, can't hurt Ansu yet. The plan was perfect. Ansu's mouth curled into an imperceptible smile. As for what he had just said to Chloe, they were all true. The Mother Goddess of Life Church is scattered and divided into factions, not even an archbishop, and because its goddess loves dark beings, the tantric followers are enemies of each other, fighting each other, all of them hating to sacrifice their compatriots to their goddess. According to Ansu's memory, in this borderland alone, there were nearly 10 dens of mutually hostile congregations. Internally, the organization was divided, and externally, it was wanted by the Holy See for strikes. Sweetie pie, only now go and join this green organization. He and Sue, such a sunny and cheerful boy. Of course, decisively choose the officer. What mother goddess is not familiar at all? It's the preparation of the test for an ecclesiastical order that counts. Moreover, Ansu had another purpose for joining the Illuminati. But, Chloe opened her mouth slightly, as if she was hesitating about something. Her throat moved and she mumbled slightly, "You're not suited to the path of the order." This is a fact known to all of House Morningstar. With the scarcity of holy light elements in Ansu's body, trying to advance into light magic would take several times the effort of others. Chloe made a decent enough, low intelligence statement that we don't accept cursed children. She hesitated, her heart wavering. Ansu observed the expression on the girl's face in front of her and knew it was a sure thing. He subconsciously clutched the prepared speech cheat sheet in his pocket. 3 steps to lulling loyalist John into the army. The first step has just been accomplished. The dawn of reason. The second step is next. Moving to emotion. Chloe. Ansu watched the girl attentively, his pale green eyes lowered. The sunlight was filtered out of its blazing hue by the creepers, and the light took on a dark green filter, falling on the teenager's pupils, flashing with a bright sadness. I know that I am the child of the unblessed. I have been imprisoned in this square gray tower since I was born, and people say that I am a cursed child, and they say that I killed my mother. But in spite of that, in spite of being born dark, deep down I long for the light. Even if the road ahead is hard, even if I am born without blessing, even if I am rejected, I want to try to walk out of this gray tower. I want to try to walk into that sunshine. Ansu still didn't lie. Of course he longed for the establishment benefits of the Illuminati. Who would want to be a shady genus rat in the underground tunnels? On the contrary, Luojia's face was a bit ugly. The little saintess was innately soft in the ears and could not see others playing the emotional card the most. The guy in front of me actually waxed lyrical. You're using all my moves. She was afraid that if she listened any longer, she wouldn't be able to resist agreeing. After all, that man was still Chloe's savior. Saving your life for a lift is simply not too much to ask. Ever since he stepped into the mansion, the scenes he had seen and experienced were all fresh in his mind. The fear of the maid who dreads Ansu, the shunned attitude, the glorious castle with its downtrodden gray tower, and the lonely 14-year-old leaning under the window pane to read, the child of the owner of this house. He is a cursed monster. From the moment he was born, he killed his mother. He came into this world with his mother's blood. You mustn't deceive me. You're definitely not his friend. No child would want to befriend him, let alone a sister of the Illuminati. Chloe bit her thin lip gently. And think about it. Ansu's last words became the straw that broke the burro's back. If even the sons of the damned can be penitentized, if even the sons of the damned can become clerics of the Holy See, doesn't that just show the greatness and tolerance of the Holy See? Isn't this precisely a beacon for the world? In the third step of the program, the papacy added another great work of redemption. Perfectly in line. TSK. Chloe finally nodded. I can recommend you to the order. But, the Illuminati's initiation test, you'll have to pass it yourself. But, her words changed. Staring expressionlessly at Ansu, Chloe had long since seen the latter's level as a junior magician. At your current level, it's impossible for you to pass. According to the process, being lifted up is just getting a fair chance to compete. But just such a fair chance to compete is enough to eliminate 90% of the people and even the nobles. And God loves all people equally, but God loves the one who is lifted up even more. If it wasn't for the family's deep relationship with the Illuminati, plus the fact that it was well organized, it would have been very difficult to obtain a place. When you are sighted, you can become a preparatory congregation, but that's not the end of it. If you want to become a full-fledged cleric, you'll have to take the initiation test afterward, and the Illuminati's initiation exam is the most difficult of the 7 Orthodox churches of Naira. Not only did they have to examine the magic level, but there were also cultural exams, the history of the order, the understanding of the holy light. Thousands of young talented towns do questioners compete for a spot. All I lack is a chance, Ansu said seriously to Chloe, missing an opportunity to cheat. There will be an initiation test in a month. Don't forget. After seeing Chloe off, Ansu went back to his book. Shortly afterward, there was a sudden knock at the door. Master, it's Enya, come in, he said without looking up. The door was slowly pulled open, and surprisingly, the visitor was the same maid who had received Chloe earlier. Pure white skirt with buckskin boots, lips as thin as a thin cherry in early spring. Enya curtsied slightly, her slender fingers lifting the edge of her skirt as she gracefully performed a curtsy. Before, she was clearly unwilling to even step in, not wanting to say a single word to Ansu. The sister superior is gone, Enya calmly said to Ansu, with no trace of disgust or fear on her face. As you instructed earlier, I played the role of the shady maid who speaks ill of her master behind his back perfectly. Is that the kind of special play you like? Is it time to punish the ungrateful me next? How could I be so perverted? Ansu looked up at her. So you like to play the field by continuing to stay in this abandoned warehouse? She cocked her head and said calmly, it's dirty though. I wouldn't mind. Told you I'm not a pervert. Chapter 5 Our commitment to never go to World War II. Enya, whom he had bought back from the slave market, was both his personal maid and his deadly escort. In the original storyline, after Ansu was sacrificed by the Mithraists, it was Enya who found the group's hideout, slaughtered the worshippers, and chopped them into pieces after the maiden lady chose to commit suicide. Ansu wasn't discriminated against by the family and was never looked down upon by the underlings. There wasn't much tragedy growing up, much less a miserable, sad childhood, nor do they live in abandoned gray towers, much less grounded. It was all an act for the little saintly girl, It's the same as a talent show where the contestants perform how miserable they are. He's just an ordinary rich kid. But rich kids have rich kids' troubles. After his mother died in childbirth, his father, the Earl of Carlo, was an infatuated man and did not intend to remarry. So his surviving son is the sole heir to the Morningstar family. And the reason Count Carlo wouldn't let him get into magic was simple. If you study every day, who's going to inherit my big family business? Your dark gift was born to run a vault. The Morningstar family is a new family. Earl Carlo used to be a big head of soldiers, combat outstanding, received the war heroics to beg for the fiefdom, and from the fiefdom excavated the border of the largest gold mine, then transformed into a newly promoted big money. The territories also get bigger and bigger the more titles you buy. Temperament hasn't kept up with his knighthood, though, so he educates his children in an extraordinarily straightforward manner. If reality allowed it, Ansu would like to be a plain and simple rich second generation, but the plot forces him to try. 10 years later, a special copy of From the Abyss Falls opens, and the abyss beyond the border falls down and invades reality. The first border family to be wiped out was the Morningstar family. In order to hold on to his family's gold mine, he has to become a hard-working rich kid. Master, Enya's snowy eyes gazed at Ansu as she said, "The head of the house is back. He wants you to explain what happened when you contradicted him and ran away from home a week ago." "Pops is coming after me?" Ansu felt a headache. "No, on the contrary, he feels very satisfied." Enya coughed softly, and repeated Count Carlo's words in a cool, colorful tone that, he stated, "This kid finally has the backbone I had back then, so filial at such a young age. How can he look like a nobleman's son?" This Olden's imagery of noble sons is a bit on the thin side. Ansu sighed helplessly as he put down the book. "Take me there." Passing through the cloisters and going out along the alley planted with windmill chrysanthemums, one could see a European-style townhouse, and entering the townhouse and going up to the third floor, one reached Count Carlo's hall room. It was a lavishly decorated hall room. The light blue curtains flowed with afternoon sunlight, and the mahogany-textured furniture gave off a faint fragrance by the sunlight. Count Carlo sat behind his study, his face serious, his eyes as sharp as a falcon's. "You say you want to join the Illuminati?" Count Carlo's face didn't look good as he mockingly said to Ansu that, "Just you?" Earl Carlo was originally quite happy, and thought that his own child finally made a good start. At a young age, he dared to leave home, really have a backbone, but I didn't expect that Ansu had gone too far with his backbone, and even rebelled to the point that he wanted to join the Holy See. Running away from home Carlo shows support and understanding. Running away from home Carlo is furious. Getting you away from home is not getting you out of the house. "Are you aware of the canons of the Illuminati?" Count Carlo calmed his anger a little, and he said to Ansu that, "Once you become a saint, everything in the world is irrelevant to you." "I understand." Ansu nodded her head in an unassuming manner and, "Father Sama, I too am determined to dedicate my life to the holy light, and I've already secured a spot on the test as well." Count Carlo's face instantly sank. It must be the nun who just visited. It's so true about making friends. The good dude in his family was brought down by these foxes and friends to dedicate his life to that bull ****** holy light. Could the Earl of Carlo not understand his boy's situation? Talent in light is about equal to 0, and to put it bluntly, he's a holy light idiot. This nun compelled him to join the church, but also to go to the test. That what initiation test? Failed the test. 2 wars, 3 wars, 4 wars, a good youthful years are wasted in doing the questions. This is not a delay in people? The child of the next family's viscount's collar can molest the women of his mother's family, and his own child is left here to do puzzles every day. So when will he, Count Carlo, be able to hold his grandchildren? Ansu, we understand your situation. He decided to have a long and heartfelt talk with his son. Your talent is not in the holy light piece. There is no shortage of wizards in our family. I know. You have a grudge in your heart, but it's not that father doesn't support your dreams, but we have to recognize the reality. Actually being in charge of a gold mine isn't that bad, Carlos said in a consultative tone. If you really don't want to, you can also manage the silver mine. Do you know how difficult the Illuminati's initiation test is? Seeing that Ansu was still unmoved, Earl Carlo glanced at Enya, who was standing by the side. Come on Enya, do you think your master can pass the test? With your master's level? Can't, she said without hesitation. Hitting the nail on the head, master is waste. A little later, Una thought about it and added in a complimentary manner, but I can go and assassinate all the other candidates so I can pass. Ansu observed the expression of the maiden lady. The latter's amber eyes did not have a single ripple in them, as calm as an autumn pool of lake water, and that sentence about killing all the other candidates did not look like a joke. Why are you more extreme than me? Ansu felt another headache. Looks like this family looks down on me. Both felt that Ansu couldn't go ashore. Indeed, according to the original owner's talent, it was a pipe dream to pass the church's initiation test. The rite of initiation into the church is divided into 2 processes of scoring. First, the cultural examination. And the original owner grew up as an uneducated person and couldn't pass the cultural classes. The second is a qualification test. It is also a test of magical qualifications. By virtue of the original owner's innate rich second-generation holy body, this level would not get a passing score. After these two preliminary exams, there is a final test, real war. Ansu had been a human being since he was a child, and knew how to read people, and understood that the reason Carlo had stopped him was because he was worried that he was wasting his youth on meaningless things. I'm afraid that I'm being held back from my big rich years by my studies. It's good to know the cause so you can treat it, Father Sama. Ansu looked straight into the Earl's eyes and said seriously, I'll only take the test once, and if I fail, and never fight a second time, I'll give up my dream and honestly go home to inherit the gold mine. Chapter 6, Win-win means I win twice. 3 days later, the border metropolis. Dusk and light rain. The smoky wind stains the afterglow of the setting sun. The dusk tones of the border city are uniquely lazy, and tiny lines of water trickle down along the eaves of the city-state. Autumn is nearing its end. Winter is gradually approaching. The streets of the small town are sparsely populated. Vendors also early close their stalls and return home. Ansu walked down the lonely city lanes with her umbrella, heading in the direction of the Cathedral of Light. The news came only at noon that his recommendation for initiation was approved. He would now go to the church, register properly, and receive the Holy Seal, and he would become a reserve saint. In his previous life, Ansu was a 7-week speed pass anchor, and every week he challenged his record and figured out and researched the quickest openings, as well as the most powerful genres. The life sacrifice genre, which was messed up in week 6, is already the world record for the fastest way to become a god. By constantly absorbing poor and evil people into the religion and letting them work 24 hours a day to stimulate the dark emotions in their hearts, piggybacking the dark elements of the believers, raising them to the 4th level and then taking them out of the pen, and finally killing and sacrificing them to the goddesses to harvest the skill points. But Ansu always felt that his genre still had room for improvement, room for progress, not extreme enough. And in the 7th weekly program, Ansu was finally working on the easiest and most powerful opening. Unfortunately, only halfway through the game, he died suddenly crossing over. Joining the Church of Light was the first step in the molding of his genre. The Cathedral of Radiance is right in the center of the border city. The setting sun dyed the drizzle orange, and that church stood in the orange drizzle, glorious and holy. Name. The old priest in charge of registration in front of the door yawned. He looked like he was about to go home from work, so his tone was slightly impatient, and he said to Ansu without raising his head, Ansu, morninsta, Ansu, morninsta. He said so while writing down Ansu's name and looked up again. Was it recommended by Lord Chloe, the one from the Morning Star family? That's right. Ansu narrowed her eyes. Hoof. The old priest grunted softly and whispered, anyone can become a preconciliar nowadays. The child of the Morning Star family. Of course he had heard of them, with so little light element in his body that he had killed his own mother at birth. It was a big deal at the time, but ironically, years later, this cursed son was able to become a reserve saint of the Illuminati, and was even recommended by the reserve saintess. Mostly the power of money was used. How else could the prepared holy maiden look at him? The son of a curse? And yourself? He has been watching the door for the Holy See for most of his life, but now he has never gotten a recommendation, and is still only a supernumerary, receiving a monthly salary of 1 gold coin. You're not done with your Holy Seal yet. The old priest didn't look up. We're closed. Come back tomorrow. Can't you accommodate? Ansu said calmly. He remembered that it was clearly not yet closing time. Closed is closed. The priest lowered his head to organize his materials and didn't look at Ansu anymore. Even if you're a noble, you don't have the privilege. He believed in the goddess of light and loathed this kind of dude the most. The old priest is not afraid that Ansu will retaliate in the future. This preparatory saint is only a temporary identity. The saint examination 3 times failed. This child even the preparatory identity to be deprived. How could this dude possibly pass the test? The entrance test can't be based on monetary bribes. The priest felt that he had barred Ansu from the door to protect that sacred church from the corruption of capital. I know what you're thinking. Ansu stared into the priest's face. You think I got my lift because of money? You are mistaken. The priest replied with a leathery smile. You are not. But I just don't want the coppery stench of money coming to the halls of the goddess anymore. No, actually, you're right. Ansu smiled back in response, brightly, I'm just rich. It was the priest who was surprised that Ansu was so honest. There's no such thing as a sunny and cheerful confession. But what shocked him even more was Ansu's next move. The latter directly placed a heavy bag of money on the counter. At a rough estimate, there were at least 60 gold coins. It's the front room. There are other people here. There is no such thing as a bribe so openly and honestly. This money will be yours to keep for now, haha. Ansu asked, can I go in now? The old priest stared at the bag of gold coins and swallowed his saliva. The evil smell of money had not yet corrupted the Holy See, but was going to corrode him. The loyal old saint, First, I really blame the kid for bribing too brightly. This is your proof of preparation for sainthood. The old priest didn't move and put the bag of gold coins into his pocket, handing a bronze seal plate to Ansu. The Illuminati is one of the 7 orthodox holy orders, and when you become a reserve saint, you will enjoy certain rights and interests. Sure enough, it was actually done a long time ago. I just didn't want to give it to myself. Ansu wasn't angry and took the holy seal and wore it on his chest. As a preparatory saint, as long as one contributes to the eradication of the tantric cult, one can accumulate faith points in the seal plate, and by praying to the goddess statue, one can redeem low-level goddess blessings. In order to redeem blessings above the low level, one must become a full-fledged saint. Accumulating faith points by hunting mithraists and upgrading with faith points was the traditional school of witch hunt saint stream in the previous world. Ansu listened with some impatience as the priest went over the rules he already knew. Why isn't there a skip button? Does skipping episodes skip life? Now, go inside and pray to the goddess to activate your seal. The old priest added, a devotee who prays for the first time has the potential to receive a seal of blessing from the goddess. Of course, he glanced at Ansu again with slight boredom, and his lips twitched before he finally swallowed the last half of his sentence for the sake of money. You're definitely out of luck. He had wanted to say that to Ansu. Ansu took the token and crossed the vestibule into the church. Outside the rain had stopped, and the setting sun was softly shattered into scattered points of light by the dome's patchwork of colored glass, spreading out over the statue of the goddess of light. There are still a lot of believers in the church, and it looks like the old priest who said he was closing was lying to Ansu. Ansu wasn't angry either, and walked straight to the idol, folded her hands and prayed quietly. He could feel that the saint's seal in his hand was establishing a connection with himself. Is that little brother a reserve saint? Looks so pious. First time praying? So young, and this little brother has a nice face. What a gorgeous dress. It's an aristocrat. What do you say? Will he receive the title of goddess of blessings? It's difficult, isn't it? The one who gets a seal at the first blessing is at least 1 in 1,000. But he's good looking. Those female believers under the stage talked in low voices, all talking about Ansu in front of the idol, especially those youthful young girls, looking at Ansu's exquisite side face. The ears of the people then slightly reddened. Ansu ignored the cacophony and devoted herself to communicating with the goddess statue. With the gradual activation of the saint's seal, the sound of divine splendor began to echo in his ears. The corners of Ansu's mouth curled into a smile. Ansu, magic points, 3, prepared saints, current faith points, plus 15, eradication of 20 first-order members of the Mother Goddess of Life and 1 third-order priest. Prepared saints can be exchanged for low-level blessings, or to add points to their bodies. Sure enough, he felt a harvest-like joy. The 21 mithraists who made the sacrifice were faith points in the judgment of the side of the radiant holy church. He had only sacrificed once, yet he was able to claim 2 rewards, one from the Mother Goddess of Life and one from the radiant holy church. This was the final school that Ansu had researched, the Light and Dark Priest School. It's an upgrade to his week 6 life sacrifice stream. By joining the Illuminati, becoming a saint, qualifying to redeem the bestowal, and capturing cultists to sacrifice to the Mother Goddess of Life, who on the one hand, reaps the dark sacrifice, will grant the bestowal of the Mother Goddess of Ansu. On the other hand, on the side of the Illuminati, because Ansu had eliminated the evil mithraists and eradicated the darkness, the Goddess of Light would give the goddess's blessing again and again. I believe in the holy light is not equal to I don't sacrifice. The vow he made to Chloe was never to sacrifice an innocent person again, not to refrain from doing so. Are the misters innocent people? Not really, and Ansu wouldn't have been able to sacrifice ordinary people. How many dark elementals could ordinary people have? Of course it's whoever is blacker who earns it. Blending the life sacrifice stream with the witch hunt saint stream. This is what is known as a win-win situation. Mother of Life wins once, Goddess of Light wins once, and Ansu wins twice. Chapter 7. Ansu has been the goddess' most loyal devotee since ancient times. Ansu's current authority was prepared saints, so he could only redeem low-level bestowals. There are also countless spellbooks in the lower level of the Holy Light series of bestowals. Most importantly, there were some holy light magic that seemed useless, but if the dark magic worked in conjunction with each other, it was capable of hitting quite a blowout. This is exactly what makes the light and dark priest stream so strong. For example, the low-ranked magic that Ansu could exchange right now, everything grows. Everything grows. Blessed magic, lower level. Consumption of magic points, 4, was 2. Magic effect. Goddess of Holy Light blesses all living things. Those who are hit by this magic will increase their age by half a year, and their physical state will change to half a year later, lasting for 1 minute. Introduction to magic, child. Holy light shines on your growth. This was a kind of increased magic. The effect was well understood. After the body state changed to half a year, then the magic point limit in the body would also grow by the amount of half a year for 1 minute. It sounds pretty good, but it's pretty chicken **** for real world use. For one thing, the duration was short. A minute wouldn't be able to hit anything at all. And secondly, the growth of magic points wasn't as much as the consumption of using this skill. The average gifted saint, half a year is pretty much only 3 points of natural blue growth. Subtracting the consumed, the sheer gain is just a little bit of blue. It's a waste to take up a memory grid for this skill. And for the better talented wizards, it's not like they care to use this lower order magic, they can use the more effective augmentation magic, so the location would be quite awkward. However, if, for example, the combination of the growth of all things and the gift of the mother goddess of life were used together, the effect would be quite heaven-defying. First, he used the mother goddess of life to impregnate his enemies, and then he used all things grow. But the target of the spell is not the enemy, but the void life in the belly of the enemy. Originally, after 10 minutes had passed, the mother goddess feed effect would end, and that void life would automatically wither away. Give that baby half a year's growth in age, use it twice to grow everything, and straight away in October full term, that void life will break out of its body, and it survives on the field for 1 minute until the effect of everything grows ends. The combination of these two cockamamie magic spells became the most disgusting tumor in PvP in the previous life, which Ansu named childbirth summoning technique. This is how the priests of light and darkness play. He decisively exchanged his faith points for everything grows. Low-level magic didn't cost many faith points, only 5 were used, and after redeeming them, Ansu was left with 10 points remaining. Ansu, however, wasn't going to continue exchanging magic. There weren't many low-level holy light magic that could be used, and Ansu's holy light talent was indeed poor. He had to consume twice as many magic points for the same holy light magic. To truly give shape to the system of light and dark priests, it is necessary to have holy light magic of the middle order or higher, so becoming a full-fledged saint is imperative. The rest of the faith points, Ansu was going to use to add points. Holy Light's faith points are able to add points to saints, which is what makes the Witch Hunt Saints stream so strong. At another rank, the ratio of magic points to faith points is 10 to 1, just enough to increase by 1 point. But at the second rank, the number of faith points needed would have to be doubled, or 20 to 1. Ansu felt a warmth penetrate down from the heavenly soul cap and spread out in his internal organs. Every inch of his skin was bathed in the baptism of the holy light and slowly transformed that light into his own power. Ansu, magic points 3-4. The sun was setting over the hills outside the church. The rainy sky was transparent and clear, and the flaming clouds were wrapped in waves. Ansu half-kneeled before the statue of the goddess, his noble robes trailing on the ground, the sunset rays gilded on the edges of his robes, mapping out the color of gold leaf. Needless to say, he was born to fight just from the selling point alone. The body and talent was an innate rich saintly body, but that face was a natural saintly body. The delicate, reverent side of the face, bathed in holy light, the silver-white hair scattered in the air with the wind tangled with the light, and it was impossible to tell where the light was and where the silver hair was. The young girl next to him looked a little smitten. Look, the light on that little brother. He's praying for the first time. Right, that light is favored by the goddess? She hastily nudged her companion next to her. It's not supposed to be about to get the seal that the goddess was given, is it? It looks like. Really? Of course not. The light on Ansu is just a special effect to boost blue. The initial blue boost will also have this holy light effect. How could he have been ordained by the goddess of holy light? He's so black with talent that the holy light goddess won't like him. His relationship with the goddess was simply a physical transaction. He gave the goddess faith points, and the goddess enhanced his body. But the corners of Ansu's mouth lifted with a magnitude that was hard for onlookers to detect. This can be used to make a statement. Newborns, formerly known as fledgling life priest, the name was modified by the Yi-baptize skill originally known as bloody baptism, and was the first gift given to Ansu by the mother goddess of life. But since getting the title, Ansu hasn't worn it once, because he waited for now. In the initial prayer, in the now with the holy light blessing effect, the holy light effect that boosts blue and the holy light effect that gets you a title are exactly the same. In full view of all, under the idol of the goddess of holy light, where, he only saw that he mumbled the title of wearing in his mind, and under the cover of the holy light special effect, he backhandedly wore the gift from the mother goddess of life on his head. This trick is called open and shut. From now on, the title was a gift from the goddess of light. Why is it so noisy out there? On the 3rd floor of the church, in the innermost room of the cloister, was the priest, Lord Luwen, Lord Katz's study. The offices of a diocese are divided into bishops, priests, and deacons, and the bishop goes further up the hierarchy to the primates, the bishops of the capitals, and further up the hierarchy to archbishops, cardinals, and even the pope. In this one diocese in the border metropolis, the bishop is the largest, with several priests down the line. Perhaps something has gone wrong. Coronet Luwen. Opposite Luwen, there sat a young girl with brilliant gold eyes, dressed in a pure white nun's uniform, stepping on deerskin boots under the hem of her skirt, her long silver hair falling down to her waist, pure white as snow. Chloe, there's no need to address me as coronet. I'll have to address you as coronet instead when you're officially a saint. Luan replied with a smile. The old man's hair was graying and his smile was kind. I'm not even close, Chloe replied calmly. And without your support, Ansu can't be given the opportunity to participate in the saint's test. Several other priests won't agree to that. They think it's detrimental to the sanctity of the order. I'm just selling the future holy maiden Sama face. Luan smiled. That cursed son is indeed a concern. But, truth be told, I don't think he'll pass the test, so it doesn't really matter anymore. Speaking of which, today would have been the day he came to report. Seeing that the clamor from outside did not stop, the old man stood up trembling. Let's go see what's going on outside. Someone who prays for the first time has been blessed by the goddess of light. The old priest at the church door heard the news from inside. Who could it be? He got curious. How many of the prepared saints may come to pray in it? Is it Deacon John's nephew, Little John, or the young lady of the thorny priests? With curiosity in mind, he gathered up his papers with a sharp hand, gathered up the bag of gold coins Ansu had handed him, tucked it into the lining of his shirt, threw on a trench coat, and pushed the door open to head inside. You can get a little bit of glory from it. Chapter 8. Does this kid know how to bribe or not? The old priest turned into the church, first meeting with a few of the Lord deacons, and then padding off to peer inside. The first time you accomplish something, if the gods of your faith look favorably upon you, they will bestow the appropriate title. For example, the first sacrifice of the Mother Church of Life, or the first prayer of the Illuminati. All titles bestowed by the gods are essentially the same, and can only be distinguished by their names. For example, a title bestowed by an evil god sounds evil, and a title bestowed by a righteous god sounds righteous. God-given titles were considered rare, and even the largest church in their border city produced at most one a month. From a distance, the old priest saw Lord Luan, the priest on duty. He was always diligent and hardworking, and was the latest to return home, even in winter. Next to him was Lord Lorca, the saintly woman-to-be. Lord Luan was speaking to someone. The old priest could not see clearly. As soon as he saw Lord Luan and Lord Loki, he was ready to greet first. This was the reason why the old priest had been at the door for so long, knowing how to read people's minds and doing things with an eye for the future. If he was looked upon by those above him, he might be able to mix up a quasi-saint as well. Pardon me for lending a hand. With a smile squeezing the corners of his mouth, and the wrinkles on that raised head almost squeezing to one side, the priest was amiable. With a quick word of excuse to the believers faithful beside him, he squeezed his way over to Lord Luan's side. Coronation Luan. He drew the cross on his hand and closed it on his chest again, bowing first and then taking off his hat to the prospective saintly maiden Chloe. Coronet Chloe, may the divine light shine upon you both. Hello, Chloe, not recognizing who the old man was, nodded coolly in response. Her attention was long gone this way. Chloe pursed her thin lips slightly as she gazed at someone, her brilliant gold eyes revealing some doubt, cocking her head like a cat surprised by the world. Father Danny. Lowen did remember the old man's name. Hello. I wonder which talented man has won the goddess's favor. Could you introduce me to him? The old priest said respectfully. That would be a real honor. After he finished his auspicious words, he turned around and used his scouting magic to look around. Detection magic is the first level of magic. Even ordinary people can use it. It basically does not consume magic points. The effect is also very simple. That is, you can see the title of the person being blessed, as well as the introduction of the title. The old priest scanned the congregation around him, looking for the one who had been blessed by the goddess, not Deacon John's nephew or the young lady of the Sunny priest family. Wait a minute. Father Danny saw the man too, blinking incredulously, and his movements were comical, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes fluttering as his eyelids fluttered open. Hello, Ansu walked over to him with a sunny smile. There were 3 big words on the top of that head, the firstborn. Father Danny's whole body was bad at once. Miss Chloe was more confused than Danny was shocked. The firstborn. What's the title? But it does sound positive. The first birth gives that feeling of vitality. She, Chloe, had also won a title when she first prayed, and it was quite a shiny title, the future star that shines on the Nara. Chloe's surprise was not because someone had received a divinely bestowed title for the first time in prayer as a quasi-saintly woman. She'd seen a lot of that. Rather, the one who was blessed by the goddess was Ansu. As far as I can remember, this is the first time in the border chapel that the goddess of light has blessed a cursed child. Perhaps, Ansu was really pure and good in her heart. Luojia thought in this way. Look at the introduction to his title. Such a heart at such a young age. If we don't get rid of him, he'll become a giant of the church in the future. That sacrifice to the mother goddess of life was also a desperate move he came up with in order to save them. Right, young man, Priest Luan kindly said to Ansu, patting him on the shoulder. You're a child of the Morningstar family, aren't you? Congratulations, you've really exceeded our expectations. Coronation of the priests. Ansu recognized the priesthood coat of arms on Luan, a sun with violets tattooed around it, and recognized the man for what he was. May the goddess bless you. With that, he turned around and made the holy salute to Chloe Paint Cross again. Koran at Chloe, we meet again. Ansu winked smugly at Chloe. As Chloe looked at him, the teenager had a warm smile at the corners of his mouth. His long grayish-white hair falling over his shoulders, and his pale green eyes were as clean as a sky washed by rain. Hello, she purposely grimaced and coldly addressed Ansu. A believer who was blessed in his first prayer may not necessarily pass the test of sainthood, but passing the test of sainthood must have been blessed by the goddess. Priest Luwan smiled. I am looking forward to your performance in January. I'm honored, Ansu said. The old priest was now caught in the middle of several people and felt uncomfortable doing anything, especially since it had made things difficult for Ansu before. He then wanted to take advantage of a few people talking happily, quietly slipped away, which had never thought that before he took a step. Ansu's voice was a turn. To tell you the truth, I've actually always envisioned the Holy Church, Ansu said, wanting to contribute to the sacred cause of our Lord. I brought a tithe, Mr. Priest. Please return the gold coins that I have placed with you for safekeeping. To me. At those words, the church went quiet. Leuven's narrowed his eyes slightly. Father Danny's movements froze completely. He stared at Ansu incredulously, not expecting the latter to dare to say such a thing. This was to break the principle of silence to report him? This is a relationship between giving and receiving a bribe. Is this kid's first time giving a bribe? In the canons of the church, both giving and receiving bribes are never permitted behaviors. In the canon law, even if Danny had deliberately made things difficult for Ansu, Ansu could not pay bribes or give personal gifts to the clergy. But anyone who makes such a move, for whatever reason, is expelled from the faculty as well. So Danny received the money. The heart is 10,000 assured that this kid does not dare to report. In fact, Danny had taken money from the nobleman's children more than once, and it had never gone wrong. He was not afraid to wear shoes with his bare feet. He just lost his job, while those noble sons were caught taking bribes, and what they lost was their status as prospective saints. On top of that, it's not like he's the only one in the entire church who takes bribes. The guys collect the money. Not only the priests, but also the saints, the deacons among the saints, and even a few priestly lords in higher positions. All of them have exchanged interests to a greater or lesser extent. It's the kind of thing that people see through and don't talk about. Maybe the kid has a hard head and doesn't understand the principle of silence. The old priest intended to play dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. Is there such a thing? Do you remember more carefully? The implication is that we're on the same page, so we'd better think about what we're saying. After so many years in this business, Danny has never spit out a gold coin that came into his pocket. Chapter 9, Father Danny's faith is shaken. Ansu. Luwan withdrew his smile. Speak clearly. I remember it clearly. Ansu's smile was still sunny. I'm just sending the gold coins to you for the time being. Could it be that you're misunderstanding something? This kid, better than myself. I'm a master at pretending to be confused. The old priest suddenly remembered what Ansu had said when he entered the room. This money will be yours to keep for now, huh? These were Ansu's words. Indeed, not a single word about the bribe was mentioned. No wonder he's making giving money so honorable. But don't you think it's strange? The old priest stared into Ansu's eyes. Why did you ask me to keep it for you? You're only going in for a short while. There's absolutely no need for you to give me your money and property for safekeeping, right? Isn't that what you asked for? Ansu said in surprise. When did I ask for? The corners of Father Danny's mouth twitched slightly. Danny was vaguely aware that he seemed to have fallen into the teenager's trap. No, Ansu smiled and stared at him, the smile still sunny but with a slight chill in the priest's eyes. What you said originally. Not enough. I just don't want the coppery stench of money to come to the halls of the goddess. Ansu repeated what Father Danny said as is, so I wouldn't be able to bring the gold coins inside. That's why I gave it to you for safekeeping, for fear of smothering the goddess. I was being metaphorical in that statement. The meaning is metaphorical. It means to kick you out. It's not like I'm going to ask you to give me the money for safekeeping and then when it's done, I'm going to give it back to you. The old priest cursed angrily in his heart, but in a flash, he reacted that this teenager was still deliberately pretending to be confused. At that time, he intentionally led the atmosphere, intentionally went along with the distorted meaning, seized the loopholes in his own words, and intentionally fabricated the false impression to the priest that he intended to pay a bribe. Hardly. You are misunderstanding me. What were you thinking then? Miss Chloe also gave Father Danny a suspicious look, sweating it out. Father Danny was feeling sweaty. The boy had managed to remove himself from the bribery connection, and any further confusion would make it look like he, Danny, was greedy for money in his heart and misunderstood the intent of the future saint, Ansu, and wanted to take a bribe. Father Danny, is what Ansu said true? Priest Luwan asked him with a frown. Swear to the goddess of light that my words above are true and not fabricated. Before Danny could answer, Ansu swore first. Vows are most sacrosanct in the world of religion. Breaking an oath is punishable by God. So when Ansu swore together, the Leuven priests knew that the matter was true, because all of Ansu's words above are indeed not fabricated. Father Danny was going to concede that no one could protect himself if he continued. He made a dazed look. I remember. Ansu-sama did hand me a bag. I haven't had time to check it yet, so I'm not sure. Who would have thought that Ansu's next words would make him tremble in shock? Then, please return my 120 gold coins. You're a hack? There are not 120 pieces, but only 60. Didn't you take an oath? Why are you lying again? Danny's eyes widened as he suddenly remembered something. Swear to the goddess of radiance that my words above are true and not fabricated. He was finally figuring out the meaning of this oath. That's a ing split line. I assure you that everything I said above is true, but my following words, every single one of them, are bull and fabrications. What to do now? Ansu had already sworn once, and both Priest Luwin and Coronet Loki had been convinced, so to make him swear again? It would only look like he didn't know what he was doing, and he was insulting a prospective saint of the goddess, which could have much more serious consequences. Or maybe there were only 60 gold coins in the money bag? But hell! He was only responsible for the custody of the money bag. Just before the foot said that he did not have time to check, and how could he know the exact number? After all, Father Danny had been in the business for so many years, he still had some eyes. With this statement, Ansu was clearly knocking and threatening himself, but at the same time, he was also giving himself a step down. If you give me 60 gold coins, I'll pretend that nothing happened. You didn't take a bribe, you just kept my coins. If one is still unaware of this and continues to refute it, the consequences will be even more serious. Oh, I remember. Father Danny's lips piled up in a benign smile. His gums clenched. I'll get it for you, right away. He went back to his studio, unlocked the drawer, and counted 60 gold coins, what he'd saved up from his little 6 months of work. And, of course, there was quite a bit of bribe money in there. After biting, he put the 60 gold coins into the money bag, weighed them, and with a smile, walked out and handed the money bag to Ansu. That had thought that Ansu didn't even look at it, and turned his hand to give the heavy bag of money to Luwin Priest. You are? Luwin had a puzzled look on his face. This is a personal offering to the church on my behalf. Ansu humbly explained. It's not for an individual. It's a tithing gift. I will feel more at ease if I give it to you personally. The church does have tithing. The faithful donate money to the church as a whole, which in turn is responsible for distributing that money to the poor. Simply put, it's charity. 120 gold coins is too much. Boy, the more Luwin looked, the more he felt that this young man was easy on the eyes, modest and calm and polite, and know the rules, not at all like those foppish kids, exceeding the maximum amount for single giving. 120 gold coins is indeed a very, very large amount. It's the total income of an average family for more than a decade. 60 gold coins then. Ansu said something that made Danny's face grow sadder and more pained. It's a token of my appreciation. You didn't spend a dime. Why should the money be yours and the reputation? That's my money. The 60 pieces were stolen money from your threats. Taking stolen money and dedicating it to the goddess, and saying it's a token of your appreciation. Your kid's heart is dirty, too. Little old, 13 or 14, with a heart swifter than even mine. The guys are all stolen. Why this guy can be seen by the goddess of light of. It was also given a title. Just because he's young and handsome is he still a rich kid? Like the high priest who had believed in the mother goddess of life for 30 years. Danny, an old priest who had believed in the goddess of light for 60 years. Also, for the first time, questioned his own faith. On the contrary, he couldn't show his pain. He had to smile and clap along with it. By the way, this gold coin is for you. Ansu nodded out another gold coin from the money bag and placed it in front of the priest with a pure smile. Count it as a tip for helping me keep the money bag. The final blow, a top-notch in-your-face taunt. The old priest felt like his heart was going to spurt blood from anger, but he could only force a leathery smile. I'm sorry, we're clergy. We can't accept any personal gifts, and we don't take tips. Danny's mouth twitched. Not even a single gold coin. He will, henceforth, never take a bribe again. Father Danny gazed at the title above the teenager's head with his scouting magic. The bright, firstborn, was so dazzling. Ah, the firstborn. Chapter 10, Enya, are you running away with me? The morning market of the border city is different from other places. This place is adjacent to the sea, rich in produce, and to the south is adjacent to the Sei Empire, a place where north and south traders meet. The early morning has just dawned, and the sea breeze still carries a slight fishy smell, and the streets are filled with stalls. Fresh perch, only 3 copper coins a pound. Roasted vinegar corn, extra. Seaside City News, 1 copy for 3 sous. The wind from the harbor threaded through the streets and the tinkling wind chimes were haunting as the paperboy rode his bicycle, dropping one latest seaside morning news after another into the ocean blue mailboxes of the homes. A copy, please. Elegant and clean voice. The paperboy stopped his bike and took out the newspaper while he looked at the customer. She had beautiful amber eyes and was standing in the street in an ink and white lady's dress with broken stars on it. Whose young lady is this so beautiful? The paperboy secretly thought this in his heart. Enya gracefully took the paper and turned to a young man again. The paper you asked for. When he said he was a young man, he was at most 13 or 14 years old, and when he walked with Una, he looked like an older sister with her younger brother, which was quite cozy. Is there anything else I can get for you, master? Enya came up to Ansu's ear and asked softly, is it the usual, buying pregnancy preparation pills? Please don't harass the underage. Ansu didn't want to pay attention to his own maid. He took the newspaper. The headlines were first some boring and flowery peachy news, such as hashtag the story that Prince Naru and the 3 princesses had to tell, hashtag hashtag the forbidden love between the legendary hero and the $1,000 lady, hashtag and hashtag the strange encounter between the female knight and the 7 kobolds, hashtag, or something like that. Turning to the second page, I saw the news that the goddess had seen fit to award the cursed son with a divine title. The newspapers reported in detail that he, Ansu, Morningstar, the cursed son of the Morning Star family, was given the divine title the firstborn and became a quasi-saint on his first prayer. The cursed sons of evil are on a rampage to defile the sanctity of the church. And this is the darkest day in the history of the border metropolis, the reporter emphasized with such righteous indignation in the newspaper. Studying journalism. Ansu looked at the newspaper with a thoughtful look on her face. Enya, help me contact the editor-in-chief of this newspaper. Young master, I understand your mind. Una had obviously seen the report on that newspaper as well. She was a maid who was good at reading people and instantly understood what was on her master's mind. Is it that you need me to deal with the editor-in-chief of the family newspaper? Gotta show them what not to say what. Enya said calmly. Ansu stared back at her own somewhat extreme maiden lady. As the close attendant of the sole heir of the Morning Glory family, Miss Maid was a good 3 years older than Ansu, but at the young age of 17 she was already an assassin of the 4th rank. On the surface, she was an elegant and quiet young lady, but her bones were terrible. If Ansu really wanted her to do the killing, she wouldn't have hesitated or asked why she was going to do it. No, Ansu shook her head and replied, I mean to throw money at them to make them step up their efforts. It's best to let several nearby city-states know about it. Enya cocked her head. So your favorite way to play is to be scolded? I can accomplish this kind of thing. I'm trying to build momentum. And pseudo. In short, think about it, a person who is both a cursed child of the dark gift statement and at the same time has the status of a quasi-acolyte blessed by the goddess, and his family is still rich and powerful, or an Ansel, Mananista. Who would be most attracted to such a persona? Enya thought for a moment and gave up thinking. Naturally, it appeals to me the most. Ansu did not pay attention to her flirting. He collected the newspaper and walked in the direction of the library. The sparkling sea half hanging in the blue sky, the sea breeze blowing through, the sky and the sea together with the light of the waves. It's been a regular week for Ansu. The first is the library in the Holy See. We left while it was still dark. The first level of the Saints test is the written test. It's mostly a test on the history of the papacy and political curricula. He drew drawings and got a tailor to make a hand-me-down skin, a blue shirt with grayish pants. Whenever Pops asked why he wore such a thing, he replied that it was a good way to learn the outfit, because the clothes were his high school uniform from his previous life. And Ansu also very ruthlessly let the inhabitants of the Naiku world experience what is called the Chinese miracle. In the morning out of the evening back, early in the morning but also to go running in the morning. The evening also went to the church on the evening self-study, but also to trust the relationship to buy the past 10 years of test questions. Every day is to do on the whole 3 sets. Every day, in addition to learning, is to learn. Daily picking lamps to read at night and sniffing chickens, so that the old man to see that is fearful, even called, do not learn, inherit the gold mine will count on the line. Such a diligent and hardworking teenager truly seemed like a rising star in the church. This performance of his precipitation also fell in the eyes of the church at the same time, and many of the deacons who were dissatisfied with the cursed son changed their opinion of him quite a bit, and of course there were quite a number of quasi-saints who were quite critical of this. The reason for this is that this performance of Ansu has also fallen into the eyes of their parents, so they have to use the same standard to require them. Recently preparing for the examination of the Holy Church, students heard the most words. Look at how the children of the Morning Star family next door learn. Banned from entertainment, banned from going out, banned from falling in love. The students who are preparing for the exams are rolled up in their heads, and they have a bitter feeling about Ansu, the culprit, and they all have to curse in their hearts, Bertha. But in fact, for Ansu, just this one time temporarily, want to be in the top of the written test that is impossible. Ansu doesn't have high expectations of herself, combining the original owner's knowledge base with this month's counterintuitive change of fortune. As long as she can mix in a passing grade, it's a success if you don't pull a composite score. Nonetheless, this study brought Ansu no small amount of gain, as he refamiliarized himself with the political ideology of the Naylor Empire, the historical composition of the country, and the rise and fall of the civilization. This vivid and clear knowledge was not mentioned in the game in his previous life, and in his continuous learning, he gradually deepened his understanding of this world. Meanwhile, the editor of the Beach Morning News took money from Ansu and did his thing. These school news know how to stir up the heat, so every day the headline of the morning paper became the story that the cursed son and the three princesses had to tell hashtag the forbidden love between the cursed son and the 1,000-year-old lady and hashtag the strange encounter between the cursed son and the 7 kobolds and the sadistic tale of the cursed son and the maiden lady. The last one seems to have been added by Enya, forcing the editor-in-chief to add it. Regardless of the process, Ansu's exploits then gradually caught fire in several surrounding city-states. It's dusk on another day. Ansu ended the day's study. He's already sure he'll pass the written exam. And the news has pretty much festered. Next, it's time to take the next step in the program. Ansu put down his book and walked out of the library. Enya leaned against the doorway, looking at the new issue of the newspaper, quietly waiting for him. Let's run away from home. In the first sentence, Ansu said this: "Are you running away with me?" Miss Enya asked with a calm face as she put down the newspaper. Down, head girl. Chapter 11. Ansu has been the most loyal follower of the mother goddess since ancient times. The last vestiges of the sun were swallowed up in the graves of the mountains, and there was no moon or stars tonight. The gray night sky looked like it was wrapped in a layer of heavy lead, and the overcast clouds were so thick that it seemed as if they were about to fall from the canopy, with occasional pieces of silver lightning cutting between the gaps in the clouds. The deserted path. The lacquered wagon made a strange creaking sound as it ran over the night frost caked on the road. The wagon had traveled from Queens in the border metropolis, quickly passing through the border crossing, circling around the trail, and traveling toward the wilderness, hiding the night, and going like nobody's business along the way. Micah knew he'd made a fortune today, robbed a big job today. He was ostensibly a wagon driver, but behind his back, he was a second-order follower of the tantric cult, believing in none other than the mother goddess of life religion. Border cities are far from the center of the country, and even more so, they are at the crossroads of the two countries, and are not under the jurisdiction of the central government, so they are also places where tantricism thrives. The belief in the mother goddess of life is especially prevalent along the borders, with dens of Mithraists scattered densely around the perimeter of the city. A third-order or second-order Mithraist as a priest, plus a dozen or so first-order ordinary congregants. This was the configuration of a den of the mother goddess cult. It's not that the church is unwilling to eradicate them. Rather, the various nests of the mother goddess sect are separate, small and sophisticated, independent of each other, and do not communicate with each other. Even if one nest is gotten rid of, a new one will be born, like a new spring, and their movements are so hidden that it's hard for the church to find out where their nests are. Wrapped in his cloak, with a maniacal grin at the corners of his mouth, Mike kept whipping the horse at his feet, already fantasizing about how his goddess would reward him. In his wagon carriage, a noble teenager was being tied up. It is the recently popular Blessed One, the cursed son of Ansu, Morninsta, mother goddess of life's two favorite dishes. One is a saint in the Holy Light Order, and the other is a cursed child born into darkness. It's just that this kid, Ansu, has got both. He was again a cursed son, and was gifted with a title by the Holy Light, and was a paraclete. For the misters, it was like a light in the night that attracted attention, coupled with the uninterrupted publicity of that newspaper. I don't know how many pairs of eyes were craving for Ansu's body. If he could be sacrificed, the mother goddess's bestowal would have to be at least a high-level bestowal. Thinking about it, Micah couldn't help but feel the ease of the operation again. Thanks to the unscrupulous propaganda of that unscrupulous gossip tabloid, Micah knew all about Ansu's daily activities. Just a nerd. This kind of kid is best abducted and sold. Every day he rose at 6 a.m. First ran 3 laps of morning exercises in Queens, ate breakfast, and then at 7 a.m. went to the library of the Synod, where he read until 12 o'clock noon. After lunch he went to the private school on Pitt Avenue for tuition, and when he had finished he returned to the order to study law until the closing of the order at 11 o'clock midnight, when he finally took the night walk home alone, sometimes with his housemaid, too, and that chick looked weak. The trail he took home was remote, isolated and deserted, the perfect place to rob a house and kidnap a man. Micah had been watching Ansu for several days and was sure that today was the day to strike, and the mate just happened to be away. He was a thundering religious man, and when he said he would strike, he put on a hood and went on at once, and in 3 strokes he charmed him and packed him away, and quickly got out of the city. Thinking of this, Micah couldn't help but spring his horse's hooves up again, whipping it quickly and heading off into the distance. He had already instructed his men to prepare the altar and ritual paraphernalia in advance, so that he would sacrifice the child as soon as he stepped off the horse, lest the night be lone. The dark clouds were getting heavier and heavier, and the lake that had accumulated half the sky was finally covered, and the rain pounded on the wheels and on the muddy mountain paths, splashing muddy water. What Micah didn't notice was that between that watery mist, there was a shadow treading in the shadows, following the wagon like an altar in hawk, a shadow with amber pupils. Head, it really hurts. Can't you guys be gentle when you kidnap people? When Anne awoke, he was set up in the middle of the altar, his nose full of the smell of blood. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked around him, surrounded by a dozen or so Mithraists kneeling densely, wearing brilliant gold masks symbolizing the mother goddess of life. Ansu felt a slight disappointment at how the quality of this class of misters was not high. As far as the eye could see, most of them were first-order believers, and it was rare to see second-order ones. Looks like it's just a small nest, a notch below that last secret cult nest. Sacrificing them all will only get you a low-rank bestowal, right? Ansu had some regrets. However, one could also go to the goddess of holy light to receive a low-order blessing, and together, it was worth a middle order. Thinking about this, Ansu felt satisfied again. It's okay, a little goes a long way. If the mikveh doesn't work out, there's always the next one. Yes, that was his plan to brush up on his leveling. Other people fish. He fishes for mikvahs, deliberately hiring unscrupulous newspapers to open boxes of information about himself and making a big deal out of it, provoking epileptic mikvahs to take the bait and kidnap him and take him back to be sacrificed. There was a shortage of everything on the border, but least of all cults. And Ms. Enya had told him that there were already several unsuspecting eyes watching him. That's fantastic. Of course, it wasn't as if Ansu hadn't prepared insurance measures. It would be bad if you played it off. Right now, in the shadows of that dark night, those amber-colored pupils were quietly watching Ansu, waiting for his command. Enya Morninsta, at the age of 17, is a fourth-rank assassin, a real top talent, but unfortunately died too early in the original work, and the background about her identity has not been added completely. That should be a big ambush. In the border city, he was a first-rate powerhouse. He was also a dead soldier who had been trained since he was a child, and would carry out his orders most faithfully without the slightest hesitation. That's why his old man was relieved to let Ansu run away from home, and with Enya around, he basically failed to hurt his son. If she was really in danger, Ms. Enya could instantly regiment this group of misters. Of course, in this way Ansu could not receive the blessing. The blessing on the part of the goddess of holy light requires the eradication of the Mithrium alone, while the mother goddess of life wants a living sacrifice. Dead bodies are not something she likes to eat. Children, feel joy and happiness. The hoarse and low voice of the mistress interrupted Ansu's thoughts, and the latter frowned irritably. A maniacal smile tugged at the corners of Micah's mouth as he crossed his arms and clawed at his scalp, his pupils bursting with blood beneath the gold mask that concealed them. You're about to return to the mother goddess's arms. As he said this, he applied vermilion blood on top of the altar, which was built with human bones, the hollow eye bones glowing with a dark light. The scene in front of him was horrifying enough, but Ansu softly hummed, using human bones as an altar. Not a bad idea. You think it's nice too, don't you? Micah was a little surprised that Ansu wasn't scared. I'm a class act, but the quality of business sucks. Ansu regretted. The age of these bones is too old. The mother goddess of life prefers the bones of newborn babies. I don't know which grave you dug this skull out of. It all stinks. It's too buried. The mother goddess loves nothing more than fresh life, not decaying death. One can tell the quality of a person's personal qualities by the setup of his altar. Micah usually boasted of being an artist in the world of sacrifice, but at this moment, he had been questioned by a child about the quality of his business, and was quite angry. Of course I know a baby's skull is best, but so what? Enough is enough, but it will reduce the return on the sacrifice. Ansu calmly said, not only will an old man's bones not please the mother goddess, they will instead anger her, and after my experiments I have found that they will reduce the reward by at least 10%, the only thing I can't stand. As a speed pass player, inefficiency was something that Ansu could not tolerate in her life. When he said this, his expression was quite serious and his eyes were sincere and confident. Inexplicably, it was very convincing. Hell, whose altar is it anyway? So what do you think should be done? Micah asked. Chapter 12, a regular offering friend knows. Those of you who offer sacrifices regularly know that. And Ansu replied seriously, his tone and wording that was quite professional. If you lack the skeleton of a baby, you can replace it with the bones of a fresh piglet, which the mother goddess of life can't distinguish. And pig bones are cheaper. 20 copper coins a pound in the market. What do you mean? those of you who sacrifice often know. Are you trying to fool the great mother goddess with pig bones? Micah burst into a rage. You are deceiving. This is blasphemy and disgrace. Such egregious things as indiscriminately fooling the goddess could not be done even by their Mithraists, who offered sacrifices with $20 a pound of pig bones. Even lying is shy. Ansu replied with hatred. What kind of a person like you has the face to mix with the tantric church? All Micah felt was a mouthful of old phlegm stuck in his neck. I would also like to make a suggestion. Ansu continued to add, there's a problem with the placement of your spirit tower. The human face flesh piece, over there should be in the southeast direction, which will likewise affect the efficiency when sacrificing. He pointed to the distant mass of monstrous flesh that continued to grow wildly, hideous tendons pulsing and expanding on the blood and flesh, forming one small human face after another between the folds of flesh and flesh. A lump of flesh with a human face would have been quite a weird and creepy thing, but Micah felt that the child in front of her was even weirder than this lump of flesh. This child was at most 14 or 15 years old, but he seemed like a person who was fine, calmly pointing at the strange and bizarre evil object. What was even more eerie was the boy's eyes, serious and focused, with no unnecessary emotions. Obviously a sacrifice that was to be offered immediately. Yet he was talking to himself about how to offer a more effective sacrifice. Are kids of this caliber nowadays? Isn't this kid a quasi-saint blessed by the holy light? Why is he so much more esoteric than he is? Of course, it's not your fault. It's a common mistake made by the average novice. Ansu was even comforting Micah, a devotee, hearing Ansu's words, thought to give it a try and move the human-faced lump of flesh to the southeast. He felt at once that the unaccountable atmosphere around him deepened, and that the gusts of the wind were calling to his bones, and he said to Micah, with a look of delight, that, boss, it really seems to be working. Micah felt that the cause he had fought for all his life had been insulted at the highest level. He is a self-proclaimed artist of sacrifice, and for more than 10 years he has been practicing his profession with dedication and diligence, striving to grasp the foundation of sacrifice, to tackle the difficult problems of sacrifice, and to carry forward the cause of sacrifice of the Mother Goddess of Life Church. Micah had often kidnapped and abducted other families' children before dragging them across the border for sacrifice, but for the first time this little kid questioned his professionalism. On weekdays, his favorite thing to see is the expression of those little children who are dying that painful struggle. Every time to appreciate the call he was overjoyed. But today, he encountered a freak like Ansu, who neither cried nor made a scene, and his words were even more professional than those of his secret believers. What's in it for you? I'm just being kind, Ansu said. After all, this is all my altar. The altar was set up a little more professionally, and Ansu made a little more money out of it, so of course he had to warn about the mistakes. It's all my money, you know what? You know what? Micah lifted Ansu's collar and carried him to his face. The gold mask pressed tightly against Ansu's face. The blood-filled orifices of his eyes filled with madness. You know, I abduct kids like you several times a week, and you know what my favorite thing to do is to visit their parents afterward, and enjoy the sad expressions on their faces in the name of condolence. It's a real blast. I promise to listen to your old man's wails well after I've sacrificed you. 2. He squeezed Ansu's neck and hissed, the pupils of his eyes bulging unnaturally, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily as he spat out his tongue. I promise I'll have an orgasm. So it's like abducting children. Ansu gazed at him expressionlessly, his pale green eyes reflecting the latter's face. Then you're a real scumbag with poor taste, cheaper than 20 copper coins a pound of pig bones. Then again, Ansu never felt like she was considered a good person, sending you to be reunited with your favorite mother goddess. Ansu said, it's a good way to die. Micah slammed Ansu to the ground and turned his head to his left and right and commanded loudly, time's up, get ready to start the ceremony. Boom! A flash of thunder outside the window exploded a white light that filled the room with snow white as frost. Micah looked back, only to see Ansu's satisfied smile, marred by the light of the thunder. Mother Goddess of Desire and the Moon, Great Mother of Life, Eternal Motherhood above the spirit world. This is the hymn of the most sincere man. This is the feast of spirit and soul. This is the delicacy of blood and flesh. Your devout follower Ansu, Morninsta offers the gift of consecrating the 17 dark heretics above the altar to you. You are invited to dine with me. The benediction was familiar and unfamiliar. There are many similarities to the benediction they now sing, but the priority is higher. The ceremony was completed in an instant. Micah opened her mouth to say something, but couldn't open it. It was as if his throat was blocked. Chunks of flesh were growing unchecked between the passages, and he was dismayed to find flesh growing all over his windpipe, breaking through his body like a rainbow. Flesh and blood engulfed his entire body. and sharp pain spiked the already crumbling nerves. The same mutation occurred on the surrounding first-order believers, whose flesh and blood also began to grow wildly, and then exploded in a ball. Blood and flesh pieces instantly scattered all over the altar. Everywhere was the color of blood. It was like crawling with one wriggling blood-colored caterpillar after another. Until this moment, unparalleled fear descended upon his mind. Micah realized that he was being sacrificed, being consumed by the mother goddess of life, as if he were one of the countless children he had once sacrificed, falling into an eternal abyss of flesh and blood. Micah was feeling the pain they had felt. No. Micah's face was so distorted that he couldn't read his expression, and all he could do was reach out with all his might, the pupils of his eyes gazing at Ansu, his pupils revealing a look of pleading pity. But Ansu ignored him. He stood up and wiped the blood stains splattered on his cheeks with his handkerchief, taking a few steps forward and accidentally stepping on the spread of gore that Micah had turned into, causing Ansu to frown. One first-order believer has been sacrificed. One first-order believer has been sacrificed. One second-order believer has been sacrificed. Due to the effect of the title The Firstborn, original name, the fledgling lifeblood sacrificer, the effect of the sacrifice is increased by 10%. Due to the mother goddess dislike of altars, this effect counteracts each other. Low-level blessing available. Chapter 13. Having only just received the reward money from the Imperial Army, you can embezzle our military funds again. You can keep this blessing and convert it to 5 life points, like the faith points bestowed by the goddess of holy light. The mother goddess of life has a counterpart in the form of life points, both of which are essentially a type of points that are redeemed for rewards. The only difference is that faith points can also be converted to magic points, the amount of blue a wizard has, at a ratio of 10:1. Life points, on the other hand, improve the physical qualities of the person being blessed. Physical fitness is then tied to the warash points of professions such as warriors, who are another similar system. They don't have magic, instead they have warash, again with a memory grid limit. Believe in holy light to raise blue, and in life to raise flesh. To believe in both is to be a faith warrior. And Sue's weak chicken body was naturally weak and sickly, and he had to gasp for half a day when he ran 2 steps. I can't support myself if I do 3 sets of papers a day, and I might get hiccups one day, so it's still important to improve your physical fitness. Compared to the gentle and grand holy light of the goddess when she bestows her blessings, the mother goddess blessings are much more bloody and painful, and Su felt the blood in his entire body boiling, and every inch of his bones were twisting and contorting, making creaking and crunching sounds. The heart had never beat so violently before, and the vigorous veins were wrapped in a powerful life force that rushed through the organs as the blood flowed. This moment seems like an eternity, but it's really a flash in the pan. Ansu saw the sea of blood, fresh life floating and sinking in this sea of flesh and blood, and that magnificent and great being stood at the end of the sea of blood. That being stretched out his hand and extended an invitation to his in Ansu. He blinked his eyes and the sea of blood disappeared like an illusion, and Su remained this dim and gloomy altar. And thunder crashed down from the canopy with a bang, whitening the surrounding scenery over and over again. That pain quickly disappeared like an ebbing tide, and Su subconsciously moved his legs and feet, only to feel that his body had never been in such a good state, never so soothing. It felt like in a pure fight. The current him could beat up 3 of his former selves. You can do 3 more sets of all the questions tonight. Nonetheless, these 5 life points smashed into Ansu's weak body and could only make a little splash. The war ash point remains 0. Ansu is not disappointed. After all, less is more. The look on your face just now. Enya-sama appeared behind Ansu somehow. She tilted her head, her black hair as smooth as lead drooping over her other shoulder. She moved gracefully, but what she said was not graceful. It feels like it's finally coming out after half a day of pooping. This guy's got a mouth on him. Can't you be more civil in your analogies? Ansu couldn't help but spit out. Actually, what I was going to say, Enya ruffled her crushed hair behind her ear, is that you just had a look on your face like Lu had finally set it up after half a day? Downhead female. Ansu's face was covered with black lines. Can you not make us boys Huang Yawa? He sighed slightly, again while taking the brand new robe from Enya and draping it over his body. The original customized high school uniform was already stained with blood. Too bad about that handful of skins. The altar was dirty, littered with chunks of dead flesh that reeked of the stench of rotting corpses. Ansu got dressed, paused, and suddenly said to Enya, I've actually been waiting for you to ask a question. Question what? Enya cocked her head again, like how and why I sacrificed this group of Mithraists. And such, Ansu said, and whether or not I'm a mother goddess follower, why should I care? Enya felt puzzled and confused. Killing is as good as killing. If you want to kill someone else I can do it for you. Sacrifice or assassination. It's essentially the same thing. Sure enough, Enya's view of morality is very different from the usual. She lacks the most basic understanding of life. The lives of people other than those she cares about are worthless to Enya. and the moral rules of universal values have nothing to do with her. She also didn't care at all if Ansu offered a sacrifice or not. Enya calmly stepped on the altar full of blood and flesh, her black Lolita skirt underneath her brown boots, which were also stained with some blood at the moment, and cocked her head in a way that looked like a kitten. "I thought you'd be slightly surprised," Ansu said, patting the dust off his body. "Let's go back. Honestly, all I feel is disappointment." Enya calmly said, "I thought you were going to take me on an elopement, but it just turned out to be murder. What happened today? Don't say anything to the public," Ansu said. "Can I use it to blackmail you?" Enya cocked her head again. "Young master, you don't want the sacrifice to be discovered by the church, do you?" Lower head female. By the time I got home, it was already cloudy and the rain had almost stopped. The air after the rain in Morningstar Manor was clean and clear, and the light blue sky reflected on the puddles in the atrium, rather like the sky had vacated a piece and fallen on this gorgeous manor. As soon as he got home, Ansu was met with Count Carlo's satisfied smile. Well, second night out with a bang. He patted Ansu's shoulder with satisfaction and chattered on. Finally, half of my style, didn't let me down. Your old man still understands you. You were not born to be a study material. If you ask me, it's better to pass on the generations for our family earlier. It's only been 2 weeks and you can't learn anymore. As expected from your old man. Wait, where are you packing up your books again? To the Holy See. Ansu returned home. First refreshingly showered, changed into a light blue shirt, casually ate a few pieces of bread, then packed up his things to go out again. I have to go to morning prayers. He went out of the door sharply, ignoring Count Carlo's cries of adversary and family fortune. The church was not crowded early in the morning, and the sun was warm and flat on the glass dome. What a soothing morning. Mr. Danny, the old priest who was the caretaker, made a pot of black tea and lazily leaned back in his wicker chair, reading today's Seaside City Gazette in a good mood. But when he looked up and saw those 3 big words, "Firstborn one," coming towards him from afar, the soothing morning instantly constipated. "Good morning." The guy's smile was sunny and cheerful. "Morning, Ann." Danny squeezed a smile on his lips, and didn't dare stop Ansu anymore. "May the morning sun shine on your path. Have you come to pray today as well?" Ansu-san is really pious. After all, I am the goddess' most devoted devotee. Ansu, who had only just received a treat from the mother goddess, responded with sunshine and cheerfulness. He walked straight into the church and went to the idol, and kneeling on one knee he began to pray. Ansu, magic points, 4, prepared saints, current faith points, 5, 15 first order members of the mother goddess of life eradicated, 1 second order priest. Prepared saints can be exchanged for low-level blessings, or to add points to the body. 5 points of faith can be exchanged for 1 low-level bestowal, or save up 5 more points and you can add to the blue bar again. Ansu's mouth showed a harvest-like joy. Having only just received the reward money from the Imperial Army, he could again embezzle military expenses from our army. It is important to realize that there are more than just 2 tantric dens around the border metropolis. That's the thrill of leveling. Chapter 14. Count Carlo, why don't you teach me? Count Carlo had been observing the boy Ansu for several days, and he was both satisfied and quite dissatisfied. Mixed emotions. Satisfaction lies in the fact that Ansu, this kid, finally began to everyday night up, every day to wave with the maid until the early hours of the morning to go home. Such a style. I think that the days of his Earl of Carlo to hold grandchildren will not be far away. Earl Carlo also made a point of asking Enya about the situation, asking what the kid just went to do every night, and the answer he got was, "It's the bad things that young Master Ansu won't let me say." Earl Carlo then had a clear understanding in his heart, and smiled with relief, and quite dissatisfied is that this kid as soon as he comes home to take a shower to go to study, every night so tossed. Surprisingly, the efficiency and speed of doing the problem faster. Is this kid's energy unlimited? Even when he came back from fooling around every night, he looked better and better, more and more radiant, and even more physically fit by definition. Isn't it generally true that the more a woman does, the more she gets refreshed, and the more she looks good? How come when it comes to my own son, it's the other way around? Could it be that this kid was born with extraordinary talent? Can't really figure it out. If it wasn't for the sake of saving face, he would have even wanted to ask his own son for some experience. When you get past middle age, a lot of things start to get out of hand. With this thought in his mind, Count Carlo put down the newspaper in his hand and skimmed with his afterglow to his son who was dining at the table. Ansu was enjoying a serving of caviar, which he scooped up gently with a spoon and spread evenly on freshly baked cranberry bread. The sunlight leaned diagonally on Ansu's body through the blinds, the pure white shirt revealing the latter's bare skin and the outline of the hidden lines. It was clear that he hadn't returned from last night's night, but Ansu was quite refreshed. Over the past few days, he'd grown accustomed to the painful blessings of the mother goddess of life. It's painful but refreshing, so it's painful and enjoyable, and when it hurts it's really refreshing. However, these times of sacrifice. He didn't see the same sea of blood visions as last time. That's rather odd. In one short week, Ansu had already taken out 3 small dens of secretists. In total, he had sacrificed away 40 First Order Misters and 2 Second Order Priests, and with the experience bonus from that title of the Firstborn, he had gained a total of 20 life points. In terms of volume of performance, he is a real small pioneer in the fight against gangs and evil, spending 10 points to exchange the gift of the Mother Goddess of Life that he had always wanted, and deleting the 3 big words Mother of Life with the name change magic. The remaining 10 life points were collectively used to strengthen his body. The whole essence of the person is better. My back isn't sore anymore, my legs don't hurt, and I don't walk much out of breath. It's really glowing. And Su felt that if he kept on smashing life points with such extravagance, sooner or later he would be able to smash the warrior talent. He also discovered the advantage that in addition to the improvement in physical fitness, along with the head's memory and reflexes had grown. This is especially evident when reading and studying. What would have taken a week to master now takes a day to memorize. For next week's ecclesiastical written exam, Ansu's original mental expectation was that passing would be good, and now he felt like he could sprint for a superior grade, read books during the day and offer sacrifices at night to be the New Age sacrificial stream schoolteacher. The darkness-based magic, gift of the gods, paired with the previously acquired holy light-based magic, everything grows, could summon a void creature from the enemy's stomach that would survive on the field for 1 minute. This was sort of the first base card of the Ansu genre. However, this combination could not be used casually. For one thing, it was more lethal to use it, and for another, the amount of blue consumed was too high, so he still needed to prepare some magic books to cope with the usual. And on the ecclesiastical side, he received a lot of rewards. 40 First Order, 2 Second Order, worth half a month's worth of performance for a squad of saints. The total was 15 faith points, plus the 5 saved from the other day, totaling 20 points, which would boost his blue level by 2 points. That's 6 points of blue. Everything grows costs 4 points of blue, and Gift of the Gods costs 2 points of blue, which just about totals 6 points. Just reached the threshold for casting. But for Ansu, 6 points of blue simply wasn't enough if he wanted to utilize the abilities of the light and dark priest stream. Becoming a second-order wizard is insurance. That minimum requirement is 10 magic points, and on the Mother Goddess's side, he still had several important grimoires to pick up as well. With these preparations, it is foolproof to pass all the tests that the Synod will conduct a week later. So as of now, the number of consecrated mikvahs is not enough and the quality is not high enough. There must also be an increased effort, faster, better leveling, to have the misters come forward to kidnap him. It's just too slow and inefficient. It also lacks the all-important subjectivity of the Wahoo player. Meanwhile, perhaps the nearby mikvahs had heard something. Perhaps they had sensed that the accomplices who had kidnapped Ansu had all inexplicably mailed it, and hearing all these horrible rumors, they gradually began to wait and see. The Mithraists are not cuties, have vaguely seen that Ansu is fishing. In the last 3 days, there's only been 1 second cutie pie come to kidnap him Ansu. Since the mikvahs didn't take the bait and the fish didn't come to him, he took it upon himself to find the fish. The blood moon is also approaching, and it's time to move on to the second phase of the program. On the day of the blood moon, which is also the birth of the Mother Goddess, the effect of the sacrifice is increased by 30% for 3 days. That's why there are many misters who concentrate their sacrifices on the days of the blood moon. The reason why Ansu did not take the initiative in the past few days was that he was waiting for the arrival of the blood moon days. Ansu is going to be more efficient, more industrialized, more programmed, more streamlined in offering mikvahs now. Compared to the traditional ecclesiastical witch hunts, Ansu had the information advantage of a new type of industry and was able to utilize the advanced thinking of a New Age traveler, which was an enterprising spirit that was lacking in the ecclesiastical order. In layman's terms, remembers clearly the tantric dens around the border metropolis, and given a map, he can mark all of them. After all, he was a 7-week-old top player in his previous life, and the refresh locations of the novice village monsters, that had to be familiar to his ears. Memorizing where the monsters are refreshed is a basic skill for speed pass players, and that's Ansu's greatest strength. Unusual ecclesiastical witch hunts to find out the strongholds of the misters were often more labor-intensive and time-consuming than official witch hunts. After all, the misters were just too capable of hiding. With his mind made up, Ansu conceived his next plan. After eating all the bread in 3 tries and wiping her mouth with a handkerchief, Ansu stood up and took her coat from Enya, and just rushed to her old man. "I'll go first." He was about to rush out the door. Count Carlo stared at Ansu with a complex expression, and swept a glance at Enya. His thoughts were uncertain, his mouth opened and closed, and he seemed to hesitate for a long time, before he slowly said, "Take care of your health. Young people still need moderation." Couldn't figure out what Pops was talking about. Ansu found it baffling. Restrict STH. Moderation what? There's something to be said for moderation in leveling. He subconsciously skimmed over to Enya, suspecting that it was the maiden lady who had indoctrinated Pops with some inexplicable words, but seeing the maid turn her face sideways, her eyes kept falling on the sycamore outside the window. She pursed the corners of her lips lightly, seemingly deliberately pretending not to notice Ansu's eyes. The warm, clear sunlight passed through the thin, pleated skirt, and the black hair, as fine and smooth as lead, was scattered in the air, entangled with the light. The delicate side of the face was reflected in the window, rather as if it had been carefully painted by the light. Go. Ansu gave up thinking and told her, it's time to go to the church for prayer. Chapter 15. Ansu, you're right, but have you finished your homework? Brilliant golden morning light gilded all over the church's shattered glass. The shadows of the sycamore trees outside the floor-to-ceiling windows draped over the mahogany walls, their branches trembling gently in the wind, reflecting the floating green shadows all over the walls. Ansu sensed something was wrong as soon as he walked into the church. For one thing, there were a lot of people, much more than the usual flow of people praying, and everyone's expression was serious and earnest, with some hidden excitement. Secondly, the expression on the old priest's face at the door when he saw himself was obviously much stranger, and Ansu could tell that it was mixed with some bloating. Honorable Saint-to-be Ansu, Coronet Morninsta. A smile piled up at the corners of Father Danny's mouth. The wrinkles around his eyes were pinched together by the laugh. May the goddess's radiance shine upon your path. Good morning. It feels shady. Who was that guy? Ansu pointed to the young man surrounded by blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in the robes of a clergyman, who was right in the center of the commotion. The young man was half kneeling before the idol of the goddess, his robes spread flat on the marble floor, his face solemn in prayer. The sunlight covered his knife-like face, sacred and solemn, and many girls surrounded him. Truly a starry night. Coronation of the quasi-saint Ansu. Priest Danny hummed softly, that lord is the son of the priest of Luan, the man of light who is about to be elevated to sainthood. Coronation Carlos of the divinely bestowed title, Son of Glow. What a long string of introductions. So there are 3 men kneeling in front of the idol? Ansu chuckled. Priests were the high-ranking figures of this branch church, and that priest Lu Wen, whom Ansu had also met, was indeed very background. Please remain reverent. The fake smile piled up at the corners of Father Danny's mouth disappeared. After this night, Lord Carlos will be promoted to second-order warlock, a different one from you. Tonight? Ansu raised an eyebrow. Witch hunting, I'm sure you young master has never experienced it. Father Danny stared into Ansu's eyes. Hunt down the horrible heretics yourself, and in doing so receive the goddess reward. These are the days of the red moon, when the mikvahs make sacrifices in bulk. Coronet Carlos has accumulated enough faith points, and he also holds several strongholds of second-order Mithraists. After this night, the coronet will be able to be baptized and promoted to second-order warlock. To the surprise of Father Danny, Ansu's expression didn't fluctuate much and she just gave a soft "oh." He grew up with the Chloe coronet. When Father Danny saw Ansu's bland look, he assumed that he was pretending to be calm, and gave a cold snort in his heart. He's the childhood friend of the paramount saintess coronation. They all say they're a match made in heaven. The subliminal meaning of the priest's statement is well understood. Carlos likes Chloe, and Chloe recommended Ansu. So Carlos has to be upset with Ansu? Ansu had gotten through 7 weeks, and hard as it was, he couldn't remember any NPCs with the name Carlos, and when he walked the Holy Maiden line, he hadn't even heard her mention it, not even a character phrase. It's a purely passerby character. He said he was Chloe's childhood friend. Does Chloe know she has a childhood friend? Ansu searched in his mind. But what does it concern himself? The speed pass player only has leveling and killing in his mind, and a woman will only slow down his leveling speed. This dude is still acting like this. Seeing that Ansu was still this unconcerned, Father Danny thought indignantly in his heart. Halftime, Ansu spoke again, saying, hasn't this gentleman finished praying yet? There's a line behind him. Ansu did things most efficiently, and this son of priest had been kneeling there for half a day, and there had been a long line behind him for a long time, and who prays to be surrounded by girls. Ansu was too lazy to continue to spend time here. Her studies hadn't been completed for the day, so she was going to turn around and leave, waiting for the afternoon to come back, which had thought that as soon as he turned around and moved his feet, that son of the priest seemed to sense it. Are you leaving? Carlos slowly rose to his feet, his eyes like falcons forcing his way, his tone rising. Cursed son? As soon as the words cursed son came out, the entire church fell silent. It's a taboo that no one can mention. Many people held their breath, observing Ansu's expression. I'm going to the library to read a book, which had thought that Ansu did not get angry. There was not a trace of insulted expression. The corner of his mouth even held a warm smile, and even cared to say, that said, kneeling for so long, aren't your legs numb? There was a slight numbness. The corner of Carlos' mouth twitched slightly. Why does this guy talk so much? Who is going to discuss with you whether my legs are numb or not? How could he show his Carlos's piety if he didn't kneel longer? the longer he kneels, the more votes he gets. Does this guy even understand that? Although this is what is in his heart, the words cannot be said in this way. I have never been numb before the halls of faith. Carlos spoke in a high-pressure manner, and the girls around him cast adoring glances at him. Noma walked 2 steps. Ansu said. Carlos exhaled slowly. He told himself to maintain a dignified and elegant demeanor, to be as solemn as a paladin, and never to be with this second little cutie. The cursed child was angry. My body may be numb, but my mind remains awake. Not unlike someone whose mind has been deeply clouded and numbed by darkness. Carlos spoke with a sting. Carlos certainly had pride in the fact that his father had expended no small amount of effort to get several Mistborn stronghold locations specifically reserved for him to clean up and eliminate. After this night's witch hunt, he would be promoted to become a second-ranked warlock, after which he would successfully pass the saint test and become a noble saint. And Ansu, the cursed son, was afraid that he had never been on the battlefield of a witch hunt in his life, so how could he compete with Coronet Carlos? Without faith points, you can neither exchange holy light spellbooks nor raise your blue level to become a second-order warlock. Take a couple steps if you're not numb. Ansu said. Can we stop talking about my numb legs? Carlos' face was full of black lines. Let's change the subject. Then, Ansu said, Mr. Carlos of the sober mind, have you finished your homework? Have you finished your homework? A simple, unassuming question, a seemingly unusual conversation, but wrapped in a great killing power. It was a judgment from the depths of the soul, a blood suppression that originated from the upper school demons for any schoolchild, wrapped in the purest malice, because Carlos's homework for today, indeed, has not moved. Blame Ansu for driving the amount of homework for all the prepared saints in the border metropolis by himself, especially those famous noble houses, seeing that even Ansu, the son of a fallen curse, was studying so desperately, while their own rooted children were so lazy. How could it be? The corners of Carlos' mouth twitched even more at being poked at this sore spot. The most he's heard in the last couple of weeks is, look what the kids next door at Morningstars are doing. The guy in front of him was the culprit of his torture. Isn't Ansu mentioning this now just flaunting and provoking? Lowly son of the damned, he said, with an icy face. You pampered son of a nobleman. I'm afraid you've never set foot on the altar of a mikveh, never rooted out a mikveh, because they're exactly your kind. At dawn today, I will ride over the battlefield of blood and light, and you cowardly little young master, will continue to hide in your castle, which I know that after Ansu patiently listened to it, she actually showed surprise, and even her tone was compassionate. You can't finish your homework until the early hours of the morning? It's a bit pathetic. Is that the point of the sentence here? The point is that I'm going into battle to kill the enemy, not to do all that bull ****** homework. Carlos just felt a mouthful of old blood clogging up his chest. He felt like he was going to die of a brain hemorrhage if he climbed any further with this guy. I hope that when I see you at the Saints test, you will still be as articulate as you are today. With those words, Carlos's legs gradually eased up. He headed straight out of the order without looking back, bumping Ansu hard on the latter's shoulder as he passed him. Ms. Enya's voice rang in Ansu's ear. Do you need me to dispose of him? You're too extreme. Ansu shook his head, not angry as he slowly straightened his lapel. It just feels like it's funny to be in a hurry against a line of little kids, poking and prodding. And when you're in a hurry, you're bulking it so many words. Radical balked at such important information at once. Action in the wee hours of the morning tonight, right? For top players, grabbing monsters is exactly the basic operation. If this little kid realized that all the monsters around him had been brushed away early, would he cry out in a hurry? Ansu was still looking forward to it a little. Chapter 16, Ansu went to the bank to withdraw money. Wow, that little brother came to read again. It looks serious. It's so good looking. Come every day. It's a shame just how it's a cursed child. The initiation test is next week. Will he be able to pass? I don't think there's a chance. You know that the church's initiation test is in the imperial capital. It's a nationwide exam, not just in our remote little town. All the young talents will participate. After all, it's the Illuminati, the head of the 7 Orthodox churches. Moreover, he offended Lord Carlos. This is finished. I heard. Duke Anon of the Border Grand Duke is also going to participate in this saint's test. Is that the more handsome and noble knight? The library of the Holy See. The sun is just right in the morning and the air is just fresh enough to be a good time to read and learn. This is the largest library in the border metropolis, which has a rich collection of books in various fields. Ansu, at this very moment, quietly chose a copy of the history of the empire and carefully studied and thought about it, showing a thoughtful expression every now and then. The whispers of the young girls around him didn't bother him. Of course he himself had to come and read every day. After all, every day he had to embezzle military expenses from our army here. After converting a total of 20 points of faith, he would have 6 magic points, which could be said to be the middle level of a first-rank magician. As for the one they were talking about, Mr. Annan, unlike a passerby like Carlos who didn't even have a profile card, Annan was one of the male protagonists in the original story. In the future, he'll be the holy son of the church. His family was the Archduke of the Border, a noble son of the old Naromi sub-banner now, and couldn't piss in the same pot as a halfway decent family like the Morning Glory family. But that guy's persona, it's actually quite subtle. Ansu could notice that her perception had gotten stronger, and she could hear the girls next door chatting about gossip from so far away. Perhaps this is one of the benefits that come from the blessing of the mother goddess of life. Time passed slowly, and the sun was close to setting in the west when the shadows of the shade trees moved from the side of the library to the windows and shifted gradually from their original dark green to a deep red. The night was about to fall. 2. He's going to be ready to start his own program. Ansu closed the book and stood up, first placing the book back on the shelf, and then going to find her maid. Reading the history of the empire, Ansu felt that he had gained a lot, especially the several rebel generals in the history of the empire were quite praised, the so-called history as a lesson. He then felt that he could learn a lot of advanced experience from these several grand marshals, certainly useful for coping with exams. He felt that with his current level, it wasn't too difficult to get 70 or 80 points on the exam. Enya was also reading a book and was reading it with great interest, something that surprised Ansu quite a bit. The evening breeze blew by, blowing her long hair in the pink evening sunshine, and she was quietly looking at the book, and from a distance, she looked quite a bit like a literary girl. He walked forward and asked, "What are you looking at?" "You guess." Enya closed her book and looked up. The keyword hints are mother and child sexual transformation, teacher inbred in human dismemberment, hybridization, body modification. Quite the literary teenager, provided she doesn't talk. What kind of R18 catchphrase is that? The corner of Ansu's mouth twitched slightly. I'm guessing it's chapter 1 of Essential Druid Biology, P. Genetic Breeding. Ansu snatched the book from her hands. The cover was heck of a green expanse of plants. Don't look at it. We should go. Are the things ready? You really don't have any sense of humor, Una said helplessly, pointing to the tote bag on the seat next to her, which contained a whole set of clothes that Una had sewn herself. They exited the church and headed out along the trail, soon coming to the edge of the city-state. If the Mikvits don't come and kidnap Ansu, Ansu will have to take the initiative to go to the Mikvits. The mother goddess of life religion almost always holds a dedication ceremony at 2 o'clock midnight, which, according to the rules of the religion, is the time when the mother goddess awakens, and it's the 14th of the red moon. This is an important day of the year for the Mithraists. In ancient times, it was on the 14th that the mother goddess descended from the stars to this place, and this day was called the Day of the Coming of God. From the 14th to the 16th, the sacrifice proceeds will increase by 10%. So these days at 2 o'clock midnight, there will be a lot of congregations offering in bulk. Knowing the time and place, then the next thing to do is simple. That's actively trying to cut off someone else's sacrifice. Proactive home delivery. He knew the locations of all the smaller strongholds around the city-state, and by taking the initiative to look for them at 2 o'clock midnight, he could catch the Mikvits who happened to be holding a sacrifice, then sacrifice them all. Since he was taking the initiative, he had to disguise his identity so that he wouldn't be detected by others. Ansu knew he was handsome, so he had to hide this handsome face. It's a good idea to hide your figure and cover your face, so Ansu asked Enya to sew a new set of skin. He removed the clothes from the bag and quickly put them on his body. With its bulky cotton jacket profile, plain design and obliterating style, no matter how good a look is hidden by this skin, how flamboyant it is becomes honest and simple, exactly the high school uniform too. 0. Winter is coming skin from Ansu's previous life. In layman's terms, it's a winter model school uniform. The one I wore before was for summer. When you put it on, you don't know anyone. On top of that, he took a mask out of the bag and put it on his face. The skin fitting snugly. Mimicry mask. Medium-ranked magic weaponry. You can disguise your face. This was a treasure that he had stolen from his old man's secret treasury, able to perfectly hide his face and mimic the appearance of a stranger. Something that would cost at least 10,000 gold coins when placed on the black market outside. As to how Ansu knew that Count Carlo had a secret treasure trove, and got it so easily, because when he played the game in his previous life, he had to loot Count Carlo's treasure trove every week at the opening of the program, and, as soon as he was short of money, he went to Count Carlo to withdraw it. His current life's old man was affectionately called Savings Bank President by his previous life. After perfecting her preparations, Ansu took the mirror handed over by Enya. Under the gray cloth and cotton hood, wrapped in a plain, schoolboy face, the youthful and shy with a clear intelligence. It's the kind of face that you can't say is ugly, but you can't call it handsome either. But as soon as you see the kid for the first time, you think he's good in science. Just think he should go to Tsinghua, ready in every way. So next, it's time to find a first world construction bank to withdraw money from. For the player, Count Carlos' treasury is the savings bank, and the Mithraist's sacrificial table is the construction bank. Enya brought a carriage, and Ansu rolled onto it and drove straight away. It's 8 p.m. 4 hours before dawn. Moreover, it would take a long time for the Micas to perform their rituals if they were to hoof it and brush the monsters. Ansu was confident that he could brush the small strongholds near the border city in one night. Chapter 17. My name is Xianzong, and I like sacrifices the most. Wellington is 12 years old and is the child of a carpenter. He did not have a mother, who died in childbirth, and at the same time, he was not blessed by the holy light. There was only a very sparse amount of light element in his body. The vast majority of the body was occupied by darkness, and although the concentration was far from Ansu's 1 in 1,000 cursed child, it had the scornful name of the child of darkness. Unlike Ansu, young Wellington's childhood was not as lucky as the former's. Even though the dark element in the latter's body was still far from being as thick as the one in Ansu's body, his father blamed him for his mother's death and kicked him out of the house when he was still 6 years old. Young Wellington couldn't find work either, and no restaurant or day store would hire a son of darkness. Wellington lived by begging and suffered discrimination and verbal abuse, the childhood of many sons of the damned. Despite the hardships, it's slowly surviving in the city. As usual, before the morning dew had dampened the entire morning, he got up, took his ragged little bowl, and crawled out of the dark, damp sewers to go to the morning market to beg for his 3 meals for the day. If they were late, the city manager would get up and kick them out. If he was lucky, he might be able to pick up a dead, rotten fish or two, and with the mushrooms he'd picked up, that would be enough to feed him for the day. Wellington's wish was to be able to taste what cake tasted like, and he heard his grandmother say that children who could taste cake were children who were loved by heaven, children who were blessed and who could enter heaven when they died. Unfortunately, his grandmother had died and he never got to taste what the cake tasted like. He would have turned 13 this year, and begged for a living, and had lived so in the city for 13 years until today. The older man didn't look like a city administrator, he wore a hood and couldn't see his face. He said with Wellington that there was cake to be had by following the uncle. Wellington then followed him, couldn't taste the cake. Wellington was put in a sack and driven to a wagon. He shouted loudly, knowing that perhaps a passerby had heard him. But who cared? Who cared that a little beggar, a son of the damned, had been kidnapped? The city would be a little cleaner with less of them. People are kidnapped in this city every day. People go missing every day. Even the saints of the church don't care if a beggar is kidnapped. What they want is to root out the dens of Tantra to get the goddess's faith points. The more frequent the kidnappings, the easier it is to expose the secret society's lairs. Wellington didn't know how far he had transported himself, perhaps out of the city and onto the barren, one-man wilderness. He could feel that it had gotten dark, and it was terribly quiet all around him. After having his blindfold removed, Wellington saw an altar. The altar was piled high with white whole heads, brilliant torches splashed blood like light everywhere, and men in brilliant gold masks surrounded that altar, chanting something loudly under their breath. The uncle who drove the cart escorted him to the altar. Any last words? Young Wellington didn't know what was going to happen next. He had no concept of sacrifice, but he understood that he was about to face death. An unparalleled fear descended upon his mind. I haven't had cake, he mumbled. I haven't had cake. He hasn't had his cake and he can't enter heaven when he dies. It's not that Wellington is afraid of death, but he knows that his grandmother has been a good person all her life, so good people must be able to go to heaven. But he is a son of the curse. He is not a good person. He has never eaten cake. He is not blessed by the holy light. He cannot enter heaven. Then we won't be able to reunite with Grandma. Grandma's been waiting for him in heaven for 6 years. For the past 6 years, he's been trying to save up money and figure out how to live, wanting to buy a piece of cake to try and eat so he can go to his grandmother in heaven so he can die in peace. But his money would always disappear. Maybe it was taken by the city police. Maybe it was taken by thieves. He hasn't had his cake and he's going to die. He's going to miss his appointment with his grandmother, and that's what little Wellington fears the most. The priest laughed contemptuously at young Wellington's words. And, boring. The mother goddess won't like it. You'd better cry out. Then the mother goddess will rejoice. Wellington's shoulders shook and he closed his eyes. The priest was then about to prepare for the ceremony when suddenly he heard a clamor from outside. He instantly felt bad up. Could it be that the location of the stronghold was exposed? But then he saw one of his men, a believer, trot over to the priest and say, with some wonder on his face, "It's just a teenager. No one else is with him." A teenager? The priest's eyes widened. Right. The devotee paused, blushing strangely. He said he was coming to our silver party. Moreover, I can feel that the darkness element in his body is not low. The priest quickly saw the teenager. He was escorted in by a couple of mikvahs, wrapped in a heavy cloth cotton shirt of gray pants, rather bloated, with a hood on his head to protect him from the cold, a very intellectual face, and eyes that revealed a few moments of clear intelligence. "Give me a ride." Still looking shy and polite, he rubbed his hands together as soon as he entered with a curt smile. "1 is also an offering, 2 is also an offering. What's this good guy outfit?" The priest was practically laughing with exasperation. "This kid is thinking this is fun. This is exciting, is it? What is your name?" The priest said. I love sacrifice. I feel like it's fun, and my dream is to be the pope of the church when I grow up." After thinking about it, the boy said, "Just call me Xianzong." Xianzong, what a rampant name. The priest felt that the child was making a fool of himself. His fire came up at once. "Fine, dedicate Zong, come here." In all the years of doing this job, it was the first time he had ever seen someone voluntarily catch up to the door to be sacrificed. Have no respect for yourself as a profession. Who cares if there's something fishy going on? If I don't sacrifice your kid today, he's wasted so many years of his life. Told his men to prepare the material and drive it next to Wellington's. Wellington stared at the newcomer. "Are you a child of darkness too? Have you ever eaten cake?" "Cake?" The man froze. "Because we're sinners," Wellington said. "The only way to get to heaven is to eat cake." "Have you ever stolen anything?" the man asked. "No." "Have you ever robbed money?" "Neither." "Then why do you consider yourself a sinner?" "Because they say we're guilty." "I don't really think we're guilty." Xianzong looked back, his eyes phased under his hood, reflecting a brilliant light. "Child, you are not guilty. It's they who are guilty. You should live more righteously," he whispered. "Now close your eyes and cover your ears. Enya, block out his 5 senses with concealment magic. Count 60 seconds in your mind." "Yes, that's it. And when you get out of here, you go to Morningstar Manor and ask the deacon for a piece of cake, knowing that they'll give it to you. Yes, just close your eyes and cover your ears. Do as you're told and never open your eyes. I have come to offer a sacrifice for their sins." For some reason, Wellington chose to believe him, and he closed his eyes, covered his ears, and counted down silently in his mind. 1, 2, 3. Unaware of what was going on around him, Wellington could faintly hear the teenager's whispers, but couldn't make out exactly what he was saying. It was terribly quiet all around. Wellington was finally counting to 60, and he opened his eyes, realized that everything around you has disappeared. All those terrible men had vanished without a trace, and the cool moonlight gilded the altar as if it were covered with layer after layer of silver frost. The big brother next to him was also gone, replaced by a small bag of coins. The sharp coat, the handsome cotton pants, and the face that revealed a vague clear intelligence in its simplicity, were seared into little Wellington's mind as clearly as a firefly in the night. Big brother Xianzong? A dream sprouted quietly from the heart of a teenager. Chapter 18, To Have Fun and Be Happy. 15 First-Order Cistercians have been sacrificed. A Third-Order Mystic has been sacrificed. Gain life points 5. Receive the title Firstborn bonus to life points 5. Affected by the red moon effect to life point 6. Convertible to low order blessing. The red moon painted half the sky with blood-colored moonlight. Miss Enya drove the carriage, the horse's hooves crushing through the shallow misty fog that knotted the mountain paths, speeding toward the wilderness under the cover of night. Ansu sat in the back of the carriage, a map in her hand, calculating the route. Next, traveling 5 kilometers east, you can see a river with a cave on the north side of it. Ansu combined her memories from her previous life and accurately stated the location of where the Mithraists were. 30 Mithraists inside. You can get out of the pen. Sure enough, it's faster to take the initiative and level up. It was not in vain that he waited specifically until the night of the red moon. It's 9 o'clock at night. Ansu had just taken only an hour to bring down a small stronghold of the Mithraists and gain 6 life points of bestowal. According to his plan, he was going to take out all the small strongholds within a 10-kilometer radius of the city-state this night. Enya-sama remained unsurprised that Ansu could accurately name the location of the Mikado, but carried it out faithfully and without question. In this maiden lady's mind, there was no need to question anything her own young master did. She jerked her whip and switched directions, and in a short while she sought out the creek, where the cool moonlight spread over the course of the river, glowing with rippling, broken light. Following the east side of the river, he did find another cave, which was brilliantly lit by fire, with the occasional cries and screams of a few children. They're all clean-cut kids with strong dark elements, but they are not considered sons of the curse. They can only be called sons of darkness. The cursed child is born with death, a being whose dark element is so strong that it descends upon this world as if it were cursed. It takes 1,000 sons of darkness to give birth to one cursed son, like Ansu. However, even if they are not cursed children, just having too much darkness in their bodies is enough for these children to be discriminated against and even abandoned, trafficked and abducted. What happens next is simple. Ansu put on a human skin mask and walked straight into the cave, shouting, "Here comes your dedicate clan." Then, as is the process, they were brought into the cave, taken to the altar, and then sacrificed. End up STH. You can't do that. I can't take it. I can't believe I'm being offered by a little kid. Great mother goddess of life, I am the one who is your devotee. The cry after cry of the Mithraists' broken faith in his ears didn't bother Ansu. 15 first-order Cistercians have been sacrificed. 1 second-order mystic and 1 third-order mystic have been sacrificed. Gained 8 life points. Affected by the title-born 1 and Red Moon. Gained 9. 6 life points. Total 15. 6 life points. That's the way to play it. This is how leveling should be done. As for those rescued brats, Ansu also had an arrangement. They were orphans, unwanted and unloved, and orphans with a great talent for darkness. A future talent pool for Ansu. These children will come in handy when it is time to raise an army of cronies in the future. When secret retainers are needed in the future, you can give it to Enya for some training. So Ansu all told them to head to Morning Star Manor as a group, where they would be taken in, or at least have cake to eat every day. If the Church's saints had purged the Mister's strongholds, most of these cursed children would have been cleared out on the spot. They weren't sons of nobles. They were orphans abandoned by their parents. No one would care about them. To the outside world, just claim that those kids were killed by the mikvahs and no one will care. Even if they go back alive, they will still be kidnapped afterward. They will still be sacrificed, and the sacrifices will increase the strength of the mikveh. In turn, the overpowering strength of the mikveh will overthrow the church. For the church, the sons of darkness are double-edged swords. It's just not normally cleaned up on a large scale. The cursed children of the city they would not kill, the first reason being to be concerned with the influence of outside opinion. And the holy sees need to ensure the holy and great faith. The second reason is more important. There are always some children left for the mikveh to take and sacrifice to get them upgraded. Without sacrificial offerings, the Mithraists were low in rank, and by killing the lower-ranked Mithraists, the saints would only be able to gain a very small amount of faith points. Neither should the mikvehs be too high or too low in rank. Neither should the sons of darkness be overpopulated, nor should they be killed off, but controlled to the right extent, as in the case of breeding pigs. This is the Illuminati, the great and holy Illuminati, the saints on high. This is their unspoken subterfuge. Ansu's thoughts returned to the present. He looked at the time. It was just about midnight. The blood moon overhead was just brilliantly brilliant. There's still plenty of time for the next one. He rolled right over onto his horse, and didn't have to ride in the wagon that, after the baptismal blessing of the Mother Goddess of Life, Ansu's body was now able to drive the horse perfectly. Directly jerking the whip, the steed let out a roaring neigh, and galloped long toward the east. Open up, the church is sending warmth. 2 o'clock in the morning, the Mother Goddess of Desire and the Moon, your devotee Ansu, Morninsta presents a gift. You are invited to have dinner with me. 10 First Order members have been sacrificed. 1 second degree has been sacrificed. 3 life points gained. 2:30 a.m. Next house, the Mother Goddess of Desire and the Moon, yours faithfully. You are invited to have dinner with me. 13 second-order mystics have been sacrificed. A second-order mystic has been sacrificed. Has received. 3 a.m. Next house, sacrificed. The more sacrifices were made, the more Ansu's spirit flourished. His movements became more and more nimble and fluid, offering sacrifices wherever he went, truly carrying out the great teachings of the Mother Goddess of Life to the end, as well as implementing the spirit of the Church's demon elimination correctly, seizing the 3 key points of quickness, precision, and viciousness. On the way there were corpses and snot, and wherever the horse's hooves trod, there was the wailing of the Mizrahi. Enter, tell the children to close their eyes and cover their ears, and offer the sacrifice. A silky smooth combo that was used without delaying a bit of extra time. Sacrifice time for each stronghold was strictly limited to half an hour, never more than a minute. Along with that, Enya's speed in cleaning up the scene and destroying the evidence followed the ease of the assembly line. Everywhere they went, the meeks doubted their faith and even questioned the meaning of their lives. Great Mother Goddess of Life, how could you be so easily seduced by this little brat? Are you a copper refiner? Along the way, he was inviting you to have dinner with me, and I don't know how many times he had dinner with the Mother Goddess of Desire along the way. Even a pig would have to eat too much. Even Una, who was never in a state of shock, looked a bit dumbfounded as she blinked her eyes. Is the Mother Goddess of Life such a casual girl? All good girls then. Ansu grinned. Sonny, Enya felt that her master's outfit was more like a cult than those middle-aged uncles in hoods and brilliant gold masks. Counterfeit Mithraist, leering, scowling, over 100 years old, wearing a hood and a gold mask, with hollow and empty eyes. A true mikveh, sunny, generous and natural, a flower of the motherland, wearing cotton pants and a cotton jacket, clear-eyed and studious. But how Ansu really is, it's none of Enya's business. she just does her own thing. Master, it's getting light. Enya burned the remains of the Mithraists, eliminating the traces, and took out a handkerchief to wipe away the blood that stained Ansu's cheeks. Do we need to continue? The blood color of the red moon had disappeared from the dome of the sky, and the thin, cool moon's color, like frost over the clouds and mist, grew paler and paler. Fish-belly white could already be seen on the skyline. The tantric strongholds within a 10-kilometer radius have all been cleared, and Sue compared the map with a bright smile still on her lips. There are 3 days of red moon night. We'll continue tomorrow night. And what bad intentions does Brother Xianzong have? But it's just a matter of having fun and being happy. Chapter 19, Gradual Donshi. A total of 100 first-order mystics, 10 second-order mystics, and 1 third-order mystic were sacrificed. Sacrifice effect increased by 40% due to Red Moon and Firstborn titles. Total life points gained, 60. Blessings can be exchanged for life points or added to the body. The Mother God of Life rejoices in you for the richness of the creaturely gifts offered today and has given you the title of Divine Gift. Title, Deadly Dongshi of the Gradual Improvement. Title effect, can stack the same dark magic buff effect on the target of the spell once, can only be used once a day. Ansu was satisfied. A short night had yielded more than he'd had in weeks. 60 life points alone. On the side of the Illuminati, there were at least 40 faith points even without the bonus of the title and the Red Moon Day, enough for him to become a second-order warlock. But Ansu knew that this kind of good opportunity only comes once a year. The only time the Mithraists make mass sacrifices in their strongholds is on the 3 days of the Red Moon Day, and when they come at other times, they tend to pounce. Red Moon Day is an event, and the Order also organizes paladins to come on these days for mass witch hunts. But Ansu knew that it would be hard for the Holy See to reap any benefits this time. Getting a new title is kind of a surprise. It's an offensive title, which is different from a resource-based title like the First-Time Life Offerer, a buff that stacks dark magic. Like, for example, casting a curse that reduces defense by 20% once on an enemy would allow you to use this title. The ability to use the same curse on him again, with the effect stacking and the stack becoming a 40% reduction in defense. But that's just regular usage. That's probably how the average player would use it. Ansu was an evil player with more advanced brain circuits, and he instantly came up with more interesting ways to combine this title. It feels like it's going to be fun, Ansu said in her mind. It's going to be a lot of fun. First, use the name change magic, baptize, to change the name of this title to. You can only leave 3 words. The word Dongshi sounds pretty positive. It can stay. That's 2 words. Death should definitely be deleted. Pick one out of the progressive ones. How he thought about it did not feel smooth. Simply by his own mind. How to enjoy, how to choose. Just choose gradual. Gradual Dongshi. The rising morning sun in the east felt quite positive. And once I heard it, I was also a decent person mixing with Orthodox Christianity. And Ansu does need a new title. He's now using his new identity sacrificial sect. What about sacrificing hunting Mithraists? Doing what it takes to piss people off. Although he used a mask to hide his face, the title of Firstborn on top of his head couldn't be hidden. In the event of revealing his whereabouts and getting a look at the Firstborn with detection magic, who else was a Firstborn in the entire border metropolis? Naturally, it was just him, Ansu. Once a title is worn, it cannot be removed, but the title can be replaced. A new identity needed a new title, and Gradual Dongshi could be called Ansu's timely reign. After organizing my thoughts, it was already dawn. The pale white haze completely dispersed the remaining light of the blood moon, and the sky was divided into several color blocks by the morning sun. The innermost part of the sky is orange and white with mountains and sunrise. The middle layer is gray and white, and the outermost layer is dark and still night sky. A few tiny, thin stars still hung in the gray sky, between black and orange-white, between night and day, belonging neither to day nor to night, sporadically flickering its light, and there was an idiom precisely called as few as the morning stars. Ansu took off her mimetic mask, changed into a new outfit, and headed back to the church to claim the goddess's reward. It was only just dawn, and the church was not crowded, apart from a few worshippers who had come to say their morning prayers. It was more of a crowd that had come to join in the fun as they waited for the paladin's return. Last night was the day of the blood moon, and even more so the day of the paladin's collective witch hunt, this time led by that man of light, Saint Carlos, son of the priests, which could be said to be full of anticipation. They all patted their toes, angled their necks, and waited eagerly for the hero's return with cheers and applause. Some had flowers in their hands. These are mostly teenage girls who are pregnant. When will Coronation Carlos be triumphant? I don't know. He must have beheaded a lot of evil bad guys. They warbled and chattered and whispered and discussed and exchanged, and now and then a giggle of clear laughter came out. It seemed that Carlos was not less popular among the girls. Good morning, my young master. Did you sleep well last night? Father Danny saw Ansu from a distance, and he spoke with some grim acidity. You should sleep well. After all, we have the true saints guarding our nights. Last night was a great night's sleep. Ansu smiled a sunny smile, as if he hadn't heard the priest's words, and didn't feel angry and insulted at all. I'm really thankful for those heroes, but I hope the heroes get some sleep tonight too. Oof. Father Danny snorted coldly in his mind and pretended. Apparently, Fr. Danny didn't hear Ansu's words either. See you in a bit. Ansu walked straight into the church, kneeled down on one knee in front of the statue of God, folded his hands, and then began to pray. Ansu, magic points, 6, quasi-believers, redeemable for lower-order blessings, or to add points to the body. Faith points 42, eradicate 100 first-order mystics, 10 second-order mystics, and 1 third-order mystic. That's good. Just in time to become a second-order warlock. He had a smile on his lips. To be able to become a second-ranked warlock from a first-ranked warlock in a month, this growth speed could really be a rocket, and it was something that could shock the world when said out loud. After all, the way he upgraded was completely different from the other saints, and it was purely by killing and slaying. Other saints can't assign so many misters to kill the sacrifice. The big head is taken by the worldly families in the church. They all upgraded by exercising their prayers day after day, growing their magic points little by little. Even if they occasionally killed a few misters, they couldn't afford to use them for upgrades, and mostly chose to exchange them for blessing magic. The biggest benefit of becoming a second-order warlock was that the number of memory grids that the soul could carry increased by 2. First-level warlocks are 4 memory grids, second level are 6, so the magic that Ansu could equip now increased to 6. The assigned use of the memory grid is also a top priority. After the second rank, the conversion ratio of faith points to magic points also became 20-1, but that's all stuff to worry about after that. Redemption. Ansu felt her entire body lighten as her soul breathed in the fresh morning air, exhaling the pale morning sun. He could feel himself both sensing and reacting to the moment at its maximum, every cell in his body making sounds of pleasure. He could sense the burst of cheers coming from the doorway. Oh, it looks like the great hero Carlos has returned. Let's hope they get some sleep. Chapter 20 Cavens. Where is everyone? One day ago, the Illuminati. Dusk. Cavens wasn't in a pretty mood. The words of that cursed son early this morning were still reflected in his mind. As the man born with the light, as the son of a papal priest, Cavens' life was supposed to be brilliant and smooth. Born into a clerical family, he was honored with the title Man of Light after his first prayer, and at the age of only 16, he reached the threshold of a second-ranked warlock, so he should be the leader of the new generation in this border city. He had long been acquainted with the quasi-saintess Chloe, far before that cursed son. In the past, he had also often referred to himself as the Holy Maiden's childhood friend, and even though Chloe was not familiar with him, he still put himself in that position. It also brought him much honor and convenience, and many honored him, until that cursed son was recommended by Chloe to the great Illuminati. The crowd's sight was then gradually taken away by this outsider. Again, it was the first time he prayed that he received the title. Every day he reads and studies in the reading hall, pretending to make an effort, as hypocritical as his obnoxious smile, and yet, they have caused themselves to suffer. Obviously just a cursed child, but Cavens realized that this humiliation was about to end. His father had already sought out several small strongholds of the secret doctrine for him, and this night he would lead his father's holy cavalry to exterminate the evil practitioners. Tonight, on the night of the red moon, he will make a name for himself in this border city, and greatness will come to the world. The holy cavalry is a must. According to the rules of the goddess, one needs to personally exterminate the Mithraists themselves in order to gain faith points, but he alone could not destroy so many mikvahs. It was up to the holy horseman to step in and get rid of the high-ranking religious that Cavens couldn't handle, leaving only the weak faithful for Cavens to kill. This program is foolproof. Such is the heritage of his family. At that time, becoming a second-ranked warlock at the age of 16, even the Lorena coronet would be impressed with him, right? As he thought about these things in his mind, he had a light smile on his lips. The sun was slowly setting. The setting sun dyed the mountains blood red, and the layers of fiery clouds spread out completely, covering half of the sky. The blood moon will be born from the reddest blood cloud. Twilight was falling in all directions, and the church bells were ringing in the distance. Cavens has already done his homework for today. He rose and donned his cloak, sacred robes crafted by high artisans, a ruby-studded staff, and a blood-red cloak that trailed to the ground, all of which made him majestic and holy as if he were an apostle of the gods. Lord Cavens, are you ready? I am coming. He pushed open the door with a solemn, radiant smile on his face, very different from the somber look he had in the room. I bless you all who believe in the favor of the light. He bent his head, hung it low, placed his left hand on his chest, and gave an impeccable blessed salute. As soon as Cavens appeared on the scene, half of the order's followers were bowled over by his demeanor. This dress, this temperament is completely born saints. The border metropolis was not large, and many of the good-natured faithful had long known that the sons of the priesthood were going to hunt witches themselves this night, and had rushed to witness the saint in action. Everyone has high hopes for Cavens. Cavens, with his sharp eyes, noticed that Chloe was also saying mass in front of the idol, and a satisfied smile came to his lips. She really can't let go of me. Chloe was dressed in pure white robes today, sitting peacefully on her knees in front of the idol, the smoky wind blowing her long, moonlight-like hair. She was so devout at mass that she was completely oblivious to what was going on around her. Cavens came right up to the former and dropped to one knee. "Honored lady, I am honored that you have come to see my humble servant off." Disturbed from her mass, Chloe opened her eyes in a slight daze, cocked her head, and the phrase "who are you" nearly came out of her mouth. She was indeed confused. Chloe had simply come to pray that Ansu would pass the next test for saints. Still, she knew how to be polite and just awkwardly said, "Hello, this night's honor is dedicated to you, my saintly daughter." In full view of the crowd, Cavens raised his robes with a flourish. "I shall offer you all the honors I have achieved this night. It is my promise, and may the divine light bless you." So romantic. Oh, the promise of a saint. So envious. A match made in heaven. Cavens' words set off quite a discussion among the watching crowd, especially the gossipy girls, excitedly talking and discussing with their companions. Chloe was still in a confused frontal state as he blinked his eyes. "Ah, thanks." After half a day's thought, she remembered that the pompous talking man in front of her seemed to be the son of Priest Luwen. She then added, awkwardly and nonchalantly, I'm looking forward to it." As if pumped up, Cavens rose to his feet, and with another gentlemanly salute, made his way to the sacred cavalry. The holy horsemen were fully dressed, 13 knights in all of whom were second-order acolytes of the order, under the administration of the priestly sect. "You don't have to be so polite." The leader was an adult woman with long, brilliant gold hair, who looked at Cavens with admiration. "We shall be colleagues from now on. You are my senior. I should have respected you since." Cavens acted modestly and courteous, elegant and proper, drawing frequent glances back from the female devotees around him. "Let us depart." Cavens saluted the believers around him again. "Gentlemen, be still for my triumph." It's 11 o'clock midnight. The night is gradually going in all directions, and the blood moon is at its most exuberant at this moment. In the light of the bloody night, they rode out of the city gates on the iron horses of the order. Starting with the closest Mithraic stronghold to the city-state, he began clearing it out, riding along the east side for 5 kilometers, seeking out a river with a cave on the east side of it. Cavens remembered the location his father had given him. The hooves of the church's horses shattered the midnight quiet, and they soon came upon the river, and seeking it upward, they found the cave. Cavens only felt the heat rising. He had already seen his brilliant and bright future, and only felt that he was the paladin who redeemed all living beings, and today he would root out the evil for his saintly daughter. The misters and the sons of the damned, he will slaughter every one of them without omission. Dismounting straight from his horse, he was the first to rush into the cave with his staff in his hand. The cave is dark, but a bright future lies in this dark cave. "Atone, lowly bastards," Cavens grunted in his mind. He finally made it to the center of the cave and saw the huge altar, so he took out his staff and was about to cast holy light magic, but only halfway through the execution, he stopped hard. The silence around them was terrifying, with only Cavens' confused voice echoing through the empty cave. "Where are the people?" Chapter 21. Cavens can't sleep. It was terribly quiet all around. Cavens could see the stale altar, could see the scabs of blood on the altar blackened by age and lack of clarity, the candlestick scabby with putrid maggots, the fire dim and dazzling. Everything was exactly like the evil god's altar he remembered. The only difference is that there is no one at the altar. Not even an ordinary devotee was seen, let alone a priest. This den of thieves is as clean as if it had been licked by the mother goddess of life. Cavens was holding his breath now. He was originally hot with righteous indignation, and he came charging up with all the hot air he could muster. Emotions are exciting and high, as if with female pen pals flirtation meet the virgin, rushed to meet to kill, which had thought of the other side of the hostel but he pigeonholed. This mouth of hot blood gas can't swallow, and can't spit it out. He is going to give to suffocate inches to stop. Perhaps the message was received in advance. The sacred writer captain also saw the empty side of the. In an attempt to ease Cavens' embarrassment, she half-assly said, "The timid mikvets, fearing your majesty, fled early." This explanation is actually rather forced. Cavens' face eased a little, and in his heart he said that he could not lose his temper, and that he had to maintain the elegant and honorable image of the saints. It must be so. He then smiled a perfect smile again. "It's not a problem. We can go to the next stronghold. Father has gathered enough locations of 6 secret sect strongholds. The left and right attendants also have to agree. Not that they are willing to hold this kid's feet. Really, this kid's priest father is their immediate superior, but they can not afford to offend. The location of the strongholds of the Cistercians had always been the most valuable information of the Holy See, and could not be bought with money. His father had gotten 6 locations for Cavens' promotion, and this kind of heritage was truly terrifying. Behind this is the centuries-old heritage of the ecclesiastical family. The positive holy light banner people, is Ansu that stinks of the family from abroad cannot be compared, and he, himself, shall drive this cursed son back to where he belongs, enjoying the envious gazes of the saints around him. The corners of Kavan's mouth turned up slightly, and go to the next place. Kavan stepped out of the cave and rolled onto his horse, first straightening his somewhat disheveled lapel, then following the location of his memory. He jerked his whip and led the holy rider, galloping off further into the distance. When one mikveh escapes, there's always another. Anyway, he would soon be able to advance to a second-order believer. This was Kavan's bottom line and confidence. The rest of the saints had no temper but to follow Kavan's on his horse, all at the mercy of the latter's leader. Until now, the saints still did not know the exact location of the stronghold of the secret doctrine, and had no choice but to follow him. This is to prevent other saints from poaching misters. The second stronghold was even farther away, located on a barren plain, bordered by cliffs on the left and valleys on the right, and surrounded by even more barren people. Far away from the noisy border cities, the blood-red moonlight painted the plains above the valley. Wind whistled through the valley gullies, making a wailing sound like a sob. Lead-colored dark clouds dropped large shadows, and when they stirred with the blood-colored moonlight, they stirred into a dark red plain, and when the wind blew through the valley, every withered blade of grass swayed with the color of blood. The atmosphere, the feeling, the location of the tantric stronghold here is a perfect fit. If there is no altar of the cult of secrets here, it would be a waste of the beautiful mountains and rivers. Kavans gave a satisfied smile. There's always no problem here, right? He saw the altar from a distance, but the further he went, the more he felt bad, and his heart sank lower and lower. It was really too quiet around them, and there was no atmosphere of sacrifice at all. The perfect smile that had held in on the way was slowly stiffening. Still not a single person. Kavans froze on the empty altar, feeling only so quiet that even the air around him was dying. The rest of the saints' gazes fell on Kavans, piercing like needles, though the eyes remained warm and benign. The emotions within were sharp now. We've been following your boy most of the night. Where is he? This witch hunt. They don't ask for a mouthful of meat, they just beg for a serving of soup, but now there's not even soup. It seems that the misters escaped in a group. The captain was emotionally intelligent and immediately gave Kavans the benefit of the doubt. What a cunning misters. The enemy escaped in a group. The corners of Kavan's mouth twitched slightly. This reason sounded quite hard to collapse. Who needs to form a group when the bad guys escape? The Mizos have never been united. Each of them is an enemy, and each of them hates to sacrifice the other. But he had to go down the steps anyway. Yes, it must be that these two strongholds are exchanging messages. He turned to the rest of the saints and explained, I wonder who leaked the information. It's an abomination. Perhaps it was the work of the cursed son of Suna. He himself knew the absurdity of what he said. But anyway, first they hit the fan for Ansu, who told the latter to be born a son of the curse. The saints looked like they were looking at little cuties, like staring at Kavans. The mind can't help but wonder who else could have leaked the news. Isn't that you? Who has this much fancy work before a witch hunt? The guys used to work in secret. First, he made a fanfare in the church, then he knelt in front of the idol to pray early in the morning, and then he said something to the Virgin. All the honors of this night are dedicated to you, which attracted a crowd of onlookers to visit 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. This witch hunt even made it into the Seaside Evening Post, with the Evening Post headline #extermination. Paladin Kavan's secret witch hunt. Secret witch hunts make headlines. The popularity of the series has even suppressed the once popular hashtag The Legend of the Sadistic Love between the Cursed Son and the Maiden Lady. In fact, the saints understood the reason behind this, which was nothing more than pulling the hearts of the people for himself and establishing his persona, so that the people could vote for him in the future election of the priesthood. But, after all, the captain having thus spoken, the saints could not well go against Kavanaugh, and again echoed, Coronate Kavans, we'll just go to the lower place. Yes, there must be one in the next place. It's always impossible to run away in a group. Kavans nodded his head prized, and with one heavy assurance he said, these two strongholds are too close together to inevitably hear the wind, and the next one is far enough out to see that there is absolutely no escape. Having given his assurance, he turned on his horse again and led the party at a gallop. An hour later, it's already 3 in the morning. The coast, under a hidden cliff. The cold sea breeze blew against everyone's cheeks. It was so cold it was like the air was freezing. Kavans and the holy rider captain looked at each other. The altar, here, is much cleaner. Not only is there not even a single mikveh, and it's neatly organized, clean and tidy with no odors. The various ritual implements were neatly arranged and all polished. There were no oil stains on the candlesticks, no blood stains on the altar, and even 1 or 2 undried water stains which, because it was winter, dried slowly. All recognized the fact that the mikvahs had mopped the floor, and ing mopped the floor when they disappeared. Who has to ing mop the floor when the bad guys run away as a group? None of them would have guessed that Enya Maninsta was a very professional and serious maid. Morninsta was a very professional and serious maid with a very clear brain circuit. When her own master said, "Clean up the scene" to her, she naturally had to clean it up in the shortest possible time, which was her area of expertise. Cleaning, of course, includes mopping the floor. The whistling sea breeze passed awkwardly before them. Looks like they grouped up and mopped the floor to escape. The captain was emotionally intelligent and immediately gave Cavens the benefit of the doubt. What a cunning mystery. What a big ing family of love for each other. Chapter 22, Misters take annual vacations too? Looks like they grouped up to mop up and escape. The captain said, "You that, not called running away." One of the saints finally couldn't hold it together as he said with an ugly expression, "That's called moving." The saints erupted in a not inconsiderable outburst of laughter. Cavens only felt his face burn as if he had been burned, and his ears were on fire. Next, he could no longer maintain that subdued image. Next place, Cavens had never been so angry, and he beckoned his horse, rolled onto his back, and jerked it as if to vent his anger. The latter let out an agonizing hiss and sped madly off into the distance. In short, he broke defense. He swore that he would have to vent this anger on the mikvahs, and even on those hateful and vicious sacrificial children. These bastards shouldn't be on this earth. An hour later. No. 2 hours later. No. At 6 in the morning, the blood moon was already fading away, and the end of the sky was slowly showing some fish-belly white. Ha ha, it's not like a trip for nothing. His father is a priest. Is this how the house of priests fools us? What a glorious man. That's funny. Not as good as that cursed son. I see. Indeed, that child is studious and generous. I heard that he donated a full 60 gold coins last time. Facing the empty cavern with its clean and tidy altar, the saints lowered their voices and exchanged murmurs of approval. Which one of those present is not a proud son who has passed the saints' test? Today it's one fool after another. The reason why they followed today was not only to please that priest, but also for those 6 strongholds, thinking that they could get a share of the pie when they eradicated the misters, and earn some faith points as well. But I didn't expect to be fooled one after another, running for most of the night for nothing, and with Siddhartha insulting them so much, there was no need for them to curry favor with this young master. Watching the atmosphere around him grow, the captain decided to give Cavens a leg up for a change. Perhaps. The captain mulled over the vocabulary and spoke to Cavens with great emotion. Honorable Coronet Cavens, perhaps it is because the Mithrians have been transferred to a vacation today. The expression was lofty. It is well known that the blood moon is the day of the birth and descent of the mother goddess of life, equivalent to the day of the birth of the saints of the Holy See, a day which we also call New Year's Day. So there is no doubt about it. The captain was decisive. They're on annual leave en masse. You're a tantric, and you've got to have a holiday to make a sacrifice, don't you? Never heard of it. Green veins erupted on Cavens' white forehead, and he could only feel his teeth gnashing through his gums as he slowly gasped for breath, struggling to suppress the depression in his heart. But he barely managed to hold up a smile. On the day of the blood moon, the effects of the sacrifice increase by 30%. I don't think it's going to be a vacation, and there's no canon that says the misters are going on vacation. Wrong, that just sits right on top of what I suspected. That captain said seriously. 30% overtime pay for holidays. What evil god is so humane that he has to give you overtime pay? Cavens just felt his organs burning and boiling. He couldn't hold up his smile any longer. He had been respected since he was a child. He had never suffered such aggravation. He yelled at the captain. And, shut your mouth. The smile at the corner of the captain's mouth froze. She really closed her mouth, but her face sank, that smile still hanging on her lips. But at this time that smile was dangerous and treacherous, with a murderous streak. This woman flips like a book. Young master, she stared at Cavens. I've been playing games with you most of the night. It's not nice to give you steps you can't take. At the same time, the dozen or so paladins under her banner unsheathed their swords in unison, and the light of the wobbly swords instantly shone in this cool cave. The icy murderous aura mixed with the cold mist of the early morning pressed down on Cavens' shoulders as if it were a solid body. The pressure was so overwhelming that Cavens' shoulders shook and his lips trembled slightly, unable to speak. Including your father who didn't want this, I guess. She laughed icily. It is against the teachings of the goddess to deceive a paladin. Perhaps he won't be a priest in next year's election? The annual Red Moon Hunting Day is one of the most important festivals in the border metropolis, and delaying it is a stain that cannot be erased. I'm not lying to you. Cavens gave the female knight a death glare. Anyone must have cleared out the Mithraic stronghold ahead of time. Who is it? That cursed son? The captain laughed icily. Want him to take the fall again? That punk? Cavens shook his head in disdain and anger. No, that cowardly piece of who has never been in battle. How dare he root out the misters? He can't kill a single one. He doesn't have it in him. Maybe he's a traitor, or something. Someone has secretly stolen our message and robbed us of our prey. The captain eyed him. So, I'll fix him. Kavens deadpanned. There are 2 days left in the blood moon, and in those last 2 days, I find out who that man is, and I defeat him fair and square, like a knight. That's crazy, the captain said hopelessly, as she told her men to put away their swords, put on their robes, and walked outside the cavern, turning on her horse and, young master, we'll leave you to your own devices, he said, and left. By the time Kavens returned to the order alone, morning light had broken, the ethereal chimes of the church echoed through the small town, and the shrine was open, with a number of the congregation already saying their morning prayers. Everyone turned their heads to Kavens as he entered the order. They've long known about the young and talented man of light, Saint Kavens, who hunted the Mithrians last night, and are waiting to hear his good news. The great man of light, triumphant, Father Denny, who was in the doorway, came up to his face and said aloud in that sing-songy tone of voice, and he laughed voluminously in a massive curtness, and asked, I wonder how the battle went last night. Must be full of praise. Seeing Kavens' sullen face silent, Danny, still thinking only that the lad was modest, smiled and patted himself on the back, as he imitated Kavens' tone of voice last night, and, all the honor of this night belongs to you, my saintly daughter. I remember your promise, so romantic and holy, 10,000 times more noble than that cursed son. It just so happens that the coronation of the Holy Virgin has come to the Holy See early in the morning, and must be waiting for you. It had never occurred to him that what Father Danny thought was a compliment was like a thorn in Kavanaugh's ear. If I can't rule a paladin captain, I can't rule a janitor like you. He deadened his teeth, his shoulders shaking slightly. The house was falling apart, and Chloe was actually waiting for him. Kavens saw Chloe from a long distance, walking towards him, the bright early morning sunlight draped over her long silver white hair as if she were wearing a pure white wedding dress. Kavanaugh wondered in his mind just how to explain the past. His throat twitched, and with that perfect smile on his lips, he offered to explain about today's dash, which had thought that Chloe skipped over him, and said, with an air of dignity, to the teenager behind him, Ansu, come here for a second. She whispered, Chapter 23. At this moment, Ansu chooses to read a book. Ansu, come here. Ansu was surprised. Does this still have its own business? He looked up and gazed at Chloe. The latter wore today a snow-white spun-gauze dress, light and fussy at the edges of the skirt, pinned with a pure white Cecilia flower, and with white satin bands tied around her bare calves. The sunlight was warm through her eyes, reflecting them as if they were clear and clean as amber. Right now, those amber eyes were watching themselves. It always felt, well, a bit murderous. Can I help you? He replied, Coronation of the Virgin? Ansu was inexplicably a bit vain. It was really that those eyes were too clean and transparent, as if everything was reflected in the pupils, and nothing was hidden in them. Could it be that this guy realized that he was secretly offering sacrifices? Where have you been this last night? Went to sleep yesterday. Thanks for waiting. What? Anyway, you come out. She pursed her thin lips and whispered, you come out for a second. The tone was more like an order than a request. Ansu didn't like the feeling. He cocked his head. More than me. Perhaps you should take care of the kind man next to you first. His smile is going to cramp. Kavens was sandwiched between them, listening to these conversations, the smile on his lips stiff and ugly, the hand that had been half extended withdrawn awkwardly at the moment. Chloe paused, perhaps because she felt that Ansu had made some sense, and also because she noticed her rudeness, so she coughed lightly, and only then did she turn her face sideways, and her gaze fell on Kavens. Greetings. She politely half lifted the edge of her skirt in a ladylike gesture. Coronet Kavens. The corners of Kavens' mouth twitched slightly. To him it was you. To Ansu it was just you, and Kavens clearly noticed the difference in closeness. Why? Ansel Morninsta, just a lowly cursed son. Morninsta, just a lowly son of the damned, a redneck from a thuggish family. His face hardened even further. Greetings, Coronation of the Virgin. More embarrassing to Kavens' face, is to come to the crowd of believers gradually noticed him. I do not know who started a coaxing. Kavens triumphantly returned. The scene is a moment a little out of control. They were patting on their toes, their faces red with excitement, their heads were gathered in clusters, and there were even wistful young girls with bouquets of flowers in their hands, showering him with the petals of those flowers. It's Coronet Kavens. The Coronet of Kavens has returned. What an honor. Look, there's the Coronet of the Virgins, and the Coronet of the Kavens is here to fulfill a knight's promise. To you belongs all the honor of this night so sacred and romantic. Kavens was carried by the crowd to a high platform. The people worshipped him, the girls admired him, and the believers saw him as the future of the Border Branch Church. Everyone had high hopes for him. In fact, he has no reason to blame anyone, because this heat is his own making, for the sake of political showmanship, and even more so, for the sake of next year's votes. If he hadn't let the newspapers make a big deal out of the fact that he would be leading the witch hunt, there wouldn't have been so many uninvolved people swarming around, and if he hadn't made such a big deal out of the fact that he had knelt in prayer at the church and sworn a promise, he wouldn't have pushed the matter to such a crescendo. The higher you hold it, the harder you will fall. But Cavens wouldn't consider it his fault. It's that guy who did it. It was the one who took the prey that was rightfully his. That man did this to him. It's all because of that man. Cavens clenched his fists so tightly that his nails seemed to sink into his flesh. Chloe had obviously heard the crowd's cries as well, and she cocked her head and blinked her eyes, thinking that the atmosphere had gotten here, and that she always had to go along with it. So she said, "I was looking forward to your witch hunt last night." Cavens' face flushed red, his lips mumbled, but he couldn't speak. All held their breath, watching him expectantly and quietly, waiting for his next words. Cavens deadpanned, finally holding the word from deep in his throat. Not one. Time was suddenly long and silent at the moment, and the warmth of the sun shone down on them, but with a deadly coldness. The restless and noisy believers around them quieted down at the same time. Ugh, Chloe blinked again, suspecting she'd heard wrong. The Holy See holds a Red Moon witch hunt every year, and the Holy Horseman Regiment that is formed every year has a small harvest, if not a full load. Not a single one has ever happened since the Border Order was founded 60 years ago. Are you kidding? Feeling that she should probably laugh so that she would appear to have a sense of humor and keep up with the chortle, Chloe gave a calm, light chuckle. Had, you're a funny one. But the laughter, which was meant to be good-natured, fell harsh and shrill on Cavens' ears. All Cavens could remember was the fiery pain in his cheek. Is she laughing at herself too? Everyone was laughing at him. The devotees, the people. He looked around and felt that everyone was laughing at him. No, he said, not one. Just kidding. This is the man of light? 20 paladins. Not a single one hunted. It was as if Cavens could hear the crowd mingling, could hear their murmurs, could hear their whispers. A bunch of lowlife pariahs who tend to the wrong side of the tracks. And that cursed son, that Ansu, Morningside. He's also mocking. Wait, what's he doing? He didn't know when, but he pulled out a copy of Druidic Biology Essentials I from his book bag, and the guy was actually reading and brushing up due to idleness in the ing middle of the book. Cavens stared at Ansu in shock, only to feel his outlook on life crumble. It seems that in the eyes of Ansu, all the things that happened before him, his own witch-hunting triumph or his failure to hunt a single one, were matters of no importance, and that Ansu, whom he regarded as the enemy of his life, was a man who was not a man, but a man who was a man, but a man who was a man, and a man who was a man. Morninsta. In this person's mind, he or she was no better than a sexually turned pea cultivated by a druid. Cavens has never been insulted at such a top level, but it's really not Ansu's fault. This is his nature, and as a speed pass player, he has always placed efficiency as his first priority. This guy waited for half a day. See here for a moment will not end. Luojia after there are things to find him. He cannot slip away by himself. Then I thought that waiting is waiting anyway, and the efficiency fiend will read and brush up on the questions in order not to waste time. This book that Miss Maid recommended to him, The Essential Druid, was actually quite interesting and contained a lot of practical knowledge. That's how a true learning demon is. Even when he's in the hospital getting an infusion, he can still whip up a couple of books of 5 to 3 to do. It's true, though, that Ansu didn't pay much attention to Cavens. After all, this guy doesn't even have a single phrase in the game. Not nearly as interesting as reading a book. The people around them were still waiting for Cavens' answer. Father Danny, who was on the sidelines, saw that the situation was not right, and, without moving, he swallowed, and, bracing himself for a smile, asked, with a last expectation, that, Coronet Cavens? You're kidding, right? Not one. Cavens broke his defense, no longer able to maintain the perfect knight image he had operated for years, and roared, not a single one to be found. Preempted. The whole 6 strongholds, they've all been preempted, Cavens argued in a hateful voice. Preempted by vile men. They were the ones who stole my prey, but I swear, I will find him. The Red Moon is 2 days away. I swear, I will wash away the shame. I will get him. And may I ask, in the crowd, a girl with a bouquet of flowers in her hand suddenly asked, and may I ask who that hero is? Where is he? Heroes? Cavens was stunned. He suspected he'd heard wrong. You're saying he's a hero? Yeah. Then, as a matter of course, other young girls chimed in. That mysterious hero cleared out the Mithraists ahead of time to keep the paladins from getting hurt. I suppose you should be happy about that. Powerful and gentle, guarding everyone without leaving a name. It's only natural that such a lone knight should be called a hero. Yeah, indeed. Fair enough. More and more of the crowd agreed, and the call for that mysterious hero grew louder and louder. What do the people know about all these twists and turns? The unspoken rules of the witch hunt. And what is a point of faith? For the simple and honest ones, white cat and black cat, the one who catches the mouse is a good cat. The one who can guard them is their hero. Cavens just thought the world was so absurd. It's almost as if it's going to be a 7-way tie. Could it be? Did this series of campaigning, hiring the media, showboating and praying, which drew so much attention to him, all end up being for someone else? And right now, Ansu is still concentrating on his book. He saw the chapter on biological diversity. Chapter 24 Feel the Gift of the Mother Goddess. This morning's events have spread throughout the border metropolis. The Beach Journal was the first to report that the group studied journalism with a dog-like sense of smell. First, we removed yesterday's headline hashtag Defeat the Riot, Paladin Caven's Secret Witch Hunt, switching to the latest hot hashtag shocker. For the first time in 60 years, the Holy See has come up empty-handed, and the reason is him? Hashtag. Newspaper after newspaper also reported hashtag Unsung Heroes, Dark Guardians of the Border City hashtag, hashtag Big Reveal, hashtag The True Colors Behind the Unsung Heroes hashtag Why Did the Border Tundra Go Missing? Why is the Man of Radiance silent? Hashtag Is all this a twist of humanity or a moral failure? Hashtag. All sorts of bizarre rumors, after the media's various editions, like weeds growing wild after the spring rains, grow unchecked in the border city. It does seem that the crowd is interested in the news. That too, of course, after all, mysterious and powerful, and do not leave the name of the dark hero of this lonely setting, the most appealing to young girls, but also the most teenagers longing. Besides, he doesn't charge for it. The Holy See is going to collect tithes from the people to clean up the cult of secrets. Suddenly there was a good guy who didn't charge money to quietly get things done. So of course that was very welcome. The question that the public is most concerned about now is the names of these heroes and heroines. While the heat continues to fester, the loss of the clerical paladin's hand last night, and the loss of Caven's paraclete, has spread. The next 2 days were then also lackluster. With the initial establishment of Ansu's industrialized system of sacrificing mikvehs, the matter of sacrifice became assembly line. The next day, he harvested 90 life points and 60 faith points. The area cleared was expanded from a 10-kilometer radius to a 15-kilometer radius. The Vatican generally isn't too thorough in clearing out its perimeter strongholds. After all, there are always some seeds left behind, waiting for next year's spring breeze to grow again. Is sustainability exhausted? And Brother Xianzong is different. Adhering to the principle of all tutu, he did not miss a single one of them, just change the place after tutu. It's not like Ansu will stay in the border city all the time. What can be guaranteed is that child abductions in the border metropolis will be cut in half for at least the next year. Ansu cleaned up quite well, except for telling Una to mop the floor, and got more and more excessive after that. This guy is even removing the altar of the misters for it, and digging up the turf on the ground. Prepared a large carriage, those ritual instruments, what human head and human skin what sacrifices dirt what taboo books are all moved on the carriage pull away, find a place to bury themselves. According to Ansu, it's, come as you are, maybe we can use it later? At the same time, this second secret identity of his was getting more and more popular in the border metropolis, and the heat was scorching. The media dubbed him hero of the Dark Knight and Tantric Nemesis. The whole city is looking for who these individual heroes really are. On the third day, the harvest was not as good as the first 2 days. Perhaps 2 days ago he was too active. The secret believers also heard some wind. Know the name of this sin nemesis. Know that there is a super fierce man in the border massacre. Always not afraid of death of the secret believers also abashed up. Why don't we take a day off this year? The misters were killed to take their annual vacation. The third day's harvest would be just 20 life points and the 15 faith points that had yet to be redeemed. So the total income for the 3 days is 170 life points and 115 faith points. There were 40 faith points that had been spent on the first day, redeeming 4 magic points to become a second-order warlock. At second-level warlock, the ratio of exchange becomes 20-1. Ansu spent another 60 faith points to bring his magic total to 13, and with the remaining 25 faith points, he planned to take them and exchange them for a few lower-ranked holy light magic to complement each other. The life points were used to exchange for a large number of spells, several low-rank spellbooks, a mid-rank dark spellbook, and a high-rank dark spellbook. There were also some non-darkness spellbooks among those few low-level spells. The Mother Goddess didn't just have authority over darkness. After all, the Cursed Sun uses dark magic. The basket consumption is halved, so he can use the middle rank as a low rank, and the high rank as a middle rank, which is barely enough. There were 10 life points left, so they were all added to physical fitness. At this point, his light and dark priest flow system, which was the initial molding, came to the first stage. On the third day, a little early in the morning, before much had been opened, Ansu's great endeavor ran into an accident. Ansu and the Holy Cavalry of the Holy See met. It would be a stretch to say that it was the Holy Cavalry of the Holy See, because it's only Cavens. they seem to have split up. Ansu was hearing that he was having some trouble with the knights. After 2 consecutive days of unsuccessful witch hunts, Kavens angrily stated that he needed to find out who was behind this and said he would fight him squarely to reclaim his honor. Actually, the border order has a big problem with Ansu. 2. One is to snatch the prey that the church is targeting, and the other is to cut the authority of the church. The people have worshipped what dark heroes, who still pay taxes to the church. Kavens' priest father, 2, had given orders in the dark to find the guy who was screwing up and take care of him. The blood moon was red when they encountered it, and bleak overcast clouds spread across the leaden sky. Ansu was rushing his carriage and saw the holy riders of the Holy See from a distance, and on the spur of the moment, he first withdrew the title of firstborn and replaced it with the newly acquired gradualist son, and explained that Enya should first conceal herself, lest someone take a look with detection magic and recognize their identity. Luvens rode on his beloved horse, narrowing his eyes slightly as he watched the suspiciously traveling carriage in front of him. How could there be a wagon on a deserted plain at this hour? And he smelled blood in it. Years of intuition had told Luvens that the man in front of him was exactly what he was looking for. Finally, the culprit who had been the cause of so much shame for the past 3 days. Haters will be glad to see each other. Despite knowing that his opponent was exceptionally powerful, how could the already washed out Luvens care? Furthermore, even if he couldn't beat it, he only needed to delay it for a moment. When the rest of the saints come, they can finish him off together. Tonight, he would wash away his shame and prove himself with honor to all those who look down on him. It will be a sacred battle for honor. Dang, my name is Luvens. Pearson, state your name. He rolled off his horse, picked up his staff, and shouted at the man in the wagon across the street. Halftime, came the reply from the opposite side. Just call me Big Brother Shinzone. I'm going to duel you a duel of honor. Luvens said squarely, the cool wind rattling and soughing against Kavens' cloak. What a too little cutie this. Ansu had a monster to catch up on. You brush your monsters, I brush mine. We don't interfere with each other. And Ansu understood that this so-called honor duel was also funny. Kavenstein didn't come alone. As long as he delayed it until those paladins in his entourage arrived, it would become an honorary cluster ********. Getting rid of Kavens was easy. It was the group of paladins that were the trouble. Do you need me to finish him off? Enya whispered in Ansu's ear. Even if Enya had taken action, it would have only resulted in a lose-lose situation. And with Enya out of the way, her own identity would be easily exposed. A team of holy writers disappearing out of nowhere. The border clergy would also be enraged and would surely conduct a full investigation. Even heretic inquisitors come from headquarters. Heretic inquisitors are all of the 4th rank or higher and specialize in dealing with the dark side of things for the order. At that point, things will be completely out of hand. A regular player would choose to speed kill Kavens, dispose of the traces such as sacrificing him, framing the Mithrians, and finally slipping away and running away before the saints arrive. That still carries some risk of exposure and a lost harvest this evening. It's what normal people do, raking in the benefits, but it's also less risky. But Ansu is an evil player. Evil players have evil solutions. He was prepared for this unexpected situation. No need, I'll do it myself. Ansu returned, having already thought of a solution. Just as well, it's a good idea to experiment with the system with this guy to see if it works and what needs to be tweaked. He's running short of experimental fodder. There's always a need for real life. Experimental guinea pig, that would be the contribution of the wordless NPC that is Kavens. It just so happened that his magic power was also similar to his own. I accept your duel. Ansu rolled off his horse as he took a few steps closer, the blood-colored moonlight falling on his cheeks and, as you say, it will be a battle of honor. Kavens saw the face of this dedication zone's big brother, and in a flash, he felt that the latter was unfathomably terrifying and abnormal, and must be a deep hidden expert. The face of the schoolmaster carries an unfathomable pressure of his own, seemingly ordinary, but his eyebrows exude a steady aura at all times. And the man was young, beyond expectation, but that doesn't make Kavens lower his guard. Kavens watched his opponent's moves as he clutched the talisman between his collars, a mid-ranked talisman gifted to him by his father, capable of defending against 2 enemy attacks. Even curses can be resisted. What kind of magic would Dedicator use? Is it a highly lethal fireball spell? Or is it the Holy Light series of magic? A light gun? Or is it druidic, plant magic? But no matter which system of magic he used, Kavens had the confidence to deal with it, and had a plan to deal with it. As a quasi-second-ranked warlock he was confident. Gods! Xianzong finally moved. The blood-like color of the moon covered Xianzong's body, actually tainting him with a few divine hues. He stood straight above the plain and chanted majestically and divinely, and suddenly the winds of heaven and earth rose up, and the wilderness tumbled up in waves, only to feel that a great holiness would descend upon this world. Feed, a gift from the gods. Cavans had never heard of such magic. Judging by the name, it's holy light magic? Is it blessed magic? Well, what a duel of honor. Cavans instantly got hot under the collar. Chapter 25, Cavans, pregnant with a pair of twin children. What a duel of honor. A smile was on Leuven's lips. He could already imagine himself winning the duel, reclaiming everything he had, and becoming the center of the world again. But the next second, he was amazed. It was because he realized that this blessing magic of the dedicating clan was actually for himself. The talisman worn did not vibrate. It was not a curse. It was indeed blessed magic. No, man, are you so honorable. Leuven's smile stiffens a bit, which fights off a layer of blessings to the opposite side. But in the next second, he couldn't stop laughing. Leuven felt a throbbing pain coming from his abdomen. It's a strange pain. He had never experienced such unfamiliar pain. It was not strong at first, like a gentle tap, then it deepened slowly, as if 1,000 feet were kicking against his abdomen. That pain was still increasing, and Cavans gradually began to sweat from the pain. Lowering his head, he realized with horror, his own abdomen was rapidly expanding, bulging rapidly like an inflatable ball with heartbeat after heartbeat. Paradoxically, the talisman necklace still didn't move. It didn't even flash a bit. It would only make a judgment on attacks and curses. Did you pull it out of the wholesale market? I'm all like this. Isn't that still a curse? A blessing? What lackluster god's blessing is this? It was really no wonder that Leuven's was rare. This gift of the mother goddess of life had basically never been exchanged by any misters before. The effect of reducing movement speed by 20% for 10 minutes is too much of a cocktail for the lunatic believer who is pursuing a kill, and it consumes 4 magic points. The blue consumption of a middle-ranked magic is almost as high as a high-ranked magic. It can drain a person dry. After all, not everyone was as extravagant as Ansu. Cursed child, dark magic has blue consumption. The pain had finally reached an extreme point, like it was going to rip his abdomen apart. It was finally time for Leuven to realize that horrible truth, the one he couldn't believe, didn't dare to admit. That is, he's pregnant. Leuven got knocked up. His teeth were bared. He had never been so angry before, and he glared at Xianzong with a deadly glare, vowing to thwart this guy. Then he was going to activate his staff and give the latter a big shot. However, seeing the other party not panic and make a decision on the spot, he directly turned on his horse, slapped the whip, and galloped straight to the distant big mountains. How you turned around and headed for the hills? Shouldn't this be a duel of honor? Leuven immediately went after it, but the pain from pulling on his abdomen made it hurt and he moved quite slowly. Speed reduced by 20% for 10 minutes. He quickly checked his status and with a slow gait mounted his beloved horse to go after the man. Compared to riding a horse, Leuven would never lose. The filly, divinely handsome and unusual, was a genuine holy rider, with a hint of divine beast blood, traveling thousands of miles in a day. Curse inviolate exactly his pride and joy. Moreover, Xianzong was riding a carriage and pulling such a large load. If he were Xianzong, he would have had to abandon the car and run away. And with luck, he would have been able to pick up a dog's life. Leuven grunted disdainfully. He had just mounted his horse, and had not yet swung on a few whips, when he saw Xianzong turn his head, and again, in that tone of sacred solemnity, said aloud, "A gift from God. God's gift, who can I use it for this time?" Leuven had been confused. He'd already been hit once, but he quickly reacted. To whom the book is given. It's his holy horse. It was his beloved filly at his crotch. Do you assholes even rape Maras? But see, the holy rider let out a mournful wail, which would be nothing for a horse if it were an unusual pregnancy. But on the contrary, what was conceived in its belly was a void life, and feeling that evil aura, this holy horse let out a panic, and could no longer walk, and directly threw Leuven to the ground. This was also fodder for Ansu's experiments. He wanted to test if the gift of the gods worked on animals of divine beast blood, as well. This fall of the horse directly startled the baby in Leuven's womb, and the pain went straight to its peak. To break his amniotic fluid. Dare to hurt my horse. Ah! He forced himself to endure the excruciating pain, stood up, waved his staff, and cast a mid-ranked blessing spell on himself. The assistance of the Wind Wizard. Magic effect, increases movement speed by 40% for 15 minutes, costs 4 magic points. This grimoire also further explains the coldness of the gift of the Mother Goddess of Life. A random speed boosting spell would have the effect cancel out yours, and use twice as much blue. But this damn magic torture. Cavans vacillated in a cold sweat, the corners of his mouth twitching viciously, and not caring about the frightened and fleeing filly. Cavans, with the help of the wind elves, desperately chased forward. I'm going to kill you. Cavans just had to hold this guy off until the other saints arrived, and then they could combine their efforts together to kill Sacrifice Zone. You dismount me too. He finally swung his staff, and a holy lance was fired straight out, piercing through the plains and striking right on top of Dedication's horse, which let out a tale of pity and tumbled to the ground. This holy lance, whose full name was Lance of Radiance, was an exclusive effect of his title, Man of Radiance, and could be fired 3 times a day, each shot having the level of a first-ranked top magic and not consuming magic points. Xianzong had no more mounts, so he had to get out of the carriage. This time, he couldn't escape. An excited smile cracked on Leuven's mouth, and his eyes went a little crazy. You can't run away anymore. However, he saw Xianzong standing calmly on the plain, seemingly thinking about something, and slowly turned around. He looked at the sweaty Leuvens who had rushed over, a sunny smile on his lips like a cheerful big boy. The experiment is on its penultimate step. Use the title. Xianzong opened his arms towards Kaven's Gradual East Sun, title given by God, Fading Dongxi. Title effect. Can stack the same dark magic buff effect on the target of the spell once. Can only be used once a day. This title is a stacked dark magic buff effect. Whether it's the effect of a curse that, it's still a blessing effect. So, including that, God's gift, it is also stackable by this title. Leuven's form stalled. He couldn't believe it, didn't want to believe. With a trembling hand, he slowly stroked his abdomen. The belly bulges, twice, it's 2 full sizes bigger. Blessing received a gift from God, affected by the title Gradual East Sun. 2 effects stacked. Speed reduced by 40% for 10 minutes. Regardless of the incomparable pain, it rushed straight up to his heavenly inspiration. Kavens looked up, staring straight at the Dedicating clan's title of Gradual Dongxi with a dull gaze. Him, Man of Light, Son of Priests, Kavens, Pearson. I'm pregnant with 2 children. Chapter 26. 1 child, 2 babies. The man. He's the reincarnation of the demon Lucifer, isn't he? Kavens stared at the dedicatee in a slightly demented manner, his trembling left hand over the small of his back. Man of Light, Son of the Priests. Kavens had experienced the great joys and sorrows of his life in the last 3 days. The great sadness is that he fell from the altar, abandoned by the people, disappointing the believers. Even the holy maiden was abducted by the cursed sun, and the promotion to the second-ranked warlock was delayed, so it can be called the low point of his life. But the good news is, there's the big news he's expecting. Kavens could feel another life breath added to his abdomen. Those 2 filthy beings from the void, though only the size of embryos, still squirmed against each other, their tiny hearts making beating sounds. It's a double whammy. I'm going to kill you. Kavens gritted his teeth, his eyes glaring red. He swore that it was necessary to thwart this fellow in front of him, to torture him in the most cruel way possible. Pull out his teeth, strip away his skin, and give the guy a good taste of his own handiwork as a saint with torture of the finest heretics. He'd tortured a lot of ordinary people over the years. After his friendly torture, every dark son suspected of being a Mithraist had turned himself in as a Mithraist, so Kavens was confident in his handiwork. He vowed to make the latter's wail resound through the heavens. I'm going to kill you. Ansu stared at him calmly, but there wasn't a minute of fear on his face. He just calmly stretched out an index finger and hooked it at Kavens. Come over here. Kavens just felt like his head was going to explode with anger. Carrying his staff and dragging his big belly, he rushed over, while Xianzong didn't have the slightest hesitation as he directly turned around and ran. This guy has no way of respecting the noble character of the old, sick and pregnant, and directly races the 100-meter race with the pregnant belly. And so above the wasteland, under the blood moon, there was this strange scene, a young, righteous-looking young man in a winter school uniform, running confidently on the plains with his head held high, his eyes confident and his face calm, as if he were a sportsman letting fly his youthful ideals in the school games. Behind the sportsman, there is a pregnant man with a belly the size of a double tire, a painfully constipated expression, and the need to gasp for air when he runs 2 steps. But despite being on the field with a pregnancy, he was dead set on his goal and had a sense of Paralympic beauty, which is the spirit of the athlete. Don't give up, don't give up. It was clear that both players raced well, raced with style, and raced with fairness. It was slightly unfortunate that Kavens' 40% slowdown buff outweighed the Wind Elf's 30% speed increase buff, causing him to be slower than usual. As for brother Xianzong, after being baptized with the blessings of the Mother Goddess of Life in the past few days, his physical fitness is far superior to what it used to be. When a schoolboy has the physical attributes of a sportsman, he is invulnerable, and in no time at all he has left Kavens behind. But Kavens knew that it was all temporary. The slowdown buff would only last for 10 minutes, whereas his Wind Elf lasted for 15, so as long as he held on and didn't lose his target, he'd be able to catch up to the kid in no time and run him through with his last glowing shot. And more importantly, other saints are nearby. they had a full 20 saints, each one of them a warlock of the second rank or higher, and the captain of the holy cavalry, Agni, that highly emotional female knight, was even closer to a fourth-rank warlock in strength, could easily hunt this heretic on the spot. Every witch-hunting acolyte carries a magical implement that shares a location. As soon as someone goes missing, the saints will be looking for them in no time, within 10 minutes at the most. This is exactly what Luvens relies on, the hidden killer. This heretic called Shinzon will eventually pay for his arrogant behavior. Through the magic prop of shared location, Cavens could sense the other saints approaching quickly, the saints on horses, far faster than the two of them could run. He could already hear the faint sound of horses' hooves in the distance. Moreover, 8 minutes had passed now, and the effect of God's gift was about to wear off, perhaps knowing his end, or perhaps hearing the voice of the holy rider. Ansu, who was running in front of him, slowly stopped, perhaps giving up resistance. This man, he's at the end of his rope. Cavens condensed the holy lance in his hand and slowly approached Ansu. He had never wanted to kill someone so badly, never wanted to bruise someone so badly, and now, everything is at hand. The sacred riders had appeared at the end of the polar purpose, and Cavens could already see the leader, Agni, clad in snow-white armor, shouting at him from a distance that the Cavens didn't respond. He only wanted to kill this person in front of him with his own hands now. He had already clenched the holy spear in his hands, the magic point was already driven away, and he was going to run straight through this person's back. Your team mate has arrived. Ansu looked back with a calm face. Have you been waiting for your teammate? I'm waiting for a teammate. What are you waiting for? The corners of Cavens' mouth cracked into a smile, and that holy spear in his hand came straight out of his hand, penetrating through the air, wrapped in great might, and coming towards Ansu at the same time. Ansu also moved, and they struck out at near simultaneous intervals. Everything grows, Ansu said softly. Before the sacred lance could touch Ansu's body, it was struck down by Enya, who was hidden in the shadows. Seeing that the harvest was unproductive, Cavens was not discouraged. Just pull for 10 seconds or so, and wait for his holy rider teammates to arrive. That had been thought, but Ansu's calm face revealed a calm smile. I'm waiting for you too, teammate. I've waited for this moment. It was then that Cavens noticed that Ansu had just cast another blessing spell on him, and this magic, he was no stranger to. It's holy light magic in its purest and most rotten form. Everything grows. Blessed magic, lower level. Consumption of magic points, 2, was 1. Magic effect. Goddess of holy light blesses all living things. Those who are hit by this magic will increase their age by half a year, and their physical state will change to half a year later, lasting for 1 minute. Introduction to magic, child. Holy light shines on your growth. Since this was also blessing magic, the talisman still didn't react. Cavens, surrounded by divine light, doesn't yet understand what's happening until Ansu casts another shot at him. Cavens realized he'd gotten something wrong. That blessing magic was not cast upon him, but upon the beings in his womb, the twins, the evil void beings. Because those two children are in the same placenta, the growth of all things can act on both at the same time. What is Shinzon going to do? Cavens had vaguely guessed what Brother Dedication had in mind, but he couldn't believe it, didn't dare to face it, and he didn't have that courage to believe in facing it. No courage to face that fact. Everything grows can age a creature by half a year, and 2 rounds is a year, and the gestation period of a void being is exactly 1 year. Soon, Cavens realized an even more frightening truth. Being male myself, where are they going to burrow out of? Half a second later, HMPHHHHHHHHHH. The wail of the Cavens resounded from the plains. He's in labor. It's at LW. Chapter 27. Look, Cavens is fine with it. The Knight of the Order, Third Order Saint Agni, discovers Cavens' disappearance. According to the rules of the Holy Cavalry, they were supposed to report in with their magical guides every so often, and Cavens hadn't responded in several minutes. Maybe there was an attack. They hadn't had a good time in the past few days, and it could even be said that they had almost drawn swords. Seriously, Agni was so disappointed in Cavens that she didn't even think he was crazy. But Cavens was, after all, the son of a priest and a prospective saint of the church, and she, the team's general in charge, was responsible for anything that went wrong. So, despite the discontent, still, she quickly gathered her teammates, and following the location shown by the magic guide, they gave chase. Along the way, a horse with a light gun through it and an abandoned wagon were also seen. Agni could recognize the traces of the light gun, which were unique to Cavens. She frowned. It doesn't look like it was Cavens who was attacked. Instead, it may have been Cavens who attacked the passerby. They then followed the trail onward, and so it was that, across the distance, one saw the scene before one's eyes. Cavens' eyes were red and his expression was fierce. The murderous aura emanating from the the pupils of those eyes was something that even they could feel from a long distance away. His abdomen was unnaturally bulging, and a rather unsettling aura of evil emanated from it. Cavens clutched a holy lance and attacked straight at a teenager. A hideous look that was completely different from the usual gentle and elegant perfect knight. The killing intent was simply more intense than the mister's. On the contrary, the teenager he attacked didn't have the slightest bit of resentment, and even showed compassion on his face, without dodging or avoiding. The magic he cast at Cavens was neither a curse nor an attack type of magic, but a holy light type of blessing spell. It was not known exactly what kind of magic it was, but Enya was certain it was a holy light blessing. After all, that gentle, bright breath spoke to the nature of this magic. Enya had never seen a man like this before. The other man was about to kill him, was wielding a light gun, and yet he himself was still giving his blessing to his enemy. Aside from crazy people, there are only saints. Enya didn't know why the teenager in front of her was doing this, but she was thoroughly disappointed in Cavens. Lost touch with the larger force just to hunt down this one teenager? Nonetheless, she had no choice but to help Cavens, albeit unwillingly. It was then that the mutation occurred. That holy shot from Cavens was easily blocked by the teenager, and not even Enya could see through how the guy did it. The weirdness is Cavens. Maybe it was the realization that he couldn't deal with the teenager, or maybe it was the exasperation. Cavens' face suddenly grimaced horribly, his pupils bulging unnaturally and his eyes streaked with blood. A strange and dark aura bred out of him, one that even the most evil of the Mithraists could not catch up with. Enya could sense that Cavens was unusually scary at the moment. Cavens dash. Enya drove her horse and galloped in. "Don't come over, it's dangerous," a deep and gentle voice rang out. Surprisingly, it was the same teenager who was attacked, only to see him slowly shake his head, his gaze falling on Cavens, so compassionate and gentle, so full of mercy and care, that he could even see hidden tears glimmering in it. Enya froze. "I was going to stop him with the holy light blessing," Ansu lowered her eyes. "I didn't realize that it was a step too late. He can be so. What a fool, obviously so young, yet he believes in the evil mother goddess. He was too impulsive. After being recognized, he even sacrificed himself to the void. Alas, what the are you talking about?" Across the room, Cavens' teeth were bared and he roared madly in his mind. He wanted to shout out an accusation against Ansu's evil behavior, but it hurt too much to speak. His mind was completely taken over by the intense pain, and the only sound that came out of his mouth was that most miserable hiss. Until this moment, he had never realized the pain of others. Those sons of darkness who were recruited in good faith because of his repellent beatings. Those children, who could not speak even when they were undergoing those penal laws, could only utter these wails of agony, right? The screaming made him even more of a Mithraist. What made him feel even more painful was that this guy in front of him even started to speak in a critical manner again. "Son, I don't blame you. I know. You blame yourself. I forgive you." Ansu gazed at him compassionately. "Even though you hunted me all the way, I don't blame you, and I've never resented you. He broke off, but he could no longer speak, only spewing out blood after blood, tears of blood in the eyes. But Ansu, who saw the gradual eastern sun above her head, shook her head gently. "I understand what you mean. Swear to the goddess of light. I have never resented you or attacked you. I have only blessed you. May the Lord forgive you your sins." What Ansu said was all true. Every word is true, because he really hadn't attacked Cavens. All he had used was blessed magic. He never resented Cavens either. That's why Ansu dared to swear to the goddess. So it is. After listening to Ansu's explanation, Enya and her subordinates, all of them came to a realization. It was well known that a vow initiated to God could not be lied about. They had also looked at the traces along the way and detected them with detection magic, and it was indeed Carvens who had chased this teenager all the way. The nameless boy didn't even fight back. It's a one-sided hunt. Enya's mind wandered, and it turned out that the teenager in front of him, it's the one who would rather get himself hurt than stop Kavanaugh's fall. Why else would he be casting blessing magic on Cavens? This situation with Cavens was one she had encountered while following the priests on their hunt for high-ranking Mithraists. The Mithraist was also furious and epileptic as he used forbidden magic with his own life as a sacrifice. At that time, they didn't block it in time, allowing it to summon high-level demons from the void. In that battle, their squad was nearly wiped out, and Carven's state at this moment was very similar to that high-ranking Mithraist. It would be a matter of sacrificing yourself and summoning a demon. How could they have imagined that there was such an original netherworld school as the light and darkness priestly stream in this world? The monster wasn't summoned at all. It was born by Cavens, raw isoforms. This was a case of her thinking process being wrong, but the result happened to be right, which of course was the effect of Ansu's deliberate guidance. It all conspires together. Why was it that the once perfect paladin now had a drastic change in temperament? And it turned out that he had been compelled by the mother goddess of life. Thinking back on the 3 days of the Red Moon Night, everything was clear. Why is it that every time Cavens takes them on a witch hunt, to a stronghold, the misters always disappear? Cavens says it was cleaned up early by the meanies. But will that scumbag be kind enough to mop the floor after he cleans out the mikvahs? It doesn't make sense. The only thing that makes sense is that someone tipped them off. That person can still only be Cavens. After all, he was the only one who knew where the strongholds of the misters were. In the meantime, he was about to take the pots and pin them on another innocent person, someone who had cleared out the tantric strongholds ahead of time and robbed him of his prey. The righteous young man in front of him was the one he was framing. The teenager was supposed to be a simple folk witch hunter, but he ran into him. That's why he broke away from the big team and came after this teenager in secret. The wagon attacked on the road is evidence of this. However, he did not expect that he would not be able to defeat the teenager in front of him. Only broken and completely mad, he sacrificed his life to the demons of the void. Ah! Cavens screamed in agony, his lower half bleeding and shattered. Under the blood moon, those two void creatures were finally born into this world, and an unparalleled great terror descended. They are a male and a female, taking the form of large moths with hideous insect-like mouthparts. Underneath that mouthpiece, densely packed, were also heavy mouthpieces, and each mouthpiece was open, and inside were hundreds of millions of tiny teeth. But said insects, they have mammalian characteristics. The mere existence of it is a defilement. The holy horsemen were too intimidated to approach at all. Void moth, male fourth order void life. Void moth, female third order void life. But they actually have a hidden phrase, but one that only Cavens, as a mother, can see. Survival time of 1 minute due to the effects of everything growing. So it's not as scary as one might think, and as long as one can pull for a minute, it's not hard. But he never had the chance to speak again. As the two void moths turned their heads to look at it, Cavens realized that each void moth had a small human face on its belly. The next thing Cavens heard were the most horrible words of his life. And the last words heard in life. The two faces opened their mouths, their tones childish, and they spoke to Cavens. Mom, hungry, wanted, drink milk. Drink milk. Cavens didn't even have time to use the talisman, but in his current state, he didn't have the strength to use it. The twins opened a million mouthpieces at Cavens. Drink milk. Muah. Chapter 28. Brother Xianzong is really a great saint. There has always been less research on void creatures in the Naiad Academy, with only sporadic records in the literature, only clarifying that it is a creature of incomparable evil and blasphemy. Ansu, however, knew that void creatures were born to devour their mother. By nibbling on the mother, it gets its nourishment. For these newly born void moths, their mother is naturally Cavens, so it can be used to kill the enemy. Agni gazed at the scene before him with an embarrassed face. Beneath the dim, low blood moon, the two blasphemous monsters, in their grotesque forms, flew at Cavens' upper body, opening those thousands of mouthparts that countless tiny teeth sank into Cavens' skin, and instantly it was blood and flesh. What was most eerie was the fact that the moths made childish noises, mommy after mommy, sending chills down Agni's spine. It seems that Cavens has indeed fallen. In just a matter of moments, the void moths had already gnawed away the vast majority of Cavens' flesh and bones, their bodies a full size larger, vibrating their wings and leaving the bloodied corpse. Obviously, the two void moths hadn't eaten enough. They turned their bodies and their compound eyes fell on the group of holy writers, and even more so on the third order saints. Agni. Their tastes are similar to those of the mother goddess of life, with an extreme preference for beings of high darkness affinity or high light affinity. This group of holy cavalry, with 22nd order saints and 1/3 order saint, was enough to fill them up. Noticing the sight of the void moth, the hairs on Agni's body stood on end, and Zhu quietly watched the scene in front of him. Things were really going the way he expected. The duration of the void moth's existence is determined by the effect of all things grow, which has a blessing effect of only 1 minute. In a minute, these void moths will be dead. To make the best use of them, it would have to wait for the moment when the knights happen to arrive, and then detonate the bomb in Cavens' stomach. It's killing two birds with one stone. He deliberately provoked Cavens and was hunted all the way by the latter. Also to leave evidence and portray an image of innocence. It's a good way to both push the pot all over Cavens and summon the void moth now. Everything is about taking yourself out. So Ansu was right before. He was also waiting for Leuven's teammate. Of course, just two void moths with a survival time of only 1 minute were far from being able to exterminate this team. Maybe have Enya follow suit and be able to reunite them. But for Ansu, it's possible, but not necessary. An entire regiment of paladins wiped out would have alerted the Inquisitor of Heresy at headquarters. Ansu had a better idea than to kill them. A way to rake in more benefits. A dark and thick blood moon covered the plains, coloring the barren wilderness as if it were blood red. The male void moth let out a piercing whine and swooped straight towards the knights. Protection, Agni ordered immediately. The 20 saints whirled around enchanted. The magic they used was Holy Light Protection, a low-ranked anti-bit magic. However, the thick holy light overlapped and intertwined, forming complex and magnificent shapes, one layer overlapping another. 20 saints were stacked 20 layers of holy light. The male void moth rushed down and fiercely impacted on the holy light shield, and the fourth-ranked void creature broke a layer with just one impact. The female void moth followed closely behind, pouncing after her brother. Their tiny, sharp profane teeth gnawed at the holy light, making creaking sounds, and in just a few seconds, 5 layers of those holy light shields shattered. Agni's face was stony and he was in a cold sweat. Prepare the holy arrows. Magnificent arcs were drawn into a display of brilliant golden longbows, and Enis took the arrows, made of holy light, from the hands of his retainers, and bending his bow, storing up his strength to the extreme, that arrow instantly slashed out, and the dimness of heaven and earth was split apart, leaving only that beam of silver light. Medium-level magic. The arrows of Enis consumes magic point 4. However, the arrow only touched the epidermis of the void moth and was corroded and bounced away, leaving only a bloodstain. The 10 saints also shot out their arrows, and all of a sudden, the holy light fell like a blistering rain, hitting the void moth's body and cutting out wounds, and for a time, blood flowed like a stream, but it didn't kill the void moths. Instead, it angered them. They crashed epileptically on top of the holy shield, and layer after layer of holy light was broken through. Only 15 layers of holy shield were left to struggle. Agni's heart was beating violently, and she clenched the bow and arrow in her hand in a death grip from nervousness. It was as if he had gone back to that day, the day he had faced a high-level demon head-on, the day her squad was nearly reunited. Ansu watched the battle with calm indifference. It looks like the holy sea is completely down the tubes, but the truth is, the void moth is about to disappear. From the time of their birth, Ansu had counted the time with the pocket watch he carried with him, and they had survived for 45 seconds, with only 15 seconds left to live. Even if it broke the holy shield, it would only hurt 1 or 2 saints at most. In the final analysis, it was still that the gift of the mother goddess of life, magic class that was the core of the combo was too low. It was only a middle-ranked magic. If it could be raised to high-ranked or even above, it would be able to summon creatures of a higher level than the void moth. But Ansu was satisfied. From the time of the battle until now, 2 shots of Mother God's feed and 2 shots of Everything Grows were used, consuming a total of only 8 points of blue. That's what you can achieve with 8 magic points, close to perfection. Indeed. However, there is still a flaw in this skill set, and that is that after killing the females, they will indiscriminately attack those present. But that's not even a problem anymore. There are ways to get around it. What Ansu should be thinking about now was how to explain the sudden death of the void moth after 10 seconds or so. According to Ansu's earlier statement, void moths are blasphemous creatures that have been taboo summoned by cavans at the cost of sacrificing their own lives, a very common cult sacrifice. Everyone knows that with these types of summons, the summon does not die naturally. That's gonna raise suspicion. But Ansu had thought of the perfect solution a long time ago. Looked at the pocket watch. 10 seconds left. It's about time. However, he saw the pair of void moths let out a maniacal whistling sound and crash through another barrier. Agni was sweating coldly, and she realized that even if she could eventually kill these 2 animals, she would lose most of her team. She couldn't help but think of other ways to escape, how exactly to get out of there and how she could maximize the chance of saving her men. But suddenly, the 2 void moths gnawing on the holy light stopped. Their tentacles gently touched, as if they had smelled something, and surprisingly, they gave up their attack, vibrated their wings, and turned in one direction. Agni and the rest of the saints looked in the direction of the void moth and couldn't believe their eyes, only to see the strange teenager, unguarded, approach. It was that teenager that attracted the attention of the void moth. They could sense the dark element contained within Ansu's body. Although the void moth is spiritually simple, it is able to make simple distinctions. On one side, hard to chew canned meat wrapped in tin, which is plentiful but solid and hard to quench hunger. And on the other side, unpackaged tasty little desserts. If the delicious little desserts stayed put, they would have ignored them, but then the little desserts took the initiative to come to them. In full view of everyone, the void moth pranced up and lunged straight at Ansu. 10 seconds to go, Ansu said silently in his mind. Chapter 29, Holy Order Magic, Born to Feed Everything. Agni couldn't believe her eyes. Having been in the business for several years, Agnes has been through a lot. She had seen good people and great people in her life, but never a saint. It was already incredible that this teenager had given up his life to save cavens before, and now the behavior was even more surprising, even incomprehensible, to Agni. He actually took the initiative to approach and attract away the attention of the 2 void moths. Did he not understand how bizarre and terrifying the void creatures were? He obviously knew, but he still chose to walk over. What's he in for? Through the layers of holy light barrier, Agni gazed at Ansu's face and could only see that plain face under his simple hood, only that hidden righteousness between those eyebrows. Just by looking at this face, one would think that this person should be a good person, or a good person with a good record. It was clear that those two void moths had already pounced over, yet his face remained calm. Anyone who dares to die like this is either a madman or an expert. Agni suddenly remembered the teenager fending off Kavan's light gun, a set of moves that even Agni hadn't seen how it was done. Could it be that this young man is a righteous expert? Or was he really a teenager? Would a teenager have that kind of skill? She had heard that certain saints who were most favored by the goddess would live forever. Agni couldn't help but hold out a certain hope. But what she didn't expect even more was this nameless teenager's next move. What's he doing? Just by reaching the corpse of Kavan's, he simply ignored the void moth that was about to attack. The young man slightly lowered his eyes, which were compassionate and gentle, like a watery spring tan, sparkling with sparkling broken light. Was he in overdrive for Kavanagh's silence? To take care of the souls of the evil people who tried to kill you? Agni couldn't believe her eyes, only to see Ansu half kneeling on the ground, her hand tenderly stroking over Kavan's bloodied chest, gently straightening his lapel. The flames then rose into the air and covered the latter's body, quickly vaporizing it and allowing him to leave the world in dignity and peace. May your souls be at peace. Glory to the goddess of heaven. A gentle, satisfied smile played at the corners of Ansu's mouth. Kavan's was filthy flesh and blood, but went away with a clean and pure white soul, and must, I suppose, have departed in peace. No, it's not. Ansu was the one who just now realized that this Kavan's guy even had a breath left in him. If resuscitated in time, it might even be resuscitated by the paladins. If he had awakened, he might have spilled the beans about himself. Besides, Ansu had come here to Kavan's for other purposes. He gazed at the two void moths close by. 4 seconds to go. Just how confident was this person in his own strength, to have such disregard for fourth-order creatures? No, more than the void creatures, perhaps in this person's eyes, overcoming souls was the most important thing. Agni's face was grave. She really had never seen a man with such a pure white heart. She had seen too much gloom in her years in the church. She understood the filth underneath the shiny church, but she had no power to change it. She could only adapt and accept, gradually living herself into a highly emotional person, a highly emotional captain. Protecting her crew was all she could do, but Agni had never met anyone as noble and selfless as Ansu. To be able to show compassion and kindness to one's enemies who are trying to kill oneself, this is the saint described in the Holy Scriptures. Agni watched Ansu closely, waiting for his next move. 3 seconds to go, Ansu said silently in his heart. It seems that he will have to drag his feet a little longer. Ansu's plan was actually quite simple. Since there was no explanation as to why the void moths suddenly died anyway, it would be good to make them killed by themselves, to attract their attention so that they will attack themselves, and then stuck for seconds. At the moment they happen to die a natural death, unleash Jedi magic to attack them. This could be explained as Big Brother Dedication Zone's superior tactics, killing them in a single blow. The credit still counts for itself. For the saving grace of the Holy Cavalry of the Holy Order of the Church, Ansu could already imagine how much he could earn. The Void Moth was recruited by him. The pot was Kavan's. The credit was his own. Today was another day of 3 wins. But this comes with the caveat that one has to be very pushy. Ansu's just now, that show of artifice, as well as the image of the righteous master who had compassion for all things deeply hidden, had been interpreted with great style. Next, it's just time to think of a really pushy stunt. Big Brother Xianzong's heart was inspired, but he saw that at this moment, he still maintained his ancient and unperturbed demeanor, and his eyes were still clear, and he faced the 2 void moths that would be killing, and softly chanted, "Born dash, everything, to feed people." Is he chanting magic? Annie's mind was made up. Chanting magic is different from ordinary magic in that it requires a speech chant before it can be performed, and at the same time, the power of chanting magic is far more powerful than ordinary magic. An acolyte who can use chanting magic is at least above the 4th rank. The natural world sustains mankind. Did the gods in heaven create all things for the purpose of providing for the survival of mankind? This benediction is supposed to be an exposition of the first chapter of the Holy Bible, the book of Genesis. In fact, the reason why Ansu read this paragraph was simple. Of course he didn't know any chanting magic. He was just going to stall for time. 2 seconds to go. But the void moth had already killed in front of it, and its mouthpiece full of sharp teeth was about to touch Ansu's skin. Will he be able to finish the magic chant? Agni couldn't help but worry. The rest of the saints were also tense. They swallowed their saliva and watched Ansu with deadly eyes. They knew that their lives were in this man's hands. The world. Judas grudges. Last second. It was already too late. The 2 void moths instantly rushed into Ansu's body. The strange and evil power instantly exploded in. This was the combined strike of a 4th-order void beast and a 3rd-order void beast. No one could block it. The earth around them began to crumble, cracking seam after seam, spreading out like a spider's web. As sand and dust rose, Humans simply can't take a hit like that. Agni was desperate. But when the smoke cleared, it revealed a calm face, and the calm smile at the corner of his mouth. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. After taking such a blow head-on, the man in front of them was unharmed. How strong and confident he is. What no one had expected was that on Ansu's chest, underneath the thick winter school uniform, a talisman necklace was slowly dimming, and to use it again, it would need to be recharged with blue. Medium-quality talisman, can withstand attacks or curses up to high level, 0/2. The original owner of this amulet necklace was none other than Carlos. It was a birthday present from his priest father, previously on the verge of death. He no longer had the strength to use this talisman when he was nod, so the talisman still had 2 chances left to resist. All of this was seen by Ansu. This string of talismans was exactly what Ansu had secretly grossed off from Kaven's neck when she had just straightened his lapel and compassionately overpassed him. But it wasn't stolen. It was picked up by Ansu, who sought no one. And at this moment, the Void Moth's survival time was at an end. And Zeus softly instructed the hidden Enya-sama, release the magic power outward simply. No need for power, just special effects. Enya would not hesitate to do her master's bidding. A 4th-ranked existence, wielding magic power at full strength to make special effects. That scene was exactly terrifying to the extreme. Even the blood moon in the sky was dimmed by a few points. The air kept sending out tremors, and a terrifying pressure spread out from under Ansu's feet, instantly erupting out as a dazzling light took over the world. Heaven is not kind. In full view of everyone, in the eyes of everyone, Ansu gently reached out his hand and landed on top of those 2 void moths, a 4th-order void beast and a 3rd-order void beast. Just as easily, ashes to ashes. 1 hit kills. This was beyond high-level magic, and could only be done by the Holy Order. Chapter 30, The Barbarians of the Otherworld lack cultural underpinnings. All magic is categorized into 6 ranks: low, middle, high, holy, superlative, and divine. Each level of magic consumes an incremental amount of magic points. Generally speaking, warlocks of the 1st to 2nd rank tend to use lower-ranked magic with a small amount of middle-ranked magic as a killer. For the 3rd to 4th ranks, they use mostly middle-ranked magic with some higher-ranked magic. Only warlocks who had reached the 5th rank and beyond were able to use holy rank magic. The 5th order was a watershed, and all warlocks above the 5th order were called saints, a strength only possessed by the bishop of a division of the clergy. To be able to kill 4th and 3rd order void creatures in a single strike must be holy order magic. That's why holy order magic has uniqueness and cannot be exchanged through faith points, but can only be created by the warlock himself. That move, born to nourish all things, was undoubtedly a holy ranked magic. While shocked in his heart, Enig was also secretly guessing the identity of the person in front of him. He would use holy light magic, which, unlike other magic, required the blessing of the goddess to obtain. This one must be a devotee of the goddess then. In the entire border synod, there was only one saint, the archbishop. This one would have to be someone from above. Egni knew that the headquarters church had a specialized heresy adjudication body called the Division of Adjudication. The ruling division has an administrative status equal to that of the papal court and is directly responsible to the goddess. Inside, each inquisitor is kept secret, with a position of power equal to that of a subdivisional bishop, and only the saints with the greatest devotion to the goddess can serve. Heresy inquisitors, whose job is not external, but internal, are used to deal with heresy scandals in the various subdivisional orders. Once a saint falls, the harm done to the church and the world is often worse than that of an ordinary mikveh. Like this one, for example, the fall of Cavens into heresy. Agni observes Ansu. The blood-red moonlight drooped down, covering this side of the desolate grassland. The night wind blew by. Hundreds of millions of pieces of wild grass swayed with blood-colored ripples, and at the thickest part of the blood-colored moonlight, that back figure stood with his hands folded. The plain, ordinary face, and the eyes and brows, and the hands and feet, were full of clear wisdom. That titled gradual donchi above his head also shone exceptionally brightly. Gradual eastern sunlight, gradual rising eastern morning sunlight? Agni pondered in her mind as her thoughts turned quickly. This lord, has he suspected Kavanaugh from the beginning? Is the abnormality of these 3 days of red moon nights just this lord doing a test run? Or maybe it's giving Cavens one last chance? Thank you, my lord, for saving me. Agni pressed her left hand to her heart, half-kneeled on one knee, lifted her snow-white cloak with her right hand, and gave a respectful knight's salute, which was echoed by her men. I wonder what your honor calls you. The title is just a vanity name, Ansu calmly said. Just call me Xianzong. You can't check my file anyway. The Pope can't even find out, because there isn't. Ansu had previously gone through the witch hunt Saint Stream school, and knew the power structure of the Illuminati. A saint, the more you can't check the file, the more mysterious, the more bullish, the more unfathomable, the more the water is too deep to keep checking. Dedication. Zone? Agni was sweating a bit. To be able to use a rank like Zone, this Big Brother segment was higher than she thought. Coronation of the consecrated pontiff. Agni hesitated for a while before she gathered her courage and said tentatively, I am a third-order paladin of the Holy See. You may address me as Agni. Which had been, Ansu said with slight regret. Just call me Big Brother Shinzone. You can't call me coronet. How can I talk about a coronation when I failed to save that child? This statement drew silence from Agni. Ansu slowly exhaled, his eyes slightly lowered, revealing a forlorn and compassionate look, and his tone couldn't help but take on a bit of sadness. I didn't want to hurt him. I would have liked to have a nice talk with him. Alas, what a wonderful boy he is. But he is under the spell of the misters. Those evil people, greedy and shameless, unfaithful and unrighteous. I, consecrated sect, hate such villains the most in my life, and I can't wait to sacrifice them all. Offer them to the great goddess of light as a memorial, Ansu said with such austerity, and gave the talisman he had picked up from Kavan's a press deeper into his pocket. Big Brother Shinzone doesn't need to blame himself. Agni was a highly emotional captain, immediately wanting to pat this saint's ass. We prepared a little gift for Big Brother Shinzone's saving grace. She knew that this was an adult from above, and if she took advantage of this opportunity and climbed into a relationship with a saint from above, then her career would be a fruitful one afterward. Agni is just so desperate to get ahead. Of course, that's just one of the reasons. The more important reason was that she wanted to repay Big Brother Shinzone for saving her life. Without the help of Brother Dedication, Agni didn't dare to imagine what their squad would have faced. To survive, half of them would be a gift from the Goddess of Light. Agni took out the holy bow that had wounded the Void Moth, a holy relic she had obtained from an abandoned relic. Broken Sacred Bow. Medium quality holy relics. Can fire 3rd level holy magic arrow of holy light. Each arrow consumes 4 battle skill points. This is a very valuable and precious treasure, not to mention a holy relic. Agni was so confident that it was hard to refuse even the sacrificial patriarch, who was a noble saint. But Ansu was calmly shaking his head, and after a pause, he said flatly, I didn't choose to become an acolyte in order to receive gifts. The Illuminati is indeed the Illuminati, and it is so honorable to offer a bribe. There is no art of euphemism at all. Of course Ansu wasn't going to accept these gifts in person. He wasn't a cutie like Father Danny. He had just portrayed some image of a righteous bigot, and to turn around and accept gifts was too detrimental to his persona. Brother Shinzone is not allowed to accept gifts, at least not so crudely. Moreover, this holy bow Ansu didn't want it. This thing cost battle points. It was something used by paladins, and Ansu couldn't use it. He couldn't even pull it. You can't even give a gift that is pitched at the right level. If you're not satisfied, I have more here, Agni said in a hurry. How to speak so bluntly too. Does Brother Shinzone need your gift? It is you who need Brother Deadzone to receive, not Brother Deadzone who needs your gift. Ansu swept a slightly disgruntled glance at Agni, thinking that this little comrade needed to make more effort if he wanted to improve. As soon as he saw that there was a lack of cultural heritage, and that these barbarians from other worlds were doing things so and so roughly, he resolved to make a few good points. Chapter 31, Brother Shinzone. A noble man, a man free from lowly tastes. Aegis Knight. Ansu's face sank. That schoolteacher's face was really born with an awe-inspiring righteousness. I am not going to accept any gifts. You don't have to say much. Agni dared not speak when he saw that Big Brother Deadzone was angry. Big Brother Shinzone is indeed an honorable and shiftless man. She felt a difficult situation in her heart. She really wanted to repay dedicated sect for saving her life. Halftime. The day is about to break. It was only then that Ansu slowly broke the silence, his tone easing. It's time for me to return to the imperial capital. It's a long journey. May I use your horse? My mod dash, he gave a slightly regretful look, was, unfortunately, shot and killed by Lord Cavens just now. Can I use your horse? Agni always thought that this sounded strange. Agni also saw the horse that had been shot by the light gun. In the face of Cavens' attack, Brother Dedication didn't fight back. He even had to cast blessing magic for the fallen Cavens in turn. The only way to cause his horse to be shot. Of course I can. It's only a matter of borrowing a horse. Agni was then about to immediately agree. But soon, something occurred to her. As already mentioned, Agni is a highly emotional captain. Is this all? Really? Just so? It was as if a thunderbolt had struck her spine with a single blow from the sky, and she only felt that her body was permeable, and she was enlightened. Whether one's guess is right or not, ain't all know what should be said at this moment, what it should be. After she immediately instructed the attendant next to her to say a few words, the latter first showed a baffled expression, but quickly trotted outside. Unfortunately, we don't have any extra holy writers in the group either. Agni first refused, then added, however, this horse is without an owner for the time being. so I can lend it to you for a ride back to the city." The squire had already led the horse over, but he saw that the steed was covered in snow white, with 4 hooves radiating holy light, and a tuft of snow-white horns on its forehead, and its aura was all different from that of an ordinary horse. It was that Kavan's beloved little mare, the holy rider with the bloodline of a divine beast, sacred beast unicorn horse, medium holy quality, skill, shelter, riding on a unicorn horse, capable of resisting some of the lower curses. Look at your own art of speaking, all with the word borrow. The horse, having been frightened off, instinctively ran for the city, and halfway there met the large force that had come to search for Kavanaugh. Egni knew how to progress, and lo and behold his art of speech had begun to use the word borrow. It's not a gift. Rather, Lord Xianzong was inconvenienced to go home, so he lent him a ride home. As for the imperial capital being a long way away, when Lord Xianzong will return, it's up to God's will. The sacred rider saw Ansu and was visibly in a resistant mood, but Egni forced the reins of this holy rider. "The boy has lost his master, and it is a privilege to meet you." The unicorn stared at Agni with a skeptical look. Agni directly and enthusiastically handed the reins in the hand of Brother Xianzong. "Your original owner has no opinion." "How can you have an opinion? You're a kid, but you've got a heart." "I'll borrow it then." "There's progress, but it's still not enough." Ansu smiled and said, "Then we'll see you later." Ansu had wanted to get his hands on this holy horse from the moment he saw it. The reason was simple. Since there was a trace of the bloodline of a divine beast, he could keep refreshing the words by constantly mating. That kept refreshing the words until he brushed out the treasure. This kind of operation was his favorite thing to do in the 5th week of the program in his previous life. He rolled straight onto his horse. "By the way, you're here for the witch hunt tonight, aren't you? I'm not going to lie about your jokes." Agni gave a bitter smile. "We're probably going to be left with no harvest for this red moon hunt." "Nothing. That's a top shame in the 60 years of the border order's existence, isn't it? One could be impeached or even dismissed if one went back." She thought silently. 50 kilometers south, you can see a river, and following it down, there is a cave. Ansu said, "There is a tantric stronghold there." Agni looked at Big Brother Xianzong gratefully, bearing another favor. She no longer knew what to say. Ansu told her for the simple reason that she should get the hell out of here for 50 kilometers, the farther away the better, and not hold up Big Brother offering Zone here for a big payday tonight. And she's going to say thank you. "Thank you for your favor." Agni hung his head along with his men. "I really don't know how to repay your favor. May the light of the goddess shine forever in the world." Ansu said sunnily, "You only need to promise me one thing." "What is it?" "If you find sacrificial children in the tantric strongholds in the future, please do not clean them up if it is inconvenient to dispose of them. Sneak them to my disciple Ansu, Morninsta's house. Of course, this is something that you need to swear to the goddess not to reveal." This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. It was a direct shock that made Agni's brain go into overdrive. Ansu, Morninsta, the heir to the Morning Star family. Surprisingly, he was the hidden disciple of the saintly lord in front of him. Everything conspired. Everything made sense. No wonder this dude had been behaving abnormally over the past month. No wonder he was determined to join the church. And no wonder he was studying so hard every day. It turns out it's because the Saint Sama is here. It turns out that he was taken in as a disciple by the saints. Though taking a cursed son as a disciple was, in common sense, a ridiculous thing to do. But the persona that Ansu had previously laid out and molded worked. The dedicating elder brother still left no stone unturned to save him and guide him in the face of the fallen Kavans. Brother Xianzong is a nobleman, a man who is out of the low life. Then, taking the cursed child as a disciple would be less excessive. Guiding the soon-to-be fallen to goodness is exactly the creed of this great saint. "Isn't it?" Agni said in his heart. "Why didn't Brother Xianzong let others know, but let himself know?" This is Big Brother Xianzong trying to give himself a chance. When Ansu saw this look on her face, the corner of his mouth lifted into an imperceptible smile. He killed 4 birds with one stone with that statement. For one thing, the Sons of Darkness were all talents, important talents for his future plans, so of course he couldn't let them go. Ansu has a clear view of himself. He knows he's all morally low. In short, not a good person, but he's not going to slaughter the kid. The second is to find yourself a very bullish backer, fox and tiger, then a lot of trouble will not be your turn. Thirdly, in the future, no matter how one's cultivation soars, there is a legitimate reason to ask is to dedicate the zone Big Brother taught. There is one last reason, and the most important, the small gifts that Brother Xianzong doesn't have the convenience or inclination to accept during the New Year's festivals. Then, in the future, wouldn't it be fine if the Order of Aegis gave it to his disciple? Ansu, gotta give the youngsters a chance to improve. I swear to the goddess. Agni and her attendants all dropped to one knee, to honor your teachings, and will not reveal it to outsiders. Ansu gently nodded. Farewell at this point. That holy horse was originally quite resistant, but Ansu whispered goddess of in her ear, and before the words were even finished, the holy horse instantly became honest and didn't dare to move a muscle. As the crowd watched, Ansu rode the holy rider deeper into the wilderness, the blood-red moon getting thinner and thinner, and with 3 hours to go, the sky would break. The 3-day blood moon night is also finally coming to an end. Chapter 32, May We Meet Again. The next day, the sun was warm enough to lay flat on the glass dome of the church. The Holy See made a blockade of what happened last night. Information about Cavens was also completely destroyed. This is the type of top scandal that will not only affect Cavens' family, but even the entire border order's popularity. Thanks to the Holy See's suppression of the heat, the punishment regarding Agni was not that heavy, and with her hunting a nest of tantric strongholds to atone for her sins, the latter's salary was suspended for only 3 months. But the message cannot be completely sealed. Hero of the Dark Night, nemesis of the Tantric Church, the name of Brother Dedication Zone is also slowly spreading on a small scale, mysterious as an urban legend. As for the inexplicable extra gifts in the house, the gift that your big brother Shinzong receives is none of my business. Ansu. In any case, the night of the red moon. For good. If you want to make another big profit, you'll have to wait until next year. Ansu knelt beneath the statue of radiance and gave credit for all of last night's gains, receiving the goddess's reward. His magic power reached 13 points. After the prayer, he stood up and turned his head sideways. Startled, Chloe, Faust had appeared in his life at some point, staring at himself expressionlessly, those brilliant gold eyes reflecting Ansu's face straight on as if he were staring at a corpse. Yesterday, she said 2 simple words, "This is to raise hell." Ansu understood what Chloe was referring to. Chloe had come to look for Ansu early yesterday morning, only to run into Cavens returning, and Ansu wasting her free time just studying and reading. After reading for a while, I saw that they weren't finished on their end, so I snuck off by myself. I'm sorry. Ansu apologized straight away. Chloe gave Ansu a deadly stare for a long time before she sighed hopelessly. Follow me. After coming out of the church, Ansu and Chloe walked down the street one after the other. Of course, Ansu, at this moment, didn't care about these things. He stared at Chloe, who was walking ahead of him, just trying to figure out what the little saintly girl was up to. They were reticent to speak on this journey. Chloe walked ahead of Ansu, carrying a wooden box of boxes, and not allowing the latter to observe her expression. Fresh sea breeze came through the street. The wind chimes tied by the roadside issued a tinkling sound. Luojia's long silver-white hair also scattered in the air with the wind. A shake, occasionally a wisp swept through Ansu's cheeks. Itchy. Was it last night's exposure? Ansu didn't feel like it. After all, she had done it very stealthily. Besides, what does the person you killed have to do with me? Ansu Mornesta? What does it have to do with me? Ansu Maninsta? Walked along the street for a while. Chloe finally turned her head sideways, looking solemn and serious, her amber-colored eyes gazing straight at Ansu, her thin lips slightly opened, a very solemn attitude making Ansu a little nervous, but saw her say, earnestly, I'm hungry. Breakfast? You get all scary just to eat? Eating is a sacred thing. Still serious, Chloe said coolly, second only to a goddess. Ansu had to say, well, I'm hungry too. This breakfast place is right on the ocean and has delicious cakes and fresh milk, and the bread is a hit. They picked a window seat. Outside the window was the aquamarine sky and the sky blue sea, with each of the 2 colors occupying half of the window. If it weren't for the occasional sea breeze that slightly ruffled the white clouds and kicked up some waves, the whole world would be a blue still painting hanging on the window pane between them. Chloe asked for a portion of blueberry cake and ordered a cup of fresh milk. She ate the cake with elegant movements, her back straight, her thin lips slightly open, her eyes slightly squinting as she chewed and savored it, like a cat basking in the sun. After finishing her dessert, she cupped her hands around the fresh milk that was radiating heat. What exactly is it that you want from me? Ansu had finished chewing his share of bread long ago, and he didn't want to play dumb with this saintly girl anymore. It was quite an unpleasant feeling. You've already eaten 2 blueberry cakes. One costs 10 copper coins. Ugh. It's expensive and not good. Ansu said. In fact, for Ansu's family, 20 copper coins was no money at all. And the reason he said this was just that he didn't want to tangle with Chloe anymore. The saint's written exam is in 4 days. Luojia raised her eyes to Ansu, her misty white eyelids lightly trembling. I heard that you come to the library every day to study and come home late. That's right, Ansu said. Actually, I don't go home at night. I've found a lot of hollowed-out professional teachers to give me a little lesson. He's not lying. It is true that he went to a lot of professional tantra teachers at night to give him a small meal, but it was just these teachers who ate at the stove. The mother goddess dines with her heart and blood spilled indeed. You really want to join the Illuminati? Chloe paused as she said, about that, I'm happy. I have been a loyal devotee of the goddess since time immemorial. Ansu replied seriously as well. This one is also true, and there is no fear of Chloe recognizing it. After all, for the loyal and simple Ansu, Whoever gives the most favors will faithfully believe in him. Maybe this will help you. Chloe took a pamphlet out of her bag and handed it to Ansu. Ansu took a look at it, and just after turning the first page, he was stunned by the aura of it. Clean and neat handwriting, well-organized veins, interconnection of knowledge points and knowledge points, detailed and precise terminology. These are notes I took while studying, Chloe explained. Maybe they'll be useful to you. Of course, it's fine if you don't need to lose it. Ansu remembered the setting of the game. The first place of the celluloid national written examination results, placed in Ansu's previous life. This was the scholar's notebook. He pocketed it without moving. So, Chloe stared at him, her pretty eyes blinking and cocking her head. How many blueberry cakes is this worth? Why don't I buy this store and give it to you? Ansu said with a billion close by. It doesn't cost a few dollars anyway. I don't want so many. I just want one more. Chloe was really a serious fellow, and she really explained it to Ansu. I can't eat the extra cake. Also, there's something else for you. Chloe placed the wooden box that she had been carrying on the table and opened it. Inside was a very pretty log, with a vaguely flowing glow floating through it, and even a few broken leaves on the branches. It's a staff. It is actually possible to cast spells without a staff, though there is some gain from casting spells with a staff. Glow staff. Second order superb quality. The first two ranks are the levels of magic it can use, and the higher ranks on the back are its qualities. Effects. A second rank staff blessed by the gods. It can cast second ranked and lower full attribute magic, and when using holy light magic, there is a 50% chance that the amount of magic points consumed will be halved effects. This is the staff I used to use, Chloe said. You might need it more. This is expensive stuff. It's a staff issued by the General Synod to prospective saints. You can't buy it with money. Rao Ansu this thick-skinned, also a little unable to accept. He could not help but ask, then what do you use? I don't need it. Chloe took a sip of her hot milk. The order will send me a new staff, a third order staff, a third ranked staff, which means she becomes a third ranked warlock. There's only one possibility. Ansu's eyes twitched. You awakened into a holy maiden? The saints' upgrade system is, again, separate from the witch hunt saint stream. Pretty much, Chloe responded. I haven't spoken to anyone else yet. The first to tell you. After being slightly taken aback for a moment, Ansu also regained her composure. This matter didn't surprise him. After all, according to the original plot, Chloe Jabin had become a holy maiden a month earlier. Tomorrow, I guess I'll be leaving Border City for the General Church. Chloe said that the cake she had ordered had come. Why give it to me? Ansu asked. Because you need it more. It's tough for a cursed child to become a saint. Chloe gazed earnestly into Ansu's eyes. Besides, I'm returning the favor law. What kind of favor? You saved my life, that's the favor. She took a taste of the cake. Chloe, Faust has his pride. Didn't you already pay it off when you raised me to become a prospective saint? Ansu smiled. Indeed, that's the truth. Her pretty brows furrowed in a tangled expression. It does pay off. She's a more serious person. Here's the deal then. Chloe paused and came up with a good idea. You buy another piece of blueberry cake for this staff of mine, and that clears it up. Didn't you just say, Ansu was puzzled, that you could only eat one piece of cake by yourself? Still, Ansu did as she was told, and the blueberry cake was quickly served. I'm not eating it, you're eating it. Luojia revealed a smile, that slightly scheming smile with some cunning and some brightness, like he was getting back at Ansu for standing him up these days. It was also the first time Ansu had seen her smile. She lifted the fine silver hair on her forehead behind her ear, and the warm tones of the sunlight fell on her body. I'm going to leave this city and go to the Temple of the Seven Gods in the imperial capital. Before I leave, I'd like to share my favorite flavor with you. You just said this cake isn't good, right? Just because of this, Chloe has been waiting for herself. The order has a lot of problems. Many, and I've actually always known that. But I can't change it. A cursed son becomes a saint. In the 1,000 years since the founding of the church, no one has ever done it before. And I want you to be the precedent. I want you to bring about a new change. I hope to see you again in the imperial capital. Farewell, Chloe said. Ansu, Morninsta, please impress me even though the road ahead is difficult. You're going to regret this. Ansu picked up her fork and put the piece of cake in her mouth. But I promise, I'm going to blow your mind. Ansu knew himself very clearly. He had never been a righteous man, and had never occupied the moral high ground. But he does climb up the ecclesiastical ladder, step after step, from saints, to priests, to subdiocesan bishops, to subdiocesan archbishops, to cardinals, to the pope, to the pontiff until he has remodeled the Holy See into a more suitable mold, just for himself. What Ansu could guarantee, however, was that his play really blew Chloe's mind? As much of a knight's promise as Caven's? Chloe cocked her head and smiled slightly mischievously. Ansu bit into the cake. This is the promise of a cursed son. The blueberry develops a light tartness on the tongue. Included in the refreshing sweetness, Chloe also closed her eyes slightly and tasted her share of the cake. In the early morning sunlight, with the sea breeze blowing, they chewed on the same slightly sweet flavor. Chapter 33, Ansu meets a heavyweight on her first day. The border city is open to the railroad tracks. Of course, its official name is Magic Train, and it runs 3 times a day, straight through to the imperial capital of Narama. Fowler. It's not so different from the green trains of the previous life. It's all the same iron, except instead of coal mining, the fuel is artificially charged with a first-order magical warlock for power. This kind of human-type battery, 10 people in a group, every half a day to change a shift. The work is very simple, is to charge their own magic into the magic guide vehicle, belong to the otherworldly characteristics of the social animal. Count Carlo was not in a beautiful mood today. Raised this kid for more than 10 years. It is not easy to cultivate a playboy. Also can be regarded as to the ing in heaven. Did not expect that he is really hardened wings today. Actually really want to go to the capital to catch the examination. He hadn't given Ansu a good look all day today, and to have to squeeze into some magic train with the civilians and talk about experiencing it, is that like it? For the other nobles to see, they would think that he, the great Morningstar family, couldn't afford a train. What a rebellious son. What does family really count for him? Since this rebellious son insisted on following him to do the opposite, said what experience life? He must give this guy some color to see. Well, let this rebellious son as desired. Let him experience the life of the poor people. That's why he specifically instructed Enya not to carry this rebellious son's luggage on this journey, to show him some family weight. So when Ansu, a teenager, lugging an old suitcase half a man high, checking the tickets with his hands and sweaty head, boarded the platform, most of the passengers in the compartment stared at Ansu. One is because he's handsome. Secondly, because he looks like he's had it rough, having to leave his home to work in the capital at such a young age. Especially when they saw him dragging his huge luggage. Some young girls even floated a reverie. This poor kid must have been kicked out of the house by his parents. Nor did he know what a confusing, heavy future awaited him. It's all about fantasizing about bagging the kid. Ansu is indeed confused. What's in here that's so heavy? The luggage had been prepared by his old man, and Count Carlo had instructed him not to open it and look at it privately before he got into the car. He managed to find a seat, set the large box on the tabletop, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Miss Enya took a seat across from him with a flourish. She was wearing a deep black Lolita-style dress with boots today. She was sitting in a very elegant position. Her legs were slightly together, her soft razor propped up on the side of her radial face, and her eyes were always on Ansu's body. In here is the weight of the family. As if she could see Ansu's confusion. Ms. Enya took the initiative to explain. Ansu opened a slit, only to see a layer full of golden light, and then quickly closed it. Clothes, toiletries, dry food, none of that. Why are there only gold nuggets? The corner of Ansu's mouth twitched slightly. Coronation Carlo, this is to teach you to have the heart of a naked man. Not to forget where you came from, to drink from the water and remember the pain. That's exactly the weight of the family. Enya calmly said, when you see this nugget, I hope you'll recall the gold mines back home. Ansu did feel a rather heavy future. At that moment, there was a sudden clamor from the front of the carriage, and a faint cheer. Ansu could see through the window a handsome-looking young man with long, brilliant gold hair and a tall stature, stepping onto the cart under the arching cheers of the crowd, dressed in the robes of a nobleman and carrying a brilliant gold staff. His demeanor was dignified and imposing, as if he were a favorite of the gods. The divine title is the Lion Cubs of Light. He was heading straight to the VIP area. Unlike Ansu, who was thinking of experiencing life like this, Ansu recognizes this man, the son of the Grand Duke of the Border and heir to the House of the Sun, Arthur. Sonny, it's a great nobleman of the Masamune banner. This guy's segment would be completely different from Carlos the NPC, a proper male counterpart in this world. He's going to the imperial capital to catch his exams. 2. This one is a combination of a high profile, handsome, of noble birth, of excellent pedigree. Only one thing is subtle. This one ranks number 1 on the Beach Morning News list of saints you'd most like to date. Incidentally, in the last month, Ansu's ranking has also whooshed up because of the influence of that hashtag forbidden love of a cursed son and a maid written by who knows who. With the momentum of a dark horse, the train was starting to leave and Ansu didn't want to ignore the bastard. He leaned against the window, taking in the view. The old track lay flat on the narrow mountain trail, and because it was late fall, the sleepers were already littered with pale red maple leaves. Further on was the tunnel through the mountains, and as the train came out through the tunnel, it could see a glimpse of the deep blue sea, the shimmering aquamarine shards of light looking like pieces of tinfoil taped to the windows of the car. The border metropolis was getting farther and farther away, gradually getting thrown into a tiny little bit. No matter how heavy the future was, Ansu had finally left the border city and was about to sail to the very center of the stage, the Niralan imperial capital Feral. By the time dusk sets in and the setting sun smolders the color of the evening sun into pink, the train is finally at the station. The Feral Empire is a magnificent and bustling city, about the size of 20 border cities. Everywhere you look there are ancient and historic towers, bell towers, and churches. As the train pulls into the platform, you can see the most magnificent and largest church in the world. The complex of buildings with glazed texture continued from the top of the mountain to the corner of the mountain, brilliantly reflecting the broken light like streams of fire, reflecting the red half of the night. Church of the Seven Gods. It is also known as the Academy of the Seven Gods. This was also the destination of Ansu's trip. It would be better to say that it was a church. Rather, it was a giant ecclesiastical complex. There were a total of 7 righteous gods in the Lair Empire, and there were also 7 righteous religions, and the Illuminati was only one of the 7 religions. The Pharaoh imperial capital was then unified to build such a religious complex, dedicated to all 7 sects at once: light, druid, astral, alchemy, healing, order, and chastity. In order to become a saint, one must first be nominated as a preparatory believer, followed by entering the Church of the Seven Gods for a unified examination. To put it bluntly, this is the 7-school joint examination of the previous life. Those who pass the grades will be able to become official saints and return to the various sub-priesthoods in the countryside, while the group with the best grades will be able to stay in the Church of the Seven Gods and continue to further their studies. And this group of people, graduating from this group, will be the start of the priesthoods. Dragging her thick and heavy luggage, Ansu first went to the registration office to register her information. Name: Ansu, Morninsta. From: Border City. Recommended denomination: Glow. The quality of the Imperial Church was indeed high, and there wasn't much to make things difficult for him. No one even approached Ansu to collect bribes. Ansu was really hoping that someone would embezzle a little bit. After all, the box he was carrying in his hand was just too heavy, like collecting a little money, a few hundred random gold coins, and revealing the topic of tomorrow's written exam or something. These guys are so clean for what, so clean? This gold coins Ansu all the way did not mention in vain? What's the point of me getting money if you don't exploit me? At a rough estimate, there were at least 2,000 gold coins in the box on hand. That's really enough to buy several magical trains. Can't this Olden convert gold coins into banknotes? Every now and then, he'd start to miss his border home. Those sweet old bastards back home. That fine quality of shamelessness in bribing and accepting bribes is so nostalgic. Once registration is complete, it's time to assign exam quarters. The Saints test is 3 days long, and the candidates will have to stay here for the whole day, and unrelated people will not be allowed to enter. Ms. Enya is about to leave for a while. Is it true that you don't need me to dig a hole and bury your opponents, all of them? She asked with a crooked head before leaving. Ansu says you are too extreme, having just arrived in the imperial capital and not being familiar with the area. Ansu planned to keep a low profile first, and I don't know who my roommate is. The preparation dormitory is a triple room, and Ansu has 2 other roommates. With the expectation of a new life in the future, Ansu completed the registration and received the key to the dormitory, and as soon as he pushed open the door, he met a pair of lion-like brilliant gold eyes, and then he felt that his head would be big in the future. Ansu, Morninsta, the brightly shining title above his head, glorious cub. Ansu's roommate is Arthur, Sunny, Gada. This puts the high end of the game. Arthur exuded an air of a nobleman, with long, brilliant gold hair as majestic as a lion's. His movements were as calm and majestic as a lion's, and his eyes, also brilliant gold, were as dazzling as amber. Flamboyant and bossy, this is exactly the ideal nobleman's son in Count Carlo's mind. Trouble is coming to our door. I didn't find you in the noble carriage. He looked disdainful and his tone was thick with superiority. So you've fallen to the commoner's area. What do you want? Is it true that you can't afford to ride in the nobleman's carriage? Has your father run out of money for you? Arthur sneered. No, but I hope so. Ansu subconsciously pressed her suitcase. You've been pretty cocky lately. How am I arrogant? Ansu was baffled. I heard about that. Do you go to the library every day to study? It's like this. I've been looking for you, kid. Arthur, tall and imposing, stared down at Ansu at a kind of downward angle. And, I heard that Cavens all suffered at the hands of your boy? Humph. Studying hard every day? It's really funny. You don't know who's the boss of the young generation in Border City. What exactly are you trying to say? The corners of Ansu's mouth twitched slightly. I mean, you kids are so arrogant. Are you confident about tomorrow's exam? Maybe? Ansu replied tentatively. What exactly do you want? I mean, since you're so arrogant and confident then. This young lion lowered his voice and said, majestically, that, I recognize you as our boss. Can I have a copy of tomorrow's paper? That's Arthur's Sonny. Sonny, the perfect knight's only weakness, he doesn't do well in school. I can give you gold coins. Arthur saw Ansu hesitate and said with confidence again, consider it an offering to the boss. It's nice to talk to someone from the old country. The moment you open your mouth, you are familiar with the fine character. No wonder he just wanted to inquire about why Ansu didn't sit in the noble carriage. So he was thinking that if Ansu ran out of money, then it would be easy to bribe her. Chapter 34, the second one is even heavier. Arthur, Sonny, second-level holy light warlock with a minor in dryads, born into a great public family. It was born with the expectations of the people. Lion Cub of Light, the title given to him by the goddess on the day of his birth. Border Archduke family history. Family history has produced generals, produced marshals, family martial virtues abound, but is the lack of culture, moreover, did not produce the Pope of the Illuminati. The Pope naturally should be the practice of the Illuminati magic. Arthur was then groomed as the future of the family, and from a young age he studied the knowledge of the holy light, and under the ear of the oldest members of the family, and the ear of his famous teacher, he lived up to his name and learned to cleave. He preferred lifting his machete and slashing people than magic. That's pretty cool. Knights are better than mages, more than anything else. He had always lived by his creed. Ansu didn't want to grant Arthur's request. After all, he was already beyond rich. Moreover, as a dedicating zone big brother with fine qualities, a noble man who had detached himself from lowly tastes, and as a genuine school bully, the thing that this person, Ansu, hated the most was cheating. Mostly, I hated when people cheat. Not only will he not help cheat on tomorrow's written exam, he even goes crazy messing with other candidates' minds. This line of thinking is actually in common with MS. Enya's idea of killing the light, just more conservative. As long as the competitors don't do well on the test, then Ansu is number one. Arthur, don't get excited. At that moment, a calm and elegant voice interrupted the conversation between them. Don't lose your nobility's decency. This is the second roommate. That person was really elegant, with gold-rimmed glasses, a snow-white robe, long and white hands carrying a pot of black tea. His temperament was even more lonely and exclusive. His compulsion looked quite high. Moonlight of the Goddess, this is his title. Lister, Twilighten, a second-order holy light warlock with a minor in water magic, is also from the border. Is the eldest son of the Moon family, the second oldest major family on the border. Meanwhile, the man ranks second on the beach morning news list of the saints he'd most like to date, making the list on the grounds of clarity of temperament and legacy. We have to compete fairly. No cheating. Lister took a fine sip of the tea. This is exactly the grace and candor of the saints, the noblest of qualities. The most important thing in Lister's life was the nobleman's reserve and the honor of the saints, and he always paid attention to the style and art of talking and doing things. Do things in style was exactly what his father had handed down to him. This is a man who has dedicated his life to elegance. So did you read the book? Arthur asked him. No, Lister replied with grace and a straight answer, even a touch of pride in his tone. My humble servant has not read a word of it. So what are you proud of? Arthur said, if I read the book, when I see the question, I have the answer in my head from the book. Lister calmly explained, I would copy the answers hidden in my head onto the paper. Wouldn't that be cheating by copying the answers? It's not fair to the other candidates, which is why I chose not to read a word of it. It's not because I'm lazy or can't read, it's because the pride of my soul can't allow it, and a high-minded soul won't allow me to have the despicable behavior of reading and reviewing. As an honest and fair saint, I cannot accept any cheating. What about when you take your exams? Arthur asked again. The goddess favors the honest and noble. Lister took another elegant sip of tea, speaking with the same high level of sophistication. And my heart will honor the guidance of the goddess and choose that right path. So it is. After hearing these words, Arthur even pondered. Brother Lister, you make a lot of sense. Isn't this just a guess? As she watched these two conversing, Ansu sighed slightly. At this moment, he actually inexplicably began to miss Cavens. The same are going to Playboy noble family script. Cavens surprisingly also do quite anthropomorphic. Why are the three of us grouped together? Ansu asked. By the slice, Boss Ansu. Arthur started with boss at this point. All three of us are from Border City, and we're all studying cookie, so naturally we've been grouped together in one place. The small border city has produced our three talents, Ansu said in his mind. Then Arthur went on to add, it was supposed to be four. I wonder why Cavens didn't show up. It seems the church is keeping the news pretty tight. He took a leave of absence from school. Ansu replied, add in your mind, maternity leave. Ha ha, I see. Did you call in sick? Arthur laughed. Could be sort of. Maternity leave counts as sick leave. And when is his vacation over? It's usually 10 months, but he's faster. It's been so long. Haven't you gone to receive the blessed healing of the holy light? Arthur said. Accepted. So he was quicker. Ansu added in her mind that he would have to die of childbirth relatively soon. The night was silent, and the examination for admission to the church for life began. Church of the Order Stake. third floor of the first tower, which is also the test site where the written exams are conducted. The grandeur and vastness of this place can only be felt by walking around the imperial parish during the day. Brilliant golden sunlight filtered through the color-blocked glass dome, spreading streaks of light across the antique marble columns. The stone pillars are carved with scales and rulers, which are the symbols of the Order Church of the Seven God Faiths. The full name of the order is the Order and Law Order, and its deity is the Goddess of Order, who is in charge of justice. Because of their ecclesiastical character, their parishes have also tasted being used as general examination rooms. The tantric cult that was its enemy was the Chaos Cult, the full name of which was the Chaos and Ladder Tantric Cult, and its deity was the Mother Goddess of Chaos. Shining Saint's third exam room, room 301. Ansu observed the looks of the rest of the candidates. There were about 60 people in the examination room, but they were seen to be tense. Some of them kept stomping their feet, some of them even took out their books to review, and most of them were reticent, anxiously waiting for the examination to begin. Time ticked by, and for life there was the sound of steady footsteps between the corridors. The visitor was dressed in snow-white clerical garb, with the very coat of arms of the order tattooed on his chest, and the stigmata on his left shoulder indicating the position of this one, priest. He walked into the examination room, clasping his examination paper, and with a dignified appearance. The exam is about to begin, so please put away anything unrelated to the exam. If there is any cheating, you will be directly stripped of your qualifications as a candidate. I am the invigilator for this exam. Everyone can address me as Parsi priest. The test will take 2.5 hours, so please answer the questions carefully. This priest of the order cut the sealing threads of the examination papers, and another assistant helped him distribute the papers. Question 21. Please discuss the Druid Pea's magical hybridization experiment. Ansu got the paper and flipped to the last question and knew it was a sure thing. Mother and child hybridization transformation dismemberment. That series of forbidden keywords resurfaced in Ansu's mind, stringing together memories. Thank you, dear MS. Enya. The rest of the topics examined the knowledge points. Ansu also reviewed. Luojia's top student notes are very comprehensively organized, and the candidates around them all showed constipated looks. Obviously, they had also flipped to the last question. The eyes revealed clear uncertainty and helplessness. The examination questions of the Illuminati are not miscellaneous, and will even give an examination outline, most of which are the politics, history, curricula, and theories of spell casting of the Illuminati and other comprehensive questions of the liberal arts, except for the last question. The last question was from the examiner and it was a complete jump from the syllabus, deviating to the extreme and directly examining another denomination's topic, and it accounted for a high percentage of marks. Take, for example, the previous year's Illuminati test. Turning to the last question, there are 4 types of threaded couplings, namely, bolted couplings, double-ended stud couplings. Please explain them in terms of alchemical principles. It's all examined into the realm of the alchemical and mechanical order. It's all about luck on what to test on this last question. According to the examiners, the aim is to develop well-rounded talents, and even more so, to select the most favored favorites of the goddess. If you are lucky, you usually learn similar points by chance, then you can pass. If you are unlucky, then you are not favored by the goddess, then they don't take them. In a way, Brother Moon's theory is really correct. Chapter 35 Parsi priests, all 3 are heavyweights. Patsy, as a priest of the order, had been an examiner for several years. It's his pride. The order magi had a unique characteristic, their order scales, which was the ability to judge human behavior, determine whether it is disruptive and whether it impairs fairness, the ability to detect if a candidate is cheating. So it's great to come and be an examiner. His eyes are as discerning as a torch, as sharp as a falcon, and any student who tries to disrupt the order of the examination room has nothing to hide, so the examination is carried out to half an hour. The order of the examination room is clear, only the sound of brushing and writing. All candidates are paying full attention. As the clock clicked to full time, someone raised their hand. Parsi narrowed his eyes at the candidate, who seemed to be from the border city. Ansu, Maninsta, whose name is written on the examination paper, is the title, the firstborn. Patsy walked over to the guy and leaned down. Mr. Parsi, may I turn in my paper please? Ansu inquired. At these words, the pens of the surrounding circle of candidates suddenly trembled. Where did the livestock come from? The exam is only half an hour old and you're going to hand in your paper so soon. They were all of a sudden feeling sweaty and, could it be that the question is actually quite simple and only you have such a headache doing it? Ask if you can hand in your paper, a normal right of the candidate. This passes the judgment of the scales of order. You can't turn in your papers until an hour after the exam starts. The Parsi priest explained patiently. When you're done, double check. There are plenty of students who are not aware of the rules of the exam. and it's not unusual to encounter them every year. The only thing he felt curious about was why this young man from the border city was so fast at doing the questions. The previous top scorer, Luojia Holy Maiden, wasn't even this exaggerated. Even the last question is done. Wait, it seems like this guy is only doing the last side. Patsy's gaze instantly rose in solemnity. He hadn't even begun to do the one in front of him. Then why did he ask if he could turn in his paper? He's clearly not done. Isn't he afraid he'll take his empty rolls away? A very outrageous conjecture floated in Parsy's mind. Could it be that this kid was aware of the rules of the exam and knew that it would take an hour to hand in the paper? Since the time was not up, he was certain that he would not be able to collect his paper. Ansu did that on purpose, deliberately acting like you're done. It's done upside down, from back to front, on purpose, for the sake of putting pressure on the other candidates, and his actions were all legal, neither cheating nor breaking the rules, an act that could be judged by the eye of order. It is not illegal to work backwards, nor is it illegal to ask if you can turn in your paper. It's all about orderly behavior, but it brings chaos. Is this kid a chaos-chosen god? Patsy looked around and had already noticed that several of the candidates had an agitated expression on their faces, even glancing over to Ansu's side from time to time. They also found out that Ansu finished all the last side, and even wrote all over the last big question, sweating it out. Ahem. Patsy coughed and decided to say something to maintain order. Continue with the exam. This student, you haven't even finished in front of you. Parsy's words acted as a certain tranquilizer, and the candidates in the third examination hall gradually calmed down emotionally, but there was always still a sticking point in their hearts, and a vague uneasiness was always buried in their minds. Even the thinking was a little unclear. The clock ticked by, and when the clock struck the full hour count, another half hour had passed, and the time had just come, not a minute more or a second less, when the boy Ansu raised his hand again. Patsy was really angry now, and he walked off the stage in a rage. Since you want to disrupt the order, you will really take your blank rolls. What did he expect when he picked up the paper and realized that the boxes on it were filled with answers? And surprisingly, they were all correct. This time Ansu was really done. Thanks to the baptism of the mother goddess of life, he had a surprisingly good memory, and after this month or so of duck-filling frantic learning, he would have grasped the knowledge to a T. And memory is the most vital talent for liberal arts topics. The title is all over the place and there's no room for revision. There would be no need to stay in the exam room. In fact, Ansu was still very regretful. He observed half a day, the entire examination room, actually not a single person cheating. No more fun. In full view of all the people, Ansu handed in the paper sharply, got out of the seat sharply, and was the first to walk out of the examination room sharply, and went away. Noticing this scene, and especially observing the face of the Parsi priest, the heartbeats of the surrounding candidates suddenly slowed down by half a beat. One could even hear faintly the sound of him muttering to himself, a voice that was purposely lowered, but not too low, at just the right level to be able to be heard if one listened carefully. All the original questions done, exactly the same, so easy. How can there be an original question? Lies. The corners of Pashisto's mouth twitched viciously at the fact that all the questions on this paper had been originally written by the. Even the last druidic cult question is a reworking. There is no way there is an original question on the market, much less the exact same original question. Patsy observed the looks on the faces of the candidates around her and only felt her head get bigger. Obviously, many of the candidates had heard Ansu's words, and they were all thinking at the moment that, hell, it's a big loss. No wonder you did it so fast. Could it be that you've all read the original question? Are they all original questions? How come I haven't come across any of them? It's not like the guys have done it all but me, is it? As an order magus, Patsy could feel the turmoil spreading through the minds of the candidates. Paradoxically, he couldn't go ahead and disqualify Ansu because of this self-satisfied remark he made, because the balance of order determines that his behavior is legally compliant. Everything is subject to the balance of order. One is that no answer is conveyed. There is no answer information in this sentence. Secondly, there was no disruption to the exam room. He was out of the exam room whispering. The Parsi priest exhaled slowly. The unfortunate of all unfortunate. The man was completely gone. He didn't need to watch out for this guy anymore. Moreover, he had only caused a small portion of the commotion, and the majority of the candidates would not believe that there would be a leak of the original questions from the ecclesiastical test. But his hanging heart wasn't even halfway down when another hand was raised. Turn in your papers. The exam room fell silent. Another person has turned in their paper. In second place, the paper was due in an hour. Is there really a leak of the original questions on this exam? Confusion began to spread further, and many of the candidates began to wonder about life. The Parsi priest looked back and the title was, Glorious Cub. A very sunny and handsome man, with brilliant golden long hair, flamboyant nobleman dress. That confident smile is like the warm sunshine in early spring. Arthur. Sonny, also from Border City. Is Border City full of academics? Parsi's priest was left to his own devices as he picked up Arthur's roll, only to find it covered in white. What's this? A lot of questions are left undone. I really took it. Ha? The Parsi priest asked tentatively. In all his years as an examiner, he had never seen this kind of path before. Did I really take it away? Oh? Was this radiant cub? 2. Trying to be like that born one, deliberately pretending to be done to hand in the paper, and then causing the other candidates to panic? But this time, Patsy wouldn't spoil him, because it was really time to collect the papers. An hour had come and gone, and he was able to collect this blank paper straight away. It's playing with fire. Are you sure you want to turn in your paper? Then I'll take it away, Patsy said threateningly, the implication being simple. Stop your tricks and settle down to the questions. I'm sure the student won't dare to run wild again. To Patsy's surprise, Arthur nodded rather sunnily and confidently. Yes, you take it. This guy. Patsy gazed at Arthur with an expression of looking at a monster. What an outlawed mind. What a wickedly confused mind. What a realization. The point is that he looks really confident and rather chesty. This guy, would he rather deliberately hand in a blank paper early to mess with the other candidates? Border City. Are they all out of such evil and chaotic demons? Arthur's reason for handing in his papers was actually quite simple, because Ansu turned in her paper. So Arthur knew in his chest that he was finished. He had been waiting for Ansu to pass him the answers since the exam. I ended up waiting left and right, but still couldn't wait. Seems like I didn't give enough money yesterday. And now that Ansu had turned in his paper, it was even more impossible to wait. So he followed suit. The hanging heart finally died. The corner of Patsy's mouth twitched. He was not at all convinced that Arthur was anything but, being a quasi-saint, how could there be such a foolish fellow? Definitely intentional. Those dastardly mayhemists. This student, you haven't finished writing yet, have you? Patsy decided to say something to settle the minds of the students around her. Don't you regret it? I won't regret it. Turn in your papers. Arthur smiled a sunny, confident smile as he laughed. The path that should be traveled, I have traveled. I have no regrets in this life. Henceforth, there shall be a crown of justice reserved for me. The way that should be traveled. I have traveled the multiple choice questions he has filled in. I have no regrets in this life. When I get home, I expect to be beaten to death by my old man. The crown of self-righteousness is reserved for me after the exam. I have to get a refund from the treacherous Ansu. Let's just say that it's not for nothing that this guy was voted #1 on the list of #most wanted saints. That smile is really very sunny and confident and divine and quite deceptive. So spontaneous, so arrogant, so uninhibited and wild. After seeing Arthur's confident smile, how could the candidates around them believe that he hadn't written anything? It must be that the Parsi priests are afraid of the stress in their hearts and deliberately say these words to comfort themselves. You go, Patsy murmured. That's when another hand was raised. Coronation Patsy, I request to turn in my paper. The third one turned in early. The entire exam room was completely mind-blown. Damn him, sure enough, there was a leak of the original question, and he was the only one who hadn't reviewed it. Otherwise, how could there be 3 people handing in their papers early at the same time? Where are so many geniuses? They resurfaced the thought in unison. Patsy turned her head to look at it was a very elegant and handsome man, full of the feeling of a schoolmaster. His left hand gently pushed up his golden glasses, and his right hand slowly raised. It looks very forced. Number 2 on the list of saints I'd most like to date. Goddess of the Moon. Lister. Twilight Grace. The Parsi priest took one look at the information about the candidates on his paper and just felt like he was going to have a brain hemorrhage. For S sake. This one's from Border City. 2. These 3 borders come to birth. Lister he was more confident. Confidently and gracefully handed in his papers. He can't even do the questions. They're all scribbled out. But he was very confident because he believed that the goddess would favor him. Even if it's scribbled, it will be correct. You avoided the correct answer perfectly. The Parsi priest looked at the roll with a face like death. The point is that Lister looks really elegant, rather chesty, convincing and infectious. None of the candidates around him would suspect him. With 3 consecutive people handing in their papers early, the minds of all the candidates completely exploded. At this moment, there was only one thought in the mind of the Parsi priest. Poor mountains produce unruly people. Chapter 36, Arthur, it's a sure thing. Ansu was the first to leave the exam room. It was still early morning outside. The warm winter sun spread over the dome of the Order's church, and the leaves of the trees outside the court followed, casting a light layer of green shadows. The cloisters were empty. It seems that he was the first candidate to come out, but after Ansu exited the cloister, descended to the 3rd floor, and crossed the cordon, he was surrounded by long guns and short cannons, and crowds of people 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Most of them carried notepads, pencils clipped to their ears, white hats, and briefcases slung over their shoulders. All shapes and sizes of colorful clothes with miscellaneous newspaper characters printed on them saw the first candidate come out, and all of them showed the expression of sharks seeing blood. Most of them are journalists and some of them are education experts. For the residents of Faller, the annual Saints exams are much talked about, and Ansu was the first candidate to come out, so of course they were excited. Excuse me, what was the last question? This is one of the biggest concerns of the academic journalists. Ansu looked over at the questioner, whose shirt was emblazoned with the words Capital Morning News in large letters. The last question of the Illuminati, because of its famous abstraction and randomness, has always been the biggest hotspot for the attention of people all over the country, and many casinos are betting that the last question of the every year, education experts across the country focus on what ranges are tested in the final question. You should know that this is a question from the bishop of the subconciliar church himself. Guess the direction, intent, and angle of the next papal exam by analyzing the areas of examination in the last question. Education experts make their money writing about these things. As for what happens when they fail in their predictions, doesn't matter. The cuties have been snubbed anyway. The money's gone. Faced with this question, Ansu pondered a little and remembered what Enya-san had said earlier. It feels quite interesting. I've somewhat forgotten the details of the exact title. Ansu scratched her head in slight distress. It might not have been very clear. Just a generalization would be nice. Please. The last question. It's something related to mother and child, he replied. Ansu thought for a moment and added, I don't remember much because the questions were too easy. Those who can't do it can only be idiots, I guess. Until this moment, Ansu was still putting pressure on the candidates. After all, there's an exam tomorrow and the day after. Mother and child related content dash. The Capital Morning News reporter's eyes lit up, thinking that the scope of the Illuminati's examination has reached the realm of intimacy? Strongly humanistic. Not bad for a question from a bishop with such erudite content. Can you reveal any more? The morning reporter asked again. It's related to hybridization. Ansu answered honestly. The education experts present were a bit confused. How is it again, mother and child? And again, hybridization, bishop is old man out of the question so wild? So how should I predict next year's test questions? Can you be more specific? The reporter used a pencil to make a careful note in his book. It's the inhuman type of test. Mother and child. Inhuman. Hybrid. What a monster this pile is combined. Is the scope of the Illuminati exams so weird? Now, I had known that the last question of the Illuminati was off, but what area is this going to be off? I had known that the content of the Holy See's question was profound, but I didn't expect it to be so burdensome and deep. The education experts are sweating a bit. This is well beyond their knowledge. Can you hint a little more? The reporter wiped the sweat secreted from his forehead and his eyes were glowing with excitement. He already had a premonition that a big news was right in front of him. It's just sexual transformation and body modification. And reproduction. Ansu replied confidently. Sexual transformation, body modification, reproduction. This one demonic word spat out of this sunny teenager's mouth, and the deep filth hidden in word after word seemed to thicken into a solid mass, wrapped in unspeakably horrifying knowledge. Cold sweat broke out above the foreheads of the education experts, and their throats involuntarily swallowed saliva. Bishop, my dear old bishop, what on earth have you come up with this year? Is the Illuminati about to enter the realm of Shirbari? So what should we recommend the store for next year's tutorials? The small bookstore's 18-banned homoerotic books? Isn't it time to change the textbook to 3 years of sex transition and 5 years of hybridization? Many education experts and tabloid journalists, the heart already has a preliminary idea. They immediately write out, after all, this first-hand information. Who is faster on who makes money? The Capital Morning News reporter also had cold sweat on his forehead. He coughed and no longer dared to ask. Ansu observed the expressions on the faces of those studying the news and only found it quite interesting. He knew of course that it would eventually reveal itself. Questions always come out. After all, but it didn't even matter. It was fun for a while. After all, Ansu hadn't told a single lie. And it was their dirty minds that had brainstormed the problem. You are the first candidate out of the exam room. Please leave. The reporter stuttered. May I leave a name? Leaving names. Ansu doesn't really like to leave names. It can stay, but it's not unnecessary. Whatever they brainstormed. It was this group of education experts and journalism students who ended up making a fool of themselves anyway. Just call me Arthur, Sonny of the Border Son family. Ansu left his old folks' name and pushed his way through the crowd of people and headed out the door. According to the examination schedule, after you finished on the Order Parish side, you have to report to the Alchemy Parish side. Tomorrow's examiners will read the rules of the examination. Ansu still has the title of the firstborn on his head, but it doesn't matter. He's new to the empire. Who knows that the born one is him? Ansu, Morninsta? The imperial city is so big and there are so many candidates. Besides, he wasn't lying in the first place, so no one can blame him. Ansu hasn't been gone long. Reporters saw a second candidate walk out of the exam room. With long, brilliant golden hair, lion-like majestic brown pupils, and an aura as powerful and exuberant as the sun, he exudes an uninhibited and spontaneous temperament at all times. Also turned in an hour early? Could it be true that this year's questions are easy? As the Lister candidate just said, education experts secretly said in their hearts. May I ask what the last question is? The education experts rushed over and inquired with eager eyes. May I ask if it's really related to mother and child, crossbreeding, or something like that? Until this moment, they remained undeterred. Arthur looked at the reporters interviewing him, a little confused. Last question. What was the last question on the test? Arthur Sonny only did the multiple choice, but at this moment, caught in the fire of an interview, Arthur had to muddle through, so he put on a smile and nodded confidently. Hiss, visible to the naked eye. The education experts sucked in a breath of cold air. Convenient. Can you leave a name? Said the morning reporter, getting more and more excited, knowing that he was fishing for a big story, so that we can register it in the headlines. Headline. Arthur instantly sensed the danger. He wasn't a fool. If this newspaper published his name in the headlines, and his old man far away at the border saw it, the results would come out again in a few days. Failed the exam, and still dared to hand in the paper early for the second time out of the examination room? So arrogant. He'll be beaten to death by his old man himself. You can't leave your real name. He was a resourceful one, and his brain was spinning rapidly in thought, calmly and carefully analyzing and reasoning. Ansu was out before him. This guy must have been interviewed long ago and left his Ansu's name as well, so he can't leave Ansu's name himself, otherwise you'll be recognized. Then the only choice is this. After all, those were the only two candidates Arthur knew. His clever brain had found the answer long ago. My name is Lester Mern of the Border Moon family. Leaving his last words confidently, Arthur pushed his way through the crowd and headed out the door in style. Brother Lister, let you take the place of me to be killed. After all, we are all good brothers who came out of the same place. Arthur is aware of this. This exam Lister most likely also mailed. How in the world could a guy as smart as himself exist? As for the title of Glorious Cub, still on his head, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, no name left. He first arrived in the Empire. Who knows the cub is him Arthur? Who knew that the cub was Arthur Sonny? The imperial city is so big and there are so many candidates. Chapter 37, Lester, my name is Cavens. Blake, my humble name is Cavens. Blake, son of a border order priest. Facing the interviews of the journalists, the third one out of the examination room, Lester Munn, calmly pushed up his glasses and replied elegantly and politely. Moun, calmly pushed his glasses and replied elegantly and politely. Every word and action was filled with aristocratic manners. Lister, Moun was a man of elegance and rigor. His short, light brown hair is always immaculately groomed, and his lips are slightly thin, which reveals his humble character. Pale blue eyes were always calm and gentle, always wearing flat and not a crease in his black pants with a flat ironed blue tuxedo, every button neatly buttoned. At the same time, he's a low-key guy. Humility and understatement are the most important virtues of nobility. As the most devout and honest devotee of the goddess, he was well aware of his own excellence, but he understood the truth that the wind will destroy the wood for the trees. He doesn't like to flaunt it. It was only because of his humility that he was third out of the exam room. Otherwise, he would have turned in his paper long ago. Forever third is his credo, neither ostentatious nor lagging behind. But I did not expect excellent people as the fireflies in the night, no matter where they are so distinctive, so dazzling, so beckoning butterflies, or attracted reporters to have interviews. Despite this excellence, Lister continues to choose to keep a low profile. He wasn't going to leave his name behind, so let himself become a piece of imperial legend. At the same time, Lester is a smart guy. He understood that Ansu and Arthur had gone out of the exam room before him, so the reporters must have registered both of their names, so he couldn't impersonate them himself. There are only 3 candidates that Arthur recognizes, but actually, there's one more. That's Cavens Blake on medical leave. Black, it's all old country, I don't know him well, but he won't have a problem with using Cavens' name for a bit himself, will he? Moreover, Custer, lying on his deathbed, must have been relieved to suddenly see his name appear in the capital newspaper, and thus felt warm from the bottom of his heart. It's definitely not a fear of losing face if you fail the test. Lister was such a thoughtful and gentle man, a very high-spirited gentleman. He brushed his left hand over his right breast, bent his right leg slightly, and performed a standard nobleman's etiquette. Then, my humble Cavens will take his leave. As for the title of Goddess of the Moonlight on top of his head, but it does not matter. Anyway, did not leave a name? He first arrived in the imperial capital. Who knows that the moonlight is him Lester? Who knew that moonlight was him? Lester Moon? The Imperial City is so big and there are so many candidates. 11 o'clock in the morning. Border City. Sun family estate. The blazing sun shone down on the crimson land, the light refracting through the glass windows of the den and onto the brightly shining armor. The Sun family is the oldest family on the border. The family is full of martial virtues. Every once in a while there are generals and marshals, and its head of the family, the Sun grandpa Anan Sunny, is the only 6th ranked knight on the border. Sunny, the head of the family, is the only 6th order knight on the border. A 6th ranked knight is already entering the realm of the demigods. Grand Duke Anan had always been known for being serious and unsmiling, but today he had a clear look of joy as he sat in his study, flipping through the latest issue of the Imperial Capital Morning News. Learning journalism are very efficient. In order to grab the headlines, got the latest first-hand news, immediately returned to the newspaper to write the material, and then through the Magic Network, for the national batch printing. In less than 2 hours, the Grand Duke of Anan, who was far away from the border, had already seen the latest issue of the Imperial Capital Morning newspaper. The Sun family has always had a regret that it is uneducated and has never produced a magus, so it is often teased by political opponents as the reckless family. And today, everything has changed. He looked at the latest issue of the newspaper with its bright line of headlines. Hashtag the first candidate out of the exam room. Sun family's Arthur. Sunny's interview. Hashtag first out of the exam room. Or turn in early. Spare a thought. The Grand Duke of Anan would not yet be so happy, for he knew what level his own child was at. Perhaps he had turned in a blank paper and come out early. But the reporter's next report put Duke Anan's hanging heart at ease. Arthur. Sunny himself said that the last question of this examination was quite so easy now that it was not worth his remembering. Only a fool could not do it. Steady. The Archduke of Anan had a pleased smile on his lips. The abstract and outrageous nature of the Illuminati's last question was something that even he, an illiterate person who had dropped out of fetal education, had heard about. Even his own son found the last question simple and easy to do. So weren't the other questions a handful? The more I think about it, the more joy I feel. Their Sun family had also finally produced an arts scholar. It was almost as if their ancestors' graves had been raised in green light, raising their eyebrows, to show the other nobles that the Sun family is also cultured. The Grand Duke of Anan rose, straightened his collar, put on another cloak, and, taking the paper in his hand, made to go out. He was going to show off a lot, and he was going to show off a lot in person, especially by hanging out at the Moon and Morningstar families. Alas, I accidentally got lost. How did I come to you? Ugh, my newspaper is dirty here. Look at it for me. The Archduke of Anan had already thought of his lines. Grand Duke Anan was happy when his son did well on the exam. 11:30 in the morning. Border City. Moon family estate. As the second oldest family and the most widely connected, its family has always been known for its elegance and nobility. The estate is planted with violets, and even in winter the wisteria at Moon's house continues to flourish. Those elegant and noble purples drape down along the eaves of the house, shading the window panes, filtering away the heat of the sun and putting a veiled filter on the light. The Marquis of the Moon family Norman. Moon, a calm and refined gentleman. Whatever it was, he rippled. But today, the corners of the Marquis of Norman's mouth lifted slightly. The reason was the Tudor Morning Post in hand, the second column of news. Hashtag the second candidate to walk out of the exam room. Lester Moon of the Moon family. Moon smiles with confidence. Be graceful and not laugh out loud. Despite being more pleasurable inwardly, Marquis Norman was after all an elegant and high-style gentleman, and he maintained a calm color on his face. Turning in your papers early is just the most basic operation. The kid is still playing erratically and not coming out first. The Marquis of Norman had already thought of his lines for afterward as he rolled up his newspaper and headed outside. The Marquis de Norman was happy when his son did well on the exam. 11:40 in the morning. Border City. Morningstar family estate. As the least oldest of the thuggish families, the Morningstar family has only one thing going for it: it's rich. The other two families combined aren't as rich as it is. There was too much money to use up. So the Morningstar family had always been known for its foppishness. Inside Count Carlo's study, the sunlight drooped down, only to be blocked out by a stronger golden light. Pure gold teacups, pure gold seats, pure gold desks. No martial arts armor, no wisteria or greenery, just the purest money as decoration. The Count of the Morningstar family, Carlo. Morningstar, only money. Spare him the joy of being so rich today. Just now, he heard that 3 students from Border City had turned in their papers early for the Saints exam, but he had a good sweat in his heart. But as soon as I saw the morning paper, my hanging heart fell into my stomach. Sunny, Moon, Blake, no Morningside star. That's great. The month before, Ansu the kid studied like crazy every day. Count Carlo was still worried. What if his own kid was really a school bully? What if you do get the top spot? What about your own gold mine? In hindsight, it was all a fool's errand. Ansu didn't fail him, even though the exact results had not yet come out. Count Carlo was already 10 out of 10 in his mind. He'd already figured out which gold mine to assign to Ansu to manage. Count Carlo is happy when his son fails the exam. Noon. Border Metropolis. Church of the Radiance. Black Family Backwoods Church of Rest Cemetery. There was no armor, no violets, no gold, only row after row of tombstones, standing on the bleak, silent hills, with the winter wind blowing between the coffins, making a whistling, grim windy sound. The sunlight fell on the tombstones, spreading a ghostly light. The Blake family is one of the priestly families of the Illuminati. At this very moment, in front of a grave, Priest Blake was holding the Seaside Morning Post, his hand trembling slightly with cold sweat. Third column news. Hashtag the third student to walk out of the exam room. Cavens of the Border Order. Blake Sunshine. Hashtag. Sunshine? Splendid? Priest Blake stared straight at the line, then turned his head to look at his son's secret grave, staring at the empty, blackened headstone, and swallowed. Bleak and solemn. The bright midday sunlight that fell on Blake's priest was so oozing. Is this the price of believing in the Mother Goddess? The Blake priest is horrified that his son has won the resurrection. Chapter 38 ensue. Dare to match test answers with me? Noon. Alchemy Synod Subdivision. Church 6. The full name of the Order of Alchemy is the Order of Alchemy and Mechanics, and believes in the Lord of Alchemy, who is in charge of alchemy and magical machinery. The saints of the Alchemy Order are all proficient in alchemy, and they also specialize in the creation of alchemy spells, the design of alchemy dolls, and the manufacture of magic-guided artifacts. There is also the part about the design and exploration of the world of the Nerf games, of course. This important work is mainly done by the Astral Order. The third and final test of the third day was in the Narama game, the game that pleases the gods. Incidentally, that green train in Ansu's old house was also made by the saints of the Alchemical Order. The original design of using cheap first-order Great Age warlocks as a power source to drive the magical train forward was also exactly what the Alchemy Order had conceived. They study civil engineering, but not just civil engineering. The interior of the Alchemy Church has an earthy feel to it and is 6 stories high. The metallic frescoes, the idols made of pure white mercury, the huge alchemy spells, and the pure iron metal cogwheel coat of arms all emphasize their strong style. Sunlight pierced through the mercury dome, a white, metallic light enveloping the alchemy chapel, the sycamore leaves outside the windows casting dots of green. The hall of the sixth church was huge, the size of a soccer field. At the top of the center stood a huge magic-guided screen that could display the entire hall. Tomorrow's exam will take place in the 6th Church Hall of Alchemy, and this magic screen will broadcast their behavior live. Ansu always felt that the sight of the candidates around her was not favorable. It's midday now. It's hard to revise when news from the border metropolis is lagging behind and the first morning papers have been printed. But in the examination hall of the 7 divine hierarchies, especially among these saintly candidates, the news that Ansu was the first to hand in his papers had spread in a small way. Candidates more or less already knew about this Ansu guy, and also knew that as soon as this guy came out of the exam room, he said, "The last question is very simple, and those who can't do it are idiots." That's why the gaze towards Ansu was complicated, especially those candidates in the same exam room as him. Unparalleled resentment, silent anger, and even a hint of envy and admiration and respect wrapped up underneath the thick malice. It was such a complex and all-encompassing set of emotions. Ansu was familiar with this kind of sight. He often suffered from this kind of sight when he took the first grade in his previous life. Oof, someone could even be heard grunting coldly. What's the big deal? Faced with this kind of unsuspecting bullying sight, Ansu remembered how she had handled it in her previous life. He will handle these interpersonal issues properly and amiably. Stare at me again and I'll recite the multiple choice and fill in the blank answers. Ansu smiled a sunny smile. And, let's pair up the answers. In his previous life in high school, Ansu's favorite thing to do was to go back to the classroom and recite his answers out loud as soon as the test was over. Enjoying the constipated expressions of his classmates was a very cool pleasure. At these words, the majority of the hall fell silent. Silence. The eyes that looked at Ansu no longer had anger and resentment, only respect and scorn. This effect is more effective than the descent of an evil god. No one wants to answer to the first in their grade unless you're second in your grade, especially on the first day of exams, which is the same no matter what world you're in. The mindset for the exam will break down afterward. The surroundings finally quieted down, and Ansu raised her eyes to the second floor of the church, narrowing them slightly. Meanwhile, on the second level of the alchemy cleric, several alchemy priests and magi were surveying the candidates below through the alchemy screen. They were the invigilators for tomorrow's examination, and were at that moment circling a huge circular table and chairs, carefully observing each candidate, and occasionally exchanging soft words. The candidates below, though, were all associate saints of the Illuminati. However, if there are outstanding performers, as long as the price offered is high enough, it is possible to poach them to their own church. Anyway, the 7 gods are one family, so who do we believe in? Priestess Ashley, which candidate do you favor the most? A very old bishop held a newspaper in his hand. I see that this student called Ansu, Morninsta, is a good student, getting out of the exam room early yet. From the border, Priestess Ashley replied without looking up. Oh yeah, I remember. You don't like border people. The cleric smiled sarcastically. It's from the border. After all, it always smells. Ailey was not impressed with the border city. She was a native of the imperial nobility, and her family was still partially related to the royal family by blood. She herself is a genius with a rare all-attribute talent, so in addition to alchemy, she is proficient in the vast majority of attribute magic. On the rationing and reuse of warlock memory grids, published at the age of 19, this paper by Ikari put her well on her way to the priesthood at a young age. She's 20 years old now, and she's already a quasi-4th ranked warlock. Magical genius, that's what the outside world says about her. You'll be the one in charge of the examination tomorrow, right? At the head of the round table, the sub-district bishop of the 6th Church slowly said, "Be careful with your shots." "Yes, Coronet," Ashley replied. Her mind was indeed on other things. Her brother Parsi from the Order Church came to see her a while ago. Elder brother listed 3 names and urged her to beware of these 3 candidates from across the border. None of these 3 guys were easy to deal with, but it doesn't matter. It's only from the border. After all, that little place. She did how not to take it to heart. Love Shirley was proud, and she was more than proud. Thinking that it was about time, Eclair rose to her feet in battle, and she gracefully bowed to the bishop. She wore a snow-white gown, her robe embroidered in brilliant gold with a crest of gears at the collar, and carried the corners of her coat slightly as she saluted. "Then I will go ahead and read the notes to the candidates. Coronet, I'll take my leave." Perhaps it was because they couldn't wait for the invigilator for a long time. The hall downstairs started to get a little noisy again, but as if by magic, Eclair just walked down the steps without haste, and without making a sound. She silenced the candidates around her just by standing there. Here, Love Shirley looked around at the candidates, and her thin lips parted lightly. "Good afternoon, everyone. I am your examiner for tomorrow, Ashley Milton. You may address me as Ashley Priest. Alchemy is a wonderful discipline. Wisdom, strength, and perseverance, these are the 3 elements of alchemy. And likewise, these are the key virtues of magic. Tomorrow's exam," she said gracefully, "please use your puny wisdom, please use your meager strength, and, of course, your perseverance. Please use these 3 great virtues to defeat me with all your might." The whole place is in an uproar. Defeating an associate 4th order priest? What kind of joke is this? Quiet, please. Ailey had already found the 3 from the border in the crowd. They had border symbols on their costumes, and a faint smile was on her lips when she, "Now, I will begin announcing the rules of the exam." Chapter 39, Which Grandson is Harming Me? As soon as Aishori's words left her mouth, Ansu felt a trance in her immediate vision. There was a faint beeping in his ears. A sheet of paper woven from light slowly floated down from in front of his eyes and automatically landed in Ansu's hand. The paper, which was as thin as a cicada's wing and didn't have an ounce of weight to it, was an instruction manual. "Come exam undertaking. For the exam, dear Mr. Ansu Morningside, Mr. Morninsta, your exam number is 061 and the place of examination is the 6th Church of the Order of Alchemy and Mechanics. The subject of this test is the allocation and use of spell points and magic points. Examination mark, 30%. Exam note, under the limitations of the alchemical spell formation, you can and can only use 4 memory grids, and you are free to choose a spellbook to temporarily equip and allocate 10 magic points for use. Cannot carry any auxiliary magical items, and disable the title of God's gift, and cannot have any mitigation buffs before the candidate's appearance. For the sake of complete fairness, through an authorized alchemical spell, the examiner will completely duplicate all the states you were in when you stepped into the examination room, such as appearance, equipment, physical condition, spellbooks on the 4 spell positions, 10 magic points. Assessment criteria, the grade will be assessed according to the specific performance, and full marks will be awarded for defeating the examiner or persisting for more than 10 minutes. Persistence, courage, wisdom, this is not just a test, but a trial to transcend oneself. The only way to get a perfect score is to beat yourself. And Sue flipped through the exam commitment, the corner of his mouth slightly raised in an interested smile. He felt that this exam was quite interesting. The statement of commitment was prepared by the Congregation for Alchemy and Mechanics. Please make sure that you have read it all and that by signing this examination undertaking you are authorizing the above rights. In short, it's only 4 spell slots, 10 magic points, and disabling titles, and the examiner will play you on the exact same terms. Totally fair. But Priestess HLU was a real magic expert, with experience far beyond theirs, and even with the same magic and the same conditions, she was able to use it to better effect than the unusual. The condition for wanting to pass this exam is how to choose 4 magic spells. It was like playing a game of chess, with the 4 memory squares being the pieces and the 10 magic points being the number of moves. It is necessary to conceal in this choice of pieces a game plan for defeating the opponent, which must also be concealed from the opponent, so that he cannot see it. Because her opponent has the same 4 pieces, she can make the same move. Even, the opponent can devise better and better ways to match and play the 4 pieces you have chosen. Normal people should be starting to figure out how to choose a grimoire by now. This is the kingly and right thing to do. But Ansu is the evil player. He prefers lifting the board to playing chess, narrowing his eyes slightly and gazing at Miss Achery on the high platform. Ansu already had a plan in mind. As if sensing Ansu's gaze, she was a highly inspired woman. Aishori frowned slightly and turned back. Ansu gave her a sunny smile, a smile that was truly pure and innocent. After the rules for tomorrow's exam were read, there was nothing more to do today, and the candidates were dismissed as they were. After coming out of the alchemy order, Ansu saw Enya-sama. She was sitting on a bench on the patio. Sunlight fell in through the clear dome, in various refractions of the glass, because the courtyard was layered with greenery. This hot sunlight first faded a little bit of dryness, more like a cool moonlight. Dressed in a long Lolita dress with a fine wisteria border pattern, delicate and flamboyant, the silhouette of the sycamore tree outside the window was half-caged on her side face. She was holding a lunchbox in her hand, half padded on her toes, with a loop of red rope tied around her bare foot, and her whole body looked light and translucent, as if she were about to melt into the mass of light. MS. Enya also saw Ansu and she tilted her head. I'm bringing you food. Why is it so much like the parents who deliver food to the candidates? In full view of everyone, Ansu took the lunchbox and opened it to see the abundance of ingredients inside: fried fish cakes, neatly cut schnitzel. The bottom layer was covered with salad and small tomatoes, all neatly distributed with rice compartments. That unicorn horse of yours, it was also delivered today, and I'm holding it in trust for you to keep it at the inn. Enya-sama had arranged it in a well-organized manner, and if you only looked at the surface, it was truly a perfect maid. Forget that for a moment. Where's my staff? Ansu tasted a bite of the fried fish cake and found it delicious. Might use it tomorrow. What staff? MS. Enya cocked her head. It's that staff with the holy light attribute, the one Chloe gave me. Aha! Miss Enya still had a smile on her lips as she blinked her amber-colored eyes. I don't remember. She's like a rogue cat. Where? Is that a staff? She made another look of dawning realization. So ugly, I thought it was a clothesline pole. So you used it to dry your clothes? The corner of Ansu's mouth twitched slightly. If the little saintess knew about this, she would blow up. Just kidding, it doesn't really look like a clothesline, Enya said with a smile. There's no way I'd use it to dry my clothes either. Then, Ansu's heart was slightly relieved. Such a strange and ugly shape. Enya said calmly, I thought it was a violet wand from the celluloid coronet, so I took it for that sort of thing. That's the saint's staff. What an ultimate insult. What filth has your mouth started spewing again? This is the holy land of the church. Ansu slapped the latter's head with her lunchbox, and the maiden lady scrunched her neck, whimpered in pain, and covered the sorely slapped area. No kidding. Su could see that the underheaded maid was just making up facts about Huang Yao. Give it to me, maybe I'll need it tomorrow. Miss Maid covered her head and spat out her tongue. Ansu took the staff and paused again, halfway through the day, before he said, lunch was delicious, thank you for being able to bring it to me. You don't talk so softly. MS. Enya froze and cocked her head, her long smooth hair falling over one shoulder. Or you would have been a much tastier accompaniment to me tonight as well. Lower head female, Ansu said. After finishing her boxed lunch, Ansu sent Enya away and went back to the dormitory. As soon as he returned to his dormitory and opened the door to his room, he heard the sound of a broken defense breaking his heart. The glorious lion cub, Arthur, Mr. Sunny was at that moment trembling with a copy of the Imperial Morning Post, and as he read the words on it incredulously, his worldview seemed to crumble. Hashtag the first candidate out of the exam room. Sun family's Arthur. Sunny's interview. Hashtag Arthur. Sunny himself said that the last question of this examination was quite so easy now that it was not worth his remembering. Only a fool could not do it. He blinked his confused eyes. Where's my flawless plan? Besides, wasn't I the second one out of the exam room? And who the hell said this whole bunch of crap? Which grandson is victimizing me? Lister pushed the door open. Arthur, there's a telegram for you. It's from your father. Arthur's handsome face trembled as he took the telegram, opened it, and his pupils contracted. Telegram? His old man praised him severely, and made a great deal of his exploits known in aristocratic circles. He even declared a day's holiday for the whole territory, with banners to celebrate his Grand Duke Arthur's removal of the liberal arts crown and return to his home. Arthur was thinking of only one thing right now: what he was going to do when he flunked out and went home, what position he should use to beg for forgiveness. The bull has been blown out of the water, and his old man loves to save face. Besides, his old man is a demigod-level knight. Could he take it himself? Arthur swallowed. Lister took the morning paper from Arthur's hand, and fixing his eyes on it, his brow furrowed. When did my humble servant turn in his paper second? Which grandson is victimizing me? How can I turn in my paper second when I am so humble? I'm always going to be third. Lister has the most morbid compulsion to only want third place in the middle. The OCD made his whole body feel like there were ants crawling all over him, and he was uncomfortable to the point of dying. How could his perfect plan have gone awry? Seeing this ugly expression on their faces, Ansu also curiously took the morning paper, her eyebrows even more raised, and her first reaction was even more weighty. Did Kavens crawl out of his grave to find his family? Pregnant with 2 children and abandoned by the negative heart. I became a ghost in red to search for my family? Which grandson is victimizing me? Chapter 40, Lester, Brother Ansu's wisdom is far above his own. There are grandchildren harming me. That was Ansu's first reaction when she got the paper. But soon, he slowly came back to his senses. Could it be that this was someone who had assumed Kaven's name? Unfortunately, Ansu wasn't the only one who slowly smacked the cat out of the bag. Who was first out? And who was second out? And who was third out? It makes sense when you figure out the sequence. Border hometowns are capable of having a heart-to-heart. Arthur reacted for half a day before his clever brain finally came to a realization and looked at Ansu with a rather spiteful expression. In contrast, Lister fixed Arthur with the same resentful gaze, while Ansu looked at Lister with slight disgust. Pregnant husband you even bully? What a despicable guy. Actually using the same move as me, they secretly said in their hearts. These 3 people stared at me. I stared at you, stared at each other for half a day. The air seemed to stop. The warm sunlight outside the window hit the room. The shadows of the trees on the balcony flowed with the light. Why don't we? Ansu broke the silence. Just get rid of each other on this one? You're the only one whose name hasn't been impersonated. Lister pushed up his glasses with a cold flash. Against what? Kavens and I were born and raised. Ansu replied without changing his face. You used his name, which means it's equivalent to using mine. Born to die. I'm born, you die. Ansu was born and Kavens is into death. So it's a birth-death relationship. Still can't resist. Arthur stared at Ansu. His handsome face was full of constipation, and that sprightly, unruly smile was untenable, and he shivered at the thought of what would happen to him when he got home. All they had lost was face. Ansu hadn't even lost face, and what they were about to lose was their own lives. You took the money. Ah, you took the money yesterday, brother Ansu. Arthur looked at Ansu with eyes full of resentment. Didn't you say you would help me pass the exam? He never trusted old folks again. What do you mean? You've received money. The barbarians of the other world speak so crudely that this receipt is not money, but a progress fund. So, you're sure you flunked? Ansu asked. The multiple choice questions are still done. Arthur replied. That does flunk. What about you? Ansu shifted her gaze to Lister again. Hoof. With a graceful push of his glasses, Lister said, confidently and elegantly, that, the goddess is going to favor me. This one is also mailed. Ansu gave these 2 people a verdict in his mind. He paused and began to think. According to the original storyline, Arthur also mailed it. Written examination results accounted for 30%. Want to pass? The latter 2 exams must take a very high score, and Arthur the Good's talent is all added to the knight. The knight goes warlock. His latter 2 exams can be said to be miserable, but after all, Arthur is the configuration of important characters. According to the King's Road set of the desire to raise the first suppression style, this is exactly the phase of the suppression. Arthur exams mailed. Went home and was expelled from the family, but due to the blessing of a year later, in the most down and out encountered a miraculous encounter, and finally completed the reversal of the situation. So if he saints through, that wonder won't be Arthur's turn. It would have to be your own. And Sue revealed a thoughtful look. He first glanced at Arthur, but see this guy all muscle man tall, but also born to practice martial arts wizards. All the body is the power of courage in martial arts. And turned his eyes to look at Lester. See this guy calm and elegant, cheek extremely thick. Until this moment still do not admit the fact that he smashed the test. Can be said to adhere to the disdain of the shameless. The bottom line is that neither one is morally superior. These 2 crouching dragons and phoenix chicks can help with your own exams tomorrow. No, it's very helpful. And Sue gradually had a preliminary idea in his mind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a bright smile. It felt like this was quite interesting. What are your test numbers? Ansu asked. I'm number 59. Arthur wondered what Ansu was inquiring about that for. I'm 60. Ansu is 61. Looks like the 3 of him from across the border got grouped together. Is the examiner trying to reunite them all together? I have an idea. Ansu smiled calmly. Being able to help the group pass the church's test, himself was the last one out. If the plan goes well, you won't even have to take the test yourself. Arthur jerked his head up and looked at Ansu as if he were a drowning man looking at a lifesaver, full of eagerness and expectation. But then he quickly shook his head and said, suspiciously, Brother Ansu, you're not going to screw me over, Are you? I never pitched a fit, Ansu said benignly, her pale green eyes reflecting pure white light. The looks of all three are deceptive. Arthur, with his uninhibited and spontaneous image, is the sunny and self-confident nobleman, and Lister, with his calm and elegant appearance, appears to be the erudite and scholarly gentleman. Ansu, on the other hand, looked delicate and clean. He cocked his head, his long gray hair sliding down the window along with the sunlight, like a simple big boy next door. Arthur decided to trust the old folks one more time. Good, if Brother Ansu can save me this time. As if he had made up his mind. Arthur, Sonny, swear to the goddess that I will truly recognize Brother Ansu as my boss from now on. What about you? Ansu turned her head to Lister. My humble self will not approve. Lister replied calmly. He was a restrained and proud nobleman. Wouldn't approve of a nobleman who fails in both awareness and will. Lister was a high-powered aristocrat, and the hooks that pushed him lower his high spirit would not allow him to do them. For example, reading a book to review such a vile hook. My plan. Ansu paused as he propped his elbows on the desk, his slender 10 fingers crossed to rest his chin, the very trial that requires awareness and will to complete. Do you have this realization? The sunlight beat in, cut into shadows by the window pane. Light and darkness scattered on either side of the desk. Lister could clearly feel that Ansu's aura had changed. The previous sunny and cheerful big boy had disappeared, and a very scary atmosphere emerged from him. Would you too care to listen to my plan? Lister always had the feeling that something very horrible was about to be spat out of Ansu's mouth. 10 minutes later, Lister looked at Ansu's eyes changed, completely and utterly changed. He clearly felt that the man in front of him, whether it was taste and cultivation far from himself, that elegant gentleman's spirit was even more deeply touched Lister. And also, as Ansu said, only the noblest spirit, the most persistent perseverance, the most graceful and lofty soul, can accomplish this grand plan. Who else? Brother Ansu, my humble servant is done with you, Lister solemnly said to Ansu. For the sake of a great cause, my humble self has already made the realization. Boss Ansu. Arthur clasped his hands together. So do I. Chapter 41, The Three Border Heroes' First Shows of Sharpness. The next day, early morning, it had snowed a little last night, and the white snow had piled up on the metal dome in a thin layer of freezing fog, which had neglected to turn into snowy water that slowly trickled down the seams. There is no sun on winter mornings. The sunlight is all but obscured by a haze of mist, and the shimmering light that glimmers in the air is just pure white snow water. Church of Alchemy and Mechanics. 6th Church Hall. The preparation area on the second floor of the church was filled with candidates, looking down the glass windows with nervous expressions, and checking every now and then to see if the magic combinations they had chosen were wrong and if they would be able to pass the exam. They had inquired privately about yesterday's examiners. HLU. Sean, a genius warlock of the Sean family of magic, is the first of the young generation to study the matching of magic bits, with such geniuses as their opponents. One's own researched magic pairings, one was afraid that they would not be seen through by the other party at a glance. And on the third level, there were the priests of the order, who surrounded the round table, recording scores and discussing the performance of the individual candidates in whispered comments. Ready 43rd, the alchemy wizard played the name of the next candidate, and a small, brown-haired girl responded in a rush, busily rising from her feet and nervously making her way to the stage. Priestess Ashley yawned in slight boredom. She couldn't bring herself to do it. Firstly because it was a cold day and secondly because the candidates were really uninteresting. The candidate with the best results before had only lasted 6 minutes and 30 seconds. She'd rather sleep against the fireplace than deal with these boring, uninteresting out-of-towners. Boring. Let's see your magic bit choices. Holy light, heal, damage replacement, lightsaber. Are you thinking of going wound for wound? Ashley said calmly. It's so cheesy. You're just so boring. She is never euphemistic in her reviews. The girl scrunched her neck. A power of attorney woven and synthesized from light appeared in her hand, and at the same time, the same power of attorney was reproduced in the hand of HLU. That's exactly what yesterday's exam pledge was. By signing this authorization, the Holy Order Alchemy Phantasm Authorization Transformation Alchemy Bionic will be activated. Ashley said lazily, we'll come to terms that are completely fair. I'll be exactly as I was when you signed the authorization, and the exams will be graded entirely by the scales of order. For the sake of complete fairness, through an authorized alchemical spell, the examiner will completely replicate all the states you were in when you stepped into the examination room, such as appearance, equipment, physical condition, and the spellbooks on the 4 spell positions. The power of attorney says so. except that titles cannot be duplicated, and of course, they can't be duplicated after all. Divinely bestowed titles are bestowed by the gods on their own initiative, and have a divine uniqueness to them. With the authorization signed, this top-notch phalanx slowly activated. Love Sherry's hair changed. Her original hair color that had come to be brilliant gold gradually shifted to brownish yellow, and her delicate and haughty face was tinted with a few freckles. She was slowly transforming into the appearance of the little girl in front of her. Even the equipment on Ishori had changed. It was exactly the same as the candidates. Slightly earthy, slightly mundane. That's why Love surely hates serving as an examiner. She'll turn into one of these ugly guys for a while. She especially didn't like the ones from across the border. Always smelled like them. It's hard to hear. Looking at this earthy self, Ailey teased, "Let's, then, begin." No. 59. It's Arthur Sonny's turn. Sonny made his entrance. He was the first of the three on the border to take the test and would be the one to head it off. Shining lion cubs, meeting the gaze of the crowd, he slowly stood up, his gaze firm and confident. Arthur looked to Ansu, who nodded slowly to him. The candidates around him were expecting him, and it was at this point that they were demoralized. Ishori had abused the candidates to death. Just what a leading man needs to boost morale, and Arthur is that hope. For one thing, he was the second one to hand in his paper out yesterday, and for another, because of his image, handsome and tall, with brilliant gold eyes like lions, blonde hair falling down his back, and a smile so confident it seemed to dispel the winter's gloom. He was dressed in expensive, high-level magical robes with attached interiors of golden gauntlet shirts, master-made alchemical pants with legs tattooed with the sun, and in his hand he held a huge staff of brilliant gold. Arthur is, at this moment, like a paladin, a holy and great knight. He walked slowly to the second floor, heading straight for the center of the hall, signed the authorization. Ashley didn't even look at Arthur, and didn't even address him with the most basic you anymore. What a weak and pompous man. Ashley sneered sarcastically. She quickly signed her share of the authorization. Ishori didn't like the guy from the border, and even more so, she thought the man in front of her was pompous and boring, and that this was an exam that would be over soon, right? Her senior brother instructed her to be careful of these pricks at the border. They're just stray fish. What's there to be careful of? Before signing the authorization, I need to prepare. Arthur replied sunnily as he looked at the authorization that had appeared out of thin air in his hand. What are you going to prepare for? Since it's a test that's going to be over soon anyway? Arthur breathed out slowly, the fervent words of Boss Ansu from last night floating in his ears. Courage, the very source of strength. Ishori was baffled. In the next second, her pupils trembled. The candidates in the entire arena, all of their pupils trembled together. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. They have sinned to witness today. They witnessed the coming of the great holy light. But see Arthur as soon as he ripped that nobleman's robe, tore off his shirt, revealing his broad and magnificent pecs, angular six-pack abs, and quickly took off his pants, so white as if it was holy light. The only decoration was the golden underwear hanging from his crotch. Whoa! Some of the girls wowed out, although they were so far away that they couldn't hear what Arthur and the examiner were talking about. The scene was very powerful at first glance. Sign the authorization. Before Ashley could react, Arthur keeled over and signed his name. Confirmation of authorization. The examiner will make an exact copy of all the statuses you had when you signed the authorization, with the exception of the title, including equipment. Those golden underpants were Arthur's only outfit. Shocked and horrified, Ashley realized that all of her clothes had disappeared as well. She had a strong, meaty body, with angular six-pack abs, and those broad, magnificent pecs, and those brilliant gold panties on her crotch. She was naked in the cold early winter chill, and her mind was colder than her body, bleak and cold to the bone. You, Love Sherry stared at Arthur dead in the face, staring at the big words, glorious cub, above his head. Was that how glorious a glorious cub was? The inferior people from the border are so lowly and born. Hlu gritted her teeth. She had decided that she must be humiliated in the cruelest and most insulting way possible. Let's first look at the magic spells he's chosen, and based on those spells, to quickly decipher the magic combinations. How come there's not a single magic spell in the 4 memory grids? Ashley was blinded. On the exam instructions, it says you are free to equip magic on the memory grid of your choice. Arthur laughed confidently and sunnily. It's a freedom to equip none of them. Boss Ansu said that with my amazing intellect, no magic combination is the best combination. Is there such a thing as you drilling a hole? Ishori gritted her teeth as she forced herself to calm down and what did you bring the staff for? Who said it was a staff? Arthur slowly raised the stick-mounted object in his hand, and at that moment, in his belief, he was as if he were a paladin standing on the sands, as his countless solar forefathers were, about to unsheathe their swords. This is my holy sword. Love Sherry's expression was completely numb. How is this big lump of yours a holy sword? We are. Warlock exams. Brother, you once said that courage, perseverance, and wisdom are the 3 main rules for passing this exam. Arthur set up that big stick mace in a sharp sword stance. And what I am about to show you is the courage of the Illuminati. He had no armor, no clothing, no sheltered defenses, no magical items whatsoever, and all that was left was the courage to go all the way. This is what Arthur Sonny has always dreamed of. This is what Arthur Sonny, the shining lion cub, has always dreamed of. This is it, the glory of the Sun family. Is your glorious courage a ing exhibitionist? Ishori covered her naked pecs. She just thought that the person in front of her was pure pervert. Courage to face the wind and the snow. Courage to overcome hardship. Courage to be bright dash. Arthur drew his staff and sheathed it as he said admiringly. As brother Ansu said, this is my realization as a knight. In the stands, Ansu smiled in relief. Who is brother Ansu? Is it their leader? Did this kid give you the idea? Ishori suddenly remembered the name Ansu, who seemed to be smiling at herself yesterday. Inferior and lowly pariahs. Love Sherry gritted her teeth. Asshole, draw your sword. Knight Acheron, Arthur said aloud. We're taking a magical warlock's exam, not a paladin's. Achilles said with a hard look on her face. She's a magical genius, not some holy writer genius. She's not exactly a Love Shirley knight, either. She's in the liberal arts. I've had enough of the red tape dash. Arthur struck straight out, coming straight in front of Ashley. The big stick in his hand swung high and slammed down hard. Power is the very reason for warlocks. A clamor erupted from the stands, with some of the teenage girls screaming especially violently, although they don't know what's going on. But what an eye candy it would have been to see 2 handsome muscular naked men wrestling and fighting in nothing but gold pants. Today is the first battle of Shining Cub, and in the future, an even louder name will resonate throughout the Imperial City. One of the border trio, but naked grease louse, Arthur Sonny. I'm sure his father, far across the border, would be proud and honored. Chapter 42, Your Holy Sword, Broken. Love Shirley is a true magical genius, born into a noble family in the imperial capital. She was destined to have a different life from the ordinary people from the very beginning. Graduating from the Magic Academy, she became an acolyte of the alchemy cleric at the age of 14, a priest of the cleric at the age of 19, a quasi-4th-ranked warlock at the age of 20, and an examiner for the acolyte examination. Her life was such a smooth sailing. Serving as an examiner was nothing more than a stepping stone to her glorious future. Just a tiny interlude. She was not like those mortals. Ashley was well aware of that, and she was going to have a life of unparalleled splendor. Those without talent, those of remote origins, far from being left behind her, could only cast awestruck glances at her back. But, when Love Shirley stood naked intoned, in full view of the crowd, and felt the awestruck sights cast by the guys, the only emotion she felt was shame, that unparalleled shame. There has never been shame. Love Sherry covered her bare pecs, her legs clenched tightly between them because they were uncovered. The bleak cold wind penetrated her skin, but it was her heart that was cold. She could feel the audience around her, after eye falling on her thick skin, but of course more eyes fell on the brilliant gold panties that stung like needles. She bit her lip slightly, her cheeks flushing slightly from shame. If that's all there is to it. It was Arthur's words that shamed her even more. A 7-foot man, why do you act like a maiden's wooing and pouting? Hell no, who thee is a 7-footer anymore? I'm supposed to be a teenage girl. Pity was in Ashiri's heart, but Arthur had never been one for pity, and his lion-like gaze was locked on his body as the mace-holy sword struck straight down from the sky. This one came down hard, the staff piercing the air with a whistling wind. Ailey never had any experience in fighting. She grew up as a magical genius, not a paladin genius. Fortunately, the Holy Order alchemy phantasm is capable of completely replicating the physical qualities of a candidate. With just the instinct of this warrior's body, Eclair subconsciously took a step back, and the staff grazed her face, and managed to hit the ground with a dull roar. Another blow came from Arthur, and Ikari clamped a block with her senses, a metallic spark erupting between the two staffs colliding. Hell, this staff of his is made of alloy. Then let there be a duel full of honor. Arthur pressed himself against Ashley's face. Knight Ashley. A burst of cheers erupted from the audience. Although I don't know why the mage duel has turned into a fierce man beating each other, but to be able to see this battle of the strong, even if you fail the course, it is also worth the price of the ticket. This asshole from across the border. Love Sherry took a slow breath and forced herself to calm down. No need to be afraid. They are in the same physical condition. Just take your time and feel your way around. Maybe you'll be able to keep up the pace. She clenched the staff in her hand, her muscles tensing quickly, her strong heart beating as fiercely as it should, mixing power between her blood and reaching Isolai's organs. They'd been tangling for a few moves now, and while it was a one-sided beating for Isolai, she was slowly getting used to the rhythm of these fights. Or rather, it was this replicated Arthur body that had learned to fight by instinct alone. She followed Arthur's stance and slammed her staff backhandedly at the latter. The blow was just as powerful and heavy. Wrapped in a huge wind pressure, what Ashley was about to prove was that any genius, no matter what field, could quickly surpass mortals. She had sworn in her heart to insult and torture these savages from the border with the utmost cruelty, and defeating the opponent in the latter's best area is the top insult. But unfortunately, Arthur's best skill is not the way of the sword, but the way of the love. Surely in the realm of not being a human being, will always be just a mortal standing at the foot of the mountain, only able to look up to the god on top. Neurosis. Arthur slowly closed his eyes in the face of the staff pressed against his face. Arthur remembered the words his father had imparted to him as a boy. The Archduke of Annan had said, "For the knights of the House of the Sun, offense is the best defense." He remembered his father's teachings, and he would not fail his father's expectations or tarnish the honor of the Sun family. This moment is blessed to the core. Offense is the best defense. Arthur gave up resisting, and he even had a smile on his face. A sunny, unruly, free smile. It's like the sun. He directly kicked a powerful uplift, scratching out the sound of the wind. This kick is a clear goal and clear attitude, wrapped in the clearest and noblest will of Arthur. This is a kick full of honor, full of determination and courage, and there is only one goal: love Shirley's crotch. That's why Arthur doesn't wear clothes. The golden panties were the first to come into mutual contact with the back of Arthur's foot. The fabric pooled by the wind pressure, then dented and continued onward and upward inexorably. Forward, moving up, move forward with determination and will, cutting through all the hardships and obstacles, like charging knights. This is Arthur's Sunny's song of courage. Sunny's song of courage. Ashley's swing of the staff froze, the metal mace stopping just short of Arthur's face, but no longer able to take a step forward. Click. Her expression stalled. The eyes first stopped rolling and went wide. The mouth and nose expanded and opened outward. The eyebrows rose, and the skin of the face contracted slowly. Eventually, even breathing stopped. Hiss-teeth clenched, a sound that came from deep in his throat. Hiss-the entire male audience followed with a chill down their lower bodies as they felt phantom pain. The Sacred Order alchemy spell is perfect, perfectly replicating all the physical states of the candidate, and so also perfectly replicating that suffering. It was a touch, a feeling, a sensation, even an incomprehensible sensation, that Ashley had never felt before in her 20 years of Missy's life. First a slight cool, then acid, a sour gas along the abdomen into the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. In the intestines and stomach, such as a chaotic drilling snake, this share of sour and cold strength over, then followed by pain. The pain was neither a stabbing pain nor a paroxysm of pain, but a very dull pain that came suddenly and went slowly, taking away all the man's stubbornness and dignity between the moment it went and the moment it left. That is, one man to another. The ultimate insult. Hiss hiss hiss. Love Shelley covered her crotch and pants and lay down on the floor, writhing like a maggot, those eyes staring at Arthur, hollow and helpless, like she was looking at an inhuman creature. What broke Ashley even more was Arthur's words. Knight Ashley, as a paladin, your holy sword is broken. He looked like a master of loneliness, and my holy sword, still firm. Stop insulting the holy sword. Ishori was in too much pain to speak. What a duel of honor. Arthur knightedly put away his staff into the sheath. His face is still that sunny smile. The sunlight outside the court penetrates the fog, hit his handsome side face, is reflected in that statue-like perfect body, but it is so sacred. But you are still a lone testicular warrior. He gentlemanly extended his hand to Ailey while speaking aloud to the surroundings in a voice that could echo through half of the alchemy hall. I recognize your courage now, Knight Ailey. Yes, Brother Ansu led the applause, and Lister followed suit, praising the courage of our homeboy. Exam ends, the voice of the Scales of Order rang out. Examiner can't start again. Candidate Arthur Sunny. Arthur Sunny, test number 59, 100%. Calling the next candidate. Exam number 60. Lester, ready? Yes, sir. Is your courage to undress in public and your honor to tease your pussy feet in plain sight? Love Sherry is going to be so pissed off she's going to spit blood. The alchemical spell had stopped, and her mimicry disappeared with it, as did all the injuries and pain. But for some reason, when she walked, Ishori always felt a phantom pain. From the border. She bit her lip, anger filling her gaze. The next one is from the border too? Looking away from Lister on the docket. This time, she wouldn't be as gullible as last time. She wouldn't fall for the same machinations either. It's just border stragglers. Chapter 43, AI surely can't understand Ansu's design at all. 6th Church of Alchemy, 3rd floor. In addition to the priestly sub-bishops of the Alchemy Synod, there were several examiners of the Order Synod, as well as 2 priests of the Illuminati Synod, and even a sub-bishop of the 8th Synod of the Illuminati came along. There was silence as they circled the round mahogany table. Order. The Parsi priest stared with a constipated expression at the scurrying naked man on the dais. At this point Arthur was looking around for the clothes he had torn off. After a long time of thought, the Parsi priest finally sighed with relief. the hanging heart was finally dead. He had told his sister that these three from the border are all pricks and should be more guarded, but he didn't expect to be poisoned by this guy. This is not of our holy see. A priest of the illuminated order broke the silence. Our order does not have this prospective saint. There's no use denying it. It's your family, otherwise it would still be ours. The other two clerics of the church remained silent. The boy, though reckless, Passionisto rounded off kindly. Still he has his good points, like he's physically fit. The ecclesiastical magi remains silent. Indeed, Arthur, Sonny is in good physical condition. It wasn't so much his muscle mass or anything, but his carnal talents. AI surely had never studied martial arts, nor did she have any talent in the area of holy knights, but just by obtaining in Arthur Sonny's skin experience card, within just a few hand-to-hand exchanges, she was able to imitate it in a decent manner. Arthur's talent in the flesh was undoubtedly at the genius level. A talent indeed. When he becomes a shining saint, said the sub-bishop of the 8th Order slowly, he will be thrown into the holy cavalry of the Shining Order. The two priests looked at each other for a moment before nodding. The Illuminati actually had paladins. For example, Witch Hunt Captain Agni was a paladin and established a specialized Holy Rider Academy. It's just that paladins and saints are two different systems now. The one specifically set up with the Holy Rider exam is in the first half of next year. You're a gym student. What are you doing here taking liberal arts? Is this the kind of talent that comes out of border cities? This was the question in the minds of all the magi. Ahem. The Parsi priest coughed to ease the awkwardness. The next border candidate is out. Should we change the... That's what Priestess Ashley just requested. Priestess Patsy added. The priest of the Order of Alchemy heard Patsy's words. It is necessary. Let's change the exam rules. Agreed. This is a new request from Priestess Ashley. Priestess Patsy displayed. It's a rare thing now. No doubt. The rules of the saints' examination of the 6 godly clergy had never been temporarily changed because of a certain candidate. The so-called unchangeable law of the fathers is exactly that. Today, however, it will have to be modified. Just in case that Lister is also a muscle nut and follows Arthur's lead and does a big naked run, where real people beat each other up naked, there would be no eyes to see. Calling the next candidate. Exam number 60. Lester. Ready? Yes, sir. Lister exhaled calmly. He was wearing a lavender tuxedo today, gold spectacles, a high bowler hat, a bow tie on his white shirt, and white gloves, noble and elegant like a nobleman about to attend a dinner party. Upon hearing his name, he slowly rose from his seat. First, he elegantly bowed to the candidates around him, and his every move was characterized by a nobleman's demeanor, not to be outdone by the Seaside Morning Post's number 2 ranking of the saints with whom he would most like to associate. Lister is very much on the sassy side, with the image of a cool, handsome gentlemanly gentleman. Seeing that Lister was so elegant and graceful, the surrounding candidates also put their hearts down. This one shouldn't be able to do the thing of taking off his clothes in public, right? But it occurred to me that they were all from across the border, and that Arthur had looked like a normal human being before he started the exam. They're not so sure about that. It always feels like this one is still up to its old tricks. Just then, a trance passed before the eyes of all the prospective saints, and the calm voice of the orderly heavenly scales resurfaced in everyone's ears. Attention all candidates. Change in description of examination. Original exam note. Under the limitations of the alchemical spell formation, you have and can only have 4 memory grids, and you are free to choose the following grimoires to temporarily equip and allocate 10 magic points to use. Now reads, you must choose to equip 4 spellbooks and allocate 10 magic points to use them. Candidates are nodding their heads. So far so good. Nudity is prohibited in the examination room. You must ensure that you are well dressed and presentable. You must carry a staff, and the staff you use must be made of wood. No running around naked in the exam room and no hitting people with a mace. So far it's been normal and reasonable. Do not use force, and do not attack the examiner's private parts. You must ensure that your physical condition is normal at the time of the exam, and you must not bring any curse buffs to the exam, or take any magical items that will cause abnormalities in your body beforehand. When she heard this, Ansu's eyebrows rose slightly. I didn't realize that Ishori knew how to anticipate. As long as they came on with an instant death buff, or a whole bunch of weakness curses, or took poison, both sides couldn't even move, and had to wait to die together as long as they defeated the examiner. This could also be judged as a victory for the candidate. There's been progress. Ansu narrowed her eyes slightly as she gazed at the Acheron priestess in the center of the hall. That's exactly what a contest of wits is all about. Priestess Akeley, being right with the system, being right with the official patches, being right with the real-time updated versions, and finding loopholes to pass from all kinds of perfect rules is the true cultivation of an evil player. Can you hold on? He turned to Lester. Brother Ansu, You can rest assured. Lister calmly and elegantly pushed his glasses once, his tone solemn and sacred. Calmness and restraint are precisely the first of the nobleman's virtues. My humble servant will make her understand what it means to hold on to a noble spirit without letting it out. My humble servant, go ahead. He was seen stepping off the stage with confidence and grace and walking slowly towards the examination room. Posturing, Ashley had gradually eased out of her phantom pain. Aishori was confident. Her personally revised authorization this time must be flawless, negating this border Hicks cheating route in every way. And, this time, when signing the authorization, she won't be as negligent as she was last time. Love Shelley will check Lister's 4 magic spells in advance and design the program in advance. Aha! Is he a holy light wizard with a minor in water? Surprisingly, they were all water-based magic. It didn't matter. Ashley was confident. She was a full attribute warlock after all. Elementary magic. Water surge. Consumption of magic. 1. Auxiliary blessing class. Can double the flow of water. This is a secondary magic, usually used with water spear to obtain a thicker and more massive water spear. But there's no water spear in the remaining magic bits, either. There's also water elemental gathering, surface fluctuation. Ansu had devised this magic combination that Aishori couldn't understand at all. Chapter 44, The Bladder of the Mother Goddess, Lister. Moan. Ashley observed the candidate in front of her. He looked quite human, unlike Arthur, who was in his infancy. At least the clothes are quite tasteful. A purple tie handmade and customized by the Imperial Alchemy tailor shop Philly. A top brand Centurion's tuxedo with every button neatly buttoned. A collar revealing a Sherpa fur lining, matching pure white pants. And a long, domed cap with a rather period feel. Moonlight of the Goddess, this is his God-given title. He was quite a gentleman in his words and actions, and first slowly took off his manners, and with his left hand stroked over his breast, he bent slightly toward Claire, and gracefully made a curtsy. And, beautiful lady, it's an honor to dance with you. Although this man was also a barbarian from the border, he at least knew manners and spoke human language. Shouldn't be as sick as the last guy, right? Lister's svelte appearance more or less put Ashley down. She had checked everywhere and found nothing out of the ordinary, and according to the modified authorization, Lister couldn't undress and beat each other up like Arthur. Even though she had yet to figure out the formula of the set of magic books that Lister had chosen, HLU was confident that in a real battle, she could play the same magic with more precision and could achieve a higher effect. In a purely magical competition, Aishori wouldn't lose to anyone. Such is the confidence of a magical genius. Signed the authorization. After confirming that everything was in order, Aishori spoke softly. Ikari ignored Lister's curtsy, much less returned it. There were enough frontiersmen who courted her every month that she never paid any attention. Ashley also noticed that Lister's shoulders were shaking slightly as he curtsied. Is it because you're nervous and scared? Ha! Aishori gave a disdainful light chuckle in her mind. No amount of glamour could hide the cowardice and savagery at the bottom of their hearts. Only the nobles of Pharos are nobles. She took a pen and signed her name to the newly drawn-up authorization contract. My humble servant is out of line. Lister wasn't angry either. He wore a calm and civilized smile as he slowly signed his name on the authorization. Please witness it. Please witness my realization, he said slowly. What? Aishori hadn't reacted yet. Witnessing what realization? The alchemical bionics had kicked in, and the light began to weave the form of Ashley's illusion. The expensive tuxedo, the neat tie, the gold-rimmed spectacles and the long-domed hat, all wove from the light, and her likeness began to transform into Lister's serene countenance. Everything is normal, except some kind of impulse. That sudden rush of some kind of impulse to the heart, a strong and irresistible urge, an impulse born of life's instincts, an impulse as dark as the tide, an impulse that cannot be resisted, an impulse that can only be submitted to, an impulse that laps at the rocks like one tide after another, as if it would break the dike the next moment, an impulse that splashes and ripples with every gust. Irresistible, irresistible. It was an instinctive urge. In the next second, Aishori clenched her legs, her pupils quaking. Ashley checked her body's abnormal status, but no matter what, she couldn't find any curse negative buffs. She raised her eyes unbelievably again, and looked at the candidate who had come across the border, her lips trembling slightly. You, what have you done? What have you done to your body? With a push of his gold-rimmed glasses, Lister continued to move with grace and a gentlemanly demeanor in every move he made, though he had been moving rather slowly since his appearance. Nothing. According to the rules I've modified, whether it's taking forbidden medicines or carrying a cursed state onto the field, it's a violation of the rules. HLU bit her lip, but Lister hadn't violated the rules. If he had, the scales of order would have disqualified him from the exam long ago. Lister gave a civilized and lofty smile, as bright and flawless as moonlight. but his words, as if from the depths of hell. This is not any cursed state. This is just the most normal physical condition. Nor did my humble servant take any forbidden medicines. My humble servant simply drank 6 bottles of water in one gulp last night. And, still, the cleanest of pure water. It's holy water that was begged from the church. He laughed gracefully, sanctity in his tone, arms open and bright. Nothing to do with the curse of defilement. Love Shirley's prejudgment was long ago preempted by Ansu's prejudgment. It wasn't until this moment that HLU finally understood why Lister was moving so slowly, and why his body was trembling slightly. Because this pervert, glasses, is ING holding his peon. Still holding last night's hangover. Come and feel the divine power contained in the holy water. Lister opened his arms sacredly and said aloud, "This is the very greatness of the goddess. Oh, praise the goddess. Holy water is for exorcism, not for holding urine." The naked egg kicker only insulted the holy sword. UP holding glasses guy is going to insult the holy water. Love Sherry just felt her cheeks blushing at this point, her legs clenching hard, her hands covering her belly. It is the only way to keep your sanity from that violent torrent of impulses. When the audience on stage saw this strange appearance of Ishori, it set off a clamor, and they exchanged discussions with each other, trying to figure out what was going on. The priests on the 3rd floor were also confused. This was quite a normal start, and they didn't find anything unusual. What was wrong with Priestess Akeley? Countless curious gazes fell on Ishori's body, causing her cheeks to blush even more. If, in the church hall, UP, your career as a clergyman is over, right? MS. Love Shirley. Lester's steady voice rang out. After observing your performance, I'm actually disappointed in you. You're not qualified to call yourself a noble. What are you kids talking about? Noble lineage, the thing that Ishori was most proud of. And now a pea-holding barbarian from the border was saying that he wasn't qualified to call himself a noble? But then he saw Lister push back his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze as sharp and eye-catching as a falcon's, and the sunlight poured down on his back, his upright body casting a straight back. The so-called nobility is to be able to hold on to the elegance and reserve of nobility no matter what state you are in. This pride and this insistence is the realization and responsibility of being a noble person. The spirit of perseverance, as Brother Ansu said, the very essence of the noble soul. You only lasted a little while and you complained so, whereas I, on the other hand, lasted the whole night. Your noble spirit is so feeble and weak, and what I, for one, am about to show you is the persistence of the Illuminati. Ashley looked at him as if he were dead, and the whole man seemed to be turning to dust. Your noble spirit, is it just holding your pee? Brother Ansu. And so, it's that Ansu of his again. This birth gives ideas. Who said I couldn't hold on? Ikari slowly straightened up. She clenched the staff in her hand and stared at Lister dead in the face. The eyes are meant to kill. Then, beautiful lady, Lister slowly raised his staff. Let us begin. Today is the first battle of Goddess's Moonlight, and in the future, an even louder name will resonate throughout the entire imperial city. One of the border trio, Mother Goddess Bladder, Lester. Mourn. I'm sure his father, far across the border, would be proud and honored. Chapter 45, a brand new school of the water system, Naja's sea flow. More shame. Holding your pee in plain sight. It's more humiliating than being naked in plain sight. This shame is different from nudity. If nudity is shame on the outside, then the challenge of holding in urine is shame from the inside out. Shame that touches the depths of the soul. It is more malignant than any cursed state, more evil and desperate. But on the contrary, it was able to pass the scrutiny of the scales of order and was ruled as a non-cheating lawful act. And the guy who was able to come up with it was simply a demon on earth. Ashley could feel her belly reacting whenever she moved a little too much, but at this moment, there was no way for her to retreat. She was able to hold back. Being insulted by a barbarian from the border for not being a noble was enough to make Eclair rage. She had to wash away this shame and reclaim her honor before she peed herself. What Love Shirley was able to put up with, provided Lister didn't act on it. Whenever Ashley thought that was the limit of Borderborn, they always pushed their limits. As the breeze slowly blew away the sky's gloom, and as the sun poured down along the edges of the clouds, in full view of all, Lister moved slowly. The only thing that could be seen was that the guy moved slowly and raised the staff in his hand. His lips parted, and the weak water spirit elemental rhythmically moved through the air, creating ripples after ripples. The magic glowed out, creating faint swirls in the air. The current surges, he recited aloud. Water rushing, elementary magic, auxiliary blessing, consumption of magic 1, can double the flow of water. Ishori was surprised that she had felt strange since before the exam started. According to the general practice, this gain magic was used with water spears and water arrows, but there was no similar attack magic in List's memory grid. There's no water here either, but she was only surprised for a short while before she whirled around and reacted. The object of the implementation of the water surge is not some water spear. Rather, it's yourself. It was the holy water that was raging in the bladder, long since defiled, but it was too late for her to resist. The gain vortex came instantly, and Lister aimed well, exquisitely hitting her in the small of the back. The water flow doubled. Aishori's expression froze. What happens when a river dam, already on the verge of bursting its banks, suddenly doubles in volume? The effect of 1 plus 1 does not equal 2, but shows a geometric multiplication. Her legs could only clench again, and her spine, which had just straightened out, buckled instantly, as she held her stomach in a death grip, her teeth biting down on her tongue, the only way she wouldn't lose her position. And this even more unusual behavior of hers fell in the eyes of the audience, creating another wave of discussion. What the hell happened to Priestess Ashley? What kind of subtle magic did Lister use? See how she was so normal for a while, why is she bending over again? The priest has a strange look on his face. It always feels. It's as if the stoic is holding back something. All those broken words around her further broke down the riverbank of Aishori's sanity. She raised her eyes and stared dead at Lister. Well, since you're so shameless, I'll go along with you to the end. Copying a candidate's trick set was something Aishori had never done since she became an examiner. Something she didn't care to do and was ashamed of, because she, as a magical ghostwriter, could always come up with even better and more effective combinations. Until today. Meet Ansu, the magical ghostbuster, a being one step above the magical ghostbusters. In the face of ghostly animals, she had no choice but to draw on them. Water rushing, she raised her staff shakily, and the swirling torrent came down instantly, using the same trick on Lister's bladder, even with the same moves, even with the same body. As a magical ghostwriter, she casts out magical effects that are also more precise and stronger. That's a fact. That's genius micromanagement. This exam is more about micromanagement and decision-making. On the surface, it looks like the effect is the same, but in the end, it's also Lister who can't help but pee first. But to Ashley's surprise, after Lister was hit by this move, his face was surprisingly still as normal, still elegantly shocked. Even his shoulders were not trembling anymore, and his movements and speech were faster. This guy is just holding on for dear life. Love Sherry consoled herself in her mind. Plagiarizing my brother Ansu's wisdom? Lister shook his head calmly. You have lost your nobleman's reserve. The total amount of magic power was 10 points, and the current surge had already used up 1 point. Blessed game-type magic could not be used repeatedly on the same target, or else you could turn Aishori into a fountain just by using water surge. But it didn't matter. Brother Ansu had devised a whole series of moves for him. The water surge is just the beginning. Water fluctuating, beginner's magic, detective magic, consumption of magic points too. By creating ripples in the water, you can detect the movement of enemies in the water, and you can also send messages to your companions through the ripples. This detection type of magic was even more of a magic that puzzled Ashley. Where do you get your peers on a test? And what information can you pass on? An off-camera cheat sheet, it's not even close to being hidden from the scales of order. Scouting the enemy? How can the enemy be probed when he is clearly in front of him and the examiner is the only one? But now, Ashley finally understood. This detection class magic wasn't for detecting. The focus was on the front, creating ripples in a body of water. The levee that was about to break suddenly doubled its floodwaters. And that twice as much floodwater, which had been fairly calm, began to turn over under Lister's magic. All Ashley could feel was the urine sloshing around in her bladder, rippling in wave after wave, as if it were bouncing around inside her, even beating a rhythmic beat and making fluttering noises. She was about to be lost in the waves, ready to be flooded at any moment. Ashley tried to use the same magic on Lister, but to her horror, the latter merely frowned slightly. His face remained the same, his demeanor was still elegant, and he even politely took off his hat in salute to her. There was even a smile on his lips, a smile as cool and elegant as moonlight. This asshole, this perverted and lowly man, Ashley, the imperial miss, the alchemy priestess, the magical genius, experienced two sensations never before experienced in her life in just half an hour. One is the shattering of the holy sword of the flesh ascension. Secondly, the holy waters of the soul's evil depravity turn over. I will kill you. Love Sherry struggled to resist the urge, and until this moment, she still did not choose to give in. As a proud priestess, she was not going to bow down to the border barbarians. Then let us proceed. Beautiful lady. Lister gave a push of his gold-rimmed glasses, and that's just the foreplay of the genre devised by Brother Ansu. Ansu again. What genre is this? Ashley gritted her teeth. Nez's stream, that's what Brother Ansu said. Lister gave a calm smile. Though my humble self doesn't know which hero Neza is, the genre name is apt and tasteful. Hell of a haunted sea stream. What a sea you make. Chapter 46, Your Holy Water. Messed up. Aishori was really feeling like she was looking away. Are your borders full of this kind of talent? Originally, seeing that the guy in front of him was dressed quite anthropomorphically, with tasteful clothes, he thought that he was at least a humanoid creature. but he didn't expect to be even more stuffy than the last naked guy. She kind of knew why this one had to be paired with plain white pants. When it leaked, the whole place could see it. This kind of play is even more perverted than running around naked all over the field. Love Sherry clenched her legs tightly, bit her lip, and bent her whole body slightly like a shrimp, which made it hard to struggle out of that pee. She looked at Lister unwillingly, but saw that the man's face was still as usual, still elegant and graceful, and her heart was puzzled. Why was it that Lister held up when he was hit with the same magic? She couldn't understand. One's own willpower is no match for Lester's? Or was it that Lister's talent for using magic was more subtle and masterful than his own? What's this for? On what grounds? Love surely would never recognize it. Whatever the reason, Akari wouldn't recognize it. Her pride as a talented magician wouldn't allow her to lose the battle. She slowly straightened her back and took a deep breath. Will put up with it. As long as he endured the 10 minutes of the exam, the scales of order would not award the guy a perfect score. She said to herself in her mind, if you have any moves, just go ahead. Candidate Ashley, can you really hold out? Lister calmly pushed his gold-rimmed glasses once, an elegant smile on his lips and human concern in his tone. Can you really last 10 minutes without peeing? If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter if my humble servant lets you have a few drops first. So modest, so gentle, so respectful of women, so nobly considerate. This was exactly the perfect aristocratic spirit that Lester had pursued all his life. This was exactly the gentleman's soul that had been in countless famous forefathers over the thousands of years since the establishment of the Moon family. And now, it had finally been passed down to Lester's body. I'm sure the spirits of his ancestors in heaven will be glad for Lester. Hell, you're the candidate. I'm the examiner. This guy is actually starting to reverse the Big Dipper. This stuffy glasses. Other people dueling aren't let you a few moves first. This stuffy glasses dueling but say what let you a few drops first. Simply insulting to the extreme. Achery looked at Lister as if she wanted to kill. She clenched her teeth and said viciously, Border brute, use whatever tricks you have. We'll hold back. Lister sighed slightly helplessly as he calmly said, then my humble servant is offended. Examiner Love Shirley, ancestors, bear witness dash. Lister said in a loud voice, witness my realization. Neza's school, the third move, only to see him lifting his staff. Light blue water element gathered from his side. The water vapor around him suddenly rose up and opened up. Brother Ansu had once told Lester that Neza was a young hero who stirred up the sea. While Lester felt that at this moment, he was the very same hero who stirred up the sea and conquered the tides. Water elemental gathering, medium level magic, attack magic, consumption of magic points, 4. Forms a tidal vortex capable of attracting surrounding water currents and eventually forming a giant attack water bomb. Fails to activate if it attracts too few water elements. There's no water around here. If it was an unusual amount of urine, it would not have been attracted to the water elemental gathering, but what they had inside their bodies was a whole 6 bottles of holy water, which was now doubled by the current surge, reaching a whole 12 bottles of water, which just happened to be stuck at the threshold of the water element gathering. But nonetheless, it's still not doable. Ashley couldn't understand it even more. Water elemental gathering was offensive magic. It couldn't be like blessing magic like water surge or water surface fluctuation, which was a detection magic that could be used directly on the enemy. The human body's magic resistance is low when faced with blessed game magic, while the opposite is true for offensive magic. Gathering with the elemental water and sucking the urine out of HLU's body? It simply couldn't be done, and the one who could come up with it had a completely inadequate understanding of magic. That Ansu was actually a magical idiot? Incidentally, water surge doesn't work on the fluids in a person's body, i.e., bodily fluids. It doesn't double the blood in the body or flood the brain or anything like that. According to druidic creatures, the total amount of human bodily fluids makes up 80% of the weight, and the fluids are divided into external and internal fluids, both of which are protected by magical resistance. The excretory cavity, reproductive cavity, mouth and nose and other organs because of direct contact with the outside world. The liquid in them is not part of the body fluids, such as saliva, snot, urine, etc., are not body fluids. The magic resistance is very weak. Ansu also saw this before he chose the current surge. But why did he use water elemental gathering? Why did you choose this offensive water magic? Love surely couldn't understand. Couldn't even understand at all. But in the next instant, her pupils shook dramatically, as if she had realized something like a blessed heart. Her shoulders shook slightly at the realization of that possibility. She's caught in the wrong mindset. According to the brain circuitry of this borderborn, since blessing magic is used on enemies, who should attack magic be used on? The answer is, use it on yourself. Lister, the ghostly spectacle, the perverted and horrible fellow, gave up his magical resistance and used water elemental gathering on his body, and he was going to suck the urine out of his bladder to make a giant attacking P-bombs, and the target of this P-bomb smash was none other than Love Sherry, her pupils trembling violently. I surely couldn't imagine this ending. Goosebumps flushed all over her body just thinking about it. It would be the ultimate insult, even more than leaking urine. And when that giant P-bomb smashed into her face in plain sight, all dignity, all pride would be gone, and she couldn't imagine what a grey future that would be. Ashley realized another scary fact. It was herself who had used water elemental gathering on Lister, and Lister had enough urine to use water elemental gathering. It was his own parody backlash that led to Lister's piss bomb. Was one's own behavior, one's own reaction, also a part of the calculations of that brother Ansu that Lister spoke of? What ghostly wisdom that should be. Why don't you put that brain to work? Love Sherry bit her lip hard, cold sweat falling down her forehead. This time, was he able to mimic a counterattack? No, she can't do it. She didn't have that courage or that realization, that kind of surrender of one's realization. She can't do it. She can't do it like Lester did, because using water elemental gathering on yourself is also the equivalent of just peeing it out. Peeing out was social death. Being hit by a P-bomb was also social death, and either way, there was absolutely no chance for Iori to turn the tables. There's only one way to go now. Before Lester's piss bomb forms, choose to concede. Full marks to Lister, the border brute. Ashley clenched her palms, her nails sinking deep into her skin. But her pride wouldn't allow it. Wouldn't allow her to submit to an inferior. Chapter 47, Love Shirley, I admit defeat. Love Shirley is really sweating. She gazed at Lister as if she were looking at a demon. But see him waving his staff, his expression solemn and serious, sacred like a mythical water god, or stirring the tides of the deep-sea mermaids, lavender tuxedo raised in midair, and his long hair with the wind to raise in the early winter warm sun, and the surrounding water elements slowly dance with each other. The spectators in the stands gave Lister a complimentary look when they saw this stance. He deserves to be the second most wanted man in the Beach Morning News list of saints to date, just by virtue of that ascetic face. Only, how was that dancing water elemental a bit yellowish in color? It's probably because it's reflected by the sun. They darkened in their minds. This ghostly spectacle should never be allowed to complete his magic. Absolutely not. Now only just entering the early stages of the magic, the gathered urine was still just drips and dribbles. But if the latter had let this magic take shape completely, it would have been a full 12 bottles of huge urine bombs. Absolutely stop him. Never give up. This moment was undoubtedly the tightest, most critical moment in Ashley's life. Since the vortex is used to gather the water element, Ashley raised the staff in her hand and chanted the same, water elemental gathering, but she was the one who created a water elemental vortex completely opposite to Lister's and smashed it into Lister's vortex. She wanted to make these border barbarians understand what a true genius was and what a true aristocrat was. The two opposite vortexes smashed together, rubbing against each other, wearing each other down. Surprisingly, they were slowly canceling each other out. She was worthy of being a rare magical genius, and in this moment of greatest crisis, her magical potential was finally stimulated. What Ashley was chanting now was still the water elemental gathering, but she had created an anti-spiral. The few drops of urine elemental stopped spinning and hit the ground, drying out in no time. This time, they tied. There's only one last spell left. When Lister saw that the magic was cancelled out, he was not angry. Instead, he was quite calm and even felt joy from the bottom of his heart. Exactly. Just as it should be. A smile cracked from the corners of his mouth as he gazed at his opponent before him. Just as it should be. What a heated duel of honor. MS. Love Shirley. He praised in his mind. What a piss-hot Savi matchup. Lester. Love Shirley wailed in her mind. Look at casting counter-vortex with too much serious concentration. As if I missed a drop or two myself. Iori's face was so ashen as if she was dead. She scanned the rest of the exam time. 7 minutes had passed. 3 minutes left. There's one last spell left and one last test. And the toughest test of all. This last magic is not a water magic. Instead, it's holy light magic. For once, Ikari had kept up with these born brain circuits and saw at once what this holy light magic was trying to do. Senses blessing, low-ranking magic, game-type magic, consumption of magic points 3, holy light blesses all living beings, increasing all senses by 100%, including hearing, touching, seeing, etc. For 5 minutes. This is a 10,000 essential oil auxiliary magic, which means that it can be used to detect enemies and also to assist swordsmen in battle, but to heighten the senses of the whole body. And of course, peeing. This exam is finally the culminating finale. Lister was the first to use the magic. He waved his staff, and holy light blazed around him. Light so brilliant and holy that it seemed to be able to transcend all the suffering in the world. And this blessing spell landed directly on HLU's body. Asshole. Ashley could no longer stand, and she half leaned back, her body curled up, her pupils trembling violently. Love Sherry just felt her whole body's senses amplified, every pore on her body breathing, and her horizons were unbelievably open. The river, which was already about to burst its banks, had long since reached its peak under the gain of the surging current and fluctuating water surface, and now that the holy light was illuminated, the pissing had surpassed the limits of what a human being could bear. Only the will, only that which transcends mankind, can remain rational in this deluge. HLU also used sensory blessing on Lister, but what made it hard for her was that the man in front of her still didn't change his face. He was still graceful, still calm, his spine already straight, as if nothing in the world could destroy his grace. How on earth did Lister do it? Could it be that, really, as he had said, he was the real aristocrat? He was the man who truly possessed the qualities of an aristocrat. The surrounding spectators though wondered what was happening and why Iori was half kneeling on the ground. It is assumed to have suffered serious internal injuries. They knew that these two sides must have engaged in the most profound and intense magic competition, and the only reason they couldn't see it was because it was too profound for their own level to see through, when it really is a high-level duel. 2 minutes left, and the test is over. Regardless, Love Shirley had finally persevered, and she was on the verge of victory. A minute and a half. A smile was already looming at the corners of his mouth. Love Shirley knew she was in a dangerous situation, at the limit of her tolerance, and that any breeze could break her. All that was missing was the last straw to crush the sensible burrow. But luckily, Lister had already used up 4 memory grids, and had also just about exhausted 10 magic points. He wasn't able to do much more. Examiner Love Shirley. With a slow push of his glasses, Lister calmly said, "Congratulations, for sticking around here. I respect your will, but your struggle, it ends here. I'm about to use the extreme meaning of Nez's flow of the sea on you," Lister said with sanctity and seriousness, "the ultimate magic that Brother Ansu has imparted to me. Tidal wave calling." Ishori's pupils trembled violently. Tidal wake zone. Never heard of magic before. Could it be Ansu's own magic? What kind of genius should he be? The extreme of what HLU could do right now was just adapting from existing magic, completely unable to create her own magic. Besides, Lister's magic points are already used up. She watched Lister's movements with deadly accuracy. The latter was seen with a solemn and holy expression. His left hand stroked over his lips, his right hand over his left, his mouth and lips slightly open, chanting that sacred prayer. Shoo 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 shoo, shoo shoo shoo. What the hell is this? But for some reason, hearing such a voice, Iori's body couldn't help but react. It's an instinct from this body copied over, a copied conditioned reflex. There's no escaping it, no resisting the instinct. That was the last straw that broke the donkey's back. Lister even went up to his face, shushing once in his left ear and once in his right, interacting back and forth, surrounded in 360 degrees by the sound of shushing whistles, as if he had been to the sea, and the lilting sound of the tides was everywhere in his ears. The moon was calling the tides, and Love Shirley could no longer resist. She was as helpless as a little girl before the vast ocean, about to pee. HLU practically burst into tears as she whimpered softly, "I admit defeat. I'm sorry, I was wrong." Chapter 48. He came out with a diaper. True to Lister's word, it was indeed a match of honor. Whoever fails to pee out loses honor. Love Shirley conceded the point. If she had conceded defeat a second later, she would have completely pissed herself to the wonderful whistle of the tidal wave calling song, right? As the proud child of the sky, whether in any field, she can achieve excellence. She has never admired anyone by nature, and will never admit her own failure, let alone admit defeat. But today, Love Shirley failed utterly and completely. In this duel of honor, she had lost completely and utterly to this man named Lister. From her body to her will, I concede. As soon as the words came out, it was as if they negated her proud pride. When the order scales confirmed the results of the exam, the bionic alchemy array stopped functioning, and HLU's mimicry disappeared with it. The state was adjusted back to the state before signing the jump, and all the injuries and pains quickly disappeared, and the majestic and raging urination that was like a tidal wave also faded away as quickly as a tidal wave. But I'm afraid that the scars on that soul will take this lifetime to heal. But there was still a hint of indignation in his heart, her voice still a little choked. She raised her head with difficulty, biting her lip as she looked at Lister. "I don't understand how you were able to hold on. Why did those few spells, when made, do nothing to him at all? What a great deal of perseverance that really must be. Or was he far more micromanaging of magic than himself?" Ashley could never figure it out. Lister calmly pushed his glasses with a single push. His expression remained calm and aloof. His every move remained elegant and graceful. The pure white daylight hitting the side of his face refracted a gentlemanlike temperament, because of awareness. As Brother Ansu said, the realization of building a great cause. What it means. Ishori was still a little confused. "MS. I curry, your persistence is no less than my humble servants, but the only thing you lack is precisely the spirit of awareness." Lister's tone grew more generous and holy. It is the realization of surrendering all that you lack, the realization of daring to pee in public. It is this great spirit of realization that created the nobility, which is the great human soul. You who come into the arena with chains can never defeat the despicable man who breaks free of them. Aristocrats are not created by pissing in public. What does it mean to break free from your chains? Ashley's eyes looked at Lister with grey and despair. Her lips mumbled, her tone hammy and helpless. So, you just peed right out. From the beginning? Exactly. Lister replied loftily. From the moment I signed the authorization, my humble self has pissed my pants. That is exactly what my humble self has come to realize. The aristocratic realization of surrendering everything. Love surely broke down. No wonder all her magic didn't work. So this guy had peed himself long ago. No way. Didn't you wear white pants on purpose? I sure he was going to die in peace. If you had peed out a long time ago, it would have been obvious. I should have noticed it. You are the worst examiner I have ever brought in this session. Lister sighed slightly helplessly. The white pants are just camouflage. Even if you are wearing it on you as well, you have failed to discover the hidden mystery within. Disguise? What could be inside this? Brother Ansu once said that for a saint, the key outfits are the very key to victory. There is nothing wrong with this statement. Choosing magic equipment with different gain effects can hit different effects. Facing a mystic, then choose holy light equipment. Facing a priest, you can choose magic equipment that interferes with healing effects. But what could Lister have outfitted against holding his pee? What equipment did he recommend to you? Are you sure you want to see it? Lester inquired again. After hesitating for a while, Hlu bit her lip and nodded. She had to die to understand. But the next moment, she deeply regretted her decision. Then it's good to show you. This is a high-level equipment designed with the participation and of Brother Ansu and customized overnight by the top alchemy tailor store FIA. Made from the feathers of the second-ranked magical beast, the water demon duck, as the material, and the paper made from water spruce as the base. Just listening to this front introduction, it seems pretty normal, with extra stretch, extra thick absorbency, and ultra-thin feel. You won't even realize it's there because of its baby-soft feel. What the heck? Love surely is confused. Before she could react, her pupils trembled dramatically. Brother Ansu called this equipment, Holy Infant's Comfort. Only Lister gracefully unzipped his pants and slowly pulled them down, and with a blinding flash of white light, unlike Arthur, what hung on Lister's crotch was not gold silk panties, but the pure white water-absorbent holy relic, soft and thin and comfortable, which was the most crucial outfit of the top water system school, Najal wandering in the sea stream. Him, moonlight of the goddess, Lester, mourn. He came out with a diaper, as if her worldview had collapsed. Ashley said incredulously, so, by using water elemental gathering, you're actually gathering the urine on this? My humble self exactly. Lister replied calmly and proudly. Hlu had completely lost. And when she saw this, Holy Infant's Comfort, she knew that from the moment she stepped onto the battlefield, she had been utterly defeated, charged from start to finish. From the beginning, there was no way that love surely could win. Ansel Mornesta, Morninsta, if you've got a brain like that, why don't you put it to good use? Exam ends. The metallic sound of the mechanical texture of the order balances instrument echoed through the hall, and many of the candidates had not yet returned to their senses. These paraclete saints were still studying what kind of profound magic Lister had used. Besides, the exam isn't even 10 minutes old yet, so how come it's over? None of them had such a question in their minds. Examiner abstains. Examiner holding time 9 minutes. Candidate Lester Moon. Lester Moon. Test number 60. 100% on the exam. The next candidate, test number 61, Anselmo Mornesta, will do the honors. Anson Mornesta. The sound of the scales of order without a single rise or fall rang out again, and the candidates froze again. What is an examiner's waiver? They are considered to have a long knowledge today. The saints' examination for so many years. There has never been only a candidate who has abandoned the right to vote, and they have never heard of an example of the examiner abandoning the right to vote. Can an examiner still abstain? And why did Lester on stage suddenly take off his pants? And what on earth did he show Hlu? That Hlu's priestly expression would be so shocked that look was like a worldview collapsing. Could this be a part of the Magic Masters duel? Not only were they confused, but the priests in the third-floor monitoring room were also silent. Never been so silent. The Parsi priest stroked his forehead, his face full of black lines. The heart he had been hanging on to before died when he saw Arthur in action, but already dead heart. After seeing the means of Lister, his dead heart seems to be hard firm corpse again. This is also not of our Holy See. A priest of the Illuminati broke the silence once again. Our Holy See doesn't have this prospective saint either. You've said this line before. It's your family. The remaining two priests of the order stared at them. water currents surge, water surfaces fluctuate, water elements gather, senses bestow blessings. A priest of the alchemy clergy looked over their exam records, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he sighed, lost to be able to design such. He organized his words, a unique combination of magic. Who's next out? Ansu, Morninsta. Priest Pazi and the rest of the priests looked at each other and nodded heartily. Let's go ahead and change the rules. Chapter 49, Ansu's first move was to invert the Big Dipper. The snow water in the dome had completely melted. The early sky was clear and transparent, and the sunlight slid all the way down the glass on the top of the wall, dotting the hall with spot after spot of light. The voice of the order scales echoed through the hall once more. Attention all candidates. Re-alteration of the test description. Order Scale's voice was cold and calm, but it set off a furor among the candidates. The rules of the exam have changed again. The rules of the Saints' examination had not changed for so many years. The so-called ancestral law could not be violated, but today it had been changed twice in a row, which was already enough to be on the monthly headlines of the Imperial Capital newspaper. Original test description. For spellbooks must be equipped, and each must have offensive magic and must be paired with magic in the mundane sense of the word, allocating 10 magic points to use. Nudity in the examination room is prohibited. You must carry a staff and the material of the staff used is wood. Not available. A few more have been added. Before the examination, candidates must go to the toilet to solve their personal problems and must empty it, otherwise it will be regarded as cheating. Prohibition of any behavior that undermines secular morality. How this exam description is getting more and more bizarre. This is what the vast majority of candidates think. Where is the cheating that is so bizarre? The whole ecclesiastical picture has been brought to a head. Ansu, however, is not very surprised, and has long been accustomed to official patches. But no matter how much the church patches and refines the rules, they've overlooked one key detail, that is the hardiness that one can bear. Aishori's mind had been tortured to the point of near collapse. As soon as you mess up a person's mindset, then no patch is going to work. Attacking the heart is always the best policy. Candidate Ansu, Morninsta to enter. He lightly stood up, slightly coyly showing a smile, his pale green eyes as clean as this turquoise blue sky. The surrounding female candidates saw Ansu's appearance as a great young man, thinking that this young man should not be as outrageous as those two before. Ansu walked towards the exam room. He first walked towards the restroom with a natural look. It looks like the mental state is just fine. It's a clean, beautiful boy. But that's not what Aishori thinks. This is the first of the 3 firsts on the border. With the previous 2 border perverts laying the groundwork, she had long been wary, even deeply wary, of this so-called brother Ansu, big brother Ansu, especially that exam of Listers, who was charged to death from the very beginning, was also all engineered by the teenager in front of him. There is always a deep concern in the mind, and fear from the depths of the soul. She didn't know how many times she had checked the pairing of the magic, but all of them felt quite reasonable and normal this time. The auxiliary low-rank magic, resonance, paired with the earth magic, earth tremor, which could additionally hit the concussive ripples. Although there's still the light attribute magic, sensory blessing, this time being able to use it with arrow launch will improve the accuracy of the shot. It's all a pretty normal routine. No matter how many times she examined it, she still couldn't find anything outrageous in it. But the more she did, the more suspicious she became inside. The more normal it is, the more disturbing it becomes. The more fear. How can a guy from the border be normal? Besides, he's Ansu, the head of the 3 border divisions, and at this moment, Ansu had returned from the restroom, taking a little longer. He dryly picked up a pen and signed his name to the proposed authorization. Being able to sign this authorization means he passed the orderly scales. Hlu was finally the one to notice the anomaly as she gazed at Ansu and inquired, "Where's your staff?" Ansu didn't have his staff in his hand. It was empty, but the rule was that he had to carry it. Yet he still passed the scales of order. "The staff I brought with me is a customized small wooden staff." Ansu still wore a clean smile. "Where did you hide the staff?" "Examiner Ashley, are you going to sign this authorization or not?" Ansu calmly said, "I've already signed the authorization. If you don't sign it, according to the rules, it will be considered as your waiver." "You tell me first," said Ishel, with that dismay in her heart at its greatest. "Where did you hide the staff?" She stared deadpan at the firstborn title above Ansu's head. "All you have to do is sign the authorization and you'll know where the staff is," Ansu said softly, his tone still clean and natural. "Please use your intelligence to think. Please understand carefully. Please think to discern carefully. Should this authorization be signed?" But Arthur was a normal human being before signing the authorization, and ran around naked after signing it. Lister was quite human before signing the authorization, but pissed his pants after signing it. "Do you want to sign it yourself?" "This is Ansel Morninsta, the first of the 3 born on the border." Morninsta. Love surely was confused. Her brain circuits were also gradually brought down by the operations of the previous two. Wait, he said it was a small mace. Ansu had just gone to the restroom and spent a long time there. Why is he taking so long? Could it be that going to the restroom was also a setup that he deliberately devised? The discomfort in her mind magnified instantly. What did he do in the bathroom? Ayali's pupils clenched slightly as to why it was a customized small staff. Because the operations of the two people on that border were focused on the lower third, Iori was starting to have a reverie towards the lower third as well. How will this firstborn old man torture himself? What the hell did he do with all those long trips to the restroom? Murphy, could it be that he had the staff in that spot? That position? Aishori looked up incredulously, staring straight at Ansu, her pupils clenching violently. But he saw that the latter still had a sunny look on his face. But Lester also had a look of calm grace on his face as he held his pee. If it had been before, there was no way she would have had such a spooky guess. But after the rounds of But Naked Oil Louse and Mother Goddess's Bladder, a huge shadow had been left in Aishori's heart, and her worldview had been completely brought down. While the exam instructions prohibit any behavior that is detrimental to worldly morality, it is also stated in the second ordinance of Chapter 3 of the canon that sex is sacred is sanctioned by God's blessing even in public. Because of the low fertility rate of the Naija population, and since the common people have fewer ways to entertain themselves, they always need to be allowed to vent some of their energy, and people are prone to revolt when they are idle. Love Shirley Priestess, and Sue's cool voice rang out. The exam is about to begin. Please sign the authorization. Ashley stared at the authorization in front of her, her hands trembling slightly. Dare you sign it yourself? Or would one dare to bet on it? Do you have the courage to sign it yourself? It's just an examiner's job. Is it worth betting her life's honor on? Already abstained once anyway. Did he himself have the intelligence to see through Ansu's plan? Ansu had already signed the authorization, and at this point, it was no longer possible to modify the exam rules on an ad hoc basis. She remembered those magic pairings from Ansu again. Ashley was a genius with intelligence, a genius who learned everything quickly. So with her mind completely carried away, she began to think of other possibilities for these spell combinations. Lower third of the road is a possibility. The effect of interference resonance is to make it possible to disrupt the casting frequency of an enemy's staff, thus having a certain probability of interfering with the casting of magic. In other words, disturbing resonance can make an enemy's staff vibrate. There's also earth tremor, which similarly creates ripples of tremors, plus sensory blessing. It's good for doubling the senses of the whole body. And finally, there's arrow launch. Imagining that possibility, Iori's pupils trembled dramatically, even as her cheeks began to blush crimson. This is bound to completely broken in a split second, right? Getting it out in plain sight is top torture beyond nudity and leakage. Examiner AI Shirley, please sign the authorization. Ansu observed AI Shirley's expression and found it quite interesting as he calmly said again, time's up. This is exactly the duel of wits. The small staff was actually in his lined bag, not in any weird place, also just a long time in the bathroom on purpose. He was just leading Aishori to think in that direction. It was still MS Enya who had inspired him. I blame MS Enya for saying that the staff Chloe gave her looked like a violet stick. His guidance wouldn't have worked at all if it were a normal situation, but after 2 dirty bomb baptisms from Lister and Arthur, Ashley's thinking had been completely skewed. It's already been successfully tuned. That's where the good brother plays a pivotal role. He knew that Aishori was smart, a genius who knew how to learn by example. So being smart was exactly what was going to happen. Ansu the good teenager has done nothing bad. It's all about you, the big sister of the priesthood, having a dirty mind. He, Ansel Mornesta, is a man of honor and integrity. Morningside is an honorable and upright man. Now the morally corrupt Hatsune. But you love Shirley. At the same time, if in the unlikely event that Escali signed the authorization anyway, and Zu was fine with it, he could win on those 4 magics, following the normal train of thought. However, it now appears that Aishori's shoulders trembled gently, her ears red as the evening sun. Bastard, you can't do this. Chapter 50. This duel of wits would be a victory for her love of Shirley. Asshole, you can't do this. Listening to the young girl in front of her, that fine as a mosquito's mumbling voice, and Sue tilted his head and said with feigned curiosity, what about me? He was deceptive in this appearance. Pale green eyes were clear and pure. Long gray hair fell over his shoulders with a pure white robe and light shirt. When the teenager slightly tilted his head, the soft sunlight fell on the side of his delicate face, reflecting the alabaster even more clean and flawless. It really did look like a simple teenager, but Aishori knew that the teenager in front of her was the real deal, a born demon. This asshole, he's even pretending. The more normal and sunny Ansu became, the more horrified Aishori became in her mind. She knew these border-borns all too well. The more normal they appeared, the more perverted they were behind the scenes. The more Ashley became convinced, even sure, that the boy was hiding a big one. How could Hatsunio, who was able to design the Nez's flow, be so bright? Maybe he is looking like a fluttering gentleman now, and as soon as he signs the authorization, he is going to be transformed into a lustful demon, egg-kicking naked guy, pee-holding eye guy, Zwei Sherbari guy. This is the true face of that trio of border primordials. This authorization, will you sign it or not? Ansu said stoically. The exam is already about to begin. Examiner Ishori. Ashley hung her head slightly, staring at the authorization form. Persistence, courage, wisdom. This is not just a test, but a trial to transcend oneself. The only way to get a perfect score is to beat yourself. These two lines are the very same test instructions that are in the authorization. She felt as if she had gone back 7 years, when she was also just a candidate, when she had come to the examination room in the same way, when she had stared at the two lines, that same nervous and worried emotion. Love surely was now aware that this group of borderers' exam was indeed a trial for the invigilators. That kind of thing. Ishori bit her cherry-like thin lips, her cheeks crimson as she stared at Ansu viciously. I know all about the kind of things you want to do to me. What kind of things? Ansu tilted her head to the other side again, calmly. This asshole. That kind of thing, and she has to let a girl say it. It's, Ashley's aura slowly weakened. It's that kind of shameless thing. No shame? Ansu continued again, her voice clean and natural. What unashamed thing? Please tell me, in your wisdom, what unashamed thing I would do to you? You are a little too confident of yourself. 2. You. Love Sherry's silver teeth clenched. Your plans, these magic pairings of yours, all your intentions, I've seen through them. Hyu's eyes glared fiercely at Ansu, like an angry lioness. She gathered her courage and her tone was starting to get hysterical. Borderer, I'm not a cutie pie. These inferior frontiersmen, being forced to run around naked in public, being kicked in the balls viciously, being forced to conduct a holding contest that resulted in the opposite side peeing a long time ago. They were all a bunch of guys who pretended on the outside but were lowly and inferior on the inside. And now that she saw that Ansu was still pretending to be innocent like this, AI surely was completely enraged. Something we all know in our hearts. What was this asshole pretending to do now? It was an insult to her intelligence. Shame had built up to a maximum and gradually transformed into anger. Ashley's high spirits no longer allowed her to accept taking insults anymore. Okay, expose him right here, right before signing the authorization, for his dark and evil plans. Right here, expose him for the hypocrite that he is. Expose Ansu's dark side to the light of day. Under the monitoring of the scales of order, Hyu said in a cold voice, all those magic pairings of yours may seem normal, but in fact, they all secretly harbor the most filthy thoughts, such as, Ansu observed Akeley's expression and found it interesting. My magic match is quite normal. Can you tell me what's wrong? Thanks to this kid's thick skin, he still has to be tough at this point. Love Sherry grunted in her mind, but I've seen through your plot. You borderline people, you just win in the realm of the bottomless. But in terms of intelligence alone, you can't win against yourself. Like, interfering with resonance. What's wrong with interference resonance? Ansu's gaze contracted slightly. A little confusion flashed inadvertently, but it was quickly masked by calmness. It's just used to interfere with the frequency of the counterpart's staff. Poof. Ishori observed Ansu's slight faltering and gave a soft cold snort. Your purpose is precisely to manipulate your enemy's staff to create a constant vibration. As you have tucked your staff in that area, that's exactly the vibration you're going to use to break me with. In public. With this move, Ansu took a slight step backwards as he shook his head in righteous denial. I've never had such dark thoughts. The more he tried his best to deny it, the more he was right. A faint sense of coolness surfaced in Ishori's heart. After being humiliated so many times, she was finally able to get her revenge. And, earth tremor, Ashley ground out again in quick succession, choosing to ride the wave. This magic appears to create a ripple shock, but it's actually meant to enhance the frequency of the staff's vibrations. What blasphemy this should be. Ansu's pupils flickered and contracted slightly. He pursed his lips, but his face remained calm. Ansu, have never thought of such filth. It's really inconceivable to imagine what kind of shameless guy should be able to come up with such a shady trick. Although he still looked so calm, he was actually sweating behind his back. Right? This duel of wits was won by myself. A smile was on Ashley's lips as she got more and more excited the more she talked, her cheeks getting redder and redder with the thrill of her great revenge. She'd finally uncovered this guy's plot. And, sensory blessing. What did the senses bless you with? Ansu took a step back, the pale green eyes showing some fear. This is the sacred holy light of the goddess blessing. When Ansu took a step back, Aishori aggressively took a step forward, her scarlet and excited cheeks already pressing into the teenager's face. That's the kind of filth you're going to do with the holy light blessing. A smile lifted the corners of Aishori's mouth as she unmercifully exposed Ansu's plot to. With all the senses doubled, the body becomes quite sensitive. And with the senses blessing us, I'm sure we'll soon be fountains. Third floor of the lobby. There was a moment of silence as the priests looked at the magic screen. Pashisto stared at his sister, his expression as if he were dead. The heart that had been hardened by the corpse before was now whirled hard again. What the hell is she talking about? Chapter 51. Ansu, what did you just say? What the hell is she talking about? Proctor's room on the third floor. Gazing at the magical screen in the center of the mahogany round table, all the priests were silent. The scene was awkward for a moment. The Parsi priest, being the good old boy that he was, decided to say something to break the rather awkward silence, and coughed. People do know Priestess Ikari. She is a decent and proud young lady who would never make a baseless accusation. Damn it, before he was rounding up those candidates from the border, how come it was now his turn to round up the examiners from the imperial capital? Indeed, a priestess of the alchemy cleric church chimed in, although what Priestess Akeley said, it's too shocking, but after all, it's understandable since she's a paraclete of the Illuminati. Many of the priests nodded heartily. There was no proof, but it made sense. Indeed, the priest of the Illuminati, however, was dissatisfied. How come my prospective saints must have problems? At least, Ansu is acting pretty normal so far. What if it's a false accusation? Although those two previous births, before signing the authorization, were pretty anthropomorphic, the judgment of the scales of order is decided by the god of order. And even more so, no one can influence it. Ansu has already signed the authorization, which is protected by the gods, and according to the rules of the order, Akeley should sign the authorization as well. Another priest of the order said gravely, if she does not sign it again, it will be considered a direct pass for Ansu. There is room for discussion here as well. Let's listen to what Priestess Ashley has to say. First, the Parsi priest replied, according to our newly drawn-up rules, there can be no behavior that goes against worldly morals, but if Ansu's plan is too vile, the orderly balance will still suspend the exams, or at the very least, announce that they are being re-examined. While sex is sacred and lawful, sex that is too unrestrained is also contrary to the teachings of the Congregation for the Doctrine of Chastity. There is a degree of it. It's not illegal enough to disqualify Ansu, but it's enough to reopen the test and rewrite the rules. Agreed. The vast majority of priests expressed no opinion. The priest of the Illuminati was in a bit of a cold sweat. He stared at the dodgy-eyed Ansu on the screen, already pondering in his mind how quickly he should cut the guy. The first two goods were so perverted. This Ansu must be even more bit heavyweight. The Illuminati can't afford to lose face today. Down the hall, the thin daylight glittered on the undried water stains, brightly reflecting Ansu's slightly pale face. He couldn't help but take a step back, biting his lip gently, his pupils slightly averted as if he didn't dare to meet HLU's burning gaze, but then he could only pretend to be calm, barely maintaining a calm and collected demeanor as if he were a fearful deer. At least that's how Ansu played it. Sure enough, I don't even need to be on the field today, he said in his mind. Ansu will eliminate the examiner outright. Seeing Ansu's evasive appearance like this, AI surely became more and more excited, and with a sense of pleasure at having her revenge avenged, she became more and more aggressive. She dismantled Ansu's plot with a straight face, and in a duel of wits, it was she who was superior. So, since I came up with such a dirty and lowly magic combination, Ansu exhaled slowly, then what should the last magic, arrow shot, be for? Ashley had just received a magical transmission from Patsy. She was now quite sure that Ansu's plan was quite evil and depraved, with blasphemy that could impregnate someone just by spitting it out. What is the arrow shot for? The corners of Akeley's mouth curled into a smile. After seeing Lister's water elemental gathering P-bomb attack, arrow shot was naturally not hard to associate with it. She's a genius who can learn by example. These are words that are horrifying to say. Of course it is, with what comes out of there. Ikari stared at Ansu with a burning gaze and whispered, here comes the drawn-and shot duel, obviously a test of calm and restraint. What a butt shot. The Parsi priest on the third floor barely choked on his own spit. What the hell? Draw and shoot with something that came out of nowhere? He couldn't believe what he was hearing. This boy, Ansu, had conceived such a wicked and blasphemous plan. That's good. Ansu was very satisfied. I did not expect that this AI surely examiner had such a talent. It was a buildable talent, and so quickly gradually kept up with their border characteristic ideas. How to have such filthy thoughts. However, he still showed a worried and scared look on his face, which must have seemed to HLU that he was panicking because his plan had failed. He was still in denial. Until now it's all about pretending to be innocent, but the more he denied it, the more he was right. These rednecks from across the border are finally paying for their arrogance. It's very cool and painful, noticing the gaze of the orderly scales. The smile on Aishori's face became more and more pronounced, her cheeks flushed with excitement as if it were a rose-colored evening sunlight tinted at dusk, and her eyes burned into Ansu as if she were gazing at a boarded-up prey. Ansu's pupils dodged as his shoulders shook slightly. Do you have any proof? Under the scrutiny of the scales of order, under the watchful eyes of several priests, Eclair decided to strike the final blow. I asked you where your staff went. She stared at Ansu's pupils. Your so-called customized mini-staff. Can you show it to me? When Ansu heard Aishori's words, her face sidled to the side as if she didn't dare to look at her, and her shoulders trembled slightly. It's going to win. Seeing Ansu in this state, she was already winning. It's out of reach, isn't it? Because it's been hidden in that place by you. You've been secretly wearing it when you were in the lavatory. And that's the premise of your whole plan. Admiring Ansu's expression, Aishori grew more and more pleasurable. But the next second, her smile froze. Only Ansu calmly removed a staff from the lining of his shirt. It did not look too big, but it was shaped in a normal way. Pale green branches and light green leaves. And the exterior is clean, neat and odorless. No marks at all. Are you in need of this? Ansu gave a calm smile. It was in my pocket the whole time. Love surely stiffened. How is it possible? If you put it in your pocket, then why didn't you make a sound when I asked you earlier? Maybe you brought two. She forced herself to be calm. It's just cover. You can only bring one staff, right? He said calmly. According to the rules, you can only bring one. Otherwise I can't sign the authorization. Now, please tell me. Ansu cocked her head, her expression innocent. Where do you think I put this staff? Love surely is sweating. Chapter 52, Ansu, what's down auntie? 6th Church of Alchemy, 3rd floor. There was another silence from the priests as they watched Ansu remove her staff from the lining of her dress and loved the sweaty look on Sherry's face. This is not of our order. A priest of the Alchemy Synod was the first to break the silence. Our synod does not have this examiner. There was another silence. Only the priest of the Illuminati had a smile on his lips, but he didn't dare to smile too obviously, so he could only smile in a more subtle manner. The wind and water take turns. Now it's your turn to cut. Priest Pazzi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After so many years of presiding over the saints' exams, this was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre exam. Great God of order, guide him who is lost. There is not a single anthropomorphic creature in this exam. From the candidate to the examiner, the naked running egg-kicking guy, the pea-holding glasses guy, and the fantasy push-letter woman. The imperial capital was just too complicated, and he wanted to go back home. Now, please tell me, Ansu said with a smile, where do you think I put this staff? The way Ansu said this, she tilted her head slightly, her pale green pupils simple and flawless. Ashley took a step back and mumbled her words. If the location of the staff doesn't hold up, then all the reasoning after that doesn't hold up. The placement of the staff is the most basic prerequisite, including what, interference resonance, and so on. All of them are not valid. What filth have you, in fact, thought of to conceive of a genre so foul? Ansu took a step forward, her gaze fixed on her. Please tell me. With every word Ansu said, Aishori's aura weakened by a fraction. If she was like an angry lion before, now she was like a chickadee, shrinking her head and trembling her shoulders. Before, Aishori had said so many shameful words only because of a surge of anger. But now, that breath dissipated, and realizing how shameful her words had been before, Aishori's cheeks flushed red with shame. An unparalleled sense of shame was washing up strongly. Could it be that everything before was just a misunderstanding on her part? Could it be that she was really just a Jindang woman? No, now calm down. It was not possible to admit it now, and on the side of the Holy See, elder brother would help explain the past. Not now. What she had just said hadn't been heard outside either. There's no evidence of that. He's not that kind of guy himself. Definitely not. What's important now is to be calm. Yeah, it's all fake. And, since Ansu didn't pull that dirty trick, she could sign the authorization. As long as she was able to defeat and humiliate Ansu ruthlessly in the exams, she would still be able to reclaim her honor. Still able to ruthlessly humiliate these lowly frontiersmen, forcibly keeping her composure. Aishori stared at Ansu and gave a forced smile. Aha. Looks like I misunderstood. But, Ashley forced her mouth to speak again. Borderers are born to be misunderstood. It's not our fault. In that case, let us begin the examination. Please wait. Ansu smiled again. That sunny smile, so clean and pure white as the first snow of winter. I actually told you. I'm customizing a small staff that was specially customized yesterday. He moved over to Aishori's side and whispered in a very, very low voice. It comes with a small alchemical spell inside. He gestured to the staff in his hand and lowered his voice. That alchemy spell has only one small function, that of recording. It is with this vibration that you will draw. Ayali's words came faintly from the staff. Her gaze froze. Priestess Ashley, you wouldn't want this recording to be known to the press. Ansu's smile was still sunny and cheerful, but in Aishori's eyes, it was like a demonic terror. If this were to be known to outsiders, this would have consequences she couldn't imagine. This place is born. He was fishing. He was threatening himself. Maybe it's a visualization of something. Aishori's pupils trembled violently. Her cheeks flushed, and the hot breath exhaled from her thin lips was slightly cloudy. Even if I was threatened with this recording, I would still sign the authorization. Aishori's breathing was very short. She forced herself to calm down and maintain that last stubbornness. Threatening the examiner is considered cheating behavior. It cannot pass the judgment of the Eye of Order. I do not need to threaten you, Ansu said softly. Rather, you can no longer sign the authorization. I will win outright. Having taken the test so many times in the game, Ansu had already unearthed the quickest way to pass it. That is, whatever means are used, it is always fastest to eliminate the examiner outright. This evil pass is viable as determined by the Eye of Order. And this exam, the reason why Ansu was pursuing the extreme speed pass is because the Saints test has a hidden reward. What are you talking about? Aishori just felt her worldview collapsing. What kind of candidate eliminates the examiner's claim? Ansu calmly said, because you just violated the rules of the order scales, the rules you proposed. You've got it backwards. What did I go against? Love surely said she didn't understand. Any behavior that goes against worldly morals is forbidden, against this rule. The filthy words you just said to me go against worldly morals, and the staff in my hand is evidence of that. So you will be eliminated by the rules you set for yourself. Love Sherry's cheeks were so red they were dripping blood, and she denied that. Sex is sacred, and according to Canon 3, talking about sex is not against secular morality. She really didn't expect the situation to be reversed like this. It's not the morality you violate by talking about sex, it's the people you talk about sex with. Ansu smiled a sunny smile and, according to Canon 4, Chapter 4, Article 4, verbal harassment of a minor under the age of 16 is a serious blasphemy against the will of God, which is naturally also an act against secular morality. Love surely, that's exactly what a duel of wits looks like. If I did have those dirty and profane plans, you would be fine, but I don't. And then you, who uttered those dirty and profane words to me, are precisely sexually molesting a minor. I'm going to use the rules you laid down and eliminate you. His words were calm, but they fell as cold and harsh as ice in Achilles' ears. She only felt that her worldview collapsed, staring straight at Ansu as if she was gazing at a monster, involuntarily taking a few steps back, and even falling helplessly to the ground, her thin lips slightly open. Could it be that you are? I only turned 15 this year. Ansu smiled. You down had ante. Ansu is version T0 no matter what server it's on. Aishori stared blankly at Ansu, completely dumbfounded. There are so many candidates. Aishori never pays attention to the age of the candidates. What's more, it's one from across the border. That's where the arrogance of genius comes in. She had always thought that a mature-born guy like Ansu should at least develop until 16 or 17 years old, but she had never thought that this guy was born at a young age. She's just here to proctor a test. She's not going to be sent to the station by a candidate, is she? Chapter 53, Star Desire of Order, Ansu. Morninsta. Lost, it's a duel of wits, and Love Sherry is losing. Along with the last of his dignity, he had completely lost it, owned by a underhead aunt who sexually molested a minor. I was wrong. In the long silence of because of the shame of being verbally abused, Aishori's cheeks were scarlet as her shoulders trembled and she slowly whimpered. Please don't say anything. I'm the lower head aunt. Did you just say that borders are born to be misunderstood? Ansu said calmly. She hung her head down and whimpered. And, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Never again. I will never dare to look down on Lord Border again. Please Lord Border forgive me. Now, sign the authorization. Ansu said softly, though you will be eliminated by the Eye of Order for violating morality shortly after the exams begin. I believe an authorization needs to be signed by the examiner or Ansu will just get a perfect grade. I surely bit her lip, her eyes slightly red. Her eyes staring at Ansu were desperate and angry, and even deeply aggrieved. Born. She is clearly a genius. A magical genius, that's the only thing Ailey is proud of anymore. And yet it will be eliminated for reasons like this. Surprisingly, it's because of the sexual harassment of a minor reason. She was totally unacceptable. Slightly trembling hands slowly signed the authorization. The bionic alchemy array slowly kicked in, and she gradually transformed into Ansu's appearance. Her hair slowly turning to gray, her pupils slowly staining with the color of ultramarine, and the clothes on her body transforming into snow-white robes. The alchemy spell finally kicked in. There was no small clamor from the candidates who had already waited impatiently. They whispered, the exams have finally begun. What the hell happened? Ansu. Morninsta. I remember this guy. Was he the one who did something weird to the examiner? this guy can only pull little tricks that don't make it to the top, right? Like what? For example, after he turned in his papers after being the first to take the test yesterday, he actually posted his correct answers downstairs in the dormitory. It was posted everywhere. You can see it as soon as you wake up. So this kid did it. He should show his true colors in a bit of actual combat. The actual battle really depends on real strength after all. Meanwhile, the priests on the third floor were silent and attentive. What the Parsi priest didn't know was that this exam was doomed to end from the beginning. Ansu gazed at her other self, and it was a pretty amazing feeling. It was surprising that things would go so smoothly. Even he was quite surprised. In 10 seconds or so, the scales of order will announce the end of the test, and he or she will reach the quickest pass achievement. With this bit of time, Ansu thought that he could still fool around for a while. This was mostly a fool's errand for the priests on the stage, to show that although Ansu, though not very moral, was still a little bit good at magic, afterwards that reward was given to themselves, and they wouldn't fall back on anything too opinionated. It is best to convince the priests. Ansu weighed the staff in his hand. Feeling the mournful and aggrieved sight of Eclair, he found it quite amusing. Acheron priestess, Ansu said seriously, these 4 choices of beginning magic are not as sordid and nasty as you might think. Each one is uniquely useful. It was, in fact, that there were a lot of magic combinations that could be chosen, but Ansu had deliberately chosen in that direction. Hearing Ansu's words, Aishore's cheeks blushed even more. This guy was talking nonsense again. In the game guide of his previous life, the 4 lowest level beginner level spells, Arrow Shot, Disturbing Resonance, Earth Tremor, and Sensory Blessing, were able to be combined to form a hidden middle level spell, Arrow Shot. Ansu deftly waved her staff. Arrow Shot was a beginner level unattributed magic that consumed 1 magic point and was able to create arrows out of the surrounding elements. For example, Ansu chose the water stains on the ground this time to form a beam of water arrows. It's routine, Love Shirley said darkly. Earth Tremor, Ansu used this magic on the water arrows, incorporating its constantly reverberating tremor ripples into the water arrows. Fusion magic? Ashley was a bit surprised. This was a high demand for mental strength, but Ansu had received the blessings of the Mother Goddess of Life an unknown number of times, and his mental strength was far beyond that of normal people. Interference Resonance. Ansu proceeded to use Interference Resonance again. His movements were fast. These 3 magic spells were made at the same time in just a few seconds. If not for the fact that Hlu's eyes were fast enough, she couldn't even keep up with his rhythm. Now, Ashley was a bit confused. She didn't cast a spell either. Who was Ansu interfering with? Is he interfering with his own spell casting? Ansu was indeed interfering with himself, or rather the fusion of Earth Tremor and Arrow Shot, applying interference magic to the realm of magic fusion to create heterogeneous combinations of magic. It was a thought that hadn't crossed my mind. The pupils of Ashley's eyes grew brighter, but it would have to be experimented with hundreds of times in the alchemy workshop, I think, to figure out the spellbooks that could be fused together, and there's a high degree of uncertainty about the magic that comes out of the heterogeneous combinations, and the vast majority of them don't work as well as the ones that were there before. Ansu naturally does not need to experiment. In the previous life of those raider gods, have already tried out. Moreover, the most important point was that interference resonance was interference magic with a rather low level of precision, requiring strong perception to control it. Akeley suddenly thought of something. Sensory blessing. All senses can be doubled. Turns out all the magic she'd been thinking about wrongly really did have a proper purpose. Cold sweat fell down Ashley's cheeks at the thought. Keep in mind that Ansu is not yet 15 years old. For him to be able to think of this step, wouldn't his talent in magic far exceed his own? Now it's up to you. Whether or not Earth Tremor can be fused with Arrow Shot heterodyne. The answer is yes. The Parsi priest hummed questioningly. Several priests, subconsciously, leaned forward. The arrow in Ansu's hand had completely transformed its appearance. The magic vortex of the mixed will swirled and swam in the water arrow. The water arrow's length was elongated, and it was more like a bizarre spear than an arrow. Arrow Shot. Tremor isomerization. These 4 beginner-level spells make up a middle level or higher. The speed of Ansu's spell casting was very fast. These 4 magic spells were made near the same time. Within 10 seconds or so, this spear was molded in Ansu's hands. The surrounding candidates didn't even react to it. He hurled that water spear and slammed it straight into Aishiri. Hlu also fuses Earthquake and Arrow Shot, but she couldn't use interference isomorphism like Ansu did, and the 2 beams of magic rushed together. A huge torrent of magic pouring towards Hlu's side, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. The breath of the candidates around them seemed to stop. When the dust cleared, it revealed Aishori's wretched cheeks. You guys, you can get through with strength. Why are you teasing me? Do you just think it's fun to humiliate people? She was about to cry outright. Love Shirley was utterly convinced. whether it's from wisdom, persistence, courage, or the magical talent of which she was most proud. All of them were completely defeated to this less than 15-year-old teenager in front of them. No more resistance could be borne. She failed to even let Ansu have all the fun. The only thing that Ishori couldn't accept was that with Ansu's level, he could have won in 2 minutes at most for a normal exam. Why go around in circles when you could just win? Is it this guy's hobby to play with and tweak people? Is that his sexuality? Naturally, it was to brush up on achievements. Ansu gazed at her calmly and said in his heart, "Examiner Ishori." Ansu's expression was solemn and holy under the clear sunlight. "I'm just using my wisdom to maintain the order of the order." He used his wits to identify a potential sexual predator and maintain order in the church. At the same time, the results of the order scale's judgment echoed throughout the entire hall. The exam was over before all the candidates realized what had happened. Exam ends, examiner out of order. What the? Examiners out for a violation? All the candidates were baffled. Suspect, you're hallucinating. Examiner's persistence time, 27s. Candidate Ansu Mornesta. Ansel Morninsta, test number 61, score of 100. Awarded the title of Divine Providence by the God of Order for the fastest test in 30 years and for his defense of order and law. Divine title, Star of Order. This was the hidden reward of the Illuminati entrance examination. And those who broke the record were able to obtain the title bestowed by the God of Order. This was the hidden reward. The last record holder was Merlin. Faust, who was known as the King of Law, took only a minute to kill the priest in seconds. And if Ansu wanted to surpass that record, he would have to use evil means. Today is the first battle of Order's Starlight. And in the future, an even louder name will resonate throughout the imperial capital. Head of the Border Trio, Star Desire of Order, the Born, Ansu Morninsta. I'm sure his father, far across the border, would be proud and honored. Chapter 54. He will bring the picture of our entire order. Ask you. Starlight of Order. Divine title. Title effect. You may establish a law in a certain area for 5 minutes. Note 1. This law is only effective against targets whose rank is lower than or equal to your own. Note 2. Established laws must be obeyed, including by Ansu himself. Note 3. Established laws must not be contrary to the teachings of the order. Otherwise they are considered invalid legislation. Title. All men are equal under the light of the stars and can do whatever they want within the law. The title effect was not displayed to the public, and everyone could only see the large words, Starburst of Order, that shone like a starburst. When the cold metallic sound of the order scale sounded, the entire room fell horribly silent. It was clearly broad daylight and they could vaguely see the stars. Pale silver clouds floated between the clear, transparent canopy, and the stars hung down along the whole of it, like drops of pale green paint on a canvas. The Ansu, on the other hand, was bathed in the deepest part of the starlight. That white robe raced with the wind and also became a canvas painted by the starlight. Starlight of Order. The moment was just an illusion, and as soon as the saints blinked, the starlight disappeared, and Ansu was the only one still standing in the center of the hall. The saints fell silent. There was no doubt that the illusion just now was a blessing from the God of Order. The silence lasted only a moment, and in the next second, it was drowned out by the clamor. Various discussions abound. Discuss anything and everything. It was just a blessing from the God of Order. Does the God of Order bless the saints when they test? How many seconds did Ansu finish the test? 27 seconds? Worthy of my big brother Ansu, he beat that woman until she was on her knees. He was trying to force her to do Star Rage. That's a record-breaking score, isn't it? With this border coming in so hard? If Brother Ansu were to come to Neza, he would be able to be more elegant than I am. Brother Ansu would surely dare to drink 8 bottles of water. No, Ansu would drink 8 bottles of urine. Did you guys see that combination magic principle he used at the end? I got dizzy when I saw the second magic. I didn't realize that he's not only good at studying, but he's also very good at actual combat. There were a few odd remarks interspersed with this, but the conversation centered on Ansu Morninsta. On the invigilation room on the 3rd floor, all the priests straightened up and stared at the scene on the magical screen with wide, unbelievable eyes. The Parsi priest even rose abruptly from his seat and walked straight to the screen. This is the God-given title? He hadn't expected the God of Order to bestow titles at all. And the defense of order and law. The words of the order scales echoed in his mind, and Parsector truly suspected that he was hallucinating. Ansu, it's that Anselmo Mornesta. Morninsta? The guy who pressured other candidates during exams, deliberately handed in his papers early, and posted the exam answers all over the dormitory building at night. Defended order? What did he do to maintain order? By Sonny's kick in the balls? Or Lester's holding his pee? Or were you verbally harassed by your big sister? Does the God of Order like this? He rubbed the bridge of his nose and just thought the world was crazy. So should they go and equipped with some holy piss when they hunt Chaosians in the future? Or maybe stripped naked? Or maybe dressing up like a proper man to seduce a pedophile chaotic congregation? Obviously, It wasn't just AI Shirley's thoughts that had been led astray by Ansu, but even Pasi Siddhartha, who was supervising and watching the battle from upstairs, had his thoughts slightly skewed. For the first time in his life, the man who had believed in the god of order and justice for nearly 30 years was slightly skeptical of order. He shook his head, banishing those jumbled thoughts from his mind. The several priests of the alchemy clergy were also silent, their faces now looking worse than constipation. Ahem, this time, this is our holy see. It was still that priest of the Illuminati who was the first to break the silence. The saints of our holy see are precisely this excellent. Why aren't you cutting this time? The priests of the alchemical order stared at him with ghostly eyes. The imploring smile on his lips was almost too tight to hold. Even his entire eyelids were trembling, but he felt he couldn't smile too freely. No, still can't hold it in. This morning's invigilation was truly one of the biggest ups and downs of his invigilation career. The rule that the saint's test would result in a divine providence title had actually faded into oblivion for many people, as no one had been able to obtain a divine providence title from the saint's test since Merlin set the record 30 years ago. And today the selfsame saint broke his holiness's record, never mind the principle by which he did it. The order scales had admitted it, so how could the invigilator of the order church not admit it? This spread out to mention a word, that is, to take their own performance can rise a little. The corners of Parsi's priest's mouth twitched slightly as he pressed his temples again. Although we don't know the exact details of how Ansu passed the exams, it always seemed like Ansu was threatening Aishori in a soft voice, which they didn't hear on their side. The truth of the matter can only be known by those involved. The Parsi priest paused and said in an uncertain tone, "That shouldn't be good, should it?" At this point, Vice Bishop Char of the Sixth Church of the Order, who had not been silent, spoke. Although the expression on Vice Bishop Char's face was also a bit subtle, he still slowly came to a conclusion. According to the teachings of the order, as long as something is within the rules, it is permitted. The alchemy bionic exam was supposed to test the saints' ability to synthesize their qualities. Perseverance, courage, wisdom, and utilizing the rules to eliminate the enemy is supposed to be and is a form of wisdom. In the Narama world, especially tomorrow's final exam, Ansu's ability to live by the rules like this is important. What's more, Vice Archbishop Charles coughed again, gently. This border student called Ansu. That last combination of magic he did was very interesting indeed, very new and creative. It feels appropriate to go the way of our order fusion. And those unruly natures of his are just the thing to polish in the order. As soon as the Parsi priest heard the tone of the old man's voice, he knew that things were not good. That whole first bunch is padding. Those last few sentences are the highlights. The implication is clear. Bishop Char was looking at Ansu's super version of magical understanding, with perfect scores on both the written and practical exams, plus the fact that he had just been blessed by the god of order, and wanted to pull him into the order. As mentioned before, the seven gods are all one family, and whoever believes in them, and the behavior of the saints exam digging the wall is more than normal. Without digging in, Vice Bishop Char doesn't even bother to invigilate. Can't drag this one into the order though. Can't be fooled by the surface of this one. The Parsi priests always had a vague feeling that this one would go into the Sixth Church of the Order and polish the whole thing in turn. When it comes time for the witch hunt, the Knights of the Order will really choose to hold their pee and run around naked and small and square to root out the chaos cultists. He turned his hopeful gaze to the priest of the Illuminati, thinking that he must not agree. This radiant priest was silent for a moment and slowly said, "We can let you have Ansu, but only if we let you have one and give you two." "What do you mean?" the affable vicar general asked. Arthur and Lester were the ones who gave it away. Archbishop Charles was silent. "Excuse me," he said firmly. Chapter 55 The Law of Magic is the law of the protection of minors. As soon as Ansu stepped out of the Sixth Church of Alchemy, he was pestered by reporters. After all, the title above his head was too striking. As with the written exam, the second section of the Saints Test, the Bionic Alchemy exam, is also a key exam subject of national interest. What's more, I don't know who leaked the rumor that Law Lord Merlin's record was broken by the newborn, and that the God of Order bestowed the divine title. This is certainly big news. As soon as I pushed open the door, there was a crowd of journalists, but there are a lot fewer education experts on this test today. There are even very few left. Part of the reason for this is that most of the educational experts are good with their pencils and are good at writing outlines for some exams. But in the real world of magic, 9 out of 10 experts are rookies, the level at which sacrifices to the mother goddess of life don't even tip the scales. Another part of the reason is that many education experts listened to Ansu's interview yesterday, established that the Illuminati was going to be involved in the adult field, and rewrote the new exam strategy overnight. Although this morning the Imperial Morning Post clarified the content of yesterday's test, education experts were in for a surprise when they were surprised to find a whole new track. It seems that writing imperial essays is a better way to lure money from the teenage population than writing teaching aids, so they all have turned from the teacher of the table world into the teacher of the worldly, with their own professional pencil to write a new legend. Become a lot of hot-blooded men's enlightenment teacher, is a good story. the last small handful of experts, who had been arrested by the order because their writing was so blatantly hot that they were more professional than the professional writing of the emperor. For all these reasons, education experts are missing from today's interview. The reporter at the front is still a reporter from the Imperial City Morning News. He obviously has a very good impression of this Ansu. After all, it was Ansu who caused the education experts to have a bad fall, and also caused himself to be criticized by the editor-in-chief. But seeing the words, "Order Starburst," on top of this item's head, the Imperial Capital reporter was even more astonished. He was still a firstborn yesterday. How come he switched to Starlight of Order today? Is this the same kid who broke the record today? But why did the God of Order pick him? The reporter's eyes grew suspicious and frightened. Could it be that it was actually the Order that was planning to venture into the adult realm? He shook his head, banishing the jumbled thoughts from his mind, and the reporter greeted him. There's definitely something going on here. There is a conspiracy. As a righteous journalist, he wants to dismantle these shady insiders. Hello. The reporter broke into a forced smile. Remember me? Arthur. Mr. Sonny? He purposely bit down on the word Arthur to show that he already knew that Ansu had made it up yesterday, being poked and prodded to his face. Ansu didn't look how flustered he was as he calmly looked at the reporter. You've got the wrong person. My name is Ansu. Morninsta. As a professional journalist, you can't even figure out the name of your interviewee. Ansu showed a skeptical look. You are really disappointing. Peers all around him cast scornful glances. Can't you hear the sarcasm? Mr. Reporter forced a smile at the corner of his mouth. You are the first saint to break the record of Law King Merlin in 30 years. May I ask which finale magic you chose in the bionic alchemy test? I've always been knowledgeable about magic. Ansu nodded. For example, for the finale magic this time, I chose the active protection of the canon of Pharos minors. It's the underage protection laws that are the top of the line magic. This guy is talking out of his ass again. The reporter is laughing like he's constipated. It was hard for Ansu to tell the truth for once, but no one around him believed it at all, thinking that it must be that this magical genius had hidden his masterstroke and refused to reveal it to the public. By the way, you're looking for Arthur. Sonny is here. Go interview him. Ansu saw Arthur's long, brilliant gold hair from afar, and slipped away, dropping this remark. MS. Muna is waiting outside and I don't know what kind of delicious food she's preparing today. I'm not interviewing Arthur. I'm interviewing you. The corner of the reporter's mouth twitched slightly, but Arthur was already licking an old face and coming over. For once, he came out of the exam room that was quite proud and honored. The smile at the corner of his mouth was even more debauched and unrestrained. After all, Order Tempestari had said that this time he had passed with a perfect score. It's a completely different situation than yesterday when we turned in a blank. Pops would have been proud of him, too. Arthur was confident enough. Today was his glorious cub's first battle, and it would end with the most perfect ending. If there's anything you want to ask, Arthur gently ruffled his long hair that was raised in the wind, his smile as bright and dazzling as the sun, very enthusiastic. Just ask me, Mr. Arthur. The reporter's line of sight shifted slightly downward, his pupils contracting slightly, revealing a look of shock as he sucked in a breath of cold air. You ask, Arthur said even more confidently. The reporter must have marveled at his kingly presence. Your zipper is not closed. The reporter said this while taking out his expensive magic camera to take a picture. Yesterday was the day he suffered from not using his camera. Please don't mind that little detail. Arthur wasn't embarrassed at all. When he went to the washroom to get dressed after the exam, he just forgot to zipper it up. Men make mistakes. There's a pair of gold panties in there anyway. That's no small detail. The reporter's pupils widened. Your O is showing. Reporters have even thought of tomorrow's news #Arthur. #Arthur Sonny's exam room is a thrill to behold. Sales are absolutely exploding tomorrow. Please don't mind the big thick strip. Slightly embarrassed, Arthur zipped up his zipper, showing a subtly sour expression as he also slightly stuck his egg because of the rough movement. That's a mistake every man makes. He smiled. The exam was so stressful that his underwear was wet with sweat, which was not at all comforting, so he took them off in passing when he changed his clothes and waited for them to dry naturally. As a result, he was too excited and joyful to turn around and watch Boss Ansu break the record. In a fit of excitement, I followed them out and left my underwear in the exam room. Just sat on the seat and no one noticed. Since this is the current situation, you can't leave your name behind. If Pops sees him, he's bound to teach him a lesson again. It's not to teach him to run around naked. Being naked and honorable is a traditional virtue of the Knights of the Sun, and Pops is trying to teach him to drop things. Carelessness is a big no-no for the Knights. I can't believe I forgot my underwear. Actually, I'm not Arthur. Arthur's head turned quickly. After these 2 days of fighting side by side, He had already regarded Ansu and Lister as good brothers, so naturally he couldn't leave behind the names of his good brothers. Sun writers never betray. Then it will be necessary to labor a little longer on that great being. I'm sure he wouldn't mind coming out and slipping a bird while lying in his hospital bed. After some thought, he said, "Actually, I'm Cavens." The reporter gave a "you as me cutie," the look on his face. "Actually, I'm Cavens." Without moving, Arthur slipped a heavy wad of gold coins into the reporter's pocket and said to the dumbfounded crowd behind him, "Everyone gets a share, I'm actually Cavens." The reporter weighed the bag of money in his hand. Roughly estimated, this stack of gold coins on hand was enough for 10 years of one's salary. "Actually, you are Cavens." The righteous reporters nodded and wrote down Cavens' name in their little notebooks. Arthur, who is Sonny? Chapter 56. Please come and collect your underwear when Mr. Arthur hears the announcement. Please ask Mr. Arthur Sonny of Dormitory 301 of the 6th Parish of the Illuminati to go to the Alchemy 6th Church custodial room and pick up the lost items. Mr. Sonny, when you hear the announcement, go to the safekeeping room of the 6th Church of Alchemy to pick up the lost items. Your underwear has been left in the examination room. You left your underwear in the exam room. Invitation to the 6th Order of the Illuminati. Arthur of the 3rd Dormitory. You left your underwear in the exam room. The voice of the magical broadcast echoed in the hall. The church's broadcast effect was so penetrating that it was played several times, and all the saints coming and going across the street could hear it clearly. It could be heard throughout the 6th parish. It's been broadcast. Mr. Lister. The supernumerary old priest of the custodian's office broke into a kindly smile as he looked back to the elegantly and appropriately dressed young man off to the side. "Aha, I'm sorry for your trouble." Lister gentlemanly removed his bowler hat in acknowledgement. From the beginning of his education, Lister has prided himself on being a noble and courteous gentleman, and he has always held himself to high moral standards, helping others without leaving their names, which is exactly the spirit of nobility in the Moon family, of which he is proud. Arthur walked too quickly out of the exam room and left his underwear behind, which the attentive Lister naturally noticed. But the crowds were so crowded, and Arthur was moving so fast, that chasing him out to find him wasn't practical, and walking down such a crowded cloister would detract from his Lister's elegance. However, the clever man quickly thought of a way to do so, and that was to go to the safekeeping room and make a lost and found announcement, believing that when Arthur heard the announcement, he would happily come to the safekeeping room of his own accord to collect his underwear. "Shall I leave your name?" the old priest asked again. "No need." With another cool push of his glasses, Lister gave a calm smile. "My humble servant never leaves a name for a good deed. Humility is also the very virtue of nobility." The crowd in the hallway had pretty much gone, and he pushed right through the door and out of the exam room. The saints who have finished their exams have plans for today, and that is to report to the 4th Church of the astral body to prepare for the final exam tomorrow. As the final examination for the admission of saints to the church, this examination is a uniform one for all 6 ecclesiastical prospective saints. The first 2 exams were exam questions designed separately by their respective clergy, while the last exam was a unified exam for the 6 gods' prospective followers. Not just the paraclete of the Illuminati, but order, alchemy, chastity. All the paracletes have to be in it together. All the master geniuses in all of Narima had gathered in one place. The bishops of the various ecclesiastical orders, too, will come to supervise and observe the examinations. The ultimate big stage like this. It's time for the 3 of them to shine. Lister exited the exam room, and the reporters outside had pretty much dispersed. But the reporter from the Tudor Morning Post is still here. He's still wondering if he can post a little big news. After all, he hadn't interviewed the secret of the magic in the press yet. Upon seeing Lester's familiar face, the reporter immediately greeted him, feeling that interviewing those from across the border would always result in some explosive news. According to the grapevine, this Mr. Lister also scored a perfect score on his exams. "Mr. Lister, I heard that you did well in this exam." The reporter had a smile on his face. "May I ask if you have any secrets?" Lister frowned. He wasn't a fan of interviews. After all, as he says, he is a gentleman who prefers to be humble and understated. But then he suddenly thought of something. "Are you going to be in the national papers with this one?" Lister asked. "Yes." The reporter wore a smile and said proudly, "Our newspaper is a hot seller nationwide, and we are the top 3 magazines in the entire empire." Lister was in deep thought, as he said. He was a gentleman who liked to help people. This, Holy Infant's Comfort, designed by Brother Ansu, is quite epic-making, and we can't let its pearl go unnoticed. If it's marketed, I think it can directly sweep the pregnant families of the upper class of the imperial capital's nobility. Lister also knew that the Morningstar family was known for its business. If the sale of the Holy Infant's Comfort was successful, the Morningstar family's head of the family would definitely greatly appreciate Brother Ansu's ability in business, and might just pass on the family fortune to Brother Ansu directly. And now is the best opportunity for publicity. The press interview of the Saints exam is sure to be the most popular hot news by the whole empire. He, Lister, naturally could not refuse such a good thing of helping people. There is only one secret to my humble passage, only to see Lister take off his pants right in front of the reporter's surprised and shocked eyes, revealing the pure white diaper inside. That's holy baby's Anoli diapers. Once again, the reporter's pupils rounded, and once again, he took the magic camera out of his backpack, and once again, he took a picture of his lower half. What the hell do you want? You guys from across the border like to go topless, don't you? What's a diaper? The reporter asked. The diapers are a new name for me, holy baby's comfort diapers. With a cool push of his glasses, Lester, that's exactly my secret to getting through. The main ultra thin and soft, highly breathable and absorbent powerful, able to wear a whole night, can give the baby the most comfort and peace of mind, comfortable sleep, the beauty of the goods at the same time selling price is cheap. There is the intention of large-scale cooperation of the alchemy stores can come to room 301 to negotiate the contract. Saint's first steps, Anoli diapers, you're advertising here? The reporter was simply furious, but when List stuffed a bag of gold coins into the reporter's arms, the upright reporter revealed another smile. Mr. List, you're too. I'm not Lister. Lister calmly pushed his glasses up once. As he said, he was a gentleman who did good things without leaving a name, a modest and understated aristocrat. He never wanted Ansu and Arthur to be grateful to him for it. He only wanted to do things with a clear conscience. And you are, at a time like this, it's only possible to once again bother that person. I'm sure he wouldn't mind coming out and endorsing a diaper while lying in a hospital bed. I'm the spokesperson for Anoli diapers, Lester said calmly. Cavens, Blake, you have the money. You have the say. Mr. Reporter silently wrote Caven's name in his book again. Early the next morning, Border, the results of the first day's exams have come back. Son family, the Grand Duke of Annan angry. Arthur test is 17 points. Their own bull clearly has blown out. The rebellious son, stab him with his sword, the Archduke of Annan thought to himself. Moon family, Marquis Norman angry. Lester test is 8 points. His own bull clearly has blown out. Rebellious son, strike him dead with a book, the Marquis de Norman thought to himself. Morning Star family, Earl Carlo was furious. Ansu scored 98 points on the exam. His own gold mine has obviously been arranged. The rebellious son, drown him in money, Count Carlo thought to himself. The border order, the Blake priests can't get out of breath. Still at the same bleak grave, Priest Blake gazed shakily at the Imperial Morning Post in his hands, and all he could think was that the world was so odd and strange. #Carvins, Blake's exam room is boldly revealing, passionate and exciting. There is also a picture of the hit with the holy light attached to it. Priest Blake felt like he was going to have a brain hemorrhage. He saw the advertisement for rent next to it again, and again it blatantly said #Cavens recommends you, Saints First Steps, Anoli diapers, babies clothing #. These journalism students in Tutor are still very good at what they do. He made up a very plausible story based on these two completely unrelated news stories. The man, named Cavens, is a Saints candidate, but during the alchemy exam he wets his pants out of fear, so he has to go on the field naked, boldly revealing himself with passionate excitement, but is ultimately eliminated miserably. But if you have Anoli diapers, you will never have to worry about these kinds of embarrassing dilemmas again. Saints First Steps, Anoli diapers. Priest Blake looked to the grave of his own child with a gray face. How did my son pick up an ad sponsorship after winning the resurrection race to get out? Supersede him with the cannon, the Blake priest heartily said. Chapter 57. The next day, early morning sunlight penetrates the window panes, divided into layers by color-blocked, flowery glass. Ansu squinted in slight discomfort, tilting her head to avoid the shaking sunlight. It's the last day of the Saints' exams. Getting out of bed, he found Lister already shuffling and dressing. He was struggling to fasten the Annunciation of the Holy Child and pull his slim-fitting ceremonial pants over it, fitting them tightly and neatly, and donning his trademark tuxedo and original bowler hat. You don't need to wear a diaper for today's test, do you? Ansu couldn't help but say. It would make my humble servant feel a little more secure. Lister replied elegantly. What kind of guy looks for security in diapers? Ansu pushed open the balcony door, ready to wash up, and saw again Arthur. Sunny, he was naked, enjoying the early morning breeze head-on, his long brilliant blonde hair blowing in the wind. For today's exam, you still have to wear clothes, Ansu added. Ansu boss. Arthur turned back. It's safer for the night of the glorious sun to be naked, and I didn't find any underwear. What kind of guy would feel safe running around naked? Yesterday's broadcast so loud that the whole parish heard it. Only Arthur didn't. And do you usually travel with only one pair of underwear? Perhaps seeing Ansu's question, Arthur proudly replied, because the high and mighty Knight of the Sun usually doesn't wear underwear. Then you'll go to the test in neutral. Ansu made her decision. After some tugging and pulling, they finally made it down the dormitory stairs side by side. I have to say, these three together do look quite eye-catching just from their face value. Arthur is handsome and sprightly, Lester is elegant and noble, and Ansu is ascetic and beautiful. Along the way, it attracted many ordinary female believers to turn back frequently. Look, that handsome blonde guy is so dominant. I think the gentleman in the tuxedo has more flavor. In terms of faces, it's still that teenager with the long gray hair that looks the best. What they don't know is that one of these went out in neutral and one went out in diapers. Today is the last exam. It is also the most important church-wide uniform examination. The examination room is in the first church of the astral body, also known as the General Church of the Astral Body. The Astral General Church is the largest church in terms of floor space. The dome of the church was made up of translucent alchemy metal stars. Each star was reflecting the bright sunlight. The whole church was vast and empty. There was not a single statue of God, frescoes, or stone pillars. The church was flatly paved with transparent glass, and other than that, there was no extra decoration. Walking through the astral church is truly like walking through the infinite universe. The waiting area is divided into 6 divisions, one for each synod. Although it was still early before the exams began, there were already a number of saints waiting. They too have been sizing each other up, especially the saints from different divisions. After all, this was the first time that they had been brought together for an exam. Saints who had come to prominence in the first 2 exams, especially the top few, were also spreading the word in various churches. Look, there's the current headliner of the Druidic Order, Ms. Shiner, Shauna, the talented druid with long green hair, passed the written exam with a near-perfect score, her expression cool and her face pretty. There's also the Order's top name, Coronation Rosen. He's the son of the Order's bishop. I heard that he's about to become a 3rd Order Knight, dressed in pure white armor. Rosen walked into the church side by side with Shauna. I heard that the top 3 in this exam will be blessed by the gods. The atmosphere was thick and lively as the candidates eagerly discussed and analyzed these outstanding saints, analyzing the good and bad of each ecclesiastical headliner, until Ansu and the 3 of them appeared on the scene. This heated discussion all stopped at first, and the atmosphere was so quiet that it was like death. It was still clearly windy and sunny outside the window, but it felt like the cloudy air from the border had encroached. Silence is the greatest respect. It's really the fact that these 3 guys' reputations are more widely spread, and just by looking at their faces, they are not good people to be with. First look at the head one. Brilliant gold long hair, temperament cold and austere, those eyes majestic as if a lion, eyes deep as if hidden in the infinite tyranny and pain, not wearing underwear, step big stuck to the egg. Look at the second one again, with a shadowy gaze, like a cold lordly bird, and a wet, cold remorse hidden in the depths of his eyes, a blackened man who has had his heart broken, and noticing that the diaper is full of pee and still not dry. The last one, the top of the Illuminati, with a nearly perfect score on the written test and a record-breaking real life battle. Starburst of order, Ansu, Morninsta. Although he has a handsome face and a sunny smile, can it be any kind of amiable character to walk with these 2? So the atmosphere has been austere. Ansu could feel several unsuspecting lines of sight. He didn't really care though. This austere atmosphere didn't last long before the examiners arrived. It was instantly quiet. This time, the one in charge of invigilating the exam was actually a bishop of the Astral Body Church. He wore a green-colored robe, which was patterned with the stars, and there was no unnecessary expression on his face. The Order of the Astral Body, known as the Order of the Astral Body in Naiads, is the most extraordinary of the 6 Orthodox churches. They have no fixed gods to believe in. Instead, they believe in and study the stars themselves. It was Nerf Frontier, one of the game's most central mechanics, that they were researching and exploring. There are countless fragments of events in the vastness of the stars, and they are called Nara. The word Nara comes from the Sanskrit language and originally meant a state in which living beings struggle upward and continue to fall, also known as infernal hell. In this world fragment, there will be an infinite repetition of things that have already been destroyed, and there will be rules that are different from those of the normal world. The respective devotees will enter into this event to raid the world of Narama according to the rules laid down by the astral body. In short, it's a cheat copy of the game. The astral body is the most neutral being and does not take sides. World fragments raided by a Miker will be owned by the Miker. World fragments raided by an Orthodox person will be owned by the Orthodox. Everyone stared at the bishop. He spoke softly, his voice low, but it echoed through all of them, ethereal in its silent beauty. Welcome to the Church of the Astral Body in Naiads. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am the examiner, Ronese, or rather, the examiner is not me. This universe is everyone's examiner. He slowly turned his back and looked out at the starlight streaming down from the dome, and the exam room is not in the astral church, but farther away. Now, I will read the rules of examination for this final test. I hope everyone gets good grades. Chapter 58, Ansu, I believe in the bond between us. I hope everyone gets good grades. There is only one most important subject in being a saint, Bishop Raniz said slowly. The theme of this exam is group witch hunt. The netherworld is the playground of the gods of the stars, and the church cannot watch, much less help, and the only one you can trust is your partner. Trust is the only criterion for passing, and the ombudsman, then, is only an absolutely neutral astral incarnation. The words, the flowing starlight poured down. The light intertwined and split into different shapes. The alchemy spell located in the center of the astral church slowly activated. The stars throughout the dome began to revolve, converging into circle after circle of spinning star river maps. It was also a test manual, but unlike the previous one, this one was made of starlight. Ansu Morningside, Morninsta, exam number 61. You are about to enter the vicinity of the stronghold of the Pain and Blood Paraclete, one of the 7 secret religions. This is a secret army training ground in the crossroads, where the 4th-ranking army chief is recruiting and training new warriors of pain for the war with the Orthodox Church. Please assassinate the head of the Suffering Tantra's military training ground. Please eliminate 62nd-degree agonists. Please interfere with or stop the coming 201st Order agonizing paraclete. You are entering the preparation process. You are free to form a group of up to 6 witch hunters. The Scales of Order will issue the appropriate amount of holy relic supplies based on the number of people in the squad. Because of the upcoming entry into the netherworld, the astral body will temporarily make the candidates forget everything, and the squad members will be evaluated for personality components in their truest state. And based on the evaluation scores, they will be assigned identities in the netherworld, mostly as nobles, soldiers, consuls and so on, and your God-given title will not be displayed. When preparation is complete, all memories of the preparation phase will be deleted without violating your privacy. If you agree to the personality component assessment, please sign the treaty. The saints stared at the words on the instructions and acted all excited. The vast majority of the saints are raiding the Naiad world for the first time. Of course, there were also veteran saints who were not raiding the Naiad for the first time, such as the Order's first place, Saints Rosen, who, as a quasi-third Order knight, had already raided several Naiad borders. Most of the saints who knew each other well had formed teams, and saints with excellent grades, such as Rosen, had become the targets of many witch-hunting squads. Rosen seemed to have been chosen as the captain to lead all the squads as he revealed a perfect smile. Don't worry everyone, I've already raided the Narama world 3 times. I'll make sure to keep everyone safe. At the moment he was just like the center of a typhoon, being vied with by the crowd to be the first to arch over him. On the contrary, on Ansu's side, the atmosphere was quite chilled out. How come no one has come to draw me in? Liz let out a faint sigh, falling out of the expression of heroic loneliness. That's just it. It's all because my humble self is still too low profile. I think most of it is because of Arthur, Ansu said, and partly because you smell so bad. At the moment, Arthur was busy, hunched over slightly, bending down, slightly unzipping the zipper, struggling to smooth out the snagged silk threads. With this bizarre appearance of his, the saints who tried to accost him passed by to avoid walking away with fearful and terrifying gazes, and murmured softly, "Look, there's butt-naked Arthur. That's the 2 cuties who left their underwear in the exam room yesterday, Boss Ansu, Brother Lister." Arthur was finally busy with his job when he looked up with a hot-blooded sunny smile. I believe that with the friendship and trust between us, we will be able to pass the level. But Ansu didn't really care if anyone invited him. Rather better to say that no one invited him. This makes it easier to use some unseemly underhanded tactics. As for being seen by Arthur and Lester, those 2 begged for it. Rosen has raided 3 copies? Ansu, as a speed pass player, had beaten hundreds of them without even realizing it. Treaty signed. The brain grew chaotic, the stars on the dome dazzling and blinding, the consciousness shifting slowly as the stars flowed by, and by the time the mind grew clearer, they were no longer in the astral church. So those 3 are forming a squad. On the 2nd floor of the astral church, the corners of the Parsi priest's mouth twitched slightly. He was genuinely worried that these 3 had evilly corrupted the invigilator again. Sifu's entire body seemed to have been transformed since she came back from invigilating the exam. Priestess Parsi, there is no need to be so nervous, Bishop Raniz said slowly, confident. The invigilator is one of the absolutely neutral astral incarnations. There will be no problems. There's no way Ansu could have managed to get the astral body to change the rules as well. They should be at the stage of selecting a supply of temporary holy relics now. The astral body has been evaluating their composition since they signed the treaty, and depending on their choice to replenish the sacred relics will also play a role in determining their initial status. What holy relics are there to choose from this time? There are 6 holy relics. One is the goddess amulet that can increase the number of times the divine gift title can be used, and there's also the holy rider's shield that can take damage on behalf of teammates, but there are only 3 of them in their squad, so they can only choose 3. So it is, but how exactly they chose to do that, we won't be able to probe. In the world of Narama, Ansu also gazed at the supply of holy relics in front of him, and he raised his head to the messenger of the astral body in front of him. Have you chosen yet? There are only 3 beings on your team, so you can choose 3. The latter was just an ordinary middle-aged uncle just by looking at his appearance, but vaguely, starlight flowed through his pupils. This is now the gatekeeper of the Naiad world, the absolutely neutral astral messenger. How do you define life? Ansu said. The definition of life is not complicated. The messenger didn't understand why Ansu suddenly said this. Any creature with a soul is life. Is an unborn baby also life? Ansu asked. Nature is also life. The messenger replied. According to the holy canon, although in the definition of past life, an unborn baby is not considered life, but this is otherworld, so the void creatures are life, too, since the smile at the corner of Ansu's mouth became more and more pronounced. Sure enough, this way of getting stuck with a bug was still there and not fixed in the early stages of the game, and when the preparation is complete, it will erase everyone's memories. Then you can do whatever you want. Please start choosing the holy relics, the messenger said. Wait, there aren't just 3 of us in the squad, Ansu said. There are 3 more teammates to form. 3 teammates? Arthur didn't get what Ansu meant. Where did you get 3 teammates? Bear with it a little for 10 minutes. It won't be born. Just collect your supplies. He spoke words that no one could understand. Brother Arthur, Brother Lister. Ansu turned back and gazed at them with a simple smile. Arthur and Lister were familiar with this smile of Ansu's. The last time he came up with slammer kick eggs and Neza in the sea, he also smiled this sunny smile. I believe that with the trust and bond between our teammates, it is possible to overcome everything. Chapter 59 Astral Emissary confused. What does Brother Ansu have to say? Lister was familiar with this smile of Ansu's, and whenever Brother Ansu smiled like this, he was bound to construct rather elegant and great plans. At the same time, this type of elegant program often requires a certain awareness of sacrifice. For example, if Neza is in the sea stream, he has to have the awareness of peeing out in public. This kind of realization is exactly the aristocratic spirit that Lester has always sought. Do you trust me? Ansu said slowly, his gaze sweeping between the two, his tone serious and solemn, with an inexplicable aura. Do you have this realization? Sure enough, Lister snorted lightly with disdain. After the battle of peeing his pants, his soul had been completely sublimated. There was nothing that could shake Lister anymore. No matter how intense the pain, no matter how terrible the ordeal, Lister will not back down, and that is exactly his noble soul. The Knights of the Sun never lack courage and awareness. Arthur revealed a confident and spontaneous smile. Boss Ansu, don't underestimate us, borderers, no cowards, he said aloud. May I ask which 3 holy relics you are actually choosing? The astral emissary was a bit confused as to what these 3 were up to. As one of Star's retainers, he had been in charge of guarding the netherworld for centuries. The righteous leader has seen a lot. All kinds of tantric demons are also commonplace, but never seen like these 3 ink. Is it true that you won't regret it? Ansu stared at them. I'll ask one last time. Brother Ansu has not underestimated my humble self. We are teammates. Lister pushed his glasses up once. His eyes had gotten a little angry. Then can you do what it takes to sacrifice for your teammates? Ansu said slowly. Lister grunted softly. This repeated confirmation from Ansu was clearly looking down on his Lister's awareness and his aristocratic honor. Lister, a man who had been proud of his aristocratic spirit all his life, and would surely spend his life defending it. This includes newspaper ads for diapers, broadcasting Arthur's missing underwear, and using Caven's name on the news. All heroic incidents of his quiet dedication to people. It's just that Lester doesn't bother to tell everyone. I refuse to accept such an insult from you, and I will show you what it means to be nobly aware. Ansu was so moved by Lister's spirit that he applauded him warmly for his singable realization, and happily stated that since Brother Lister is so conscious of devotion, let's conceive too. What does carrying 2 mean? Lister was a bit confused. He hadn't reacted yet, but he saw Ansu raise his staff at him. A gift from God, Ansu said softly. Lister hadn't heard of this magic, but by the looks of it, it was a blessing magic, and gift of the gods sounds like a pretty decent magic. Since it was blessing magic, there was nothing to worry about. He stood here gladly accepting the blessed magic. Lister always maintained a perfect gentlemanly smile. He wanted to prove to Ansu that no matter what the situation was, a gentleman would never lose his temper. It's just a blessing magic in the district. Can it get any more painful than holding your pee all night? He just smiled and smiled, slowly savoring. Lester noticed the anomaly. Gradual East Sun. God's blessing status stacks. Ansu used the divine title on Lister again. Lister's pupils widened slightly. How does it feel? Arthur asked curiously. He could also tell that Ansu had used a blessing spell on Lister. I just don't know why Brother Lister's stomach suddenly got so much bigger. Despicable people feel energized all over. Lister turned his head, and he gave a perfect smile that this was the time to test the nobleman's self-control, and that smile was easy and self-effacing, with a slight tilt of the head. Even the eyebrows seemed to bend with pleasure, and the cheeks quivered with joy. My humble self has never been in such a good state. Full of life. With seeming relief, Lister said to Arthur, "Brother Arthur, would you like to experience it as well? Never let your humble servant go down alone." Lister gave his glasses a push. "Brother Arthur, a good brother should share the same pain and fight side by side. I thought it was something much bigger. Just a normal blessing spell. Boss Ansu just scares people." Arthur easily believed in Lister's acting. He was already a big, sunny, cheerful boy, and said in a quick tone, "Boss Ansu, come on and have one on me. 2, don't be cheap, don't rush, you both have a share." Ansu smiled again and cast the blessing spell, God's blessing, on Arthur. "Thanks." Arthur hadn't even finished his sentence when he felt a marvelous squirm. That touch comes from the depths of the soul. It spreads upward from the belly. It was a touch Arthur had never felt before in his 10 years of manly life, a feeling he had never experienced before, a sensation he could not even comprehend. It's not a pain in the ass, not as cold as the egg pain, but full of the sizzling heat of life. No sour gas dispersed into the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, but the entire 5 viscera and 6 bowels were filled with that life-giving gas. The pain wasn't like an egg ache either. It was a very joyful paroxysm with a beat, a drum beat, and between one beat and the next, it was full of womanly happiness and greatness. That is, man to man, a more ultimate insult. Hiss. Wah. Arthur covered his stomach in pain, cold sweat falling down his cheeks like water. His eyes were even more empty and helpless, no longer as sunny as before, but filled with the dead silence of winter. "Brother Lister." Arthur's gray eyes stared dead at Lister. "Why did you lie to me? Boss Ansu had at least reminded him of the need to be cognizant, and he himself could still be mentally prepared. And Lister was just completely fooling him. Lister, too, was unable to hold in the pain he was, after all, pregnant with 2 children, and it was far more difficult than Arthur's, and his whole shoulders shook. With difficulty he maintained his aristocratic grace, and in a tone of solemnity and gravity he said, "So-called friendship, the so-called teammates, it's about fighting side by side. It seems," Arthur gasped, "kind of makes sense too?" The astral messenger stared hazily at the 3 goods, blinking his eyes. Having watched all 3 in action, he was utterly confused. The astral emissary has been around for hundreds of years, and he's seen all kinds of characters, the life-sacrificing vitalists, the unbridled and unruly chosen of chaos, or the murderous tantric cult of pain. He had seen them all, but he'd never seen such an outrageous and shameless trio, talking about custodial friendship and turning around and letting his own teammates give birth to aliens. Is this really from the Illuminati? We now have 6 creatures in our squad. Ansu gave him a simple, clean smile. "Please give us all 6 holy relics." The astral messenger stared at Ansu with even more confused eyes. All the saints and mystics in the various Naiad worlds suddenly had ethereal words from above the stars ringing in their ears. Ancient and vast. New Nanoha rules added. Effective today. Pregnant persons are prohibited from receiving multiple copies of the holy relics, regardless of gender. That's what everyone is wondering. Chapter 60, The Border Trio. Being your truest self, the center of the narthex of the first church of the astral body. All the prospective saints have disappeared, layers and layers of knots and warlocks wrapped into a huge astral body, with countless stars orbiting and flowing through it. Huge amounts of magic flowed out of the alchemical spell and into the center of the astral body. This was the astral terminal connecting to the Naiad world. In addition to the priests of the various orders who came to observe the ceremony, there were also 3 big names at the level of bishops who came to inspect the situation, and Sub-Bishop Lannis of the Astral Order was one of them. After hearing Bishop Rani's words of relief, Priest Pazi also let go of his heart. He actually realized that he was worrying too much. The ombudsman this time was an absolutely neutral astral messenger, and those 3 kids from the border, no matter how weird they were, couldn't make the astral messenger change the rules. Could they? Now that I think about it, it is true that my nerves were too sensitive. His mood gradually relaxed at the thought. According to the progress, all the prospective saints have finished picking out the holy relics. Bishop Lannis said, the next step is to have their personality components certified based on their personality traits. The best initial identity for them will be determined. How is this one certified? The Parsi priest knows that each personality component is certified in a different way, with all sorts of flowery endeavors, all at the discretion of the astral messenger. The certification of personality components will cause the saints to forget everything for a while and establish their components in their truest response. Saints gain the vast majority of their status as soldiers, merchants, etc., and good saints with leadership skills could be consuls, nobles, magi, and the like. This one is simple. Bishop Raniz said slowly. The theme, since it is a collective witch hunt, is to fight in real life, to analyze their character through battle. The members of the formed squads will be matched to squads of agonists of the same number and the same level, which is the first level of the exam. The squad that fails will lose their qualification to enter the Narama world. Raniz added, our candidates won't actually die, though, as this second-order Narama shard is currently attributed to Masamune. The church world, the world of Narama, which is attributed to Shogun, is also called the church world. Saints who die in the church world don't really die, they just lose their memories of their time in the Naiad world, whereas invading Mithraists who die in it are really dead. However, if the saints fail all of their main quests, the nerf shard is going to be taken by the misters, who have the nerf shard, also known as the mystery world. The nano-worlds that each has are to be opened periodically to send the faithful to re-raid them, or they will be reduced to border worlds, and that's the time to invade. The Astral Body Tantra then lists the rerouting of this second-order world as an examination subject for prospective saints, and second-order worlds can only be entered by believers of the second order and below. The definition of the identity of a mikveh and a sacramentalist is simple. Those who enter the Naiad world from the astral order terminals are saints, and those who enter the Naiad world from the tantric terminals are tantrics. There were also the fragments of the masterless worlds that appeared outside the borders of the imperial capital, which were called border worlds, and were the biggest battleground for the church and the secret doctrine to fight over. After hearing Bishop Rani's words, the Parsi priests were reassured. He relaxed and leaned back in his chair, waiting for the saints to return. The astral emissary watched with an expressionless face as Ansu pocketed the 6 sacred relics. The teenager had a sunny smile on his face, full of harvest-like joy, while his 2 brothers were in the back, covering their big bellies and curling up into earthworm-like wriggles. And this stark contrast of sunlight and gloom made the astral messenger just about as bad as the Ansu component. By all rights, Ansu should have been a sacramentalist. Where exactly did you come from? The messenger asked Ansu. Is it the end of the holy religion or the end of the secret religion? Is it a sacramentalist? Or is it a mikveh? I'm from the border. Ansu remembered his old father's teachings of drinking water and thinking of remembering the bitter and the sweet, so he answered directly. In addition to orthodoxy and tantra, a third type has emerged, the borderer. The astral emissary sighed hopelessly. And well, we'd know Ansu's composition from the next personality test. Next, I will channel the truest of you, but rest assured, the astral emissary said softly, nothing that happens in this process will be divulged, and no memories will be left behind for all. Just as he finished speaking, he saw the messenger's eyes slowly flowing with starlight, and Ansu felt dizzy just by gazing at them, and his senses were gradually fading and slowly coming to his senses again. The magic you consumed I have restored for you, and you will, next, be fighting the same group of Micas. With a slightly mischievous grin, the messenger said, since your squad has 6 creatures, you will also be matched with a 6-member Mistborn squad. The stars are absolutely neutral. There will be no favoritism, for better or for worse, and the gift of destiny has long since marked its price in the dark. Since Ansu had chosen to cheat, he would also pay the price for his choice. The astral emissary could already imagine Ansu's ugly and helpless expression next. After all, he was just a kid under 15. This time, let him learn a lesson. All that happens next will be their truest reaction. The teenager hung his head low and paused slightly for a moment. Ansu raised his head, his pale green eyes filled with joy. The corners of his mouth grinned in an exaggerated arc. That smile was no longer sunny, and the whole person was filled with a very treacherous atmosphere. This is exactly what I wanted. This is exactly what I planned. Ah, the astral messenger froze. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? No one is monitoring, and no memories will be left behind afterward. Wouldn't that be like doing whatever I want? I could experiment with interesting magic. Ha ha ha. He cocked his head and muttered to himself. There's still 6 misters, not 3, there's 6. It's been too long since I've had an opening, so I can sacrifice them all. Ah, can't set up an altar? But I can use the bones and blood from their bodies. Ha, as long as I don't let them break before sacrificing them. Here, Ansu said happily and joyfully, this is like my playground. The astral messenger was shocked. What the hell are you talking about? What does this whole bunch of birth words really mean? What do you mean? Experiment with new magic? What does it mean to build an altar with the bones and flesh of their bodies? What do you mean? You don't let them die before the sacrifice? Is this the truest Ansu? What creature has released itself? Ansu, Morninsta, birth form? Before the astral messenger could catch his breath, he heard another burst of laughter in good spirits. Warrior of the sun, no need for bondage. Arthur slowly rose from the ground. The effect of the god's gift had ended. He was now full of essence, his long brilliant gold hair rising in the wind. He tore off his top straight away, and raised the sky. And, riders of the sun, no need for tiredness. Turning around and tearing straight through his pants, he wore no underwear, revealing a patch of holy light, proudly dancing wildly against the wind and standing tall. the Lion of the Sun, just the thing to fight openly, and what a heavyweight creature this one is. Arthur, sunny, but naked form? The Apostle of Order stared at Arthur's lower body with a slightly dulled gaze, confused and uncertain. These two have made you laugh. Coronet Messenger. List's calm voice came, self-control and reserve are the spirit of nobility. The messenger of order looked at Lister with slight relief. But soon, the messenger who could see everything sensed that something was wrong again. Lister was still superficially poised, modest and polite, and very much an aristocrat. But how the flavor is getting worse. Did you pee on the sly? Never mind. With an elegant push of his glasses, Lister said with self-control and reserve, you just said it was to fight the evil agonists, and my humble servant was just preparing the bullets in advance. With the low temperatures in winter, his diaper hadn't dried out, and with the new bullets he had just added, doubling it with water surge was enough to create a giant attacking P-bomb with water elemental convergence. Last time, the move was interrupted by a magical genius, but this time, Lister will surely wash away his shame and regain his lost noble soul. This one's the heavyweight. Lister, moon, leakage patterns. The pupils of the Apostle of Order trembled. In centuries, he had never encountered such an incomprehensible combination. Compared to them, the three void moths in the group that had just died prematurely were more anthropomorphic, border creatures, far superior to the creatures of the void. Chapter 61 Fireball and Waterball Spells of the Border Specialties. The Tantra of Pain, the full name of which is the Tantra of Pain and Blood, is one of the 7 great tantras. Faith in the original suffering. Unlike Life Tantra, which is organized in a scattered and fragmented manner, Pain Tantra has a tight and large organizational structure. There is a division of offices similar to that of the Illuminati. They have strongholds all over the continent, pleasing the gods and gaining power by causing pain, and are the most dangerous cult of all. Several small countries have already been wiped out by them, starting wars, their populations all but slaughtered, and their blood and wails ringing through the skies. Sharp has been a soldier leader for 3 years now, and he now leads an elite squad of 6 that has invaded several church worlds in just 3 years. He was about to ascend to the 3rd rank now, and his current battle skill points were 17. Invading church worlds, fighting over border worlds, and creating pogroms in them are also important ways for the Tantra of Pain to please the gods. They are both believers and soldiers. For their elite squad, the slaughter was a trivial matter. Children or women or old people, they don't matter. It's all just a number. Killing people didn't matter anymore. Sharp was now studying how to make their deaths more painful. Only pain can please the gods better. Soldier leader Sharp is also a self-proclaimed murder artist. He once shaved a pregnant woman's fetus out of her womb, leaving the woman to bleed to death. He also pulled out all of a child's fingernails and burned through his skin, leaving it to die of infection. Sharp indulges in this painful art, and he came to understand that there are distinctions in life. The suffering of the saints pleases his gods more. So Sharp becomes a church world invader to hunt the noble saints and fulfill the mission of the secret doctrine of pain. Sharp knows that in the church world, those saints don't really die, but it didn't matter. Sharp wasn't going to kill them in the first place, just the pain. He can guarantee that the saints will be made to live and die. Soldier leader Sharp, the scout in the team. Carmen pushed open the room and started with a respectful military salute. He said with awe and solemnity, headquarters informed that the passageway is ready. It's time for our squad to report. The saints of the Astral Church have begun. Sharp slowly stood up. He started by straightening his collar, pinning the military insignia with the skull and crossbones on his lapel, putting on his dark black military cap, and pinning a slender boning knife back to his belt. Let's go. Outside, muddy and wet, with heavy rain pouring down, dozens of soldiers in skull and bones uniforms filed out, forming their respective coalitions and marching in unison toward the headquarters. Long boots on puddles, soldier leader Sharp had a contemptuous smile on his lips. This time, the prey was just a group of rookie prospective saints who were just starting out. After entering the netherworld and picking out the holy relics, to Sharp's delight, this time they were able to engage the saints during the personality component certification stage. The fictional battlefield this time is a barren plain, with tawny weeds tumbling in wave after wave with the gusty winds. Their teams come on scout. First used the first order magic, Eagle's Eye Vision. The falcon transformed by magic power was perched on the plains, and everything was under his eyes. It's clear. There's also a zoom function. John the Warlock used the second order blessing magic, Blood Consensus, which allowed them, who had drunk Carmen's blood in advance, to share the vision of the scouts. The fit was pretty seamless. 11 war grey points of scouts and warriors, 10 magic points of warlocks and priests, 13 magic points of assassins, and him, the 17 magic points of the soldier leader, was their most elite second-order squad. Scout Carmen had seen the enemy, and he seemed to notice something out of the ordinary. He'd sked slightly, revealing a slightly incredulous expression as he slowly zoomed in on the image. The giant object then appeared in everyone's view. Soldier Leader Sharp was confused. He was unprepared for the thing to occupy him straight in the center of his field of vision, with the majestic dominance of a lion, with the brilliant gold color that symbolized the sun, so bright and majestic. That's exactly the spirit of chivalry. Turn off the shared vision. The first thing that happened before this fight even started was a strong mental shock. Even though the warlock closed his vision, the lion's roar was still seared into Sharp's haunted sea for a long time. At the same time, all of them, inexplicably, developed a sense of inferiority. Morale was inexplicably low. What's the deal with these guys? The wind whistled more and more rapidly, as if for its arrival in music, and rock friction out of the cold and murderous sound. The end of the barren plains slowly revealed the figure of 3 people. At the front of the line was Arthur Sonny, who gave them a great sense of inferiority. Sonny, only 3 people, and all carrying staffs, not even a single warrior who could resist. Sharp was simply infuriated. And, what kind of creature is this headbutt? Angry out of shame. It's clear that naked Arthur has more of a sense of mockery than anyone else. Sharp drew his long boning knife and used the battle technique bloodstep, his long boots stomping on the wasteland, splashing ripples of blood color after ripples, straight towards Arthur's neck. It seems to kill with one blow, but it was clear that he was gullible. Arthur raised his alchemy staff made of super alloy and directly blocked this fatal strike of his, and sparks flew in all directions as the blades clashed. Although Arthur studied magic, he was the first son of the Sun family, and his father was a demigod-level warrior, so he also naturally had warrior blood flowing in his body, with a warrior talent that surprised even the priests. He would have been one of the original protagonists, just by the reaction of his body. He blocked Sharp's blow. Fireball, Arthur chanted divinely. This one magic is very common. It is a magic that creates primordial fireballs out of thin air, and it is not very powerful. Sharp doesn't really care either, but I didn't expect Arthur to directly lift his staff upwards, and with his great martial arts talent, he shocked Sharp away, who took a few steps back, and directly aimed his staff at Sharp's crotch, and began to create. This fireball, wrapped in Arthur's fire-like passion, shone with the noblest chivalry, that soul of the sun, inherited from the ancestors, now, having thrown off the bonds of clothing, finally drew the moment of bloom. Hiss, Wayawa. Sharp was horrified, and felt a violent sizzle between his 2 strands that, the blazing flames rose violently, the epidermis was quickly scorched, and the faint aroma of charred roast chicken could even be smelled around the area. That sphere of his was instantly red and scary, just like a dazzling fireball. Fireball magic. Is it this ing fireball? Sharp's features twisted in shock as he was scalded. It was himself who was too gullible. Seeing that there were only 3 brittle mages, he thought of using bloodstep to quickly approach and quickly decapitate them. But I didn't expect to meet a strange creature like Arthur, who, as a warlock, could fight and resist. And pulling off such an outrageous fireball spell, the damage was average, but the pain and shame went deep into the soul. Which birth came up with that for him? Now his teammates were still far away from him and had to back off. A mere fireball spell. He was still able to fight through it. Then he was about to dodge away with his blood steps, but just as he took a step back, he heard Lister's calm and self-controlled voice, and he had already finished storing up his strength. Water sphere. Water balloons. Chapter 62 Hot Combination Technique. Water balloon technique. Same as the positioning of fireball magic in general, it is the lowest level basic introductory magic, with low power and lethality. Even if you resisted it with your physical body, it wouldn't cause much damage. The first order of business is to return to the squad. Just go back to the priest and you will be able to get healed. Here's how Sharp judged it. So he didn't panic. As a professional pain soldier leader, keeping calm at all times was the most important quality. So even when he was on fire, he was still able to maintain extreme judgment. The breath must not be disorganized and the mind must not be panicked, or it would affect his pace. The pace can't be chaotic. Bloodstep is a middle-ranked battle skill of the painful tantric sect, and even more so, it's an extremely difficult movement skill, creating blood-colored ripples in the air, through the vibration of the body's chi and blood, to achieve an almost falcon-like movement speed. High reward is at the same time high difficulty. Performing the blood steps requires extreme concentration and a normal mind. Otherwise, you will suffer from the backlash of chi and blood. It is also characteristic of the mother goddess of pain that the war machines and magic she bestows are double-edged swords that are beyond the ability of the very human to handle. After killing and torturing so many people, Sharp's mind was always in a good place. The warlock who cast this water ball spell, Sharp also saw, a nerdy aristocrat with glasses, wearing a pretentious tuxedo. This kind of pretentious body-pampered nobleman. And what kind of power can it have? It's just a water balloon spell. You don't have to block. You just go straight to hard next, and you can back away with a blood step. Sharp's steps had already been taken, and his whole body's chi and blood vibrated again. That is, he wanted to immediately enter the state of blood steps and quickly retreat. Instead, he suddenly sensed something unusual. What? This water balloon smells a little strong? And isn't that a bit too much water? What's wrong with the color? The giant ball of water that Lister had created was hovering above the sky, and at the center of the ball of water was a vortex that was constantly spinning, and the yellowish-brown water flow converged inward along the vortex and expanded rapidly. Water elemental gathering? From the moment he stepped into the plane's ground, from the moment the holy light from Arthur's crotch shocked the Mithraists, Lister had been secretly storing up his power to gather the water element, and now it had finally reached its maximum. This humble and unassuming man is on the verge of fulfilling a long-cherished dream that he has not yet been able to realize. This sphere of water, wrapped in Lister's clear-as-water will, refracted the most elegant aristocratic spirit. That moon spirit, inherited from our ancestors, is now, finally, in full bloom after the added benefit of wearing Anoli diapers. In the gradually widening horror eyes of Soldier Sharp, the yellowish-brown ball of water smashed straight down to his skull. He first felt a sizable impact, as if his head had been hammered hard. That bit of physical damage would not have shaken Sharp, but when the fishy odor that filled his nose poured into his windpipe, down into his throat, between his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears, and his eyes were filled with orange liquid, Soldier Leader Sharp confirmed the nature of the water balloon. It's a ing hammered water balloon. It's got ing piss in it. Growling. On the contrary, Sharp also happened to have his mouth open and swallowed several times due to the intense pain of the fire and hair, and the liquid went down his throat. That's a very peculiar, very tasteful, mellow liquid. At first taste there was some bitterness, slowly savored with some sweetness, the overall sourness of wheat wine with some sweetness of wine. Lister was worthy of being an elegant aristocrat. This aging wine was quite old, and he had been aging it for half a night when he took the plunge. What a great piss-drinking session. Sharp growled in agonized despair in his mind. He is now hanging a ball of fire on his lower body, and his upper body is being filled with a ball of urine, and the water and fire are mixing with each other. The scorching sun and the cool moonlight blend into each other, with water in the fire and fire in the water. Finally, it is the experience of the ultimate enjoyment on Earth, which is exactly the extreme pain that Sharp has been pursuing all his life. Sharp's mind, completely broken, along with his pace, he was disorganized. As soon as his steps were disorganized, the chi and blood running in his body followed suit, and a mouthful of his old blood gushed out directly, and he fell out of the state of blood steps, stumbling several times. He needed the warlock's help. Sharp had to extinguish the fire on his body and put out the flames in his crotch. Even though he was a warrior with high defense and magic resistance, his balls couldn't hold up if they continued to be roasted like this. He had to find a way to cool down. He also had to get the urine off his upper body, especially his face. The sticky liquid was gumming up his eyes. He couldn't see his way when he walked, and it would interfere with swinging his sword even more. And that's when good old Ansu stepped in. Ice ball magic. A sunny smile played at the corners of Ansu's mouth when he saw Sharp in this state, roasted by fire below and pissed on above. He was really overjoyed, so he wanted to step in and help him by removing the fire and water. Ansu is such a good and enthusiastic teenager. Ice ball, elementary magic, consumes 1 magic point. It was one of the dozen or so other faculties of magic he had casually redeemed, and the effect was simple, lowering the temperature and condensing it into ice. Sharp hadn't slowed down from the backlash of his blood chi, and he couldn't avoid Ansu's ice seal at all. Ice and water and fire collide with each other, and the stars and the sun and the moon cooperate with each other, fusing into the most dazzling and noble border spirit, which is exactly the most fervent combination of techniques of their border trio. Only Ansu used the puck twice in a row, the first time on Sharp's cheek and the second time on Sharp's crotch. The urine on the surface is subjected to cold temperatures, which rapidly solidifies and molds the tawny liquid solidified rapidly along his cheeks and eventually clung to Sharp's face, forming a translucent interspersed with a bit of tawny urine hemispherical mask in the shape of a spacesuit's oxygen mask. His entire 5 senses were squeezed tightly into the urine, with 0 gaps and no dead space in close contact, with a slightly astringent flavor, a bit of stickiness, a refreshing coldness that, it's like swimming in a rotting, slightly drunken septic tank that you can't get out of, no matter how much you struggle upwards, never escaping from that foul-smelling quagmire because the septic tank is frozen ing ice, breathing no air. He was about to suffocate from drowning in urine, and the 2 fireballs in the lower half of his body, when they came into contact with the super cold temperature, the flames went out instantly, and Sharp could feel the hot burning sensation fading rapidly, but he didn't feel elated, because soon, he wouldn't be able to feel anything anymore. There was no feeling at all in the second half of his life, It was empty, cold and secluded, and no response could come from him anymore. He could no longer feel his brother's presence. There's nothing left but loneliness, only loneliness. As if in an infinite cold universe, he floated aimlessly with his urine astronaut helmet, searching for his lost little brother. But he could never find it again. Extremely high temperatures suddenly crashing into extremely low temperatures creates the strongest thermal expansion and contraction reaction. And the contraction is so rapid that structural rupture can occur. In short, his two balls were roasted by fire, then frozen, and fireballs then ice balls, fueled by fire and ice. Successful break. Chapter 63, Mother Goddess's Kiss of Death. Soldier Leader Sharp is a veteran pain maker who has been studying the art of making people suffer in various ways since he started his career. How to make death painful is more the subject of his research. He had always thought that he was the genius of pain. At a young age, he became a soldier leader and has a bright future ahead of him. He was the man chosen by the original pain. It had always been that way for him. It wasn't until today, when he met these three members of the Illuminati in front of him, that he realized that he was nothing more than a mere mortal when it came to delving into the way of pain. This was also the first time that he questioned his faith. "Oh great Mother Goddess of Pain, do you really favor us? Or is it true that the pain orthodoxy is actually in the Illuminati?" Soldier Leader Sharp didn't understand. He couldn't see through it. He knew that he had lost. The defeat was complete. Defeated by a combination of techniques from these three. But after being frozen off, he realized that the only real pain was worse than death. He's an intruder. What's thrown away can never come back. Between the two spans there was deadness and emptiness. Between the mouth and nose there was a fishy odor and bitterness. He fell to his knees in front of the trio. He wanted to cry but he couldn't, and as the mask of ice on his face slowly melted, it wasn't tears of sadness and remorse that slid down his cheeks. It was tawny urine. "God damn it, kill me. You are defeated, but still a leftover gun ranger," Arthur said solemnly, raising the staff in his hand. The metal mace struck Sharp directly on the roof of his head, and with a wave of dizziness, he straightened up and passed out, never to be heard from again. When Sharp's teammates arrived, they were treated to this horrible sight. The battle between Sharp and Ansu's trio wasn't long, and the three spells were released one after the other, totaling only 10 seconds or so in total. In just such a short period of time, the captain they respected and worshipped was defeated at the hands of these three men. What kind of demonic righteous geniuses should these three be? How can you beat a Sharp soldier leader to his knees? Also, what are those puddles of yellowish-brown liquid next to Chief Soldier Sharp? An unpleasant suspicion rose from their minds that could it be that it was Soldier Sharp's captain who was pissed off at them? This piss can only be from Sharp's soldier Long Flow. After all, it's right on him. The vast majority of his teammates have dropped a notch in their opinion of Sharp. This is too embarrassing. At the same time, their wariness of these three Ansu people, who must be the genius warlocks of the Illuminati, reached a point of no return. But it doesn't matter. Sharp is still failing because he's too arrogant. The lone man is looking for 3 people to. Right now there were 5 people on their side, and everyone was a second-ranked warlock, so no one was afraid of anyone. Only the scout Carmen, who possessed the vision of a falcon, had watched the whole thing completely, cold sweat slowly dripping down his cheeks. These three are not ecclesiastical geniuses. They seem to be better suited to mixing with the secret doctrine of pain than we are. But such words that disturbed the army. He thought better of it. When something happened to SGT, Sharp, Carmen automatically took over command. He observed the 3 men before him. The big blonde can fight and resist, and is not suited to set fire to deal with. The spectacled swallow-tailed man was too weird to be able to attack with a urine bomb, so he was not to be fought against, and the gray-haired teenager in the middle looked the youngest, and his experience was presumably not as good as the 2 in front of him. If you're going to fight a group, you should start at the weak point. You have to pick the soft ones. Carmen made an instant decision and used the communication magic, Echo, to send a message to his teammates to prioritize the gray-haired teenager first. The assassin and the priest will go first to wrangle the big blonde, and the warlock will deal with the man with the glasses. And as a scout himself, he would take care of the teenager first along with the second strongest warrior in the group. The team heard the order and acted immediately. The assassin first disappeared into the shadows, weaving his way along the shadows sprinkled by the blades of grass, flashing straight behind Arthur, and striking out with a single blow of his hardened dagger, aiming straight for the latter's head. The warlock also unleashed several blood magic spells in succession, slamming them towards Lister. Carmen, on the other hand, locked eyes with the warrior, a large, meaty man with a greasy, salivating grin on his lips. The warrior's name was Cotter, and he was the most famous pervert in the group. Cotter's favorite thing is to rape beautiful boys, thereby reaping the pain and pleasing the gods. No one wants to go up against Cotter. At this moment, he stared at Ansu, saliva dripping down the corners of his mouth. Ansu didn't panic. On the contrary, he felt elated. He even laughed more sickly than Cotter. Finally, he He had found someone to experiment with his new magic, which he had redeemed from the mother goddess of life, and he hadn't even found a chance to use it yet. Hey, beauty! Cotter dragged his half-man-tall battle axe and stomped on the Battletech charge horn, the axe dragging on the ground and knocking out a trail of fire. On the other side, the scouts had shared their vision with Cotter, and no breeze could be hidden from him. They shared the vision. Ansu's gaze was like a torch. Ansu, however, did not panic as he raised his staff and cast another mid-rank spell from the Mother Goddess of Life as well. God's Kiss. The original name was called Mother Goddess's Kiss of Death, but the name was modified by Ansu to sound more holy. Medium magic. Blessing magic. Consumes 3 magic points, was 6. Magic effect. This is a kiss from the Mother Goddess of Life. The kissed area will be attached with a toxin curse, losing 6% of life force every minute, and will be attached with a state of lust, increasing with time, lasting for 10 minutes, only effective for second rank and below. Description of magic. A kiss from the Mother Goddess that can only be lifted by a kiss. Quite a few of the Mother Goddess of Life's magics have this characteristic, called blessings but essentially curses. That seems like a pretty strong magic, but basically no life miser would choose it, because the way to lift this curse has been cracked, plain and simple. It's been widely disseminated. It's just a kiss. A kiss will lift the curse. If no one can help you, it's okay to kiss yourself. It can only serve as a distraction. Interfering with the opponent to take a brief moment to lift the curse can be a whole 6 points of blue consumption, which is not cost-effective at all. Don't panic. Cartman's voice echoed in Cotter's ears. It's a kiss from the Mother Goddess of Life. Paper tiger magic. I'll undo it for you. Go right ahead and cut him to ribbons. Even though Ansu read the kiss of a god, Cartman recognized it as the kiss of the Mother Goddess of Life. After all, this magic used to be bad. Too famous, it was even in the textbooks for anyone who knew how to break it. Already backed out of the version. It's true that God's Kiss is retired from the version, but it's not the same as long as it's coupled with a white magic assist. A smile appeared at the corner of Ansu's mouth. Sacred light white magic, precision-assisted healing, low-level magic, auxiliary magic, consumption of magic points 2, formerly 1, magic effect, can precisely locate the area where the blessing spell works, preventing unnecessary loss of magic power and achieving better healing effects. Introduction to magic, introductory magic for medical warlocks. The effect of this auxiliary magic was simple. It was the ability to locate the exact area where the blessing spell worked. For example, if the saint only has his thighs injured, and the use of the blessing spell is healing the entire body, the effect is greatly discounted, and the use of auxiliary magic allows the blessing spell to be pinpointed to the thighs. However, what Ansu assisted was not the healing blessing technique, but rather the casting part of the blessing technique, God's Kiss, and there's only one goal. Cotter was visibly frozen. He turned his head, with a strange face, and looked at Carmen with a strange face. And, the Mother Goddess of Life just kissed my skin drum, he said, kind of leaned in. Chapter 64, A New School of Light and Darkness. Bro, a few blushes actually showed under Cotter's big, fat cheeks. Look, what do I see? Scout Carmen's face bristles a little. The Mother Goddess of Life's kiss of death. He had encountered it many times in the previous years, and most of the places where he had been kissed were on his forehead or his arms or something like that, but he had never seen it appearing in that awkward part of his body. Did the Mother Goddess of Life have such heavy tastes now? All he felt was cold sweat pouring down his face. Moreover, this teenager in front of him was clearly from the Orthodox Church. So where did he learn the magic of the Mother Goddess lineage from? The orthodoxy of the Tantra of Pain is in the Illuminati, and the orthodoxy of the Mother Goddess of Life is in the Illuminati? Putting aside the jumbled thoughts in his head, the first order of business was how to deal with Cotter's situation. As a good brother who had been born to die, it was naturally incumbent to help a teammate break the spell. But whenever Cartman saw Cotter's dignified look, he felt that he wasn't his good brother anymore. Bro, Cotter stared at Cartman as he scratched his large, black-haired hands over his toned, rounded ass. Please be gentle. The kiss of death had gradually begun to take effect, with a fiery pain, as if it were a hemorrhoid. Cotter could sense his life force draining away. Now was not the time to delay. In 10 minutes, the vast majority of his life force will have been drained from him. Why is it that Cotter is the one who has been hit with a kiss, and it is he himself who is in agony and despair? Carmen's face grew paler and paler. Aren't you going to help me? Seeing that Cartman was still wheedling, Cotter's tone got rather disgruntled. Influenced by the effects of the Mother Goddess, his mental state had begun to riot with excitement, and although he still maintained his sanity on his face, the depths of his pupils were flickering with hidden flames of desire. Obviously you said you'd help me? Carmen knew that sooner or later, squad relations would break down if this dragged on any longer. Cartman swallowed. I'm going to grab the teenager and force him to come. After he said this, he took out his dagger from his waist and shifted his gaze to Ansu, who was not far away. Ansu stared at him with a smirk, the ever-present calm smile still on her face, and slowly raised the staff in her hand again. God's kiss. Precision-assisted therapy. Carmen's pupils dilated rapidly. How did this teenager still make 2 magic spells? Kiss of the Mother Goddess of Life. The blue cost is at 6 points. He had probed with his scout skill, and the teenager in front of him only had a total magic value of 13. He had just used a holy light initiate magic, a Mother Goddess's kiss, which consumed blue that should be 7. And it was reasonable to say that the remaining blue in his body was less than 6 points, so he couldn't make it work at all. There's only one possibility left. In fact, from the beginning Cartman had vaguely suspected it. He just didn't dare to be sure. The dark element in Ansu was exceedingly high. The man in front of me is the cursed son. Cursed child will have its blue consumption if it uses a dark skill. A rare cursed son of the world. A supreme genius who grows up to use black magic if he doesn't die young. If he isn't halfway captured and sacrificed by the madman of the Mother Goddess of Life. Does the Illuminati even have cursed children now? You're a cursed child. How nice to come to our side of the world. 2 shots of blessed magic, completely unanticipated, acted directly on Carmen's body. His tiger's body shook, only to feel a coolness behind him, then a hot pain, a fiery pain that was unbearable. His own life force was being rapidly drained away. What was even more frightening to Carmen was the fact that a large handful of black hair rested on his shoulder. Carmen shuddered back to the sight of Cotter's fat face piled high with salivation. The latter was already repressed. Man, let's help each other out. I'll go first. He licked his thick lips. You turn around. What makes Carmen feel the most painful and desperate is that, under the effect of the Mother Goddess's kiss, he actually felt that Cotter's ugly face even looked a little sexy and charming. Damn! This damn Mother Goddess of Life. Carmen's eyes were already full of anger. He gritted his teeth and glared at Ansu, who had a sunny smile. This kid looked weak. He didn't realize that he was the most born of those 3. But now it's on the line. It's critical. Mother Goddess of Life's kiss of death, because of the simplicity of its removal, is exceptionally powerful as a counterbalance to its negative effects. Losing 6% of your life force every minute for 10 minutes. Reality is not a game. Half of your life force is lost. You're too weak to walk. Having a full 60% drained, that risked fainting and going into shock at any moment, and with the warlock on their side, going to deal with the spectacled swallow-tailed man, there's no energy to treat them at all. Hell no. Carmen cursed himself in his mind for picking the most born guy. Despite great reluctance, it had to be done. It's just a kiss. It was over in a flash. As soon as the curse was lifted, he and Cotter would abuse Ansu in the most brutal way possible. He turned tremblingly, slightly shakily, unbuckled his belt and pulled down his pants, while Cotter slowly crouched down and moved closer to him. Favoritism at this time. The corners of Ansu's mouth lifted into a sunny smile, and Cartman cringed at this smile of Ansu's, for when he smiles such a sunny smile, he always makes the darkest, most damaging moves. But even though he was a cursed child and his magic power loss was halved, he should be close to depleting his magic power level now that he had used 4 magic spells in a row, so he shouldn't be able to do any more demons, right? But there was one thing that Carmen had overlooked, and that was the God-given title. It can only be used once per day, and using the divine title at the same time will not consume magic power. Ansu was in a good mood as he experimented with the viability of another genre. The God's Kiss and Precision-Assisted Healing are just foreplay. Without that last finale, the 2 magic spells combined were just harassment to hold the enemy at bay for a while, something they'd be able to undo soon enough, once the mental burden was thrown off. The title that Ansu equipped this time was his newly acquired Starburst of Order. Title effect: you may establish a law in a certain area for 15 minutes. Note, established laws must be centered around the basic order. Otherwise they are considered null and void legislation. This God-given title was given to Ansu in the exams, but it's not really an all-purpose title, and the laws established must be centered around basic order, such as prohibiting open defecation, littering, and so on. Then a lot of brainstorming is banned. Outrageous legislation such as no mikveh breathing here, for example, is invalid. The basic order is just. The order does not discriminate against mikvehs, nor can it legislate against mikvehs, and mikvehs are capable of being sensitized and saved. The bill established must revolve around the basic order and not be too outrageous. After rummaging through the entire basic definition of Order Act as well as the entire canon, Ansu still found the loophole. It also allowed him to combine into this new genre, the Starburst of Order, enacting legislation. Ansu whispered, with solemn solemnity, as he issued a new decree that the same-sex behavior is prohibited here. Cotter found that he could no longer advance his mouth. He could no longer take a step forward when it was clear that the little flower was so close and so tantalizing. The power of the law is stopping him. In the accounts of the canon, in the religious beliefs of the general public, the God does not discriminate against mikvahs, but God discriminates against non-tones and considers same-sex behavior to be contrary to the fundamental order of things. This was the second school of light and darkness that Ansu had unearthed after the childbirth gazing and pregnancy stream, the non-tongue prohibition stream. Damn it! Carmen's buttocks were bare and he felt his life force rapidly draining away as he roared in pain in his mind. I've got my pants down and you're doing this to me? Chapter 65. Who exactly is the agonizing mistress? Scout Carmen had mixed feelings. As the deputy to the head soldier, he was quite battle-hardened. I've been through all sorts of things, too, seen all sorts of characters with low moral fiber, but never have I seen one as outrageously born as the teenager in front of me. He's the one who lets them kiss him. He's the one who forbids them to kiss him. He's the one who does all the good things. It was so hard for him to prepare himself, so hard for him to build up his mind, and it was all for naught. I didn't realize that a long-retired version of magic had been played out by him. Having been hit with the first 2 spells, Carmen wasn't too desperate. After all, it was just a case of being nauseated for a while. But when Ansu makes his title, this group of magic becomes the most terrifying instant death magic of all time. Now he couldn't kiss even if he wanted to. He could only wait for the mother goddess's kiss to slowly suck the life force out of him. The pupils of Cotter's eyes had gone bloodshot. He'd been kissing the longest in his midst, and his desire had been mobilized substantially. But the fact that he couldn't enjoy it when it was close at hand drove his delirium close to insanity. Blood filaments covered his pupils. I'm going to kill you. Cotter stared at Ansu with a deadpan stare. Having lost his mind, he dragged his huge axe and came towards Ansu like a huge bear that had gone mad. The same symptoms appeared on Carmen. He was white. A minute had passed since the kiss from it, and more than 0.5% of his life force had been drained away, leaving him in considerable discomfort and pain. It is the gradual loss of sanity that is the most dangerous than the draining of life force. The teenager in front of him had to be killed. One must fulfill one's mission. The team is still in a fierce battle. Teammates still need their own help. Now that you've been hit, you'll just have to fulfill your mission and accomplish your mission, even if it's painful. They can't give up. They can't give up hope. The only way to live up to the soldier leader's mandate and the brotherhood between them. The theme of this world is trust. Their teammates trust them, and they can't let them down. Even if it's localized and painful, you can't give up. Even those who were born as mikvahs have honor and fervor. Not giving up yet. In that case, I'll just have to play along. Let's have a fair fight. Ansu coldly grunted. The cold wind of the wasteland blew his lapel. Hunting wind sound reflected his back upright and proud. The afterglow of the setting sun reflected on his body, with a sacred and solemn tone, as if a true saint. Carmen's gaze finally took on a bit of relief that there was finally a proper Saints Mr. Showdown. Despite the fact that in 10 minutes, he was on the verge of dying himself, it was just the right time to leave everything behind and fight for his brother. And with so little magic left on the opposite side of the room, this was exactly the kind of duel that would be a dang duel. Hell, as a Mithraist, he'd been forced to seek out the dang by this birth. The picture is completely skewed by this guy. Ansu did not feel intimidated in the face of the enemy. He was also a person who had been blessed by the mother goddess. His physical qualities had been unusual for a long time, and he had learned some martial arts. The opposite side's life force was drained all the time, and even if they were warriors, they were insufficient. Ansu was confident in herself, only to see him finally move, and under Carmen's cautious gaze, he turned and ran with determination. Ansu was confident in herself that she could outrun these two in a long run. 10 minutes would have slowed them down. Looking at Ansu's fading back, Kaman only felt that his passion and justice had been fed to the dogs. Who exactly are the two of us who are mikvahs? Well, your teammates are still fighting back the pain that burned like fire in his behind. He and Cotter chased after Ansu in 2 strands. Another déjà vu in the vast grasslands. In the dusk of the sunset, the teenager ran ahead with his head held high and his smile confident and bright as he headed for the sun. The 2 non-tongue Mizuno members with the disease on the field, firmly reluctant to give up chasing the back of the teenager. The setting sun dropping down the mountains, the sunset pouring heavy mountains. This beautiful picture is nearly eternal. Despite the constant draining of his life force, Kaman was a scout after all, and he also had a fast-moving battle technique, which was not as fast as blood steps, but it was enough to surpass Ansu. One battle technique down, and the distance between him and Ansu quickly closed. Kaman still had the claimed fallen relic, the Scarlet Feather, which was able to boost his movement speed by 50%. Meanwhile, Ansu can put a curse on him. Then you can put a curse on Ansu yourself. There are more than enough curses in the Agony series. At this time, Ansu slowly took out a whistle flute from his pocket. This was a holy relic that he had gotten from the astral emissary, the name of which was evocative whistle flute, the effect of which was that it could summon, briefly, a light-type magical beast that had signed a contract. The light-type magical beast that had voluntarily signed a contract with Ansu was the holy horseman that had been bullied from cabins. Sacred beast unicorn horse, medium holy quality, skill, shelter, riding on a unicorn horse, capable of resisting some of the lower curses. In Carmen's skeptical gaze, Ansu directly rolled over onto his horse, and with a jerk of the reins, he directly took off. Curse of Pain hit the charging holy rider and was completely bounced off by its shelter skill. Said it was a fair matchup. Why are you suddenly riding a horse when you're a kid running? If Carmen was in perfect condition, he would have been able to outrun this holy rider, but on the contrary, a quarter of his life force had already been drained. With the mother goddess of life's kiss interfering, Cotter was even more completely out of his mind as he kept drooling and his pupils were so red that it seemed as if they were going to bleed. Skin drums, he muttered. There's not much sanity left in Carmen, otherwise it would have been possible to notice. What was unusual about Ansu? Ansu was skating them on horseback, circling around the plains, maintaining a certain range all the time and such, as the starburst of order could only be legislated in a certain area, roughly half a soccer field's worth. Get out, and you're not subject to the law. But Come On didn't perceive this last chance. They were completely overwhelmed by desire and anger, and just chased after Ansu with all their might, their life force constantly being drained away. This is exactly torture at its finest. The minutes ticked by, and by the time Ansu slipped them around back again, it was 9 minutes. Half the life force has been drained out of it. Carmen and Quilter couldn't run anymore. They fell weakly to their knees, in a trance and confusion, their mouths muttering one after another about the skin drums. The skin drums, 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 the skin drums. To Ansu's surprise, the fight on Arthur and Lister's side had also just about ended. That's normal. Carmen, Cotter, and the soldier leader are the highest-ranking elites in this squad. The remaining 3 are not as strong or experienced as the first 3. Lister alone also used the ice and fire combo, which was also considered ice and fire as, according to his words, he had been pissing himself a bit on fire lately. Arthur, on the other hand, is a slugger, shouting under his breath that holy light magic is beating the holy light out of a man's brain broad, knocking man after man on the head with his own metal mace and, with the help of the arriving Lister, destroying the enemy together. The tantric squad is all but wiped out. Brother Lister, Brother Arthur, Ansu said to them sincerely, you guys go ahead. I'll take care of these guys. It doesn't really matter if Lester and Arthur go or not. The memories won't stay anyway. The astral emissary is even more absolutely neutral and will not divulge information about anyone. It's finally time to open up again and dedicate them all. Chapter 66, Ansu has been the most loyal follower of the Mother Goddess of Pain since ancient times. The bones in the bodies of the suffering mikvahs were removed, and the altar was built, bit by bit, to the sound of their agonizing wails. In the process, it was also necessary to safeguard that the mikvahs could not die after all. The Mother Goddess of Life would only accept living sacrifices. That's kinda a technical thing for Ansu. Seeing that the mikvahs were screaming in too much pain, he thought that he would be gentle and serve with a smile, so as to ease their fear, and as a result, when he smiled on his own face, their expressions became even more horrified. In all the years they'd been agonizing mikvahs, they'd never seen one so good at torturing people. The Mother Goddess of Desire and the Moon, the great fertility matron, the eternal motherhood above the spiritual realm. This is the hymn of the most sincere man. This is the feast of the spirit and the soul. It's a delicacy of blood and flesh. Your devotee Ansu, Morninsta presents the gift. There were a total of 6 second-ranked agony Mithraists, all of whom were able to gain quite a few life points after being sacrificed. But Ansu didn't choose to convert it to magic this time. After all, he had enough middle-ranked magic right now, and higher-ranked magic he couldn't use at the moment. Might as well just let the Mother Goddess of Life baptize your flesh. Ansu experienced that long-lost pain again, as her skin seemed to explode, her flesh and blood torn and reconstructed, her heart beating violently, transporting dark red blood towards her limbs. Ansu had long been familiar with this pain, and he even found this tearing apart of his old body to have a very bizarre sense of pain. Perception is clearer, vision broader, spirit more active. Answering Mother, Morninsta, Magic Points, 13, War Grey Point, 1. To Ansu's surprise and astonishment, his Thundering Battle Ash points finally achieved 0 for the first time under countless sacrifices. It's hard to start everything. With the first breakthrough, the later deeper penetration will be much smoother and wetter. Ansu didn't plan on becoming much of a warrior, but having a Battle Ash point was better than nothing. At least he was now considerably more physically fit. The second thing that surprised Ansu was the prompting of the astral messenger. You drew attention to the original original pain. Ansu felt a bit puzzled. He had obviously offered sacrifices to the mother goddess of life and was inviting the mother goddess of life to have dinner. How did he attract the attention of your mother goddess of pain? What bullheaded mother goddess? He felt that his means of offering sacrifices were still relatively gentle, I guess, and served with a smile at all times. Whatever, it shouldn't be a bad thing. Cognition of personality components completed. Believers test memory being erased. Detecting adaptive identities. Your faces will be camouflaged to facilitate the infiltration of believers into the Nailer's world of Sedan Town. Reminder, after infiltrating the Netherworld, you may not mention the mission to any Netherworld natives or reveal your identity, or you will be forced to exit. The voice of the astral messenger rang in everyone's ears. The astral messenger will choose the most suitable identity for the saints based on their performance on the personality test. Rosen, a highly anticipated member of the order, became the consul of Sedian, and Shauna, a talented girl from the Druid order, became the head cleric. Everyone was assigned the initial identity that best suited them. Your humble servant will become a nobleman, I believe. Lister, who had his memory wiped, pushed his glasses up once, and although he had forgotten what he had just done, he was confident in his maneuvers. As a noble aristocrat, one maintains the most elegant tone no matter what. That's the spirit of the Moon family. Earl Sedian, Coronet Lister. Lister said confidently. Sagely, I'll become a paladin as well. Arthur also revealed a debonair and confident smile, maybe even a knight commander. I don't know what I did just now. Why was my body naked when I woke up? But Arthur still had confidence in himself. That's the spirit of the Sun family. Ansu looked at the two goods and pondered the plan in his mind. The world quest is to capture the Lair of Pain, which has a full 100 First-Order Mithraists, 60 Second-Order Mithraists, and to assassinate the leader of the Legion of Pain, whose rank is unknown, mostly in the Fourth Order. The group combat power of the suffering Tuntrians is the strongest in Tuntra, as they will train their soldiers in a rather painful way. You can't rely on the three Ansu to force an attack, but if the initial status is that of a nobleman, a knight-errant, or something like that, spend some time mobilizing the native army. Again, in cooperation with the candidates of other ecclesiastical, it can still be done. That's why the initial identity is so important. Although looking at these two goods in front of me, Count, Knight Commander is impossible, but mixing up the Viscount and Squad Leader, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Ansu is still quite optimistic. All three of them are pretty confident. Confirmed, Naiku World Affiliation, Churches, World Class, Second Order. The war between the suffering Tantra and the Orthodox Church is getting more and more intense, and the border town of Sedian, as a town eroded by suffering, is the suffering Tantra's recruiting ground, which delivers a constant stream of fresh blood to the battlefield. Legionnaire Angela is a fourth-ranked pain warrior who, along with his henchmen, is a bully and a bully of women. You are asked to destroy the Sedian recruitment ground and try to assassinate the Legionnaire, entering Nanoworld, not knowing what you are. Of course Ansu knew that he wasn't any good, but he was an Illuminati after all, so at worst he could mix up a supernumerary pawn to be a pawn, right? He has been the most loyal follower of the Goddess of Light since time immemorial. Ansu felt her consciousness gradually blurring as countless stars crossed her mind and the sight of her surrounding vision slowly faded. I don't know how long it took, but after a moment of heavenly rotation, he slowly opened his eyes. The cold autumn rain pounded against the barred windows with a stray, urgent sound. In front of me was the rusty iron table, the iron peeling off most of its skin, revealing bright red rust. A large pile of dried blood scabs on the floor, again mixed with the drifting autumn rain, were blended into orange puddles. Further up the room hangs a skull and crossbones with an iron cross, the very symbol of pain and blood offering. It looks like a classroom. There was also a red banner hanging above it. Welcome painful freshman enrollment. Ansu looked closely and realized that the banner was still dyed red with blood. He blinked, a little confused. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the place of birth would be more Yan? Answering mother. Morninsta. Title, Agony Belly. Identity, the Legionnaire of Pain's confidant. You are the leader of the first group of the third class of the Pain Practitioner Cadre School. As one of the Army Chief's inner circle, you are a tiger, devious and cunning, and you do no evil. You are known as the Heart of Pain, and you are one of the secretaries who are wanted by the church. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. What a hell of an opening. What does it mean to be the heartthrob of the Legionnaire of Pain? What does it mean to be wanted by the Holy See? No, he, Comrade Ansu, was firm in his faith, so how did he suddenly defect to the goddess? Chapter 67, Ansu, this intensity is considered a vacation at our place. At that moment, the tablemate on his right knocked on Ansu's table, and passed around a pile of notes. Lester and I became hawks. Teammates in the same squad are able to see each other's identities. Ansu turned her head to look and saw the brightly lit, Arthur, Sunny, in large letters, saying that all the Sun family are paladins. Ansu stared at Arthur with a ghostly gaze. He had thought that only those born like him would rebel, but he hadn't realized that Arthur, a knight of honor, had also betrayed the church. The head of the Legion is a fourth-order pain warrior who, along with his inner circle of hawks and dogs, bullies men and women into rampaging around. So it turns out that the army chief is leading the three of them to do bad things, right? Arthur had never been so embarrassed, and he, who had always been known to be brash and spontaneous, was actually unwilling to look directly at Ansu's gaze at this moment. It doesn't make sense that it would be so. Ansu is the heart of the heart. He and Lester are hawks and dogs. We are half a catty. Not so much as this kind of behavior. I'm the eagle and Lester is the dog. Arthur explained awkwardly. Did hawk and dog turn out to be separate? Ansu checks his identity. Arthur Sonny. Title, Falcon of Pain. Pain Falcon. This title also sounds quite domineering and handsome, Ansu said in his heart, but the next second, he sensed that something was wrong with the stem. Identity, Eagle of the Legionnaire of Pain's beloved. Ansu raised his eyebrows in respect. You are a warrior of the first group of the third class of the Pain Practice Cadre. You were born perverted and have a unique sense of fun, and you go around exposing your majestic bird to your classmates to inflict painful mental stress on your prey. So you are called the Pain Falcon. Are you this hawk? What the hell kind of persona is this? What the hell did you kid do in the personality test? What about Lester? Arthur is an eagle. So Lister should be a dog? He inclined his head to see that Lister was his tablemate's tablemate, and at this moment, the bastard's expression was also constipated. Lister had never been so embarrassed, and even though he had always been known for his calmness and elegance, he was also breaking his defenses at this moment. Lester Mourn. Title, Dog of Pain. Identity, K9 of the Legionnaire of Pain's beloved. This is supposed to be normal, right? Ansu said mentally. You are a scout of the 300th and 1st group of the Pain Training Cadre. You were born with a strong sense of territory. You urinate everywhere around the cadre to mark your territory, causing painful psychological pressure. So you are called the Pain Vicious Dog. Ansu was silent. This one has a heavyweight persona as well. Eagles naked everywhere. Dogs pissing everywhere. Is this the legendary eagle and dog? In comparison, Ansu surprisingly felt that her pain in the heart was not unacceptable. What on earth did you two do in the personality test that the astral body short-circuited to assign you such bizarre identities? Though Ansu could probably guess. He sighed slightly. Born in the enemy's main camp. All the plans he had made before had all fallen through. Surrounded by enemies. Once you expose your identity, you're definitely dead. Today, there is only one step to take. In the game's setting, the Secret Church of Pain trained soldiers in the most brutal and painful way, but exactly how they were trained was not clear to Ansu, and the game didn't show it. It's horrible torture in the setting, because the Order of Pain is all about sucking out pain for energy. They can make their enemies suffer, and more than that, they want to make their recruits suffer. This time, there should be quite a number of agonizing mystics infiltrating the Narama world, and at this very moment, the infiltrators should be hiding in the classroom. It was a small class, only about 20 people. Ansu observed the looks of the people around him, and found that there were some people who showed some fear and panic on their faces. It seems that they also did not expect that they had returned to the school of painful dryness this time. Ansu became more and more curious. Don't talk to each other during class time. The iron door was slowly pulled open with a creaking sound. Your class is the loudest you hear in the hallways. A low and cold voice rang out. It was a middle-aged man with a cold and imposing face, a shallow scar on the corner of his mouth, wearing a dark brown military uniform with a white cross pinned to his lapel and long boots with a skull and crossbones symbol. Trainer Corps Commander, Angelo, don't cross your fingers. Angelo's expression was flat. Cut off a finger. As per regulations. So tough. Arthur's expression tensed up. Angelo walked slowly over to them, his long military boots stamping on the floor with a steady echo, and he removed a small, smooth, sharp knife from his cuff. The oppressive feeling of the fourth rank was as if it had solidified into substance. All the believers did not dare to make a sound, as if they had touched the most horrible memories in their brains. All of them lowered their heads and did not dare to breathe. Is it that hard? There was a muffled grunt of pain from beside Ansu. Then came the sound of a blade cutting through flesh. The sound of bone being severed as Angelo dryly severed the index finger of one of the congregants and casually tossed it into the trash can in the sanitary corner. Luckily, he didn't see himself pass a note. Arthur breathed a slow sigh of relief. Angelo put the knife away, prepared to assemble outside. Over the course of the next day, Arthur and Lester were finally able to realize why this thing was called the Tantra of Pain, and how it's agonizing. Why did the infiltrating mikveh show that look of fear? Every morning, I wake up at 5:30 a.m. Organize my housekeeping. Start my morning run at 5:35 a.m. Read aloud from the painful Tantra texts from 6 a.m. to 6:30 a.m. Breakfast at 6:40 a.m. And the official program begins at 6:45 a.m. In the morning, there was a magic theory class, and in the afternoon, there was a practical class with only a 3-minute break between classes. Theoretical classes generally study various tantric ceremonies and various torturous knowledge, while practical classes are military training. This schedule of mikvahs is accurate to every minute, even the times for eating and going to the bathroom. 12 o'clock to 12:12 Order of Believers dine and 12:10 to 21 Order of Believers dine. The public washrooms are open only twice a day, during the 15-minute free period at 1 p.m. m. and the 15-minute free period at 8 p.m. m. sharp. Other than that, there is no free time. Practical classes until 11:30 p.m. m. Then back to the 10-room dormitory. Lights out in bed. The dry school is full of magic eye surveillance, and anyone who breaks the school rules is chopping off a finger at the very least. There are also various test examinations. Just for one day, Arthur and Lester just felt like they were going down. The other new agonizing freshmen at the school were just as hard. Soul agonizing in the morning, physical agonizing in the afternoon, high surveillance and high-density control throughout the day. And this was going to go on for a full 6 months. Often, misters choose to commit suicide. Resentment and pain visible to the naked eye rose up and was absorbed by the spell formation in the center of the dry school, to the surprise of Lester and Arthur. Although Ansu was a little difficult at first, she quickly adapted to the high-pressure training rhythm and gradually became like a fish out of water. There was even a sunny smile on his face now, a stark contrast to the agonized recruits dying around them. "Don't you have a hard time?" Arthur was shocked. "Is my boss Ansu so cruel? I'm a graduate of the Everwater's Radiant Sacred Academy." Ansu looked at him with a smile. "We have 6 years there." Chapter 68, The Three Sufferers Worry They're Too Kind. Hanshue Cookie Holy College. Although Arthur had not heard of such an academy, he always detected a great inexplicable terror. No wonder they could produce a talent like Boss Ansu. Arthur even felt that Boss Ansu's arrival at the Agony Tantra was as intimate as if he had returned home. The time for the mikveh to get up is at 5:30 a.m. m. It is most abrasive and difficult to get up at this time of the day on a cold day, but Boss Ansu always gets up at 4:30 a.m. m. They are mixed classes in a large dormitory 201. 10 or so people live in a room. Just Ansu got up the earliest. It would be fine if that was all there was to it. Ansu's get-up action is very big. Make the bed squeaky. If so, the roommates will endure will pass. After all, we are all colleagues later. Mutual understanding, including dressing and walking with loud footsteps. There was nothing wrong with that, and they were supposed to sleep until the guy took out his book and started reading in the morning. All the roommates can't sleep. Is this one human? They've all been tortured by a full day of training, and this guy can get up an hour early to read a book? Are you the devil? The mental stress of the day in dormitory 201 began when Ansu woke up. The second to wake up was Lester, who usually woke up at 5 o'clock sharp, and since he went to sleep in his diapers every night, he had to go out on the balcony to dry them when he got up, and the smell of the that had been there all night was the second hurdle to waking up the mikvahs again. Lastly, there was Arthur, who got up the latest. As a paladin, he has perfect sleep quality, and is a normal roommate except for the occasional snoring, the occasional sleep-talking, and the constant sleeping naked. In his dreams he also had to practice the basics of being a paladin, and the symptom that manifested itself was punching against the wall in his dreams. The dormitory next door also often responded with boxing, seemingly to spar with Arthur, often accompanied by a few passionate greetings, full of energy. The freshmen in the 201 dormitory that dared to be angry. After all, they knew that these three were infamous beloved hawks and dogs, and there were even rumors that they were some kind of newly risen agony trio, which was frightening. After waking up, it was time to go to the morning field to gather and run for exercises in separate classes. Ansu was never the first to arrive, and to add to the stress in the hearts of the agonizing mikvahs, the bastard was reading a book while he was running, even reading aloud. Doesn't this one suffer? Ansu's mental state had greatly improved since the last time she was baptized by the mother goddess of life, so she naturally didn't feel tired, and the so-called pain, he is even more completely do not feel. This kind of intensity even able to make him nostalgic for the youthful school life too. Nostalgic for youth. Even with the corners of the mouth raised a bright sunny smile, making the legionnaire Angelo, who was making his rounds, nod his head in secret. For Ansu, this young man, he observed for a long time, not a good thing at a young age. When he grows up he will surely become a big social scum. The future can be described as a dark, very good. Now that he could even run the drill with such a perverted smile, his understanding of the teachings of pain had far surpassed that of his peers, and he had entered the ultra-high realm of deriving pleasure from pain. The agony cleric needed geniuses and even more perverts, and if a person was both a genius and a pervert, then his future accomplishments were unlimited. As for Arthur and Lister, who followed Ansu, these two were also good. One woke up late, didn't have time to put on his clothes, and ran naked onto the playground, leaving the believers running behind him with pained looks on their faces. The believer in front is afraid that he will run slow and get pouted, the believer behind is afraid that he will run fast and pout his butt. A section of a very distinct vacuum circle then formed around Arthur. The other was a bit more heavyweight, and the freshmen running behind him were under even more pressure. And it was clear that the great name of the Dogs of Pain had already been spread far and wide. The freshmen in the back of the pack were afraid that this vicious dog would mark territory while running and drinking his own drinks into the wind. All three were good candidates for the suffering tundra. Angelo was sure of it. After the morning run, it was time for culture class, because there was still a war going on outside. Those who came to class were officers who had been temporarily transferred. Culture's program is a highly intellectual program about the suffering tantra ceremony, such as the beginnings of suffering tantra, explanations of original suffering, explanations about the spirit of New Age suffering, and so on. The afternoon session was a practical class on assassination, infiltration, poisoning, killing techniques, etc., taught by soldier Captain Angelo himself. Ansu was quite excited about these classes. Among the 7 great secret religions, the pain secret religion had reached the extreme of development for the human body, and many of the battle gray skills in it were related to pure killing. Ansu had just received the battle skill points, which was simply a sleepy delivery pillow. The training place is in the playground of the dry school. The sun is exactly hot, burning so much that the grass leaves begin to roll. After enduring the whole morning torture, the freshmen of the class are very tired, and cannot fight the spirit. Only Ansu he 3 had firm eyes and a big smile. Ansu doesn't need to be told. Arthur's lifelong dream was to become an honorable paladin, but his family reported him to the Warlock Academy, and now that he was finally able to realize his dream and the secret doctrine, he was all business, despite learning the art of assassination and calling himself no honorable paladin. Lister, on the other hand, was listening attentively because the assassination technique sounded cool and had a dark hero ambient tone, which well inspired the lowly and humble noble soul in his heart, so he also listened attentively. Having seen the determined good sense of these 3 men, Legionnaire Angelo was more than pleased, thinking that this was what the future of the suffering mistresses should look like. All of them were pillars of excellence, so he taught with more dedication. I'll assassinate you when I learn how. These 3 thought unanimously in their minds. All classes are over. There is also a 15-minute free time in the evening reserved for devotees to wash and solve their personal problems. Ansu and the 3 of them picked a secluded grove to have an impromptu wrap-up meeting. Brother Ansu, Lister pushed his glasses up. What should we do about the mission now that we've become agonists? There were a total of 3 missions: killing 60 second-order Mithraists, interfering with 100 first-order Mithraists, and assassinating the chief legionnaire. The 3 of them were now out of the organization, born in an enemy stronghold, and with magic eyes watching everywhere and their schedules packed, they couldn't move at all. Students also tend to act as a group. No one is left behind, and it's even more difficult to get off the ground. Once exposed, it's death. No contribution dead is a 0. The astral body exam is a full 40% of the percentage. This section failed. Their previous exams are no longer good is also finished. Arthur's face also turned serious as he revealed a rather distressed look. A righteous and just saint like us is at risk of being exposed at any moment. Indeed. Lister sighed softly. My humble self also feels, from time to time, out of step with the agonizing religious around me. It is true that good and honorable people like us, said Arthur, helplessly, shine as brightly as fireflies in the night, wherever we are. Arthur and Lester were quite worried about being exposed. In 3 weeks it will be the practical test for second-order congregants. The congregants with the lowest scores will have their fingers chopped off. The top few in the monthly test will be rewarded with war gray, and the top 3 will be able to be promoted to freshman instructors. Ansu calmly said, kindly let's figure out how to cheat honorably. Good. Arthur and Lister nodded in unison. Chapter 69, The Secret Society, with Ansu leading the way. This one's a sure thing. Dim daylight filtered through the glass windows. There is also a meeting going on at this very moment. In the dimness, dozens of pairs of gloomy eyes, radiating a ghostly light, gazed at each other and sized each other up, their gazes wary and scornful. The atmosphere was somber and full of depression. All of us here are Naiad invaders sent by the secret cult of pain for the very purpose of killing all the saints and seizing ownership of the shards of this world. They were all matched to new identities that best suited them, scattered and lurking in different classes like one viper after another hiding in the shadows. All the best of the best. Only people in the same squad can view each other's true identities. So this is still the first meeting of the invaders. They were both companions and rivals. No one in the suffering tundra was trustworthy except for their teammates, so they had a wary look in their eyes. After all, the resources of the netherworld were limited, and it was up to competition to see who could compete for more resources and who could take greater credit. In a moment of dead silence, a hoarse, low voice rang out. 6 people were missing. Only 40 arrived. one squad has gone missing. It was a man with a hideous, ghastly face, wrapped in a dark hood, with eyes as shadowy as a falcon's, and seemed to be only a minor character. But none of the mikvahs around him dared to make a sound. The man has introduced himself for what he really is. Assyria. Hughes, now titled the Serpent of Pain. He is the soldier leader of the 3rd Squad of the Suffering Tundra, and at the same time, in this world is the squad leader of the 2nd class. He kills like a man, bloodthirsty, in the outside world that is well known, and resourceful, is the wisdom of the Legion. It's a scary character. Assyrian, what do you have in mind? A burly man spoke slowly. The surrounding misters or even more atmosphere dare not come out. This strong man is a bit of heaven's pride, called Dak. The title is the Bear of Pain. Quasi 3rd Order Misters, enough to have 19 battle skill points, the captain of the 2nd Squad. If nothing else, this 2nd Order world would be the last 2nd Order world that Dak experienced. It's Sharp's squad, the first one, that's missing, the Serpent of Pain said slowly. Sharp, 1st Squad. The mistresses were even more alarmed that the raiders had even sent out that soldier leader Sharp's squad this time. The last 3 teammates of the 1st Squad were negligible, but the first 3 could all be renowned figures of the secret doctrine. Soldier Chief Sharp, the most psychopathic murderer of all time, abusing pregnant women and skinning men, can be considered an artist of pain in pursuit of the ultimate. The Cotter warrior, raised as a non-tongue pervert, is the most infamous and terrifying man of all time, and no one wants to make an enemy of Cotter. Then there's Scout Carmen, the team's number 2 command position, a seemingly humble and normal man who actually hides an evil soul that's more perverted than anyone else's. There is a hidden conspiracy, Assyria said loftily. 3 men attempted to fool us, but their acting was too poor to escape my eyes. At these words, the mikvahs fell silent. Brother Assyria is right. Dak's voice trailed off. Someone has deceived us. There is only one truth in this. Assyria rose slowly to his feet, and his shadowy, intelligent gaze passed over all present, and a chill ran through the hearts of all, as if they had been seen through all the body of their squad deliberately hid their identity from us. Many people had a chill in their hearts, so it was like that. No believer thought in the direction that the personality certification had failed. After all, even goods like themselves had passed. How could an elite like them fail? As for there being holy people born as misters, that is even more nonsense. There's no precedent for this in thousands of years of textbooks, and of course, it took thousands of years for Ansu and the others to produce 3 of them. There's only one possibility: they hide their identity. But, Assyria said gravely, wicked men like them, wherever they are as smoky as a house in the daytime. After the last few days of observation, you've got a handle on the identity of those 3, haven't you? Agony beloved. Ansu, soldier leader Fadiri of Squad 4 spoke up. His current title was Eye of Pain, and his tone was cutting. That soldier leader Sharp. There was still a vague awe in his gaze. I didn't realize that after a few years of not seeing him, he had refined his art of pain, having attained the supreme state of enjoyment in pain. Fadili sighed. When I heard him get up at 4:30 in the morning and read aloud, I knew the man was scary. He has risen from physical torture to soul humiliation. Fadili's words sparked chorus after chorus of agreement from the mikvahs, complaining bitterly about the pain of the last few days. Sure enough, it's him. Soldier leader Sharp has refined his way of pain. I have to wake up every day when he reads. The most important thing the instructor of our class hangs on to is learn from Ansu from the class next door. Because of him, our company's early start time has also been adjusted to 4:30 by the instructor. And the warrior Cotter, Dak, the Bear of Pain, looked solemn, even as a soldier's leader. There was some scorn in his tone, none other than the Falcon of Pain. Arthur. Cotter's way with pain is also beyond belief. Upon hearing this horrible name, the shoulders of the mikvahs trembled even more slightly and a vicious chill rose. So it is. I haven't seen you in a few years. And Cotter the non-tongue has gotten even more perverted. He used to be slightly covered up and would only go after good-looking little boys. But now he's a meathead. Now it's even added the attribute of being an exhibitionist. First thing in the morning, all the mikvahs get to see this pervert non-tongue naked, showing off his falcon to everyone he meets. He must have awakened a new fetish that gets him excited to be seen by someone with the same last name. It was especially painful and embarrassing for the few mikvahs who ran the drill in front of and behind Arthur. And, turns out everything was premeditated. I don't dare to run faster for fear of pouting on him. I don't dare run slower for fear of being pouted at by him. They have exchanged their painful insights. Lord Cotter was up most of the night and has been knocking on the walls of our dormitory. Is he lonely and hinting at me? More than a few believers floated the idea. As for the last one, Scout Carmen. Assyria rested her chin on her hands. Everyone already knows this by heart. It must be that agonizing malignant dog. Lister. Everyone looked fearful, and this one was even heavier. A calm and elegant man on the surface, but behind the scenes he's scarier and more sinister than anyone else. Anyone who passed by the dormitory could smell the very masculine scent, and so they all knew that it was the dog of pain marking their territory. So dominant, so evil, so unfathomable. No one dares to make an enemy of the dog of pain. The scene was plunged into a dead silence. The Mikvits looked at each other with mixed feelings and even shameful faces. Unexpectedly, the first squad, in the blink of an eye, had refined their way of pain to such a terrifying level, leaving themselves far behind. Since they're so good, a question was asked. Why won't they show up to command us? There can't be a problem, can there? Hoof, stupid. The serpent of pain, who was a wise man, grunted coldly, what do you know about the soldier leader? He rested his chin on his hands and, their squad must have a secret mission sent by the General Church, so they must not reveal their identities and you must not interfere with them, or even give them cover. I'm sure that once it's done, we'll be able to regiment the group of foolish saints across the street. The other side. Boss Ansu, just listen to you. This will fulfill the mission of the Holy See. Arthur exclaimed with bright joy and a look of admiration. That's the trick to regiment the cuties over here. The Mithraists. Chapter 70, The Topmost Way of Pain. The next day, the town of Sedan is overcast and rainy. The cold rain pounded on the old, damp towers, droplets slowly seeping into the castle along the siding, creepers swaying their shadows beyond the rims of the windows, and the firelight of the fireplace casting an obscure light on the faces of all the saints. There is another meeting belonging to the saints taking place at this very moment. The presiding officer of this meeting was Knight Rosen of the Temple of Order, who had acquired the status of chief cleric. Seated on his flanks were the heads of the Druidic Order and the Alchemical Order, who had the status of priest and viscount, respectively. This fortress, too, was the very residence of Viscount Setian. The saints seated at the round table are representatives of each denomination, along with the junior captains of each team, usually the top students from the first two exams. In total, only 10 squads have arrived. Rosen's handsome face was a little heavy as his gaze swept from the saints at the round table one by one. Personality certification was also part of the exam, and the saints who lost to the Mithraists didn't even qualify to enter the Naiads. The start alone eliminated nearly half of the saints. All the captains at the round table did not look good. The lack of manpower is secondary. More seriously, this stronghold of the Tundra of Pain was simply too difficult to capture, even from the outside. According to the scouts scouting in the last few days, the stronghold had alchemical matrices set up everywhere. The perimeter was even connected with alchemical wires, and was patrolled by secretaries every night. The tantric stronghold is also expected to have a few hounds that can smell strongly. There is also a complete lack of communication between the interior of the stronghold and the outside world. Not even a fly could get in. There's also a fourth order top-tier legionnaire sitting inside. Everyone realized how difficult this examination was. Where is the representative of the Illuminati? That Ansu. Where's Morninsta? Despite the considerable reluctance in their hearts, someone still shouted out Ansu's name. Faced with this floundering situation, it's all about the underhanded tactics that frontiersmen do best. Him? Someone between the round table sneered. We haven't seen him since we entered the world. Do you still expect him? Guess they didn't even pass the personality test. A frontiersman who plays small. The one who said this was none other than Viscount Setian, the Alchemy Order's scholar Alice Shaun, who was dressed in a dark-colored aristocratic spun dress with an exquisite face. Your cousin Iali. Coronet Shaun sees the borderers the same way. Shauna, the head priest, propped up his cheeks, half-squinted his eyes, and lazily said, but in the end, she apologized. Oh, don't mention cousin to me. Alice looked like a cat that had exploded. Seeing that the situation was getting a little out of hand, Rosen gently tapped the edge of the table with a thud. All the saints were quiet at once, as Order Knight Rosen, a quasi-third order paladin. That was how prestigious he was. Order does not need to be maintained by those who fail. His magnetic low voice rang out, and Sue and the others failed the test. That would be failing the expectations of the Order, and are already failures. Even if they come here, they can't do anything. The God of Order had bestowed the title of divine gift to Ansu, and it was also something out of order for the new generation of the Order's church. The title of self-god was taken by a saint of another denomination. He could not enter into the well-guarded dry school of pain, could not step squarely into the stronghold of the Tantric Church, could not subdue the cunning and cruel agonists, and by trickery could not bend the haughty foe to keep order, and these things we shall do. Rosen's tone grew heated. And we shall do it. We're assembling a team of knights from the Lord's land and gathering soldiers from the town to crush it from the front, and we're about to re-establish a new order. This solemn speech of his drew applause and applause from the saints, who exclaimed that this was the way saints should be. The rain breaks at dusk. Ansu led Arthur and the two of them squarely down the center of the avenue of the School of Misery and Dryness. they're even strutting a bit in their walk. The three were uniformly dressed in the second-rank military uniform of the painful tantric cult, their valiant deep black cloaks fluttering in the wind, residual autumn rain dripping down their smooth boots, and their pure white military hats wearing the logo of a skull and crossbones. The steps were neat and straight, and the military boots stepped in the puddles, splashing ripples after ripples, and all the passing first-order believers, who saw the three of them from afar, made way for them, and the cunning and cruel agonizing mystics lowered their proud heads, not daring to look into their eyes. "Hello, Ansu-senpai." There were even freshmen who bowed straight and dared to straighten their backs only after Ansu had walked away. This week, the name of the three masters of pain had been spreading more and more, and their unique way of pain had slowly convinced the local believers in pain, and some of the new students had begun to delve into the way of pain of these three people. It is also currently vaguely divided into three factions: painful hedonistic alphabetists, fully naked Nantucket excitementalists, leaky peeing shameful sultrinessists, and the second-order seniors, most of whom were infiltrators, had defaulted to the Ansu trio as the sharp trio of the first squad. The just have a secret mission is not convenient to expose the identity, but also to its fear and scruples. Do not dare to pick a fight, afraid of bad organization. All see it as the future of the school of painful dryness. And now, these three future of the organization are walking towards a place in a murderous rage, imposing and walking with the wind, and for a moment the crowd retreats, not daring to compete with them. How should we destroy and torture these mikvahs? At the very least, they have to interfere with their training, weaken their fighting ability, and contribute to the crusade to get points. What can be done to ramp up their torture? A day earlier, when Ansu had asked the question, both Cavens and Arthur had been silent. They don't. None of them are doing enough at the moment, and all of them have a lot of room for improvement. They hadn't reached the extreme of their delving into the way of pain, and they couldn't think of a way to do it. Pain Dryer's defenses are impeccable. Poisoning? That's impossible to do. The cafeteria meals are tightly encapsulated. With the saints outside in the inner circle, they would be ineligible to contact the outside world now, even though they look glamorous on the surface. Assassination? That's not possible either, because the main areas of the dry school were equipped with magic eyes. Once assassinated they would be exposed, and once exposed they would be dead. All the mikvahs were also confined to the main campus, as there was only 15 minutes of free time each, noon and afternoon, in the day, and meals, hygiene, and sleep were uniformly regulated. Every day is just a 4-point cycle: cafeteria, washroom, dormitory, classroom. This is also nonsense. If this wasted any more time, Ansu and the three of them would have to end up with 0 points. But that's when agony, heart and lungs. Ansu came up with the solution. The first phase of the plan is about to be implemented. They were about to reach that place, the public lavatory. There is just one large communal washroom in the entire painful tantra, open only during free time for first and second order students to wash up and take care of their personal problems. The instructors have their own separate restrooms, the only public washroom, open only twice a day for 15 minutes at a time. And among the temporary holy relics that Ansu he had obtained was something called Goddess's Amulet, which served to increase the number of times that the god bestowed the title once a day. With a calm smile on her lips, Ansu slowly pushed open the door of the public restroom. There are a lot of believers in there. Watch, that's exactly how the way of order is used. Ansu randomly chose a cubicle, pushed open the door and walked in. After waiting silently for a while, he whispered in a voice that no one could hear, "This area is a public area. The starburst of order. Promulgate the law," he said, with holy solemnity. "Open defecation is prohibited here. On this day, for some reason, all the suffering misters, all painfully constipated." Chapter 71, Ansu draws the attention of the mother goddess of pain again. The starburst of order requires the enactment of laws that are centered around the most basic order. Not to promulgate discriminatory rules, not to enact outrageous laws, nor can we enact dangerous laws that kill others and so on. However, the ban on public urination and defecation in public places clearly revolves around order at its most basic level. That being the case, public lavatories can also be considered public places. Being a lawful and civilized citizen of order is exactly what the God of Order expects, and is the doctrine of the Church of Order. So the laws enacted by Ansu are capable of taking effect. Time passes slowly. The washrooms are only open for 15 minutes. Anyone who exceeds the time limit is in violation of school rules and will be severely punished. The bell rings slowly in the distance, echoing in the night sky, which is the preparatory bell for the dormitory check, and you have to go back to the dormitory immediately after the preparatory bell rings. Cubicle door after cubicle door was pushed open, revealing one confused and embarrassed face after another. They look at each other without saying anything, but they don't say what they're saying about their men. After all, the issue is rather personal. Maybe it's just because it's a bad day. The Mizos do not realize that it is actually the power of the law that prevents them from engaging in uncivilized behavior. By the time they got out of the washroom, they suddenly felt vaguely inspired again. But the prep bell had already rung, so they would have to settle for tomorrow. You've attracted the attention of the mother goddess of pain. The ethereal voice of the astral body rang in Ansu's ears again. He knew that this final grade was handed over to the divine incarnation above the spirit world for observation and evaluation. Still, Ansu was a bit puzzled. What business do I, an orthodox, have with your mother goddess of pain? Shouldn't the means of order used have drawn the attention of the order? I'm an orthodox man. I walk the talk. How do I keep getting your attention? The mother of life is a lower-headed mother goddess and the goddess of pain is a bull-headed mother goddess? Doesn't matter. Ansu straightened his slightly disheveled military cap, fastened the collar button tightly, washed his face with cold water at the lavatory, and was leaving the place. In the reflection of the bronze mirror, at that moment, the doorway to the compartment slowly pulled open. A man with eyes as cold and venomous as vipers slowly walked out, also dressed in a dark military uniform, the skull insignia on his military cap marking his status as a second-order mystic. The aura was somber and majestic. This man was the wise man of the invading legions, the soldier leader of the third squad, and the current world title, Serpent of Pain. Assyria. Hughes. Assyria slowly approached Ansu, his face grim and solemn, the venomous gaze already looking the latter through. Ansu. Morninsta. He turned on the magical faucet and slowly washed his hands next to Ansu. That's your name, isn't it? That's right, Ansu said. To introduce myself, I am the Serpent of Pain. Assyria. Assyria looked as if he had already seen through Ansu. We are both wise men, Assyria said slowly. There is no need to pretend with me. I have seen through your true identity. Ansu was slightly startled in his heart and looked up. Seeing that the man in front of him did not look like he was half joking, the latter's dark green eyes were frighteningly deep, vaguely flickering with the color of wisdom. When was it exposed? Ansu didn't see anything wrong with his behavior. It's blowing up the hoops. I don't know what you're talking about, Ansu said. Hoof. Assyria snorted coldly. You would be insulting my intelligence if you denied it again. I refuse such a contemptuous insult. Seems like a mean corner. Please speak human. Ansu was already thinking about how to take this man out and silence him, calling Arthur Lister outside with him. A group beating? But what to do about the scene? All in all, take a step forward. You may be mistaken. He cocked his head and came up with a simple, clean smile. I told you I've seen through you. Ansu. Mananista. Assyria murmured. An evil and depraved person like you, wherever you go, stands out like a cockroach in the middle of the day. That much more distinct. Your deep, dark aura has exposed you completely. Are you praising me or scolding me? Ansu blinked her eyes. Assyria leaned in close to Ansu's ear and said in a grim voice that no one could hear. You're sharp. Husman, soldier leader of the first squad. This guy is out of his mind. Seeing that Ansu remained this bewildered, Assyria's appraisal of the former rose another notch. As expected of a sharp soldier leader, even at this point, he can still play the confused and clueless teenage boy look perfectly. Especially his eyes, which were clear with a few hints of cluelessness, were a godsend. The truth is that Ansu does seem rather confused. For the first time in a long time, things were still out of his league. It's not like he played the mikveh so poorly that he got caught. Rather, they pretended to be students too well and were taken for leaders. In that case, Ansu instantly reacted. His voice slowly lowered. He coldly grunted. The confusion in his eyes instantly faded, replaced by deep and cold. How did you determine that? He's starting to load up. At first I was only skeptical. Not sure, Assyria said in a deep voice. But just now, I've been certain that you are soldier leader sharp, for I perceived the great original agony. Assyria's expression was solemn, his gaze resting briefly upon you. Only the divinely chosen, the most evil, can catch the eye of the mother goddess of pain. So you're a bull-headed mother goddess spying on people and being so blatant about it. It's too far down. Ansu slurred in his mind, but the expression on his face was deeper and grimmer, his pain wrapped in hidden anger, like the silence before a storm. Who gave you the nerve? Dare to interrupt my plans? Assyria was shocked by Ansu's aura, and sweat slowly trickled down his cheeks. But he was, after all, the militant serpent of pain, a professional man of wisdom, and the head soldier of the third squad, and was not going to be deterred by Ansu's aura just like that. He won't be afraid to face sharp even straight on in order to achieve his own ends. I didn't mean to call you by your first name. Assyria's voice was low as he straightened up to meet Ansu's eyes. It wasn't my intention to interrupt your plans. It's just that the situation has changed, and everything happened so suddenly and so urgently that I had to call out to you, and I only chose you. And that's because only soldier leader sharp is trustworthy, and I'm not comfortable with anyone else for fear of leaking information. Ansu thought, getting to the point, taking advantage of this opportunity, being able to extract important information. At this moment, the prep bell is ringing for the third time, and there's only a minute left before bed check. The atmosphere was cold and dead. The bleak autumn wind passed between them, whistling in the steep night air, and Assyria gravely said, "This is an important matter, and you need to promise that you will never tell a third person about it. Never tell a third person." The level of secrecy was surprisingly serious. Ansu mused silently in her mind that it shouldn't matter if she told Lister and Arthur. After all, one was a dog and the other a bird, neither of which was considered human. Assyria took a slow, deep breath. "That sudden emergency is." Ansu held her breath. "I was halfway through solving it when I suddenly ran out of inspiration and tried to get up and leave. And then I realized." Ansu concentrated. "I forgot my paper. Can you lend me some?" It would be embarrassing to spread the word that the head soldier was caught without paper by his subordinates. Right. This guy is also an anthropomorphic commodity. Chapter 72, The First Kill of the Agony Trio. "I didn't bring any paper either." Ansu smiled. "Actually, he brought it." Evidently, Assyria's expression stiffened instantly. The expression was more constipated than constipated, although he was indeed constipated. His lips trembled slightly, his pupils contracted and slowly dilated, and he lowered his eyes before finally exhaling softly, as if making some sort of determination. "In that case, please wait for me for a while." Assyria doubled back, with a rustling sound, before he finally stepped out, turned on the lavatory faucet, and rubbed and squeezed his fingers hard, washing them several times to get the skin off. "This one is still a tough guy." "Fingers are also handkerchiefs," Ansu said in her mind. "What happened today? I would also like to ask Soldier Leader Sharp not to reveal it to the outside world." Assyria said after a long moment of silence. "Please don't let the second person know. The prep bell is ringing for the last time, and we only have a minute before bed check, so let's leave as soon as possible." "Good." Ansu nodded and mentally conceptualized how to get the word out. Though rather humiliating, it wasn't too hard to accept if it was just Soldier Leader Sharp who knew about it. Soldier Sergeant Sharp is very dependable man. "Actually, a second person already knows." A deep male voice came from behind him, but in the next second, it was as if Assyria's heart stopped half a beat, with the creak of an old doorway being pushed open, an adjoining cubicle slowly pushed open, revealing Arthur's slightly embarrassed grinning face as he scratched his head in embarrassment. Assyria looked away in horror. "When did you boys hide there?" He thought everyone was gone. Who would have thought that there was a perverted non-tone lurking in the cubicle? For a moment, the scene was somewhat dead silent. Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Arthur laughed a few times at Assyria, thinking to rely on his spontaneous and brash smile to ease the latter's embarrassment. He was such an understanding man. That's when it's time to rely on humor. This kind of thing is not unusual. I've often encountered this as well. Arthur wore a man-knows-it-all expression and winked at Assyria. "I know, and you don't want this to get out to the instructors, do you?" Which had thought that seeing this smile of Arthur's, Assyria's expression became even more horrified. What was the Cotter warrior smiling at himself for? This pervert of his couldn't be looking at himself, could he? Are the flavors that heavy? This pervert wouldn't use this incident to threaten himself to do something like that, would he? The mind turned several times. Assyria's expression clouded over as he exhaled slowly, his mind telling it had to calm down. "It's just that it's not a big deal for you two to know." At that moment, the nearby magic guide radio slowly sounded again, but instead of a bell, it was a metallic radio sound. It echoed mellifluously through the dry school. "Emergency help! Emergency help!" There is also a radio room in the dry school, right next to the dormitory, but only members of the second order and above are qualified to use it, and it can be used to make announcements for help. "Attention of papists near the public lavatory to the 14th pit on the first floor. Serpent of pain. Assyrian. He's in need of a good Samaritan. He's taken A and forgot his paper." Assyria. "He's in need of a good Samaritan. He's taken A and forgot the paper. He forgot to bring paper when he took A." The radio kept repeating 3 times before it slowly stopped. Inside the washroom, the three were silent. Who did this? Assyria's shoulders shook slightly. "Don't know." Ansu and Arthur cut in decisively. "Probably someone they don't know. Who else could this familiar operation be?" Upon overhearing that Assyria had forgotten to bring a paper, Lister, in the outermost compartment, then brightened up, and when the crowd wasn't looking, he pushed up his glasses, cut and ran at a sprint outward. For Lister, as a proud and humble nobleman, it was his duty to help his suffering classmates. Such an opportunity to help people was naturally incumbent on Lister. Assyria only felt red in the face, never having felt such shame. His self-esteem is quite strong. Assyria's cold-blooded serpent image that has been painstakingly cultivated for many years is going to be destroyed today because of the handkerchief paper. And the most crucial thing is that after he has paid such a big price, he still hasn't gotten the paper. It eventually worked itself out. Assyria was about to say something to redeem his lost image. Just then, the door to the washroom was thrown open with a loud bang. It's the third squad's teammates. "Captain, here comes the paper." Their faces were still covered with residual sweat. Their mouths were huffing and puffing, and their eyes all seemed to carry light. And that flickering light was none other than the noblest of teammate love. This Naiad world tests the trust and friendship between teammates. So as soon as they heard that the captain was in trouble, the teammates of the third squad immediately went out in unison, rushing to deliver the rescue items at a 100-meter sprint at a fast pace before the death line of the bed check. In just over 10 seconds, this miraculous speed is what makes the bond between teammates so valuable. Needing the eager gazes of his men, Assyria only felt a stuffy feeling clogging his chest. At this moment, he knew that his own life is over. It's night, before lights out. Most mikvets don't go straight to sleep, but instead share their own insights and gossip of the past few days in bed to relax from the mental stress, which is the only form of entertainment left. In a previous life, this was known as a dormitory nightly meeting. All sorts of anecdotes, on the other hand, will spread out as quickly as weeds, and will become progressively more outrageous, and will continue to derive and evolve as someone frantically pushes the envelope. Second squad bedroom. Did you guys hear? Assyria forgot to bring paper with her poop today. Everyone doesn't have it, or his men sent it to them supposedly. Haha, really? Squad 4 sleeping quarters. Have you heard that there is no paper under him either? And that Assyria settled today with his own fingers? Then he's really hard on himself. Next, door building. Assyria forgot to bring paper with him when he took it today, and he didn't have any paper under him, and Assyria settled for the fingers of his men today. Then he's really tough on his men. Freshman dorm rooms that believe in the painful hedonistic alphabet school. Assyria wants pleasure from pain, so it purposely doesn't come with paper. It's the master's mission. He's playing hard to get then. Freshman dorm rooms that believe in the full nude non-tongue excitement school. Assyria and his men, stirring in the toilet today. Then he's playing hardball with his men. A freshman dorm room that believes in the pee leaking. Shameful, stuffy school of thought. Assyria has realized the essence of agonizing shame and has been stirred up so much it's starting to leak. Then he's playing himself really hard. Instructor's bedroom. I heard that Assyrian from your company, eats in the toilet and needs a paper towel to wipe his mouth? This guy is not from our company. Early the next morning, Ansu opened her eyes. He got out of bed and pushed the window open, enjoying the early morning breeze. Autumn rain cleared up. Today's afternoon sky is as clear and transparent as being washed. Fresh and slightly cold autumn wind blowing through. The dead leaves in the meadow ruffled the dew with the wind, as if they were being blown by the wind in a ripple of grass color. What a refreshing morning it is. Basking in the warmth of the sun, he smiled a clean, bright smile. Life is really good. The mother goddess of pain is watching you again. I just don't know what this lower mother goddess is looking at in the early morning. At the same time, the voice of the astral messenger rang out slowly, a channel that belonged only to the saints, and which all saints were able to hear. First kill, the serpent of pain, leader of Team 2, Warlock 2, Assyrian. Hughes renounces his eligibility and withdraws from the Nile. He may return to the original world as he has withdrawn voluntarily. Contributed by Ansu, Morninsta, 50%, Lester, Mern, 40%, Arthur Sunny, 10%, Sunny, 10%. For the first kill bonus, Ansu gets 5 points, Lister 4, and Arthur 1. The saints who were assembling their army were confused. Chapter 73. Is it too late to defect to Ansu? Alice had set out with her squad before dawn. Today they were going to visit the Lord Earl of Lin Town. This Lord Earl held a 30-man second-rank personal guard in his hands. If they could get his help, the certainty of eradicating the painful tantric cult would be a few points greater. Taking the wagon to the pale green plains on the outskirts of the town of Sedan, a cold, steep fall wind filled the lapels of each of his teammates, and a pale, fishbelly white slowly rose over the horizon. First they passed through the post, and continued up the hill, passing the scrutiny of a few rude soldiers, and paying a few gold coins, before they came in sight of the Count's fortress. After having the maid informed, it was a long wait in the hall. Alice had thought this request for assistance would be easy and taken for granted, but to Alice's surprise and consternation, they waited in the hall for a full hour and still no sign of the Earl. It's just an Earl in a remote part of the district. What a pie in the face. As a noble of the imperial capital, where had Alice received such coldness? Wherever she went, she was treated with courtesy. Though no match for her cousin's genius arrogance, Alice still had the spoiled air of an aristocrat. But thinking that her current status was only that of a viscount of the Earl of Cedian, she had no choice but to endure this coldness. As long as you can beg the military, let's just put up with it for a while. She's going to top the exams this time and smack that Ansu, Morninsta's borderline cheek. The last thing Alice could bear was that cousin Shirley, whom she had always loved and adored, should be bowed down to this borderer. Before the exam, she even said something to her like, when you meet Ansu you can just choose to surrender and sister won't blame you. What's so goddamned funny about a lowly frontiersman who pulls some petty tricks? Where's all the pride of the imperial nobility? These guys didn't even pass the personality certification test. They're just losers who lost to the misters. It's infuriating to be stepped on by a guy like that, but all that will change now. Alice had a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. By virtue of her negotiation tactics from her years of mixing in the circle of nobles, she would be able to get reinforcements as fast as possible, and even take the first kill, which would also be her Alice's credit. And the borderers, they could only look at her with envy. Alice, the Earl doesn't seem to be out yet. Do you think this will work? After waiting for a long time, an alchemist couldn't help but speak up. They had set out early in the morning, endured the cold wind and walked for 2 hours up the mountain, and by this time were in a state of sleepiness, cold and hungry, and could not help complaining a little when they saw that the Count was slow in coming out. John, Mr. Sith, as I recall, your father was also a remote viscount, right? But really, Alice gracefully raised her good-looking eyes, and her vermilion lips parted. You should know that with the socialization and eloquence of the upper-class nobles, even the army can be persuaded to come. Alice's venomous tongue also had a few hints of Ashley's, as she gracefully said, time is the most worthless thing for nobles at the level of an earl. If you feel dissatisfied, you could have gone after Mr. Ansu on your border. Ah, I forgot, they don't even seem to have entered the Narama. Her comment was echoed by several fans. Just then, it was not long after Ishori had finished, the ethereal, clear voice of the astral emissary rang out. First kill. Upon hearing the first words, all the saints were stunned, and their sleepiness vanished in an instant. Both suspected that they had misheard. First kill? They've only been in the netherworld for less than a week now. How can the first kill occur so soon? Was it a quasi-third-degree knight? Coronet Rosen. Who did this? But according to the original plan, Coronation Rosen should be recruiting soldiers and seedy in town right now. Who finished that? What saint? What squad could outrun the Rosen coronet? They looked at each other. You looked at me and I looked at you, and read nothing but confusion in each other's eyes. Serpent of Pain, Squad Leader Number 2, Second Order Warlock, Assyria, Hughes waives eligibility. There was another outcry. They didn't know what the Serpent of Pain was, but the word captain could be quite loaded. Captains, also known as soldier leaders in the Tundra of Pain, were the cream of the crop. A few teams from the Alchemy Clerics Order couldn't even enter the door of the Tantric stronghold right now, and it turned out that a squad had even killed the soldier leader. Everyone is now curious about the identity of the hitter. Alice's expression was subtle as well, her eyes wide and her ears listening sideways to find out who had stolen her first kill. Is it Shauna of the Druidic Order? Or, several possible names flashed through her mind, but upon hearing the astral messenger's next words, Alice just felt the world was absurd and odd, and even wondered if she hadn't slept through the night. Contributed by Ansu, Morninsta, 50%, Lester, Mern, 40%, Arthur Sunny, 10%, Sunny, 10%. For the first kill bonus, Ansu gets 5 points, Lister 4, and Arthur 1. Aha! Alice was too confused to speak. She cocked her head and blinked her eyes. It was clear that all the words ringing in her ears were words she could understand, but when combined together, they became sentences completely beyond her comprehension. Ansu? It's that Ansu. Morninsta? And the two at the border? How he did it. The saints, too, were astonished and disoriented, and the clamor rose and fell as they kept confirming to their companions that all suspected they had heard wrong. According to Rosen and Alice, weren't those 3 border locations eliminated from the start? The collective has won the resurrection tournament? Even if they win the fight, how did they manage to assassinate without a word? The management of the suffering Tundra was so strict and perfect that they hadn't been able to take a single step in trying to assassinate a second-order tantric for an entire week. What kind of mastery is that? A social assassination is the most silent assassination of all. Nope, they finally realized where the end was. As far as the astral messenger is concerned, that soldier chief is opting out of the initiative. That can only be suicide. Although it was a suicide, it was ruled as a contribution to the 3 border divisions. Could it be that they were so horribly powerful that they scared the agonizing Mithraists into committing suicide, an unrealistic thought that skipped through the minds of some of the saints? The one who couldn't take it the most was Alice. All she could feel was her face as red as fire. How possible? And the thing that made Alice blush the most was that a middle-aged man in the shape of a butler walked into the hall. He first saluted and then slowly said, "My dear Lord Viscount, you are far too boisterous and out of order for nobles. It is better to ask you to return." Because of their consternation at Ansu's first kill, their discussion was so loud that it disturbed the Count, and believing that they were all insolent, he gave orders for their expulsion. Driven away, Alice was finally experiencing a hint of her cousin's feelings. What's all this stuff? With the socialization and eloquence of a lowly nobleman, it is even the head soldier who can be persuaded to die. John Saints, whom she had just mocked, clapped his hands together and showed a look of realization. Is it too late for me to defect to Ansu? Chapter 74. Assyria says he has no opinion. The town of Sidon is a remote town adjacent to the sea, which has been plundered by the suffering tantric cult for many years, and the population of the town has been reduced to less than 1 in 10. Lonely autumn light covered the dilapidated old streets, withered leaves rotting in the sewers along with dead rats, and the doors of the houses closed. It's reasonable to say that this town can't pull in many strong men, and it can't squeeze much out of them. Nonetheless, the Rosen Knights had put together a squad of about 100 men. With his innate talent for leadership and charisma, as well as his status as a knight commander of the Holy See, he managed to convince the local consul after a passionate speech. On the local church side, another 10 or so native second-order saints were recruited. If things go well on Alice's end, they'll be able to pull out a team of nearly 100 second-order saints, and with 100 civilian soldiers as cover, they'll have enough strength to call the shots with the Mithraists. Even against that 4th-ranked army chief, they had a good chance of winning. As for the cost of casualties to the local soldiers, this was not a consideration for the Order Knights. It's just a Narama world. It's an event-specific point. It has nothing to do with them. As long as the glory of the Order can be defended, train up this improvised team and hone them for half a month, and they'll be able to attack head-on. Rosen was in quite a good mood today, a perfect, elegant smile hanging at the corners of his mouth the whole time, until he heard the voice of the astral messenger. First kill, Serpent of Pain. Rosen narrowed his eyes slightly and the fact that Ansu had come to this world kinda surprised him. He also got his first kill. Rosen subconsciously gripped the hilt of his sword with a slight force, though I don't know where they're hiding, and how. But just killing a second-ranked soldier chief wasn't enough to make Rosen lose his comportment. As a quasi-third-ranked knight, the new generation of the Order, his only purpose was to hunt the legionaries of this world. These are the kinds of world battles where expelling the invaders is just the most basic task. It ensures that the world is not taken away from them. Mission 3. Assassinate the legionary of the secret cult of pain. It is the ultimate task of this second order world, but no saint has ever been able to accomplish it. After all, a world of the second order but crusading against an enemy of the fourth order was simply a pipe dream, but Rosen was confident that he could do it. He was convinced he could accomplish the feat. With his trust and friendship with his teammates, it will surely be able to reclaim the recognition of the God of Order. The district Ansu will not be enough to worry about. He himself will surely crush the Mizrahi, the starburst of order. Promulgate the law. It was now 1 o'clock noon, the time for the daily 15 minutes of free time. Ansu had a calm smile on his lips. It was time to do his daily routine again today, and after quickly resolving his personal issues with Lister and Arthur, he directly enacted the law, and the invisible law instantly enveloped the entire lavatory. Open defecation is prohibited here. As a New Age standard-bearer of civilization, Ansu naturally couldn't tolerate the act of urinating and defecating in public areas, and he had to sternly supervise the mikvahs and correct their wrongful behavior. No trash in the garbage can, no people in the bed, no water in the sink, and naturally no public urination or defecation in the lavatory. These are the very basic qualities of being a new century student, and these otherworldly barbarians have a lot to learn. With the enactment of the law, the whole lavatory resounded with a rising and falling wail. The only thing worse than constipation is constipation for 2 days in a row. Under the pressure of continuous high-pressure study, their mentality was already shaky, and now that they had continuously encountered such painful things, many of the mimics were going crazy. The most painful part is not the constipation, but the sudden lack of inspiration halfway through the process. I heard that Assyrius, this morning, committed suicide because of constipation. When Ansu pushed open the door with a fresh face and stepped out, he could see one bitter face after another. What's more interesting is that some of the mikvahs came out of the lavatory with ugly faces, and proceeded to, gradually out of the order of the starlight coverage, then immediately feel the stomach in the river, only to feel an instant burst of inspiration, and hastily rushed back at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. But as soon as the door was pushed open, that inspiration faded as quickly as the tide, leaving an endless emptiness and loneliness. This odd sense of inches stopping was going to drive them crazy. Is there something wrong with them, or is there something wrong with this lavatory? Ansu observed their expressions that were gradually twisting from the pain and thought that it was really quite interesting. His fresh, clean smile was a stark contrast to the mikvahs around him. Using the well-earned holy relic amulet of the goddess adds one more use to the starburst of order. There's another open time tonight, so keep up the daily tasks. For the next few days, Ansu's life was fairly regular, running morning exercises in the early morning, learning the theoretical knowledge of agonizing mystics during the day, and practical training in the afternoon and evening. These intense studies have benefited Ansu. First he learns a beginner's spell from the Tantra of Pain. The Bloodshot. Auxiliary magic. Consumption of magic points 2, formerly 4. You can temporarily transfer the wound to your own shadow for 3 minutes, and if the enemy who inflicted the damage dies during that time, you can transfer the wound to the enemy's corpse a second time. Again, the instructor learned a beginning battle ash. Blood flowing. Auxiliary war gray. Consumption of magic points 1, formerly 2. You can add a bleeding effect to an attack, causing blood to flow from the attacked area for 10 minutes. All very useful skills. Other than that, his daily activity was to prohibit the mikvahs from urinating and defecating in the open. Once in the morning and once in the evening, the naked eye, tortured for days on end. The vast majority of the mikvahs looked horribly miserable. Now they had determined that it was the lavatory that was the problem. Someone's up to something. Again, under the deliberate distortion and promotion of a certain few standard bearers of civilization. Gradually a religious legend's snake in the lavatory pit was spawned and quickly circulated amongst the freshmen, of course. This was only believed by some of the freshmen for the time being. This lavatory is cursed. Not long ago, a senior called Assyria Hughes, who killed himself in the washroom due to years of painful constipation, turned into a snake-like ghost after his death and lurked in the pit, his cold, malicious eyes staring upwards, every day at noon and midnight. It with its male words curses every normal and good Mithraist equally, and makes them suffer agonizing pains to satisfy his evil and twisted soul. Transcendental world. This is very likely to happen. So all this bad stuff is the work of the man called Assyria. Shushoos. It has nothing to do with Ansu, the standard bearer of civilization. Assyria was fine with it anyway. After the constant publicity of the good brother of the secret doctrine, Chief Soldier Sharp, the fame of Assyria after his death grew louder and louder. As the saying goes, to win the name of the body before the body and the life after the body. I'm sure he would be pleased and proud of this far away in reality. Chapter 75 Operation Civilized Pacesetter. Regarding the mystery and curse that surrounded the lavatory, a dozen or so misters joined together to report it to the organization, and the matter even grew to the head of the Legion. Between that and the fact that the head of the Legion sent a third-order instructor to investigate the matter, to find out if there was a curse or not, but it turned out to be a shame. The instructor had neither investigated any traces of a curse, nor found any traces of an odd ghost such as the snake in the lavatory pit, and he even carried a magical tool that specialized in detecting traces of magic to see if it was the effect of magic, is not the means of the orthodox. Nothing was found. There was no sign of spell casting at all. Beyond that, it would have to be a divinely bestowed title that's up to no good. But what god would bestow a title whose effect would be to make people constipated? The god of toilets. The instructor scoffed at this. Seeing that the instructor was unimpressed by this, the cornered mikvahs strongly urged the Lord Instructor to experience it himself in the lavatory to get a feel for the treachery. But the findings are obvious. Ansu's starburst of order. There's a restriction required that it can only take effect on beings whose class is not higher than Ansu's. Ansu is second order, while the instructor at the dry school is third order. When the instructor emerged from the cubicle with a fresh face, the congregants present despaired. Constipation due to less homework, that's what the instructor reported up as his findings. Quite scientific and up-to-date. So the legionnaire gave the solution with a broad stroke of his pen. Delaying the mikvahs breaks back an hour and doubling the daily assignments effectively solved the mikvah's constipation dilemma. The schoolboys didn't have time to go to the lavatory. Actually, Pain Tantra doesn't care about these things. Rather, the more the believers suffer, the better. The more suffering one draws, the stronger the Tantra becomes. And it even involves a promotion test for the head of the Legion. To the head of the Legion of Pain, the vast majority of the faithful, with the exception of a handful of top students, are little more than tantric sustenance. Wouldn't even care too much if they were dead or alive. It's just the weak that get weeded out. The legionnaire would no longer concern himself with such trifles. He was now concerned with one great thing. That would be his promotion. He himself had come to gild the lily, had been in this small town of Sedan for years, and now was only a chisel away, only a credit away from. He'll be able to get out of this remote and backward backline, something that is well known. And with all those saints recently active in the town of Sedan, it's the legionnaire's chance to do just that. In action at the top. This went on for another day or two in a row, and apart from a surge in the number of leaky, shameful, sullen factions, the tortured and delirious mikvahs were finally giving up on the lavatory. At this moment in time, there are exactly 2 weeks left before the exams, but once people are pushed to the extreme, they often bottom out and do things they normally wouldn't be able to do in order to survive, as if they had reached some extreme point of pain. The mikvahs gradually return to normal. Their essence is slowly coming back. Boss Ansu, our plan seems to have failed. Obviously everything is going well. In a secluded corner, the obscure and gloomy autumn light reflected on Arthur's face as he said with a slightly hard look on his face, "Somehow, they're all right." It was a dusky afternoon, the sun slowly melting into the silent hills, and in the shadowy corner at the end of the dormitory, a secretive meeting was taking place. In my humble professional judgment, Lester calmly pushed his glasses. He is a seasoned veteran now, with some unique insights of his own, only to see him inscrutable and blandly said, "They should have gone out into the field to settle it." "So it is." Arthur gave a look of dawning realization that since there was someone in the lavatory who was up to no good, it was just as well to go out into the wilds of the dry school and fix it. The mikvahs are not cuties either. Seeing that the exam is approaching soon and the competitor's mental state is gradually recovering, Arthur feels quite tricky now. He shifted his gaze to Ansu in the corner. "Boss Ansu, the civilization standard bearer operation failed. What should we do?" Pacemaker of civilization is the name Ansu gave to this operation. The night slowly quadrupled, the temperature gradually lowered. Ansu's pale green eyes were particularly dazzling in the dark night. "It didn't fail." He broke into a smile. "It's just that the Pacesetters of Civilization initiative has reached its second phase." Second stage? Lister's heart condensed. He was quite familiar with this smile of Ansu's. Every time he smiled like this, he was able to breed the most elegant and noble plan, and this plan could only be carried out by the most enlightened nobles. Assassination. Ansu gazed at Lister. "We had discussed assassinating off the misters one by one, but that plan was nixed for us. Brother Lister, can you tell me why?" "The main part of the dry school is full of demonized surveillance, and the misters are in groups, so there's no way to get at them," Lister blurted out. But soon, he realized something. "You mean Dash? If you were to go outside to take care of your personal hygiene," Ansu said calmly, "would you choose to do it in a place that was monitored by a magic eye, openly and honestly? As far as being a noble aristocrat is concerned, I have this realization, but if it's an ordinary person, there isn't such a strong spirit, right?" With a push of his glasses, Lister had realized the implication of Ansu's words, and he had vaguely detected a slight tremor of excitement in his shoulders at that noble and elegant plan. "Not to mention, this is against the school rules if detected by the magic eye. It's going to get your fingers chopped off." And Su's mouth corner smile more and more clean and transparent, like the afternoon autumn light sunset dusk that bright. He said softly, "Yeah, they wouldn't have chosen a place with surveillance. It would have to be in the back of the dry school, where there's no magic eye, no surveillance, and the middle of nowhere. So do they go out into the wilderness in groups to solve their personal problems?" Ansu's eyes went to Arthur. "It can only be decentralized," Arthur said slowly. "It's quite common to go to the bathroom in a group, but the group to pull wild history. No compartments, no cover. Normal people will not be so dry. Even if you want to go in a group, will only be dispersed into 2 or 3 die-hard members of the composition of the small group. There will not be a large-scale wild history team. Now then." They scattered and took the initiative to head to the deserted, still unmonitored backcountry of the demon eyes. The smile at the corner of Ansu's mouth grew purer and purer, and the cool moonlight covered his delicate face. Wouldn't that be the perfect time for us to assassinate?" Arthur and Lister exhaled slowly, and in their hearts they couldn't help but feel that they were worthy of being our Ansu boss. Who could come up with such an elegant ploy? A man's most vulnerable moment, the moment he is most likely to be attacked by a sneak attack, is when he takes off his pants and squats to use the toilet. This is Ansu's Pacesetter of Civilization initiative. Chapter 76. The third step of the operation. The opening of the offering. Dusk, the setting sun pours over 10,000 mountains. There were a couple of back hills in the Agony Tundra, not too far from the dormitory building, a minute or two away if you were quick on your feet. Even though it's under the jurisdiction of the Tantric Church, no congregation usually comes to it. It was late autumn. The mountain paths were thickly littered with birch leaves. The twilight was slowly creeping in all directions. The hues of dusk were turning to obscurity, and the jungle was awfully quiet. Soldier leader of Squad 4, Fadiri walked silently through the silent jungle, his footsteps making a crisp sound on the leaves of the dead trees. He had to be careful. At the same time, the movement must be quick. Gotta rush to finish solving personal problems before the end of the free-for-all. It had been endured for days, and he just couldn't hold out any longer. Fadiri didn't carry an entourage, and there was no need to carry an entourage to settle such a private matter. If people looked at it, it would still affect the image of his soldier leader. Fadili has always believed that so-called suffering is molded by a reputation for terror, and in the past few years he has killed people for no reason, including the abuse of children and women, all to create an image of his terror. Terror can then bring pain. Fadili sought out a secluded hillside, matted with a thick layer of dead leaves, a feng shui spot best suited for private business, and with a lightening of his eyes, the soldier chief stepped lightly to cover the slope and crouched down. He wasn't an idiot like Assyria. but Dealey was well prepared, at least with tissues. Faridi had long since pressed on. He had been holding back since his afternoon classes. His sanity had been completely filled with desire, and this primal urge had gradually sapped his willpower and judgment. Even the most powerful and evil mikveh is as pure white and vulnerable as a baby at this moment. This is also the moment when a man's nerves are most relaxed. So, at this moment, Faridi didn't notice that there were three bizarre black shadows slowly approaching him. It's the trio of civilization standard bearers, and thanks to the sneaky assassination skills I learned from the Legionnaire, at this very moment, it's a practice session. Those three black shadows lowered their breathing, minimizing the sound of their hearts beating together, and Arthur even made a newly learned group breath-shielding battle ash, Shadow of Death. Ansu always felt that he had brought this guy's painting style more and more crooked. In the original, this guy could become a glorious holy son, but Ansu felt that it was not a big problem, as long as he became the holy pope of the Illuminati, and then recognized Arthur as his godson. In a way, he could also be counted as the holy son of the Illuminati. The setting sun had fallen completely into the grave of the mountains. At the moment, Faridi was still reveling in the pleasure of his release. His eyes slightly narrowed and he was humming something under his breath. Watching Faridi's back, the black shadow in the lead softly chanted "Do it," only to see the left out of a figure. It is Arthur Sonny. He carried a metal staff in his hand. Straight to the sky of Faridi smashed. Sonny, his hand left a metal staff. Straight to the sky cover of Faridi smashed. Powerful. Even the air was cut out of the whistling sound. Faridi gave a muffled grunt, and only felt his head spinning, but he was at least a soldier's commander, and did not faint on the spot, and was about to utter a cry that another figure was seen scurrying out to the right, none other than Lister, who gagged a white with yellow fabric over Faridi's mouth, and the latter only felt an upward rush of odors to his brain and straight to his soul. His consciousness then drifted into a daze, and with another powerful blow from Arthur, he was no longer able to resist. Who's sneaking up on me? Before his consciousness faded completely, he looked in death to his sneak attackers, and in the cool moonlight stood Herculeanly three men. Agony Heartbreaker, Agony Falcon, Agony Hound. They were even staring at themselves with a sardonic smile. Where's the birth? How dare you sneak up on someone while they're on the toilet? Faridi had never been so terrified, and he was now surrounded by three men while he was still naked on his ass cheeks. The bleak night wind blew by and it had never been colder. He just felt like he had become a child shivering in the cold. He moved back a few inches, his eyes filled with fear, his mouth only able to spit out a few words in a blur. You guys, don't, come here. You guys, who the hell are you guys? Sir, we are the Civilization Pacemaker Squad. Ansu was courteous. He flashed a clean smile at Faridi, to correct all uncivilized behavior. Is it civilized to hit someone with a staff? Faridi growled in his mind, only to see Ansu throw a sharp kick at his head. All he felt was a sweetness in his throat, a mouthful of hot air rushing upwards, and he passed out completely. Looking at the planted Faridi, Arthur rather solemnly sheathed his staff and grunted softly, his handsome face full of solemnity. What a divine duel. He felt more and more like a paladin. The ancestors of the sun, too, will surely be proud of him. First prey of the day now. Lister pushed his glasses. Brother Ansu, is it all right for you to be here? Don't you need to guard the lavatory side? Just give the law order. I personally don't need to be there all the time. Ansu dried the blood on her boots with a tissue. I'm here for something more important that I have to deal with alone. What? Lester asked. Dispose of the body traces. Ansu replied, as the guys who regularly kill people know, it's easy to kill and hard to dispose of. Lister wore a dazed expression. Indeed, if a mistake is made in handling the traces, then sooner or later they will be exposed. But whoever is responsible for disposing of the body takes the greatest risk of exposure. And Ansu was surprisingly willing to take the blame. Lister looked at the man in front of him with a gaze of admiration. It was worthy of being a good teammate that even he, Lister, admired. Not only was he able to come up with such elegant and great plans, but he even had a self-sacrificing team spirit. He decided to follow Ansu all the way from now on. As long as one followed him, one's noble path would definitely be able to be further refined. All in all, we'll all split up and go hunting later. Ansu could probably guess what Lister was brainstorming about, and he was teammate enough to say, just knock the guy out and leave it to me. I'll take care of the rest. No need to get everyone's hands dirty. Yes, Lester and Arthur nodded in unison as they were moved. Once the two had packed up and left, Ansu turned her head to look at Faridi, who had only half a breath left. Okay, let's begin the third step of the Pace Setters of Civilization program. Ansu removed the backpack from his shoulder and said in his heart, Step 3 of the Civilization Pace Setter program. Directly open the offering. The materials for the altar he had prepared long ago. The dry school for the study of Tantra has all kinds of material. Skulls, human skins, and the like are the most common things found in schools, random things for students to take and use. The cool moonlight spilled down, and Ansu's mouth held a smile. Open offering? What agonists? What luminaries! Ansu has been the most devout devotee of the mother goddess of life since ancient times. Both dispose of the body perfectly and reap the benefits. Today was another win-win day for Ansu. Chapter 77 Ansu, I will uncover the person behind this. Mother goddess of desire and the moon, great mother of life, eternal motherhood above the spirit world. This is the hymn of the most sincere man. This is the feast of spirit and soul. This is the delicacy of blood and flesh. Your devout devotee Ansu. Morninsta offers the gift of consecrating the agonizing heresy above the altar to you. You are invited to dine with me. The flesh and blood quickly engulfed the soldier chief's body, expanding and expanding, finally reaching the breaking point and exploding into. Fadili was reduced to a puddle of blood, and when the breeze passed over it, it dissolved with the twilight into the end of the twilight, never leaving the slightest trace. Killed, remaining second order Smiths 58/60. Eye of Pain, Squad Leader, Warlock Fadiri, second level, Death of Cheyenne, contributed by Ansel Morninsta, 50%, Arthur Morninsta, 50%, Morningside, 50%, Arthur Sonnen, 25%, Lester Sonnen, 25%, Sunny, 25%, Lester Moon, 25%, Lester Moon, 25%. Ansu scores 1 point, 6 points in total, and is in first place. Lester scored 0, 5 points, totaling 4, 5 points for second place. Arthur scored 0, 5 points, total 1, 5 points, ranked third. Ansu got cool in Narama, while only blessed by the mother goddess of life. But as soon as this world is over, and you return to the Church of Light to pray to the goddess of light, then the mikvahs he offered away in the Nayad world would again be transformed into a blessing from the goddess. The more you offer here, the more rewards you get when you get out. Maybe, after going out, he would be able to break through to the third rank in one breath. The third and second orders are another huge watershed now, able to use the vast majority of mid-ranked magic. It was important to know that even the little holy maiden Luojia had only recently reached the third rank, and she was even a year older than Ansu. Step it up. Ansu gave a sunny smile. Keep hunting these mikvahs. The next day, the Tantra of Pain had a 15-minute activity period once in the morning and once in the middle of the day, and since the lavatory had been cursed, the congregants were slowly choosing to settle for the field. So, there are 2 hunts a day. All 3 of them hunted in a rather bizarre pattern. The target of the hunt was determined first, based on the color of the faces of the congregants. Those with red faces, bloodshot eyes and yellowish complexions are generally at the edge of their patience, and are the best ones to start with. Lester was cool with it too. The time has finally arrived to play his professional role. This is the moment when the noble soul shines. As a pain hound lister, who had been defecating in the wild, he had long been familiar with the topographical structure of the various wildernesses, and was familiar with the various feng shui sites of the academy, where the prey is best gathered, where there are pungent odors, and where there is the scent of prey. Lister can understand at the first sniff. The 3 of them first picked out their targets individually. The prey are blinded by intense primal desires as soon as class is over, and as soon as it's time for free time, they're running wildly toward the field at a 100-meter sprint. They will ignore the dangers around them, not even realizing that they will be followed by demented men along the way. The civilization standard bearer will then have to start getting down to business. For that matter, Arthur was cool with it. He took what he learned in class and put it to good use against his classmates, even as his craft became more and more skillful and proficient. Usually it starts with a mace knockout and a muffled mouth to keep from making a sound, trying not to use magic, so as not to leave a trail of, then carry them uniformly to Boss Ansu for processing. Arthur only felt that he had truly become a great knight of the holy light, and that it was a rewarding and proud feat to go around hunting down evil religious people and putting a stop to their foul and depraved behavior. Sure enough, the family was wrong to make him learn magic. A real man should learn battle skills in a dignified manner, but it was Ansu who had the most fun. He searched for a cave, temporarily built a small altar, and every day he waited for Arthur and Lister to come to the door carrying offerings, and then recited the benediction, and gave them all to the mother goddess of life, a set of processes that were silky smooth and flowing. Kill, 57/60. Kill, 56/60. There has been no shortage of offerings at all in recent days, and a cool cycle has developed. Lavatory legislation. The mikvahs were suffocated to the point of death and went out into the field to settle for being sacrificed, not going to the wilderness. The lavatory made law, and the mikvahs were suffocated to death, and eventually couldn't suffocate enough to go to the wilderness. All this Ansu is doing is for the sake of the civility of the campus. There is even a trend towards industrialization. We have seized the focus of civilized campuses, deepened the underlying logic of dedication, and built the most qualified civilized campuses by implementing policies such as 1 dedication, 1 knockout, and 1 legislation. and by implementing an industrial model of civilization based on the law of open defecation is prohibited in this place. Another dusk. Another person has gone missing. The mikvahs have been in an uproar lately. In just one short week, a full 15 mikvahs have already disappeared. It's completely unknown. The back of the mountain seemed to have a strange magic power, able to attract the followers to keep falling into the abyss, and the upper echelons of the secret doctrine had investigated the matter. But in the end, they were unable to find out anything. The back of the mountain was just too big, because every month there is always a tantric who can't take the pressure and commits suicide. A congregation that has been painfully weeded out has no value for continued cultivation. Among the congregation, with the shadow of these deaths, the once forgotten legend was brought up again. Snake in lavatory pit. Assyria, who had once died in vain in the lavatory, had reached the maximum of his resentment, and no longer satisfied with wreaking havoc in the small lavatory, he directly expanded his sight to the mountains and forests. Anyone who has violated the taboos and dared to pull the wild card without authorization will be devoured by the serpent of pain. The faithful are now in a trilemma. If you don't go to the field, you will suffocate. If you settle on campus against the school rules, you will die outright. If you go to the field, you may be devoured. It's already phallic. After enduring not going to the field for several days in a row, their vitality rapidly declined, and their faces showed vegetable color. In this most perilous and darkest of moments, a hero has finally stepped forward. It's all someone's fault, the magnate said. In this most perilous time, we should unite, leading the congregation to cast off their shame and abandon their preconceptions. He proposed the formation of a collective squad called the Field Mutual Aid Brigade to help each other out, and also arranged for specialists to patrol the back of the mountain in the hope of catching the person behind the scenes. At the same time, it's important to report your respective positions to each other and share intelligence, and it is natural that the leadership of the brigade should be held by the most prestigious and painfully secretive being. That is the leader of the three main schools of the dry school. Ansu, the pained beloved who proposed the plan, was, in spite of many excuses, the commander-in-chief. In the midst of a crowd of the Pain Dog, Lester is in charge of the daily ground patrols and liaison. Pain Falcon and Arthur is in charge of the various squads in the same association. With the bond and friendship between us, we will be able to get through these dark times. On the first day of his inauguration, Ansu emphasized this. Uncover the sinister villain behind this. Chapter 78. Ansu, Divine Chosen. Since Ansu assumed the role of commander-in-chief and put Lister and Arthur in charge of patrolling security, they have worked hard and paid hard, and in just 3 days, the number of disappearances among the faithful then dropped significantly. The congregants actively cooperated by reporting their trips daily, releasing them in established areas, and strictly following the flow of the schedule. Effective governance was achieved. The hanging hearts of the mikvahs slowly fell. The crowd was also becoming more and more critical of Ansu, or rather, soldier leader Sharp, more convinced that Ansu, Morninsta, was the chosen one of the gods of pain, the one who would guide them on their path. Likewise, they believe that with their bond and friendship with each other, they will finally overcome the terrible and horrible curse and usher in a new future. For a moment, the prestige of the three Ansu men was at its peak among the congregation. By the 4th day, very few misters had disappeared. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around, and there are quite a few high-minded mikvahs who have quite a problem with Ansu. Who is he to lead us? It's just luck, and so on and so forth. On the 5th day, Ansu led Lester, and Arthur volunteered to resign. He states that he does not want to control everyone's behavior, much less the minds of his peers, and that he just wants to be a regular churchgoer. Ansu comes across as very affectionate. At this time, see the form gradually good. There are also some of the misters are not willing to accept the control of Ansu. Born free, they will cancel the collective control plan. Cancelled the first few days is fine, but to the 3rd day, the situation instantly began to counterattack. Kill 40/60ths, kill 39/60ths. In just 2 days, a full 5 mikvahs have disappeared. The mikvahs were again plunged into days of hourly fear, and every move was made with trepidation, and often the mikvahs were afraid to go out and only dared to settle on the school grounds, and even had their limbs cut off for violating the rules of the. That's when the congregation came back to chanting Ansu's favor. The hanging congregation asked Ansu to come out again, and the opposition all fell on their knees at the door of his 3 chambers, and Changmen Lishuak asked them to return. Master Ansu, we don't obey anyone but you. The 3 main factions of fanaticism had swept through half of the dry school by now. The painful hedonistic alphabet faction, the naked non-tongue excitement faction, and the holding peeing and shameful sultry faction, and the devotees of each faction cheered on the floor. General Arthur, we love you dearly. Coronation Lister, please lead us in piss once more. Again, Ansu excused himself, and only then did he say that he would listen to the people among their cries. It was also at this time that Ansu issued his famous declaration of release from freedom. In the crowed podium, a short 15 minutes, Ansu in uniform on the stage, his waist straight, pale green eyes as if flashing light. His every move carries its own attraction. The surrounding militarists are silent, all hold their breath, do not dare to speak loudly. In 14 days, we've lost 15 of our brothers. Ansu's voice was low and magnetic, and in the last 2 days, it's been 5. More than the previous week combined, a shocking number. It is clear that this battle with the enemy is one we have lost. For a moment, the entire playground congregation fell silent. The suffering they have endured these past 2 weeks is something only they know best in their own hearts. The higher-ups of the secret sect were high and mighty and did not treat them as human beings, and even more so, they wished for them to suffer as much as possible. No one can understand them. Regrettably, Ansu said slowly, his voice low with deep sadness. His eyes seemed to glisten with tears. We don't know who the enemy is. We don't know where the enemy comes from. He could be a curse. He could be an undercover agent of the Orthodox Church. He is vile and cunning. But Ansu's eyes passed from congregation to congregation, meeting each with a glance, and he paused, and the slightly compassionate eyes grew steadfast as, in spite of all this, we will never surrender. We will never give in. We will release to the end. Ansu's tone was instantly agitated, his voice growing more staccato and his limbs moving more vigorously as he waved his left hand and, we're going to unleash with high poo and gushing power. We're going for release in the mountains. We're going up to release in Sudan. We will go to release in the fields and streets. We will go to release in the mountains. We will never surrender. The mikvets under the stage listened to this impassioned speech of Ansu's, and although the content of the speech was ghostly, they, who had already been brought into the mood, cheered wildly along with it, and they raised their arms high, letting that primal impulse sweep through their brains. When necessary, fight a protracted war. Ansu walked briskly to the front of the podium and continued his rousing speech. Lone warrior, if necessary, fight the long battle, hold it hard. If necessary, go it alone, hold it hard all by yourself. I have a dream that all of us, first order or second order. Ansu's tone even gradually turned lyrical, his eyes glistening with tears. All the children of the mother goddess of pain can be released together as brothers and sisters in love under the light of the Nayad sun. Like brothers they were sacrificed together by him. After Ansu had finished his last sentence, he stopped speaking and he hung his head low and fell into a long silence, except for the ethereal ringing of the bell for the end of the free-for-all. And when that bell rang, all the congregants would go back to their dormitories, and all would go back to that never-ending torment. And that's the reality, their tragic and poignant reality. Dead silence enveloped the playground and a long silence fell over the crowd. You've attracted the attention of the mother goddess of pain. Ansu's ears suddenly rang with the taut voice of the astral emissary. Everyone could feel it, that great and vast line of sight dropping down with unnameable terror and even some affectionate fondness, landing on Ansu's silent and quiet back. There was a sudden burst of applause. At first it was just scattered applause, but eventually it grew and grew, gradually converging into a thunderous roar, as the mikvets cheered wildly and cried out in unison, for freedom, never surrender, we will free to the end. Ansu, God's chosen. Ansu, God's chosen. Ansu, God's chosen. Never surrender. That future Ansu described was so beautiful that it was enough to make them fly into a flame, in combination with the watchful eye of the mother goddess of pain, backhandedly brainwashing the misters. In the background, Lester and Arthur listened to the tears, not realizing that boss Ansu was so great. They were boiling blood, and even thought of contributing to the great cause of the painful tantra. Ansu came down backstage at a brisk pace, first taking off his hat, and bidding Lister and Arthur to step it up, organize a pro-guard. Now whoever opposes us has fallen into righteous orthodoxy. And Sue had a calm smile at the corner of his mouth. Anyone who has an opinion, brand him as an undercover agent sent by the Holy See, then drag him to the back of the mountain and hand him over to me to be disposed of. The population of the misters, it's just too much. The teenager's smile was clean and simple. Arthur and Lester? Chapter 79, the day of the decision is coming. 1 week later, the sun was dropping over the mountains, and dusk was turning the sky blood red as rolling clouds of fire spread out flat. Obscure daylight, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, covered the Legionnaire's study, gilding everything around him. A peak fourth-ranked warrior, Angelo Xavier, was currently leaning back in his human leather chair, flipping through the documents in his hands. His mind was now on how to annihilate the saints outside the town. Just one merit badge away from being transferred out of this isolated town and promoted to the front lines. So he didn't pay too much attention to what happened in the dry school recently. To him who was about to reach the level of a saint, the religious were just a number. When this batch dies out, a new batch can be replenished at any time. And I'm leaving soon. As long as they don't rebel, they can make as much noise as they want. The congregation is also much quieter these days thanks to someone's stewardship. But even if there is a rebellion, just kill them all. Just then, there was a soft knock on the door of the room. Come in. Angelo frowned slightly. Creak as the doorway was pushed open. A young man walked in with a calm gait, dressed in a dark-colored military uniform, wearing a skull and crossbones medal symbolizing instructor on his left chest, his waist and back straight, and his long military boots stepped on the floor with a crisp sound. The pale green eyes under the military cap were sharp and piercing, like stars in the night. Ansu, Morninsta. Angelo slowly pronounced Ansu's name, and the unique pressure of the superior instantly pressed down on Ansu's shoulders, and an obscure and terrifying aura rose up, on the verge of stagnating into the most evil entity. Looks like you're already an instructor. Ansu passed yesterday's monthly test with the first place, and according to the previous practice, the outstanding students were able to be promoted to the rank of military and stayed in the school to teach. Ansu, whose reputation among the students had already peaked, was smoothly promoted to instructor. Of course, the main reason why Ansu was in first place is that the pricks who could compete with him have been disposed of by being branded as opposition, and the progressive congregants who remain, who have the guts to compete with the leaders. Angelo was no cutie pie. Ansu had been backstabbing all those shady tactics all week that the Legionnaire could more or less see. That's why Angelo thinks more highly of Ansu, because I've been in this gang all the way myself. I was right about this young man. He'd realized a long time ago that this guy was no good. In Suffering Tantra, there is only one truth and only one school rule that is true. Stay alive and climb up, no matter what means you use. As long as you are not detected by the devil's eye, then you can do whatever you want. The Mithraists who were eliminated from the program were losers, and they were doomed to be discarded by the Mithradism when they could not penetrate this hidden layer of school rules. And a big social scum like Ansu is a congenital tantric holybody, born to do this job. What's the matter with you? Angelo raised his eyes. His hawk-like eyes seemed to be able to see through Ansu's entire body. Coronet of the Legionnaire. Ansu replied while observing the man in front of her. It's about the saints in the town of Cedian. The taut muscles at all times. The slightly prostrate body like a cheetah on the hunt. The dagger always carried at the waist. As well as the constant flow of magic power throughout his body. It strongly released a signal that even when he was lying down and reading a book, the Legionnaire had remained in a state of killing. This is the ultimate leader of the Ceden world, the Legionnaire who has not been defeated in all these years, the ultimate mission of the Saints Angelo, Xavier. There were 3 quests in total, and the first 2 Ansu had already completed most of them. Only 20 or so of the 60 Second Order Mystics were left. 200 First Order Mystics had also removed a small half of them, but it's slowly getting into a bottleneck. It's impossible to kill all the Mikvats. And as for the last mission, assassination of the Tantric Legionary, it was an impossible task. In fact, if you are an average player, you can already see the results now. The top 3 are nailed on, but Ansu was an evil player, or a fully accomplished one, and he knew he still had room for improvement. And evil players, naturally, will have evil methods. The war is about to begin. When you become an officer, you have more authority, even being able to leave the dry school for a while. So knowing that the saints were different was normal for the instructor. Ansu took the initiative to mention the saints in the town, and Angelo narrowed his eyes slightly with an interested gaze. What are you trying to say? The Legion leader's aura was at its maximum at this moment. Visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood floated in Ansu's mind, and the whistling and wailing of agony cut into Ansu's ear canals like knives, the latter's lips trembling slightly. The subordinate has been convinced. Ansu let out a slow breath. There is a traitor among us, and I already know his name, the town of Sedan. It's been a month since Rosen went numb. Alice is also numb. All the saints are numb. It started at the beginning of the month and hasn't stopped since, and they've been swiping notifications for almost daily kills, and the contributors will always be the border trio of Ansu, Lister, and Arthur. Kill, 59/60ths. Kill, 25/60ths. On the first day, Alice was able to take solace in the fact that it was just the luck of those 3, and that the first kill of a second-order religious man wasn't that big of a deal. What's more, that second-order devotee still committed suicide and died, and it wasn't Ansu himself who did it. It must just be a petty tactic that doesn't make it to the top. After the first kill, there was no more news of the kill for several days in a row, and Alice was more than sure that Ansu was just playing a small trick. But by the 7th day, something subtle had changed in her mindset. Ansu and the 3 of them killed another soldier leader, and this time, it wasn't the head soldier who killed himself. They killed them with their own hands. That's confusing. For a moment Alice thought she was hallucinating. By the 8th day, at the same time, news of the kill appeared again, but this time it was even more fantastic and absurd. It rang exactly 4 times, twice at noon and twice at night. That's a whole 4 kills at 3 points along the border in one day's time. for Second Order mikvets, and the Saints are still recruiting soldiers, not to mention the Second Order, but even the First Order Mithraists have been hunted. How did Ansu do it? The next 2 weeks, on the other hand, could be described as a complete nightmare. Alice had thought that 4 kills in one day was the pinnacle, not realizing that was just the beginning. First, after settling down for a while, the number of kills went up in a straight line at a certain point, 1 or 2 per day, 3 or 4 per day, 5 or 6 per day, and at the peak, it even amazingly reached double digits per day. It was not just the Second Order mystics they had to kill, even the First Order stragglers were not left behind, and all at the same time. Every day, at noon and in the evening, the sound of Ansu's swipes could then be heard in unison. This is no longer a mere assassination. Also, this has evolved into a graphic killing. What exactly did the 3 branches of that border do in their strongholds? Engage in a purge? Alice couldn't understand it at all, no matter if it was her who couldn't understand it. Even the experienced Order Knight Rosen, who had experienced several Narama worlds, couldn't understand Ansu's operation at all. How the hell did this guy do that? People are getting close to charting out of them. Ansu's score had come to an unprecedented 40, Arthur's 20, and Lister's control to 19, his creed was always third. Keep in mind that this score is still just the kill score, not the total. Having not yet settled the scores for the completion of the mission, and the judging scores of the astral messengers and the gods. With this settlement, Ansu would be pushing right up to a perfect score, at least 95 to start. For a while, there was a lot of panic within the Saints. Luckily, at the critical moment, Order Knight Rosen stabilized the army, and he also gave a speech that could be described as a fervent speech. Ansu just cleared out some stragglers. Not enough to worry about. There's no need to worry too much. Folks, the ultimate victory will be ours in the end. At the end of his speech, he emphasized emphatically that, after a month of hard work, I've managed to hook up with the higher-ups within the dry school. It was a very prestigious and authoritative officer who had been awakened to the fact that he had resolved to renounce the world and was willing to cooperate with the Holy Church. We don't know the exact name of that lord, but all the information he provided was correct. We only know the title of that lord, Agony Belly. Tomorrow, Alice and I will have a secret meeting with that lord. Devotees of the gods, the day of the decisive battle is approaching. We shall prevail. The Saints applauded, worthy of a knight of the order with a great personality, who was able to sensitize the evil officer of pain. That alone is impossible for those vile and lowly border 3 to do. Chapter 80, Agonizing Beloved. What do you think of Ansu as a person? The moon is dark and the wind is high. Thick dark clouds overlap the mountains. The night hangs low. The color of the sky is so dull that it is almost leaden carbon, and the cold, bone-chilling wind depresses the prickly roses on both sides of the mountain road. An abandoned post could be seen faintly between the leaden night and the pale green mountain plains. Rosen subconsciously clenched the hilt of the sword in his hand as he slowly adjusted his breathing and observed the scenery around him. He turned back to Alice, who was following behind, but saw that this high and mighty noble lady, her delicate face was also a little white, and her cat-like eyes were nervously staring at the road in front of her. They were cautious, even nervous. The reason for this is the Lord whom we are about to meet. Suffering Belly. The reputation of the pained heartthrob was vaguely rumored even in the town of Cedian. There are rumors that he is the chosen one of the god of pain, who was watched by the mother goddess at the time of his birth. Some people say he is the man who cuts down snakes. According to the legend, since the back of the Tundra mountain, there was a painful snake blocking the road and wreaking havoc, and the believers suffered a lot, and the chrysanthemum situation was not good, and when that agonized believer cut down the snake and rose up, and from then on the life of the congregation was spilled out, he was embraced by the people, as a matter of God's destiny. But whether these rumors are true or not, they reveal a message that this agonizing heartthrob has terrible tactics. It makes sense that the second in command of such a person would have a rebellious streak. Since the beginning of time, there has been no shortage of mystics who have defected to the Holy Church. Although Rosen had occasional contact with that great man these days, it was mostly just a matter of receiving his letters unilaterally. At first Rosen was skeptical, too, but the information revealed by the agonized believer, after Rosen's check, was then found to be true again, including the composition of the dry school, the changing time of the guards, the distribution of the magic eyes, and a rough map of the stronghold. Everything was recorded. That's why we have this meeting today. It's said to be a meeting, but it's really them trying to figure out how to pull in the pain heartbreakers. Regardless, the progress has been quite welcome, as long as they hooked up with the second in command of the secret sect and asked him to act as an insider. Then breaking the stronghold would be within their reach at that time. They would be able to take more credit than that Ansu monista. The night was getting thicker and thicker, the gray moon tinting everything around it a dull color. After a succession of tests by several proctors, Rosen first let go of the sword strapped to his waist, and Alice removed the staff in her hand, confirming that there were no eavesdropping magical devices on his person before he was allowed to pass. Rosen observed the look on his protégé's face and felt even more the horror of the pained heartthrob. But see these soldiers with yellowish faces, pupils that seem to hide a deep darkness and desire, can't hold it in, slightly bent torsos, muscles all over their bodies are tensed. That's exactly the hunting-like posture, bent over so that they can hold it in a little bit, and deep in their souls, a certain kind of frenzy burns. Long live Boss Ansu. To be able to temper disobedient and agonizing Micas like that lord is truly terrifying. Go inside, the guard said slowly. Rosen and Alice entered the cabin and went up to the second floor, where the dim candlelight dragged the shadows into long strips that swayed in the wind. The moonlight is fading, but the stars are brightening the sky, folding the night into newness. Perhaps on the canvas of night, poorly painted, those stars slipped down, dripping onto the plains of Tsueron and enveloping the narrow cabin. They were finally meeting the agonizing heartthrob. That lord had his back to them at the moment, bathed in starlight. It's very much a pushover. When faced with a pushy target, it is necessary to strike back with the same pushiness. That's something the border bumpkins can't learn. Alice coughed softly. This was the moment to show her perfect social skills. She first gently lifted the hem of her skirt, slightly bent her knees, and gracefully performed a nobleman's etiquette. The honorable coronet, your peace. Her vermilion lips parted lightly, her voice as clear as the cry of a lark, neither flattering nor rusty. You may address me as Alice. Sean, this is Order Knight Rosen, and we are honored to work with you. The agony heartbreaker ignored Alice's greeting, still gazing out at the stars, half of his face shrouded in darkness. Only teammates in the same squad can view each other's identities. Apparently, the faces had been replaced, and neither Rosen nor Alice had been able to recognize Ansu. In the long silence of, the two waited patiently. Finally, it was only then that Ansu slowly said, actually, all along, I have been the most loyal follower of the goddess of light. Your ing farting, Rosen and Alice said in their minds. But since the other party had spoken like this, they could not violate the other party's face, and since he was willing to say such a scene, it meant that this negotiation was very promising. May the goddess always shine on your path, Rosen said in a holy and solemn manner. It is truly a blessing for the Holy See to be able to reap the benefits of such a devout follower as you. If you could do any more small, insignificant things for the Holy Church, Alice went on gracefully, that would naturally be best. What the goddess wants, Ansu said softly. If you can deactivate the Stronghold's defense system at 11:30 tomorrow night. Rosen lifted his eyes and gazed straight at Ansu. That would be the best dedication to the goddess. Ansu didn't reply. Rosen knew what Ansu wanted, and he took out a silver amulet from his waist, with a hidden glow flowing through it. This is a high-level magic tool created by the Order and Alchemy clergy, called Forgiveness of the Law. Rosen was also a bit of a meathead. After all, this thing was indeed a treasure. But give up the child to catch the wolf. Legal clemency, high-ranking magic tools. It can briefly eliminate hatred for 5 minutes. Not bad for a law student. Ansu appreciated the young man's sense of progress. It seems that the goddess is very sincere. I heard that there's a guy named Ansu at your place. He wore a clean smile. What do you guys think of him? Rosen's heart stared, and Alice's heart trembled. Obviously, the pained heartthrob was knocking them down when he said that. Ansu had assassinated too many Micas in the past month to think that there must have been painfully beloved henchmen. This rude frontiersman has offended this lord. This person, Ansu, is despicable and shameless. Alice started cutting instantly, her disgusted expression not even an act, just crass people from the border. As far as being an order knight is concerned, the most detestable thing is a chaotic element. Rosen followed suit and replied, Ansu is clearly a born chaotic person, but he's also from your order, so he's sort of your companion. Ansu smiled and cocked her head. We never identified with him. Then if I ask you to bring him to me, Ansu's smile grew calmer. I'm sure you'd be willing to do the same? Naturally, for the sake of the achievements of all the saints, and even more so for the sake of the collective, it would be perfectly in the order of justice to sacrifice a borderer, the two men said in their hearts. That would be great, Ansu said. Now sign the deed. Each side took out an indenture blessed by God. One of the holy relics obtained. A signature is not required. Instead, with their own spiritual power, they each touch the indenture, leaving traces of their own souls. This is a very high-level covenant and there is no way to break it. The condition on Rosen's side was that Ansu needed to cancel the defense spells of the secret doctrine and receive them from it, and not betray them. Ansu made 2 conditions. If we learn of Ansel Morninsta, and Selmo Morninsta, he must be caught and killed at the first opportunity. 2. Never harm or betray an ally. Ansu smiled, that truly joyful smile from the bottom of his heart, as he stood up and shook hands with the 2 men that, for the sake of our great cause, let's work together in good faith. I believe in the friendship between us. Chapter 81 Reporting to the Ansu God-elect. The next day, the weather was extraordinarily gloomy. A hazy, Dark twilight covered the desolate wilderness, and it seemed as if it were going to rain, and the slightly chilled forest mist was tainted with the deadening air of twilight autumn. Hidden flashes of lightning flashed through the gaps in the clouds. The location of the painful Tantra Dry School is next to the town of Sedan on the left, bordered by mountains on the right, and backed by a large, rolling forest. Between the cover of the trees, eye after eye, dead set on the stronghold below the hill, these uninvited guests were uniformly wrapped in deep black hoods, under which were pure white holy helmets. These were the paladins in the front row. In the rear row of the knights, the acolytes acting as scouts, with their eyes glittering with a clear, cold light, looked down on the strongholds under the hill from a distance. In the last row, there are mages and priests. This entire team was 152nd Order Saints. 11:30 is almost here. According to the schedule provided by Ansu, at 11 o'clock the mikvehs were to go back to their dormitories, and then it was lights out, and the lights in the stronghold went out one after another with the ringing of the bell. Rosen frowned slightly. According to last night's agreement with the pained heartthrob, he should have come to meet the paladin at this very moment. There was an alchemy holy order spell formation set up around the dry school, and it was difficult for them to infiltrate it. With the addition of the magic eye system, which was densely spread throughout the school, there was no way to do a surprise attack. Rosen wasn't worried that the painful heart would violate the covenant. The soul contract book was the highest ranked contract now. As long as the content of the contract was reasonable and established, no one would be able to break it. He studied law, so naturally he understands this. Rumble, another bolt of lightning cut through the clouds, and the sky and earth were suddenly white, illuminating the figures in the distance. Between the mountains and forests, 3 figures stood out. Rosen perked up as the pain heartthrob finally arrived. Those 3 people slowly walked towards them. Thunder flickered between the clouds, reflecting the white and dark faces of those 3 people, who were uniformly dressed in pure black military uniforms with skull-emblazoned military hats, and their long military boots stepped on the puddles, splashing ripples after ripples. Walking through the darkness of the impending downpour, the trio's pace was as light and stylized as a ghost's. The steady footsteps tread in the silence of the mountains and in the hearts of every saint. Everyone was on guard, looking nervous, pain in the heart. Falcon of pain, painful dogs. Now that's what I call professionalism. Rosen marveled in his mind. These 3 are the renowned and famous 3 masters of pain. Boss Ansu, did I rehearse well? Arthur, on the far left of the trio, inquired. The bombastic opening was still conceived by Lester, who thought that being a pushy Mithraist meant giving off a sense of elegance and awesome right from the opening. For this, the 3 of them practiced kicking in the right direction for a small amount of time. You're a bit smooth-turned. Ansu hints at Arthur with a look, who stepped on Despicable Me's foot. The corner of Lister's mouth twitched slightly, but it was hard not to scream out in order to maintain the elegance of a nobleman, regardless of the private details, which were obscured by the heavy rainy night. The 3 of them out on the field did put a lot of psychological pressure on the saints. Your Excellency, your peace. Alice was the first to break the silence as she gently lifted the hem of her skirt. May I ask you to disarm the alchemy spell against the one I want? Ansu interrupted Alice, frowning, his tone low and teasing. Have you brought me? Alice pursed her thin lips. She had hated this borderer in her heart long ago. At this moment, where to find him? Unorganized and undisciplined guy. It's been over a month and there's never been any contact with the church. After making such a big mess and getting in the way of the team's plans, if he still has some face, he should come forward and commit suicide to apologize. Your Excellency, please don't worry, Rosen said calmly. We will always find him. Very well. Ansu nodded slightly as he finally broke into a calm smile, and both Lister and Arthur knew that whenever Brother Ansu smiled like that, he always made a big commotion. Please follow me. He turned around and headed down the mountain, and lightning once again streaked across heaven and earth, reflecting the smile on Ansu's face. Move, order Knight Rosen commanded to his men, and the paladins quickly formed up, shielding the priests behind them as they followed towards the stronghold. At this moment, all the lights in the dry school have gone out. A long silence fell over the entire campus. The surprise attack seems to have worked. When the Holy Horseman stepped through the phalanx, it didn't trigger a defense response, and the magic eye failed to monitor them. The congregants, who were responsible for patrolling the guards, have also long since been transferred. With a lightness of touch, they crossed the fence and stepped on the soil of the interior of that dry school. There was silence all around. Rosen's originally tense heart slowly relaxed. Ansu guided them forward as they first reached a few of the newborn rooms, where sharp blades pierced into the hearts of First Order misters, taking their lives without a word while they slept. Killed. The astral emissary's voice rang in everyone's ears, but this time, the contributors were no longer the 3 damned frontiersmen. Rosen had a smile on all the corners of his mouth. Finally, no need to be stepped on. Of course, no amount of perfect infiltration could kill all the mikvets in their sleep. It was always going to be discovered. It's the hard fight that comes next, Rosen said in his mind. However, they won't worry about it, because they've gotten inside the stronghold. The hardest level has been completed. Death is not scary, because death is also rebirth. The scary part is not getting a single point, and with their current military strength, they had nothing to fear even against the Legion chief. After hunting down a total of nearly 20 First-Order Mithraists, a member of the congregation finally rang the alarm bell. For a moment, the entire stronghold was lit up like day. A few building mikvahs instantly came to their senses, and being professionally trained, they immediately took their daggers out of their sleeves and got out of bed in unison. They were quickly organized into formations and rapidly converged toward the location of the enemy attack, like one dark cloud after another. Luosan looked at the black cloud from afar. The wariness in his heart had reached its peak. The wariness of all the saints was at its peak. That's what he was hoping for. A just and great battle for order. Tonight, Rosen raised his arms and began with an impassioned speech. We shall prevail. We shall gain the lost order. We shall prevail. We shall prevail. At this time, Ansu softly said, it's almost time. At the same time, 3 other special parties, bursting in from 3, though they wore black uniforms, the insignia on their caps was different from the other mikvahs, with patterns made of the sun, moon, and stars, respectively. Rosen had seen the team last night, the very same personal guard created by the Agony Heart. They follow the Agony trio as if brainwashed and fanatical. It's worthy of that lord. He gazed at Ansu, but saw that the latter still had a smile at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were as bright as stars in the dark night. With the help of such a powerful inner circle, why worry about annihilating the painful tantric sect in one fell swoop? However, they saw these personal guards stop in unison, and after they stood upright, they neatly saluted those 3, with a certain fervor in their gazes. The voices are neatly harmonized, echoing in the silence of the night sky. Report to the Ansu God-chosen. Report to the Ansu God-chosen. Testimonials. Hi everyone, I'm Metal Rainbows, a starting point newcomer. Despite being a newcomer to starting point, it's true that Raindrop isn't a newcomer to writing novels anymore. So maybe it counts? The last time I wrote a book was about a year ago. It's natural to make a lot of mistakes and many oversights when you're back to coding after such a long time, and I'm thankful that you're able to tolerate the raindrops. This book is the first book I wrote when I first came to the starting point. The first time I came to the starting point, there are a lot of things I do not understand, but the raindrops are very lucky. This way, received many friendly help. First of all, I'd like to thank my editor Kanan. It's really a special thank you for inspiring me along the way and giving me so much support to keep me on my toes. There are so many things to be thankful for, so I'll just pick one of them. There was one thing that struck me. When I opened the book, I was delayed a full week in signing because my cell phone number couldn't be real. And while I was harassed every day of that week with all sorts of stupid questions, Boss Kanan has been nothing but patient. He didn't get impatient with me for being a newcomer and was always friendly. At that time, Boss Kanan didn't know about my old book. Eventually, the book was able to get signed on in time for New Year's Eve on an emergency basis. Kanan is a good editor who is patient and friendly to all newcomers. That was my first impression of him. It's safe to say that without Boss Kanan's help, this book might not have met up with you all. I'd also like to thank my operations team and especially Abai. Bai is a responsible operation officer. As a newcomer to starting point, there are a lot of things I don't know. Bai taught me to send egg chapters, told me the rules of the new book list, helped me manage my books, patiently and carefully analyzed the data with me every day, and encouraged me when the data fell. All in all, thank you very much. And last but not least, I'd like to thank all the big guys who helped me out, and my good buddy, Yuki. Thanks to Puff, Kindergarten Hand, Whitest Crow, What's the Point of Love, Clear Spring Rings, No Prayer for 10 Strings, and Quiet Cupping for their help. The book is now 200,000 words, and it's time for it to hit the shelves. Today at 11:50, Raindrop will release the shelving chapter. 5 chapters in total. This book is honored to have secured a first-order campaign from starting point on the back of a pretty good previous catch-up read. Readers who are first subscribers will receive a customized avatar frame for the book, and after casting a monthly vote, they will also be entered into a drawing for the event. At 11:50, we'll see you there. Chapter 82, Saints, Sweating It Out. Report to the Ansu God-chosen. Rosen had been an Order Knight for so many years, and had raided quite a few Naiad worlds. What bizarre scene hadn't he seen? It's a scene he really hasn't seen before. Not only had he not seen it, but all the saints were confused. Ansu, chosen by God. Coverage? It was a series of words that individually taken apart he could understand. But what the hell was all that together? The agonized heartthrob that Rosen looked at as if he'd seen a ghost stared back at him with a grin on his face. Hello. The Lord cocked his head at him and even winked. I'm Ansu. Morninsta. In hell. All Rosen could think was that he hadn't woken up today and must be hallucinating somewhere. At this moment, all the saints present, in their hearts, are thinking the same thing. Either you're crazy or the world is crazy. Rosen turned his gaze back to the pain pro guards, but saw that they had the right attitude and straight backs, looking at Ansu full of fervent worship color. No, how the hell did Ansu become the chosen god of the Tantra of Pain? It's only been a month or so, and they, the saints, are still mediating between the various nobles, thinking of soliciting troops. When you three have long since formed your own personal guards directly in the Church of the Painful Secret? It's been over a month and all the saints' ears have been calloused by hit notices from 3 places along the border. With so many heads, in Rosen's imagination, Ansu and the others were at least the stream of wanted criminals. So how is it that they were paying heartbreakers? A heart attack is more like it. The brain felt like it had been struck head-on by a bolt from the blue, and all sorts of jumbled thoughts were flying about. Shame. There had never been such shame, and Alice and Rosen wanted to shove their heads into the ground as soon as they remembered their complimentary words from last night. Who knew that the lord across the street was Ansu? But soon another, more frightening fact surfaced in the minds of Alice and Rosen. A thing that they subconsciously ignore. Last night, when the pained heartthrob asked what their impression was of the man Ansu, what did they answer? This person, Ansu, is despicable and shameless, just roughnecks from the border. As far as being a knight of order is concerned, there is nothing more distasteful than a chaotic element. Ansu is clearly a natural-born messenger. We never identified with him. Cold sweat slowly dripped down their foreheads and they felt sweaty. Yesterday they had cut hard with Ansu, even humiliating the latter with various words. In front of Ansu, Morninsta himself, or the one that cut Ansu so hard when he asked for her help. It even assures the agonists that if they capture Ansu, they will bring him over, which already counts as a betrayal. And right now, they still need help from Ansu's personal guards. The first thought in his head now was nothing but regret, deep remorse. Upon realizing this fact, Alice's pupils trembled slightly as she forced herself to calm down and let out a light breath. She could sort of understand how her cousin felt. She forced an elegant smile. Sir Ansu, you really like to joke with us. You know, we are all saints who exist to eradicate the mikvahs. Alice's voice was still crisp and, sometimes it is necessary to tell a small lie to the enemy. There are times when we choose to sacrifice a small portion of the saints for the good of the whole. Each of us has the awareness of sacrificing for our teammates at all times. But there is absolutely nothing personal about any of this. We apologize profusely. Alice paused, her tone sacred. It's all for the order. It's all for the goddess. I hope you can understand. The astral emissary once told us that the themes of this Nayad world are trust and friendship. We should trust each other and be honest with each other instead of fooling our teammates and playing these pointless jokes on us. What we should do now is to give up our personal grudges and unite together to destroy the agonists. The rhetoric is kinda holy light that way, both reasoned and lyrical, standing on a sacred pedestal. Luckily, though, Ansu is no slouch. I wasn't joking with you. Ansu cocked her head. I'm serious. The lake of rain that had accumulated for half of the canopy was finally released, pouring down from the sky, and there were silver lines of rain everywhere. And in the midst of this silver-white downpour and the dim night, Ansu's pale green eyes were as bright as stars. The cool eyes reflected the shadow of each saint. Ansu, Mananista, what exactly do you mean? Rosen stared Ansu dead in the face. In all the years he had been a knight of the order, he had never experienced such humiliation and shame. Do you want to go back on your word? Don't you forget, we signed a contract for our souls. We can't violate what's on the contract. It was no wonder he was so emboldened. After all, Rosen was a student of law, and soul contracts were the highest level of. Ansu must follow the contract, must not betray his allies, and must act as their inside man. You really misunderstand me. Ansu didn't get angry. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth still wore a calm smile. Of course we have to follow what's in the contract and follow it strictly. So, in the white line of rain, surrounded by a multitude of mikvahs, Ansu held out her arms toward Rosen. You have learned of Ansu, Morninsta, and now he stands before you. So please do as the contract says, and please kill him. This virgin is having another seizure. Would I kill myself? But Rosen quickly reacted that there was a paradox in the two conditions Ansu had proposed. If we learn of Ansel Morninsta, and Selmo Morninsta, he must be caught and killed at the first opportunity. 2. Never harm or betray an ally. He was in a cold sweat. This contract seems fine at first glance, and it was fine when it was signed. But learning that the ally is Ansu puts it at odds with each other. The first one, when you know about Ansu, you have to kill him at the first opportunity, but that goes against the second part of the covenant. In the teachings of the order, there is provision for such a situation, and contracts whose contents are contrary to each other are not legally valid, nor are they subject to the supervision of the order. To be clear, it was an invalid scrap of paper from the start. But who would have thought that in just a month's time, Ansu would have blended into a pained heartthrob? One doesn't have to abide by the contract, and in the same way, Ansu doesn't have to abide by the contract. From the beginning, it was a trap. The goal is to draw them in. This guy really is a messer. Ansu, Rosen's tone softened. No, Lord Morningstar, we are all saints. You know that. I am sorry for you, but my companions have not betrayed you. As an acolyte, it is our duty to maintain order and eradicate the misters. Coronet of the Morning Star, please believe us. Rosen maintained a smile on his face as he made a pretense of currying favor by moving closer to Ansu. Taking a step forward, 2 steps, suddenly storming up, he drew his sword out of its sheath and slashed straight for Ansu's throat. Since the contract never existed in the first place, then he doesn't need to comply. Chapter 83, Charting the Light is the true order of things. The cold sword light instantly reflected half of the night. Rosen's sword was out of all the saints' expectations, originally seeing the Order Knight's tone so soothing and cordial. He thought that he was going to move Ansu with the friendship of his fellow robes, which had thought that it would be a direct strike. This sword was vicious and tricky, a sword that Luosen was bound to win. The stakes were naturally clear to Luosen, but for him, Ansu must be removed. It was too close for him to let go. Otherwise, the biggest contributor would still be his 3 border divisions. Even if he stabbed away the saints in public, he could explain to the saints afterward that it was Ansu who had fallen to the Mithraists first, and that it was in defense of the order that he had made the sword. When Ansu dies, he loses all his memories and naturally won't know who killed him. Only the victor has the right to interpret the order. This is the true doctrine of the Order Knights. As long as we kill Ansu, no one will know about this. Ansu was only a physically weak warlock and had no training, so at such a close distance, he would certainly be unable to dodge, but he's only half right. After this month of mass sacrifices and the inhumanly intense training of the painful Tantra, Ansu's physical quality was already close to the level of a second-rank warrior. In the face of this sudden incoming sword, Ansu was not surprised, and had even anticipated it. If one were in the other person's shoes, one would choose to do the same. The corners of his mouth were still in a calm smile, and he only took a slight step backward as the blade of the sword sliced through his long gray hair and cut straight through Ansu's shoulder from the bottom up, leaving a layer of bloodstains. Bloodshot. Ansu didn't seem to feel the pain in that shoulder. Her will didn't waver in the slightest. He chanted softly the magic of the Tantra of Pain, and shadows grew wildly from his feet, the long, thin silhouette glowing red at the shoulders as if stained with a mist of blood. Auxiliary magic. Consumption of magic points 2, formerly 4. You can temporarily transfer the wound to your own shadow for 10 minutes, and if the enemy who inflicted the damage dies during that time, you can transfer the wound to the enemy's corpse a second time. At Rosen's startled gaze, the wound on Ansu's shoulder was fading rapidly, and the smile on his face was even more heartfelt. In 10 minutes, you will die, and in the meantime, the cause of your death will be suicide from shame. Nonsense. Noticing the cowering and questioning gazes of the surrounding saints, Rosen only felt his lungs were about to explode with anger. He had been bathed in the worship and admiration of the crowd for so many years as a knight of the order. How had he ever been treated like this? Now that it's done, it's one or the other. With a twist of his sword blade, the icy cold light poured out, stabbing towards Ansu once again, but Ansu took another weird step backwards, just enough to avoid the sharpness of the sword blade, and with a flash of cold light from the cuffs of his hands, his slender fingers twisted and slashed with a poisoned dagger. The angle is tricky and swift. Rosen was even more surprised that a warlock in Ansu would still know battle skills, and between the shock, the dagger stabbed and pulled to give him a cut on his cheek. Blood flowing, consume 1 battle skill point. Effect, causes blood to flow from the attacked area for 10 minutes. Blood flowed down like a spring, coloring his face blood red. Their back and forth was just in the twinkling of an eye. The line was silky smooth, and in just the blink of an eye, blood was already flowing from the Rosen Knight's cheek. Alice's eyes completely widened in utter disbelief at what she was seeing. She had heard her cousin Ai surely say long ago that Ansu was far superior to her in the realm of magic, and was a magical ghost animal that was a step above a magical ghost genius. But when did this magical ghost animal learn battle techniques? Is he a genius in the warrior field as well? He was actually able to fight the Order Knights in close quarters with white knives, and even vaguely gained the upper hand. In fact, Ansu in the warrior field is not to say that it is not talented at all, but it is also considered to be a complete lack of knowledge. He can make this hand, all relying on the massive amount of sacrifices piled up iterated out. This move in the sleeve to hide the knife. It is even more he spent a month to practice the trick. This time, he got it, and it was only through Rosen's carelessness. He definitely couldn't beat the Order Knights with just white knives, but it didn't matter. Ansu was just looking for a test subject to try out the moves. This was a bad habit of evil players. Every time they got a new skill, they always wanted to find a target to try it out. Half of Rosen's face was covered in blood. His eyes were filled with blood red. His resentment towards Ansu had reached a peak. Being humiliated by a warlock in his best field was simply outrageous. He must wash away this shame with his own hands. But who would have thought that Ansu would say with a smile, "Then I won't bother. I'll slip away first." In Rosen's jaw-dropping sight, Ansu put the bloodstained dagger into his sleeve. and he took his leave with a slight apology, that sunny smile like a big boy who was about to leave the table early. It's a fool's job to do the fighting yourself when you have a henchman on it. It's certainly a cluster asterisk 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 if you can cluster asterisk 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 asterisk. And Ansu did have other things to do. That behavior just now, including the stabbing that was deliberately taken, was merely all for show. Putting on a show for someone. The Mithraists were already pressing forward in unison, presenting a semi-surrounding confrontation with the paladins, their pairs of grim eyes staring at Rosen with a deadly gaze. That austere atmosphere came to a maximum at once. Ansu led the two listers, once again stepping in that forced pace that had been trained for days, walking in unison towards the personal guards, with a neatly standardized gait, full of the austere aura of a superior person. Damn it! Rosen looked at Ansu's back, his gaze nearly gray. Never seen a guy born like this before. The duel in front of the battlefield surprisingly slipped away. Favorably, the personal guards were so convinced of Ansu that they took the initiative to make way for the Ansu past each one, the latter dropping his head respectfully and shouting, his eyes wild and full of fighting passion. "The boss Ansu worked hard. Where's the hard work in this one?" Rosen was practically speechless, and he didn't know what kind of benefits Ansu had actually promised to this group of Mithraists in advance that could make their morale so high. The Mikves were certainly excited because the Ansu Godchosen had given them the promise of a new lavatory at the dry school if they did well in this battle. That's a new lavatory. A lavatory that symbolizes freedom. This born and cheap promise, if Rosen knew about it, he would probably be so angry that he would spit out blood. Rosen, on the contrary, his own saints this, morale have been made lax. Look at their own eyes are full of questions and uncertainty. Standing in their shoes, the three Ansu were saints who had killed dozens of second-order Mithraists in a month, and had even gotten into high positions in the Mithraism. Rosen, on the other hand, is full of pie in the face, and so far, the guys are still near zero. All they feel now is regret. In any case, now that we've gotten on this ship of thieves, we'll just have to tough it out. They're outnumbered right now, although without the assistance of an inside man, but the odds are still stacked against it. The paladins unsheathed their swords, and the wizards took out their staffs and began chanting benedictions, and under the silver-white lines of rain that intertwined, the saints and the Mithraists rushed together, and the fight echoed through the rainy night. Ansu looked away from the scene and turned toward the Legionnaire's study. Okay, the characters are all here. The opening of the offering is over. For Ansu, the ones that are alive bring chaos. Only when the chart is lighted can there be true order. This is the true doctrine of the Order of the Order. Chapter 84. Morninsta Legionnaire. The firelight shot up into the sky, and half of the night was dyed blood red. Legion Commander Angelo looked distantly at the killing in the distance. He paused and then shifted his gaze to the teenager in front of him, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. He had known that this kid Ansu had a dark future, an unlimited future, and would definitely grow into a big social scum. But I didn't realize that it didn't need to grow. The young body of this one was already a big social scum, born to do tantra. He thought he was already a pretty morally corrupt scumbag as the head of the Legion of Pain, but he didn't realize that he still had room for improvement in the realm of moral corruption. How is this guy more born than he is? Angelo remembered the conversation Ansu had had when he had come to him a day earlier. The subordinate has been convinced. At that time Ansu said seriously, "There is a traitor among us, and I already know his name." At that time, Angelo, for Ansu's statement is not thought, and even vaguely annoyed, and thought that Ansu again want to rely on this hand of false accusations to suppress dissent, just this little thing. Need to report to himself? But Ansu's next sentence made Angelo, who had experienced 30 years of storms and had seen a lot of big waves, give a whole lot of confusion for the first time. That traitor from the Illuminati is called Ansu. Morninsta. Ansu looked straight into Angelo's eyes. "I am the traitor, a secret that only the bishop of the order knows. What a treacherous evil operation. I've only just begun to suspect you and how you've already confessed. Could it be that the people who came out of the Illuminati were this bright and honorable as undercover agents?" The corners of the Legionnaire's mouth twitched slightly. According to Ansu, although he was an undercover agent sent by the Holy See, but in the Orthodox Church, he was bullied and discriminated against, and never felt friendship and respect. But in the time he came to the Suffering Tantra, he realized that the Suffering Tantra was the most suitable place for him. Feel at home here. In short, he loyally defected. It was a reasonable statement, but Angelo retained a certain amount of suspicion in his mind. So Ansu, in order to prove his loyalty, offered to guide the holy religious into the dry school and show the way to the imperial army. And he did keep his promise. These days, Angelo also set up eyes and ears to keep an eye on the saints. They do deeply loathe Ansu. This corroborated his words, but what really convinced Angelo was just now. The sword that Order Knight Rosen had slashed at Ansu. Difficult, cold, wrapped in deep hatred as well as has killing intent, straight to Ansu's throat. As a peak fourth-order warrior, Angelo's perception of killing intent and hatred had been perfected. This murderous intent of Rosen's can't be faked. He wanted to kill Ansu from the bottom of his heart. Angelo was pretty clear about that now. Witnessing this scene, Angelo was thoroughly convinced that Ansu had broken with the Holy Church. He had originally had his suspicions about Ansu, but now that the latter took the initiative to be frank, his suspicions dissipated. It's raining harder and harder. Lines of white rain intertwined the entire world, and the sounds of fighting grew more violent. Coronet Legionnaire. Ansu gazed at him. I have drawn the saints to me, and I know that you need a credit. Total annihilation of the saints in the town of Cedion. Ansu said softly, this merit should be enough for you to be promoted. Angelo pondered for a moment, and he finally caught the meaning of Ansu's words, and he laughed freely. And, you kid, you've got some promise. You know how to make progress. Angelo's impending promotion wasn't even a secret in the dry school, so it turns out the kid was aiming for this place. Then I was promoted to the front line. Angelo laughed and said, pretending to question, who should be given this dry school to manage it is really callous. It has to be given to a trusted beloved. Ansu, Morninsta. Angelo slowly stood up. That twisted aura of the peak of the fourth rank suddenly swelled up and filled the entire room. His pupils turned to blood red, and those blood-colored eyes reflected Ansu's face. The corners of his mouth split in a maniacal arc and, finally, prove your pain and loyalty to the secret doctrine, by whatever means, saints or misters, it doesn't matter, kill them all, I will then trust you completely. It doesn't matter where it comes from for pain tantra, it doesn't matter what means are used, or even what the beliefs are, the only thing that matters is the creation of pain, the only thing that brings pleasure to the gods, only pain can redeem the world. In a way, pain tantra is very enlightened tantra, and with Angelo moistening away soon, Ansu will have to clean up this mess Ansu has made. You will then take over my position and run this stronghold, Angelo said, word for word, you will be the new legionnaire. Thunder flashed outside the window, exploding a pure white at the end of the sky, reflecting the cold smile at the corner of Ansu's mouth in the finest detail. That's exactly what I expected. Your Excellency, Ansu smiled and said, since you said that any means is fine, then it's okay for me to sacrifice to the mother goddess of life? What kind of novel means of pain was this? Angelo raised an eyebrow. Young people were so creative these days. Do whatever you want. That's what Ansu's ultimate goal is. The only evil quick fix. Assassination of the legionary of the Tantric Church of Pain. This last world quest has never been accomplished by a saint in all these years. A peak fourth-ranked pain warrior, Angelo, the boss, was simply too powerful. But for the evil players, for Ansu, it is not impossible to accomplish. The quest says assassinate the legionnaire of the secret cult of pain, but it doesn't say it's to assassinate Angelo. Ansu put his military cap back on, put on his cloak, hid the dagger in his cuffs, and straightened his messy tie before turning in a certain direction. Brother Ansu. Outside the door, Lister pushed his glasses up as he sighed in awe of Brother Ansu's elegant and outrageous brainstorming. It's all set. It's just so elegant. Now that it was all coming to an end, Lester was even a little upset. It always feels like there's more nobility to be learned at the school of painful dryness. Boss Ansu, I'm done on my end too. Arthur also felt his blood boiling. This month's preparation was finally nearing its end, and the next step was to go and accept the results. After spending a lot of time with the evil mikvahs, mostly with Ansu, these two have been brought up with a skewed sense of morality. The mother goddess of life sacrifice has a limit. Otherwise sacrifice flow is supermodel invincible. In the early stages, sacrificing off a dozen or so Mithraists at once would be the limit. Wanting to sacrifice more than 200 people at once depends on the quality of the altar. Smaller altars simply won't do. They've been secretly remodeling the dormitory perimeter since about a month ago. Ansu chose the battlefield and the dormitory building and directed the saints here because of this reason. At this amount, in addition to the quality of the sacrifices, it also depended on the level of the main priests, at least if they were of the holy order. That is, fifth-order priests. This kind of large sacrifice is no longer easily accomplished by reciting a few improved prayers. However, there is a way to do everything. The high-ranking magic that Ansu had once exchanged at the Mother Goddess of Life, and the only high-ranking magic he had ever had, was meant to deal with this situation. The name of that high-level magic is Dedication of Life. Chapter 85, All World Invaders Are Dead. Dedication of Life, High-Level Magic, Summoning Magic, Consumption of Magic Points, 20 magic points per minute, originally 40. Magical Effect, summons a 5th-level undead from the Altar of Life. Can specify the type of summoning. Duration unlimited until the summoner's magic power is exhausted. Introduction to magic, ashes. A gift, it's a summoning spell. The payoff is not too high while the consumption is huge. In layman's terms, the goddess produces. The country can fly. You can specify the type. You can specify the way you play. The charges are expensive to inflate prices. The hunger and thirst is so great that you are guaranteed to be drained of your energy. What Ansu had to do was simple. Since he was not qualified to preside over the ceremony himself, he would summon a holy order priest out and let him help preside. As long as the baptized person is himself, he can receive the blessing. The mindset of an evil player is never limited to frontal hardening. Thinking should learn to be flexible. However, it was also bad that this magic consumed a lot, and with Ansu's current magic value, it could only be summoned for half a minute, not necessarily to complete the ritual. But this is the dry school of painful tantra. It had been mentioned that in the center of the dry school, there was a giant alchemy spell that was connected to the headquarters of the Tantric Church of Pain, and it was used to accumulate magical power by sucking out the pain of the students, and the accumulated magical reserves would be used for the war with the saints. This is the ultimate purpose for which the school of painful stemming was established, and all students are its sustenance. Over the years, the alchemy spells had accumulated thousands of magical reserves. Ansu had already applied to the Legionnaire, and he granted 40 magic power for Ansu to use. This was the maximum amount the Legionnaire could apply for. Then that's enough. Life offering. Standing on top of the spell formation, Ansu softly chanted as huge amounts of magic power passed away from his body, and as the spell formation gradually operated, new magic power was injected into his gradually depleted body, and a treacherous and terrifying aura descended from the spirit world to the present world. It was a soul that was horrible to behold. His body was decayed, his eyes glittered darkly, he held a scepter in his hand, and he was wrapped in black robes. The aura of the Holy Order was unmistakable. In a moment I'll read something. Ansu said, "You chant along with me. I'm going to perform a sacrifice ceremony. Kid, you put some respect." The Holy Order priest's eyes eyed Ansu slyly. He was dead but not something that could be called out. It was just a sacrifice ceremony. He didn't need a district junior to teach him. 10 seconds later, the Holy Order priest hastily jotted down notes in a tattered notebook. Despite being dead, he was still filled with a thirst for fresh knowledge, and curtly said, "You go on, you go on." The rain poured down more and more. Everywhere was white and misty. A sharp cold wind blew. The trunks of the trees on both sides were pressed down. Tens of thousands of leaves rubbed together, making a devilish whistling sound. The battle had only begun a few minutes ago, and blood was already flowing in rivers. The blood that couldn't be coagulated slid down, but Rosen's mouth was tinged with a smile, despite being put on the spot. But he knew that the scales of victory were slowly tipping in his favor. Even if they couldn't defeat that legionary in the end, there was no problem in killing all these misters. Although the cost was that their side of the team would die out, it didn't matter. Anyway, it's their world. They'll come back from the dead, as long as he survives. He's going to kill Ansu himself, torture him in the cruelest way possible. As long as he survived in the end, he would be rewarded for his ultimate survival, and his final score would completely crush Ansu, and the final victor would definitely belong to the Order Church. Something about dying on your own in 10 minutes is just nonsense. Rosen stabbed his holy sword into the abdomen of the Mithraist and drove his battle technique. The light of order sliced through, cutting him off at the waist. Blood splattered in all directions. The surrounding Mithraists were so shocked by its might that they actually took half a step back. His smile grew more pronounced. Just then, in the deepest part of the rainy night, a figure slowly emerged. Long pale hair, shadows as bright as stars. That teenager is none other than Ansu. Morninsta. His long military boots splashed and rippled on the puddles, and his dark cloak danced in the wind as he slowly made his way toward the saints and misters. 1 minute to go. Ansu smiled as she looked at the pocket watch in her hand. It's about time. Ansu. Morninsta. Rosen eyed Ansu dead on, realizing that this game was going to be his to win. Several assassins followed Rosen's orders and instantly killed towards Ansu, but Ansu did not dodge or avoid. He whispered, "The red moon of death, the first life, the eternal motherhood above the spiritual realm. Your devotee Ansu, Morninsta, for your birth anniversary, this is a new prayer." Where no one was watching, the priest of life raised the white bone staff in his hand and chanted the same words. "You've attracted the attention of both the goddess of life and the goddess of pain." The astral messenger's voice echoed in Ansu's ears, and the messenger had really opened his eyes this time. Two vast and unnameable gazes collided. Everyone was engulfed by the horrifyingly terrifying aftermath. The flesh of those few assassins was the first to dissolve, and they were consumed by the expanding chunks of flesh. Angelo, a distant legionnaire, felt the pain that rubbed off on him. He was watching that with great interest. This young man is really too promising. The birth was nothing short of groundbreaking genius to be able to combine it with other religions and conceive such creative ways of torture. Who can believe that he is not loyal to the tantric religion when he can do this? A second-order saint has been sacrificed. As it was a church world, when a saint was sacrificed here, the mother goddess would only devour his flesh and not take his soul, so it wasn't really a sacrifice, and the amount of life points he would receive would be halved. In the church world, saints' memories disappear when they die. The saints are additions. When it comes down to it, Ansu is just playing games with the saints. He found it quite interesting. The 100 or so agonizing mystics, that's the main event. All pain mistresses are no good, and from the mother goddess they believe in has defined their lives, making wars and killing people, but thankfully, Ansu knows he's also a born, sacrificing evil by evil. That's the most fun. Sacrifice flowing flesh and blood, tender white bones, small souls. In Rosen's horrified gaze, every time Ansu passed by a person, that person's body would be swallowed by the blood and flesh, and eventually disappear into this world. One after another mistresses, one after another saints, all of them were turned into blood and water under Ansu's feet. No distinction between enemy and self. What mother goddess of life? What mother goddess of pain? For Rosen, this teenager in front of him was the real evil god. Second-order misters killed, 25/60ths. First-order cultists killed, 89/150. By the time Ansu walked up to Rosen, he was covered in blood and water. With a smile on his lips, Rosen's shoulders shook and he fell to his knees. Your devotee invites you to dream dash. Ansu pressed her hand to the top of Rosen's head and finished reciting the last prayer. May you sleep well tonight. A sword wound surfaced on Rosen's shoulder. The damage transferred from Ansu's shadow. When this sword wound appeared, on behalf of Rosen, it's dead. Mission 1 completed. All second-ranking secretists are dead. Mission 2 completed. All first-order Cistercians are dead. The Tantra of Pain, which had ravaged the town of Sedan for several years, was charted light. The world invaders are all dead. Contributed by Ansu. Maninsta. Current score, 90. Final mission, assassinate the Legionnaire of Pain. Chapter 86 Final settlement. A few days later, early in the morning, bright and clear, the rain washes everything away. The entire sky of Setian was clean and clear, and if not for the occasional breeze that whisked through the white clouds, the whole of Setian would have looked like a still turquoise blue canvas. The dry school was peaceful and silent, with only a light bell echoing between the empty floors. Ansu was putting on his new uniform. The skull-emblazoned military cap had been replaced by Ansu, who felt that it was just too old-fashioned, and replaced it with a star-emblazoned one. Draped in the seal symbolizing Legionnaire, he fastened the buttons of his cloak again. Anselmo Morninsta. Morninsta. Title, The Chosen of Agony. Current status, Chief of the Legion of Pain. After taking out all the misters and saints, you succeeded in becoming the final leader of the School of Pain and Dryness. As of today, Ansu is the new army chief. There's no one left in the Legion, though. The warm sunlight shone through the window and shone on Ansu's body. The morning light of the fall day was slightly drunk and yellowish. This morning was really peaceful and beautiful. The sound of a telegram suddenly rang out, and the old magic-guided machine printed out a letter with a heavy scent of ink. Ansu already has the authority of the Legionnaire. Curious, he took the letter and looked at it. It was a document with an encrypted beginning, a document that had come directly from headquarters, preparing new raw materials of pain, supplying the front line, fighting it. Ansu frowned. The previous saints hadn't rifled to Ansu's point, so naturally they couldn't receive this confidential document. Ansu became a Legionnaire, naturally taking over the tasks of the old Legionnaire. The raw material of pain referred to the recruits, of course, but what intrigued Ansu was where exactly this front line was. Or are the agony misters really fighting the Orthodox Church? Why is it used? For which battle did this cadet school train soldiers? Ansu couldn't think of anything. There was less information so far. A knock on the door interrupted Ansu's musings. Brother Ansu, we should prepare to leave. It was Lister's voice. Indeed, this world has stayed long enough. It's time to end it. Ansu collected the papers, stood up, pushed open the door and walked out. Lester and Arthur waited at the door, and Ansu told them, "Come on, Boss Ansu." Wait. Arthur suddenly called Ansu to a halt. "We won't go with Boss." What? Ansu raised her eyebrows. Arthur giggled at him. He always had this quick-witted look, although I look quite naive. I'm actually witty as hell. We still understand what the boss is going to do. Brother Ansu intends to commit suicide, right? Lister slowly said, "My humble self and Arthur have already agreed that since we are brothers, we all have to die together, otherwise my humble self would not be worthy to call myself a nobleman." Aren't you two getting sick again? Isn't this just a game? Ansu was a bit baffled. It's not the same, Arthur said, earnestly. Lister and I were able to get so many points thanks to Boss Ansu, and we're content now. The saints who survive to the end will get extra points, but I don't want to get the points I got due to my brother's death. It would be shameful for the Knights of the Sun, I'd rather not. Arthur shook his head. The more critical point is this, Lister added. Congregants who die in the church world lose their memories of their time in the church world, and if Despicable Me and Arthur make it back alive, they leave their memories behind. The Order will probably interrogate Arthur and me about all sorts of things, after all. The saints are reunited this time. Lester's expression was also serious. What the hell do you want? Ansu cocked her head. In that case, they will not be given this opportunity, and my humble servant has decided to come to a dead end and leave nothing for them. Lister revealed a smile. He had always been unsmiling, but at this moment, he was smiling happily. Brother Ansu, you're finally stupid for once. Ha ha, we're teammates, and it's friendship that this world tests. The warm autumn sunlight covered Arthur's face, that brilliant golden long hair raised in the air. The corner of his mouth showed his signature big smile. Ansu boss, of course we have to live and die with each other even if it's just in the game. Either we survive together or we die together. Knight of the Sun, Arthur, Sonny, go first. Arthur tore off the clothes on his body, took out a long knife to, without the slightest delay, straight to his neck a cut. Blood instantly gushed out from his throat. Blood flowed down the stream, but he acted as if he didn't feel any pain. Still smiling brightly, Boss Ansu, we're going to have a good drink when we get back. For Arthur, for a Knight of the Sun, this is what hurts. The Moon Noble, Lester, Moon, followed suit and retired. Lister took off his bowler hat, and with a graceful curtsy, he elegantly stabbed his throat with his pocket knife, and despite the blood pouring out and his consciousness fading rapidly, he still maintained the manners and grace of a nobleman in the face of death. Brother Ansu, see you tomorrow. And Su was a bit confused. These two goods turned instantly and killed themselves. Their bodies fell straight in front of them. Blood splattered all over the place. The dim autumn light covered both of their corpses. Arthur Sonny, dead. Lester Moon, Morn, dead. Ha! Are these two guys idiots? You'll even get a little survival score for going back alive. And Zu couldn't help but laugh out loud. This one did exceed his expectations for once. He thought he was crazy enough on his own, but he didn't realize that these two weren't exactly sane either. Interesting, these two guys are kind of funny. In that case, go crazy yourself. Choose that most profitable way to die. Facing the early morning fall light, Ansu walked straight ahead as he pushed open the door to a room, a faint smoky odor emanating, human skin, bones, and dimly lit candles waving their flames. It was a small altar, but there was no offering. Ansu stood in the center of the altar, a slow grin spreading from the corners of her mouth. What do you want to do? The voice of the astral messenger came to his ears, and he vaguely sensed that Ansu was up to something big. Every time he smiles like that, nothing good happens. The mother goddess of desire and the moon, the great fertility hostess, the eternal motherhood above the spirit world. Ansu ignored the astral messenger as he smiled and recited a prayer that, this is the hymn of the most sincere man. This is the feast of spirit and soul. This is the delicacy of blood and flesh. The mother goddess of life's sight converged here, and the unnameable terror instantly reached its maximum. Your devotee Ansu, Morninsta presents the gift. Ansu said softly, consecrate above the altar Ansu. Morninsta consecrated to thee. First there was a long silence, as if the air had stood still. Suddenly, the sight of that unnameable horror rose to its peak. The whole canopy darkened, and all the candles went out at the same time. You are invited to dine with me. This is an evil tactic that has never been done before. Never. I offer myself. The misters also offer, and the saints offer themselves. In this way, it is called sound. Ansu's vision soared rapidly. Countless visions broke and were reborn, and he arrived above the spirit world. Seeing the red moon, and seeing underneath it, the thrilling beauty, the beauty that does not exist with the mortal world. Ansu locked eyes with the gods. Just for a little while, this flesh was instantly engulfed in blood and flesh. The spirit body broke free and returned to the naiad, back to reality. Answering mother, Morninsta, dead. World final mission, assassinate the Legionnaire of Pain completed. Contributed by, Ansu. Morninsta, 100%. You have strongly attracted the interest of the mother goddess of life. The last member of the congregation died. Church World Sedan. Ends. Settlement begins. Chapter 87. The settlement almost died. Second Order Church World, Sedan, passed, and Su felt the flesh and blood of his entire body being cut into small pieces one after another. Hands, feet, bones, and even hair. Every part of his body was carefully cooked into the most delicious delicacy. The platters were laid out on a long mahogany dining table, which was lit with candles, the flames of which reflected the stunning red moon at the end of the long table. Despite the fact that Ansu's body is divided, he himself is the eater. spiritual beings sit at the end of a long table, holding knives and forks, eating together and partaking of their own flesh. The more you eat, the more complete your spiritual body becomes and the clearer your memory becomes. It was as if it were all just an illusion, and Ansu blinked her eyes and the mahogany dining table disappeared, and the table full of delicious food all disappeared, replaced by a bright starry sky, with streams of starlight swirling continuously in the canopy. Here is the astral body. The flow of time is not the same in the Nara world as in reality, and while more than a month has passed in the Nara, only a day has passed in reality. As soon as Ansu came out, he saw the constipated look on the astral emissary's face. This absolutely neutral messenger uncle, who has experienced hundreds of years of greatness and witnessed the rise and fall of how many righteous leaders of the Devil's Path giants, has already looked down on the clouds of the past, and has reached the realm of dealing with things in a calm manner. Until he met Ansu, the astral messenger felt like he was having a midlife crisis. "How did you come up with?" he said with a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, "the offer yourself up crap?" This is the space of the astral body where everyone lets go of their inhibitions and is their truest self, because it pays the most to dedicate everyone present. What about Lester and Arthur? The mother goddess of life doesn't eat death. The more he conversed with this birth, the more the astral messenger felt his blood pressure spike, and Ansu was a good boy who knew how to read words. He instantly observed the micro-expression of the astral messenger and knew that this messenger was disgruntled inwardly. And after a moment's thought, he came up with an answer and said with high emotion, "I'm sorry, it was an oversight." The astral emissary's face softened slightly for a moment. "Your incarnation, as an overseer, was present at the time. You should have been sacrificed along with it," Ansu said with slight remorse. "Unfortunately, it was my lack of strength that caused you to suffer the cold shoulder." After speaking, the teenager's face showed a sunny expression again. That smile was very positive, and his pale green eyes glowed. "Please don't worry, I will definitely try my best next time." Trying to get to the table neatly together? After a few more short conversations with Ansu, the astral emissary felt like he was about to move into a senior citizen crisis. Who researched this little birth? Absolutely neutral. He is not so bad as to hold a grudge against a child. He is just searching for. He's just thinking about retiring. Can't keep up with the times. Your friend is waiting for you over there, so get out of here. The astral messenger didn't want to talk to Ansu anymore. Ansu looked back and sure enough looked at Lister and Arthur just a short distance away. They also saw Ansu and waved at the latter. The flow of the Narama world is different from reality. They've been in there for over a month and only a day has passed in reality. Lister and Arthur also came out just a few seconds before Ansu. "My humble servant seems to have lost his memory." Lister pushed up his glasses as he sighed softly. "It seems my humble servant died in the church world." "So do I." Arthur laughed sunnily and cheerfully, his expression confident. "I suppose I must have fought as a glorious paladin against the evil agonists until the last second, and finally died in glorious battle." Lister also hummed gracefully and softly. This one was even more confidently glowing. "Then my humble self must also lead the lords as a glorious nobleman, and finally die for the people. It's not a bad life. You two are a falcon that leaks eagles everywhere, and one is a vicious dog that pisses everywhere. Aiding and abetting the evils of the world, you committed suicide and died," Ansu said silently in his heart. Ansu doesn't know how he was able to retain his memories, because at the end, he also committed suicide. Maybe it's about sacrificing yourself. Ansu was thinking about things in his mind, when he suddenly noticed that the flow of light became faster, and everywhere in his sight were streams of entangled starlight, which intertwined and gradually combined to form words. The space around them was also constantly vibrating. "Looks like the stars are starting to settle." For some reason, the astral settlement was slow this time. Is it that hard to calculate? Church world SETI and completed raiders. So far so normal. World fragment finalized. Illuminati Tantra of life, Tantra of pain. Ansu stared at the constant refreshing of the three clerics. His eyes dazzled. The astral body is mesmerized by the entirety of Ansu's ingredients. Eventually, the text only slowly fixed itself, fixing itself on top of the Illuminati. Squad evaluations being generated for uniform billing. Squad members: Lester Moon, Arthur Mullen, Lester Moon, Arthur Sunny, Ansu, Sunny, Ansu Morninsta. The squad crushed 130 first order mikvets, 58 second order mikvets, and 1 agonizing mikvet legionnaire, surviving for a total of 32 days. All tasks completed. Squad's overall rating is S+, achieving the achievement 3 Masters of Pain. Both Lister and Arthur wore expressions of considerable pride, if not to say, they were close to shock. It's just as well that so many misters are pictured. I can't believe I even charted off the head of the army. They had heard about it before they came. It was a peak 4th order pain warrior. The world of the 2nd order puts a quasi-saint level chief, and for 10 whole years, no saint is able to complete the final mission. Are the 3 of them so awesome? Now generating personal achievements. After the squad's overall rating comes individual accomplishments. The exact achievements can only be viewed by yourself. Lester Moon, time of survival, 761 hours. 40 minutes. Lester calmly pushed his glasses. He was very confident that he was going to achieve enough to shine. If this achievement was passed back to let his father know, he would be proud of himself. Dogs of Pink, statistically, you have marked territory in the Tantric Dryad a total of 41 times, casting a huge shadow over the psyche of the Tantrics and laying a mental advantage for the annihilation of the Tantrics. Faction Leader A, the faction you created, the holding piss shame sultry faction, has influenced the development of the native sex to a certain extent. Lister was silent. Insidious Backstabra, you were involved in witch hunts against a total of 10 second-degree mikvahs and 31st-degree mikvahs, 26 of whom were killed when you attacked them from behind while they were going to the toilet. You have a kill score of 45, a combined weighted score of 85, and an overall rating of A. Lister decided that it would be better if his own father didn't know. Next to him, Arthur was also full of hard feelings. Suffering Falconk, faction lead era, frontal fighter A+. When weighted, he had a total score of 87 and an A rating, but Arthur wasn't happy. Papa Demigod will beat him to death. Boss Ansu. Arthur turned his gaze to Ansu and asked, "How are your grades?" He asked tentatively, "Can I take it back to my family?" Ansu fell silent as he lowered his head and silently looked at the first achievement in his vision. Delicious Child S, the mother goddess of life thinks your flesh is fresh and delicious. Chapter 88 SSS Grade Evaluation. Ansu Morningside. Morninsta, 762 hours. Delicious Child S, mother goddess of life finds your flesh delicious and savory, and he looks forward to tasting your soul. The lower mother goddess. Ansu knew he was supposed to be quite tasty, which was why he tried to sacrifice himself. It just so happens that in the church world, the souls of the saints are protected by the astral body and the positive gods, and will not be sacrificed away. As a once-in-a-century cursed child, the innate self-contained darkness attribute was a top-notch delicacy that fundamentally conquered the mother goddess's taste buds, or else there wouldn't be so many misters rushing to line up to kidnap him. Meanwhile, Ansu was another second-order radiant saint, bearing the holy seal of the goddess of light. The saints of light are even a favorite of the mother goddess. This forbidden and exciting pairing is like the most luxurious steak with the most mellow red wine, one bright and one dark, fat but not greasy, full of mellow flavor. Ansu was the only priest of light and darkness in all of Nehru, a brand new flavor that the mother goddess had not tasted before. But Ansu didn't expect that. The mother goddess was so gluttonous that she gave him body S's. Keep looking down. Suffering Heartbreaker S, you set up a pro-guard to patrol and thoroughly investigate the Anglican component of the all-suffering cadre, set up a rigorous system of collective wildlife history, and persecute and suppress reactionary factions. According to statistics, you have sacrificed a total of 58 second-order mystics, 139 first-order mystics, and under your influence, the population of the School of Painful Dryness has been zeroed out, earning you a kill score, 90. The church's heart is in troublia. You have been working both inside and outside, right and left, spying on both sides, and the saints have all been wiped out under your influence. Hidden achievement reached, Godless Land S. Since then, there is no longer any clergy or secret cults in the town of Setian. You have successfully completed the divinization campaign in Setian, and the future of the people of Setian will be decided by the people's will. End of the road leader SS as the head of the Legion of Pain. You, in the death of friends and family, exhausted food towards the end of life, you choose to commit suicide in despair in the study. At the same time, you have completed the only mission, assassinate the head of the Legion of Pain, obtaining a kill score of 10. Seeing this, the corners of Ansu's mouth only slowly soothed. It's only 10 points, but it's the most precious 10 points. Uncrossable tenths. Scoring 90 points for a kill score wasn't that hard, and over the past 10 years, many geniuses had been able to figure out the light secretists, but they'll never get a perfect score. The difference between 90 points and 100 points is a world of difference. The blessings bestowed on the final settlement can vary wildly, and that's just the astral aspect of the reward. Ansu also has the holy light bonus of sacrificing to the pagans. You have to go to the Illuminati to receive it. The blessing of the sacrifice on the side of the mother goddess alone. Ansu's body was then at the second stage warrior level. The same heads, redeeming the blessings on the side of the radiant blessing. It was very likely that he would break through to a third order warlock in one fell swoop. You have a kill score of 100, a weighted score of 100, and an overall rating of SSS. If you only killed the Legionnaire of Pain and did nothing else, the kill score would only be 10 points, and the final weighting would add up to more than 90. This was the gold content of the final mission. The overall rating just isn't SSSS though. What's your grade, Ansu boss? Arthur cocked his head and repeated the question. Failed the test. Ansu wore a pained and self-condemning expression as he lowered his eyes, his pupils trembling slightly as I only have 3 S's. One should just dedicate the astral body as well. Arthur wanted to comfort Ansu, but after hearing the second half of his sentence, the expression on his face instantly became more painful than Ansu's. He could already imagine how Boss Ansu would torment the other candidates when he got out of astral space. And at this moment, they do not yet know that there's a furor going on out there. The dusk drapes down, the brilliant colors splash over the sacred churches, and the ethereal sound of the bells echoes through the night, giving a sense of peace and quiet beauty. But no one can feel at peace in the astral church. In front of the church, it's already packed with a huge crowd of journalists. Their numbers were so large that they far exceeded those of the 2 previous examinations combined. The Parsi priest paced back and forth around the astral terminal as Bishop Raniz reconfirmed the information coming from the astral side of the planet. It was only after repeated confirmations that the astral priests announced to the outside world that the Second Order Worlds, CDN, was completely raided and finalized forever. The so-called complete raider means that this world fragment will henceforth belong to the Holy See forever, and the misters will never be able to invade it again. And to fulfill that condition, it's not just a matter of wiping out all the invading mikvets. More than that, you have to complete all the main quests. The first 2 quests aren't that difficult, but the last one crusades against the Legionnaire of Pain. In 10 years, no Second Order saint has been able to accomplish it. Every time the world is completely raided, it's an event full of glory. No one expected that the raiders, in a game where the saint's exam was the goal, would be able to completely stereotype Sudan. The saints of the various orders have gone to inform the divisional bishops of their respective denominations. It's a big thing to keep an eye on. People are most curious. Who's the saints raider of the papacy? Within a short while, the priests of the 7 major sects arrived leading a number of big names, and the reporters at the entrance made way while gazing at these figures with awe. The most noteworthy were the representatives from the Illuminati. It was a young girl, silver white-eye curtains as if wrapped in a layer of pure white mist, the brilliant golden eyes under the mist cover. That young girl's temperament was cool, her face was exquisite, and she looked to be only about 15 years old. Naturally, a 15-year-old girl cannot be a representative of the Illuminati, unless she's the Virgin, Chloe, Faust. If you ignore her remote birth on the border, then she is the perfect saint. The priests around them, too, held enough respect for Chloe, but at the same time, Chloe, as a saintly woman, has a due obligation. It is this kind of face-saving work to support the occasion, to console the saints and so on. That is the work of the Virgin. Apparently, Celluloid isn't really that interested. It was late in the day, and she was a little weary of in the day she came to the imperial capital. She always followed to attend all kinds of ceremonial occasions, dealt with all kinds of bigwigs, and received compliments from all kinds of people. There's no point in having any free time. Chloe was not happy. In contrast, Chloe missed her remote and disliked hometown, and she loved the deserts on the border city and the harbor breezes that blew in. Thinking of her hometown, Chloe inexplicably thought of that obnoxious guy again. I don't know if he's come to the Empire yet. That holy light idiot. Can you pass the saints? Chapter 89. After leaving the examination room, all the candidates cried. The dusk was fading in color, and dim moonlight crept up to the window pane. Chloe is already tired from attending various ceremonies everywhere today. Chloe gently yawned, and she thought that she could not show her tiredness too much, so that she lost the etiquette of the holy maiden. Looking around slightly sheepishly, she saw that no one had noticed her, and then dropped back down, cowering in her chair like a kitten. The Second Order worlds that hadn't progressed in 10 years were completely cleared by the saints, and the world fragments would be finalized. The original meaning of the word Nayad was a cycle of living beings constantly falling downward, and the events occurring in the world fragments would repeat endlessly, but if they were completely raided, they would never be repeated again, and would be called stereotypes. World debris will go on as normal. In addition to the fact that misters can no longer infiltrate, the church is able to send priestly saints as missionaries, granting full rights to travel to stereotypical worlds to establish church strongholds. As a rule, the right to preach in the first year of a stereotyped world goes to the first raider. Each church sends a representative to offer condolences. The outside of the church was crowded with all sorts of journalistic bachelors who were eagerly awaiting the news from inside, which was more than the biggest news of all. More than a few of the saints whispered and discussed who do you think it could be? I'm guessing it's MS. Alice of the Sean family, which can be considered a famous alchemy family. I suppose MS. Shiner of the Druidic Order is a possibility. Don't you know, Monsignor Rosen of the Order went there too. That quasi-Third Order knight? I've heard of him. This knight has been following through several worlds. What a perfect knight. Since it's him, it's not a surprise. It must be the Order's elite. What about that Illuminati thingy? Chloe frowned slightly as she listened to them speak. What do you mean by that thing of the Illuminati? And how is it their turn to use this inexplicable reference to the Holy See? Before she had a chance to speak, she saw the sound of commotion in the front rows, the starlight flowing rapidly as an astral saint called out, "Someone's coming out." All of a sudden the scene fell into a silence, and in the anticipation of the crowd, the starlight slowly converged into a human form to come and staggered out of the three silhouettes, the very same assassin squad that was first sacrificed by Ansu. Their eyes were slightly vacant, with a lifeless, ashen look. "It's the Order's scouts." The Parsi priest was the first to greet them, and he inquired with concern about his own acolytes. "How are you feeling, and how is the situation?" "We can't remember." The lead acolyte froze for a moment before moving their lips, their shoulders shaking slightly as they spoke. We what? We don't know anything. It seems they died in the world before they lost all their memories. And look at the way they're reacting. Must have gone through something really horrible before he died. Even if the memory is lost, the soul instinct leaves behind symptoms of fear. Is that legionnaire of pain so terrible? This is generally referred to as nanoworld aftermath and usually takes several weeks to slow down. It's a not-so-common condition. Usually weak-willed saints suffer from it. The Parsi order priest frowned as he inquired about the scores of the three. The exact achievements were invisible to the Parsi priest, but the scores could be inquired about, along with the extent of their contribution to the main quest. How the scores are all in single digits. The level of contribution to the main quest is even close to zero now. Not even a single Mithraist has been crushed? Senior Patsy, it seems that your family saints are not mentally fit. The alchemy order's priestess Hri let out a light smile. This magical genius seemed to have gradually stepped out of the shadow of the border trio, and even came to greet her sister today as a representative of the alchemy order. If it were Alice, it certainly wouldn't be like this. A proud smile came to her lips. As noble aristocrats, the people of the Shan family would always maintain perfect grooming. Parsi priests always feel that things are vaguely bad. He has already invigilated 2 exams. Each exam can be a whole accident. Could it be that this last exam can also give him a big job? It won't. He consoled himself in his mind and rushed at the hollow-eyed order saints. "You guys go back and rest first." Before Patsy could finish her sentence, the stars slowly converged again and another saint followed. "It's Ms. Alice of the Alchemy Order." Alice bit her lip, scooted a little bit out. She first saw the surrounding dense crowd. Her shoulders first trembled, and then turned her head and saw her sister. The tears in her eyes could no longer be held back. "Woo, I was wrong. Oh, yeah, sorry oh." The noble lady clung to Clary with a deadly grip, and she whimpered with a single sob. "I want to go home. I want to go home." Love Shirley was confused. Ask Alice what happened and she says she doesn't know and forgets and just cries all the time. Shelley always felt that this scene was déjà vu. The bad memories instantly flooded her heart. It seemed that she had cried like this before. Memories wrapped in those of shame hit Aishori's mind hard. Young people nowadays, their mental quality is too poor. An old bishop of the Druidic order criticized. "How does your church train them? With this kind of mental quality, how can you go on the battlefield to hunt witches in the future?" But the next second, a group of druid saints also grouped up and ran out. One was more hollow-eyed than the other. "Woo, ooh-hoo, mommy, mommy." The old bishop's expression became subtle. "Is a quasi-fifth order warrior that scary?" After the saints of the druids had gone, group after group of the faithful escaped. And the minute you check your grades it's single digits. The minute you ask what happened it's forgetfulness. And the minute you look at your expression it's just yuck so much you're going to kill yourself. Is there an evil god hidden inside? Didn't I say that the world passes? Why does it feel like the situation is? Setian is completely overrun by the Mizos? All reunited. So did Self win? Or did Self lose? Paschal priests only feel sweaty. Outside is now full of reporters. When the whole church saints running out crying. Even some mouths still shouting mom mom. This to report out. The face of the church where to put it. The Holy Virgin of the Illuminati is still watching the ceremony. Coronet Parsi priest flashed a slightly embarrassed smile at Chloe. Coronet Chloe, it was just an accident. Please, come up with something reliable. Sue responded to his expectations. The starlight converges again. The man who emerged from the stars with a calm and normal face and a smile at the corner of his mouth. The angular face was swimming with a faint starlight, and the girls around him who came to watch the ceremony let out a burst of cheers when they saw his appearance. It was the much-anticipated Knight of the Order. Rosen would not lose the decency of a Knight of the Order. He would always hold a perfect smile, and though he forgot what had happened, Rosen was never afraid. Meanwhile, the moment he came out, starlight is at its maximum. The night is as bright as day. The magnificent and great sight is slowly focusing on the. It seems that Rosen crusade against the Legionnaire and accomplished what no one could have accomplished. Seeing the dependable Rosen, Pazzi revealed a saved expression as he introduced himself to the little saintess. This is none other than the Order's rising star, Rosen, Knight Hogan. Chloe stared at the silhouette emerging from the starlight. Her originally weary eyes glazed over as she cocked her head and suddenly broke into a smile. Is the Virgin smiling at me? Rosen was about to return the gentlemanly smile when he felt a couple of long, slender fingers on his shoulders. Make way, please. The clear, polite voice of a teenager came from behind. You are stuck at the birth point. When Rosen looked back, he saw Ansu's clean and simple smile come to, strange and familiar, as if from the depths of the soul. The fear that, though forgotten, is inscribed in the instincts of the, I don't know why. Witnessing the smile, he suddenly felt a little wetness between his legs. The heart almost stopped. Rosen looked down and, it's like you're pissed off. Chapter 90, the honor of this night belongs to you. Coronet Morningstar. Are you a pain hound on this one too? As soon as Ansu went out the door, he saw the lower head man flooding, the one called Rosen. First his legs warred, then a wave of wetness seeped out from between his legs and he stared at Ansu like he saw a ghost, and subconsciously stepped back, and then he just fell to the ground. Like a wriggling earthworm it kept shrinking back, and after a gloomy crawl it ended up even more half crawling, half rolling out of the church. After pushing the door open and exiting the church, the reporters outside were like sharks seeing blood, instantly surrounding them. May I ask which order you are from? This is a reporter for the Religious Herald who makes his money covering religious issues. May I ask why you peed? This is a reporter for the Evening Entertainment Weekly, who makes his money by scouring for delightful entertainment gimmicks. Would you be willing to pay the money and then I'll change your name to Cavens? Brian? This is a reporter for the Capital Morning News who makes money by charging money to change interviewers' names to Cavens. Saints First Steps, Ansu Diapers. Have a desire to purchase Saints First Steps Ansu Diapers? It was a diaper sale, and he made money on the commission Lester gave him. After Rosen left, the entire first church of the astral body. Then there was a long, dead silence. He is not of our order. Patsy cut in slowly as she watched her Rising Stars abstract performance with a deadpan face. In the first two exams, the Illuminati cut the Illuminati saints, the alchemy clergy cut the alchemy clergy's examiners, and now that the heavens are good, it is finally his turn for the order clergy to cut the order clergy's rising stars. The corners of Parsi's priest's mouth twitched slightly, and he stared back at Ansu, who had a wide grin on his face, and Lister and Arthur, who were following behind him. All the congregants were crying out, but only these three were full of splendor. He, like the astral messenger, just felt like he was about to have a midlife crisis. What the hell is going on in there? Patsy said slowly. I don't know. Wow. I'm dead too. Ansu cocked her head. Memory cleared. The first half of the sentence is true. The second half is false. Playing a dead giveaway. Parsi's duo checked Ansu's results. The first line saw the guy's survival time, 762 hours. And sure enough, he was also dead, and then looked at Lister and Arthur, and also found that they were both dead and exhausted. All gone. None of the saints have memories. Patsy thought he'd better retire. What happens in this lower town of Setian is known only to the gods and astral messengers. The astral messenger is again absolutely neutral. It's impossible to disclose. No evidence, no witnesses, no information, and nearly all of the saints' scores were in the single digits, with the highest being in the teens. Totally unsolved mystery now. Who exactly crushed that fourth-ranked legionnaire? Wait, Ansu survived for 762 hours, the longest since he was the last to die. Could it be? Parsector looked down at Ansu's score and was stunned, blinking his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Chloe, who was aside, saw Patsy in such a state of consternation that she, too, came over and padded over to see. She was also curious about Ansu's grades. I don't know if this idiot can pass the test. Hey, Chloe's eyes widened slightly, and a look of surprise surfaced on that perennial cool expression. Wow. Ansu Morningside, 762 hours, a total of 1 A-ranked achievement, 3 S-ranked achievements, and 1 SS-ranked achievement. Kill score, 100. Weighted score, 100. Comprehensive evaluation, SSS. Task 1, kill, 80% contribution. Mission 2, kill, 90% contribution. Final mission, assassinate the head of the suffering tantric army, 100% contribution. He looked again at the scores of Lister and Arthur, 185 and 187. You're the first raider. A double perfect score? The Parsi priest's voice was not loud, but in the silence of the church, it was extraordinarily harsh and clear. Ansu, Morninsta? The eyes of all the saints, priests, and even the bishop were also focused, falling in unison on the shyly smiling teenager in front of them. Meanwhile, Ansu, Morninsta's score, also through the magic screen, displayed right in the center of the astral church. The huge screen made of alchemy material, which ran through half of the church, was clearly visible even to the reporters in the cloisters. The kill score is full and the weighted score is full. Priests understand what this concept is. Nearly all of the misters were killed by the teenager in front of him. Not only that, he had also killed that quasi-saint-ranked legionnaire of pain, which was how he managed to achieve a full kill score. The devil who is so terrifying that he casts a psychological shadow over all the saints and makes every one of them turn pale. It was this glorious saint in front of him who had killed him with his own hands. That's all that's possible. As for why Ansu had died in battle, many of the priests constructed a conjecture in their minds, and a more reasonable explanation, and they discussed it in low voices. Ansu led Lister and Arthur, a border trio who fought in blood and assassinated off one Mithraist after another on an isolated battlefield. In the end, only that legionnaire of pain remained. Lister and Arthur have also been sacrificed, leaving Ansu alone, but he didn't choose to give in. I wonder what sacrifices Ansu has made, what forbidden magic she has employed. In a nutshell, this saint of the Illuminati ended up with the Legionnaire of Pain, with the Legion of Pain, a hero at the end of the road. If that was the case, this border teenager was truly the new star of the order. The corners of Parsector's mouth twitched slightly. He always felt that wasn't the case, but with everyone's memories gone and unable to investigate, the truth would have to be. Not to mention, the crowd is waiting outside. The reporters are all there again, and the Holy See has lost face today. The populace will love the story of such a stranger hero, and the stars are getting brighter out there. The blessings of the astral body are waiting out there, too. Someone has to hold up the fort. The Parsi priest patted Ansu's shoulder. Go and receive the ordination of the Holy Virgin and the gods. Junior, this is the honor you deserve. Ordination of the Virgin. Ansu quizzically looked to the side at Luojia, who also cocked her head, her brilliant golden eyes staring at Ansu. That said, the old folks were reunited in the imperial city, and they hadn't said a word yet. Chloe seemed to have sensed Ansu's confusion. She quite liked seeing the guy fumbling, and smiled slightly playfully. And she remembered again that she was now a holy maiden and had to maintain a dignified demeanor. So she again lifted the hem of her skirt lightly and gracefully flicked her thin lips. Coronation Ansu, please come with me and let's go out together. It's getting noisier and noisier out there. At the beginning of the lights, the crowd's cheers were like a wave, and it was already another vaguely suppressed bout. Beneath the brilliant starry sky, her pure white hair tangled with the light, Chloe smiled. The honor of this night belongs to you. Coronet Morningstar. Chapter 91 Epic Blessing. Ansu and Luojia went up to the second floor, pushed open the heavy door, and when they looked down from the terrace, they could see the dense crowd. Ordination in the astral body order is different from ordination in the secular sense. The Naiad world stereotypist, with 1 year of pioneering rights to that world's fragments and the duty of responsibility for establishing new churches in that world, is, in a way, a temporarily hired bishop of a subdistrict. There was no congregation, no church, no resources. Everything had to be built from scratch, but after all, it was an honorable right, and there was an ordination ceremony. This kind of bishop, unlike real bishops, is uniformly called a Naija bishop. The grade isn't really that high. It's not even close to catching up with real-world priesthood. A real-world bishop can even double as a nerf bishop for a dozen shard worlds. However, a prospective saint who had yet to formally join the church could be called astounding to become a Naiad bishop. Chloe sprinkled the water in the chalice on top of Ansu's head, and put the holy sword, which symbolized light, on Ansu's shoulder, tapped it 3 times in a row, patted up on her toes, and wore the holy seal on the teenager's left chest. The cheers of the populace grew louder and louder. Well, go outside, Chloe said. Ansu went out on the terrace. In addition to the onlookers of the faithful, there were also quite a few reporters, and as soon as Ansu showed his face, the flashes of the magic-guided cameras were shooting at him. For the public, completely clearing a second-order world fragment was not new. What was new was that the clearer was even under the age of 15, and it's handsome. That sells it. He's out. He's out. Mr. Ansu, may I ask what you think of this victory? May I ask how you are feeling right now? Everyone was staring eagerly at Ansu on top of the terrace. Everyone's face was filled with joyful smiles. Luojia stood side by side with Ansu. Although she still had a smile on her face, her gaze towards Ansu was somewhat worried. After all, it's still hard to cope with this kind of relatively big occasion. As planned next, Ansu had to give an inaugural speech and then finally the blessing of the gods. As the holy maiden, her biggest headache was this kind of scene. Ansu had arrived in the imperial capital for the first time. Shouldn't she have stage fright? He told Chloe that he was born an introvert. Chloe looked at the side of Ansu's face, but she saw that the corners of this guy's mouth were hidden in a smile. Ansu smiled so subtly, just a flicker between the corners of her mouth, that if it weren't for Chloe's careful observation, she wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. After spending a month with this guy in the border city, she still understood the guy's physiological habits better, and every time he laughed like this, he was about to do something. Victory? Did we really win? Ansu's voice was low, with a strong sense of compassion. As soon as Ansu spoke, for a moment, the entire scene fell silent. "You're up to no good again." Parsi priest stared down at the guy and felt only a slight twitch of his cheeks. 121 saints, and in this war I have lost 121 brothers in love. Ansu's eyes glittered with sadness, and each sentence was so emotionally. If in a real battlefield my dear brothers will die, I do not call it victory. What a brother to the beast and the pig. Above the stars, the astral messenger stares at the guy's abstract speech. You've made your brother into a dish to be served on the mother goddess's table. They suffered severe after effects. Some cried out, some shouted their parents' names, some even crawled out of the order. Honor gradually passing away in their crotches. Ansu's voice trailed off. Shut the up. It's so hard to keep it down. Pakisto is trying to go to cut off Ansu's magic microphone now. Alice, Shauna, and Rosen. Ansu read out name after name like the king of Hades naming them, and each saint named by Ansu only felt horribly ashamed. Is this guy evil? Reporters have been jotting down names in their little notebooks too. Well, just write that all these guys peed their pants and cried for their moms. I will not forget their sacrifice, Ansu said with a heavy face, but I can't tolerate that all these sacrifices have only resulted in such an ending, which is far from a victory. After offering so many saints, it was surprising that there was not much reward, and Ansu was very dissatisfied. I will move on. Ansu's tone gradually angled upward as he waved his arms, his body movements full of power. Have you ever learned how many life points the life of a holy religious can be worth in the mother goddess of life religion? 3 life points. This was the knowledge in the textbooks of the Holy Church, but the general public had never been exposed to this knowledge. But after hearing the cold numbers, many of the people were bewildered and disoriented. Touchy-feely. This layer of window paper was rudely poked open by Ansu, and the populace felt nothing but shock. There are actually so many, no wonder the secret doctrine hunts Orthodox Christians. Many of the populace murmured in their hearts, there are so few. No wonder the secret doctrine is mixed up so poorly. Ansu said in his heart, you may say, Mr. Morningstar, that I need a goddess to bestow blessings. And yes, you are quite right, bestowings are just too important. But I will tell you this, there is another thing in this world that is more important than life, and that is freedom, that is dignity. The holy religious have to practice well so that they can offer the price, and it's a shame to have only 3 life points, no dignity at all. Our dignity does not exist as long as the Naiad world still flies the flag of the tantric cult of pain. As long as those chaosists, those lifeists, run rampant in our land, our dignity does not exist. The Mithraists could offer a price, and Ansu was going to offer all the Mithraists on Nehru through and through. We need more than a goddess to bestow blessings, rather, a glorious future, a world of order. Not only the goddess's blessings, but the mother goddess's blessings Ansu would also want, not by begging and protesting, but by iron and blood. Ansu's words were like magic, with a passion that incited the hearts of the people, and sentence after sentence of subdued emphasis, and sentence after sentence of bone-deep cries, all penetrated deeply into the minds of the ordinary believers. The infection gradually spread through the crowd. We will be pioneering in unknown territories, pioneering in uncharted territory, pioneering in the wide world. I, Ansu, Morninsta, become Bishop of Neros in the town of Setian. I wish I had you to walk with me, my fellow countrymen. A large part of the previous paragraph was padding, and the last sentence was Ansu's ultimate goal. After the world is finalized, that is, even ordinary believers can enter the fragments of the world, but world fragments are ultimately far enough away from reality that not many populace would want to go there. The town of Setian is short of oxen and horses to repair the church. There is an even greater lack of believers to preach to. He's going to trick people into it. You work not for Ansu, but for a glorious future. Of course, the labor money Ansu would still double it. After all, the last thing he lacked was money. The people gazed at Ansu on the stage, but saw the brilliant starlight draped over Ansu's body, reflecting the young man so divinely. There are quite a few young people's mood followed the hot blood. Is really Ansu's remarks too infectious? They followed with cries of, Morning Star, Morning Star, Morning Star. We do not fight for sacrifice, we fight for glory. We are not machines, we are not cattle or horses. We are people, a people of God who have never succumbed. Ansu spoke ghostly words throughout as he gently brushed his left hand over his chest, his right index finger pointing across, his palm spread outward, the blessing ritual of the most Illuminati. My fellow countrymen, glory, long live. Infected. The devotees who had come to watch the ceremony followed with the cry of, Glory, hail, glory, hail. Looking at the impassioned Ansu beside her, Chloe silently held her forehead and, what happened to the promised introvert? After the speeches, it was time for divine blessings. Ansu advanced a step, holding the pose of holy light, and the astral priests activated their terminals for communicating with the divine. And that sacred sight converged here. Lister and Arthur followed behind. 1 second. 2 full minutes of waiting. How come there's a delay this time? Our astral priesthood is puzzled. Lost? Finally, after another 10 seconds or so, the bestowal finally came. Because of the double perfect score, Ansu received an epic level bestowal from the Goddess of Light, while Lister and Arthur received direct faith points as well as normal bestowals. The blessings are all unique magic, also known as epic magic. All are designed to automatically adapt to the personality of the bestowed person based on their performance in the Narama world. Rather than being bestowed by the goddess, Ansu created it herself. The blessing of the Goddess of Light is Holy Light Salutation. Holy Light Salutation, Blessed Field Magic, Unique Magic, Epic Magic, consumes magic point 3, was 3, Epic Magic, not affected by Cursed Child negative effects. Effect, for every death of a mikveh within the area of the field, 5 points of magic power will be restored for 10 minutes. Note, Mr. Ansel Morningside is a devout believer in the Holy Light. Mr. Morningside is a devout believer in the Holy Light. After his years of research, the Holy Light is divided into many kinds, which kills the light is a rare branch of the Holy Light. It feels like, this thing can be paired with, life offering, to become a sacrificial perpetual sacrifice, Ansu secretly said in his mind. At the same time, the rewards for hunting the Mithraists were given to Ansu. Combined, it amounted to 120 faith points. Afterward, go to the church and redeem it. Enough to bring Ansu's rank to the third order. Since the beginning, Ansu was ready to say his final words as he looked around at the frenzied crowd and righteously said, I, Ansu Morninsta, am the most loyal devotee of the Goddess of Light. Morninstar am the most loyal follower of the Goddess of Light. Meanwhile, farther away than the border, northern continent, Awad Empire, land of Tantra, the third church of the Tantra of Pain, fourth division, an identical ceremony is taking place. Though the infiltrating companions were almost dead, the suffering priests were unconcerned, for the saints were also destroyed in their entirety. They're a little confused right now, though, looking at the name at the top of the list, the highest-ranking agonizing mystic, they were in deep thought. They are, now, searching for a mysterious and strange man called the Agony Beloved. Chapter 92, Painful Tantras. List 1 is also Ansu. The Awad Empire is a land that has fallen completely to the 7 tantras, but its capital is not in disrepair. Instead, another level of extreme prosperity was reached. The city of steel went straight up into the clouds, casting great shadows, and the magic train passed between the streets, spewing out a foggy smoke of. The entire city was shrouded in fog. The huge city was like a constantly running machine, and life was the fuel that made the machine run. The power in a magical train, as opposed to the magical batteries of the Pharos, is different. Without having a first-order warlock recharge the batteries, in the last compartment, petri dish after petri dish was arranged, and the humans were immersed in them, the alchemical spells extracting their flesh and blood for fuel. This is the very invention of the alchemical tantra of the human body. The 7 secret religions are in complete control of the kingdom, while deciding on the running of the country in the form of councils. In the very center of the city-state, the third church of the Tantric Church of Pain stood tall, white withered bones and bright red flesh and blood its gallery, at the end of which the astral terminal shimmered faintly. Their astral terminals are also different from the churches, with flesh and blood throughout as the connecting material. Serpent of Pain, Assyria. Hughes stepped out of the astral terminal. He didn't look too good. Mostly, it's the comments the astral emissary gave him that were inexplicable. Serpent of the devouring Realma, death is not the end, but the beginning. Countless congregations have whispered your name, trembling in lavatories, in the middle of nowhere, in unoccupied corners. Your death brings fear, and it is fear that breeds pain. Pain score of 30, weighted score of 60. Scoring in the Tantra of Pain is different from the Illuminati, where it's all about the pain inflicted on those around you. The snake behind the lavatory pit has kept many mikvahs awake with fear, so even the Assyrian score follows. What the is this? Assyrius couldn't take it. What exactly did he or she do in the town of Sedian? What the hell did he devour? He had lost his memory, but vaguely recalling it, there was always an inexplicable sense of shame hanging over his mind. With such a shameful accomplishment, he's contemplating killing himself again. Despite his decent grades, he wasn't the top finisher this time around. He's fourth in line. Third is called Painful Vicious Dog. Second is called Painful Falcon. Assyria narrowed her eyes slightly as she gazed at the name above the screen. That legendary list 1. Suffering Belly. Pain score of 100. Weighted score of 100. Overall Ratinga. Since the scramble for the world failed this time, the overall rating is just A. Since Ansu had not registered with the Tantrics, his real name would not be revealed, but would be replaced with a code name. But correspondingly, his achievements in Tantra would be publicized. This is something you don't see in the Astral Church. There is a different set of criteria rated according to the value of the pain caused. Ecclesiastical Heartbeat S. a total of 120 Orthodox were sacrificed under his influence. The town of Sedian emptied of saints. Land of the unhistoricala, under his influence, the suffering dry school has the highest level of hygiene ever recorded, and the Mithraic suffering value is the highest ever recorded. The art of sacrifice s, after sacrificing everyone, he sacrificed himself as well, successfully maximizing the pain value of all humanity. Where the hell did this pervert come from? All the priests pondered such a question. Maybe it's from the Mother Goddess of Life. Sneaking in? The Mother Goddess of Life Church was the most decentralized and separate of the 7 sects, not even having a formal ecclesiastical structure. And although the council retained their seats, it was only a face-saving exercise. They were all unorganized and undisciplined roving elements, so it was normal for them to do this. Most importantly, the Mother Goddess of Life's gaze had all come just now, as if to bestow blessings. It turned out that no one was found and left again. That's a bit of high treatment. This strange man called Agony Beloved would have produced a great social scum if he could have been poached in his own house. The pain in the ass? What the priests don't know is that the matter of the town of Sedian is being discussed in the lower council at this very moment. A second-order world was able to startle the House of Commons. This is the highest level of the city-state, and the walls are treacherous and beautifully painted murals, with blood as the dye coating the walls. The long table, of white bone texture, took up the entirety of the council chamber, and surrounding it were 7 chairs. The order of pain has failed. A teasing, flirtatious voice rang out. She couldn't see her face, and the high-backed chair was tattooed with twisted lines and scales of order, the very tattoos of the cult of chaos and order. Counselor Frangi Shimo, just got word. The man named Frangi looked calm in the face of the banter. The tattoos on his chair were white bones, the very symbol of the agonists. That the town of Sedian is being completely stereotyped. The town of Sedan is not important. The other figure spoke slowly, his voice ethereal and long, with a deathly coldness, as if a living corpse were speaking. The important thing is, the message, those telegrams to and from the Legionnaire of Pain in a different time and space. It points to where we want to reach. That lost border world. The kingdom forgotten by history, the kingdom of chaos. Border worlds, a type of Naiad world, neither church nor esoteric. It is a fragment of the world that no one has discovered. We never acquired this piece of the puzzle, and we won't get it later. The House of Commons fell into silence. Ansu, Morninsta, very nice name. The woman from the chaos cult pronounced the name, will be the Bishop of Naiad in the town of Sedian. Her scarlet eyes looked at the beautiful boy on the document, a picture of the very same Ansu during her inaugural speech, gazing into the earnest and holy pupils of his eyes. What a way to make him fall. What a way to see him mesmerized. She gasped, her eyes excited and full of desire. Chaos. Chaos is the ladder of the world. Chaos is exactly what the universe is in its most primitive state. Chaos. What wonderful fun. We have to get the town of Sedian, no matter what. The agonizing senator came to his conclusion. Ansu, Morninsta, no matter how devout a saint he is, we will surely corrupt him. It is something you cult of chaos specialize in. A time of chaos is coming. Today is the first day that Anselmo Mornesta is a full-fledged saint. Morninsta is a full-fledged saint. According to the ritual, one has to first bathe in the holy water in the sanctuary, which is actually a bathhouse. He quickly washed up and gave a smooth order of the law. No nudity allowed here. Several saints ran uncontrollably naked out of the bathhouse, putting on their pants as they went. So funny. Chapter 93. Another day of double win for Ansu. It's well known. Public bathrooms are public places. It's well known. Nudity in public places violates public order and morals and is disordered behavior contrary to order. So no nudity in public bathrooms. No nudity allowed here. By enacting this law, Ansu was reasonable and maintaining order. It is more about building a harmonious and beautiful atmosphere of faith. Early morning air is just right. The thin morning fog is still wrapped in the canopy. The sun came out, but also was illuminated to dissipate, revealing the pale blue sky. Through the window pane, the first rays of sunlight fell on Ansu's clean face, his long, grayish-white hair, still remnants of water stains, reflecting the light. A soothing morning is the start of a great day. For Ansu, today was another day of guarding the order. He was in a good mood. Casually donning a clean white robe, he toweled off his long, undried hair when Enya's voice came from the door again and, "Would you like me to clean it for you?" "No need," Ansu said externally. The maiden lady's voice took on a touch of surprise. "I thought you were trying to unlock a new venue." "What new venue?" Ansu always felt that this guy was thinking of strange things again. "You just dispersed the bathing idlers. Didn't you want to create an unoccupied environment?" Enya-san rightfully said, "But doing that thing in the sanctuary, this venue, it does seem rather bold as well." She just said something forbidden with a flat expression. The nice atmosphere that had been so hard to build was instantly destroyed. Ansu was curious as to what was going on in the maid-san's head. Or do you want to be in front of the goddess's idol? Enya-sama continued her output outside. What current offender? I'm coming out. Ansu dropped the towel and pushed the door open and walked out. Enya was leaning against the wall of the christening hall. She was wearing a light-colored pleated skirt with open-toe high-heeled sandals, and when she saw her young master come out, she got up from the outer wall and followed Ansu backward. Yesterday the notice of appointment came from the Illuminati. You are now officially the Bishop of Seti in town, and at the same time, in order to facilitate your administration, the Astral Church has also given you the adaptive status of the legislator of Seti in town. Although Miss Maid went down on her head a bit, her professionalism was unquestionable, reporting methodically on all the complicated matters. Ansu listened attentively. In the meantime, Capital Morning News would like to invite you for an exclusive interview. Interview me to become Bishop of Setian? Not really, they want to interview you about your entrepreneurial journey. MS. Enya calmly said. What you don't know is that the Holy Child's Comfort brand of baby products was a complete hit yesterday. Thanks to your promotional speech, a full 10 incontinent saints purchased diapers that night, and the tagline Saints First Step. Ansu diapers became even more of a reality, and now there are several alchemy companies that want to work with you. Your spokesman, Cavens, also held a press conference overnight where he emphasized the critical nature of this key outfitting for the saints and even offered his vision for the future. It will become a trend to wear the comfort of the Holy Child into the astral world, especially when grouped with the coronet of the Morning Star. So he said. Cavens is still starting up in the netherworld, isn't he? Ansu knew this one was Lister as soon as he thought about it. It's really a one-stop shop, sacrificing hand-to-mouth brothers in the Naiad world, earning them life points, leaving them with horrible psychological shadows, and again, in the real world, selling diapers to bros to make bros money. Virtual, real are given to earn. Through the information advantage of the astral world, using the real world as a grip, a new type of assembly line industrial chain was established with the process of sacrifice scared pea selling. Ansu had just the right amount of gold coins to use right now. How did that one go? Ansu asked. 40 ordinary citizens, 40 ordinary believers have already applied for the job, 10 copper coins a day each, and are expected to leave for Seti in town today. 1 gold coin was equal to 100 copper coins, and the 2,000 gold coins that Ansu brought with him could almost employ them for a year, just in time for the end of Ansu's term. Of course, if we continue to recruit, it will be somewhat insufficient. And, after all, ordinary people are ordinary people. They can do the hard work of building churches and taking care of business, but there's not much of a fighting chance. So, what kind of creature in this world, with the ability to? It's a good idea to fool around. Again, the charges are still cheap, even for free cattle and horses. And you're still at the helm? Of course it was Ansu's brothers in arms and legs. The smile at the corner of Ansu's mouth grew cleaner and cleaner, like the early morning sunshine warming the heart. This year's crop of saints have all been eliminated, haven't they? Ansu said slowly. They need to wait for the saints' exams the following year. There's a 1-year window. I also happen to have a 1-year tenure. How in the world can it be so coincidental? MS. Enya was silent. It was like she could guess what Ansu was trying to do. Ansu's tone of voice tries to harbor a strong sense of affection, but also reflects the human concern that belongs uniquely to Ansu, who said in a gracious and responsible manner, I can't abandon them. As comrades who have fought together, I will never abandon each and every one of my brothers, regardless of honor or disgrace. We will all advance and retreat together, so to speak. Enya instantly realized what Ansu was saying, and she cocked her head. Are you actually trying to hire them on the cheap to work? No wonder Count Carlo had his heart set on his master inheriting the family fortune. Miss Enya murmured in her mind. Young master was born to do this. Employment? Please don't say something so worldly. I work for them and I have to pay? Why do they get all the good things? Ansu still had a smile full of humanity on her lips. I'm here to help them. How do you plan to help them? Of course it's to help them with their studies, to help them pass next year's Saints test, which I'm calling the Saints Seminar Society. It is also known as a high school sprint course. Ansu spoke out the plan seriously. Outside of the town of Sedian, there's an old site called the Agony Dry School, slightly renovated. It's just right to be used as the site for the Saints Training Society. You're going to use a ready-made tantric stronghold to raise saints? What will this raise? Enya's pupils widened slightly, and even the unfazed maid-san could not help but sigh in admiration of her own master's whims. Usually the first thing that the Bishop of Neru eradicates after taking office is the tantric buildings, first setting them on fire and holding sacred ceremonies for 3 days and 3 nights to finally get rid of the defilement. And Ansu just wasted it. If you don't get rid of the evil, you're just doing it, but you're also doing remedial classes against the Big Dipper. I will be serving as president myself, with Lester and Arthur attending as vice presidents. This is a teaching lineup that will certainly appeal to the parents of their families, Ansu said very richly and responsibly, in an even more righteous tone. Under the guidance of the top 3, they will surely pass next year's Saints test in full, and in the meantime, it makes sense for them to fulfill some due diligence. I guess, you're going to charge them money in turn, right? MS. Enya guessed Ansu's next thought. Their family must be rich. It's the Progress Fund. Ansu corrected Enya's grammatical error. And talking about money, don't talk about something as vulgar as money. The sunlight sprinkled down from between the gaps of the hovering trees, reflecting on Ansu's delicate side face. The teenager's smile warmed the heart even more than the sunlight. The most important reason, in fact, is that the Holy Order spell in the center of the Pain Dry School was still there all the time. His position as Legionnaire of Pain was still retained, with the authority to activate the spells. No one knows anything about this. As soon as the pain is collected, it can be offered to the Mother Goddess of Pain and will then be blessed with pain. And the suffering of the saints is of the greatest value. Ansu was experienced in how to make students suffer, and he was confident that he could do a better job. Pain Tantra is doing it so conservatively that he's going to introduce a new Morning Star model. There is no doubt that the so-called win-win situation is just that. Mother Goddess of Pain gets pain, wins once. Prospective saints can all pass next year's exams and win one, and Ansu won twice more. Chapter 90 for the school rule is strive for excellence. The Illuminati, Church of the Ninth, Third Division. The trees are in shadow. In the far or imperial capital, the Illuminati had 9 churches, each of which was in charge of different matters, and the third division of the Ninth Church was responsible for the transfer of personnel of the Illuminati. Third Church was very busy today. The day before yesterday, news of the deaths of nearly the entire holy congregation in the church world dominated the newspapers. It also revealed a hidden message: they all failed the third exam, and the third exam accounted for a full 40%. This means that the vast majority of the holy faithful, who have failed this test of sainthood, they'll have to wait until next year's exams. It was totally great news for the various colleges in the imperial capital, all of which had caught a whiff of money-making. Even a lot of already in the world of swimming in the teaching aids experts' door heard of such a big event, but also gradually moved to re-emerge in the world of ideas. What the families of prospective saints lack the most is money, and as long as they take in these heartbreak candidates and casually snub them for a year, they will be sky-high riches. All since the big morning, the Third Church has been packed with faculty members from all the college's textbook offices. Cross your fingers and hope for the best. But they had waited from morning until noon, and still they had not waited for a single saint who would enter the school. Instead, I saw a number of noble parents. The family that is qualified to obtain the test of saints admission to the church just can't do it just by having money. It is even more important to have a connection with the church's inner circle, either the prominent imperial counts and viscounts, or the consuls and other bureaucratic classes. Old-fashioned, serious, traditional, and valuing noble honor, they all represent the upper class of the imperial capital. At this moment, the faces of these dignitaries did not look good. All the kids in my own family are getting ready for World War II. This is a disgrace. There were also a couple of imperial counts talking in low voices. Have you read the papers? That Ansu, Morninsta runs an academy? The name rings a bell. It's the lad who was the top student of the class, the one with the double perfect score, who's already Bishop of Nairobi. Starburst of Order. I remember that title. Breaking the record of Lord Merlin's law. Still from the border. Surely people are both simple and hard-working. In that case, why don't we go ask? It was only 2 short days, and the name Ansu had already spread throughout the imperial capital, even entering the sights of the upper echelons of the imperial capital. After all, at the age of 14, Bishop Naylor had broken the record for youngest bishop. This is certainly much more reliable than many teaching organizations. Ansu's speech that day was also published in the newspaper, and the nobles were relieved to read it. Definitely better than these money-scamming organizations. And in the meantime, get to know the new star of the empire. But the saints, who were on the sidelines, heard that their own old man was going to hand himself over to that Ansu, and they became instinctively fearful, their shoulders trembling, and some of them even began to cower, saying, "Father Sama, I don't really want to go." They don't know, though, why they should be afraid, but whichever thought, seeing their own children like this, those viscounts and counts are even more excited. They are even more certain that this Ansu bishop can manage. The sons of the family were all born into noble families and grew up as arrogant foppers, born with their own arrogance, and would not submit to the discipline of the teachers of the church. The more students fear their teachers, the better they learn. The traditional nobles naturally had the most traditional concepts of education, and immediately slapped the latter and forcefully dragged him over. You have to go even if you don't. They have long been angry. The saints failed the exam and had the audacity to negotiate. The education experts then watched as the candidates were dragged away, crying their eyes out as they did so. It is better for them to go back to the inner world and write their books, the education experts are saying in their hearts. It just so happens that the book The Forbidden Love of the Cursed Son and the Maiden Lady is out in book 4, so I might be able to follow the trend. By the time the Earls arrived at the enrollment hall rented by Ansu, there was already a long line of people outside. After all, the personal tutelage of a top student is the meat and potatoes in any world. Next, Alice, Sean. The teenager's clear voice came from inside. There was a sensation all around. Surprisingly, even the Sean family is here? The magic family? As if the devil had named her. Alice couldn't help but shiver at the sound of Ansu's voice, and she looked at her sister on the side with a pleading gaze. Ansu, his understanding of magic is above me. This talented magical girl of the Sean family said heartily. You can definitely gain something. Ashley cheered her on. One mustn't lose the noble bearing of the Seans. It's just a border underling. There's nothing to be afraid of. Alice bit her thin lips lightly and stood up gracefully. She was dressed in a long pleated aristocratic gown, and her earlobes wore alchemical earrings made by top craftsmen that swayed gently in the wind. The idle autumn light enveloped the delicate side of her face, the corners of her mouth slowly stretching in a perfect ladylike smile, displaying aristocratic elegance in every move. Push open the door and step inside. She will use the aura of a superior being to completely overcome her demons. Push open the door. Your Excellency Morningstar, Your Honor, Alice said elegantly. Take off the earrings for me, Ansu calmly said. Learning how to punch holes in people's ears at such a young age. You really don't know how to be ashamed. A blow to the head. Alice stiffened. What the hell? It's a magical item, Alice weakly argued. She was a little confused, a little annoyed, but at the same time, she had inexplicably a little bit of a heart attack. The way Ansu spoke was inexplicably oppressive in a superior way. Magic earrings are also earrings. Such things will only affect your studies. Don't come if you don't pick it. Ansu stared straight at her. Alice bit her lip and removed the alchemy earrings dangling from her ears. Ansu took out a small box. Put it in there and I'll keep it for you for now. Keep it for now is not equal to I won't use it. I'll give it back to you in a year. Alice remembered the words of the organization's explanation, and with a fierce determination, she put the alchemy earrings into the box. This is the school uniform. Ansu slowly took out another stack of clothes from the table and, that's a skin that will feel good in your hands. Thick women's cotton pants, a plain gray top, and a plaid shirt filled with a sense of security, exactly the women's school uniform of Ansu's previous life. Winter is coming version. Alice stared at the old-fashioned and ugly creepy clothes with surprised eyes. In our school, from now on, we have to uniformly wear clothes like this, Ansu calmly said. Are you the devil? Alice gazed at Ansu with a desperate look. Her aristocratic demeanor will be completely ruined. For the sake of the mission, she gritted her teeth again and endured. Now, come and sign this enrollment contract. Ansu took out another contract from the file bag. Consider yourself enrolled. Alice scrutinized the contract and found everything in order. The only requirement of the contract was simply the pursuit of excellence. Be knowledgeable, diligent, cooperative, and progressive. It doesn't seem that hard. What Alice didn't know was that the requirements of the contract she had signed were exactly the school motto of the Hongshui Sheng College in her previous life. What she doesn't know even more is that, what future will await her. End of chapter. Chapter 95. All men are equal when they suffer. Ansu does not charge any tuition. Although there were many traditional nobles who wanted to give him gold coins, they were all refused by the righteous and Shao. This traditional practice has long been outdated. From the beginning, he didn't like money. Ansu isn't interested in money. As he said, everything he did was for his brothers in arms, all for the sake of a glorious future. These words were quite touching to the parents of all walks of life, and they all marveled. Such a simple and diligent border doer is the hope of the church. They were even more at ease with Ansu. It is true that Ansu did not charge any tuition, and that any such defilement of foreign objects would dishonor the hearts of pious saints. He also told the traditional nobles that the saints had failed this Naira exam all because they had been influenced by external objects. Covetousness, love the shiny exterior, climbing and wearing. It is this list of things that interfere with learning and make their hearts of faith unshakable that leads to the failure of the students. The nobles were deeply impressed. Sure enough, students should act like students. So in just one morning, Ansu had confiscated 3 strings of middle-order alchemy pendants, 2 low-order alchemy rings, a copy of the Radiant Order bracelet, and 3 druid earrings. Of course, Ansu, as a bishop, would never want the saints' things. He's just helping to keep it. They'll give it back when they finish their saints' exams in a year. If you don't trust yourself, you can sign a contract. After all, Ansu's rank in a year would not be able to use these low to medium level trinkets. When Ansu said this in a dignified manner, his gaze was serious and his expression was sacred, and his pale green eyes were flashing with full sincerity. Hearing the traditional noble's considerable approval, They all said sign what sign. Young man, you'll be fine if you receive it. On the side of the education experts, after witnessing this series of operations of Ansu, are simply jaw-dropping. There is such a novel way of thinking. How is this birth better at fooling people than he is? Some of the well-read experts took out their little notebooks and started taking notes on the spot. Next, Ansu proposed an innovative system, boarding. With the brilliant sunlight reflecting on his countenance, Ansu emphasized the superiority of the boarding system, stating that the reason the nobles were so scattered was that they were in a privileged family environment while failing to be centralized and managed together. Boarding is 6 days a week and you can go home on weekends. Spending time together is more likely to cultivate a bond between partners, so that living and learning together will easily generate a sense of community, solidarity, and cooperation, all of which are virtues that are indispensable for a saint. As for the location of the boarding, Ansu told them that it had to be a place that was isolated from the outside world and would not be harassed by prosperity. And this treasure of learning, which Ansu shared without asking for anything in return, was none other than his private church world, the small town of Setian. Ansu is going to kidnap these guys, centrally, into the Narama world and create wonderful pain for himself. He even made a promise that if a prospective saint didn't pass the saint test next year and didn't make it through the terrifying Naiad world, Ansu would in turn compensate 1,000 gold coins. Ansu was confident, because he believed that his own school would be scarier than even the Narama world. Seeing that Ansu was so professional and advanced, the parents signed a contract with Ansu on the spot, where Ansu had the obligation to ensure the safety of the prospective saints, while at the same time, the prospective saints had the responsibility to follow Ansu's management. As the sun set and dusk encroached on the mountains, all the paperwork was done and fully 80 saints chose to enroll. To Ansu's surprise, in addition to Alice of the alchemy cleric enrolling in school, even that order cleric's Rosen had enrolled as well. Give this batch of feeds. After changing the skins of this batch of new students into the most suitable skins for learning, they were brought into the town of Setian in a unified manner, the original school of painful dryness, which Ansu has had redecorated. First, the pile of white bone, human flesh and other forbidden evil materials would be turned over, but Ansu did not intend to throw them away. After some cleaning, the room where the materials were stacked was given a new name, the Druid Biological Laboratory, and after soaking the bones in a potion and labeling them, they were biological specimens. The evil demonic eyes that covered the dry school surveillance, and the room where they were manipulated. Ansu called for them all to be coated with white dye, and a plaque naming them school security booths. The Agony Dry School harbors human resentment because it was once a battlefield. Ansu is even more not to deal with it, where the heavy gas where the dormitory building is repaired, directly borrowing the saints of the Yang will be suppressed. The so-called graveyard cover school, that is the standard operation in the previous life, planting flowers and plants in the place of the dead. The nourishment of blood and flesh made them grow that flourishing, and pasting lawns in the dry school playground, taking stones to carve the school rule of pursuing excellence, and painting a few dilapidated and dimly lit buildings with white paint. The everyday people slogan is plastered everywhere. All at once the sun shone brightly throughout the school of painful dryness. Anyone who looks at it, it doesn't look like a tantric lair. The following day, it was time for the saints to enroll in school. The sun was just right on this day, and the campus was peaceful and beautiful, with birdsong and flowers, and fine sunlight swaying among the trees. When they came here from the real world, they then first saw a brightly lit school gate with the words, Saints Training Society, written on it. As soon as Alice stepped into the academy, she felt goosebumps rising up her body and an inexplicable fear filled her mind. It was obvious that this academy was so sunny, but Alice always felt as if it contained some kind of great terror. There were even a number of saints with serious psychological shadows who cried out directly. They had lost their memories, but there was still a residual fear of the place in their souls. And of course, no matter how much they refused or explained it, their traditional aristocratic parents would be very traditionally grounded. It's all excuses for not wanting to go to school. Having watched the disgraceful appearance of these lowly nobles, especially the country nobility from the poorer parts of the country, Alice exhaled slowly. There is honor and disdain in society, and there is honor and disdain in the academy. From the first day of birth, from the first moment of stepping into the academy, hierarchical nobility had been formed. She was different from these people. As a great noble of old Pharos, Alice had to show the majesty of a superior to establish her rank on the first day. Grunting lightly, the countryside is really. Alice came here for the simple reason of defeating Ansu and reclaiming their family's dignity and honor. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard the teenager's calm voice from behind her. At the sound of that voice, Alice shivered, feeling fear from the depths of her soul. In the seminar society, all people are equal. Ansu slowly said, Alice, this is my first lesson for you. Alice tried to retort, copy the school rules 500 times, Ansu said, and then tell to copy it 1,000 times. I'm sorry, second order saints. Alice's pain value plus 0.1. Once he got the Legionnaire's authority, he had a sense with the pain spells in the center of the tantra. The pain spell was sucking up the pain value, and Ansu's smile grew even wider. In the training center, everyone is equal, regardless of your status on the outside. All to give pain equally to Bishop Ansu. End of chapter. Chapter 96, Holy Order Priests. Thanks to Boss Ansu for naming them again. A week later, early morning, the sun hadn't even risen yet. The autumn sky was dark and cold. Thick forest fog piled up around the workshop. The stars had not yet faded, still leaving a few twinkling at the edge of the canopy. 0.01 from the pain value of the second degree St. John, from second order saints. In this cold and clear morning, the fog was slowly stirred, and eventually a small group emerged. They were running along the training club for exercise, all uniformly dressed in heavy and plain winter school uniforms, their steps heavy and slow. Ansu beamed, admiring the early morning light, and even more so, the future of this thriving group of ecclesiastics. What a view! The fine tradition of running exercises early in the morning is a natural part of education. It wasn't just physical education students like fighters who had to run drills, but liberal arts like warlocks and wizards as well. Everyone's eyes were dead and empty, close to lifeless even, but though the eyes were dead, they were rousing with fervent slogans. In pursuit of excellence, enjoy your youth. The eyes were dead, but the expression was almost frenzied. It's hard to determine if they're dead or not. The day of the saints of the seminar starts with a run. As for the class schedule, Ansu followed the old system of painful tantra, learning the language in the morning and practicing the actual combat in the afternoon. Because there are 7 synods, there is a division into 7 classes: the history of the origins of the church, the principles of alchemy, druidic biology, the theory of the origins of light, astral reaction constructions. Divided into these several disciplines, it is well organized in separate sections. There were no problems except for the fact that none of the above courses were taught by Ansu himself. After all, there were other church subjects that Ansu simply didn't know either. He's a bishop, does he need to know that? These courses, all handed over to Ansu external professional faculty team. In fact, it is not recruited to the students of the teaching and research experts. Was Ansu low-paid poached? However, Ansu still had a course to teach every day, which Ansu called Faith, Thought and Radiant Will. And in his previous life, this course was also called Ideology and Morality class. Help these orthodox people get their minds right. Despite the fact that Ansu took very few classes, the saints' grades skyrocketed. They were supposed to be geniuses. Grades naturally rubbed off under this perverted schedule, which was fine-tuned to the second. So when the results of the first weekly exam came out, all the noble parents smiled with satisfaction. All of the saints scored in the 90s or higher. Step it up. Ansu launched his so-called Morning Star mode. It is based on the Hanshui Sheng model, and then adapted to the local conditions, combined with the characteristics of the Naiku world's national conditions to transform. In short, the Hanshui mode is learned by learning that the stars appear at night, and the Morning Star mode is practiced until the stars disappear in the morning. As for practical combat, under the guidance of the 2 teaching directors, Lester and Arthur, the Ice and Fire School and the Neza Brain School were gradually eroding the pure thoughts of these devotees. They can feel themselves slowly stepping into collapse. While they crumbled, Ansu had earned numbness. On average, one holy religious, one day could provide Ansu with 0.01 pain value. 80 holy religious, one day would be 0.8. Just in a short period of 1 week, the pain accumulated on the pain altar had reached 5.6. Sure enough, you can make more money raising saints than you can raising misters, and disguised as a cram school. It won't be a crusade by the saints. Ansu discovered another evil path, and in the future, he developed the Saints Training Society, opened holy colleges in all worlds, and also constructed altars of pain in the colleges to sacrifice all the pain of the students to the Mother Goddess of Pain. In this way the student learns, the Mother Goddess receives a sacrifice and he reaps the blessings, and all have a bright future. He showed a harvest-like joy. This Legionnaire of Pain status worked better than Ansu thought it would. It had already accumulated 5.6 pains, and there were 2 uses for it. One was to sacrifice it to the Mother Goddess of Pain, so that the Mother Goddess would grant Ansu low-level knowledge in the area of the Mother Goddess of Pain, and another use was to give it directly to the alchemy phantasmagoria. The magic is given in a ratio of 10 to 1. 5.6 equals 56 magic. However, it was simply disposable magic power. stored in a spell formation that was a strategic reserve, and it would disappear once it was used. Ansu was not currently planning to learn skills in pain, he was rather lacking in knowledge of the mother goddess of life. However, evil players will always have evil operations, all converted to magic. A smile played at the corner of Ansu's mouth. A huge torrent of magical power erupted from the slow operation of the alchemy spell, and Ansu sang in another soft gush. Life offering, dedication of life, high-level magic, summoning magic, consumption of magic points, 20 magic points per minute, originally 40. Use this high-level magic to summon the Holy Order Priests of Life. Ansu was now a third-ranked warlock with 20 magic power points, and with these 56 one-time magic points, it was enough to support him for 3 minutes. The pale blue witch who subverts life. Originating from the dark priests of antiquity, Ansu chanted another benediction. I call upon your name, may you awaken from your eternal slumber. A horrible and treacherous aura descended blatantly. Turbid and evil souls came along the river of life, and the unnameable aura seemed to distort everything around them. It's very forced. Hiss, who dare disturb my sleep? That being had a ghostly soul fire burning in his pupils, wrapped in a black robe, and just existing in the world was a blasphemy. It came to be the high priestess of life and life, and it was even a demigod, and even if its realm fell after death, it still had the majesty and sanctity of a saint. Just gazing with it, the soul trembles. Ansu, Morninsta. Ansu smiled. Greetings, your eminence, priest. It moved its gaze downward and saw the tiny being that had summoned it, and first froze slightly as its pupil fire closed and contracted. Ansu, Morninsta. Aha. Thank you for naming me again. The high priestess of life's tone instantly became respectful and, its face, which was a withered bone, hardened into a professional smile, except that the smile was so treacherous that it nodded like a puppy and, Boss Morningstar, so you still remember us. Say what you will, your eminence the priest. You're welcome, I'll call you Bones then. Ansu looked at the full body ribs of the priest of life and said, Boss, I was at least a demigod in life law. The priest of life's tone even carried an aggrieved tone. How about calling you White Bone? That's more dominant. The pain value of a 5th-ranked life priest is increased by 1. You might as well just call me Bones. This middle-aged cargo who was in front of a courting but behind was none other than the priest of life that Ansu had summoned a few days ago. After sacrificing everyone with it, it had to leave behind that summoning word, saying that this was its contact information, and that next time, if Boss Ansu needed it, he could just call its name. On call, nationwide airborne available. It's no wonder the priests are trying to curry favor with Ansu like this. Truly this advanced knowledge is too valuable. Bones had never heard of that kind of sacrifice before, nor had he ever seen such an advanced sacrifice ritual, where so many lives could be sacrificed in less than a minute. The words of the Ansuna 3:0 sacrifice can be considered alien knowledge for it originating from ancient times. It's dead now, and all that's left is a thirst for knowledge. You have 3 minutes, Ansu told it, to teach me your best tricks, and if I am satisfied, the next time I summon, I will bring you my knowledge. End of chapter. Chapter 97, Ansu starts torturing the dead souls. Boss. Bones scratched his skull. Would 3 minutes be too little? I can't teach any skills. I have a very efficient solution. Don't you resist yet. Ansu used a small knife to gently cut on the tip of his finger, squeezing out a drop of blood and applying it to the Bones canopy. This blood was the catalyst, and at once Bones' mind felt connected to Ansu. Information can be heartfelt. This was a new beginner-level spell that Ansu had gotten from the Altar of Pain, and it was called Friendly Pain Message. Friendly News, Pain Magic, Elementary Auxiliary Class, Consumption of Magic Power, 2, originally 4. Using blood as a contract to establish psychic communication with teammates. The two sides share statuses that can greatly increase the rate of information exchange, while the more pain one side is in, the stronger the signal, and the more efficiently the information is transmitted. Note, pain is the proof of friendship. It's very much a pain tantra. Bones realized that he was able to communicate with Ansu through his mind voice, and the message passed about 3 times as fast as usual, which translated to 3 minutes of teaching becoming 9. 9 minutes is barely enough. Bones laughed. Too bad we're not in pain right now, otherwise it could be a little faster. Ansu stared at it with a smirk. The Holy Order priest suddenly felt an inexplicable vicious chill. Bosson, illumination. Ansu made another holy light magic of the lowest order. The magic was used on Ansu himself, though, and the divine aura instantly shone all over his body. For a moment, Ansu was as if he was a holy son born at the advent of God, especially the innocent smile he carried at the corner of his mouth, which especially had that flavor of holy light. Holy light magic, primary auxiliary, consumption of magic 2, formerly 1, effect, creates a light source with holy light, which can be used as basic illumination, and at the same time, the holy light also has a certain dispersing effect on the souls of the dead. Note, when light shines, darkness cannot hide. Bones was confused. If it was just a lighting spell, any number of hits on it wouldn't be feared. Holy ranked undead. Passive magic resistance has long been immune to this stuff, but it had just ghostly made a blood contract with Ansu and shared its status, and Ansu had used the illumination spell on himself. The holy light easily entered Ansu's interior and then shared this holy light state with the priest. In a very silky little streak, it bypassed the magic resistance of its outer skin. It only felt the inside of its body being cauterized by the holy light and screamed out in pain. A beginner's auxiliary magic, even if it passed the magic resistance, couldn't possibly do a single damage to the bones. Still, it hurts. Bones' pain instantly strengthened the friendly pain signal, and the efficiency of the mind communication between them increased even more, directly by 10 times, moving straight from a 3G signal into the 5G era, and a 3-minute teaching time turned into half an hour. 5 points for pain from a priest of the Holy Order. The bone stared lifelessly at Ansu, and a mournfulness even surfaced on its facial bones. It was hard to imagine a skeleton frame making such a vivid expression. Well, we have half an hour now, Ansu, still with that innocent smile, said to it in her mind. What would you like to learn? Bones said in his mind. Create your own magic. Ansu said. Once you reach the 3rd rank of Acolyte, you can attempt to write your own holy light grimoire. I'm exactly a beginner right now, and since you're from the ancient life priests, you must have a lot of knowledge that was left out by the times. Ansu is a good learner. He wanted to combine the best of 100 things. In fact, he wanted to sow. Bones was a demigod in life, and the craft of creating his own magic must be strong. Creating your own magic is more bull ***** in a previous life's design. To put it bluntly, it's a card draw. According to the player's talent, knowledge as a base, consume experience, consume materials, to synthesize the magic. Sometimes a ghost, sometimes a god. If a high-quality rare magic is created, it can even be offered to the corresponding goddess as an official blessing magic. In the future, any saint who exchanges faith points for that magic will be able to take at least a 10% commission from it. But the game is certainly different from the real world. It's not as simple as drawing cards. That's why Ansu would say he's a beginner. Beginner is only right. Bones looked at Ansu heart dark, and then reacted, shocked to realize that now they heart voices the same. This words will not be heard by the boss? Illumination. Feeling that the dim light was hurting her eyes, Ansu shot herself another illumination spell. All of a sudden the top of his head lit up like a light bulb, while the bones ached even more, and the friendship connection between them grew even stronger. Agony from holy priests +1. Ansu didn't deny that he was a birth. He even fairly admitted to the idea, which was why he had struck another blow to better support Bones' claim, all for the sake of their friendship. The creation of magic is essentially derived from imitation. Bones decided to re-establish some of the demigod's majesty. After all, once as a pale blue witch, it was best at creating magic, and chatting about this field, it was quite confident that it was. The essence of magic is that magic power through different circuits, with collision of different effects. Each magic has a unique magic corridor. The more complex the magic corridor is, the higher the magic level is. 1 to 3 corridors for beginner level magic, 4 to 10 for intermediate level magic, and 10 or more for higher level. If you want to learn to create your own magic, you have to copy the simplest magic corridor first. At the same time, even mimicking the same cloister can result in minor deviations due to your talent, knowledge, and experience, and this deviation can be good or bad, and is uncontrollable. And the use of magic created by oneself is not subject to the mitigating effects of constitution. Essentially, that epic magic, Holy Light Salute, that Ansu had gotten through the level also belonged to was Ansu's self-created magic, created based on Ansu's experience in the Naiad world. The imitation of God's blessings by human skill is called creation. Creation then starts with copying first. Bones said, you can try copying the simplest, illumination, first, that only has 2 cloisters. See if you can replicate it. It reached forward with its palm, and the light outlined in the air, writing 2 magnificent lines out of thin air. Bones had lived up to his demigod level in life, and just by looking at it, he could see the circuit composition of the illumination technique and displayed it. It was just a district lighting technique. Ansu believed that he would be able to do it with his holy light talent. Practically speaking, it wouldn't count as mindful communication. It needs to be timed at the normal rate of time flow, but Ansu was quick. Cursed sons are geniuses in the use of magic. Ansu controlled his magic and slowly outlined along those lines, and his talent in this area was not bad. He soon built 2 cloisters, and then finally slowly combined them together. It took only 2 minutes of real time to initially construct the cloister. 40 seconds to the end of the summoning. Put it in the mind exchange. 7 minutes left. Next, it's into the realm of what no one can predict. His knowledge, experience, and talent are all variables. It worked, Ansu said happily. Priest Bones also revealed a look of surprise, and Ansu really was a genius. He actually succeeded in one go. Bones hurriedly checked. X-ray illumination. Unknown properties. Consumption of magic 1. Elementary healing white magic. Effect. X-rays are used to create a light source that can be used for comprehensive lesion detection, while at the same time, X-rays also have a certain radiation effect on the human body. Note, Mr. Ansu Mornesta is a devout believer in the holy light. Mr. Ansu Mornesta is a devout believer in the holy light. After years of research, the holy light is divided into many kinds, of which X-ray is a rare branch of the holy light. The bone priest stared at Ansu as if he were looking at an extraterrestrial evil god. Ansu's expression was a little embarrassed. He had studied medicine for 5 years in his previous life, and had gone into the game when he couldn't study medicine anymore. There is a lot of knowledge about this in the brain. This variable affects the creation of magic. At the same time, he thought of the many intellectual experiences he had had in his previous life, all of which were unavailable in this world. Is there an order willing to take it? What kind of line of magic am I? Embarrassed, Ansu asked. The light department? Bones was silent for half a day, before he stifled words and, count on the Ansu department. End of chapter. Chapter 98, Priest of Life? Fertility Technician. It was once mentioned that all types of magical creations are sometimes ghosts and sometimes gods. However, the ghosts of the Ansu lineage are ghost animals, and the gods of the Ansu lineage are gods of gold. This one of yours, Bosson, take it to the healing order, and it might be accepted by the goddess as an official blessing. Bones thought about it for a moment before giving a fair assessment. It'll even catch fire. No, for sure, I guess. That X-ray illumination spell that Ansu used on the bone priest, clearly penetrating the outer clothing, it tapped out its individual bone structures and revealed them to Ansu's eyes. You're a little osteoporotic, Ansu commented. So, bone density is low. The osteoporotic priest of the holy order could perceive that this holy light, which had never been seen before, had the ability to penetrate the structure of the body. Patients who are suffering from illnesses are illuminated by this light, and they can probably see where there is a major illness. If it was just that, it wouldn't be enough to cause the holy priest to make that kind of comment. The most amazing thing about this magic of Ansu's was that since it was not judged to be of any genus, it passed through the magic resistance of the priest's body and clearly tapped out the internal structure. This light will not be blocked by magic resistance. The more powerful the rank, the higher the magic resistance, the more difficult it would be for this type of magic to succeed in detecting body foci. But this illumination spell of Ansu's was unaffected. So not only can it work on ordinary people, it's also useful for transcendentalists. Moreover, the magic value consumed was only 1 point. The value for money is great. There would definitely be a large number of primordial healing warlocks lining up to exchange their faith points for X-ray illumination. This thing, though, has absolutely nothing to do with illumination anymore. The more Bones looked at Ansu, the more skeptical he became of life. It asked itself that it was a demigod demoness in life, and after its death, it was a saint rank. What genius demon hadn't it seen before and after its life? But this type of creature like Ansu, it really had never seen it before. Was it his own faulty teaching level that brought Ansu astray? It wanted to use this X-ray illumination right now to shine a hard light on Ansu's brain to see how many giant potholes were in there. There was only one explanation for being able to come up with such a novel magic, and that was the many unknown and novel knowledge in Ansu's head. And, of course, it had to do with his ghostly godkin's magical talent. Bones' eyes grew meeker and clearer at the thought. It has an overpowering and forbidden thirst for unknown knowledge. Even after death, he is deeply fascinated by knowledge, and Ansu is a complete collection of knowledge. For the sake of that knowledge, even forcing to be illuminated by the holy light is tolerable now. Ansu was also more than satisfied. They could form a long-term partnership that, accumulating pain values by causing the saints and the bones to suffer. The holy order priests give quite a lot of pain values, and then summoning the bones with the pain values. The Bones helped him dismantle various magical circuits and taught him about the higher levels of magic creation. The Ansu then utilizes the created magic to better cause pain. To create a perpetual motion machine of pain. Thinking of this, Ansu's mouth couldn't help but break into a wide smile. The summoning time was almost over, and the magic value in the pain spell was nearly depleted. Boss Ansu, is there anything else I can do for you? Bones said to Ansu. There's one more thing I want to ask you about. Ansu took an envelope out of his pocket, and inside it was a telegram. Preparing new raw materials of pain. Supplying the front line. Fighting it, the very same telegram Ansu received before he left the town of Setian, and which Ansu hid in his locker before he left. This is an unknown piece of intelligence. He was a multi-weekly player in his previous life, but he had never heard of this aspect. There was only one possibility. This was a background plot that hadn't been mentioned in the main story, or even a hidden plot. After all, The setting of the Nanoha shard is different from that of the main world's spatial and temporal ectoplasm, when parts of the world suffered destruction and were plunged into eternity, repeating the destruction over and over again. They were called naiads. There are many unknown events. This is a directive from the headquarters of the Tantric Church of Pain. Ansu explained, "You were a demigod life priest in your lifetime. Do you know who the Tantric cult is fighting against? I've been dead for over 2,000 years and have forgotten many things except for my knowledge. I can only give my advice," Bones said awkwardly. "Since this is something that happened in the Narama world, I would suggest that you could start investigating the town. If the town will be destroyed, it will have been destroyed for a reason, including the age in which it stood, probably many thousands of years ago, or even before it was destroyed, including its location, and the composition of its people. And most important of all, since the secret order of the Naiad has sent you this telegram, it will send you a second, and even a third. These are clues, and since you have become the Bishop of Narama, you have the right to investigate these." Ansu thought for a moment. "What do you think the biggest possibility is?" The town of Setian was destroyed by the Tantra of Pain, but it may be that the demise of this town was only the beginning, and that there may be a greater element of demise hidden within. Bones paused, the pupils of his eyes flickering with brilliant soul fire. It could even be the destruction of an era, if it is an age that is extinct. Then there will be more fragments of the frontier around it that have not been unearthed by the church, or even by the secret doctrine, so as to make up an age. Ansu was thoughtful. "That's just my guess." The magic value on the altar of pain was completely exhausted. The bone's form slowly dissipated. It waved its hand at Ansu. "Boss, want to add a clock?" Ansu felt that this holy order priest's compulsion was getting more and more crotch-pulling. Priests of life? Fertility technician. Really mixing it up to become a national flyable mechanic. No more magic. Ansu flashed his hand at it, saying in his mind that it was necessary to give the saints additional homework. The students did more homework so the principal could have the rights to give the technician an extra clock. "Then please name me next time." Boss and the bones completely dissipated into the void. Ansu moved his muscles and stepped outside. Outside the sky had darkened and dusk had dispersed, a few flaming clouds still hanging on the skyline. The saints would be in evening study hall by now. The decision was made to give notice of the evening self-study exam. With a faint smile on her lips, Ansu couldn't help but sigh. She was really a perfect teacher. The next thing to do. "First, there's a trip to the town's library to investigate the town of Setian," he said darkly in his mind. Over the next half-dozen months or so, the days became regular. Regularly pain students, regularly sacrifice pain, regularly conjure up bones, regularly make magic. Ansu could only mimic 2 magic corridors at first, but after Bones' guidance, he slowly began to work his way up to 3. Investigations about the town are also in order. The results of the survey exceeded Ansu's expectations. Rough estimate. The town was supposedly destroyed 30,000 years ago. It's so old that it's barely recorded. It is only known that it is in the Third Age. That epoch is also called Era of Chaos. End of chapter. Chapter 99. The Holy Maiden of Chaos is about to have a good fall. The Century of Chaos. Ansu wore a thoughtful expression. The Century of Chaos is mentioned a bit in the original background setting. Those were the times when chaotic beliefs ruled. The Kingdom of Chaos and Order Tantra, which should have been called the Kingdom of Chaos at the time, took over nearly half of the continent. The front line mentioned in the telegram might mean the war with the Kingdom of Chaos. Only under a certain catastrophe, the Kingdom of Chaos was completely destroyed. The remaining nationals were displaced for decades before finally slowly coalescing to form the current Chaos and Ladder Tantra. It has grown to the point where Chaos Tantra has become one of the 7 great tantras. The chaotics are cunning and insidious. They seek pleasure with their lives. They specialize in disguise. They love to create divisions. And betrayal is as easy as drinking water for them. Is the most emotionally unstable psychopathic sect of the 7 esoteric religions. Ansu doesn't really want to go up against these guys. Chaos Tantra also occupies a good portion of the original work. In particular, the new generation of the secret doctrine, with the chaotic trio of Steps Virgin Elf, son of Chaos Doug, and chaotic priest Garner, were rampaging across the northern continent, lurking in all walks of life, and creating chaos everywhere in the city-states. Within a few weeks, you can mess up a city-state, lead the Magi into depravity, create territorial divisions, and provoke loved ones into enmity, use chaos to cause the goddesses to rejoice in order to gain the blessings of the gods. I'm afraid they'll come to haunt them. Since ancient times, Ansu has been the most loyal follower of the God of Order. What if I accidentally get corrupted by them? He's most afraid of being taken for a ride. Ansu was satisfied that almost a month after starting the workshop, everything was so calm. That's so full of life. Evening study hall continues to be good for students to take exams. October is already almost early winter. The college corridor hangs a whoosh of cold wind. Freezing fog condensed on the floor windows. The sunlight through the snow crystals sprinkled in. every grain of light scattered with the cold and bleak. Inside the washroom, Alice gazed at the silhouette in the mirror. She gently pressed her index finger against her cheek. The silhouette in the mirror rippled with the wind, surprisingly revealing a different face vaguely. Bright red eyes, with what looked like a blooming flower in the center of them. Damn him. The man in the mirror cursed softly. Alf felt like she was practically falling for good. Ansu, Morninsta, no matter how devout a saint he may be, we will surely corrupt him. This is something you chaos cults specialize in. It was an order from the Awad Empire a month ago. Ansu, Morninsta took the keys to the kingdom of chaos. The town of Setian is set in stone. If you want to get it back, you have to take care of the saint called Ansu. He's only the bishop of Setian town now. You can't kill him, you have to lead him to fall. Just a teenager under the age of 15. These kinds of things are naturally easy. Children born on the border, strong in faith, good and simple, have the most to make their chaos worthwhile. This is a big job. Alf was ready for anything. For example, a high-ranking holy artifact, Chaos of the Good, disguised as an unusual trinket, able to briefly hypnotize existences whose rank is lower than his own, and if used for a long period of time, even able to achieve the degree of brainwashing. They had long ago chosen to hide their identities in order to get close to Ansu. As a rule, it's to disguise yourself as someone close and trusted by Ansu. The first thing you do when you want to degrade your enemy is to understand him. Ansu, in his inaugural address to the Bishop of Naru, righteously and affectionately said that the saints were his brothers in arms. According to the newspaper, he also specifically named 3 names at the time: Alice, Shiner, Rosen, and so the object of their infiltration was there. Alf was disguised as Alice, and the other 2 teammates were disguised as Shiner and Rosen. The church has the inner circle of the secret doctrine of chaos. Add to that the fact that after experiencing the church world, the men were in a very bad state of mind, to the point of near collapse. As the Sage of Chaos, she went down easy and quickly seized the identity. After a brief fusion with her soul, she became Alice for the time being. Alice's thinking was also influencing Alf's. Alice was her and she was Alice. She played it well all the way through. Even the inner emotions were mimicked. Hypnotize yourself. I came to Setian to learn. Then, the fear for Ansu that originated from instinct was mapped through Alice's body into the mind of the Sage of Chaos. Aren't you brothers in arms? She had completely merged Alice's memories, including her emotional grooming, honor and so on. So on the day of enrollment, she elegantly tried to greet Ansu, but the other party was head over heels. Take off your earrings. Learning how to punch at a young age. What a shame. Elf watched as Ansu took her Chaos of the Good into the small box. No, aren't you a real borderline good teenager? What's with the first day of collecting people's stuff? What Elf doesn't realize is that this is all just the beginning of her ordeal. Hypocritical saints, Elf said in her heart, but she would put up with it for the sake of infiltrating the town of Setian. Even without the help of the Chaos of the Good One, with her means, she could easily take Ansu down. Whenever I can find the opportunity. On the first day, it will be done. Then on her first day in the town of Setian, the Sage of Chaos punished her by copying the school rules 500 times. She was about to fail to recognize the words, pursuit of excellence. Then the next day she realized that there were magic eyes all over the place. Ansu beautifully ordered it to be a security booth. The 3 of them were organized into 3 classes. The Sons of Anarchy into the class taught by Arthur, and the Priests of Anarchy into the class taught by Lister. To turn these 3 against each other, Arthur advocated the spirit of chivalry, and believed that to be a knight was to have a vigorous constitution even in the middle of winter. So the Sons of Chaos did physical training naked every day, and were so tired that they couldn't get out of bed every day, and they simply didn't have the strength to take a shot at Ansu. A month later, the Sons of Anarchy chose to drop out, returned the body. What Lister taught was the will of the nobility, and he believed that the so-called nobility was to have the most persistent perseverance. The concrete implementation of this is that Lister has been dragging his feet in class, taking up all the classroom time, and it has resulted in the Reverend Chaos not only not having the time to take a shot at Ansu, but not even having the time to go to the bathroom. Again, a month later, Rev. Chaos opted out, returned the body. Elf, on the other hand, was assigned to a class taught by Ansu herself. Ansu believes that the most important thing is still the moral mind, and that a weak mind with low morals does not make a perfect saint. That sounds normal. And so Alf began the path of educating Ansu's mind. Then she was on the verge of being brainwashed in turn. Ansu's inspirational education that was like a pyramid scheme, the uninterrupted daily infusion of chicken soup, the art of conditioning that was sometimes criticized and sometimes suppressed. Every step was perfect. The more homework the students do, the more the principal has a mega clock. Everything is clearly an act of order, but it hides chaos in its purest form. He succeeded in making all the saints think, it's all because you didn't try hard enough. It wasn't until this very moment that Alf realized that the At this rate, one is really going to be a good degenerate into a sacramentalist. End of chapter. Chapter 100 Enya. Help me hold her down. I'm going to start hypnotizing her. Awad Empire. House of Commons. How's the progress on the Sage of Chaos? Brilliant firelight shook the faces of several priests, light and dark shadows cutting through, and outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was the shrill sound of a human-skin train whizzing by, the entire city-state shaking with it. The plan's going well. Mr. Franzi looked at the letter that had been passed around, one that had come back from Elf's weekend off. He paused, pursing his lips, before he said slowly, "She made good grades, not bad for a chaotic divine choice. Your Highness Elf has never been better." The priests broke into smiles. "It's all a handful of things. How can a mere child from the border resist the great chaos? I wonder what kind of achievement the Holy Maiden coronation achieved." Someone asked, "Did it completely capture the town of Sedian? Did it create chaos? Or did it make the congregants kill each other?" Frangi was silent for a moment. On this monthly exam, she scored a perfect score on the theory of radiant origins as well as the hunting and killing tantra practical operation, and was the first in the class. What the hell? Everyone was in a state of uncertainty and confusion, and everyone thought they were hallucinating. They looked at each other, both seeing clear ignorance in the other's eyes. The theory of the origin of radiance. Hunt for the Mister's practical operation? What the hell is this? Aren't you a mikveh yourself? Are you going to kill yourself? We all know that Chaosians are crazy, but we've never seen such outrageous lunacy. Counselor Frangi, whose face was also quite embarrassed, coughed softly to maintain order in the council. Ahem. Frangi murmured. Elf's letter said it was all planned. What plan? Hope rose again in the hearts of many believers. Frangi looked at the letter. She said the best monthly test scores would be able to be the small class president. The hope that had just risen was instantly fed to the dogs again. You are a holy woman of the Tantric Church, and your wish in this life is to be the head of a small class. The young squad leader is Ansu's close friend. Frangi coughed again, and every day gives him a chance to approach Ansu alone. She said in her letter that she was ready for anything and would win. Frangi put away the letter, his grim gaze meeting everyone's, his icy voice echoing through the council chamber. She will surely upend Sedian, and a time of chaos will surely come. Dusk, it's drizzling. Lines of rain fell from between the skies, weaving diagonally through the intertwined lines of dusk and night, dripping and hitting the roof above. Come in. Hearing the voices coming from the room, Alice had a smile on her lips. Thunder flickered by, flashing a glow around the window pane and reflecting her face in all its splendor. The eyes that were as bright red as blood, the madness within them was about to drip down. Having endured a full 30 days of, it was finally time for her to get her revenge. The corners of her mouth lifted high in pleasure and her shoulders shook slightly with excitement. But it was only for a moment before she calmed down to this, and in a flash of thunder, she was Alice again, the elegant and proud aristocratic girl. Although this body wasn't Alf's original body, but it was only the Chaos Saint's spiritual body projection, Alice would be able to have a strength of more than the Third Order. She was confident that she would be able to control Ansu just by being alone with him. And here, there's no one else. Elf pushed the door open and that teenager stood right in front of the window pane as the rain rushed down. His long, gray-white hair trailed to the ground, his pale green eyes were gentle, and his slender frame was draped in a golden cloak with a white bow tie folded out of the shirt within his jacket. Here's the report card. Coronet Ansu. Elf placed up a thick stack of papers on the desk as she watched Ansu's expression. She already knows that this saint in front of her was trickier than anyone she had ever encountered. That said, can this creature really be called a saint? Alice's soul still retained a vague fear of Ansu. Ansu's every move seemed strange, and Elf had the illusion that there was a cold, unseen light flickering in the depths of Ansu's eyes, a light that seemed to see right through people, straight into their souls. X-ray illumination. That light wasn't an illusion. The cold light in Ansu's eyes was the X-ray, one of the holy lights. Elf's bone image was clearly reflected on Ansu's retina. At a glance, there was also the variety of items in Elf's small bag that Ansu had taken in. A sense of crisis suddenly rose in Elf's heart, a sense of danger that came from instinct, reminding her that something was wrong, and as she gently put the information away, she thought that today was not the day to strike. In favor of this time, Ansu's magic guide telegram emitted a slight buzzing sound. A brand new letter spat out of the telegraph. The Agony Tantra sent a second one. Elf exhaled softly as she lifted her head and gazed at Ansu, the corners of her mouth slowly lifting into a pleasurable curve. The eyes quickly turned a blood-red color. The tangled lines swirled and intertwined, twisting all the gods. Pupils of confusion. Medium-level magic. It can cause a being of lower rank than the caster to fall into a state of dizziness and confusion. Ansu's body staggered, about to fall. and his pupils gradually lost their light. Success. The smile at the corners of Elf's mouth grew more and more frantic, and she struck out swiftly, snatching up first the telegram wrapped in the crucial message, her blood-red pupils skimming toward it. 0 points for you. She instantly sensed that something was wrong coming, that there were worse shadows lurking behind her. That uneasiness in Elf's mind didn't come from Ansu, but from the shadows behind her. Thunder flashed from between the window panes, reflecting the shadow behind her and the brilliant amber pupils. An assassin who could conceal himself from Elf could only be a fourth-ranked being. The shadow sliced through Elf's meridians, and blood instantly gushed out of the. Enya didn't even give the former a chance to resist, the icy blade like mapping the thunder outside the window, picking its way upwards along the veins one after the other as the temperature drained through the body. This telegram turned out to be for blowing people up. After a brief moment of dismay, Alf burst out laughing. It was obvious that her body was in excruciating pain, but she didn't even care. It was the first time she had ever admitted it, and found it rather amusing. How did you find me? Alf asked Ansu. I used Alice's body. By this time, Ansu had snapped out of his confused state. People who raise pigs are very concerned about their pounds. Ansu rubbed her swollen temples. Alice is only a second-order saint, but the pain provided to me is 2 parts. What the hell is this birth talking about? The Sage of Chaos is really seeing things now. Doesn't matter. It's just a projection of her spirit. Just quit. You see what this is first. Ansu saw what Elf was thinking. He took a pendant out of his sleeve and gently shook it in front of Elf's eyes. Enya helped me hold her limbs down. High relic, chaos of the good. At this moment, Ansu has stripped away the shell of its ordinary pendant. It has a hypnotic effect. And how do you see this? It's well camouflaged too, isn't it? I swept up the contraband with an X-ray. Enya helped me hold her down. I'm going to start hypnotizing her. End of chapter. The forbidden love of a cursed son and a maiden lady. Young Master Asa was an overbearing son of the curse, but the first time I saw him, I knew. He smiled evilly and coldly. The pupils of his eyes were full of tyranny and darkness, as if he were a wild wolf, wanting to tear me to shreds. He smiled faintly. The corners of his mouth were even 3 points of thinness and coolness, 3 points of carelessness and 4 points of shade. I remember the first time I met him, the first time I saw him, with an icy smile at the corner of his mouth. He commanded, nobly and haughtily, "The dirty and lowly thing, move yourself for me." He then said with such evil impetuosity to the dirty clothes in the basin. The suit didn't respond. What? The depths of his eyes revealed tyranny. His tone rising, is it hard to believe that you want me to do it myself? Interesting woman. There have been few who have provoked me to such a point, he said as he reached for the lubricating laundry detergent on the side, the slippery liquid running down his clothing and percolating it with astringent love. Or do you want to smell like me all the time? Wash yourself and wait for me on the bed. Young Master Aso said coldly, you clingy little kitty. Very clingy kittens indeed. Young Master Aso's pajamas were a kitten print, and at the moment they were stained with laundry detergent. In the end, I helped young Master Asu with the laundry, and from this day on, I became young Master Ansu's personal maid. Enya, Morninsta. Chapter 101. I order you to take the Illuminati exam. What a funny guy. Instead of being scared, Alf found it more interesting. As a sage of chaos, she was born with the pursuit of pleasure in mind. The so-called mission is just not a way to seek pleasure. Failure is failure. It doesn't matter to her alone. Even if Ansu had the so-called chaos of the good, it wouldn't be able to do much to Elf. The soul will soon be able to evacuate out of this body. She was in turn quite curious as to what kind of over-the-top innuendos Ansu would make to her. Ansu shook the pendant. The jewel shimmered magnificently in the light, dazzling Elf's eyes, and her mind tended to drift into confusion, her pupils slowly losing their highlights. Next, you answer whatever I ask, Ansu said. Elf, age, 16, gender, obviously, I'm all for using a girl's body. Elf rolled her eyes. She was still retaining her sanity even though she had gone into a state where she answered whatever she was asked. That's why I'm asking for clarification. Ansu narrowed her eyes, her wizened eyes like X-rays. In our hometown, men usually use female numbers. Female. Alf thought the Ansu family was far beyond the chaos order in terms of chaos. What an odd custom. Purpose? Ansu asked. Tell me more about it. 30,000 years ago, the kingdom of chaos went to war with the gods, and after that, the age of chaos ended, and the kingdom sank into the Naiad, transforming into a giant border world. The truth of the destruction of the age of chaos is hidden in this Naiad world. The town of Sedian, controlled by the suffering Tantra, is the closest world fragment to the kingdom of chaos, and according to history, spies trained in the town were involved in the infiltration of the kingdom of chaos. The town of Sedian is the key to unlocking the kingdom of chaos, and it is one of the 3 shards. With the town of Sedian completely cleared by you, time will flow on normally, and the appointment to travel to the kingdom of chaos will come down next, I believe, Elf said to Ansu. so it is. Simply put, it's a large copy. Ansu sensed that the soul in Alice was fading. It looked like he was going to do things while his body was still hot, so he instructed Enya to hold the soul down tight again. He was going to do bad things to Elf. The smile on his lips grew more and more grim. District brainwashing is just a brainwashing. Elf snorted lightly in her mind in disdain. She was not afraid even though she had lost control of her body. Do whatever Ansu wants with her. It was also impossible for Ansu to give very outrageous commands, such as the soul immediately self-destructs, recognize Ansu as the master or something like that, which would only offend the anti-reverse mechanism and immediately awaken itself. No more egregious and depraved brainwashing. None of the saints of chaos would be afraid. It'll lift when you get out. The big deal is that it leaves a bit of an aftermath. Chaos Tantra also has a great deal to offer in the field of anti-hypnosis. The more evil and excessive the command, the more easily they can disarm it. Listen. Elf, listen to my voice and obey my orders. The good one's chaos emitted a slight tremor, and Ansu's voice was low and magnetic, echoing in Elf's ears and penetrating deep into Elf's soul. I order you to go to bed early and get up early every day, Ansu said. Daily routine. Elf was confused. She never expected Ansu to give this order. The origins of the 7 major esoteric faiths, in fact, all have a history. There's a little-known secret in there. According to the secret canon of the Mass, before the beginning of time, when the gods wandered among the spirit worlds and did not keep their eyes on the mortal world, there were 7 sons of man who touched the taboos and committed the 7 original sins, which drew the anchors of the evil gods. For example, the original members of the Tantra of Pain, who were addicted to being whipped, once got high and got whipped to death, attracted the attention of the mother goddess, and the sect became known as the Tantra of Pain and Blood. The original members of the Chaos Tantra, on the other hand, peeked at the whipping minigame next door every day, had a chaotic work schedule, fell to their deaths in a trance while walking up the stairs, attracting the attention of the evil gods, and the sect came to be known as the Chaos and Steps Tantra. That's why members of the Order of Chaos have never been irregular in their routine. Chaotic addiction. How could one obtain the gift of the Mother Goddess of Chaos when one was not chaotic? Making the Chaosians go to bed early and get up early every day was worse than killing her. I order you to eat 3 meals a day on time, Ansu slowly said again, his smile as bright as the afternoon sun. Study on time every day and complete at least 3 papers. 10 times the pain value of Alice, a second-order saint. Elf got a complete look of fear in her eyes. She'd never been so scared before, desperately trying to fight her way out, and her soul desperately trying to get out of her body. You're an asshole. You can't do this. Even if the brainwashing is lifted later, it will still leave a hidden impact, and none of these instructions from Ansu are too much, even positive. You can't do that. Don't. You can even hypnotize me to do the O thing, then make me 00 every day, and then OO at the end. You can't make her do her homework every day. What kind of saint of chaos does homework every day? She'll be excommunicated from the secret doctrine. Elf was flushed, and she felt her soul moving upward, step after step, upward to the, but she didn't want to love any kind of life. Her nature was chaotic and evil tantra, where flesh and spirit seemed strangely separated, which brought endless torment. This agonizing and strangely pleasant sensation was about to ascend to heaven. It feels a little topsy-turvy. Chaos of the good. The light above the gem grew dimmer and dimmer, and cracks gradually appeared on the surface. Clearly, hypnotizing someone as strong as Elf had caused this high-ranked holy object to reach its limits. The sunlight outside the window shone in, reflecting Ansu's smiling face more and more brilliant and innocent. He slowly opened his mouth, and uttered the last words. I order you to take the Illuminati next year. From Alice, a second-ranked saint, the pain value is increased by 30. What Ansu persuasion? Elf stared Ansu dead in the face. To imprint this guy's face in her heart, the Chaos Loco people had good heart qualities, but Ansu completely broke Elf's defenses. Ansu, Morninsta. The scarlet eyes reflected Ansu, and she bit her lip with a deep resentment that, you wait. The voice was icy cold, wrapped in boundless irritation, as well as hidden shame and resentment. She completely withdrew from the body, and Alice's body swayed slightly as she collapsed to the ground. A saintly woman is a saintly woman, and the meat yield of one head is worth a hog factory to me. Ansu smiled a harvest-like smile. He stood up and explained that Enya would clean up the mess, that all of Alice's memories would be preserved in the meantime, and that Alf wasn't taking over her body, but rather her soul was temporarily fused. So for the past month or so, Alice was also really studying at school, which was harder to deal with, but Ansu still had the means to deal with it. Offer it up. Saints die in the church world and only their memories are cleared, and the parents just explained that it was because she was trying to skip school with this trick. The altar was dealt with, and it was sunset outside the window, and the night was as dark as iron, so that the stars could be seen. Ansu suddenly heard a strange noise coming from the magical telegraph. Enya, there's no need to send any more fake faxes. I didn't do that. Enya replied. Ansu turned back to the telegram. Legionnaire Ansu, Morninsta, with up to 2 escorts, travel to Feral, the border city of the Kingdom of Chaos, north of the town of Setian. A new assignment has been given to you. The town of Setian was just a world fragment that was not bordered by the surrounding area, and traveling from Setian was impossible, but it can be accessed through the astral terminal. What Ansu finds more interesting is that the current imperial capital of Feral turned out to be 30,000 years ago. Was it actually the border of the Kingdom of Chaos? Could that be the capital of the Kingdom of Chaos? With things on his mind, Ansu's ears rang with the voice of the astral messenger. You have found unregistered world fragments. You have unlocked the coordinates of the world shard. Coordinates XC288378. 1/3 of the Kingdom of Chaos world fragment free city of light has been unlocked. World level, 4th order. End of chapter. Chapter 102. Ansu's efficient means. Church shards are shards that are already owned by the church, and tantric shards are owned by the tantric church. The border fragments, on the other hand, are something that neither the church nor the Mithraic have been able to discover. It's one lost and dusty world after another. The coordinates of the border shards can also be found in the world shards that have been acquired, which is one of the reasons why Bishop Naylor was sent to take care of the world. Every unexplored world is very valuable, precious and rare. If Ansu directly handed over the coordinates of the shard, he could get no small amount of credit. It's also helpful for him to rate job referrals. It's possible to mix up a quasi-deacon to be one. It was only natural that the church would send out a specialized 4th Order squad to rush to give this 4th Order world clearance before the misters arrived. The first pass reward of No Man's World is several times that of an unusual copy. In that case, any sane person would know what to do. The warm sunlight sprinkled on Ansu's face, and he had already made a decision in his heart to take it all alone. Ansu discovered the copy first. Why should we give it to someone else to raid? He's a 3rd-ranked warlock now. He's already considered to have touched the threshold of a middle-ranked warlock. It's also more difficult to raise the magic value than it was at the beginning. The conversion ratio of faith points went from 10 to 1 to 20 to 1. Of course, the level of magic that could be used was also higher. It's been a month of hiatus and it's time for the next Narama World raid. Just torturing saints and brushing up on pain values still won't work. The only problem is that the bit level of this border world is 4th order. The difficulty is several times that of the town of Setian. Lister and Arthur are still hanging around in the quasi-3rd order, not helping out just yet. Ansu could now open a paraclete recommendation for Enya-sama so that Enya would be qualified for the Narama World raid. But there's one more teammate missing. Where to fool around? There was no other saint Ansu knew in the entire imperial capital. It has to be strong. Wouldn't hold him yet. Such a tool man. Aha! It's snowing. It was the first snowfall of the year in Feral, and the sun had not yet faded before the light snow drifted down. The snowflakes flurried and tangled with the light. Chloe leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, her snowy pupil vision silent as she boredly counted the snowflake branches condensing on the window. She yawned softly again, exhaling a thin mist. The trip to Faror seemed different than she had imagined. Every day he arose at 4 o'clock, and, according to the ecclesiastical arrangement, first the morning prayers were said, then he was present at the service. At noon he went to the folk to make his condolences, and in the afternoon he did his homework, and in the evening he again went to the countryside to proclaim the glorious sanctity of the church. Repeat this for 30 days and it will be a month. Many pairs of eyes were fixed on her. The slightest move that loses the holy maiden's demeanor will bring shame to the Illuminati. This is true for a saintly woman, and even more so for a saintly woman from across the border. As if frontiersman is a label. It seems that pretty decorative vases are the only thing a saintly woman can do. There are vague whispers of such a thing out there, too. For so many days, the only thing that counted as a ripple in the calm and monotonous routine was that guy's arrival. Chloe was actually quite surprised. She hadn't expected that Ansu would actually be admitted to the imperial capital and even become a Naiad bishop, a son of the damned who became a saint. The prejudice of cursed child was much heavier compared to these labels on himself. But Ansu never seemed to care what others thought. On a certain level, Chloe kinda envied Ansu. At this moment, the sun was gradually dropping, the rose-colored evening sunlight pouring over the mountains, and the ethereal ringing echoed in the center of the church. According to the agenda, in a few moments the head nun of the convent was going to come and inform her to go to the evening dinner. The head nun wasn't exactly kind to Chloe, and her birth was only one of the reasons. Another reason was that the Illuminati were the ones who had several quasi-saintly ladies. All of these ladies were born nobly. Most of them were also from clerical families, and there were even a few whose families had produced cardinals, making their status quite prominent. Chloe had also been nothing more than a quasi-saint of the border church. She didn't have a noble family either. She was just an orphan picked up by the church. Maybe they got a hint of what was going on, and the nuns treated Chloe badly. The guards spoke of escorting the virgin and protecting her from sinister villains, but it's really just house arrest, not allowing her to go out or enter the Naiad world. The prospective saints wanted to use this to kill her buzz. Where in the world are all the sinister people? For these naysayers, Chloe didn't care, she just felt bored and dull. She propped up her cheeks and looked boredly at the guards patrolling outside the Aliyah. Chloe then saw the sinister villain, Ansu, sneaking around the bushes. First handed over a thick bag of coins to the guard on his left. Chloe could plainly see that the latter's eyes were glazed over with. Still, the saint in charge shook his head, and after a long tussle with the coins, he finally said that he could not let Ansu in. "We don't take bribes, there's an order from the top, and the Friends of the Holy Virgin can't do it. After all, they are also receiving money from the other side. Be professional." Seeing that he was rejected, Ansu wasn't angry. He still had a faint smile on his lips. "Enactment of laws and decrees, starlight of order. Acceptance of bribes is prohibited here." The guards returned the money with another confused and uncontrolled look on their faces. "I told you I'd give it back. What are you doing?" Things should have been sort of over by this point. A farce. But surprisingly, Ansu chose not to answer. Even in the face of the money bag handed over by the guards, he directly turned around and ran. Influenced by the law that the guards must return the money to Ansu, they uncontrollably chased forward and forced the money bag into Ansu's arms. They could not accept any bribe. Underage protection laws are the most powerful magic of all. Ansu still didn't answer. He even ran faster, down the street, yelling as he did so, "Someone come quickly. Someone is trying to forcefully bribe me. He's violating a minor." "What inverted Big Dipper? It's clearly your money." The guards said they didn't, screaming their injustice, but their bodies were uncontrollable. It creates a bizarre picture. "Here's your money," the guard yelled. "It's not my money." Ansu's shoulders shook slightly. "Here's your money. Keep it. I don't want to do that kind of thing." "You." In public, a group of big men forcibly shoved a thick stack of gold coins into the teenager's arms, and the underage teenager struggled feebly, with hidden tears in his eyes. The guards were then taken away by the patrolling order knights. "If you have anything to say, go back to the order first." As a result of the scales of order trial, the guards were definitely fined for this incident. At least they didn't receive money from Ansu, nor did they think to give it to her. But as to whether there is a bribery charge, it's hard to say. The convent was temporarily without guards, and Ansu entered with ease. Chloe, who had witnessed the scene in its entirety, froze for a second or two, cocked her head, and then couldn't help but burst out laughing. This idiot, what the hell was he thinking? She almost laughed with tears in her eyes. There were nuns inside the convent, and Ansu climbed straight up the outer wall, his sneaking skills from his painful secret teaching coming in handy at the moment as he stealthily made his way to the window and knocked on the celluloid window. "Want to sneak out and have some fun?" End of chapter. Chapter 103, Gensokyo reappears. Chloe didn't know what she had gotten wrong. Surprisingly, he actually slipped out after it. The light snow is gradually stopping. The sky at the beginning of the rain and snow cleared up almost transparent. The evening sun spread out along the mountains. Looking into the distance from the Monastery of Light, an endless brilliant golden clouds were wind swept up in layers of folds, like clumps and clusters of swaying rice paddies. There were no guards at the door, but there were still nuns in the cloisters of the convent. All were watching the celluloid. Chloe didn't even dare to put on her shoes, snapping her bare feet on the cloisters for fear of startling these grand old nuns. Ansu gave her cover in front, and the two of them slipped down the hallway as if they were thieves. After exiting the cloister and walking through the pathway to the end, Chloe only felt her heart thumping. It was an experience like no other. There is no doubt that she is doing bad things now. The convent was quite strict about the schedule of the Holy Maiden, and now that it was getting late, it was time for curfew, and according to the rules, Chloe was not allowed to go out. The little saint girl was an obedient honor student, and it was the first time she had done something like this that violated the rules. The first time she did something bad. She was inexperienced, so she looked to the scumbag Ansu for help. When it comes to doing bad things, it's more reassuring to team up with Ansu. "What should we do if the nuns find out after we leave?" Chloe asked quietly. "It's simple," Ansu said. "The nuns of the convent are poorly guarded, resulting in the virgin being kidnapped by sinister thugs, and then they can all be fired." "What should we do about the sinister thugs? Insidious outlaws are underage." Chloe felt like she had gained insight again. Kinda makes sense. She felt like she did need a change. It's only going to be a matter of inches if you're submissive. It might be nice to be bad once in a while. She looked over at Ansu and thought she should take a lesson from this one. Pushing the last door open, they finally slipped out of the convent. The evening breeze from the street fresh and clean, blowing gently against both of their faces. Chloe breathed in gently. It was the first time she had felt such a refreshing and free evening breeze since coming to the imperial capital. What do we do next? Smuggling. This is too bad to be true, isn't it? Chloe barely took a breath. What did you say? As a matter of convention, individuals who discover the coordinates of a border world are required to voluntarily turn them over to the astral order. Ansu smiled. and then the order will give you the banner of outstanding 3 good religious. So you found the coordinates for the border world? That's right. Ansu looked at her. Just enter the coordinates into the astral church's terminal and smuggle them right in. That's doing something bad, isn't it? The unexplored world of border worlds is far more dangerous than church worlds, but at the same time the rewards are several times greater. It's not a crime. Ansu, who was the best at this magic of the law, had a serious expression on her face. Neither the fundamental laws of the astral body nor the covenant of order require the discovery of coordinates to be voluntarily surrendered. So as long as we pass and get the shards in our hands, no one will say anything. The Holy See can't reward us enough. Chloe thought that Ansu seemed to have a bit of a point. You haven't been to the netherworld, have you? They won't let you go. They don't trust you. Ansu had already seen through Chloe's mind as he said, "Do you want to visit Naira?" Chloe felt trapped. In the beginning, Ansu said something that was clearly, "Do you want to sneak out and have some fun?" And then when he got outside, it became, "Do you want to go to Narima and see what's going on?" This guy is like step-by-step scum who seduces little girls, but one had to admit, Chloe was a little ticked off. From the moment she stepped foot in the imperial capital, she was enclosed in the Church of the Seven Gods, staying in a convent, dealing with all kinds of big shots, attending all kinds of ceremonies. Ask yourself, this kind of life is not what Chloe expects when she becomes a saint. She doesn't like it. Will the astral terminal let us use it? Chloe shook her head again. I don't have any real power. I have a plan. Ansu was about to start bringing people down. He gave that calm smile. We can go to the outskirts of the sub-parish, as long as you'll cooperate with me. Chloe was a little hesitant. She bit her lip. That's not very nice, is it? Tend to being cooped up in that little place, dealing with boring people and boring things every day. Don't you get bored living like that? Ansu stared straight into Chloe's pupils. Let's go have some fun. To his holy see, to his monasteries, to his borders and empires. The corners of Ansu's mouth lifted up in a smile, and his pale green eyes were sincere and innocent, all in the purest form of flim-flam. Passing the inside world will prove to these boring guys, to the outside world, that you are not a canary in a cage. You are Chloe. Faust, you are the most authentic and glorious saintly woman. Chloe looked at Ansu like this, even though she knew that this guy was just uneasy. The heart fluttered gently, knowing it was so. Ansu makes a good point. She was indeed getting tired of living like that. Chloe pursed her lips and nodded. 10th Church of the Astral Body, 9th Division. This church is located in a suburban area of Faller, and despite its remote location, there is a steady stream of saints who come to challenge the world of Naiad. There is a vast amount of world fragments stored in the church that need to be guarded on a regular basis. Inside the wide, sprawling church hall, door after door of flowing starlight was erected, and the saints first registered with the priest in the vestibule, and after determining the coordinates of the Naiad world they wanted to protect, they stepped into the doors, selected the astral terminals, and had the cleric enter the coordinates. All processes are registered with the Holy Seal. But today, Division 9 has attracted the inspection of a great man. The priests were on their hands and knees, asking for instructions from their superiors, and the priest in charge of this diocese did not yet know who had come with such a great weight, a face that had never been seen before, but surely a mysterious and great personage. Although it looked low-key and the face looked very plain and unassuming, it was definitely not simple. It's even scary. After all, the Holy Maiden of the Illuminati had personally opened the door for him. If you can get this kind of treatment, can this status be small? It's at least cardinal level. Chloe pulled open the gate with a subtle blush, and thinking of what the latter had said about the plan, she gave another hopeless laugh, and came out of the way to invite Ansu in. And the little saintess struggled to suppress the corners of her mouth, holding back an expression of holy solemnity, deliberately lowering her voice in just enough to be heard. Coronet, please come in. Chloe just felt like she was going to strain a smile. The priests who saw this were sweating even more. Ansu, who at this moment was clad in the mask of the dedicated patriarch, whose plain and unassuming countenance yet vaguely revealed the majesty of a superior, nodded at Chloe, and just straightened up and entered the door of the astral church. The hawk-like pupils scanned the surroundings, and every now and then, they made a tisk sound. The priests were even more frightened. He was dressed in ordinary clothes, but no priest dared to underestimate him. In addition to the Holy Maiden Luojia, there was also a young girl following behind this person, and judging by her breath alone, she had already reached the level of the 4th rank. The 4th order could already serve as a priesthood but was merely this man's escort. All the priests in charge of the registration were speculating about the identity of this man. It must be the leader from headquarters. But why was there no advance notice? Is it a raid from above? Mysterious identity. Could it be the Lord of the Heretics Inquisition? What mistake did his own division make that he was targeted by the Heretics Inquisitions? How could it lead to a private investigation? Is the performance not up to par? Or is there an error within the organization? The priest at the front desk stood up sweating, and with all his courage he said, Please check in. I can't check in right now. Ansu flashed him a kind smile and lowered her voice. Just think of me as a normal saint. I'm just casually visiting. Ansu was telling the whole truth. Of course he's not in a position to register it. A registration. A look at the identity. Ordinary saints Ansu. All revealed. But surely the priesthood won't think so. Idiots believe your bull ********. An ordinary saint can get a holy woman to open the door for you? This lord must be on a special mission and doesn't want to cause a panic. The rotating priest greeted him with a stony face, a smile piled on the corners of his mouth and a shout of hello under his breath. Wondering in his mind what the hell was going on. Had he made a mistake? You're not going to get laid off this year yourself, are you? Don't say anything about me coming here to anyone for now. Ansu said in a deep voice, keep everything confidential. If you say it, you'll be exposed. But it sounded to the priest. Sichua was even more shocked, thinking that it was indeed a secret operation. He accompanied a smile. Feel free to look around. Feel free to visit. Can I look inside too? Doesn't it matter? Ansu asked. Please. Feel free to look. Sito wasn't afraid of inspection. Those progressive funds of theirs had been hidden long ago, and they weren't afraid of being found out. Can I see the astral terminal too? I'm sure it's old-fashioned and suspicious of the astral terminals. Please feel free to do so. The priest broke into a smile. Feel free to inspect. I'll leave you to it. Chloe felt amused when she saw the groveling bureaucratic look of this priest. She really almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Her snow-white eyes gazed at the side of Ansu's face. How in the world did this guy come up with this kind of underhanded idea? She forced her face to be taut. From the time he entered until now, everything Ansu said was all the truth. Not a single lie. Even if we end up getting caught, and it can only be that the priests themselves have misunderstood. Misunderstanding is only possible if you have a ghost in mind. Ansu led Luojia and Enya, this brand new border trio, straight into the interior of the astral body. Opening the terminal, Ansu quickly entered the coordinates of the border world. Coordinates XC288378. City of Free Radiance, 1/3 of the Kingdom of Chaos. World level, 4th order. Chaos is not a vortex, but a ladder of ascent. Welcome to Freedom City, the gateway to the Kingdom of Chaos. The freest city-state in history. The world has only one theme: freedom. End of chapter. Chapter 104, the freest city in history. The stars gradually dispersed and the surrounding scenery became clearer. Ansu opened her eyes in a slight daze. Since this is a one-way challenge, with no hostile congregants, there is no need for the process of personality authentication. Where is this place? What did Pharaoh look like 30,000 years ago? He squinted as twilight dimmed outside the window, the shadows of the window pane trailing thin and twisted by the setting sun. The ancient tower buildings at the far end of his vision bathed in dusk, pedestrians passing underneath them as they came and went. Green-skinned, muscular trolls with greenish blotches on their cheeks, orcs covered in shaggy animal fur, with green faces and fangs, a race of dwarves who specialize in metallurgy, a race of demons whose epidermis flows with volcanic lava. They exhale a breath that carries the odor of smoke. There are also humans who act as enforcers. Unlike the expulsion of other races from human territory after 30,000 years, the Kingdom of Chaos is a multiracial, multi-faith-free kingdom because the more races there are, the more racially conflicted racial discrimination there will be, and the more chaotic it will be to manage. The more the mother goddess of chaos will rejoice. What's more, it's still the border. The whole street was in chaos. The troll accidentally smashed the dwarf at his feet, and his organs flew everywhere, and the orc smelled the blood and ate the dwarf's broken body on the ground. Fortunately, they thought it was too rude to eat the meat raw, so they captured a volcano demon and gave it a brain opening, and hot magma gushed out of the orcs picked at the dwarf's intestines with their axes and scalded them like a hot pot with the body of a volcano demon. I'm sure it's a free city. The smell of nourishing oil cooking is everywhere. The dwarves were cooked to perfection. Humans, as law enforcement officers, immediately came to the scene to stop their illegal behavior. But the ticket issued is not to kill the crime or something. But their food did not pass quarantine, and no business manufacturing, prohibited open-air barbecue. They warned the beasts not to disrupt the cityscape, emphasizing loudly that today was the annual civil service interview at City Hall. Civil service interviews. Ansu's eyes shifted down to find himself dressed rather formally in a dark-colored tuxedo with a white neckerchief tied around his collar. He observed his surroundings. Next to the creatures were not only humans, elves, ogres, bloods. It could be described as a group of people. I also don't know what kind of rewards you get for sacrificing other races. Different races. The dishes served on the table of the mother goddess tasted different. Maybe the mother goddess also liked the hot dwarven sausage this bite. Ansu was already figuring out how to get everyone here to the table. Suddenly, a prompt from the astral messenger appeared right in Ansu's ear. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. I haven't seen him for over a month, but he doesn't even show his face. Just throw the three of them straight into the world. There were no supplies to take either. This uncle was getting stingy. I haven't offended him myself. Confirmed. Team members, Ansu Muninsta, Enya Muninsta, Morninsta, Enya, Morninsta, Chloe, Faust. Border worlds, city of free light, class, 4th order. Background, at the end of the Third Age, your city, Earl, was rated as the freest country in all of Neros, with a frighteningly high crime rate and the highest poverty line in the country. And because of this outstanding performance, Earl was recognized as a model city in the country, leading all the city-states to compete to learn from it. All of Earl's achievements were made possible by the dedicated and corrupt officials of the city hall, who led the way in corruption. At the same time, the border friction between the secret Church of Pain and the Kingdom of Chaos became more and more intense, and the Pain followers quietly assembled and came to this free city, came to learn the advanced experience of the City Hall of Valor in this glorious country. Quest, your identity is the head of the Legion of Pain. At the same time, you have another layer of identity as a special agent of the Illuminati. You are hiding in the City Hall of Valor at this time. In the record of history, in 3 days, Valor will be completely destroyed. Please hide your identity and spend this time. Mission 1, all survivors, please ensure team members survive for 72 hours. Mission 2, to work for the people, obtain 3 or more civil service licenses and achieve a 100% positive feedback rate in the neighborhoods you serve, 0% progress. Final mission destruction begins, investigate the causes of the destruction of Earl, 0% progress. Hint, it's not just the forces of the tantric cult of pain that lurk in City Hall, each of you in your own way, undermining far or as you learn from its advances. Ansu frowned slightly. It's not just the followers of the suffering tantra hiding in City Hall. What's with the spies all over this feral town hall? It really doesn't fit his bright and honorable style. Ansu, who was both the head of the Legion of Pain and secretly an Illuminati, while at the same time lurking in the Kingdom of Chaos, said in his heart, let's rendezvous with Chloe and the others first. All in all, complete what seems to be the easiest task first. There are also many types of civil servants. As long as it is dealing with government business can be called a civil servant. Ansu looked over the enrollment form in his hand, and one of the occupations aroused his interest. Civil service exam, reply to Warlock. Position requirements, with the ability to heal people's hearts. Room 201, 3rd floor, City Hall. That's it, Ansu was the best at replying and healing hearts. Meanwhile, the world outside has been in uproar. Parsi priests would have been happy today. What a beautiful day with a light snowfall and beautiful weather. The bottom line is this, that Border 3 is finally subsiding. Ansu was also quiet. There's been no trouble for a whole month. Until dusk today. He shouldn't have been rotating order churches today. Parsi priest, a report was just received. 3 men attempted to assault a teenager and forced money on him. The Parsi priest spewed a mouthful of tea straight out of his mouth, aghast. Who does such a thing in broad daylight? In a clear sky? What about the teenager? What's the name? Well, I remember. Gray hair. It's that Ansu that's been so famous lately, right? The Parsi priest sat back down again. Cheeks are back to normal. It's no surprise that it's Ansu. The men were interrogated, and the scales of order showed that they had not violated Ansu, but at the same time other bribery offenses were found. There are windfalls. It's just a little accident. Don't spoil the mood. The Parsi priest rebrewed a pot of tea. Not long afterward, another bailiff came running. Parsi priest, it's not good. The Sage of Radiance is missing. Parsector spewed out another mouthful of tea. Check it out. In another moment, the enforcer came back. Seems like he eloped with Ansu. The Parsi priest's face was back to normal. It's no surprise that it's Ansu. He rebrewed the pot of tea. The dusk had completely cleared and his shift was almost up when another law enforcement officer arrived. Parsi priest, it's not good. Astral Church headquarters has detected that 3 saints have entered the border worlds of the 4th order. It must be Ansu again. Don't make a fuss. Be calm. It's just a small matter of entering the 4th order border. Patsy rippled. But in the next second, his teacup shattered directly on the ground. What? End of chapter. Chapter 105, Reply Warlock with chaotic characteristics. First Church of the Astral Body. The sun has set. The afterglow of sunset was also worn away by the silhouettes of the mountains, and the clock had already struck midnight 3 times, so by all rights the Astral Church should have been resting. But this night the church was still brightly lit. Across the street, on the Champs-Élysées, many of the congregation had finished their homework for the day and were walking in 2s and 3s along the maple-leafed avenue. There were also some veteran Naiad Raider saints discussing the day's harvest, discussing nothing more than what kind of rating they had gotten and how many orders of church worlds they had traveled to. These are the seniors who are preparing for this year's deacon examination. Compared to the fledgling prospective saints, they had already experienced quite a bit of the church world, but were not yet qualified to become deacons. One of the mandatory requirements to become a deacon is to clear a border world. The danger of the border worlds is far beyond the church worlds. It is not under the control of the Holy See. It also means that once the saints die in the border worlds, they are truly dead and cannot be resurrected. Newly arrived saints are in no position to challenge the border worlds. A minimum of 1 year and more of world rating experience is required to qualify to be recommended for the border Worlds challenge, but it's not that easy to get a referral. After all, the coordinates of each border world were quite hard to find and quite precious. Every appearance of a border world draws a lot of competition, often from the top-ranked saints. Otherwise, they will always be associate deacons only. At that moment, suddenly someone noticed something strange and, how did the astral church twinkle so unusually? I just heard that it's a new border world that's come into existence. Chaos Kingdom, 30,000 years ago? That long ago? It seems to be a very important world. Fourth Order Border Worlds. I'm afraid this would take a priest-level character to raid. Many of the saints were attracted to see what was going on. It was human nature to see what was going on, and a lot of eyes were focused on the astral church as they talked. And at the center of the conversation was who the raiders of this world were. Is it Haydn, the quasi-saintly daughter of the Illuminati? Or was it the talented magician of the alchemical order, Priestess Acheron? Or is it the Knights of the Order? They discuss one notorious windbag after another. Of course, no one guessed correctly. Ansu was famous among the new generation of saints, but that's about it. The little saint daughter of the Illuminati, and in the rumors of the outside world, is just a little mascot. Most of the Holy Maiden's power had been overridden by several former prospective Holy Maidens. The rotating Parsi priest arrived at the astral church with a grave look on his face, and was approached by a number of familiar prospective deacons, who vetoed all the names they had guessed. It can't be a freshman, can it? They joked. Pascal Siddhartha's face became even more grave, and there was even a faint cold sweat on his forehead. Maybe it seems to be. It was a privately activated astral terminal, and the astral church had contacted all the priests and deacons in Feral at the first opportunity, and none of them had entered the border worlds. It would have to be a freshman. And who, exactly? Pashistos already has an eye on. Damn you, Ansu, you've been quiet for a month, but you're just holding out for a big one, right? Eloped to the border world with the Virgin. Is this a human operation? The saints around them felt that things were not going well when they saw the Parsi priest's grave face. You don't think so? Of course, there were some quiet sighs of relief from the prospective deacons, freshmen daring to challenge the Fourth Order of Border Worlds. So insouciant. That must be certain death. The first batch failed, so maybe the second batch of raider slots will be their turn. The deacon's test would be promising. There were even some people whose hearts were bugging out. Most of them were from Haydn's Quasi-Saintus faction, and had already inquired about the news that it was that Vase Saintus who had entered the world, and as long as the latter died, the Saintus's position would be vacated. At this moment, countless gazes were gathered here, either with ill will or with apprehension and worry. That's the kingdom of chaos. How could simple borderlanders like them survive in the kingdom of chaos? And Sue looked at the list of enrollment positions in her hand, and the exam for reply warlocks was on the third floor, which belonged to the third level positions. He headed for the third floor and met Chloe on the way. Chloe was in the Narama world for the first time and was curiously surveying everything around her. Have you seen Enya? Ansu asked. Not in sight. MS. Enya could be in another section of the building. Chloe replied. Our current location is in Municipal South. What position are you going to apply for? Ansu asked again. I haven't thought about it yet. I'm going to interview for Reply Warlock. Join me? Reply Warlock. In Chloe's impression, Reproduction Warlock used healing magic to help others and was respected. It must be a very comparatively good position. Then I'll interview for Reproduction Warlock as well. The condition for recruitment is also the ability to heal people's hearts. It just so happens that Chloe is very good at the healing arts. The city hall covers a large area, all kinds of corridors intricate, with hundreds of rooms, and Sue spent a long time to find 2011. This is the room that replies to the Warlock interview. The decoration outside the door was quite cozy and sunny, plastered with pure white pieces of paper, with potted plants planted on both sides, very much in the flavor of the holy light. A completely different picture from the kingdom of chaos. Chloe thinks so. At this point, the gate was suddenly opened. A robust and rough low-ranking troll ran out. This 5 big and thick monster eyes actually tearful, while whimpering, saw Ansu. The devils will die. Its words are also good, but also cried and shouted. Quickly go, don't go into this door, don't whimper. He cried as he fell head over heels and passed out straight away before being dragged away. Chloe froze. It looks normal, Ansu said calmly, and he slowly pulled the door open as Chloe gazed at him in dementia. What a geographical mapping of this. The halls were filled with creatures of all kinds, row after row of desks, trolls, goblins, humans, magicians, trolls, goblins, humans, wraiths. The different races of creatures were crowded together as if they were in a pigeon cage. The eyes of each of them were dead and empty, like one corpse after another that had lost its vitality. It was as if the malice that was going to swallow up the world came crashing down. For horses Dongshi, when will the sewer be fixed? I sanded your, why can't the street? I'm going to put your, in the volcano demon man hot pot to scald your brain. your seems to be up. Each civil servant carries a magical communication device in his hand, and the telegraphic messages come from the other end of the communication device. Telegraphic words echoed through the halls, wrapped in magic, converging in a sea of filthy sound that washed straight through the chest. The civil servant's gaze was dead, but the corners of his mouth were tinged with a dead smile, like a well-tamed puppy, and his tone was gentle and ingratiating as he explained each one. Please wait to be notified when the sewer is repaired. Honorable citizen, I'll send you my when I get home. Thank you for your blessing. My, early seeming. Chloe froze, cocking her head, suspecting she hadn't woken up. Welcome to the interview for the position of Response Warlock 3. Occupational background. Because the City Hall executives of the godly corruption management, Fowler and the brilliant chaotic achievements at the same time, part of the very few, only some of the stubborn citizens for the government to have certain opinions, in order to prevent the citizens' riots and rebellions hit the City Hall and other small probability of events, but also in order to soothe the psychological pressure of the citizens to deal with the public's views, is now deliberately set up. The position of Reply Warlock. Job description, as a response artist, please respond patiently to the various opinions expressed by citizens, and never correct them, and through your ability to heal people's hearts, eliminate the bad reviews of the government by the citizens. Is it so soul-destroying to be in a third-class position? Chloe's eyes widened. Kingdom of Chaos. Reply, in Reply Warlock. Was that the original reply? End of chapter. Chapter 106 Ansu Specialized Reply Warlock. For Level 3 positions, the requirements for the Response Warlock test are as follows. Please respond immediately to the suggestions of the following 6 friendly citizens and, within 1 hour, eliminate their bad reviews. The rate of elimination of bad reviews is 50% for passing, and less than 50% for failing. In case of failure, the city government will adopt the way of hanging the replying warlock on air to help the citizens to soothe their hearts and emotions, so as to eliminate the bad reviews. Note, if the rate of elimination of bad reviews reaches 100%, you can get a special commission. Chloe blinked her eyes. Now, she kind of knew how difficult the Fourth Order Border Worlds test was. Even if a priest of the Fourth Order came, it would be difficult to pass. At least half of the bad reviews should be eliminated, or else it's Reply Warlock that gets eliminated. A level 3 position is the lowest ranking position, and for the city government, it's just a temp, and it's cost-effective to erase the discontent of the dilettantes by hanging the temp. Paychecks don't even have to be paid. The last thing City Hall needs is temporary workers. Chloe thought about it for a while and found it difficult, but it seemed kind of fun. At least it's a little more fun than being cooped up in a convent every day. She's not exactly timid. Chloe turned her head to look at Ansu and realized that the latter wasn't flustered either. He even had a smile on the corner of his mouth and was carefully looking over the information of those 6 citizens. This one wasn't surprised. Chloe even had the illusion that Ansu coming to the Kingdom of Chaos seemed like coming home. She felt she needed to learn from Ansu's spirit of taking things as they came. Take it easy, Ansu calmly said, her pale green eyes full of sincerity. I believe that as long as we are full of patience and love, no matter how unruly the citizens are, they will be touched by us. Love is invincible. Chloe felt that Ansu was making some sense, and she followed suit by looking through the information. First place, Fourth Order Volcano Demon, Cabooses. Reason for bad review. On his way to a civil service interview, his head was suddenly spun by a group of orcs, and now he's asking the rangers to look for his missing head, only to be told that his head is a low-quality hotpot cranium apparatus that exceeds emission standards, which was seized by the city police and sold to a scrapyard for recycling. Chloe was silent, her snow-white eyelashes fluttering gently. Can this bad review really be erased through love? Second place, Third Order Goblin Leader, Lucian. Reason for poor rating, on the way to a civil service exam. Third place, these guys are near City Hall, Chloe said in her mind. Can one understand each other when one is not even of the same race as them? It's okay. The smile at the corner of Ansu's mouth was sunny. Perhaps he could see Chloe's concern. He confidently explained, as Reply Warlocks, we are able to heal the hearts of the people, and also serve as a bridge of communication between the races. I'm sure we can manage to understand each other. Jingle bells. At that moment, the sound of the magical communication rang out, echoing through the hall like a call to arms, as it was magic that served as the connection, and the magic that belonged uniquely to the volcano demon man shook out, the smell of nitrous echoing through the hall of replying warlocks. It's the volcano demon calling. The surrounding reply warlocks all expressed their sympathy for these 2 new arrivals. This 4th-ranked volcano demon had originally come to take the 2nd-tier title of city manager, but didn't expect to have his head seized by the city manager instead. You definitely can't pick up your head. The money that the city manager sells goes into the pockets of the upper echelon of governors long ago. So the volcano demon is quite angry, and has been hitting a number of bad reviews in a row, and the troll intern who ran out just now was roared out of the room by it. He failed the test before it was Ansu's turn. A human child like that would be devastated for sure. Ansu sat down with a smile on his face, and warm sunlight filtered through the window pane and gently draped itself over the older boy, whose pale green eyes were as clean as a starry sky, full of gentleness and sunshine. It's very much a reply warlock. Chloe couldn't help but be hopeful as well. Ansu picked up the magical phone, and soon the growl of a volcanic demon was heard from the other side of the room. Without its head, it couldn't speak, so it roared with magic instead, and with one mouth it was a soul-crushing, magical hiss that, roar, give me back my head. Ansu frowned slightly. The magical roar of a fourth-ranked demon was indeed very lethal, but his body had been blessed by the mother goddess many times, and he was naturally able to withstand just the roar. He didn't say anything either, plugging his ears and just waiting patiently as the demon roared and growled. Perhaps he was tired of cursing and his magic power was slowly drying up. The demon's voice gradually became smaller. At that moment, Ansu spoke up. He said warmly and politely, "This citizen, I have heard your plea. Please calm down a little. Don't hurt yourself. Please give me some time and I will reply to all your confusions." Ansu's voice was gentle and had the power to heal. The surrounding reply warlocks were a bit impressed with Ansu, having managed to keep his sanity from crumbling after being baptized with such a hiss. It seems to be able to eliminate bad reviews. Next, just apologize and play dead to change the subject. You say I'll listen. After venting several times, the volcano demon man wasn't as angry as he was, and his tone eased a little. Ansu had a faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, and Luojia, who was observing Ansu from the side, felt that something was wrong all of a sudden. That's the same smile that was on this guy's face the last time he sacrificed a mikveh. Ansu opened his mouth. His thin lips lightly opened, and his mouth was as warm as jade. "I have found your head, and I want to apologize on behalf of the city administrators that your head is not a low-quality fondue cranium set." "It is, of course," the volcano demon said smugly. Ansu's tone was warm. "Your head is more suitable for a high-quality incinerator for your corpse." The gentle tone of the teenager, clear with some magnetism, was like the slightly intoxicated sunlight in the afternoon, warm and melodious echoing within the reply hall, and then brought about a dead silence. Dead silence. All the replying warlocks suspected that they were hallucinating. Even the volcano demon on the other end of the phone was stunned and speechless. The only one who could not speak was Chloe, who slightly held her forehead and showed a helpless expression of "I knew you were up to something." "What did you say? Without a head?" The volcano demon's mind was a bit spinning. "I mean, your head would fit right in as your incinerator, and it would be a way of doing your loved ones a favor." Ansu is a brilliant speaker. "I've never seen a head as creative as that. The crematorium will snap it up. Of course, if the incinerator doesn't satisfy you, you can also use it as your box. 24 hours of insulation and heating to give you the most comfortable experience in driftwood." The volcano demon was about to start magically roaring again, but its magic was already slightly depleted, and with the lack of a head, and slow thinking, on the other hand, Ansu's side is getting into a deadly rhythm. After a series of bird-like, friendly and gracious words of shielding, the volcano demon was completely enraged. Devils are some of the most straight-laced races out there. Having been insulted to this point, the only way to vent his anger was to duel in person. "You report the name of the place." "Volcanic Devil Man. Across the street from City Hall on Purgatory." Ansu smiled. "Irritating. If you're afraid to come, just a coward. You can hide under your covers and just give me a bad review." "No, it's the grandson," the demon said slowly. "What's your name? What's your name?" "Goblins with green-colored skins." Ansu looked at the list of bad reviews and, "Your father's name is Lucian, and you shake more people." Lucian, don't come. I'm the grandson." "You wait." The demon hung up. Finishing her work, Ansu smiled a happy smile. What a healing day again. All the co-workers in the reply hall stared at Ansu as if they were looking at a demon. What the kind of thinking is that? What the is this? Okay, don't freeze. It's time to take the next one. Ansu patted the little sage on the shoulder. Let's reply to Mr. Goblin's query. Love is invincible. It all came out of Ansu's love for her sons. The little saint's daughter was full of black lines and the repo warlock I had in mind was completely destroyed. End of chapter. Chapter 107. Ansu was about to provoke a race war. The city's reply hall, where dim light spilled onto the mahogany floors, coating them in an obscure color. At this moment, whether it was a demon or a Moro elf, a troll or a human, they all coincidentally stopped what they were doing, and at the same time turned their gaze towards a workstation. First time I've seen such a raw guy in all my years on the job. How dare they directly abuse the public? And the insults are so soulful, so artful. This has got to be the end, right? They're all veterans, having worked in the reply halls for years without being killed off. Long ago, their edges have been smoothed out. Long ago, they've been domesticated, responding patiently to members of the public, no matter how abusive they may be, and apologizing sincerely. Even though they didn't make those mistakes, they had to be the ones to apologize, or else could it still be the leaders? Everyone was staring at Ansu. They were really curious as to what kind of operation this newcomer could pull off next, and whether he could survive or not. Chloe's eyelashes fluttered slightly and she felt embarrassed under the gaze of the crowd. Upon stepping into this rep hall, the elegant and respected healing image of the rep warlock had already crumbled halfway out of Chloe's mind. Did the promised reply to warlock turn out to be a municipal operator? If that were all, it would only be half of the collapse. When Ansu opened her mouth to make a weighty reply, after giving Chloe a glimpse of Ansu's characteristic replying warlocks, the image of this profession is kind of completely crumbling away. She skimmed diagonally at Ansu. The guy's face was like this, no blush at all, even a sunny smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Chloe always felt that the surroundings instantly became orderly under Ansu's setting. Chloe, get me the next one. That's not good. I'm afraid. Chloe felt the need to salvage a return to the warlock image. What's wrong with that? Ansu chided Chloe instead. As reply warlocks, it's only right for us to actively solve the citizens' problems. How can we be lazy? Are you an active citizen problem solver or an active problem solver citizen? I don't subscribe to the professional standards of the Kingdom of Chaos, and reply warlocks have always been doctors, not some kind of customer service dash, except that we're healing by talking. Ansu said seriously. I feel like I have what it takes to salvage this professional windfall. It felt as if the guy had a point. Chloe blinked her eyes. She picked up the next listener's caller, a third-order goblin chieftain, third-order goblin leader, Lucian, reason for bad review, on his way to a civil service exam. Mr. Goblin's dwarven girlfriend was stomped to death by a troll and then eaten by an orc scalding hot pot. He is now asking the city authorities to compensate him for his girlfriend, only to be told that his girlfriend is a low-quality expired and stinky ingredient, and even more so, the legendary biochemical matrix. Several of the orcs have coincidentally contracted some aspect of their stomachs, and the hospital says that this novelty is so rare that the Food Administration has filed a lawsuit seeking damages and reimbursement of hospitalization expenses from Lucian. Chloe said the Kingdom of Chaos lived up to its name. Ansu answered the phone and was greeted by a splintering output from the goblin. According to Ansu's many years of experience in treatment, these players belong to citizens who are anxious-eyed, because the departure of their loved ones has led to their psychological shadow, making their emotions inclined to overaggression and impulsivity. In reply to warlock was never customer service, he was a doctor. To treat such patients, it is important to soothe their agitated emotions and calm them down gradually. Meanwhile, to serve with a smile, heal their broken hearts with a smile. The tone of voice should be light and humorous so that the patient can let down his or her defenses. That's the basic training of a repo warlock. After a 3-minute-long emotional output from the gnome, Ansu replied playfully with a smile on his lips that, "Ha ha, hurry up." All the replying warlocks gathered around were silent. After all the public has said, this is all you have to say in return? There was silence on the other end of the line, too. For a second or two, the goblin chief only felt that a punch in the cotton. The output of all the words bounced back. The anger blocked in the chest is even more unable to discharge. And Ansu this light sentence, so that his anger reached the extreme point. He began to output again, his eyes bloodshot with rage, his words more emotional than one another. He tries to criticize Ansu from the moral high ground, from the waste management of City Hall to the outrageous standards of the FDA, from the capriciousness of the enforcers to the racial discrimination of the orc trolls. Lucian was confident that he would be able to crush this person. Halftime, take it easy, Ansu said calmly. Lucian's green skin was red with anger. No matter how much output he put out, long sentences of criticism or mere insults, the opposite side would always just reply with a "take it easy," simply the most impeccable defense. He wanted to say that he wasn't in a hurry, but the more he explained the more he looked like he was in a huge hurry. The rhythm of the original richly regulated output had been completely disrupted, and was becoming more and more incoherent, which in turn caused him to become even more angry, and even more anxious. He's the goblin chief, his men are watching, and he's completely losing face. "Where are you?" he roared. "Don't you dare report your location. I'm coming to you right now. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses." Ansu humbled himself like a jade as he looked over the list of bad reviews and saw the next citizen's name race. Well, it was food poisoning orcs. Third order orc, Scudder, reason for bad review, on the way to a civil service exam. I ate expired ingredients, was poisoned, and am reporting it to the FDA. The smile at the corner of Ansu's mouth grew gentler and gentler. "Your girlfriend is delicious, just a little stinky. You should be thanking me." What a pun. Chloe felt that a good boy shouldn't have to listen to such remarks. Hearing Ansu's reply, the opposite side went silent. "If you don't speak, it's a penetrating blow." It was obviously just a plain statement, but it struck right at the weakest defense in Lucian's mind. Lies don't hurt, the truth is a quick knife, and he was on the verge of suffocating with rage. You are you, so it's you. What's your name? Ansu looked at the names on the list of bad reviews and, Scudder, I'll meet you across the street from City Hall on Purgatory. You bring more people. The smile at the corner of Ansu's mouth grew gentler. Chloe had a vague bad feeling that this one was going to start a race war in front of the government. It's grandson if you don't come. The goblin chief hung up the phone. End of chapter. Chapter 108. Luojia was brought down by Ansu. Respond inside the lobby. All races stopped what they were doing, and they gazed at that teenager at the same time with gazes of respect tinged with a trifle of awe. After hanging out in the kingdom of chaos for so many years, they had known that the kingdom was open and free, and that all types of races blossomed, but this was the first time they had seen this type of creature. Dusk spilled down, painting the bleak white walls as a garish curtain for the stage. And the teenager standing center stage. It's Ansu, Morninsta. He raised his left hand slightly, like a condescending conductor, and drew a rhythmic beat, his pale green eyes eyeing the. It was as if he was not in a dirty and cramped reply hall at this moment, but in the music hall of the chaotic imperial capital, where he played music that was uniquely his own, and sang softly with a voice that was the most elegant of arts. Inexplicably, the teenager was emanating some sort of divine-like glow. He was already in a deadly rhythm. At the climax of the performance, the speed of speech becomes faster and faster, and the movements of the hands become more and more powerful and open, and one note after another brings not only the resonance of the senses, but also the artistic criticism that goes straight to the soul. Sentence after sentence strips away the listener's fragile relatives and delivers the most beautiful musical feast, sometimes soothing, sometimes stirring. At times the yin and yang blend, at times they are straightforward. Respond with different answers and play different pieces for different audiences. That's the real order. Ansu equally ordering everyone into chaos and attacking everyone equally. I am an honorable knight. Ansu said this to Chloe. There is no doubt that he was a noble and upright knight, and moreover a knight in every way, without dishonoring the glory of the order. First up is the Eisen Ice Rider. For the orc with stomach erosion and metastasized foci, Ansu was gentlemanly enough to point out all the problems with his lifestyle, gently reassuring him that everything was plumb. The probability of the disease was lin, no warts and all. At the end, Ansu also affectionately expresses human and moral concern for this disease, and says, can we die farther away and not affect normal people? The orc was so moved that he was on the verge of tears, and in order to personally thank Dr. Ansu for his help, he inquired about Ansu's location and name, and was going to bring his own brother to thank Ansu graciously for his help. Ansu left the name of the next citizen in the spirit of doing good without leaving a name. The replying warlocks who were listening looked at Ansu with even more awe, and they didn't even think their job was too hard or difficult, because they're only dealing with the citizens, and the citizens are dealing with Ansu. Then came the racial knights. Fourth Order Dark Elf. Reason for bad review, was sued by the FDA for contaminating food poisoning, but the Dark Elves said it was just them having fun with the dwarf. It wasn't necessarily him poisoning. It could have been because of his friends, but in the end he lost the case, because the prosecutor was a white Pixen elf. Dias felt he had suffered an injustice and appealed to City Hall. This is the fourth member of the public with a bad review. As a race with a high crime rate, they bring sustainable chaos to the stability of the kingdom. So the Dark Elves are praised by the Kingdom of Chaos. With the recent passage of the Dark Elf Protection Act, the status of the Dark Elves has risen even higher. A few of the races have begun to take pride in honoring and pleasing the Dark Elves, especially the female goblins, dwarves and other races who expect to be able to intermarry with the Dark Elves without even any responsibility on their part. While enjoying their privileges, the Dark Elves also became more and more polarized with the other elves. In order to better heal this citizen and bring the two parties closer together, Ansu, very knowledgeable to Dyson, popularized the 2nd century's hottest commodities. Dyson listened to the emotional excitement, said he wanted to meet with Ansu. Ansu is more cozy that you do not wear black clothes when you come. Now it is dark, they cannot see clearly. Of course, as a knight who does good deeds without leaving a name, Ansu looked over the list of bad reviews and left the name of the 5th citizen. You're going to hell. The reply hall was awfully quiet. All the reply warlocks were staring at Ansu with pale faces. They only felt that the teenager in front of them was a demon playing with the earth. All the words spat out from his mouth seemed to be a demon's murmur. What's a chaotic person of such breed like this doing running for a chaotic counselor instead of running for this level 3 temp position here with them? Instead, Chloe found it interesting. Ever since she stepped into the imperial capital, Chloe could clearly feel the strange gazes around her. She could also vaguely hear a lot of rumors and just pretended not to know. For the honor of the Illuminati, just keep holding back. A frontiersman, and even more so a civilian, situated in such a position, has to bear these public opinions. The holy maiden has a high status, but she has no real power. And at this moment, seeing Ansu this free output of speech, direct attack, replying freely, without concern and without hesitation, Luojia felt that the smothering that was vaguely blocked in her heart dispersed. Again, she couldn't help but blush at what was going on in her mind. As a glorious saint, you're not supposed to take pleasure in attacking others. But she just couldn't help but think that it was interesting. She rested her cheeks, her snow-white eyes gazing at the side of Ansu's face. The fifth, you try. Ansu turned her head and smiled at Chloe. Hey, I can't. Chloe waved her hand. It had to be you. The sixth bad review was typed by a female, and to impersonate it, it had to be a female voice to pick it up. That's the way to get it right. The fifth citizen is from the imperial capital of the Kingdom of Chaos, a vampire aristocrat, which, of course, placed 30,000 years later, would be the border. Ansu said, you can see the reason for the bad reviews. Chloe looked down and, fourth vampire viscount, Sir John, reason for bad review, the border is the border. There are only lowly goblins, dwarves, orcs, dark elves. The blood quality is poor and inferior. The blood supplied to the empire is scarce. Not enough for their vampire nobles to suck. He appealed to the blood station to optimize the border bloodline and get rid of the impurities. Over at the magic phone, the ringer went off again. The Viscount's distinctive and accented voice rose like a sing-song tune. Lowly frontiersmen can't even do a good job of replying. Why isn't it extinct yet? Know who I am. This one is more of a hell knight. Ansu winked at Chloe and handed her the magic phone. The little saint pursed her lips. Her fingers pinched the corners of her coat. She was torn and hesitant. The rules about the moral virtues of a saintly woman, the rules about the code of saints, kept coming back to her ears. All of these rules were repeatedly ordering Chloe not to reply. Don't lose your decency. Don't make degrading remarks about glorious upbringing. You'll only become like them if you keep holding back from replying. Ansu pointed to the replying warlocks next to him. This is an opportunity. Chloe looked at them. Too. All of them had hollow eyes. Perfect. Deadpan smiles at the corners of their mouths, and warmth and courtesy in every move, like one living corpse after another. Do you want to be like this yourself? Is this the glory one seeks? Chloe exhaled as she picked up the magic guide phone, which was still ringing with the droning, superiority-laden whining of the noble viscount. All sorts of voices clashed together and, outside the street, the sound of magical guide cars, the sound of pedestrians walking, the sound of magical people's breathing. But gradually all the sounds disappeared and only his own heartbeat remained. Chloe felt her heart beating faster and faster as she gazed at Ansu, at the teenager's pale green eyes and the imperial capital, perhaps the border in 30,000 years. The border, perhaps 30,000 years ago, was the imperial capital, whether it's 30,000 years from now or 30,000 years ago, whether it's the imperial capital or the border. The noble are equally noble and the vile are equally vile. Chloe listened to her heartbeat and made her own reply to the vampire noble, and her reply to her own. It is the spirit that shines, not the origin. The vampire on the other end of the line paused briefly. He really didn't think that any borderline person would dare to talk back to him. Know what you are. Chloe looked at Ansu again, and the guy was giving her lip sync, imploring Chloe to say it like she did. This guy. Chloe frowned. To her surprise and strangeness, she actually followed Ansu's words in this way. One is really in over one's head. Whatever. Anyway, this is the Narama world and no one outside knows about it. Me. Ansu made a mouthful. Me. Chloe followed. Asterisk 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 in mongrel bats. Asterisk 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 in mongrel bats. In the afterglow of dusk, they spoke in unison. Have the balls to come to your border ant. End of chapter. Chapter 109. It must be interesting. Have the balls to come to your border ant. Chloe felt her heart thumping after she said that. Her cheeks were also slightly flushed with excitement. Never in these 16 years of her life had she said anything so bold and degradingly low quality as this. It was the first time she had expressed her emotions so directly. I don't know how to describe the feeling in my heart, whether it's chagrin, or worry, or other emotions. It gave her a forbidden feeling akin to a stolen taste of forbidden fruit anyway. What to say next? What to do next? She didn't know what to do. In the face of such low quality, it is necessary to hire professionals in this area. Misty eyelashes fluttered gently as she looked at Ansu with a look of urgency and a look of help in her eyes. What do I do next? She whispered. Chloe could feel that the vampire viscount on the opposite side was already furious to the extreme. Worried that she wouldn't be able to curse, she went ahead and covered her ears. Ansu looked as usual. The corner of his mouth still hung a calm smile. He ignored Luojia. First turned over the list of bad reviews without haste, looked at it carefully and raised his eyebrows slightly. The sixth spot is even heavier. Fourth order bailiff Mori elf. Hannah, reason for bad review, speechless son. Family, really a handful of speechless live. Today was beautiful to go to the municipal court. The road encountered a head-down volcano devil. Once we see us began to head down, directly removed the head. After the orc's barbecue, delicious to chop Giorgio. On the dwarf feet to chop down swish. We are saying really will thank. Big speechless event. Is within a big speechless after the court encountered the black leather farm equipment. Broken defense said what he did not give things poisoned. I really will thank. Even if the girls have 100% of the error, is not the farm equipment there is not a little error. And even said that to complain about us. Speechless family members. Cannot give Nanbao people ligature ah. Ansu was deep in thought. It took him half a day to read the 3 lines. What ancient god language? Chloe covered her ears as the vampire across the street had begun to furiously output. And when the little saintly girl saw that Ansu still wasn't helping, she gently kicked the ladder. What? Do? Chloe glared fiercely at Ansu. Just say it. And Su paused, feeling that it was better to learn from the barbarians. So he made a mouthful and said to Chloe, the lower headman broke the defense. Facing a Hell Knight can only be countered by a knight of an equally high gender. It's also exactly like fighting magic with magic. Does it really work? Chloe fell into disbelief. And it feels as if this is very unqualified. When Ansu saw Chloe's face, he knew that this guy's play was so bad that he could play a disadvantageous game as both a minor and a female. You'll know it when you say it. Chloe swallowed hard and followed Ansu's tentative example. Broken defense. She felt it wasn't very nice to emphasize gender specifically, so she removed down head male. Nonetheless, the killing power was not weakened much. The vampire on the other side of the room became even more enraged, his voice high and shrill. Chloe followed the ostrich's example and lay down on the table, covering her ears with both hands and covering her head with her hoodie, as if so she couldn't hear the vampire's words, repeating them one after the other. Defense broken, defense broken, defense broken, defense broken. Imperial nobles, to be so insulted by a country bumpkin. Sir John only felt a mouthful of blood rushing upwards. Literally his chest was about to explode with anger. The blood-sucking aristocrat who had always prided himself on his elegance couldn't hold back any longer. He had to personally drain the blood of this lowly woman before he could pour out his anger. What's your name? Now where? The exasperated John roared. Hannah. Chloe looked at the list as well. Following Ansu's earlier format, across the street from City Hall on Blazing Prison aha, she puffed out her breath and learned. Don't come. You're a grandson if you don't come. You wait. The vampire aristocrat hung up. The reply warlocks, who witnessed the scene in its entirety, changed the way they looked at Ansu. I had heard that the chaotic god choice had the ability to disturb people's hearts and cause them to fall into chaos, and before that, she was still a good little girl, and after spending a little time with this guy, she became like this. Why would such a character want to roll with them in this third-class position? A number of reply warlocks had a vague suspicion in their minds that there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. This guy must have been sent down from the top of the Chaos Synod to disguise himself as a candidate, to guide them in their work. In that case, watch and learn. Feeling the sights of the people around her becoming more and more focused, Chloe's ears were a little red. What should we do next? 83 Chinese latest address. There's going to be a fiery prison street fight soon. For level 3 positions, the requirements for the response warlock test are as follows. Please respond immediately to the suggestions of the following 6 friendly citizens and, within 1 hour, eliminate their bad reviews. Connect the last citizen caller. Ansu looked at her pocket watch. There was half an hour left before the hour came. That was enough. Ansu wasn't really happy with Chloe's behavior. As a knight, she even showed compassion for her enemy. He is going to personally demonstrate how to be an upright knight and guard the order of our Lord. The next magical phone call was from the female Moroi spirit named Hannah. As soon as he dialed, Ansu was polite before she was polite. Hello. The voice then came from the magic phone. Pinched for emphasis, clipped for voice, yin and yang fused out of the blue. Yo, it's Nambu again also. Only Nambu would do a tertiary profession like reply warlock anymore. Ansu wore a calm smile. Why isn't Nambu talking? Nambu shouldn't have broken defense, right? The first thing that comes out of your mouth is a broken defense. On the side of the Luojia heard the pupil shrinking slightly, secretly said that it was not good to get up. The visitor was afraid that it was not immortal, even used the same moves against Ansu. How should it be? She looked at Ansu's gaze could not help but clip on a few points of worry. After all, that vampire nobleman was so enraged. Ansu's smile had calmed, all but seeing half of the appearance of exasperation. The afterglow of dusk shone on the young man's cheeks, tinting them with a divine color, only to see him slowly say, "Do you think my defense is as easy to break as your magic?" What a taboo and tainted statement. Chloe felt like she was worrying blindly for the guy. She was also dim enough to worry about this guy. Should be worried about the opposite side. It's a magic attack and defense, and Ansu just triggers a bounce back with a single strike. Hannah was visibly choking. As a superior race, no one had ever dared to insult her in such a spot-on, fiery, blood-soaked stab of blood. She tried to fight back a bit, and realized sadly that her vocabulary consisted of the word broken defense. Next Ansu got into a deadly rhythm again. Who are you? Where are you? Hannah was on the verge of tears at the scolding, her voice vaguely choked. The lower head girl broke defense. Ansu smirked. You. Hannah's white skin was turning red with anger. What's your name? The volcano demon. Cabusis. Ansu said calmly. It's on fiery prison street across from the city hall gates. Great. And the last hero makes an appearance. Well, let's go to the theater. Ansu hung up the phone and rushed at Chloe. It must be fun. Chloe wondered if the bastard Ansu had gotten into the wrong religion. The crowd of onlookers in the astral church outside was growing too. The matter of Ansu bringing the radiant holy maiden to break into the Fourth Order border world in private had already spread. People were desperate to know what was going on in there, although all of them were not hopeful about it. Two newbies just arrived. What tricks can they pull in the cruel and evil kingdom of chaos? That kid from the border had stereotyped Second Order worlds, but that was about it. In a Fourth Order world, a random Mithraist could kill him. Because of the importance of the Holy Maiden's matter, the Astral Church had specially taken out the demigod-level astral surveillance relic Ritual of Life. While it is not possible to directly observe the border world, it is possible to visualize in real time the casualties associated with the raiders and the contributors that caused the deaths. By doing so, he was able to clarify whether the virgin was dead or not. The exact time of death had to be figured out, and that was all they could do. Everyone waited in silence, gazing at the huge life gauge in the center, which slowly chose to rotate, refracting a faint starlight. The instrument of life is beginning to move. It's starting to show the names of the dead. Someone exclaimed. Can't hold out so soon? Are they that bad? 83 Chinese latest address. Chapter 110, Ansu completes the first kill. 30 minutes to the end of the test. Current number of bad reviews, 6/6, 0% elimination rate of bad reviews. Ansu carried a small bench and sat side by side with Chloe in front of the window, looking out at the streets of the fiery prison across from City Hall. The blood-colored dusk draped down, smearing the remnants of the sun across the pitted streets, and the fire clouds spread out completely, flattening into a sheet. The puddles in the street of the fiery prison reflected the shadows of the clouds, and as the street was filled with puddles, the street was also filled with the reflection of the clouds as if they were burning. This place was a battlefield 500 years ago. The fiery prison demons and the volcano demons fought again, and the blood and flames burned the whole street, so it was called the fiery prison street. 500 years later, although rebuilt, this street is still shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. That racial battle between the fiery prison demons and the volcano demons was still being talked about until today, and there was no telling when that kind of spectacle could be recreated. So chaotic, so pleasurable. For the chaoticists, being able to witness a battle of such powerhouses was worth the price of admission even if they died. Goblins with green-colored skins. Lucian, the headless volcano demon, walked slowly down the street, nitrous smoke erupting from between its skin, and without its head, it had limited ability to think, remembering only these few words. Kill him. As soon as I see the gnome, I will break him into pieces. Meanwhile, at the other end of the street, the goblin leader who had lost his dwarven girlfriend painfully, alternately holding a wolfsbane and leading 1 or 2 dozen low-ranking goblins, was coming towards the center of the street with gritted teeth. Orcs, Scudder, that's the guy. Eat its girlfriend, and he had the nerve to say that his girlfriend was a little stinky, and to have the audacity to insult him like that on a magical phone call. If he doesn't take this revenge, how can he be the chief in the future? He was now on the streets of the fiery prison, but still hadn't seen any orcs, so he suspected he was going the wrong way. And when he saw a headless volcano demon up ahead, he thought to ask for directions. How to get to Blazing Prison Street. He hadn't finished his sentence. The headless volcano demon, which had been observed with the magic eye, with its green skin and short body, was undoubtedly a gnome. Are you called Lucian? That's my name. What's wrong with it? The goblin chief was getting angry. His tone was not friendly. Seeing this volcano demon stuttering, he was even more furious. Before he could curse, the volcano demon directly slapped him over. Roll you. The goblin leader's voice was not similar to Ansu's, but the headless volcano giant simply couldn't tell the difference. I'm just asking for directions, that's all. Soon the goblin chieftain reacted. His clever intellect took over the high ground. That orc said on the phone that he was going to bring people over. Could it be that this volcano demonic man was the help he had called in? In any case, how could this face be passed off after receiving a slap in the face for nothing? Give it to me. The goblins carried their wolf tooth sticks and lay towards the volcano demons. The iron sticks smashed on top of the volcanic rocks, colliding with monstrous flames. The volcano demon's body is huge, although he was beaten by the group, but still did not lose the wind. One hand pinched the head of a goblin. Hard force, is the plasma brain splatters everywhere? And then floated up the aroma of roasted brain flowers. The volcano demons and goblins are fighting. The pedestrians passing by around the area were not surprised by this. It was just a small fight. This kind of small brawl is everywhere. Not even on the daily chaos. Boring as hell. Instead, it was Scudder the orc who was attracted by the smell of roasting meat. He had come to with someone, and that dark elf called Des had the audacity to discriminate against his disease. That was anger in his chest. 83 Chinese latest address. This time, he didn't come alone. He was followed by a dozen patients. Each of them comes with powerful biochemical buffs, with mossy faces, green pus flowing from their mouths, sores all over their faces, and each attack comes with viral properties. So powerful biochemical warriors, who can stop them? Peripheral passers-by even have sucked in a breath of cold air, to give them a way out, for fear of staining. Then exclaimed, a small fiery prison streets, even attracted the biochemical legion. Fast retreat. The biochemical legion, that is, a terrorist group that can be ranked on the border, and the level of chaos is ranked 20th in the daily chaos. But Scudder came here to the streets of the fiery prison, and after searching for half a day without seeing a dark elf, it was his stomach that was hungry first, for the stomach was eroded, and every peristaltic movement of his intestines gave him great agony. The more it hurts, the angrier it gets. But the goblin saw Scudder the orc from afar, which fully corroborated his clever guess, and roared at the volcano demon, "You really are the help he's hired. Yell at me." Yes, the volcano demon was about to say, "I'm your father," but without the slow reaction of his mouth, the goblin chieftain directly hit him on the neck with a hammer, and the latter half of the sentence was directly swallowed back. The goblin chieftain was even more convinced, and at this point, seeing the enemy who had eaten its girlfriend alive, how could he hold back? And on the spot, he slammed his iron rod at the orc Scudder. The heavy iron bar wrapped with huge wind pressure, smashed directly on Scudder's cheek. This powerful and heavy, smashed his green blood wildly. The people around them retreated even farther, afraid of being stained by the blood. Scudder where to receive such a great insult? Since the die disease, the surrounding people are all in awe of him. Immediately greeted the brothers, joined the fight. The volcano demon also recognized Scudder at this time. This person was the one who spun away his head, and in a rage, a shot of high-level volcano magic was struck at the latter. For a moment, flames and green blood splattered everywhere, and the entire streets of the fiery prison were thrown into chaos. The biochemical legion has also joined the battlefield. This next big melee of the three types of races made many chaotic passers-by mention their interest. They carefully watched the battle from the sidelines. If they were caught in the middle of it, they would warts a big problem. This kind of large-scale fights, 10 days may not be able to happen once. Watch a little bit, kind of can be a pastime before dinner and tea. After half a day of fighting, this fight has already yielded some results. After all, the volcanic demon was a fourth-ranked powerhouse. The orcs were accompanied by the biochemical legion, and the goblin chief was the weakest among them. First covered in green blood, then the volcanic demon slammed his fist down, and the flames fiercely poured in, directly burning the latter into charcoal. 25 minutes until the end of the test. Number of bad reviews 5 out of 6. 16% elimination rate of bad reviews. Ansu smiled innocently and said to her celluloid, "See, the bad reviews are completely eliminated. And Mr. Goblin is free of worries from now on. That's what we reply warlocks are all about. It's wonderful to help others." Chloe's face was expressionless. Once the goblin leader died, the morale of the low-ranking goblins was also disorganized, and the original scorching situation became clear, and the surrounding chaotic audience also swept away their interest. All of them thought to themselves, "Is this the end? That's it? It's no fun. It's just a small scene." At this point, the mutation is sudden. An aura of darkness encroached, and that terrible and fearful deep darkness instantly enveloped half the street. The so-called black clouds pressing down on the city. Is such a truth? All the pedestrians could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. They also detected that terrifying aura of darkness. They could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Murphy was the legend. They couldn't help but shift their gaze to the crushing black cloud. There's no time to mourn for the goblin chieftain. The next to arrive on the battlefield is a terrorist group ranked in the top 10 of the Daily Nefarious, voted outstanding chaos group for 30 consecutive years, and populated by dark elves. Shadow Legion. 83 Chinese latest address. Chapter 111, Bad Reviews. Look, it's Mr. Dice coming. told him to wear something brighter at night, it's hard to see people. Ansu pointed to the dark cloud in the distance, an innocent smile on the teenager's face. Mr. Des is also troubled. As reply warlocks, we need to actively eliminate the troubles of the public. Ansu thinks she has a talent for being a whitening makeup artist. He was very self-conscious and sensitive about his skin color, but as long as he died with his little face brushed white, whitening is also the obligation of our doctors. Reply warlock's image has been completely tarnished by you. Chloe rolled her eyes and said in her mind. They sat side by side on small benches, looking out into the distance. Purgatory Street is right across the street from City Hall, directly across from Reply Hall. This is the best place to watch the battle with the best view. At this moment it was being shrouded by black clouds, and the thick darkness was as if it had condensed into a solid body. Undoubtedly, if the biochemical core was the most unchallengeable group in the chaotic border, then the Dark Legion was the most tyrannical group in the chaotic border. Respect is received in a variety of areas. Listed as a first-class chaos animal in the Kingdom of Chaos Rare Animal Protection Code, and as a first-class clean renewable energy source in the Recyclable Renewable Energy Code of the Municipality of Faller. It was even awarded the first place in the Encyclopedic Guide to Tool Use, which is widely praised by users. Whether it's animal law, energy law, or even tool manuals, they have a seat at the table. It can be described as an invincible existence. This series of glorious honors, Des would not have been willing to show off more, but he did not expect to be sued for food poisoning today, which is simply outrageous. For them, it was all an honor for the dwarves that the noble dark elves could look at them, so how could it be called poisoning? And that darn vampire, who had the sense to blurt out blind truths about them being the best-selling item at the end of the 2nd century, is that something you can say? At that moment, Deus called up about 20 dark elves and went to the streets of the fiery prison, so he could settle the score with the vampire. The chaos on the streets of the passers-by were to see this kind of battle. The dwarf group, the volcano demon people, biochemical legion tripartite fighting is just. Now even the darkness legion also came to the streets of the fiery prison, which is no longer the scope of the street fights. It's war. The cult of chaos teaches that you can make a living by creating chaos and disturbance, and with a big mess of this magnitude in front of us, involving 4 different races at the same time, which religious person came up with the handiwork? Is it a graduation project done by the best graduates of the University of Chaos? Someone had already gone to inform the reporter of the daily chaos, and the entire perimeter of the street was surrounded by chaos passers-by, who were red-faced from excitement and kept cheering loudly. The crowd was packed to the point that it was a sea of people rubbing shoulders, but there was still a steady stream of spectators pouring in. At this moment, the dwarves, the volcano demons, and the biochemical demons all uniformly turned their gaze towards the Dark Legion that had newly entered the battlefield. It must be the help invited from across the street. Simply despicable. Make the first move. They all thought this in unison. So the goblins threw bright iron rods, the volcano devils hurled steaming lava, and the bioorcs spewed green bodily fluids, all at the same time, toward Dace. I was just inquiring about a vampire. What do I care if you guys fight? Des was shocked in his mind. Was it possible that society disliked the shadow elves to such an extent now? How come all races stopped to fight them as soon as they made their debut? What a street rat. Dace was furious in his heart, and he urged his shadow magic. His body transformed into nothingness, avoiding physical attacks such as iron rod lava, but he didn't expect the biochemical body fluid with spatial penetration, splashing on his pitch-black skin, and his skin was instantly split open. This is Far-Or, and you're the ones who should get out, Deus roared, bringing the shadow elves behind him to surge up, and that biochemical army war made a mess. For a moment, the two chaotic groups killed each other. This is exactly the top duel between the experts. What a battle of the mighty. Green blood splattered, red lava fell, black ghostly shadows traveled through the period, and the entire street of the fiery prison became a pot of stew. Screams accompanied by the cheers of the populace. After all, Deus was a 4th-ranked dark elf, a natural assassin, and between a few passages, he had killed the orc leader, and with a flash of his scimitar in his hand, he lords over him. 83 Chinese latest address. Number of bad reviews 4 out of 6. Time remaining, 20 minutes. Yes, Ansu in the audience seats applauded and cheered for this exciting showdown. Another citizen's problem solved. The audience in the reply hall followed suit, and Chloe was sandwiched in the middle, thinking that she wouldn't fit in if she didn't applaud. What bad reviews? Elimination music. Luojia heart secretly. First church of the astral body. Pale green starlight coated the night. The entire church was lit up, and the demigod relic instrument of life slowly churned, about to display the names of the dead. The Parsi priest's face was quite grave. Even he doesn't have optimistic expectations about this, even though this kid Ansu is a bit crooked. But that's a whole 4th order border world, and even more so, it's in the chaotic feral of 30,000 years ago. So how can Ansu cope with it? Patsy felt rather unlucky. How did this happen just when he was on duty? The only thing to do now is to pray. The starlight slowly converged, forming huge fonts to come, and the saints present, the deacons, held their breath. Deadman, Third Order Goblin Chief, Second Order Goblins. Luckily, it wasn't the Virgin who died. Patsy breathed a sigh of relief. Death composition, Volcanic Demon Cabooses, 40%. Bio-Orc Scudder, 40%. Ansu, Morninsta, 20%. This result sparked a debate when it came out. Some congregants were relieved, while others were a bit dissatisfied, but mostly confused. A third-rank goblin leader. This type of monster was even killed by a newcomer? Look at the contributors. Ansu is taking advantage of his teammates, right? Stolen contributions? There were also congregants who whispered sarcastically, "It's a shame to be teamed up with a demonic orc." Most of this type of congregation were quasi-deacons, strong enough, but were short of spots to advance in the raiders' border worlds, and for them, crusading a third-order goblin wasn't that big of a deal, let alone teaming up with a demon. Just then, the life gauge started flashing again, and the crowd was shocked. Another dead person so soon? The dead, Scudder. Third Order Bio-Orc, Death Composition, Fourth Order Dark Elf Des, 80%. Ansu, Morninsta, 20%. All the religious present stared in disbelief, suspecting that they had misread the situation or that the life gauge was displaying it incorrectly. You teamed up with an orc 1 foot before. How did you kill an orc backhandedly? And where did this dark elf come from? Dishonored? Everyone wondered how the orc had died. What the hell is he doing in there? The corners of Parsector's mouth twitched slightly, but he felt rather normal at the thought of that Ansu across the room. It's something Ansu could do, but what the Parsi priests didn't know was that this was only the beginning. For the next 20 minutes, the ritual of life will be swiped by Ansu. 83 Chinese latest address. Chapter 112 The Final Battle. The streets of Blazing Prison are, at this moment, a veritable blazing prison. The sulfurous flames of the volcano flowed through the street sewers, steaming the entire world, and green blood stained half the block with a muddy, rich stench. The corpses of the goblins had piled up into a small mountain. The reporter of the magic broadcast was also in the best position to do a live broadcast through the magic communication. Good evening, Freedom City. Welcome to this no-holds-barred mixed martial arts mayhem tournament, which features 4 teams of fighters from. The mystery organizer of the feast is unknown at this time, and our reporters are actively looking for it. Both sides were very polite in their racetime greetings, affectionately expressing their love for each other's mothers. Off-site enthusiasts can also call the magic hotline to participate in the Dead Man's Lotto, and the on-site audience can be cordial and interactive. The crematorium hotline is up and running, and I'll bet the crematorium hotline is going to be so hot tonight that the incinerator assembly line is going to be hot as hell. The Chaos reporter was enthusiastic. Oh my god, the Shadow Elf has already taken 4 kills, such a terrifying group. Who can stop this border? And who can stop it? It can already be called invincible. With a maniacal smile at the corner of his mouth, Deus held the dwarf's head in one hand and the orc's head in the other, disdainfully looking down at all the spectators present, even making highly insulting gestures. Inferior races should just get out. All of you. The Shadow Elf playfully spat out his tongue. The surrounding audience was furious, but there is nothing to do with this guy. After all, he is protected by a variety of laws. Even the encyclopedia is also protecting him. The book cover says to care for the tools, light to put down, so no one dares to lay a hand on him. Shadow elves spring to life. Tonight, he would use strength and the law to prove that the kingdom of chaos was their kingdom of the shadow elves, and that all of these orcs, dwarves, demons, should all get out. The smile on his lips grew more and more rampant and wide. That's when, suddenly, the reporter's words changed. Oh my god, look in the sky on Jail Street. Is that? That is. What a presence. Ansu took the telephone handset of the reply hall and broadcast to the listeners through the reply hall intercom, explaining with extreme passion. Surprisingly, it's an alien enemy from the sky. At this moment the reply hall's radio listening rate had reached the highest on the same platform, with tens of thousands of viewers tuning in, and even more, nearly 1,000 chaos believers traveling to the scene to observe the grand event. It's just that this new addition to the battlefield is so appalling. The Shadow Elves were already invincible in the borders, but the only ones who could defeat them were the celestial outsiders from the imperial capital, nobler than the Shadow Legion, the visiting order of blood-sucking nobles. This chaotic battle has even alarmed the imperial visiting team. The chaos spectators were close to going crazy to be able to witness this spectacle. In the rankings of the Daily Chaos, it far surpassed the 10th place Shadow Legion, and even broke through the boundaries, having reached the realm of mountains beyond mountains. Everywhere they go, whether it's a town or a city, a street or a neighborhood, the blood has to be sucked out of them all, and all of them are squeezed into dry corpses. Above the sky, nearly 10 vampire nobles were lined up in a single line, and in a moment, they lined up in a human shape, and then changed into a one shape, overlooking the entire border from high above. Very arrogant. Des looked up at the blood-sucking nobles above the sky and snorted coldly. He was already killing his eyes. So what if it was a visiting group from the imperial capital? The imperial capital also belonged to the Shadow Elves. It was them, the vampires, who should get lost. But before the words of greeting his mother were uttered, he felt a chill on his neck, and immediately afterward the blood dribbled out, and in a moment the life force passed away in an instant. Well, cotton-flavored, softer cotton, Sir John commented. What a strong ventriloquism. Before Des could be appalled, his face had already lost all blood color, and was as white as ash, turning into a dry corpse. The Dark Leader directly fell on the spot. Number of bad reviews 3 out of 6. Ansu happily clapped her hands together and laughed innocently. The whitening program was a big success. Chloe stared at Ansu and said in her heart, "Are you having too much fun? The blood on the border is just poor quality and screams disgusting." 83 Chinese latest address. Sir John of the Fourth Order elegantly wiped his mouth with a single swipe. Dressed in his magnificent noble attire, he arrogantly looked down at all the races around him. As far as he was concerned, whether it was an orc or a demon, they were all just their blood tonic appetizers. Sir John started with a blood flash, coming up behind the remaining goblin soldier and rushing for the neck. Well, the fresh herb flavor is a little sweeter, Sir John commented. Another flash to the back of the volcano demon and a punch to the neck. Well, the fondue flavor is hotter, Sir John commented, getting several blisters on his mouth. Number of bad reviews 2 out of 6. With another flash of blood, Sir John came up behind the remaining bioorc and rushed for the neck. Well, HIV flavored, more deadly, Sir John commented, a few blisters on his mouth rupturing and oozing green runny pus. The blood-sucking nobles hovering above the sky swooped down with them, and they attacked all the players with abandon, even the spectators, and wherever they passed, corpses were strewn everywhere, and there were dry corpses with pale faces everywhere. What a mess! What a pleasure! Instead of fleeing, the chaoticists even opened their hands, celebrating and cheering with joy and frenzy. The tone of chaos was at its maximum at this moment, and this feast was just the perfect gift to the mother goddess of chaos, and they cheered, high and wild, that chaos is the very ladder of ascent. Chaos is the very ladder of ascent. The spectators of Valor would not forget this night. This night, the great battle between the 5 races, which was not as good as the battle of the fiery prison 500 years ago, but at least claimed to be the best mayhem of the year's opening. The vampire nobles had already hunted down their prey. The might of the incoming enemy in the sky was unstoppable. As the sons of the Virgin, they were already powerful to the point of being unrivaled, and deserved to be the number 1 ranked group in the daily chaos. But it's not over yet, for the unobservable being made his appearance, and the race battle, at last, has reached its climax. Let's welcome the last group of contestants. Ansu's voice was impassioned. The maker of the edition rules, the writer of the daily chaos, the undefinable existence, the Chaos Fairy Legislative Corps. Viscount John's face finally got serious. That was the ultimate enemy he had come to Blazing Prison Street for. The drinks up front are just appetizers. He would never forget how he was humiliated on the other end of the phone. The blood steamed up. His aura became more and more terrifying. All the blood he had absorbed earlier turned into his power. At this moment, Sir John was like a demon god, and at the end of Blazing Prison Street, the unobservable, undefinable, indescribable, and unrecordable evil god was finally revealing his face. The race, though a Moroi elf, has a face more terrifying than a demon, and a body more burly than even a troll. The whole earth trembled. Peak Fourth Order Enforcer, Mori Elf, MS, Hannah, leads the gathering legislators of the Court of Chaos, arrive at the battlefield. Number of bad reviews, 2 out of 6. The Tutor Visiting Corps versus the Fairy Legislative Corps, and this is the final battle. Thanks to Biggie for the Alliance bounty. I'll add 1 more shift tomorrow, then it's a recommendation for a friend's new book. 83 Chinese latest address. Chapter 113, Ansu caught the attention of the Mother Goddess of Chaos. Night had fallen, and the remaining light of the setting sun had dissipated, but the entire Blazing Prison Street was still as bright as day. The flowing magma had already dried up, presenting a yellowish-brown, dead and silent condensation, and rows of pale-faced dry corpses lay on both sides of the street. And after the ravages of the 5 races, the whole of the fiery prison street was in a state of disrepair. Despite this tragic situation in front of them, the chaotic spectators' expressions became more and more maniacally excited. They came from all directions and surrounded the scene, and the number of onlookers grew, especially when the Chaos Fairy Legislative Corps took the stage, and the heat of this event reached its peak. What a life it is to witness such a wonderful sight. The Chaotic Legislative Corps, that is arguably the most unnameable group on the border. Not definable, not describable. If the tutor visitors belonged to the heavenly enemy, then the Chaotic Legislative Corps was heaven itself. 4th Degree Enforcer, MS, Hannah, fourth-ranked blood-sucking nobleman, Earl John. They faced each other, and for a moment, the air was nearly frozen. Mixed Will Daily News reporter has been linked to the reply hall for an interview, and urgently published on today's headlines. The news pointed out that, according to Mr. Ansu, who did not want to tell his name, pointed out that this big battle, in fact, are for love. He stated that UKosians are unaware of the fact that Sir John actually sold ditches at the border. This experience was actually glorified long ago. He sold ditches in Farnell as a child, and goblins, orcs, shadow elves, and even volcano fiends were his customers. A lot of religious people might not believe it, but when you think about it, what makes a vampire bat a nobleman? Something has to give, right? It would have to be a ditch. It's just that after this development, it's time to go back to the border and erase this history. Otherwise, why would he kill so many people for no reason? It can't be that some scumbag provoked it, can it? And the reason Hannah approached Sir John was that she wanted to bus him in and bag him. And so this interview is very wild history, but Chaos Daily is like outrageous wild. This is the most provocative to attract the heat. Then also published, a archfire a rumor, the heat is soaring again. For a moment, 10,000 people, Chaos spectators flocked to the casino, and the casino had given odds for this night. 1-2 for Hannah and John. John has better odds than Hannah, and rightfully so, because although both are the same fourth-ranked warlock, but the Chaos legislature comes with its own laws of chaos. Women's fourth order, men's fourth order is almost equal to men's holy order. This law that distorts everything is precisely the blessing of the goddess of chaos for the legislative core, and it is also the basis for the legislative core of chaos to be able to stand at the top of the border city. Who on earth is creating girls? Huang Yao. Hannah felt rather sassy, and even though she was a border account, she had an establishment in Far Or, and the vampire on top of his head. Although the face has a 7 or 8 level, every move is also considered to be elegant, or the imperial capital account born. The family is also hereditary title. The identity is barely counted. The family may have a few hundred acres of manor, but it is completely unworthy of himself. For a guy like this to hope to draw attention to himself by media manipulation is just delusional. She had come to settle the score with the volcano demon that was down there, but she didn't expect to see the volcano demon being tackled by this vampire when she arrived, with several blisters on her mouth. It does add up for a guy like that to go this far in order to chase himself. Hannah is willing to give John a chance to chase himself. Then he made secret glances at John. She blinked her copper bell-sized eyes slightly. Her narrow mouth cracked open and her thick fingers tapped on top of her red lips. A flying kiss towards John was a hint that the boy could take the initiative. John clearly understood the creature. It was ancient vampire hunting etiquette, meaning I take your blood and life. It is simply outrageous. Sir John has never been so insulted. Chloe's repetitive loop of broken defense had still been repeating in her ears, and hearing that lark-like voice of clear insults, John still fantasized that the opposite side of the room was a wonderful young girl. Along with the anger, there was inevitably some flirtation with the woman who had caught his attention. If this is the case, give a little reward to this border inferior, then reluctantly descend the first embrace and adopt it as a blood descendant, so that this girl will not dare to be so arrogant. It's also possible, a vampire count in love with a commoner. It's also acceptable. The romance of the comparison is the elegant thing to do, and maybe it'll be published as a book that sells big, but I didn't expect that in reality. Once I met with that Hannah, the opposite side would be such a fat-headed monster. Earl John only felt that he had been deceived, being hurt very, very deeply. He doesn't believe in virtual anymore. This guy must have used voice-changing magic to deceive an imperial young master like him. The anger in his chest has reached its peak. Since you want to fight, then it is war. A cheer went up from the confused spectators around them. Count John was finally moving after such a long standoff. His figure dispersed into a mass of blood mist as he softly chanted a mid-ranked blood magic. The blood mist rolled backwards and attacked Hannah in an all-encompassing manner, and wherever the mist touched the latter's thick body, a bloody hole was left behind, and for a moment the blood flowed like a torrent around Hannah. Men really aren't any good. Hannah ate the pain and was furious. She had done a good job at the beginning of the relationship. Her mouth was full of flowery words, and in the blink of an eye she had betrayed herself. Seeing that Sir John was about to chant his magic again and turn into a mist of blood, tragically betrayed by a scumbag, Hannah leads her sisters behind her. Her narrow mouth cracked open, revealing dark green teeth, and she grunted coldly out of it, covering her mouth with a sneer as she chanted, "Breathless sun." The surrounding chaotic spectators were suddenly creeped out all over their bodies. Worthy of being a fourth-ranked consul, they were so terrifying at the first strike. Surprisingly, it's a silent domain type of law. High magic, breathless field. Supporting category areas. Disables chanted non-epic spells below high level within the field's coverage area for 10 minutes. The chaotic spectators around them immediately felt the invisible field enveloping them, instantly expanding and almost blocking off half of the streets of fiery prison. As the chaotic laws raged on, depriving the vast majority of living beings of their ability to chant, Sir John failed his chant and retreated from his original form through the blood mist as Hannah punched John straight in the chest. This fist stone broken, everything broken. The entire streets of the fiery prison are rustling in the wind of the fist. The earth cracked out layer after layer of cracks. Sir John blood pouring, straight to feel the ribs in front of the chest broken most of the way. It turned out that Judge Hannah was not only good at law, but also quite accomplished in boxing and kicking, and under the enhancement of the rules of chaos, this punch was comparable to the power of a knight of the Holy Order. Another punch went down, punch after punch, wrapped in her anger at the scum, at being betrayed and torn apart. Sir John was half dead, most of the blood in his body drained away. His body's recovery speed couldn't keep up with his recovery speed, and he was about to fall on the spot. Had to use that one, but he was, after all, a blood-sucking aristocrat, and since he was short of blood to restore his body, he told his minions on the spot to start a blood donation around the area. The minions carried blood bags and syringes, put up banners, and straight away began to organize the nearly 1,000 people around them to give John voluntary blood donations, and asked them to line up automatically, not to crowd, but to come one by one. Sir John drank a bag of blood for every punch Hannah threw. For a moment the two sides fought that as the sky and the earth is difficult to distinguish. Around the chaos of the audience face pale and lightless. This kind of wonderful chaotic scenery was photographed by the reporter. It is simply a chaotic spectacle. This melee only killed the surrounding chaotic citizens, destroying half of blazing prison street, and damaging half of the enforcers' team of Mori goblins and the visiting vampires. Ms. Hannah used up all her energy. The vampire count's body was also mostly broken, making it difficult to recover. Both men have entered a state of great disability. Stop. They unanimously chose to call a truce. 83 Chinese latest address. They are not like those lowly demons orcs dwarves. Their lives are a bit more expensive. And Earl John, in his anemic and bleary-eyed condition, hallucinated, and actually felt that the opposite side of Hannah's style had risen. 2/6. Time remaining, 5 minutes. It seems the battle is finally over. That's weird. Ansu looked out across the streets of the fiery prison, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew calmer and calmer. He excused himself to Chloe that he wanted to go to the restroom, and went out of sight for a while to the washroom off the reply hall. 10 minutes earlier, Ansu had also cast a spell on the streets of the fiery prison that no one knew about. The stereotypical rewards of Naylor's Town. Epic magic. Holy light salutation. Consuming magic 3. Unique magic. Epic magic. Effect. For every death of a mister within the field, 5 points of magic power will be restored for 10 minutes. Killing Light was precisely a branch of Holy Light, and Killing Light had already enveloped the streets of that fiery prison. This is the kingdom of chaos. So, everyone on these streets. It's all confusing. For the misters, every time he died, 5 points of magic power value would be returned to Ansu, and while receiving a constant supply of magic power, Ansu used all the magic power value he received in his only high-level magic, Life Offering. High-level magic. Summoning magic. Magic points consumed, 20 per minute. Magical effect. Summons a once-departed 5th-ranked undead from the altar of life. This was the third spell combination that Ansu had created on his own after the pregnancy stream and the non-tongue prohibition stream. The Killing Light stream. Inside the washroom, in the dusk of the setting sun, the teenager's pale green eyes were as bright as the stars. The pale blue witch who subverts life, originating from the dark priests of antiquity, the breath of life inverted away, and that ocean of magical power used Ansu's body as a medium to keep pouring into this forbidden summoning magic. In the 10 minutes just now, the Chaos Cultists had over 200 dead and wounded, which amounted to 1,000 magic values. Of course, there's a limit to the Holy Light Salute. It can't be supplied without limit. It could also be said that this body of Ansu's now had a hidden limit. Using the body as a transit station for magic power, it could only withstand a total of 100 magic values passing through the body. Any more than that and Ansu's magic circuits would be damaged. But 100 magical values will also provide 5 minutes of survival time. That's enough. I call upon your name. May you awaken from your eternal slumber. Ansu, Monanista invites you into the world. A treacherous terror descended brazenly, and lost souls followed the anchor's guidance, flowing down the river of life against the current, and were invited to come, because the supply of magic power was quite sufficient this time. The dark priest even vaguely had an entity, and the pale blue stunningly beautiful pupils under that black hood burned with a ghostly soul fire. It's as quiet and beautiful as death. Thank you for naming me again, Boss Ansu. Bones dropped her pussy as soon as she spoke. She curtsied gracefully. May I ask what service you require? I've come to fulfill my promise, and in return for your teaching me to build magic, I'm going to teach you the prayer of the altarless sacrifice. Ansu's smile grew calmer as she spoke softly. What is an altarless sacrifice? The Holy Order priest Bones revealed a state of ignorance. First I was confused, then I was excited, even thrilled. Her favorite thing is the knowledge of the unknown. Immediately, he took out his little notebook and took careful notes. Altarless Sacrifice is also the official update version of the prayer, updated for the convenience of senior veteran players, and can only be used by players of the Holy Order and above. Along with convenience comes a corresponding cost. Because there is no altar set up, the effect of the sacrifice is reduced by half. You have 5 minutes. Take the vampire and the Moroi elf across the street. Sacrifice me away. Bones patted on his toes, his magic eyes peering through the wall to the streets of the fiery prison. Because I didn't set up an altar, I wasn't able to perform a large-scale sacrifice, she explained seriously. However, a small portion I can still do. The pale blue demonic eyes of the soulfire were ghostly and could pierce through everything. Bones had already noticed that the 4th-ranked Moroi elf and the 4th-ranked blood-sucking aristocrat were already running out of chi and were close to the state of oil lamp exhaustion. Just sacrificing off these two was something she was able to do in 5 minutes. This was also the first time Ansu had attempted to sacrifice a 4th-order ranked being. Before this, he had only sacrificed up to a 3rd-ordered life warlock, and had never sacrificed a higher level. Because it's an altar-less sacrifice, 2 4th order equals 1, but that was a 4th-ranked warlock. After all, the ultimate leader of the town of Setian, Warrior Chief Angelo, was only at the 4th rank. This sacrifice is the same as sacrificing the final leader of a copy. Please, leave it to me, Bones whispered softly, the soulfire in his eyes reflecting a pleasant glow. It's not fun to learn. How could she not be excited about the new knowledge she had just learned and would soon be able to put it into practice? What's taking so long? As soon as Ansu returned to the reply hall, Chloe excitedly told him, you just missed the good part. The blood-sucking noble confessed his love to the Moroi elf. Hee. What a bead. Internal digestion is right. Might as well get on the road together. Ansu gazed at the fiery prison street that seemed to have calmed down with an innocent smile and said darkly, it's almost time for the best part. This mayhem will see the heaviest hitters. You've attracted the attention of the mother goddess of chaos. This chapter is over 4,000 words. It's 2 in 1, and it's the extra one that was promised yesterday. There's a chapter afterward. 3 total shifts today. 83 Chinese latest address. Chapter 114, Ansu caught the attention of the mother goddess of life. The flames on blazing hell street seem to have gone out. The blood has dried up too. The whole street was silent and calm again. The chaos devotees were all satisfied, being able to see the battle of the 6 armies. This life was considered to be contented, and the level of chaos on this scale was enough to select the best chaos of the year, though it still doesn't compare to the fiery prison war anymore, which sucked in the end after all. They were disillusioned. The vampire shakes hands with the Moroi elf. No need to fight for this. Sir John was pale and snuggled up against Lady Hannah's broad pecs. None of the hallucinations caused by his anemia had faded, and his mind was muddled and smoky though it was. They had even begun to discuss the attribution of titles and the distribution of territories. Hannah demands that half of the estate should be given to her for safekeeping after the marriage, and that the dower must be half of the property before the marriage. And Sir John, his head spinning, oblivious to the fact that all of his money has been taken, readily agrees. It doesn't matter anyway. If your own blood is sucked out, just go suck the blood of an inferior. There's always an inexhaustible supply of blood for him to suck. This 6-army melee has ended, and the people are ready to disperse. After all, there is no more hilarity to watch, cursing the boredom, and in the end it turned out to be such a forcibly sublimated ending. Thanks to them risking their lives to see it, the gamblers lost the most money. Both sides fought, and surprisingly none of them died. They pressed to lose it all. Already a number of gamblers are cursing for their money back. At this very last moment, dusk is over, the night will rest moment. The streets of the prison suddenly lacks vitality. Life is blessed here. The roots of the trees began to grow wildly, piercing the earth. All things are also gladly roots into the trunk of the dead, sucking the last flesh and blood. For a moment, everything comes alive. The trees cover the sky, and the streets of the fiery prison spread out the stage only to welcome the last guest. All of the Chaosians stopped dead in their tracks as they departed, and the masters, because they felt it, feel the forbidding twisted aura, full of blasphemy, yet favoring all things. Every hair on Sir John's body stood on end, cold sweat beating down his cheeks as he lifted his narrow eyes to look somewhere in the sky. Hannah's face was also chilled. There was dead silence all around. To a certain point, that ghastly presence arrived at the battlefield. In an instant, the vibrant trees withered, and the bones rapidly decayed, leaving barren and withered bones everywhere. The young girl wrapped in a hood, her pale blue eyes brilliant with soul fire, her bare feet stepping on top of the decayed and withered bones, walking slowly step after step. All the fights on the streets of hell, whether it was the Shadow Legion, the Biochemical Legion, the Imperial Visiting Corps or the Chaotic Legislative Corps, they were all organizations within the Chaotic Kingdom, all under the same sky. But there's a sky beyond the sky. That would be the foreign ambassadors. From the secret cult of life, a demigod in life and still a holy ranked warlock after her fall, the Witch of Pale Blue, the one who subverts life, Ansu's designated #1 technician, and the nation's flyable Lady of Bones. The surrounding chaotic spectators were simply so excited that they were about to go crazy. What kind of day was today? It was just enough to see the 6 major races mixing up. How come even the Saint of the Life Tantra had come to the fiery prison street? It meant something different instantly. This isn't just an internal conflict in the kingdom of chaos anymore. This is a diplomatic mess between chaos and life. Now it's not just worth dying for. It's more than enough to be made strong after death. To be able to witness such a chaotic spectacle, simply mesmerizing. They were only curious about one thing right now, to be able to provoke a melee of 6 races and a chaotic fight between 2 secret religions at the same time. Who exactly should be the mastermind behind all of this? Just how devious and cunning should this man be? This is no longer the level of an honors graduate it's a total masterclass in temple work. It's the holy order priests of the Church of Life. Chloe looked far away from the fiery prison street. She was also quite shocked. It was clear that there were no priests of life to call the hotline. Ansu. The little sage tugged at Ansu's sleeve. Do you recognize this man? 83 Chinese latest address. Ansu looked at the #1 mechanic he had recruited and shook his head with a stony face. His tone sanctimonious as he made the cut. I don't really recognize it. Since the beginning, I, Ansu, have been the most loyal follower of Radiance and do not know any of the tantrics. The eyes were quite determined, especially the vile ones who believe in the mother goddess of life. Chloe also knew that this couldn't be related to Ansu. This was a border world. They were new to this place. How could Ansu know the holy order priests of the tantric religion of life? No one could have predicted that the scene would develop so uncontrollably. Above the streets of the fiery prison, the scene of solemnity had reached an extreme, and Ms. Hannah, not knowing when she had invoked such a great god, waved her stout hand. Her red lips cracked, wanting to say something like girls helping girls, but Bones didn't let her talk. She's only got 5 minutes. Move fast. Viscount John dodged out of the way of the blood shadow, already knowing that this fight was inevitable, and attacked the holy priest. If the 2 of them were at full strength, even if the opponent was a saint priest, it would be more than enough to last half an hour, not to mention 5 minutes, but now both are big cripples. Viscount John's body was even more broken. Whatever resistance there is, it's a stone's throw. To make a sacrifice, you first have to disable the sacrifices. The blood shadows were forced together by that forbidden life force, resurfacing John's body, and as the life force continued to expand, John's epidermis gave birth to tree roots, and the little blood that was left was plundered away. Hannah tried to spar with her, but her strength had been sapped, and her punches no longer had the force of the old days, and couldn't even get close to the bone, as thorns snapped out of the cracked earth and drove her plump body right through it. And in the distance, a smile came to the corners of the mouth of the holy order priest Bones. That hurts. She was actually in pain. Ansu was at this very moment talking to her mentally on friendly pain signal, and to make the signal better, Ansu first gave herself a few rounds of illumination. Turn on the light brightly to see more clearly. He said this to Chloe, and the holy light gets rid of these evil people. Ansu, the evil one, gazed at the streets of the fiery prison and said to Bones in his mind, meditate after me, the original beings, the masters of the red moon. May you forgive us for our trespasses. The priest of life followed Ansu's silent chanting in his heart. The sight of the mother goddess slowly descended here, and all the chaos believers felt that exciting sense of fear. Surprisingly, even the mother goddess has come. Hannah and John had faced such horrors head-on, and the fear was clearer than anyone else could have imagined. For the first time, they felt fear. One's a legislative fairy, the other's an imperial count. Never in their decades of reckless life had they felt such fear, as well as remorse. At the altar of the uncrowned, advocate with blood, enter with bone. Bodies were being slowly eaten away as they tried to beg for mercy, but their throats were blocked by the rampant growth of flesh and blood. Consecrate John the vampire count, Hannah the sensual elf. To you, it slowly turned into flesh and blood and slowly dispersed into blood and water. Your devout followers invite you to this rude meal. But after Ansu recited these last words, the legislative fairy and the Count of Titus completely disappeared from this world without a trace. The entire street of the fiery prison was empty, and the bright moonlight covered it, as gentle and clear as water. 0/6. 100% elimination rate of bad reviews. Special rewards available. What a horrible sacrifice. Ansu said to Chloe. That was cruel. At the same time, the voice of the astral messenger rang in his ears again. Delicious child, you've attracted the attention of the mother of life. After the wee hours of the morning is the beginning of the month. The beginning of the month to ask for a wave of people's monthly votes. Going to start adding more like crazy. 83 Chinese latest address. Monthly bounty plus more. Get an early month bounty. Since Raindrops is now a senior in college and has been preparing for her dissertation for the last month or so, she can't really spare the time to pop in, so she's been weekly day 2 shifting for quite a while. I'm ready to get the first draft of my thesis done, and I've been able to free up a bit of time to code, so I'll start a monthly bonus. Every 1,000 monthly votes plus one more. Since I myself also give out a bonus of 500 monthly votes every day at the beginning of the month, the guys actually get an extra shift just for voting 500 monthly votes. The monthly data is now 0. The bounty will be offered from the posting of this chapter until April 7th at 2400 hours. It should be emphasized that this bounty is only for monthly votes, and I won't be adding more for a while for bounties like this. 1. I don't want people to break the bank, and 2. I'm really afraid of accidents, in case the bounty is taught to behave, and Raindrop can't pay it back. He'll have to sell hooks to pay off the debt. Above. Let's start by picking on the guys for a wave. It's not like Raindrop can't afford to pay back just with the monthly vote increase, right? Dare you all to sacrifice your monthly votes to the mother goddess of life. I will dare to sacrifice my life to the mother goddess. Can the guys take Raindrop's life? Chapter 115 Saint's Consternation. Is Ansu getting graphic kills in there? The first church of the astral body, clearly late at night, was as bright as day. Ever since the third order biochemical orc was killed by Ansu in the Dark Elf's joint efforts, the congregation's discussion on this hadn't stopped. Half of the congregation believed that Ansu's move was a disgraceful act that dishonored the glory of the holy light. Stained with darkness, the Dark Elves, after 30,000 years, did not have a good reputation. One could even say that they were infamous. It's a forbidden race. The neighboring kingdom of Circe is an example of this, where Dark Elves have multiplied so much in the kingdom that they have begun to build up a backlog of rejection of the native elves, resulting in the entire kingdom, from counselors to judges, being cleanly populated with Dark Elves. 30,000 years later, Faror successively repealed the Animal Protection Act, and the Encyclopedia of Tools enacted the Human Supremacy Act to expel non-human races from the Empire one after another, and the first to be expelled was the Dark Elf race. Any association with a Dark Elf means that the person is depraved and yearning for darkness. For an acolyte, once the rumor of an affair with a Dark Elf got out, not to mention that his career would be affected, he would even be branded as a heretic. Pashisto's face did not look good either. If he could, he still wanted to keep Ansu as a child. Although this person is despicable and shameless means insidious, but after all, it is only a child, just joined the Holy See. A little guidance may not be unable to lead on the right path of order. He was now beginning to regret that he had gone and asked the astral bishop to take out the ritual of life. Once this scandal was made public by the ritual of life, Ansu was instantly thrust into the limelight and became a target. It's hard for wind reviews to be reversed anymore. Dark Elves are like a cloud of sewage. Once they are stained, their resume is tainted for life. However, it would be hard for Ansu to come back alive, so it didn't matter what the public opinion was out there once he thought about it. Patsy felt cruel. Have you heard? It seems that this term's Ansu is still the son of the curse. No wonder. To fall to the Dark Elves, teaming up with a treacherous race like the Dark Elves, Ansu will suffer sooner or later. The congregants of the senior session were talking about it, and none of them had optimistic expectations about it. Unless he kills the Dark Elf on the spot, how else is he going to flip it? Ha ha, you're so good at playing. Play. That's when the meter of life started flickering again. The Fourth Order Dark Elf Death dies. Composition of deaths: John the Bloodsucker, 4th degree, 80%. Ansel Morninsta, 10%. Chloe Morninsta, 10%. Chloe Foster, 10%. Faust, 10%. You were really killed? The congregants who had spoken a second ago only felt a burning pain in their cheeks, and on top of the embarrassment, they were incredulous, if not completely incomprehensible. No, you're really a backhanded backstabber, aren't you? You guys just worked together on the front foot. That's a 4th Order Dark Elf. Put in the world of the 2nd Order, it is able to serve as the existence of the chief. How come you say kill just kill? It's only a 10% contribution level, but that's a pretty good war chest. And why are you teamed up with the vampire count again? First you teamed up with the orcs to kill the goblins, then you teamed up with the Dark Elves to kill the orcs, and then you teamed up with the blood-sucking counts to kill the Dark Elves? What kind of a douchebag is this? And how is it that after he's betrayed so many times, there's still a steady stream of experts looking for him to team up with? Is this teenager's race a chimera? Parsi Stewart felt like he had just fed his worries about Ansu to the dogs. Teaming up with a treacherous race like Ansu, the Dark Elves are the ones who will suffer sooner or later. What made the corners of his mouth twitch even more was how the little saintly maiden Chloe had also participated in Ansu's backstabbing operation. That little saint girl, Pazzi is seen a few times. Elegant have gift line noble. So a seedling will not be Ansu brought bad, right? The Parsi priest cocked his head, dispelling these unrealistic thoughts from his mind. Although he didn't know how Ansu managed to do it, he did reach an okay score for a third-rank saint. It was quite passable. As the night deepened, and the life gift fell silent, Pashistos thought that Ansu should not be able to get any work done in the whole thing. Most of the congregants think the same way. Although the Saints Raiders of Fourth Order world was a novelty, they had homework tomorrow after all, and it would be a waste of time to continue to spend time here. And sporadically some of the congregants were planning to leave. Then they thought wrong. Big mistake. The instrument of life was quiet for a brief moment, perhaps a minute, perhaps two, and the starlight suddenly brightened, illuminating the hall as if it were day, and then dimmed again. Shorted out? Doubts arose in the minds of the religious. The priests of the astral church were also surprised that the relics of the Holy Order had never appeared like this before. How could they know that this was just the calm before the storm? As soon as that starlight had passed, the instrument of life half revealed the name of the dead man, Fourth Order Volcano Demon. Composition of deaths. Ansu, 10%. Dead man, Second Order Goblin. Composition of deaths. Ansu, 10%. The dead, First Order Chaoticists. The starlight continued to converge, forming name after name. The names were showing up faster and faster, which meant that those people were dying at a faster rate as well. And everyone knew what that meant. There was a massacre going on in the border world, and among the massacres will always be Ansu. 10% of the Morningside Star. The names of people made up of starlight continued to pass by, faster and faster, as if the entire gauge of life was shimmering. How is that possible? Is something wrong with the instrument of life? Everyone was frantically trying to find out just how Ansu had done it. Between the flashes of starlight, the faces of the believers present were reflected in a cloudy and uncertain manner, and by rough estimation, 50 to 60 people had already been killed in just 2 minutes, and the speed of this massacre was still accelerating. Kill any race. The killing light that Ansu believes in is precisely a rare branch of the holy light, which very equally eliminates racial conflicts, gender conflicts, patient conflicts, geographical conflicts, regardless of the gap between the rich and the poor, regardless of racial inferiority, and achieves a great harmony of life that has never been seen before. The name above the gauge of life was already flickering out of stubble. Priest Parsi has already called for the bishop of the Illuminati to be notified. He should have known better. This Ansu kid has been holding back from doing anything for a month, so he must be saving up for a big one. The instrument of life is going to show up smoking. When the death messages of Fourth Order Vampire John, Fourth Order Sen-Elf Hannah were displayed, it was only then that the starlight that had been blinking for 10 whole minutes finally ended. But the Parsi priest was completely confused. All the devotees present were dumbfounded. Think the world is absurd and wacky. The dead, fourth-degree vampire. Composition of deaths, Hannah, 50%. Ansu, 50%. Deadman, Fourth Order Morielf. Composition of deaths, John, 50%. Ansu, 50%. How the hell did this outrageous kill result happen? And Ansu's contribution was even 50%? This means that whether it's killing a Fourth Order Mori spirit or a Fourth Order vampire, Ansu is the main crusading combatant. He's just a rookie. Exactly how? The Church of the Astral Body was not the only one concerned with this border raid. In the faraway land of Tantra, the Empire of Awad, the lower councils of the Chaos Tantra have also cast their eyes on this border world, and the inner circle of the order is relaying information. The Saintess of Chaos was naturally paying attention as well. Outrageous, she commented. End of chapter. Chapter 116, Ansu felt that the chaotic border was too orderly. The entire fiery prison street was reduced to rubble. The arrival of the priests of life from the saintly class brought the chaos to a new peak. No one knows what kind of tactics she used. In just a few minutes, 2 Fourth Order were directly sacrificed away. The indescribable legislator, the blood-sucking Count of Tudor, were reduced to a mist of blood, without a trace. After sharply sacrificing away the 2 men, the fearsome holy-ranked priest spoke words that no one could understand. You are welcome to name names next time. I couldn't understand it, but it felt as if it was professional. The chaoticists inexplicably felt awesome. To command such respect from a priest of the Holy Order. Perhaps the you she spoke of was the Cardinal Archbishop of the Church of Life as well. After Bones left, the streets of the fiery prison went quiet. The Chaosians are somewhat intent on. It would be nice if it was a little more confusing. Their urban area is now in the process of judging the most chaotic neighborhoods in the country, lacking the chaos kvi. And if there had been more of these big scenes today, maybe Feral would have been judged. From City Hall to the average citizen, it's chaos-seeking lunacy. I also wonder if the next time I will witness such a wonderful scene today will be in a few years. The bright moonlight poured down, spilling onto the ruins of the street, so bright and transparent that the blazing prison street bathed in moonlight, surprisingly having an eerie cleanliness and beauty. The cleanliness metrics of the entire neighborhood went up several levels for a while. Ansu pushed the window open and breathed in the fresh air, and the moonlight spilled over the teenager's clean smile as he rushed to Chloe and said, "Behold, we have again kept the order of the Lord. The security is much better when the whole street is empty. We annihilate people's suffering. It is you who annihilates the suffering people." Chloe was powerless to retort. She was able to detect that the teenager in front of her was speaking from the heart. He seemed to genuinely think so. Maybe, probably, should. There's a little bit of truth to it. Mission 2. To be a diligent public servant, obtain 3 or more civil service licenses and achieve a 100% positive feedback rate from the neighborhoods you serve. 30% progress, 100% elimination rate of bad reviews on Main Street. Additional incentives achieved, position upgrade, level 2 position, level I position. Office of the Respondent, Outstanding Employee mission. Please make the neighborhoods you are responsible for the rate of elimination of bad reviews to reach more than 50%. The night is finally over. Chloe breathed a slow sigh of relief and she felt that this short hour had been longer than days. However, not exactly boring indeed. After causing so much damage, this guy should be satisfied. Chloe skimmed Ansu. "We have 3 days left. It's time to start investigating the main quest," she said. "How exactly did the chaotic borders of history perish? This history is all broken up, and the various records are not detailed. Some say it was overthrown by the descent of an evil god. Others say it was caused by an external war. There are rumors that investigating this history is the key to the return of the Age of Chaos, and that we must know it before the Chaosians do. This is the responsibility of being a saint." Chloe was a good student. She was the top student in the last class, and she was also particularly interested in history. Those snow-white eyes twinkled with light when he talked about history. The end? Chloe didn't expect it, but Ansu was surprised, even incredulous now. "Chloe, little comrade, did you just say we're done for the night? Isn't it?" Chloe couldn't figure it out. The blazing prison street has already been destroyed. The bad ratings have all been eliminated as well. We are public servants, and more than that, we are servants of the city. Ansu rightly criticized the negative thinking of the celluloid. Our cause of serving the citizens will never end. Aren't you too deep in the movie? Chloe's face darkened. While the citizens of blazing prison street are no longer in pain, the citizens of other neighborhoods are still living in dire straits. Ansu's face was sacred. What about the truth of history? Chloe felt that she couldn't lose her momentum, slightly patted her toes and leveled her eyes at Ansu. "We still have 3 days. Let's go and investigate the truth first, then come back to serve the public." "What 3 days? 1 day, tonight," Ansu said in a single word. 3 days is too long, and it needs to be done tonight. There is no time to lose in serving the public. Saving time for quick rating is a basic discipline for fast-passing players. What about the truth of history? What the truth of history? Ansu shook her head. "I don't care. What really concerns me. It's even more of a basic discipline for fast-track players to skip dialogue and not read the text." Chloe felt that her 3 views had been shocked. What kind of a breed of creature was this one in front of her? And how do you want to serve the citizens of the entire border? In 1 day? Chloe intended to argue her case. Faror is so big, and the street of the fiery prison is just one of the streets. We can't even make it with the 2 of us. Who says it's just with the 2 of us? Ansu said. Even if you add MS. Enya Chloe subconsciously retorted, and then paused. Under the cool moonlight, Ansu showed a calm smile at Luojia. Luojia immediately detected a bad premonition. Every time Ansu smiled like this, nothing good was bound to happen. She sensed that she seemed to be missing something. Is this guy trying to do that? Chloe's pupils dilated slightly. She knew what she was overlooking. No way. The little saintly girl held her forehead for a second, and Ansu's smile grew calmer and more peaceful, the moonlight enveloping his cheeks and giving a sense of sanctity. Juvenile Ground turned to look around the reply hall. The entire reply hall was also bathed in pure white moonlight. The moonlight gently brushed over the eyes of all people. Whether it was the hollow-eyed goblins returning to demobilization, or the spirit of the collapse of the demobilization of the demons, elves, dwarves, lizard men, though they were still breathing, they were just one walking corpse after another. Not only the body, but even the soul is exhausted. Couldn't guard anything, not even his own mother. In total, the reply hall was home to a dozen or so races and 100 or so reply warlocks, dealing with different streets in different neighborhoods, all bathed in the same moonlight at the moment. The night is late. Their work is not over. The magic phone next to everyone was still ringing. and countless voices of insulting rage echoed through the hall. They are the lowest ranking level 3 position and are hired as temporary workers. A bad review elimination rate of less than 50 is subject to hanging by the city hall. The phone was ringing off the hook, but they all ignored the phone and gazed straight at Ansu, at the teenager in front of them. Under the cool moonlight, I just operated. Ansu smiled at them. Did you all read it? As if seducing the devil. End of chapter. Chapter 117, let's burn this city to the ground. This idiot. Chloe stared at Ansu with an expressionless face. I should have guessed. The bastard must have been playing this from the beginning. No wonder he had to teach himself how to curse by hand in front of a large crowd. So he was still teaching it to these replying warlocks. Chloe had even thought of more details. You'll become like them if you keep holding back from replying. The words that Ansu said to herself at that time. Still, what a thrill for these revert warlocks. It's like a parent telling a child in front of people, if you don't study hard, you'll be moving bricks like your cousin. The biggest irritant was never their children, but the cousin who moved the bricks. Did you understand what I just did? Ansu calmly said. The teenager's voice was clean and innocent, but it was like a decadent sound that leads people to fall. My bad reviews have all been removed, and I was also evaluated as an excellent employee and promoted to a second-order position. Indeed, Ansu was right on the money. The bad reviews have all been eliminated and the position has been upgraded. Reply the warlocks. Look at me. I look at you. Whispering and communicating. Earlier, they had some speculation about Ansu's true identity. The doctrine of the Church of Chaos is to stir up people's hearts and provoke chaos. An outstanding chaos disciple like Ansu was born to be a chaos counselor, at least a level 1 to start with. So how could he come and roll with them for this level 3 position? The way Ansu deliberately acted has led them to have inferences, most likely sent down, to guide them in their work. And with this statement now, Ansu has definitely pierced through that window paper. Several of the replying warlocks' hearts fluttered, and their empty eyes seemed to flash for a few moments. Still, most repo warlocks are hesitant and fearful, and years of workplace verbal abuse have tamed their souls. The thought of abusing the public as Ansu did, and they felt a shiver run down their spine. Are you willing to be like this? Ansu's voice was icy cold, and the chill penetrated deeply into their hearts. Are you willing to put up with this kind of life all the time? The credit goes to the higher-ups, the mistakes to the subordinates, and the apologies to you temps. Are you willing to accept this? Of course they don't. Just now, I have instructed a reply warlock like you, who is coy in the face of verbal abuse from the public, who holds her tongue, who doesn't dare to resist. Ansu quietly winked at Chloe, imploring this outstanding great disciple to cooperate. Ghosts will cooperate with you. Think you're that easy to handle, woman? Chloe snorted coldly, unperturbed. She was still angry at Ansu for fooling her. But you see her now. Ansu pushed Chloe forward. How confident, how generous, how beautiful, how. Ansu poured on a bunch of flowery adjectives, in full view of everyone. Luojia only felt horribly ashamed. Her cheeks reddened like the evening sun. She ruthlessly pinched Ansu's hindquarters several times, but this guy clearly suffered pain, but still wore a perpetual smile. This birth, if you don't agree with this guy, he's going to keep talking. Chloe had absolutely no way of taking Ansu, so she could only bite her lip and nod. Everything he said was right. Oh, indeed. More reply warlocks were convinced. They all saw this little girl when she first came in, a look of fear and disbelief, as if his worldview had collapsed. But under Ansu's tutelage, he was able to say the dominating words of "have the guts to come to your border, aunt," and now he looks confident and optimistic, with a look in his eyes, a look that wants to strangle Ansu. Ansu let go of Chloe, seeing that most of the replying warlocks had been moved. The smile at the corner of the teenager's mouth grew wider. I have taught you what I can. The true word of defense breaking, or the secret of the rush eye, the way of yin and yang and genealogy stripping, all sorts of chivalric instruction, were thoroughly conveyed to the crowds in the reply hall through the 6 actual battles. I have proved to you that it is feasible, recognized by the government, and expected by the people of chaos. Every sentence, every word, is drawing people into the abyss. It's seductive and beautiful. Replying to Ansu's words, the warlock's pupils trembled, and their eyes, which were originally so rotten and drained as if they were pools of water, slowly took on life, and even, slowly, desire. You will be free of this humiliating and never-ending nightmare. Ansu held out his hand. The moonlight draped over the teenager's back, sacred as if he were a savior. Again, it seems like the serpent that tempted Adam and Eve to steal the forbidden fruit. You know what to do next, Ansu said slowly. Let the whole of Feral feel your wrath. He said, word for word, let's burn this city to the ground. The ringing of the magic phone echoed continuously through the hall, and a lizard man from Nightmare 3rd Street was frantically cussing, the shrill, malevolent voice filling the ears of the dwarf in charge of reception on 3rd Street lifted the phone shakily and he took a deep breath, following Ansu's genealogical stripping technique and call again to shove your, in your, The opposite side was obviously confused by the scolding, while the dwarf was getting more and more excited and unrestrained, his eyes getting more and more glowing. "Don't give me, oh scum. Report the name of the place. See if I'll slash you." The dwarf opened the list of bad reviews directly and reported the name of the next poorly rated citizen and met him for a duel on Nightmare Street. So cool. The dwarf was so excited he was about to rip the flag. Someone was the first to eat crabs, and those warlocks who were originally hesitant began to try it out as well, insulting the citizens one after another. And this wave of insults expanded rapidly like nuclear fusion. The forbidden pleasure was rapidly contagious. They are replying warlocks at the same time as they are chaotic congregations. The euphoria from the chaos was like poison, and there was no stopping it. "Take it easy. Broken defense, haha. The corners of Chloe's mouth twitched slightly. At this moment, the reply hall is full of swarms of demons. The xylophone and the falling sun go hand in hand. All the grievances and all the anger accumulated over the years are like firewood piled up in the bottom of the heart, pressed deep in the heart, piling up more and deeper. Ansu just flicked the switch, just making a demonstration, and it set off the entire reply hall. The entire reply hall had a full 120 returning demobilizers in charge of the 20 streets of Faller, and all the opinions of the citizens of Faller were referred to this reply hall. It also means, it's not just a fiery prison street, rather, all of Feral will fall into chaos. I have 2,000 monthly chapters today and 2 more. 3 shifts to return the last one first. It doesn't feel like it's going to kill me. I'm not afraid to ask for monthly votes. End of chapter. Chapter 118 Grade 1 Position, Ansu, Minister of Replies. At first, no one cared about the chaos. It was just a reply to a warlock, a melee, a sacrifice, the destruction of a street, until the chaos became relevant to everyone. Chaos on the border. Feral. It's also known as the radiant capital of freedom. Bathed in watery moonlight, Faror carries the beauty and prosperity of steel. The cluttered streets, the wobbly blinding magical neon lights, the slums, the lack of trees, replaced by barbaric growths of steel, and the glorious building that covered it all. City Hall. It has survived for 500 years since the Great War of the Spirit Prison. Faror, the city of all things, was indeed a veritable free city, but slowly it changed. While Faror is part of the Kingdom of Chaos in name, the city government is independently governed. Bureaucrats monopolize the upper echelons of Faror, and in the shadow of the bustling town hall are countless streets of barbaric pauperism, and beneath the facade of freedom are imprisoned classes and citizens. Cities that have solidified, where so-called freedom is nothing more than a fabricated false hope, as if it were within reach. Make people rise to the occasion. Outsiders poured into the city hall like mad, as if that would change their fate, so that they could climb to the top of the city of light. But the vast majority of dreamers get official careers in so-called tertiary positions and spend their lives in mediocrity, and even their deaths are subject to bureaucratic maneuvering, reduced to feeding the feral growth of the Faller. They had no talent and no backstage. They weren't born in the imperial capital like the blood-sucking nobles. They weren't favored by the mother goddess like the fairy legislators, and even the encyclopedic tools applicable law wouldn't protect them, so they would never be able to break free from their destiny, or become a blood bag for vampires, or a performance for legislators, or be eviscerated by the tools. Deadly freedom and order masquerading as chaos, that's the current state of Faror. The solidified class can never be changed again. Let's burn this city to the ground. Until that teenager came along. He was by no means a native of Faller. The people here were not as kind and touching as he was. Everyone was dead and obscure. Some guessed that he was from the imperial capital. Some said that he was a holy son trained by the chaos cleric. And others said that he was a divine chosen sent down by the mother goddess of chaos, but whichever possibility it was, it no longer mattered. He brought new hope. No longer a false and remote illusion, but a tangible future. A future that was within reach of even as small as their average third-order position. Chaos. Chaos. Only chaos. Let's burn this city to the ground. Since everything has been solidified, it will all turn to ashes and then be reborn in the ashes. Chaos is the very ladder of ascent. Excitement. The only thing on everyone's mind was excitement and a sense of insanity due to that excitement. They answered the phone with enthusiasm, greeted the person's family with another eager and effusive greeting, thoughtfully left the name of another poor reviewer, and replying to the warlocks had never loved their job so much. Regret. Chloe's only thought was regret. Chloe gazed at Ansu's smile of delightful satisfaction from serving the public, and scanned the reply hall where the swarm of demons and xylophones were taking off, and she rather regretted giving Ansu the comic relief. The little saintly girl had never been so chagrined. Now that's partnership fraud. She'd wanted to be slightly bad, but not to this extent. Rumble. At that moment, the sound of an explosion suddenly came from outside, and fire shot up into the sky, rolling up thick smoke. The clash took place on Nightmare Street. The lizard men and the draconians fought in one place. They spewed flames at each other, a sea of stray fire spreading outward down the block and covering several buildings. The two races had been feuding for a long time, and the reply to the warlock's insults and provocations were just the trigger. The switch that Ansu had flicked had caused an avalanche of chain reactions. Throughout the reply hall, there were 100 or so reply warlocks, replying to all of Furor's poor street reviews. Chloe rushed to look out the glass window as the fire grew larger. Chaos devotees were even more happy. The more chaotic they were, the more they rejoiced. Just now, after watching the great battle in the fiery prison street, they did not expect to stumble upon a new chaos so soon, so they rushed to see it. News reporters were also happy to rush to the report, trying to grab a headline. The underlying conflict in Furor has long been pent up to the breaking point. Race against race, class against class, like a pile of firewood that burns at the drop of a hat. It has only been deflected by the city government, which has been releasing the citizens' discontent in various ways. Ansu just lit a fire to the pile of firewood. Soon after, a second riot took place. In the civilian slums further away from Nightmare Street, the flames were once again skyward. Is today the new year? Such a thought arose in the minds of many chaotic believers. It's good to have new fun to watch. They can't wait for more chaos. The third, fourth, and fifth riots erupted one after another, and the smoke rolled like a flock of billions of black crows hovering over the city, nitrate and ash being their feathers, the fire spreading further, and the chaos escalating further. Nightmare Street bad review elimination rate of 10%, 20%. Screams, cheers abounded. Blood and death had ignited the emotions of every chaotic citizen. A series of avalanches have formed. Even quite a few of the neighborhood's chaotics spontaneously joined in the chaotic orgy before the replying warlocks could stir them up. 30% of the bad reviews of Death Park have been eliminated. 40% elimination rate of bad reviews at Unlock Road. All the other streets are so lively and our neighborhood is so cold. Wouldn't that be a loss of face? Drill up. Gangs are fighting in the streets. Dark elves roam the streets, breaking into store after store to shop by firelight. The biochemicals were also taking advantage of the chaos of the soldiers, one after another, guns out like dragons, quietly sneaking up on the back door of the dark elves, using this to expand their own group, the biochemical virus spreading wildly through the crowd. Some of the biochemicals accidentally sneak up on the volcano demons and become sizzling roasted chickens. There is a bright future for all races. When the chaos expanded to a certain threshold, there wasn't even a need to reply to the warlocks anymore, and the citizens spontaneously joined in the chaotic frenzy. Chaos! 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 They shouted wildly. Burn everything to the ground. Chloe watched as the bipedal flying dragon trailed dragon smoke and slammed straight into another municipal building, setting off a series of explosions. Groups of goblins assembled outside government buildings were also seen, banging on the government gates one after the other. The Imperial Embassy had been surrounded by demons, hurling flamethrower after flamethrower into it. Buildings made of steel were crumbling, exploding fire after fire, which from a distance looked like a series of fireworks, crackling and clamoring for the new year, and the people were jubilant. Nightmare Street, Death Alley, Pleasure Square. More and more streets are in ruins, and the more people die, the faster Ansu gets promoted according to the rules of the border world. It was also at this time that the voice of the astral messenger came to his ears. The answering mother. Morninsta. Here's your ING promotion notice. End of chapter. Chapter 119. Chloe, I'm really not a chaotic believer. Anselmo Morninsta. Morninsta. A total of 10 streets have achieved a 30% elimination rate of poor assessment. 6 neighborhoods have achieved a 50% elimination rate of poor assessment. And 2 streets have achieved a 100% elimination rate of poor assessment. Secondary position, responding to the excellent employee of the hall, Ansu, who has exceeded his tasks and reached the performance target within 30 years, is now issued a promotion notice. Position at the first level, head of the response department. You have perfected the civil service profession, reply warlock. All the replying warlocks stood up and applauded. They all had tears in their eyes. They had no jealousy for Ansu being able to walk through 30 years of detours in one night, because everything was well deserved. Red hot is happiness. Ansu for his own work is relatively satisfactory. He does everything like to pursue the ultimate, so that the reward is rich. It's like New Year's Eve out there. There's red blood everywhere, and fire. What a hoot! Chloe stared at Ansu as she looked back into the chaotic streets where the fires were raging, her face expressionless. It's funny, but it's too funny. She sighed. The look was clear and cold. As the holy maiden of the holy sea, Luojia felt that she had the need to guide this teenager towards the right path. The situation was already not optimistic now. If he was allowed to continue to develop in this way, he would definitely go astray and deviate more and more from the path of light. Chloe felt it was her duty to guide Ansu, saving each and every one of the lost religious. It is also the duty of the Holy Virgin of the Church. At the thought of this, Chloe's original gray eyes took on a new impetus. At this time, the voice of the astral emissary also suddenly came to Chloe's ears. Lord Faust, secondary position, responding to the hall's excellent staff Luojia. As a chaotic believer, you, woeful, help and abuses to assist Minister Ansu to reach the 30-year target, is now issued a promotion notice. Deputy level position, Deputy Minister of Response. Congratulations. Hey, Chloe blinks her snow-white eyes, tilts her head, tilts her left side, tilts her right side, and blinks again. She suspected she'd heard wrong. No, don't give a promotion. This how I'm a messed up heartthrob. The little saint girl was really anxious now. Don't. It's got nothing to do with me. I'm innocent. Chloe realized she wasn't innocent. I'm a glorious saint, not some chaotic heartthrob. That cool demeanor instantly collapsed. All the reply warlocks stood up and applauded once again. They were all in tears, and they had no jealousy about Chloe being able to walk through 30 years of detours in one night, because everything was well deserved. You guys don't applaud. Chloe's ears were as red as the evening sun, and her face was so red with shame that she wanted to find a hole in the ground to burrow down and learn how to be an ostrich. I'm not. No applauding. Oh, she let out a small beastly whimper. Favorably, this guy Ansu is still delivering his inaugural speech. He is full of solemnity, a pat on the shoulders of Chloe. His tone is full of gratitude. Vice Minister Chloe, without your help along the way, I wouldn't have achieved what I have. Thank you, my beloved. It's that time of the year, and this guy is still being deliberately bad. Chloe gritted her teeth and could tell at a glance that the guy was holding back. It's simply exasperating, and it's not good to have a seizure and break this guy up in front of him. Maintaining a smiling expression in front of her, her deerskin boots not moving on Ansu's feet, she moved closer to the teenager's face and whispered in the latter's ear through clenched teeth. No talking about saying it again. Your call. Ansu was very cognizant of the situation. What position are you going to take next? Chloe said softly. A position of service to the people. This guy still fights like this. You look out the window, Chloe said. The chaos is losing momentum. Ansu followed Chloe's line of sight and frowned. Indeed, although the outside was already ablaze with fire, the chaos gradually minimized. For one thing, a lot of people died, and for another, as time passed, the city government's violent group, the city police, came out. The city needs chaos to increase its performance and to offer to the mother goddess, but it has to be maintained to a degree. You can't have chaos overload to sustainably exhaust the fishery. It's like certain Illuminati in remote areas who both hunt and feed the Mithraians, and can't let them go extinct or they'll have no pigs to kill themselves, and won't be blessed by the goddess. The city manager, true to form, was very strong, purging one area after another. Time passed slowly, and the night began to fade. The early morning sun began to spit out some fish belly white. The sky will soon be bright. The turmoil would last for days, but it would eventually end. The rate of increase in the neighborhood's bad review elimination rate is getting slower and slower. It seems that my sense of serving the people is not enough, Ansu summarized reflectively. Luckily, though, Ansu has further plans to serve the people. He will completely ignite chaos. I'm going to apply for a job as a librarian at the city hall, Chloe said seriously. She hadn't given up on her quest for the truth of history. In the library you might be able to investigate what caused the demise of the chaotic frontier, don't you? I'm going to continue to serve the people. It's inevitable that there will be casualties after people celebrate. The smile at the corner of Ansu's mouth grew calmer as he took out the civil service exam instructions. I plan to take the recovery warlock test. Chloe's eyes widened. What the hell are you talking about? Is it really a recovery warlock this time, instead of a reply warlock? She patted up to her toes and looked at the test instructions. Recovery warlock. Assessment. Provide first aid to casualties admitted to the emergency room and ensure that a healthy life emerges from the emergency room alive. Regardless of the method used, a survival rate of 60% is considered acceptable. Below 60%, the recovery warlock will be executed. Chaos Tantra is as much about chaos as it is about making sure that there is enough life and that the population stays the same. Otherwise there would be no chaos. Ansu has had his eye on this career for a long time. This time it's a real doctor. Chloe, no matter how she looked at Ansu, she felt that this one couldn't be related to a restoration warlock. So she asked, do you know magic and healing? I can x-ray, Ansu replied. Regardless, Ansu seems to have chosen a more normal position this time around. It shouldn't have caused such a mess. So Chloe nodded at Ansu. Let's split up then. I'll take the administrator's exam and you take the doctor's. I will find out the truth about the destruction of the chaotic frontier, and I will definitely be able to take the administrator's position on my own. The little saintly girl was confident. I will definitely rely on my own strength as well. Ansu smiled at Chloe. Let's cheer together. Just equalize the life out of it. It doesn't have to be a person. End of chapter. Chapter 120, The Healer's Birthright. The municipal hospital is in Government North. Una is in the North End. 2. Maybe we'll run into each other. Ansu exited the reply hall. The night had cleared and the dawn sun shone down. Palm trees were planted on both sides of the path, their long, narrow fronds clattering in the wind, the slits in the leaves cutting the sunlight into shards. What a beautiful morning. Ansu is in a good mood, although there's already chaos everywhere out there. However, the interior of the municipal district has a very sunny feel to it. That being the case, it's time to serve the public better. Ansu walked toward the northern district, through the long corridors and around a few corners, and came upon the municipal hospital that housed some of the best doctors in the border's medical field. With more senior doctors, the resources for patients are not up for grabs, which is the first issue Ansu worries about. Also, there will be a lot of candidates interviewing for the recovery warlock. Far more than the reply warlock candidates. After all, although the restoration warlock was also a third-order position, it was the top of the third order now, and was far less dangerous than the restoration warlock, except for the risk of overuse of magic leading to baldness that existed. The soul doesn't have to be insulted yet. Because of the large number of applicants, the assessment is more difficult. There were soldiers at the entrance of the municipal hospital, and as soon as they saw Ansu, they asked, "Do you know recovery techniques? I can X-ray." Ansu showed him the magic. The description of the magic said healing class auxiliary magic. Okay, you're accepted. Go in and work. The soldier said, Level 3 position, restoration technician. Ansu was puzzled. That easy? When Ansu entered the door of the municipal hospital, he saw rows and rows of injured people lying at the entrance, lined up in a long line. Stretchers lined up all the way outside the courtyard. There was a big riot outside, so naturally there were more injured people. Ansu was satisfied. As a doctor, being able to rescue more patients and save more lives is naturally something to rejoice in. Dr. Ansu is a very ethical doctor. The patients at the front of the line were either non-rich or of a higher class race, volcanic demons, elves, draconians, etc., who had the right to cut in line to receive treatment. The patients in front of them are arrogant. They are originally dry in, crippled limbs, large blood loss, although the gas is like a swimmer, but the momentum cannot be lost. The attitude is also quite bad. This Thai hospital. Why hasn't anyone come out to receive your father? Kid next to you. Are you the new doctor? Quickly heal your grandpa. Your grandpa is still in a hurry to go back to the war. There were even patients who rushed at Ansu angrily. I got worse when I saw you. It was an old elven man named Ska, an old nobleman, who was obviously experienced in medical blackmail. Wait to lose your money you. He's not actually sick, simply getting older. The reason for being in the first row and taking up medical resources is really to get in there and blackmail. If the recovery warlock said no, he said he was so pissed off he had a heart attack and was going to die on the spot in the emergency room. Noble patients die in the emergency room, and recovery warlocks have to pay for their lives, one way or another. He got rich on this trick. Come and earn money on a regular weekly basis. In the face of the medical crisis, Ansu is not angry. On the contrary, he feels happy, because such high-quality patients are more monumental for him to dedicate his life to the medical profession. Strangely enough, though, there really wasn't a doctor in sight in this huge municipal hospital, not even an intern. Seems a little strange. Ansu pondered for a moment and thought of something. Una is in the north wing. Murphy, young Master Ansu. Enya's voice suddenly came from behind her, and Ansu looked back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The shimmering sunlight shook one's eyes, and Enya appeared behind Ansu at an unknown time. She was dressed in a snow-white medical coat. The swaying palm tree shadows reflected on the white robe. The maid lady was already tall. The white coat was even more mature and cool in her temperament. Do you like the uniform? As soon as she opened her mouth, she spoiled her air. It seems you like the play, so you guessed that I would come to interview for recovery warlock. Ansu said. Naturally. Enya said calmly. How did you guess? It is a matter of course that a maid needs to guess her master's mind. I can guess some of your next thoughts. Enya said naturally, and quietly lowered her voice. Your obstacles I have already eradicated for you. Ansu kind of knew why this hospital was so empty. I still remembered Enya-sama's reply when Ansu used to say that he wanted to take the Saints test. I can go and assassinate the other candidates so that you can pass. Turns out she actually did it this time. All the interviewees at the municipal hospital have been assassinated one by Enya. What about the other doctors? Ansu asked. Handled in passing. Bull batch, Ansu said in his mind. He kind of knew why he passed the interview by just showing an X-ray. Because of the recovery warlocks, all of them were assassinated by Enya. Enya always had to aim for the perfect maid. These things were just basic operations for her. All your impediments, I have disposed of. And now in the whole hospital, you are the only doctor left. My position is nurse. The patient and I are only yours to do with as you wish. Please don't say such misleading words, Ansu said in her heart. As Una said this, she gently ruffled the broken hair in front of her forehead behind her ear. The cool wind blowing her snow-white lab coat, blinking her amber-colored eyes, and angling her head again. So, can you commend me on that? Awesome job, Ansu said heartily, surprisingly able to follow her own train of thought. Enya tilted her head comfortably, like a satisfied cat. True to Enya's word, without the other doctors, all the patients will be at their disposal. Ansu was very happy. He was able to help others well. Inside the emergency room, the beds were professionally furnished with blood bags, specimens of baby skulls, pieces of decaying flesh. The hospital bed was also built with a lot of care, with a skeleton made of bones. Very professional. In order to make the vision of doing the operation clear, the corners of the bed also burned with candles. The firelight shook the shadow. Very cozy. Did you prepare these things in advance too? Ansu asked Enya. I thought you would use it. Enya said thoughtfully. I watched you set it up when I was at the border with you, and I don't know if I set it up right. Preparing the beds is just a basic quality of a nurse. The maiden lady helped Ansu set up the altar in advance. The anger outside was getting worse, and some of the patients' families were starting to throw rocks into the emergency room. Since this was the case, Ansu was going to have to show some of the basic qualities of a doctor. Surgery in progress. Please ensure a 60% survival rate for the operation. Current patients, 100. Viscount Ska, please come in, Ansu said. I'm telling you, my life will be in danger at any moment. Dangerous. The old nobleman from earlier grunted and walked in. He was still arrogant and wanted to blackmail Ansu, but when he lifted his eyes, he saw the eerie operating table made of a skeleton frame. His aura softened. Is he or she going the wrong way? Please lie down on the operating table. Ansu serves with a smile. Ska had at least lived a few hundred years and had seen a lot. This was no operating table. This was clearly an altar used for sacrifices by the secret doctrine of life. He tried to leave, but saw the door to the operating room slam shut with a clang from Enya. Please continue the surgery. Enya smiled. I'm not sick. Ska swallowed. You're joking. Ansu's eyes flashed with X-rays, penetrating past Ska's stomach. You're obviously pregnant. Or with twins. Where am I pregnant with a double? Ska said before he could speak. He felt his abdomen rapidly rising, the pain that drilled right into his soul. This old headache made him fall straight to the ground. In hell. Ska was on the verge of tears. He'd been in this business for so long and finally met a birth. Medium magic. Gift of the gods. Title given by God, Fading Dongshi. Before he came, Ansu also used salute to holy light on one of the most chaotic neighborhoods outside. A night had passed, and his body was able to withstand the magic value infusion again. This gives you plenty of energy to serve your patients. I'm a professional doctor. How could I lie to you? The healer Ansu seriously said. Let me help your child be born first. Saving lives is our vocation. Our hospital is more of a complete one-stop shop. Let the chaos reach its peak. The depths of Ansu's eyes were filled with pleasure. The teenager was clearly smiling, but in Ska's eyes, it was so appalling and terrifying. End of chapter. Chapter 121, Gynecological Sage Jiandongshi. Municipal Hospitals. The shadows of the glass dome fell on the ground as sharp as knives, neatly planted palm trees on either side, the breaking morning sun glinting between the layers of leaves, the smoky breeze haloing the only open emergency room in the entire hospital. The sign on the door is lit up, in surgery, just looking outside. It's a good time. The faint sounds of fighting and shouting came from next door. The hospital, bordering Death Park, was one of the first neighborhoods to riot, but with several fourth-order city officials on hand, the restless mob had been silenced. These unruly people are dogs that can't be fed. The city administrators were in the dark, but it wouldn't be long before the riots in Death Park would be suppressed. All the wounded in Death Park, namely those gentlemen of the higher races in high official positions, will be sent to the municipal hospitals for treatment as a matter of priority. Plugging in is par for the course. These honorable gentlemen had survived the riots of those unruly people, and it was only natural that the dignitaries, who had managed to escape the harassment of those untouchables, should be given priority in receiving treatment. As for the dying citizens, volcanic devils are dismantled and sold to fondue stores. Forest dwarves are drained and made into fruity blood bags, and orcs and the like are picked and slaughtered for their fat and sent to the market. Every part is put to good use, and Faror doesn't waste any of his resources. That's par for the course in feral Higher races have priority in everything they do, so this plugged-in pregnancy was well-deserved. Elf Elder Ska was quite fearful at this point. The abdomen was eerily bulging with 2 large bags. He had lived for hundreds of years, and it was just as well that he had gotten a son in his old age, but he was also pregnant with twins. He was forcibly strapped into the so-called hospital bed by the nurses. Bloody chunks of flesh pressed against his dry, thin back, dim and eerie candles surrounding his 4 corners. Dr. Ansu was wearing a white coat with an innocent smile at the corner of his mouth, looking no different from an ordinary teenager. Insure big or small? The teenager smiled at the service. It was very healing. Don't worry, our hospital will be a one-stop shop. What the? This is some kind of devil's speech. Bao Dai. Doctor, I want Bao Dai. Bao Dai. Ska's pupils trembled in horror as he was completely unable to figure out what the virgin in front of him was up to. You have to realize that if I die on your operating table and don't make it out alive, it's going to pull down the survival rate, and you're going to die, too. At this point in time, this old nobleman was still thinking of threatening Ansu. He was in tears. He just cut in line to engage in medical fraud. As to be treated so well, he had not yet said all kinds of threatening words. Ansu started the operation. Everything grows. Blessed magic. Consumes 2 magic points. Was 1. Magic effect. Goddess of life blesses all things. Those who are hit by this magic will increase their age by half a year, lasting for 1 minute. This is holy light magic? Ska sensed the warm and peaceful holy light blending into his abdomen. The warm glow was comforting. It seemed so normal. That is, until Ansu used another shot of everything grows. The life in that abdomen throbbed violently, and the pain that drilled right into Ska's soul, and he was horrified to realize that a large hole had been busted open in his abdomen, and blood and guts flowed down without money. Give birth to an alien yourself. 2 void beings broke out of their bodies. They are all apostles of the mother goddess of life, having both the appearance of an insect and the characteristics of a mammal. The overall structure takes the form of a gray, dusky moth, with a billion-weighted beak beneath a hideous mouthpiece, and a human face with well-defined features on the abdomen. That eerie, twisted horror filled the ward as they descended. The children are healthy and active. Ansu looked at the babies who were very much alive at birth and had a great sense of accomplishment as a doctor. It's true, nobles are nobles, and the children they give birth to are all a bit more noble. These 2 void moths, judging by their scent, were both 4th-order beings, a bit stronger than cavens. As soon as they were born, the void moths thought to nibble on their mothers, and they crawled along Ska's pale waist and belly, toward her chest. Ska was even more horrified. Enya, use concealment magic to eliminate the breath of the 3 of us. Ansu was a very ethical doctor, and since he had promised to bail out De, it was only natural that he would do so. Enya waved her hand to erase the trio's presence, and the void moths cocked their heads as they crawled halfway up the stairs before sensing their mother's presence. Although they had a certain level of intelligence, after all, they had just been born and were not yet able to recognize hidden magic, and not being able to find their mother, they wailed and cried all of a sudden. The children fluttered their wings and sobbed as they flew off into the sky and rushed out of the ward, hunger taking over their minds, instinct driving them mad with a desperate need to suck up food, especially fresh and healthy life. Void creatures with the same tastes as the mother goddess. The more powerful and evil beings are, the more they rejoice, and the park next to it happens to be home to several powerful evil beings. When you get out of the hospital, life and death are out of the hospital's hands. The hospital only guarantees a survival rate. Meanwhile, as soon as they step out of the hospital room, this operation is over. The patients waiting to be resuscitated outside were confused. What the hell was that thing that just flopped out? The one who went in was clearly old man Samsonite. Why did 2 big moths fly out? Is he hallucinating that he's dying? Surgery completed. Municipal hospital no. 3. Attending physician. Recovery warlock 3 Ansu. Morninsta. Survival rate, 200%. There was naturally more than one hospital in all of Nairobi, after all. Running a hospital was lucrative. Various hospitals also compete with each other, and the criteria for assessment are the survival rate and the number of people treated, which are displayed in real time on the magic web every day and can be accessed by members of the public. Whichever hospitalier doctor has a high survival rate, the higher his ranking will be, and the public will be more inclined to go to his specialist's number. Prior to Ansu, the number 1 ranked survival rate was 95% at Druid Hospital, but when this counterintuitive 200% survival rate came out, the surrounding chaotic citizens were shocked. Who is this third-degree doctor? How is this even buy one get one free? Definitely a famous doctor. 95% survival rate is scary. 200% is even worse. The curiosity of the chaotic congregation is the strongest. This 200% survival rate sucked up their eyeballs, and now it just happened to coincide with the great turmoil. Friends and family are more or less dead. so they thought to go to this Dr. Ansu to salvage the situation. Maybe it'll bring the dead back to life. Of course, there are other hospital doctors who are quite dismissive of this. This Ansu's treatment resume is too small. The number of people treated is only 2. Maybe it's just a coincidence. The flurry of talk in the outside world was of no concern to Ansu. He just wanted to dedicate himself to the great cause of medicine. Ska had escaped from the void moth, and although his lower body was shattered for the most part, he had saved a life after all, and his return from the dead brought him joy. Until Dr. Ansu gave him a calm smile. "Doctor, can I go now?" He faltered. "You seem to have misunderstood something." Ansu's smile grew softer and, "I told you we are a one-stop shop. From birth to funeral to catering, we do it all and make sure you have a happy life, a peaceful death and a good meal." Ska's expression went out of control. He stared at the title and gradual donshi above Ansu's head. The teenager said seriously, "I've given my life to medicine, now it's your turn to give a little to catering." The so-called healer born, gynecological sage gradual donshi. End of chapter. Chapter 122. Devour this city to the ground. I've given my life to medicine, now it's your turn to give a little to catering. My dedication. Is it literally giving up my body? Before Ska's desperate cry could be uttered, Ansu expertly began the ritual of sacrifice. The mother goddess of desire and the moon, the great fertility hostess, your devotee Ansu, you are invited to dine with me. After the recitation of the prayer, there was no more Ska's body on top of the hospital bed, only puddle after puddle of flesh and blood, and in no time, all of it was reduced to ashes as well. The sacrificial assembly line is complete. God's blessing costs 4 magic points, and 2 rounds of everything grows costs 4 magic points. So summoning a void moth takes 8 magic points and lasts for 1 minute. The next street over had been covered by Ansu with killing light, restoring 5 points of magic for every death. Just let the summoned void moths create chaos and keep dying, and the more chaotic the situation, the more injured there will be, and the more void moths Ansu can create. It will then be able to go into frantic troop popping mode. The kingdom of chaos and holy light salute are a match made in heaven, as any random passerby is a Mithraist and can regain their magic power when they die. In a later life, Ansu would have been in no condition to play such a combo genre. As for the limited amount of magic that his body could withstand, Ansu had already thought of a solution. That is, the life points obtained by sacrificing the patient are all used to redeem the blessing on the body. The more he offered, the more spiritual his body would become, the more magic he would be able to withstand, the more void moths he would be able to create, and the more he would be able to offer. Kill the light, impregnate the light, sacrifice the light. With the 3 schools of light and dark priests combined, the most powerful and exclusive school in Ansu, and only in the kingdom of chaos, is sewn together. Chaos flows. This is the New Age medical model proposed by Dr. Ansu. As long as all the patients are killed, there will be no more sickness in this world. Next patient, Ansu shouted at the door. The patients waiting to be rescued more or less realized that something was wrong. No matter how you look at it, the shadow that flew out just now was a void creature, right? They felt very bad, but their bodies were already breathless, so they couldn't run even if they wanted to. Enya, being the professional nurse that she was, dragged the next crying patient straight into the resuscitation room, where the surgical lights came on, and the general sound of killing came from inside again soon after, and another large moth fluttered its wings and flew out. Patient after patient was dragged in, and one big fluttering moth after another flew out. Soon, a group of patients was cleared. Surgery complete. Surgery complete. Number of persons treated, 10, 11, 12. The number of people in Su's healing started to skyrocket, and in Su's doctor ranking also skyrocketed in the magic network. In the era of war, a doctor that was quite sought after, not to mention a doctor who maintained a healing rate of 100%. Quite a few nobles were just going to use their privilege to jump the queue a bit. They all arranged their sick friends and family over there. There were also patients who said that there was something wrong in there, but the nobles were quite dismissive. These guys were deliberately saying this just to try to steal the medical quota. These pariahs. In the midst of this pandemonium, a medical slot is so valuable. How can it be snatched away by just a few words from you? Ansu's operating room is gradually becoming a popular one. This not only has the highest survival rate, but even the highest fertility rate. What's more, it's a new idea to solve the problem of the aging population in the kingdom of chaos. Just let the old people have more babies and more children, and as the number of healers increased, to temporarily hide them from view, Enya began to cast concealment magic on each of the void moths now, and the moths, hidden in the magic, rushed up into the sky, emitting a shrill, hoarse-wooing sound, and heading in all directions, centered on the municipal hospital. Outside the municipal district, there are fires everywhere. The chaos has not yet subsided. Just a standoff with the city manager, and the arrival of the void moth gradually upset this balance. Although their lifespan was only a minute, they couldn't help but be numerous and near constant. Appetite drives them towards the most life-giving and evil areas, and that's often the most chaotic neighborhood. In the slums, the high demon, who was the city administrator, is about to eat a small orc alive. His father was involved in the rebellion that attacked City Hall. Then it's time to banish the lowly bastards. And by the way, give yourself a little tooth and nail to satisfy your appetite. Please, you eat me. Please don't eat my child, he's only 4 years old. The mother of the little orc wept. She knelt on the ground, her face showing despair, frantically pleading not to hurt her child. But the city manager naturally ignored it, and the mother orc was cut into pieces to be packed away in a while. It was just enough for the lower beings to create some chaos on a regular basis and entertain the chaos lords, but they actually dared to rebel. Orcs are born to be eaten as food by them. The weak deserve to be eaten by the strong. That's the law of chaos, the city manager thought in his heart. At this time, he suddenly noticed something strange again. The silt droplets spilled on his forehead. A touch, sticky, not like rainwater, with some kind of fishy odor. As soon as he raised his head, he saw several abyssal maws, and inside his mouth were countless mouthpieces, with a full 3 void moths pressing down on his skull. Yummy, yummy, smells good. Moo-ah. The void moths made joyful childlike noises. They are different from demons. These lifebringers prefer to eat powerful creatures, preferring the noble dark races because of the exuberant life force contained within them, whereas the common citizens are more bitter tasting, and the void moths are less inclined to eat them. It's too bitter. They tore off the city manager's ears, bit off his eyes, and swallowed the latter's head in one sharp gulp, feeding frantically and swallowing into their stomachs. The void moths could never get enough to eat, could never fill their tens of thousands of mouthparts, and they left the remnants of the demon and flew further away. They have no intelligence. Filling their bellies is just instinct. Devour this city. Not only did void moths appear in the civilian cave, but also in the farther reaches of Queens Boulevard and Nightmare Street. Void moths appeared one after another. These moths die within a minute, but are quickly replenished with new ones. The city officials were able to deal with it at first, but as the number of people Ansu was treating increased, it got progressively trickier for them. And that's when the stalemated rebel citizens took advantage of this newly arrived chaotic force and began to counterattack. The balance of what had been a slightly halting rebellion was completely upset with the arrival of a third-party force. This happened in less than 10 minutes. The chaos is already overwhelming, spreading thoroughly throughout the city. Ansu, who was a restoration warlock while also serving as the head of the response department, had his ears constantly bristling with the voices of the astral emissaries. Queens has a 100% elimination rate of bad reviews. You've treated 40 patients. The elimination rate of bad reviews of Discovery Park is 100%. You've treated 60 patients, and at this very moment, Chloe is reading a book in the library. She is engrossed in books trying to find the reason for the demise of the Chaos Frontier. End of chapter. Chapter 123. Ansu has been the most loyal follower of the Mother Goddess of Chaos since ancient times. Answering Mother. Morninsta. The taut voice of the astral messenger came to his ears. Your promotion notice came ing again. Recovering Warlock Ansu, a healer and gynecological sage who has made indelible contributions to the de-aging of the border while exceeding his quota, is hereby notified of his promotion. Level 3 positions, Level 1 positions. Position at the first level, head of the medical department. You have perfected the civil service profession, Restoration Warlock. He has never seen any saints in the chaotic kingdom to upgrade so fast. A night to finish other people's 30 years of detours. A night dry to reply to the minister of the department is just how even as a doctor he rose so fast. The most aggravating thing is that the hair isn't even bald yet. Who actually invented this gadget? You've already passed 2 civil service positions, and there's one last position left. What do you plan to take? The astral emissary, who was supposed to be absolutely neutral, was also interested in Ansu's next choice of position, the position that best serves the public. Ansu calmly said. He never forgot his original intention. Everything was for the service of the citizens, in order to realize the great dream of having no bad reviews in all of Feral, in order to follow through with the goal of having no diseases in all of Feral, in order to bring about true order. Ansu could not stop his steps yet. You don't want to be the mayor, do you? The astral messenger half-joked. Ansu gave a calm smile and didn't answer. Are you really going to do it? The astral messenger was silent. There's no such thing as a mayor in Feroli. It was only after a long time that the astral emissary said, no one has directly interviewed the mayor in 500 years either. The city only has a council. That's because I didn't show up. Ansu took off his white coat, took the shirt from Enya, carefully buttoned it up, tied a snow-white bow tie, and put on a slim thin cotton suit jacket. And Enya put a flashy bowler hat on him. If I had come sooner, I would have had this rule sooner. Looking at the teenager in the mirror, Ansu calmly said, "Chaos within the borders alone still won't topple an entire government. To introduce external confusion. This is the final step in Ansu's plan." He remembers the very first hints that, it's not just the forces of the tantric cult of pain lurking in City Hall. You're each going your own way, undermining Far as you learn from its advances. Enya pushes the door open and Ansu walks out of the room. On the face of the brilliant sunshine spread out, the whole hospital is quiet and there is no longer a patient. There is no longer sick and suffering. Farther away from the collection of rolling smoke, the fire spread out. The black clouds are pressing down on the city. A heavy cloud cover hung over Farrell, blotting out the sun and casting a large shadow over the streets. The shadow slowly began to move, neon lights flashing in the neighborhoods it swept through, and successive fires bursting into the sky, leaving skeletons and death in its wake with each pass. And upon closer inspection, the cloud of gloom was made up of void moths, a collection of 40 to 50 giant moths built into this bloodthirsty cloud of gloom. This was the last batch of void moths that Ansu had created, and in a minute, this batch would also be completely dead. They swooped down and roamed the streets and alleys, where life-giving creatures are their sustenance. High-ranked orcs who fed on goblins, blood-sucking nobles who used citizens as blood bags at this moment. All the higher races of Farrell had also become a link in the food chain. The void moths gnawed at their torsos and tore at their skin, grinding all the power, all the pedigree into mincemeat in billions of teeth before swallowing it into the empty void. Swallow the city whole. Let it all come to nothing. If it was just an attack by a void moth, the city officials would have been more than capable of dealing with it. On the contrary, the citizens, who had already died down a little, saw the appearance of the massive amount of void moths and re-energized their morale, forming teams to fight against the city government again. The city officials are starting to get fed up with it. None of these citizens are of high rank, but there are so many of them. Kill one, and there's a new rebel right away. Worst of all, because of the violent suppression by the city administration, the citizens' conflict, which was originally between neighborhoods, gradually shifted to a collective conflict against the city government. It's starting to gather troops to attack the city hall. Void creatures have invaded. This news was rapidly circulating through the streets and alleys through the mediums of newspapers and magical networks, like spring shoots growing wildly after the rain. The chaoticists went completely crazy. It's almost as if you're content to die on the spot. I thought the previous chaos was the pinnacle, but I didn't realize that was just the beginning. First, it started with the 6 major races of the fiery prison street battle, followed by a succession of pandemonium in various streets, and evolved to the end, so much so that even void creatures entered the scene. This level of chaos now rivaled the genocidal war between the volcano demons and the fiery prison demons 500 years ago. At first the journalists were speculating about which outstanding graduate's graduation design it was, or which master's hallowed work it was. It's amazing that they were able to orchestrate this level of chaos. But now, after seeing the void creatures also make an appearance, they all changed their minds. This would not be the kind of chaos that humans can straighten out. The city's top brass also began ordering a search for the man who started this. He will be made to pay in blood. Void creatures are notorious creatures even in the most chaotic of borders. They will devour all living things endlessly. Appetites are never satisfied. Because their mouth parts are connected to the vast, infinite void, they will never be full. They are subordinate to the mother goddess of life, and are instruments of torture created by the mother goddess to devour the world. Void creatures are then only summoned by the secret doctrine of life. Then recalling the previous appearance of the holy priestess of the tantric religion of life, she was also the one who first appeared in the initial place where the chaos took place, Blazing Prison Street. Everything is very clear. The Border City Council has come to the conclusion. It was all done by the Tantra of life. The Kingdom of Chaos was already hostile to several of the secret cults, and with Fowler still in a border position, the city's interior had long been infiltrated by various secret cult spies. The void creatures were from the Life Tantra, and the Holy Order priests were from the Life Tantra, so there was only one possibility. This chaos was caused by the Life Tantra. They're just scumbags. At an emergency meeting of city councilors, the rising star of politics on the chaotic border, Mr. Ansu, Mr. Morninsta, made the above statement, which drew the approval of the councilors. They've actually got an idea. It's the Life Tantra that did it. Even if the Tantra of life didn't do it, it had to be them. It couldn't be that their problems had led to an active rebellion by the citizens of the Kingdom of Chaos. It was all a provocation by an enemy power. There were also people who suspected Ansu, but they all dismissed the idea. After all, although this young man had a promising future, he was only at the 3rd rank after all, not quite capable of making such a great mess. I, Ansu, Morninsta have been the most loyal follower of the mother goddess of chaos since time immemorial, and I will personally lead the city authorities in searching for them, and it is necessary to bring this group of outlaws to justice, Ansu assured the counselors righteously. The life tantra of 30,000 years ago wasn't like the later generations where they were each on their own. They now existed in a tightly organized manner. With the power of the city's citywide search, in less than half a day, 2 city officials came to inform Ansu that they had found a nest. Then Enya clicked and assassinated those 2. I, Ansu, Morninsta have been the most loyal follower of the mother goddess of life since time immemorial, Ansu said righteously, and demonstrated some of his understanding of several points of knowledge about sacrifices, listening to the head of the life devotees and admiring them. This must be the leader sent from above the organization. To make sure it was believable, Ansu also consumed blue to call bones out. Took up a half-minute station for myself. The lifestylers were now thoroughly convinced. Everything that happened in Feral was orchestrated by us. Bull batch. Lifers clapped their hands in praise. Fellow citizens, Ansu was impassioned. Now is the time when this city is at its weakest. Contact all our comrades hidden at the border. The time has come for us to strike back in full force. Serve all this city at the table of the Mother Goddess. I'm begging for a monthly ticket. Yard again until 2:30 a.m. End of chapter. Take a day off. I've been dragging my routine down with several days of Netherworld updates, and with today's ancestor worship, I don't have time to code during the day, so I'd like to take a day off. One is to organize my thoughts, and the other is to adjust my routine back. We'll continue with 3 more tomorrow to finish off this world in one sitting. The Forbidden Love of the Cursed Sun and the Maiden Lady 2. April 4th. Overcast. The rules of the border are cold-blooded and brutal. Enya had known it all along. The young master had gone to pay homage to his ancestors with the head of the family today, and Enya was left in the cold and deep mansion with the chilly wind blowing ghostly. Cursed children are born tyrannical, and since her time as a maid, Enya has learned a lot of forbidden things she shouldn't have known. What is hidden in the young master's room? The forbidden and wickedly treacherous thing, the twisted tentacles that grew unchecked, the epileptic blood-red clots filled with the unsettling scarlet fluid rolling as if to vaporize everything. Enya thought about resisting, but she was ultimately just a maid, and ultimately had to follow her master's orders and prepare these forbidden things for him. At that moment, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open slowly. The young master of the Ancestor Festival has returned. The pupils of his pale green eyes were empty and dead, and with a magnificent beauty that he couldn't help but be drawn to sink just by being near. And Enya knew that they were unnameable and forbidden pupils, as if they wanted to devour everything. Enya swallowed hard. This is the cursed child, born into the most evil and forbidden existence. Everything is ready. April 4th is also the most treacherous day of the year, when the red moon is in the sky and weirdness runs rampant. The corners of the young master's mouth split in a wry smile as he stood before that forbidden cauldron, chanting under his breath that forbidden prayer of blessing. Broken entrails, coagulated blood, tangled tentacles, twisted plants, dried out limbs, mutilated brains, scarlet fruits, tumbling in the opposition of red and white, silent in the mingling of yellow and brown. Clear this mist for me, so that I may glimpse the truth. Enya gulped and gazed at the unnameable object with a look of fear on her face. Muddy tripe, hairy blood wanton, squid beads, kelp knots, pickled pork, hot brains, tomatoes mixed in. The young master calls it spicy clear soup mandarin duck pot. Did you invent this? Enya showed a look of fear on her face. In my dreams, Ansu replied. Sure enough, the cursed child would gain forbidden knowledge in dreams that didn't belong in this world. Enya, are you sure you don't want to taste it? The young master asked. Enya tried to resist, her pupils trembling and resistant. I don't want to. But Ansu forced a piece of maw into Enya's mouth. Enya paused and cocked her head again, looking back and thinking for a moment. Can you feed me another piece? I told you it was delicious. Ansu fed Enya another slice of maw. One more piece and I'll say it's good. It's rainy and gloomy outside, so Una and the young master set up a hot pot in their home, warmed up, and ate a relatively full meal, planning to take a day off and update the forbidden love between the cursed sun and the maid Sama next time. Chapter 124. It was all Kaven's doing. At this moment, a fourth-order high priestess of life gazed at Ansu with a grave expression. He was the commander-in-chief of this region, and his God-given title was Immortal Elder on the Tree of Life, and he had lived for a long time. It's the first time I've been so nervous. The reason was that saint just now, the saint priest who hid his appearance, wrapped under a hood and could only vaguely see his pale blue pupils. He couldn't be mistaken. No one else knew for sure, but he did, because he had had an audience. Familiarize yourself with that scent. just looking into the eyes of those pale blue magnificent pupils, the whole body's soul trembled, and her name could not even be mentioned, but could only be referred to by the coronary name, Pale Blue Witch, given to her by the gods, the Pale Blue Witch of the Church of Life, and also the first person in the church in 1,000 years, the Virgin of Life. Yesterday, when he heard the news of the emergence of the Saint of Life on blazing Prison Street, he had long been stunned. I didn't realize that this holy man was the coronation of the Virgin. Countless questions flashed through the priest's mind. Wasn't that Lord at the church's headquarters? How did it end up in the middle of the border? And when did the holy maiden reach the saint realm? I'd say she's a saintly woman. The last time he had an audience with her, he was clearly still at the peak of the 4th rank. Must be a mission from above. Regardless of how great the heaving waves in their hearts, the priests of life did not dare to question the holy maiden's behavior in the slightest. Every move of the holy maiden had a deeper meaning that they needed to figure out with their hearts. Otherwise, they will be the ones to die. Bones stared at the old man with a look of horrified awe and comparative wonder, his pale blue eyes flashing with clear stupidity. After all, she did not know anything. She died nearly 10,000 years ago. The memory has been dissipated almost. 30,000 years ago things are naturally forgotten. All she had in her head right now was a thirst for knowledge, a desire to be viciously filled with it. While summoned by Ansu, the first thought that came to the mind of this nation's flyable life technician out of the gate was thank you boss for naming me again. But this time she could only lust. Ansu didn't have enough magic to summon her for only half a minute or so, and Bones showed his face, leaving it the situation is all under his command and slinking back. Instantly, the High Priestess of Life looked at Ansu with even more awe. Although he didn't know the identity of the teenager in front of him, if the Holy Maiden of Life thought so highly of him, could his status in the Church of Life be any lower? And being so familiar with the sacrificial category, even at his young age, he must be a despicable, horrible, insidious, unmitigated scum. They've been infiltrating the chaotic border for so many years now. They've kept a low profile. They haven't done much. Even their society ranking in the Chaos Daily didn't rank in the top 30, one place lower than the Biochemical Legion. And the level of chaos was only a little stronger than that of the goblins. Very much a work in progress. This leader had only been at the border for a few days, and had brought their club to the top of the rankings, because all the clubs ahead of them had died. The old priest was a man who knew how to make progress, and having survived for so many years in the secret doctrine, his emotional intelligence was naturally not low, and he immediately bowed his head to Ansu, stating that he would listen to all of your commands. Ansu stated you are welcome and we are progressing together. I wonder how my subordinate should address you. The old priest wore an insightful smile. You can just call me the old undead. As a sign of sincerity, the old priest gave his real name, because he was always called an old undead thing in the church. The God-given title was, the undead old man on the tree of life. Ansu. Morninsta is certainly not the Lord's real name. As smart as he has already seen through everything. After all, go out in the world walking rivers and lakes. How can you use your real name? This identity of Ansu is definitely a vest. His true identity must be a big shot secretly cultivated by the Church of Life. The old priest had already shown his sincerity by saying that he was at the disposal of his leader in all matters, and now it was time for the leader to show something. At least give them your real name. They are the ones who have to work for it. Ansu is my real name. Ansu replied. You must stop joking. The old priest wore an expression that everyone understood. All of us are wise. You're a sick, Ansu said in his mind. In that case, he mused for a moment, his pale green eyes reflecting a grim glow as the teenager gazed calmly at the high priestess. I will not hide anything from you. The old priest swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He could feel that the aura of the teenager in front of him had changed. One may have offended the big man. If he had previously given the impression of a sunny boy, at this moment he had revealed his true nature, shadowy and scary. The cold wind is rustling. In that case, I'll tell you, Ansu said slowly. In that case, we'll have to invite that lord again. He won't have a problem with that. Cavens. Blake. A cold smile curved the corners of Ansu's mouth. My name is none other than Cavens. Blake. Since the beginning of time, Cavens. Blake is the most loyal follower of the mother goddess of life. Blake the last name. The old priest looked back at the last name in a cold sweat. Meaning exactly darkness? What an apt name. Calvin's. Black. That's the boy's name. He is the one who is leading all this. The old priest committed this terrible name to the depths of his memory and never dared to forget it again. Standing in front of him was none other than Destroyer of Hell, Creator of Chaos, Nurturer of the Void, a good repo warlock with a 0% rating, an attending physician in the resuscitation room with a 200% fertility rate, the secret godchosen of the Church of Life, the man who burns and devours and sacrifices to the borders of chaos, the vile, shameless, brutal, horrible, great scum, Kavanaugh. Black, all the bad things he did. The subordinate remembers. The old priest said respectfully. He was an old fox. In a moment he planned to write a letter to secretly warn the juniors of the family. Never mess with the person called Cavens, Blake, lest he be accidentally sacrificed. Let's. With no more questions left, he turned around and spoke aloud to all the lifers. Serve all this city at the table of the Mother Goddess. This is a gift to the great Lord Cavens. The countless lifists in front of him, wrapped in black hoods and with frenzied faces, also shouted in unison in a frenzy. Serve all this city at the table of the Mother Goddess, dedicated to the great Lord Cavens. The next day, that is, the third day, last day in the border city, the rainy season has arrived in Farol. It's been raining since last night. It was early morning now, and the tangled raindrops, still bearing the dark colors of the night, drew thickly across the sky of Fowler, sowing last night into the epidermis of day. The whole city was horribly dark. Just 3 days. The city is on the verge of collapse. At this moment Luojia has been in the library for 2 whole days, flipping through thousands of books. Addicted to the sea of knowledge cannot be extricated. Politics, beliefs, history, and the astral aspect of the cycle, combined with later knowledge of the various accounts of the Age of Chaos. She was worthy of being the Holy Maiden of Radiance, and even more so, the god of learning among the gods, on the verge of deducing the true reason for the demise of the chaotic frontier from the clues. When the red moon falls, at 0000 hours this morning, the red moon will fall for the first time in a border crash, a divine punishment from the gods. This is the historical reason for the destruction of the frontier of chaos. Chloe couldn't wait to share it with Ansu, and even show off a little. Now that they had found out the historical cause, they would be able to complete the final mission and pass through this fourth order world once and for all. That's pretty awesome on its own. The little saintess gently stretched and yawned. After 2 days of consulting the information, even she was tired. It's morning already. Let's listen to some magic radio to relax first. Good morning, City of Chaos. The latest news is that Ansel Morningside's approval rating for mayor has reached 30%. Ansu Morninsta's approval rating for mayor has reached 30%. Chaos City may have a mayor in 500 years. The little saintly girl blinked. Aha. Ha! End of chapter. Chapter 125, Special Hidden Position, the Mayor of Ansu. The magical broadcast rang out over the city in the rainy morning. Good morning, City of Chaos. Yesterday's life sacrifice ended up being a full 300. Thanks to the never-ending tantric melee, 10 people died in the municipal district alone, and the councillors too. So I guess you'll all have to pay for it, because the city council won't be able to take it. The vitalists are efficient, and they've been eyeing the fertile ground of the border metropolis for a long time, holding back for a long time, always endured contempt and insults. Failed to make the top 30 in the daily chaos ratings for the past 3 years, lost to the Biocore 2 years in a row, and lost to the goblins last year. It would be fine to be merely so humiliated. Parochial this year, their life undercover was evaluated as Furor's top 10 advanced and progressive collectives and was officially certified as a good citizen and awarded with a certificate award. It's a disgrace of a disgrace that an undercover agent is rated as a good citizen. No wonder the city hall really is the life of the religious, neither biochemical disease, will not rob, and no society characteristics, that is, they kill people to engage in sacrifice, but also non-polluting and non-hazardous. The mother goddess of life all eat up, will not leave a little bit of the city garbage. Very civic-minded. There is no discrimination in even offering sacrifices to anyone. Such a good citizens group, of course, should be recognized as a good citizen. The lifists have endured this insult for a long time, and now it's just about time for them to pay it forward. Caven's lead was just the trigger. They were fantasizing about sustainability sacrifices. The damn place is black from top to bottom and should have been offered all long ago. Thank you, Lord Cavens, for giving them the opportunity. For a moment, the reputation of Lord Kavanaugh, Lord Blake's reputation was at its peak here in the Vitalists. On the other hand, on the side of the city authority, it took a look at the Church of Life actively jumping out and recklessly offering sacrifices all over the place. Then all the things that happened in these 3 days will come to light. Priests of life or not, void creatures or not, this series of birth behaviors were really planned by them. Minister Ansu's suspicions were correct. These life militants, ostensibly good people, are in fact wolves. Thank you, Minister Ansu, for giving them the opportunity to purge the city. For a while, the reputation of Ansu, Minister Morninsta's reputation, has also peaked here in the chaos. The Chaos Tantra and the Life Tantra had completely erupted into a conflict, and to say it was a conflict would be more appropriate to describe it as a war. City officials are fighting with life militants all over the streets. With the outbreak of war, the rioting of the chaotic citizens was completely at its peak. The Minister of Responses, Mr. Ansu Mornesta, the Minister of Response, is attending today's press conference. In the meeting, Mr. Ansu strongly condemned the violation of sovereignty by the life tantra. This hegemonic sacrificialism of the life tantra must be brought to justice sooner or later. This is the inviolable bottom line of the chaos tantra. According to the report, this Mr. Ansu has achieved a 0% poor rating for all the neighborhoods he has responded to since taking office, and has made an indelible contribution to Farnell's selection as the most beautiful city. Meanwhile, Mr. Ansu, who also serves as the head of the medical department, is known for his far more than 100% survival rate in surgeries, and has contributed greatly to the city's population optimization efforts, and the healer has been dubbed the best doctor in Farrell. Town Hall is becoming more and more of a disappointment. The council is no longer able to respond to the expectations of the people in these most turbulent times, and only a new leader can take us forward. In the spirit of fairness and openness, this column now launches the mayoral candidate voting, and asks all citizens to cast the fairest vote with their hearts. We assure you, the public, that this voting ballot will be open and transparent, and will never be false or biased in favor of any candidate. To conclude the program, please let us thank the biggest sponsor of this event, Ansu, Mr. Maninsta, and to Mr. Ansu for the wonderful benefits he has given to the audience. If you don't vote for Mr. Ansu, you can receive full medical care at City Hall for free. Reply to the lobby. After the editor-in-chief finished his magic guide program, he looked up with a fawning and pleasing smile on his face and rushed at the teenager in front of him. Minister Ansu, do you think it's okay to speak like this? By position, Ansu is the head of the reply department, the very boss of the editor-in-chief. What you're asking my opinion for is strange. Ansu gave a calm smile. It's not like I can interfere with you guys. As long as it's fair and just. Warm sunlight shone brightly through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the teenager's body, and he squinted his eyes, a warm smile on the corners of his mouth. Answering mother. Morninsta. Mission 1, all survivors, 2/3 progress, 24 hours remaining. Mandate I. Diligence for the people, 2/3 progress. Final examination begins. Mayor of Farrell. Please get more than 80% of the votes of the citizens of Farrell and more than half of the neighborhoods to support you within 24 hours. If you fail, the city council will liquidate you and your party. Popular support on Blazing Prison Street, 100%. Nightmare Street popular support, 100%. Queen Street, 10%. Cookie District, 3%. Your overall approval rating is 30%. Ansu's approval ratings are high in a number of neighborhoods, such as areas like Nightmare Street on Blazing Prison Street, because the voters are all gone, and no one is against Ansu, so the approval ratings are at 100%, and some of the neighborhoods are still heavily populated, such as the Queens Glades and other aristocratic neighborhoods, and at the same time where the dignitaries are located, with a low mortality rate, so Ansu's support is low. This one has made support proportional to mortality. There are also some neighborhoods, such as within the slums, where the death rate is not high but the support is topsy-turvy. It's not that they like Ansu, it's just that the current parliament sucks and is too birth. There's no way Ansu could have been born before them, right? Right. Ansu rushed at the editor-in-chief again. And, just asking, you don't need to be psychologically pressured. Can you give me the voting lists for Queens and Glory? Do they have any problems with me? I'm just getting an idea. Sweating it out. Cold sweat seeped down the editor-in-chief's forehead, and he hurriedly called his staff to organize it, and soon came up with a directory. There were 1,000 different reasons for not electing Ansu. The dark elf nobles didn't think he was dark enough in color. The female voters thought Ansu was a man. The biochemical nobles thought Ansu was bullying them by not being sick. It was the vampire ladies who had a higher opinion of Ansu, saying that they hadn't tasted Ansu's blood of this variety before, because of his gift as a child of darkness, and being an acolyte himself. So the blood is black with white and white with black, a very rare panda blood type that is simply delicious for children. If they are allowed to suck it up properly, they vote him on stage. These voters are aristocratic dignitaries, and their votes are ranked much higher in priority than those of ordinary citizens, despite the fact that on the surface the big guys have the same priorities. That's the whole list now. The editor-in-chief's tone faltered. Minister, you're not going to do anything to them, are you? You're joking. I'm just an ordinary third-ranked warlock. What can I do? Ansu said with a smile. He stepped out of the reply hall, took the robe handed to him by Ms. Enya in his hand, brushed it over his body, and headed out of the town hall again. Command the old undead to sacrifice both queens in glory. End of chapter. Chapter 126. Your loyal far or awaits your arrival. The Honorable Major Angelo suffering. Coronet Xavier. Since the beginning of time, I, Ansu Morningside, have been the most loyal follower of the Mother Goddess of Pain. I, Ansel Morninsta, have been the most loyal follower of the Mother Goddess of Pain. Last night, Angelo received a telegram from Farrell on the border of chaos. The line of this telegram is known to only a few people. He frowned slightly, his eyes were half all night, but at this time, They opened up again, revealing an eagle-like gaze. "Your Excellency the Major, may I ask what this telegram is?" the auxiliary officer inquired. "Just a plain old undercover agent." Angelo spread out the telegram and read it word for word while responding absently. "Cadet formerly taken at the Misery Cadet School. Sending him to Faror is just a matter of learning the advanced knowledge over there, and doing a little undercover work along the way." The auxiliary officer thought to himself that this was not an easy task. The situation on the feral side of the Chaos Frontier was much more hellish than the Misery Cadet School, and the new graduates were far from being able to do this job. You need to be at least a 4th Order Legionnaire and receive rigorous military undercover training. Could a student from a lowly school like the Agony Dry School really take on such a horrible task? The auxiliary officer doubted it. The teenager had either offended the Major or actually had some talent, or both. Major Angelo both thinks he has talent and wants to dispose of him, but any more level-headed? That's it, certainly not as good as Major Angelo's. Angelo was already at the peak of the 4th Order, and after his promotion, he had already half-stepped into the realm of saints, and would even be able to impact the General of Pain in the future. Did the telegram say anything on it? The auxiliary officer looked at Angelo admiringly. "What news has come from the undercover agent?" "Faror is about to be in chaos." Angelo's narrow eyes flickered vaguely. The Order of Chaos and the Order of Life are at war in the city. The Chaos border had been in great turmoil for the past few days. Even if they were far away from the suffering tundra, they had heard about it, and now if they went to war with the Church of Life, the entire city would most likely be wiped out. It was also unknown which of the gods had chosen the handiwork for this series of upheavals. "Is the news from Ansu reliable?" the auxiliary officer inquired. Angelo rubbed and kneaded his brow. He never trusted about this person Ansu. After all, he was born to be a tantric mixer. Can a tantric mixer be trusted? If you want to control Ansu, you have to learn how. This time, by placing him among the Faller and arranging such a difficult task, he was also holding two purposes. One is to continue to test, but also to set up a horse, to let Ansu know, even if he has more small means, the power of life and death are in their own hands. Do not trespass. The second is for him to learn some advanced skills in feral, so that when he comes back he will be able to better manage the school of painful dryness. This way Anshuro died, and Angelo was saved in turn. The intelligence should be correct. Ansu has no need to deceive us, nor can he, Angelo said. Something as big as the Church of Life going to war with the Church of Chaos will be in the papers tomorrow. He wouldn't dare deceive us. The consequences of having fooled the Major were not something that Ansu, a small cadet legionnaire, could afford. Now that we've gotten this message in advance, it's time to make preparations. The pupils of Angelo's eyes glittered with a shadowy, excited light. Prepare to sit back and reap the benefits. He had a feeling that he would fully take down the chaotic border. This military honor will be his own. Inform the soldiers to march towards Faror, overcast and rainy. Angelo put on his skullcap and cloak and walked in the direction of Faror. Behind him soldiers in dark black uniforms, their long military boots stepping on puddles one after another, creating ripple after ripple. The camp they were stationed in was hundreds of kilometers away from Feral, and with all-night travel, they would not reach it until tomorrow afternoon. This battle cannot be lost. Angelo grimaced. He knew that after tonight, the group of soldiers behind him would all die in battle, including his own auxiliary officer. But it didn't matter, as long as he survived. As long as one can occupy Faror, the last thing the suffering Tantra needs is soldiers. I didn't realize that Ansu, the little undercover agent, could still be useful. I'll just deal with him later when I've made a name for myself. Next day, noon, 10, 20, 30% in Queens, 100%, 10% in favor of the Cookie District, 100%. Current combined approval rating is 35%. The surviving chaoticists went completely insane. They had never witnessed such great chaos. There's no telling how many neighborhoods have been destroyed. Communication with the outside world was also completely cut off. The magic web, or the newspapers, all went into meltdown. No one gets out of Feral alive. Rebellious citizens stormed the municipal building. Countless gilded buildings were knocked down by them. High demons and dragons fought high in the air, and the corpses of shredded bipedal pterodactyls smashed straight into the central plaza. The tantric cult of life sacrificed block after block, picking on the aristocratic districts, and one noble dignitary after another was turned into the dinner of the mother goddess of life. There were also a number of council politicians who tried to compete with Ansu for the mayor's seat, but they were all sacrificed. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Current combined approval rating is 40%. All the chaoticists knew that Fowler was finished. Nearly half the neighborhood had been completely destroyed, and the remaining half was teetering on chaos. The city administrators have killed their eyes and no longer distinguish between the components of faith, and have begun to slaughter all citizens indiscriminately. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. 50%. 3 more streets destroyed. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 70%. The insurgent citizens were completely wiped out, and in contrast, the employees of the city administration were lost by half, and the victory tilted a little bit towards the life tantra. The secret doctrine of life is what enables Ansu to become mayor, but it is also the final obstacle. For if the vitalists took over the city, his position as mayor would be a temporary one, and the ownership of Faller would still have to be lost to the vitalist church. At that time, when the high-level headquarters of the Church of Life looked into it and realized that there was no such person as Cavens, then Ansu would be finished. Faller cannot be owned by any order and cannot be held by any god or faith. It has to go out on its own. That's why Ansu sent that telegram to Angelo last night. A cold smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he let the chaos reach its climax, drawing in the last of the forces. Tonight, it will be a chaotic battle between the three ecclesiastical parties. 6 p.m. Angelo arrives in Farrell. He also got the news that the kid Ansu had gotten into a good position, but the entire border had crumbled away, communications on all fronts, and the magical network had collapsed, and information was passed on by word of mouth. Angelo just dismisses it as rumors. What kind of high position can a freshly graduated mikveh get into? He's going to be too busy going to war with the Church of Life. 75% combined approval rating. City Hall. Tonight's moonlight was blood red, draping over the streets that had been reduced to rubble. The moonlight painted the city blood red. The fight between the Church of Life and the Church of Pain had reached its peak, both sides wanting to fight for the ownership of the city. The remaining city officials are also in a negative position, throwing down body after body. The High Priestess of Life stared dead at the enemy in front of her. That fellow was frighteningly strong, a major of the Order of Pain, no less. No one could have expected that at the end of the war, such a force would be killed out. His own heart had been pierced, his life force was draining away, and his old undead thing was about to die. The major across the street was not in good shape either, a broken arm and most of his blood lost, but he was still alive after all. 8 o'clock in the evening. Serve this city at the table of the Mother Goddess for the sake of Coronation Cavens. Shouting epileptic slogans, the lifers fell in with the vast majority of the soldiers of the tantric cult of pain. Who the hell is Cavens? Angelo hadn't heard the name. Probably the chosen one in the Church of Life. He was losing so much blood that his thinking was a little fuzzy. There are no more than one soldier left in the suffering Tantra. Regardless, the battle was ultimately his to win. As soon as he attacked the city hall, the city belonged to him. When he returned, he would be able to use this merit to be promoted directly to colonel, right? There's no one left to stop him. Angelo's heart murmured as he grew more and more joyful. At this time, there was a terrible silence around the. Suddenly there came the sound of light footsteps that. The red moon bloomed open, and on the long municipal corridor, the young man stepped slowly on the blood-colored moonlight. Combined approval rate of 80%. Final hidden position, Mayor of Farrell, passes the test. Please expel the outsiders. Ansu gazed at Angelo, who was far from being a match for the soldier leader of pain in the Second Order world of Sedan Town, and had to use a suicidal evil pass to get through Sedan Town. And today, in the Fourth Order of the Phalanx, they met again. And Ansu isn't the same Ansu he once was, mainly because he brought his beaters with him. The time has finally come for this night's chaos to come to an end. That is, the end of him and Angelo, and the end of the city. Officer Angelo, it's been a long time. A calm smile appeared at the corners of the teenager's mouth as he also straightened the military cap with its star pattern. Enya draped a snow-white cloak over the teenager's body, the blood moon dragging the teenager's shadow in a narrow and grim manner. Ansu, Morninsta, reporting to you. Ansu. The lifestylers who still had a breath of air addressed him respectfully as Coronet Cavens, and some of the breathless city administrators addressed him as Minister Ansu. The rest of the lowly citizens chanted Ansu's name in unison and fervor. Ansu, Mayor Monanista. Ansu, Mayor Monanista. Yours faithfully. Far or awaits your arrival. End of chapter. Chapter 127, Duel. Angelo was a little confused. He thought he might be awake, or misheard. What was the name of the guy next to you? Ansu? Ansel. Mayor Morningside? Angelo had been out for so long that he was already a major of pain. What bizarre situation hadn't he seen before? Tantra is full of wizards. There are those who are infiltrating the Orthodox Church and end up being reformed into a family. Those who go undercover on the windy street and end up as a headliner. And those who hide as street vendors and end up in a chain of stores. There are many living wizards on the great stage of the secret doctrine. What has he, Angelo, not seen before? A talent of Ansu's breed was something Angelo really hadn't seen before. But Ansu had been baptized by the Mother Goddess of Life for the past 3 days, and his physical abilities were on another level. He had no talent for fighting at all, and was completely stacked up by a sea of zealous patience. The glory of the warrior of pain will not allow you to desecrate it. And what do the lifestylers call him? Coronet Cavens? Early in the pain dry school, Angelo felt that this kid was born despicable and shameless, born to do secret religion material. The future prospects must be bleak and great, but he did not expect it all. This little born so soon to have a great action. All ecclesiastical I have betrayed equals all ecclesiastical I have not betrayed. He's only a third-ranked warlock. What exactly do you believe in? How the hell is this guy a follower of several houses? And how did he become the coronet of the Church of Life again? Ansu's pale green eyes were as bright as stars as he explained in a conciliatory manner. You seem to have misunderstood something. I have never betrayed the suffering cleric. I have betrayed no one. What side of the fence is he on? Angelo had just been hit hard by the High Priestess of Life, and had lost a lot of blood, and was not thinking very clearly, but he now clearly understood that he had been tricked by Ansu. It's chaos, life, or pain. Ansu, Morninsta. I just want to serve the people well, work hard to be a refined and easygoing back demobilized, be a good doctor, and by the way, in the process, just be a good mayor who serves the people. Who the hell are you? Legionnaire Angelo. I'm nobody's man. I'm just an ordinary citizen. There's no one else here. What are you playing at? Angelo's body trailed blood-red residual shadows. He pressed into Ansu's face in an instant, his long alchemy blade stabbing straight down. The air around him seemed to be torn apart. This is an important equation that Mr. Morninsta has come up with an important equation. Anyone who betrays the Church of Pain pays the price. Angelo unsheathed his sword. The cold light of his blade chilled half of the municipal street. His quasi-saintly level of pressure spread out completely, oppressing everyone present, and the remnants of the pain religionists rallied and resheathed their swords. Didn't I send you to Feral to learn advanced technology? How come you're a mayor in 3 days? You're ing farting. Coupled with the fact that Angelo was already severely injured, the slash was rather out of character. Ansu took a half step back, her cheek grazing the blade, all the skills she had learned at the pain dryad reacting to this body again. Fully, at this moment, the cold light of the dagger in Ansu's sleeve flashed and crashed into Angelo's alchemy blade. Instantly fire splashed and sparks flew. The smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more calm. Let's have a proper duel. Angelo was surprised in his heart. For one thing, he was surprised that Ansu's progress was so fast. He had only graduated a few days ago, and his combat quality could reach such a level. Could he be a genius in terms of warriors as well? Secondly, he was surprised that Ansu's skin was so thick. You're square as. Angelo only felt a chill in his back, a cold swish of blood seeping out as an assassin quietly stabbed himself in the back. Because of the loss of blood, his concentration was already lax, and with the attention drawn by this Ansu guy, he didn't notice Enya's approach. I don't believe in anyone, Ansu said with a sincere expression, his clear voice echoing in the night sky. I don't believe in any gods. I only have a deep love for this land. My faith is only in this city. Even if I am the only one, I will fight to the end to protect the city I love. In the depths of those pale green eyes, there was only the purest love and sincerity. Even though he faced a strong enemy, even though he was only of the third rank, and even though all the guards had died, this young man would still fight for the city he loved. What the hell kind of bull **** is this birth pulling? Angelo just thought the bastard was fooling around. Who in the room didn't know the bastard's moral fiber? And who was he saying this to? He was getting goosebumps just listening to it. It's not like there's anyone else here. Just think of it. Angelo gradually calmed down, thinking carefully, with this guy's excellent character of shamelessness, he should be hiding behind the curtain, and was only a warlock himself. Was it necessary to fight head-on in person? Thinking about this series of Ansu's behavior, he figured out that something was wrong. Major Coronet, his auxiliary officer exclaimed. Heads up, look at the municipal building. This guy is broadcasting live through the reply hall. Angelo looked up, only to see what was left of a municipal building, where the reply hall's reply warlocks had flattened magical prisms against the building's surface. Through friendly painful messages, Ansu transmitted the entirety of what he had seen and heard to the replying warlocks through his mind. The magic network had crashed, but the internal lines of the reply hall were still working. Dozens of reply warlocks had projected a screen of Ansu's battle with Angelo over the entire building through stay-at-home and echo magic. The municipal building, which was located in the center of Faller and was also the tallest building. All the remaining citizens, all the slums, lowly orcs, and dwarves were able to watch the broadcast, also able to hear all of Ansu's words. They watched as Ansu, alone, fought desperately against the invaders of the tantric cult of pain, just to guard their city. This one is actually engaging in political showmanship. Angelo had never seen a creature of Ansu's breed before, and he greeted the remaining soldiers of pain as they swarmed to eat the creature alive. When the enemy is coming on strong, give them a buff. Your overall approval rating is 85%. Let's just square off in the open. The smile at the corner of Ansu's mouth grew sunnier and sunnier. Dear Coronet Angelo, a knight friend of mine once told me what it means to have courage in one way or another. I will teach you the courage to face your deficiencies with abject honesty. The light flickered in the depths of his eyes. The X-ray illumination. This was the magic that Ansu had delved into, An X-ray was none other than a special branch of holy light. The baptism of the mother goddess of life had not only improved Ansu's physical quality, but also his spirit and perception. So the control over the use of magic has reached a point of subtlety. Ansu was able to control the X-ray now, only penetrating the clothing and not the skin of the body. The holy light in his eyes swept toward the influx of agonists, and all of them just felt like they were being looked at all over. And what Ansu was seeing and hearing right now was connected to the reply warlocks via friendly pain messaging and broadcast live to all the citizens of Faror via a screencast. And so all of Farol appreciated the nudity of agonizing tantra. You've caught the eye of the mother goddess of pain. End of chapter. Chapter 128. Ansu dedicates an entire city. The crimson moon spread over half the night sky, and the flowing scarlet moonlight flowed through the streets of Falor. The neon lights that had long since been extinguished, the disorganized silos, the mesh of magical wires entangled like bee chrysalises, the rotting chunks of orc meat in the slaughterhouse, the city hall that had attracted mosquitoes in a chaotic and bustling manner to the point of crashing down in flames, tens of thousands of panes of glass smashed into the ragged streets, splattering shard after shard reflecting the color of the scarlet moon. At this point in time, all of the remaining citizens looked up and watched the battle as the building projected out of the screen. They have never had such an emotion in their hearts that, the heart surges. They were just ordinary citizens, just lowly dwarves, just featureless elves, just goblins used as blood packs, fed up with cold stares and discrimination. For the first time they felt such strong emotions. Their mayor is so gracious, even if they know it's a political show. The fact that the mayor is actually willing to show them is a sign that he has them in mind. The enemy is that cunning, cruel, vile, even perverted. These perverts don't even wear clothes. Even at the most chaotic borders, such perverts would be at the lowest end of the discrimination chain. They couldn't imagine what these perverts would do to their mayor, and they couldn't bear the thought of their mayor suffering such a disgrace. Their city has been destroyed. All clearly realized that they needed to do something, that they had to struggle themselves. Angelo also stared at the huge image on the magic guide screen with a pale face, the corners of his mouth twitching viciously. He was about to have a brain hemorrhage from being so angry. How could his own family's crappy dry school be able to produce such a talent? If I had known it was going to be like this, I should have strangled him in the first place. Don't let him graduate to wreak havoc on society. Never before had he seen a breed of this birth, and whenever Angelo made up his mind about Ansu's qualities, this one always broke his lower bounds. When fighting, broadcast your opponent's nudity live to the entire city. Is this something a human being can do? For the first time, he felt pain that did not come from his body, but an insult to his soul. Several pain soldiers' steps were unsteady, and they cringed at any movement, fearing that they would accidentally expose their shortcomings. Such soldiers looked forward and lost their bearings, and were soon taken by the hidden assassins, who took away their heads. In favor of Ansu, the bastard still had a holy and solemn look on his face. Even if you are so despicable, I will not give up the city I love. 90% popular support. Angelo exhaled deeply. The depths of his eyes were all blood red. He himself was seriously injured, and now that he was so angry with Ansu, the scabs of blood that had not easily healed crumbled again. Kill the teenager in front of you, then all the shame will be washed away. Ansu, come. He readjusted his stance, lifting his long sword upside down, his heart at the peak of the fourth rank beating violently, dispersing all the pain and blood into his limbs and bones. He was bound to kill Ansu and then torture the man with the most painful means possible. I'm leaving. Ansu cocked her head. The videos are all recorded. This statement was not recorded by Ansu. Angelo once again a blood step out. Alchemy long knife cut through the air. Toward Ansu chest cut to, but see the latter does not flash nor closed. Straight to receive this knife. A moment of blood splattered everywhere. The blood, too, fell in the eyes of all the citizens through the magic guide screen. Their eyes were red. Ansu seemed to tire as he spread out in the blood and water, his eyes slowly closing. You have a combined approval rating of 98%, guided and instigated by the reply warlocks. The remaining citizens poured into the municipal boulevard in a frenzy. After Angelo slashed out this knife, he noticed that something was wrong coming. The hand was not right. Ansu was purposely subjected to this knife, and he was not injured as much as he showed. He's looking for a reason to go down in glory. Give this political showmanship a closure. It's more about stimulating the public's emotions, and the only thing that stimulates emotions the most is bloody blood. The enraged citizens had stormed into the municipal boulevard, and though they were all at the bottom of the hierarchy, most of them came from the slums and were numerous. On the contrary, on the side of the painful tantra, successively with the chaotic city tube, life religious fighting and in Enya's assassination infestation, has long been demoralized. 10 not survive. And the agonists never envisioned that they would have to fight the citizens. The agonists were instantly overwhelmed by a sea of people that Angelo wanted to kill Ansu, or at least die with the bastard. But he saw that Enya-sama had already taken advantage of the confusion to disengage Ansu from the battlefield under the coverage of concealment magic. Angelo could only watch as Ansu departed, the dwarves' knives and forks stabbing at his chest, the orc's sharp claws cutting into his flesh, leaving him with nothing but endless pain. Bloodshot. After exiting the town hall, Ansu let go of Enya. The blood shadow of the Tantra of Pain projects his wounds onto the shadow, and when Angelo dies, the wounds on the shadow will be transferred to Angelo's body. Ansu took off his blood-stained robes and replaced them with a new nobleman's coat with a snow-white cravat. 1 hour remaining. Tonight he was going to the last event. He's about to accept the position of mayor at the very top of the Chaos Building. Ansu stepped into the City Hall building, walking slowly up the long corridor, his face calm as the blood-colored moonlight swept across his face. At this point in time, the counselors of the Tantric Church of Chaos, who sat on expensive human skin benches in their finery, the craniums of volcanic devils supplying the heat to dispel the cold of this night, each elegantly holding a goblet and shaking the virgin's blood. There were 13 in total, and that was the very top of Furor's power. They're not exactly high-ranking ones, the highest is only the 3rd rank, but you don't need a high rank to be a dry leader. The noblest of bloodlines will do. Minister Ansu, well done. The one who said this was a big-bellied dark elf. He came from the topmost dark family, and the people around him called him Count Yarrow. He patted Ansu's shoulder affectionately. Young man, we think highly of you. They weren't afraid that Ansu would flip out on the spot. After all, every official here, behind the family represents a party of power, and the imperial capital has thousands of links. Ansu want to sit firmly in the mayor's seat, away from their support, is impossible. Even if he becomes mayor, he will end up as a puppet of the council. May I ask if there is a list? Ansu smiled. Please give me the list so I can get to know the leaders. The menu, please. Ansu is going to start ordering. All the counselors gave a look of relief. This kid knows what he's doing. As of today, you're our mayor and we're going to work together. A noblewoman threw winks at Ansu. Her face was cross-faced, and the winks were thrown like a letter of war. The blood-red moon lay flat against the skyline of the. Although today was the night of the annual red moon, the sky had never been so blood-red. Ansu received the scepter symbolizing the citizens from Count Yarrow, and from the moment he stepped into the top floor, the killing light had covered the municipal street, supplying him with a steady stream of magic. Bones was also summoned long ago, greeting the blood-red color of blood and holding the menu. Ansu began to order. These counselors were not of high rank, but they were all bursting with darkness, the mother goddess's favorite type of dish. Mother goddess of desire and the moon, great mother of life, eternal motherhood above the spirit world. For once, he didn't need an altar. The altar had been set up long ago by the counselors. This place has been most pleasing to the mother goddess. All that the counselors enjoy, all that the high officials use, the human skin benches, the volcanic skulls, and the scarlet blood shaking on the goblets, all the people's fat they swallow, is the altar on which they offer themselves with their own hands. But there is a problem with the placement of the altar, and it's time to make up for that omission with a precision sacrifice. This is the hymn of the most sincere man. This is the feast of spirit and soul. This is the delicacy of blood and flesh. Your devotee Ansu, Morninsta presents the gift. He walks amidst the stunned stares of the members of the sacrifice to you the dark elf on top of the altar. Count Yarrow, that Earl Yarrow who tapped Ansu's shoulder was filled with disbelief. How could this lowly human dare? But he couldn't resist anymore. His whole body turned into flesh and blood and he fell to his knees. The red moon lay flat on the promenade as Ansu walked slowly forward, chanting the name of a counselor with each step he took. Consecrate the legislator on the altar. Ms. Ska. Consecrate the blood-sucking nobleman on the altar. Sir Lawrence. He took a total of 13 steps to the floor-to-ceiling window, the vast red moon reflecting Ansu's face, and behind him the flesh and blood of the 13 counselors slowly dissipating. Your approval rating has reached 100%. Special hidden profession, Mayor of Chaos has passed perfectly. Ansu once gave an order that, let the lifeists hidden here, taking advantage of the great riot of the citizens, spend the whole night preparing altars on all the main arteries of the business dignitaries, the city authorities, the street governments, all the institutions of power, had altars prepared for such decentralized sacrifices as only bones can accomplish. The view here is the top of chaos. Dedicate this city to you. Ansu looked at the chaotic capital and calmly and elegantly said, you are invited to dine with me. End of chapter. Chapter 129, Border World Far. Complete passage. Dedicate this city to you. Ansu said softly, you are invited to dine with me. This is the final wrap-up. At this moment, the scarlet moonlight was at its maximum. The red moon seemed to be about to fall on the world. The gaze from above the spirit world drooped down on Ansu. The unnameable magnificent presence descended here. The whole building swayed. The sky was dark and terrible. The red moon climbed up the cluttered streets, weaving through the chrysalis-like density of the silos, and continued to climb up Queen Street, where the hidden altars that the lifeists had set up in advance were being lit one after the other. Farnell would have had a well-developed defense system in place to deal with the sacrificial attacks of the secret cult of life. But now that all the city managers are dead and gone, there are no more capable officers. The counselors were all slaughtered. The streets were destroyed. The supply of magic nets was wiped out, and the city's defenses had completely collapsed. The first altar to ignite was the imperial embassy, and the nobles watched in horror as the chunks of flesh on their bodies rapidly swelled and grew madly, penetrating their garish and expensive clothing and detonating when they reached a certain point, spreading blood all over the obsidian-built gallery, and the flesh and blood grew madly along the length of the gallery. The executives of the city authority clutched at their throats in agonized despair, clogged chunks of flesh growing wild in their windpipes, their eyes white with fear as they tried to flee, but no one could escape the mother goddess's table. Floor after floor of the municipal building exploded with blood, waves of flesh rolling over the historic old building, twisted and desecrated, blood splattered like one blooming manzanita after another. The municipal building was exactly what it was, a blossoming mass of flowers. Life is painting the city with moonlight as a guide and blood as a painting, vibrant and corrupt and ragged, dead but containing new life. Looking down from high in the sky, in the center of the city, several small, scattered altars, linked together by moonlight and blood, make up one of the grandest sacrificial ceremonies. Ansu stood on the topmost floor of the municipal building, the highest place in the entire chaos capital, with the entire city at his feet. Death was washing over the city, shuffling all the power structures completely, and the citizens of chaos cheered wildly, celebrating the great chaos. The overthrow. Burn this city to the ground. Burn this city to the ground. Chaos is the very ladder of ascent dash. The remnants of the citizens came out of the plebeian ghetto. They chrysaled into the streets where only the nobles could enter, broke through the fence of the municipal building, and came to the municipal building right below, with maniacal smiles on their lips, and stretched out their hands, and all of them gazed at Ansel, Morningside, cheering wildly. Chaos is the very ladder of ascent. They sang the praises of chaos, the only thing that could destroy the class that had been solidified for 500 years, and their future would be climbing up the spiral ladder of chaos. Ansu, Morninsta, Ansu, Morninsta. The officials turned into chunks of flesh clogging Queen Street, the streets all stinking with the stench of corruption and the iron filings of blood, and the magnificent blood-red moonlight has crossed all the offerings, all the neighborhoods, to the top of the municipal building. All the light of the red moon, at this moment, shone solely on Ansu alone. Ansu felt that the lower-headed mother goddess lacked a sense of margin. All the officials of the chaotic border, although the number of them was not considered large, but the dark element in their bodies definitely far exceeded that of the general public. And this kind of delicacy was called a full banquet for the mother goddess of life. And just like that, she was still not satisfied? All the dishes on the table have been eaten. She must have eaten too much. What's she still doing here? Ansu could feel that magnificent and unnameable gaze still lingering here, still resting on her own body. There's no food left. Ansu thought for a moment. If he didn't want to find a way to dedicate the astral body along with it. It's just what I dreamed of last time. Unfortunately, one's current level is still not enough. Ansu thought about unrealistic things. I'm not going to feed you this time, Ansu said, starting to engage that moonlight. This world isn't the church's, and I'll die if I give it to you. One satiation and one satiation can still be distinguished. That blood-colored moonlight had been enveloping the teenager's body, as if hesitating about something, and finally, with some sort of regret, that moonlight finally left, and even the mother goddess's gaze drew away and returned to the starry sky. It's as if it's a sign. The dedication ceremony is completely over. Meanwhile, Faror has been completely destroyed. The power structure was completely overthrown and all neighborhoods were reduced to rubble. The chunks of meat that had filled the streets then dissolved, and the corpses in the municipal building quickly dispersed, turning into wisps of blood mist that rose into the night sky of Farnell. And when the night wind blew, they turned to dust with the wind. Faror was clean. All those rotten stenches gone, and as the blood moon faded, the night sky was clear and transparent, a watery glow covering the empty streets, quiet and peaceful. That's what they call a clean slate. Ansu felt that she had made an indelible contribution to the cleaning of the city streets and should have known better than to get a janitor's license. There's a few stars in the sky. It ends tonight. By the time the morning light breaks, a new dawn is coming to Faller. Farrell has been destroyed. Farrell destroyed. Chloe thought she really had seen a ghost. Didn't she just read for 2 days? How come the city is so different once you get out? Chloe has been committed to finding the reason for the destruction of Faller, and consulted thousands of books, and based on the knowledge of astrology, the operation of the stars to deduce that Faller is the destruction of 10,000 years can only be encountered once the day of God's advent, the time of the red moon fall. The red moon will fall at dawn today. The red moon is a true fall, symbolizing that the stars of life will fall to Earth, and the red moon fall is just the beginning. Over the next year, the stars orbiting above the firmament will fall to Earth one after the other. The destruction of Faller is just a clarion call for the extinction of the gods, and the whole century will be plunged into the end. However, when the red moon fell, It was only a legend, and there was no evidence that there had ever been such an apocalyptic catastrophe. Later scholars have also debated this for thousands of years. According to the latter, every 10,000 years, the gods emptied the old world. Let all faith, all broken, reborn again in a new world, leads to a brand new era. But that's just a myth. No one can prove that the end of the world will be real. And now Chloe has overruled herself. She was originally very excited, and wanted to impatiently share her discovery with Ansu. If the existence of the Day of Destruction was confirmed, in the outside world it would be shocking news, which had never thought that Faller was not destroyed at all by the fall of the Red Moon. It destroyed itself on its own. The Red Moon had come out for a while, but it was now normal. Luojia looked out the window at the clear moonlight and sighed slightly. Looking at my pocket watch, it was exactly midnight, and nothing had changed at all. According to Chloe's extrapolation, the Red Moon had to start falling in the early hours of the morning. The little saint girl was going to ask Ansu for a statement. She had countless more questions to ask. The cause of the destruction wasn't the gods at all. It was Ansu. The fourth order of border worlds has been completely cleared. Border worlds, Pharaoh, ends, returning to astral space, settlement begins. They left the border of chaos and returned to astral space. What Chloe didn't know was that when Ansu left, the moon, which was as pure white as water, was slowly tinted with a blood-like color. End of chapter. Chapter 130. Chloe's final settlement. Chaos Vice, Fourth Order Border Worlds, City of Free and Glory, Past, Shards of Chaos Kingdom unlocked, 2/3, Dizziness. Ansu saw the vision again, but this time there was no fancy table, no knives and forks, no burning blood-red candles, and he wasn't being served, not invited to dine together. The visions he saw this time were even more bizarre, even vast. Ansu saw countless stars falling down, saw worlds disillusioned and reborn from their ruins, saw beliefs savagely develop to the extreme, saw civilizations climb to the extreme, saw civilizations advance towards the stars, and ultimately saw their demise. The stars fell and the Milky Way poured down, so all the faith and all the prosperity went to ashes, and then out of those ashes a new epic was born, and Ansu saw himself standing at the end of the epic, and the blood-red moonlight shone on his shadow, so all the stars fell down on him. He's dead. All the illusions then faded away like a tidal wave. Ansu opened her eyes. The bright stars still twinkled in the firmament, hanging well in the sky, countless streams of starlight swirling along the skyline. Ansu was once again back in astral space, a strange world that functioned independently of the universe. The astral body had survived for an unknown number of 10,000 years, experiencing the birth and demise of many kingdoms, and witnessing the dissolution and prosperity of many eras. As one of the spokespersons of the astral space, having worked here for centuries now, the astral emissary should have been able to have a favored state of mind. This is one of the principles of absolute neutrality. It is more the professional quality of the messenger. But whenever he saw this Ansu guy, the astral messenger always couldn't tense up. I've never seen such goods. Facing Ansu, he also practiced, making sure to keep his expression well managed so as not to lose the majesty of the messenger, so as not to lose the vastness and greatness of the stars. The astral messenger felt prepared. Ansu saw him, is 90 degrees to bend over and bow to apologize? The teenager's tone is full of remorse, but also full of true feelings. Every word and action is from the heart. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't keep my promise. This time I still failed to sacrifice your incarnation. I made you feel cold. Please don't be angry. I will try my best in the future. I promise to sacrifice you with all my might. In the astral world, everyone is honest. The astral messenger instantly didn't want to talk to him. Hell of a professionalism. You're still thinking of sacrificing yourself now. In hundreds of years, he hadn't seen Ansu with such a clear-cut past thought process. He tells Ansu to assassinate the leader of the secret cult. So Ansu works himself up to become the leader and eventually commits suicide. Leave it to Ansu to investigate the truth about the border destruction. So Ansu himself is the truth by destroying the border ahead of time first. It's just that he's so screwed up that it still works. The astral emissary just felt like he shouldn't pay any attention to this guy. A few more words with him and the astral emissary felt like he shouldn't be able to keep up with the times and should just retire. Your girlfriend's over there, so climb quickly. The astral messenger told Ansu to hurry up and climb farther away. Ansu looked back and saw Miss Enya first, who waved gracefully at him. She was dressed in a long Lolita-style dress. Her amber-colored eyes sparkled under the starry sky. Her expression was cool and indifferent. And from a distance, the elegant girl under the starry sky had some of the high-flying style of a literary girl. Enya came out a little earlier than Ansu. I'm underage and don't have a girlfriend. That you're gunning for a friend over there. Friend over there, astral body messenger said, and could not help but feel in his heart. Ansu, this kid really played with flowers, so powerful at a young age. It's at this level, and I'm surprised it's not a girlfriend. Ansu felt that this topic was getting down to her head. What did Enya say to you? Ansu asked. Ah, you don't know? The astral messenger thinks Ansu is faking it. That's what she registered when she registered her identity. Young Master Ansu's little girlfriend, saying that you used to fight in abandoned grey towers, study biology together in the library, and play fun little games together in the bathhouse. That's teaming up to snub people in the grey tower, reading biology books in the library, and playing a fun little game of no nudity allowed here in the bathhouse. Ansu didn't want to pay any attention to the downtrodden uncle anymore as he walked towards Enya. Young people these days, the astral messenger sighed hopelessly. At this point, Chloe also returned to the astral world. The little saintess clenched her teeth, her silver white eyes as clean as the clear snow among the mountain ranges. She pursed her lips and stared at Ansu, who was not far away. As a saintly maiden, Chloe considered herself obligated to guide Ansu toward normal human development. Even if you can't guide Ansu to become a normal person, but at least be a normal creature. Let him take the civil service exam. Didn't let him ruin the city. Chloe just read for 2 days, only to find the world changed as soon as she opened her eyes. In fact, the main reason was that Chloe was curious as to how this Ansu guy managed to do it. She felt that she could not win 100 battles until she knew her enemy, and that she had to know this guy deeply before she could guide him properly. Hello, may I ask what your relationship is with Ansu? The absolutely neutral astral messenger inquired. Trying to understand his relationship, Chloe replied subconsciously, stepping toward Ansu with an air of determination, and to find out about his relationship. Sure enough, the astral body messenger revealed a look of realization, a smile on his lips. He was now certain that this Ansu kid was a birth. It is the duty of the Saints of Light. Ansu, Chloe called out to Ansu. Staring at the side of the teenager's face, she felt the need to have a proper conversation with Ansu, not to let him continue further and further down the strange path of inhumanity. Her thin lips parted lightly before she had a chance to speak. The space around them was rapidly moving, the starlight constantly being twisted and reconverging, the light intertwining and combining to form new words. The stars are beginning to settle. Border worlds far or completed raiders. The final destination of the world's fragments. It should be the Illuminati. The starlight was running for another long moment before it slowly stopped and added the word should very uncertainly to show its respect for Ansu. Squad evaluations being generated for uniform billing. Team members, Ansu Morninsta, Shoki, Morninsta, Chloe, Faust, Enya Morninsta. The team survived for a total of 72 hours and all missions were completed. Overall squad evaluation SS, Achievement Chaos 3. Individual evaluations are now being generated. Chloe's voice lowered when she saw her own personal achievement, and that awe-inspiring aura deflated all of a sudden. She was like a balloon that had suddenly deflated. Woo, Lord, Foster, survival time 72 hours, Chaos Deputy S-. She's only been reading for 2 days. How does she look like a Chaos Deputy? I'm begging for monthly votes. In addition, we have organized an activity. Now go to the book circle to sign up for the activity to vote for the monthly ticket. Each can return 100 points coins. End of chapter. Chapter 131, Ansu's final settlement, hanging pot sacrifice to the world. The moment she saw those words, Chaos Deputy, come out, Chloe's aura instantly shriveled. She subconsciously closed her eyes, as if so the words wouldn't exist, but invariably she couldn't fool herself, and peeked her eyes open again to take a look at her assessment. Deputy of Chaos S-. You, as Ansu's beloved, are evil and take pleasure in chaos. You seek the pleasure of chaos in the extreme, aiding Ansu in causing chaos on the streets of fiery prison and helping to turn the good and simple warlocks in the Hall of Repose, leading them to fall to the ways of chaos. Chloe was silent. She felt embarrassed now. She was at least considered the holy maiden of the Illuminati. How did she become the deputy of chaos all of a sudden? All this time, she also had a vision of guiding Ansu towards a normal creature. But how did the situation reverse itself now? What do you mean you caused the good and simple revert warlocks to fall off? How did it all happen to get to this point? In the beginning, he himself was just too bored staying in the convent, so he was called out by Ansu to take a break, and so far the development has been normal. And then, having never been to the Naiad world before, he teamed up with Ansu to fool people and smuggle them in through the astral terminals, and wanting to be slightly more badass, he learned to curse like Ansu. Then, it went along and started singing a double act with Ansu, fooling the demobilized people back in the reply hall, leading to the first major chaos on the chaotic border. It ended up being this so-called chaos vice. She felt like she was being led into the ditch by Ansu step by step. Wrong truth. You may or may not be close to the truth. Either way, the truth of history has fallen with Farrell into the abyss of destruction, and no one has been able to see through the fog of history. Completion of Mission 1 with full survival. Task 2, Diligence for the People. Deputy Minister of Response, Director of the Border Library, 2/3 complete. Hidden Quest Destruction begins, 80% complete. Chloe, Faust, overall rating S. Chloe pursed her lips. The eyes that looked at Ansu couldn't help but take on a few points of sadness. It's the fault of this idiot. By destroying far or ahead of time, her suspicions would not be verified at all. Ansu was stared at by this ghostly gaze of Chloe and felt a little strange, so she asked, "What's your assessment?" As soon as this question was asked, Luojia's chi deflated again. She didn't want to tell the chaos deputy out. She didn't want to admit that she was some kind of Ansu beloved. Inexplicable shame struck her heart, and she sidestepped her face, not looking at this guy's face. Ansu better know how to read the words. He is a very high emotional intelligence of the teenager. Immediately perceived the Luojia unhappy mood. What evaluation he roughly guessed. Then more high emotional comfort her. "I know. You have emotions in your heart. Think your grades are low. Don't want to be a second in command or something. I'll assist you the next time you destroy the city, okay?" As a teammate of the same team, helping each other and knowing how to be humble is the team spirit, and Sue felt that he did a great job. This idiot, who wants to destroy the city? The more Chloe stared at Ansu's face that was full of seriousness, the angrier she felt. She secretly made up her mind that she had to correct this guy's twisted nature back on track. She could never be brought down by this guy in the future. "Please don't be angry with my young master, Miss Chloe." At this time, Enya softly said, her amber-colored eyes vaguely flickering with some sadness. She came to Chloe's ear and softly said, "When young master is angry, he will only go home to take it out on us underlings and do all sorts of bad things." Bad things? Chloe's eyes widened. All sorts of bad things? This maiden lady, Chloe had actually seen it before. Originally thought it was just an ordinary maid, but did not expect it to be a saint. It was still at the old border, and when she first visited Ansu, it was Enya who received her. At that time, Una acted intimidated and scared of Ansu, saying that Ansu was some kind of cursed son or something. What bad thing? Chloe inquired quietly even as her cheeks flushed a little. "It's the 0-0 thing." Una told the lie without changing her face. "Are you in that kind of relationship?" "It's true, but I'm also just a woman who's being used at the young master's whim," Enya said softly. I don't believe it." Chloe was inexplicably a bit tasty. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Lord Astral Emissary over there." Enya's voice was mournful, but her eyes were calm and indifferent. Everything had been laid out for her long before. The Astral Lord would not lie after hundreds of years of experience and seeing through these things. "Can I do anything for you?" The little saintly girl was about to be led into the ditch again. "You don't need to do anything. You are the holy maiden Sama and young master Ansu is a demon. The demon will be left to us underlings to deal with." Enya blinked her eyes and said with seriousness and concern, "What you need to do is to stay away from young master Ansu in the future, right? Lest we spoil the young master's poison." Chloe thought that what Ms. Enya was saying seemed to make sense, but something about it always seemed strange, and she looked aside to the astral messenger, and went off half-cocked to ask about it. "The maiden lady can't harm herself, can she? So, what are you guys discussing?" And Sue saw these two whispering for half a day and couldn't help but ask out loud. "Nothing much." When Enya looked at her own young master, those amber-colored eyes lost their feelings of sorrow. This guy flipped his face as fast as a book. She gently lifted the broken hair in front of her forehead behind her ear. "It's just that the holy maiden Sama has some confusion." "What's your comment?" Ansu asked again curiously. After the test out of the examination room on the results, has been a school demon imprinted in the soul of the instinct, and Sue completely just cannot quit. Unlike Chloe who stammered, Enya directly unfolded the evaluation in front of Ansu in a big way. Ansu fixed her eyes on the Enya morning side. Enya Morninsta. Survival time 72 hours. Cool competition s. You competed with the candidates and even the examiners in a friendly and intimate manner in order to obtain the profession of a recovery warlock, and under your fine character of holding in your blood and killing well. The candidates and the examiners all died, and you became a recovery warlock with a perfect score. And according to the statistics, you have assassinated a total of 30 second-order recovery warlocks, 10 third-order recovery warlocks, and 1 fourth-order recovery warlock, making an indelible contribution to alleviating the hospital's financial burden. Chaos Mafia as evil as you are, you take pleasure in your underhandedness, and you pursue stabbing people in the loins in the extreme. And statistically, you assassinated a total of 20 second-order agonists and 10 third-order agonists during the duel between Mayor Ansu. Chloe is the Chaos Deputy. Enya is straight-up Chaos Hack. Completion of Mission 1 with full survival. Task 2 Diligence for the People. Deputy Minister of Medical Affairs. 1/3 completion. Hidden Quest Destruction begins. 50% completion. Enya. Morninsta's overall rating, S+. Ansu wasn't surprised by Enya's comment. This guy is so evil. They are civil servants, doctors serving the people. How can they go around laying their hands on the people and assassinating them? Ansu did it all fair and square. At that moment, the starlight around them slowly swirled again, and the light intertwined into words in Ansu's eyes. The astral body's assessment of Ansu was generated. This generation is even slower than the last one. Ansu looked to his first comment. hanging pots and sacrificing to the world SS. End of chapter. Chapter 132 SSS plus evaluation. Ansu Morningside. Morninsta. Survival time 72 hours. Suspended sacrifice SS, with the borders of chaos at stake. Mayor Ansu, who sacrifices to the world and the people, decisively steps in to save the people of Faller from sickness, disaster, and chaos. According to statistics, you have personally sacrificed 300 second-order chaos followers, 20 third-order chaos officials, 1 fourth-order vampire count, 1 fourth-order Senin elf legislator, and tens of thousands of followers have left this troubled and painful world forever under your indirect influence. Ansu gave a pleased smile. As a civil servant serving the people, this is what he should do. Bad reviews elimination S-. Thanks to your tireless hard work, Chaos Feral's total of 23 neighborhoods bad reviews have been completely eliminated, and you have made an indelible contribution to solving the problems and difficulties of the citizens. Through your efforts, there is no more discrimination and strife in Far-Or, no more pain and sorrow, only the light of order remains, and you have built, on some level, the ideal kingdom that exists only in books. Ansu felt it was what he was supposed to do. As the Minister of Response, it is his duty to solve the troubles of the public. It is more than the duty of a shining saint to let the scarce branch of holy light loom over the borders of chaos. Gynecology Sage A. You have made an indelible contribution to the chaotic border of low fertility rates, with a total of nearly 200 void babies born under your personal midwifery. Your department has the highest fertility rate of any salvage room, and is the only one with a poor rating of 0. Addressing the problem of an aging population is also something that Ansu should do. The city has to have vibrant young people to have a bright future later on. Mayor of Chaos SS as the first mayor of chaos in 500 years, facing the perverted to the point of full body nudity of the agonizing Micus. The outnumbered you still chose to fight to the end, and ultimately inadvertently sneak attacked, life endangered. All your efforts have been well received by the public. Your popular support has reached a world-beating 100%. Hidden achievement glory of Freedom City SSS. From now on, there will be no more governments, no more classes, no more beliefs or gods on the borders of chaos. Everything will return to chaos, everything will return to the beginning. You are the cause of destruction. You are the effect of destruction. Chaos is the ladder of ascent, and Far-Or has returned to the original steps, and the people will climb them again with fear and expectation, and will finally meet you at the end of the ladder. The inedible delicious child D, the mother goddess of life, has not tasted either your body or your soul, and the city is full of delicacies, but they are tasteless. Mission 1, 100% survival rate, 100% completion of Task 2, diligent governance for the people, 100% completion of Mission 3 destruction start. Ansu, Morninsta, overall rating, SSS+. Ansu wondered if there was something wrong with the lower head mother goddess. Was he coated with poison? Is she that desperate for food? Ansu knew he wasn't much of a good person, but he wasn't so much to the mother goddess's liking. All in all, this border world's raid is completely over. Comprehensive evaluation. Ansu arrived quite surprised. He thought he was at most 3S, but the result actually reached SSS+. The rewards received must have been quite generous as well. After all, this is a 4th order border world. He was now just at the threshold of a 3rd order warlock, with a magic value of 20. After becoming a full-fledged congregation, one can already continue to redeem the bestowal of blessings down the road. The conversion ratio of faith points to magic values went to 130. As mentioned before, for faith points to be counted, one had to personally crusade against the Mithraists themselves, and this could only be counted as a contribution point, of course. Enemies crusade by one's own summons could be counted as well. It doesn't count as a point of faith to die in a tumultuous conflict amongst the Mikvits, which is why the vast majority of Mikvits die. Ansu's faith points came mainly from the 200 void beings, each of which wreaked havoc all over the city for a minute, as well as the bone sacrifices, even though it's just that, accumulated together. The number is quite horrifying, and that's not even counting the other rewards that Ansu gets. He should be able to reach the mid to late 3rd rank in one fell swoop, close to a 4th ranked warlock. At this age, at this level, no freshman can reach it. It's got to be a good number of years of veteran saints to have it, and it's got to be the gifted kind to do it. So Ansu that was quite satisfied. After all, the faith points were only part of it. There were also the rewards given by the astral body, given according to the pass rating. Last time, he had obtained the Goddess of Light's epic blessing, the exclusive magic, Holy Light Salute, and this time, he was able to pass the level with a SSS+ rating, and it was all thanks to this killing light. There's no telling what it will be this time. We won't know until we get out there. Of course, even though his heart was more satisfied, Ansu still showed a traditional expression of sadness, which was a habit that he had engraved deep in his soul and could not be changed. failed another test. It's like the mother goddess down there can't quit ice. It's also natural that you can't quit being an after you've finished studying for the devil's exam. He intended to pick on Chloe for a bit of an S first, and just as he saw the latter returning from the astral messenger's side, he went over to her with great interest, and was about to open his mouth to speak. Ugh! Then he was given a hard stare by the latter. The little saint girl herself didn't know what was wrong. She looked at Ansu like this and got a little angry for no reason, but she didn't know what emotions were in her heart. She just felt that she wasn't happy. The words that Enya had said earlier inexplicably came to mind, and then she felt a little annoyed. It's reasonable to think that this guy has nothing to do with himself. It's not like it's any of his business how he usually is, and there's nothing to care about. Chloe told herself in her mind that she just couldn't stand this misguided look of Ansu, and that she didn't have some strange reason. Yes, that must be it. Chloe firmly established the idea in her mind. The snowy eyes were then clean and austere again, like a mirror reflecting the face of a teenager. Being stared at like this, Ansu's words slowly swallowed when they reached his mouth. Why? Chloe didn't say anything, just pursed her lips gently, as if she was thinking about something. Ms. Enya followed behind Ansu, a faint smile on her lips. Everything was in her plan. According to the plan, this holy maiden would definitely be afraid of the young master and then try to stay away somehow, right? Chloe let out a slow breath, as if she had made up her mind about something, and she gazed at Ansu earnestly. Ansu, Morninsta. Ansu cocked her head. I will always correct you. Chloe gazed straight at Ansu, and under the starry sky, the maiden said, austerely and earnestly, it will never escape. She's serious. It was as if he had made up his mind. Ugh. Enya was a little confused. After Chloe said this, she turned around and walked out straight away, and Ansu, not knowing what she was talking about, followed suit. The maiden lady cocked her head, confused. Alas, youth. At this time, the astral emissary said emotionally, gazing at the backs of the two as they departed with an expression that saw through everything, they're also in that kind of relationship. Oh. What? Enya exclaimed. By the way, the day before the bounty is a total of nearly 6,000 votes, even as 6,000 whole well, that is, 6 more, before 3 more 4 days, please just 2 more left. I'll try to pay them back in the next few days. The dissertation was just too much to handle, and I got a hard time from my tutor today. End of chapter. Chapter 133, Ansu's Divine Reward. Enya stared at the astral messenger, her eyes slightly wide. This older man had the look of a man who had been there. The astral messenger has been in the astral world for hundreds of years, and has seen all sorts of characters, and has long since seen the rolling world, and said with emotion, Hey, young man, can you elaborate? Enya's face was expressionless. Their relationship. The astral emissary's expression was inscrutable. He slightly lowered his head, maintained a very vicissitude posture, and gently stroked his beard, which was made of starlight glued together. Again, it's a relationship of the mind, and that little girl still has a love debt with Ansu. I want to know him equals heart to heart. I'm going to settle a score with him equals sentimental debt. In the experienced brain of the astral messenger, it was easy to make sense of the words of the little saintly girl, and he felt that he had analyzed them thoroughly. You're young, you don't understand. The astral emissary felt that what he had said was just too forced. It's so flavorful. As a messenger of absolute neutrality, it is precisely his mission to preserve the majesty and vastness of the stars. However, these times were repeatedly messed up by Ansu's pussyfooting around, much to the annoyance of the astral messenger. And I have also penetrated this vast starry sky, so I know a bit more than you do. He looked out at the starry sky and carried his hands behind his back. Enya was silent. Never you mind. The astral emissary, true to his experience as an older man, quickly discerned what was going through Enya's mind. You and that Hatsu. Isn't Ansu's progress a step closer? This little saintly girl is only at the surface stage. The maiden lady was even more silent. What she said to the astral messenger, naturally, they had been understood by her art, but Chloe isn't. Enya rarely had some panic. All along she had been showing people with an ancient and cool expression. At this time, she also ignored the astral messenger who was pretending to be deep beside her, and followed Ansu out. They snuck in and out of the astral church from the suburbs. The unsettled border world does not flow in the same way as the real world. Ansu stayed at the border of chaos for 3 days, and a night could pass outside. As the last of the stars hid in the pale white haze of pre-breakfast clouds, Fowler was slowly waking up from its sleep after 30,000 years, and the brilliant golden sunlight was slowly being lit up as it traveled outward along the street of the 7 gods and pierced through church after church plastered with shattered glass. The divine blessing came quickly this time. Chloe was blessed by the goddess of light, and the rays of light that filled the sky surrounded Chloe. She is worthy of being the goddess's own daughter. With a holy woman's physique she rubbed off on the Blessings edition. The rank came from the early third order to the middle stage, but the surroundings of the holy light were a bit hesitant, and the goddess of radiance always felt that her own daughter was being led astray. Then comes the generation of the bestowal of blessings based on performance in the world of Narama. Loremaster gets to be a mid-rank legendary magic, one level below the quality of epic, common, legendary, epic, and sacred, which are the four known qualities: low, medium, high, holy, demigod, etc. Then it indicates the level of use of that magic. Ordinary magic is magic that comes from being able to be directly redeemed by faith points, and is not unique. Legendary and above magic, on the other hand, cannot be directly exchanged by faith points, either created by themselves or given by the gods themselves. There is uniqueness. Ansu's Holy Light Salute from last time was a mid-rank epic level magic. Glorious Speech, quality, medium legend. Consuming magic 3, auxiliary magic. Effect, your words will be imbued with the power of holy light. If they are words of blessing, they will have a healing judgment on the person being used. If they are words of cursing, they will have a damaging judgment on the person being used. The effect caused depends on the level of your emotion. The gentler the blessing, the better the healing effect, and the more intense the curse, the better the damaging effect. Remarks, when the red moon fell, the words of the pure white girl were both a curse and a blessing. What the hell is this? Chloe's eyes widened. When healing a teammate, the more shameful the words spoken, the more effective the healing. When fighting an enemy, the stinkier the mouth, the more damage you do. This God-given magic is also too detrimental to her perfectly run saintly image. Chloe couldn't imagine the scene of using this magic at all. It was so shameful to think about it that she wanted to even protest to the goddess of holy light. She had already made up her mind. She would never use this magic after beating her to death. There was always nothing good that could come from dabbling with Ansu. Enya was also blessed. Her overall rating was S+, and since she entered the world as a quasi-saint, she was also blessed with holy light. The holy light was noticeably more hesitant as it fell upon her. What's with the assassin? Light stalking, quality, high-ranking legend. War of attrition gray spots, 6. Auxiliary battle techniques. Effects, when sneaking is detected. Speed is increased by 20%. Magic resistance is increased by 20%. Strength is increased by 20% for 5 minutes. If returning to sneaking state within 5 minutes, the duration is increased by 1 minute. Remarks, Enya, as a paladin, is quite knowledgeable about the way of light, and as an assassin killing off her enemies in a righteous manner is also a kind of paladin. It's a nice increase, but it doesn't last long. Enya's brain circuits can actually keep up with Ansu. If you have a head-on encounter with an enemy, first just hold your head and crouch down, covering your ears and pretending to be sneaking around. You can instantly trigger the sneak detected status, and when you kill 1 or 2 people, and then crouch down again with your head in your hands and pretend to sneak, you can trigger the detected status again. Kill a person, crouch once, and the duration can stay plus 1 minute until you've killed them all. MS. Enya quickly mulled over the more practical ideas. And finally there's the blessing that Ansu received. His blessings come most slowly. Ansu waited for half a day early and still didn't see any movement. He felt that as a good mayor serving the people and as a good saint committed to eliminating all kinds of discriminatory prejudices, he did not deserve this kind of discrimination-ridden treatment. How harmonious the chaotic border is now. After waiting for a long time, the skyline was slowly turning fish-belly white, and only then did those discrete holy lights reluctantly converge, wrapped around Ansu. More and more points of light scattered up. This one astral church was far out in the suburbs, off the beaten track, and at this moment, the scattered residents around them all averted their eyes in astonishment as the astral church grew brighter and brighter, as if incandescent and dazzling. To be able to have this kind of movement, the divine magic that Ansu received this time was even more powerful than the last holy light salute. City of Free Glow, quality, high epic. End of chapter. Chapter 134, over standard epic magic. City of Liberty and Light, quality, high epic. Consume magic 10, epic magic is not affected by cursed child's negative effects. Field magic. Effect, a field of holy light is constructed to cover a 100-meter radius, altering the surrounding terrain and extracting the dead inhabitants of any street in Feral. Up to the caster's rank, they will know the truth of their own deaths, and at the same time, they will all regard the misters in this field as the true Ansel Morninsta. Morninsta for 3 minutes. Remarks, will the mayor be loved or hated by the citizens? It's all up to the glorious free will of the people. Ansu thought the magic was a bit over the top. Surprisingly, all the citizens, who have disillusioned the good mikvahs as themselves, wouldn't the mikvahs be thwarted? Ansu shuddered to think how the good mikvahs would receive the love of the citizens. Despite the more supermodel-like effect, this magic is also more dependent on luck. If the place within the slum was drawn out, the residents there might not do anything and might even help the mayor in turn. But if it's a high-intensity scenario such as Fiery Prison Street, then the misters are going to suffer, being simultaneously besieged by volcanic demons, biochemical demons, Fairy Legislative Corps, Imperial Bloodsucking Visiting Corps, and the Dark Legion. It's a magic with a big upper and lower limit. Ansu also found the magic quite insulting. It's a bit of an insult to their character that the enemies are being treated as themselves. Either way, it's finally over. After going to the Church of Radiance and redeeming the blessing, Ansu was able to take a well-deserved rest. He stretched and looked at the bright, warm sun, feeling warm throughout his body. Go back and get some rest, that's what he would have wanted. That is, until he stepped out of the astral church and saw the red-eyed, panting Parsi priest, and a host of knights of the order. Patsy priest stayed up all night. He was the rotating priesthood of the order last night and had the responsibility of ensuring the safety of the saints. A third order saint entering a fourth order world privately, and even the coronation of the Virgin, who has never raided a world before, followed. If anything goes wrong, you can't keep your own priesthood. In fact, no one had faith in Ansu and Chloe either. Even many of the prospective deacons were in the mindset of watching the fun. With Ansu dead, this opportunity to raid the Fourth Order border world might be their turn. A necessary resume for promotion to full deacon. But what really happened was a surprise to them. It's hard for them to describe what they just experienced. The Astral Church has deliberately taken out the instrument of life, a holy relic that can detect death within the world. But from gnomes to dwarves, from vampires to elves, the gauge of life was flashing the names of other races as wildly as if it had been swiped. The entire first church of the astral body was that everywhere flashing starlight to the whole like some kind of bouncy place, caused the collective complaints of the surrounding residents, and even shocked the Imperial City Morning News reporter to come to interview. All the priests bouncing around late at night. Is it the corruption of the Mother Goddess? Or the fall of faith? Why are the 100 saints gathering to party? Is it the destruction of chastity? Or the chaos of order? Let's interview the Parsi priest of the night's rotation. This report is being broadcast under the exclusive title of Mr. Cavens, meaning that if the interviewer doesn't want to show his real name, we can broadcast it under Mr. Cavens' name for you. Is that what the title means? The Parsi priest blackened his face and shooed all the reporters out. He stared at the ever-flickering instrument of life and sighed hopelessly. A rough estimate is that 200 or 300 people have died. That's exactly the death toll on blazing Prison Street. The beating of the liturgy of life finally slowed down gradually, and the Parsi priests thought that it was finally the cutoff. And the saints around them breathed a small sigh of relief. Ansu has finally subsided. But I didn't realize it would just die down for a while. Suddenly the whole of the instrument of life snapped to life, and the whole of the astral chapel was lit up as if it were day, and the cheeks of all the people were illuminated. The jumbled magic began to run riot, and the gauge of life trembled wildly. The font made of starlight twisted and blurred and rotated rapidly, so fast it screamed to be seen, so fast it dragged out remnants of itself. There was another thumping thud as the magic brazenly exploded into a series of crackling flames. Eventually the screen went completely black. What is this upsetting? All the saints are wondering in their minds. The alchemy priest next to him said with an embarrassed look on his face, "It seems to be dead?" Deadline. Patsy had a look on her face like you're kidding me. The instrument of life is at least a sacred alchemical relic. Can this be given to a dead machine? I guess it hasn't been maintained in years. That was the only possibility the priest could think of then. Most of the priests around us agree with this. The only one who was getting more and more uneasy in Parsi's mind was Parsi, who always had the feeling that Ansu had made a whole big job out of it. I don't know how long I waited, but the instrument of life was slow to send news, and it was not successfully repaired. The morning light was breaking, and the saints were losing patience, intending to just disperse. No matter what kind of operation Ansu had, he was only a newly initiated saint after all, and to come back alive was the best ending. It was impossible to pass this border world, right? It's been a long night on guard. It's time to go back and get some rest and relaxation. They would have thought so too, until the rising sun broke completely. The morning light pierced the clouds layer after layer. The twilight gradually faded. The church bells echoed in the empty streets, and at this precise moment, the terminal of the otherwise calm star emitted a slight rumbling sound. The Parsi priest's heart and mind were in a state of flux. Ansu and the others had finally come out. The specifics are not yet known. More than that, I don't know their exact grades. All of this can only be known by asking the person himself. But Patsy had gotten word that Ansu and the others were coming out of a church on the outskirts of town, and immediately organized the order riders. The news of the Virgin's disappearance has alarmed people at the level of bishops. Even that Dharma god of the Illuminati, His Excellency Merlin, personally passed by and asked to see him by name. It's naturally a good thing that Ansu came back alive, but Patsy also had a duty as a knight of the order, and would have to give an account to the Illuminati. While it is not against the law to travel privately to border worlds, but it's also disorderly conduct anyway. If everyone did that, then sooner or later all the saints in the entire church would die out. What's more, he abducted the Holy Virgin. All sorts of behavior that would at least expose Ansu to impeachment. The only thing the Parsi priest could do was to do his best to protect the teenager, who was, after all, only a child in his opinion. Besides, Ansu should have contributed quite a bit to the raider world, enough to offset the punishment. Update. I'm guessing that I'll be able to get all my school time taken care of after the 18th, so I'll continue to pop in then. End of chapter. Chapter 135, Ansu, I've been abducted by the Holy Maiden. Third Church of the Order. First confessional. Obscure light filtered through the barred windows. I was abducted by the Holy Virgin, Ansu said with a serious face. The corners of the Parsi priest's mouth twitched slightly. Here's the thing. Ansu still had a serious face and a low voice. I was law-abidingly walking along Glory Street, and when I passed the convent, a couple of grown men, seeing that I was quite attractive, tried to force money on me to have illicit relations with me. You know, the religious are more or less more attracted to little boys. Being a devotee of the goddess in the most loyal and upright manner, I naturally swore that I would not obey, so I ran out into the street, and the group of men chased after me in broad daylight. Luckily, I escaped with the help of the Knights of the Order who saw the road. A slight look of hindsight showed on his face. Unexpectedly, those men were actually guards under the banner of the glorious Holy Maiden Luojia, so it turned out to be that all of this was actually a conspiracy of the Holy Maiden. She has long had her eye on me and coveted me for a long time, and seeing that she could not send men to forcefully tie me up, she took matters into her own hands, and through a series of flowery words lured me, who is pure in nature, into the astral body. The Parsi priest looked to the order magi next to him, who nodded, indicating that the men were indeed saints under the Virgin. How did she seduce you? An order magus asked. In the beginning, she just said to me, do you want to go out and play? And then later on, it became, do you want to go to border worlds and play? Ansu still had a serious look on his face. She would abduct into the dangerous border world, trying to rip me off through the drawbridge effect, when it was really the next head girl. But I am at least one of the most loyal and upright believers in Radiance, and since the beginning, I have never thought of giving in. On the sidelines, the order magi took careful notes. Parsi priest actually wondered how Ansu did it, and even he was a bit impressed. How do you manage to keep from laughing? How do you manage to ghost talk with a serious face? In hell. Having been a priest of the order himself for several years, he'd interrogated quite a few characters, all of whom had more or less averted their eyes when they made their confessions. But this Ansu guy was different. Not only did he not dodge, he also stared straight at himself, his eyes full of integrity. Paxidor was truly very curious as to how such gadgets were actually produced. Before he came here, he thought of defending Ansu for a bit. After all, this matter of abducting the Holy Maiden could be big or small, and as a result, the moment this bastard entered the confession room, the first words he opened his mouth were that the Holy Maiden was abducting him. What? The Big Dipper? Looking at Ansu, who was still recounting the abduction of Chloe with a serious look on her face, Parsi Stewart sighed. He interrupted Ansu by telling the clerics around him who were taking notes to go out first. Actually, we keep the order scales on all the time. The flickering of the scales of order hadn't stopped from the moment Ansu had opened her mouth, and all that had been said was a lie. The Parsi priest said, the scales of order, you should know about that, right? I know. Ansu still nodded with a serious face. Being able to take a lie detector test, you know you're still lying? The Parsi priest had an incredulous look on his face. Originally, this matter of yours was at most a bit of education in a convent, but now that you've made a false confession and knowingly violated the law, it's escalated up enough to warrant a civil case. You don't have a good understanding of the law. Ansu gave a helpless smile, saddened by the order priest's thin sense of the law. The usual educational sanction is a month's labor in the convent. However, in the case of judicial punishment, according to the third minimum sentencing rule of the Philorian Order Regulations Act, there will be 2 weeks in the preceptor's reformatory, and according to the strongest magic, the Philorian Minors Protection Act, those under the age of 15 can be exempted from serving the preceptor's prison, but are subject to a 200 gold fine. Ansu answered that with a straight face, and the last thing I need is money. By the way, I remember stereotyping a Fourth Order world, and the clerical base reward had 4,000 gold coming, so you guys owe me 3,800 now. The Parsi priest felt remorse for ever trying to take sides with this guy. Still, it's the only type of creature that can survive the kingdom of chaos, isn't it? Patsy sighed helplessly and, it can even pass it off completely. Patsy remembered this morning, the holy light pouring down from the sky, and they could see it clearly even from a distance. The blessings that Ansu received are still fresh in his mind. Until now, Patsy still couldn't believe that the teenager in front of her with an innocent smile was able to completely pass the Fourth Order border world as a saint. The best they could expect from Ansu was just to escape back from the chaotic border with the little saint girl. The Parsi priest sighed hopelessly. Having said that about punishment, it's time to move on to rewards, and punishment is distinctly the very principle of order. 4,000 gold coins was just the most basic bonus. Stereotyping a border world was significant, and the Holy See's reward would not be stingy. According to the rules, you now have the right to pioneer the Third Order border world city of Free Radiance for 1 year, and are officially the Bishop of the Nayad for the region, and you have the obligation to preach and lead the local population. Why has it become a Third Order world? Ansu was a bit puzzled. Which bad guy did it? You asked me. This Ansu bastard has the audacity to be a thief. The Parsi priest's face became even more difficult to look at. I'm also curious as to how you managed to downscale a world. It's a stretch to keep it at the 3rd rank. The astral body's rating for the city of Free Radiance went straight down. What the hell kind of birth thing did you do in there? This is relatively rare, and is usually the case when the destruction is so great that it causes the death of the vast majority of the population of an entire world fragment, resulting in a temporary drop in rating. Ratings that go down, though, slowly go back up as time progresses. Despite being a 3rd Order world, the potential was 4th Order. Ansu felt relatively innocent. It's not just a matter of zeroing out the street's poor ratings, solving the aging problem, and incidentally eliminating the entire neighborhood's population of poor, well-off, and affluent people, realizing the dream of shared prosperity, and dedicating the entire city along the way. What is wrong with serving the public? However, the rewards from the Holy See for me are still counted as rating a 4th Order world, right? Ansu asked. It is. That was the hardest part of the Parsi Stoic. It's still based on the 4th Order worlds, so that actually counts as a good thing, I guess. Ansu's eyes revealed happiness. The Aborigines all seem to be gone. Won't it be more convenient for me to plant the people? He was even a little remorseful. It's time to pick up where we left off. It's time to straighten out the chaos frontier into a 1st Order world. Still too conservative. What planting people? Patsy was alarmed and hastily corrected Ansu's poor choice of words. That's what we call spreading the faith. Don't you talk nonsense. Today is finally not a Netherworld time update. End of chapter. Chapter 136. Ansu likes to go to the police station. You can now take the deacon position. Parthester rubbed his brow, thinking that sooner or later he was going to get himself killed by this Ansu guy as well. Stereotyping a border world of the 3rd Order and above is one of the necessary conditions for promotion to Deacon of the Order, and one of the most difficult. This is because there aren't many raider slots available each year. In the spirit of duty, the Parsi priest slowly explained that every year, there are nearly 100 saints who have completed their scores and reached the standard for their rank, but they just lack the resume of a stereotypical border world, and they are still associate deacons. The fact that you're still stereotyped as a 4th Order border world this time means that you're not only qualified to become a deacon, but even one step ahead of that, you're qualified to become a priesthood holder. But having said that, wanting to be promoted to the priesthood is still relatively far away for you. The Parsi priest stared at Ansu, still incredulous at this moment. A deacon under the age of 15 is unheard of. What age did you become a deacon yourself? 20? It was that gifted sister of his, Priestess Ashley, who had become a deacon at the age of 17. This is also thanks to the support of her family's resources. Ansu was rather blasé in contrast, and he even felt the need to improve his speed. After deacons come priests, and priests move up to divisional bishops, and continue to be promoted to archbishops, also known as purple bishops, and further up to cardinals, wearing red clothes, also known as cardinals. Further up the hierarchy is the Pope, who wears white and is also known as the White Bishop and the Patriarch of the Monophysite Church. It will be crowned by the gods themselves. This is the division of power in the Illuminati. In all, there are 7 more Orthodox churches. If he becomes the Pope who governs all the Holy See, he will receive the coronation of the 7 gods and be crowned as the Holy Pope. But the Holy See has been developing for thousands of years, and there hasn't been a Holy Pope until now. It was an existence that existed only in legend. The diaconate is the first step in becoming a pope. In order to perfectly pass the game's main plot, that apocalypse 10 years later, falling from the abyss, Ansu needed to elevate his voice in the church, but sometimes, it's so tempting to just skip the dialogue. Ansu stared at the still explaining Parsi priest in front of him, and said in her mind that she had already watched it a dozen times. Unaware of what was going on in Ansu's mind, the Parsi priest patiently explained, "You will have more power when you become a deacon. Like higher priority world rating rights, there's no need to surrender the coordinates of the border worlds to the order. For example, if you were a deacon for this offense, you could have gone the proper way instead of relying on infiltration. Freer interpretation of action. It is possible to recruit an armed holy cavalry regiment that is uniquely your own, limited to less than 10 men. It just so happened that he had a Pain military school in Seti in town," Ansu said in his mind. "At the same time, Deacon, you have the right to offer magic to the gods. Third order saints are already able to adapt magic. The unique magic adapted by the deacon can be offered to the gods if it first passes the rating of the magic union. And in the future, you will receive a percentage for any saint who exchanges faith points for magic, and the deacon's percentage is 10%. The priest's draw can go up to 20% and so on. It was only when Ansu heard this that she raised her interest. He became a deacon because he wanted this magical rite of entry, not to mention anything else, just that X-ray illumination technique of his that could check for all sorts of lesions would attract a lot of low-ranked revert warlocks to redeem it. Constantly adapting magic in the early stages and exercising one's mastery of magic circuits is also the core idea of getting stronger, and the basis for being able to create one's own magic in the later stages. Otherwise the upper limit would be infixed if the realm alone went up and you couldn't do self-created magic. I've finished giving you the general benefits as well. The Parsi priestess said, there are a limited number of deacon slots allocated to each synod, of course. There is no shortage of deacon slots in the various sub-synods spread across the country, but that is only honorary. This year's deacon's examination is next month, so if you want to be promoted to deacon, you have to prepare for it. Surely the difficulty must be high, because the competitors participating in the promotion test this time are all senior saints who have stereotyped the third order and beyond. It's normal to fail the test the first time. Parsi wanted to comfort Ansu so much, but then he thought about the bastard's pissy behavior, and he stopped his mouth again. Maybe it's Ansu's opponents who should be worried. The test, too, has adapted magic, which you can start practicing now, and if you have a good adapted magic, you can also go ahead and get it graded at the Magic Union. After Parsi finished all the planning, he stared at Ansu. That's pretty much all there is to it. You can leave now. Ansu blinked her eyes and stayed where she was. You may go, the Parsi priest added. All he wanted to do now was to hurry up and get rid of the little firstborn. You still haven't paid me the 3,800 you owe me. Ansu flashed an innocent smile. The corners of the Parsi priest's mouth started twitching again. It was always the one who went into the police station to pay the fine. Never saw a fine for the police station. What a thief. Isn't your family not short of money? Priest Parsi couldn't help but say, do you even want to pull the wool over the church's eyes? That's exactly why my family doesn't lack money. Ansu replied with a smile. In fact, is not a problem of money, purely just Ansu player ethics. Just enter the room does not take some things by hand to go. Always feel white to come. Hadn't he just listened to such a large part of the narration for nothing? After receiving his reward, Ansu exited the order's confessional in a happy mood. He felt, from the bottom of his heart, that this bureau should be entered a few more times a day. However, he simply wanted to learn more about the law, not with any other bad intentions. Warm sunlight gilded the glass dome. The shadows of the palm fronds cut across the sides of the promenade as if they were swords, and the breeze blew in. Shadows of the trees shimmering sporadically. Ansu's next intention was to go to the Magic Union and get the X-rays rated first. The right to open up the chaotic borders will come down tomorrow, and he'll have to plant some of the advanced ideas of the church. Chloe and Enya should be out by now too. Ansu saw Chloe first, and there was a bustle buzzing around a bunch of sisters outside the order's chapel, surrounding the little saintly girl in the center. They were dressed in nuns' robes, the very nuns of the convent, and the middle-aged woman at the head seemed to be the Mother Superior. She had folded wrinkles piled up on her forehead, and when she smiled those wrinkles stretched out, layer after layer, and seemed to be very kind. Coronation of the Virgin. How could you? The old sister smiled kindly, but her tone was gentle, too, and, we are all doing this for your own good. You went out privately and completely broke the Qing rules and etiquette. How can you be our holy maiden in this condition? And what will you do in case you get hurt? All of us guys are doing this for your own good. We can't harm you. After saying that, the old sister went to pull Luojia's hand. Go back with us. Don't go out for a month, and study the sacred scriptures properly. Chloe stayed in the center of the crowd somewhat handily. Apparently, the little saint chose the educational punishment of a week's labor in a convent. Everyone was trying to keep her in the convent in the name of what was best for her. This should have come from the instructions of the quasi-saintess faction of the Illuminati, and Chloe's passage through the Fourth Order world this time must have touched some people's guard. Maybe, we can even meet in the deacon's examination. Chloe was actually aware of all these secret things, but she was not willing to feud with the saints. Chloe lowered her head. The hand that was clearly holding her was not very strong, but she couldn't seem to break free. She subconsciously turned around and saw Ansu. Do you still want to be one of those warlocks from the reply hall? Ansu said something inexplicable. A lifetime of being confined to that little phone, forever listening to someone else's voice. Think about what you did before you. Chloe's eyes twitched, and she stopped talking. But this is the real world. She can fight back in the Narama world, but can she do it in reality? All along, the education she had experienced had told her to honor and obey the law, to treat people right, to listen well, and to be the most perfect saintly woman she could be. But she also said that she would always correct Ansu's mistakes. If she can't do that, how can she accomplish it? Palm fronds rustled in the wind, and the sunlight reflected off the color-coordinated glass everywhere. shining brightly in Chloe's eyes. No! Chloe opened her mouth slightly as she tore away from the old sister's pull and slapped the latter's hand away. I don't want to go back with you. The senior sister looked at her in shock, and all the sisters stared at Chloe in amazement. They all thought they had heard wrong. After freezing for a long while, the old grandma surfaced with anger and made a gesture to hit Luojia. What did you just say? Broken defense. Chloe remembered Ansu's teachings. Glorious speech. The attack judgment attached to the speech spirit worked on the sisters, which was not a strong tone, so the damage done was limited. Their defensive monastic clothing instantly ripped open. Many old women shrieked in shock and hastily covered their bodies. In the true sense of the word broken defense, they rolled and crawled away. Rebelling against reality for the first time, Chloe was a little ham-fisted and disoriented. Heart thumping. Well, come with me to pay the fine. We're protected by magic. Ansu patted her on the shoulder with a calming smile. And, it's good to be in the police station again. He's going to claim Chloe's portion of the reward as well, and then says the fine will help pay for itself. Burying her head, Chloe felt her heart still beating a little fast as she followed Ansu. Ansu, thank you. She muffled her voice as she pinched the corner of the teenager's coat. Thanks for what? Ansu stared back at Chloe, the warm wind ruffling his long, grayish-white hair, and he took it for granted. We're accomplices now. This chapter is 3,000 words, not short, haha. End of chapter. Chapter 137. Today is another day for Ansu to help others. When the Parsi priest saw Ansu leading the virgin coronation back for the second time, the wanted to die. There's no end to it, is there? He now felt a pain in his trigeminal nerve when he saw this innocent smile on Ansu's face. A few more conversations with this one and Parsi priest thinks he can go ahead and apply for early retirement. Especially after listening to the case. The Parsi priest was even more ugly. He looked at Luojia, and in his heart, he secretly said that this little saint girl had finally contracted this incurable disease of the border. Just leave everything to me. Ansu seriously said to Chloe, you're inexperienced in this area, and I'm afraid he'll screw you out of your money. Chloe nodded. It was indeed her first time in the bureau, and she was quite inexperienced, so naturally she took the advice of those who had come before her at times like this. I'll wait outside then. Listening to this conversation, Sidor's forehead popped up with hidden veins, and in his mind he kept telling himself that he couldn't do anything about Ansu, who was underage. Pay up. After seeing the little saintly girl go out, Ansu opened the door, quite skillfully, and the moment he opened his mouth, it was superlative magic. Chloe is 15 years old, so you're on your own. The Parsi priest exhaled deeply. First, a fine of 200 gold coins was issued, which was deducted backwards from the World Raiders' prize money, and Ansu netted another 3,800. By the way, I'll claim Chloe's along with it. Ansu said, I'm more of a helper. Parsi priest felt that it was better for Ansu to go home and inherit the family business, and he felt the need to discuss with Papa Ansu how such a good seedling of a capitalist had been allowed to engage in faith. It's a waste. His old man was just too unappreciative. After writing another check, Parsector waved his hand and told Ansu to get the hell out of there. He didn't want to see the little born's face again. Don't forget to visit the Magic Guild. Priest Parsi shouted at last. Ansu carefully collected the check and went out of the confession room. The warm sunlight penetrated through the layers of palm fronds and shone on his body, reflecting his smile was very clean and sunny. Chloe got up from the bench as soon as she saw Ansu come out and, I'll pay you back what the fine is. Chloe is a first-time offender, and is insensitive to numbers and all that. At the same time, it's her first time in the Naiad world, and she doesn't yet know that stereotypical worlds have base bonuses. Still, she's richer. Although the convent banned her quite a bit on weekdays, she had all the basic treats of a saintly woman that she should have, and her monthly offerings were on time. 300 gold coins only, Ansu calmly said to the little saintess. As soon as she heard this amount, Chloe deflated a bit. How many cakes could this buy? After all, she had only been a holy maiden for a month, and had only received offerings for a month. I can afford to pay it back, but I can't help but live a little bit straitened. There's no need to return the money, Ansu said thoughtfully. He considered himself a relatively generous firstborn. My family doesn't lack money. Thank you then? See, Chloe has to say thank you. Ansu felt like it was another day of helping people. What's next for you? Chloe inquired. I'm going to check out the Magic Union. Our pioneering rights should come down tomorrow, and then we'll have to make a trip back to the chaotic border tomorrow. At the mention of the chaotic border, Chloe's eyes moved slightly. 83 Chinese latest address. She hadn't said anything to anyone about when the red moon fell. After all, the world had been destroyed by Ansu before the red moon fell. Nor did she mention this incident to anyone. If the prophecy of extinction is true, that every 10,000 years there will be an extinction of an era, it is now the sixth era, projected from the year of the destruction of the frontier of chaos. The sixth apocalypse is coming. Hopefully, it was all just a guess on her part. Then we'll see you tomorrow. Chloe pursed her lips gently, before she raised her head and said to Ansu. The hot sunlight glinted off the glass dome of the Magic Guild as if it had been gilded with a thick layer of platinum, and the river shimmered in the farther distance. The Magic Union is located in the northern part of the city of Faller, at the confluence of the Starfall River and the Merry River. The Union was formed from a joint effort between the royal family and the Hall of Seven Gods, and all warlocks are proud to be part of the Magic Union. It's been around for thousands of years. In order to join the Magic Union and become registered as a warlock within, the minimum standard would have to be a priest of the General Order to begin with, and to have created at least magic that can be rated as medium ordinary and above. The warlocks that came and went were a very distinguished group. Today happens to be one of the weekly open hours for the public. Non-priestly saints also have the opportunity to enter to visit and observe. Valuable obsidian flattened out the ornate gallery, which was packed with warlocks who were waiting in line to enter the Magic Guild. Ansu also saw Arthur and Lester in the crowd. The scent of these two scumbags, so uniquely out of place in a sea of people, could never drown out the light. Today, the School of Pain and Dryness is on vacation, so these two goods also came out to sneak around a bit. Brother Ansu. As soon as he saw Ansu, Arthur's mouth spread into a sunny trademark smile. These days, he and Lister hadn't wasted their time for nothing. Just a few days ago, they'd made a perfect pass through a second-order border world, and caused a bit of a buzz about it. They'd invited Ansu, too, who was following Bones to learn magic at the time. The news of Ansu's stereotypical fourth-order border world had not yet spread out on a large scale or made it to the newspapers, and the order ordered the saints who were present that day to keep their mouths shut. After all, smuggling is not considered honorable. Inconvenient to publicize on a large scale. You can't publicize smuggling, can you? Just becoming a saint and being able to pass the third order world is more than impressive. Connecting the two worlds, they reached the third order of the realm and could also write magic. It is natural to fool around to your good buddies when you have made your mark. Arthur even had the illusion of raising his eyebrows. Brother Ansu would have regretted not going with them if he had known that they had received a reward. Arthur, who had already thought of the opening line, followed Ansu's former tune, and began by making a face of agonized sadness and, then the other person will comfort him, and that's when he'll go along with the grades, and then say painfully that he's doing so poorly. He'd spent a lot of time with Ansu this birth, and had learned a few of the finer points. It was a few coughs and a light sigh. Brother Ansu, the first few days of the raid, we performed poorly. What's wrong with you? Ansu said. He was a good and understanding boy, and followed Arthur's expected question. We cleared a border world. Arthur sighed softly again, gradually becoming more pleasant as he saw his brother Ansu initially fall into the trap. Only got an A+ rating. That does pull. Ansu said. 83 Chinese latest address. Chapter 138. The three border heroes boldly enter the Magic Union. Why don't you follow the ING rules? Arthur only felt a mouthful of depressed air held in his heart for a long time. Lister gave a push of his glasses and let out a light laugh. As a very classy nobleman, he had long been looking down on these petty disputes of fame and fortune. He's a mature man who doesn't care for such childish games. Even the diaper ones he doesn't wear much these days. Very mature. Based on the principles of diapers, the mature man has recently started working on feminine hygiene wipes, and with some results. Brother Ansu. Lister pushed his glasses again. Since you're here today as well, I'm sure you're here for that event. What activity? Ansu found it strange. The magic in the homeland. Magic in the next 3 villages event. Even if you're not a warlock of the guild, you're able to participate. Lister thinks Ansu is pretending not to know. The vice president of the Magic Union, Merlin, believes that magic is not only used as a combat witch hunt, but also for the benefit of the people and to make the lives of the various people more convenient. So he purposely set up such an event. Magic provided by the organizers as a base. Warlocks are free to adapt and create, and are required to produce new age magic that is easy to use and convenient, dedicated to improving the quality of life for residents. Ansu thought that this magic association was quite innovative in its thinking. There are 3, friendly, practical, and aesthetic requirements for the event, and the judges come to visit all the citizens, and whichever magic has the highest number of pickups wins. The top 3 selected get special prizes. Ansu came to be interested. It is my responsibility as mayor to improve the quality of life of every citizen so that believers can love each other. First, I went to the priest at the door who was in charge of registration and sign up. That old priest raised his head, first looked at Ansu, then looked at their registration information, and then didn't bother to entertain them. After all, having all these fledgling novice acolytes signing up for every event was both a hassle and useless, and the magic that was written was basically crap, not even worthy of a normal rating. It's still an account from the border. It only takes up magic resources. You can pick up the crafting materials from the resource room on the 3rd floor. the old priest said, without looking up. We can provide 2 circuit constructions of initial order magic. Feel free to imitate them as you choose, and we will provide a specialized alchemy magic room to provide a supply of magic for you to make magic. The entry fee is 100 gold coins and the time limit is 1 hour. The prepared magic is then left to the citizens to choose. Ansu's desire to help the citizens grew stronger, and Arthur and Lister were quite interested. Immediately, they split up and went up to the 3rd floor, selecting the magic circuits they wanted to refer to. Arthur is a brave knight who loves nothing more than to fight on a regular basis. He decided to embark on the field of practical, and the 2 magic spells he chose to refer to were Holy Light Covering and Sense of Sight, one creating holy light to protect himself, and the other a detection magic that could sense the enemy's line of sight. The priest puzzled over his choice. After choosing a reference spell, he entered the magic room for magic circuit adaptation. The priest was more puzzled by his choice. Lister is an elegant aristocrat who has always maintained an image of grace and decency. He decided to embark on the field of aesthetics, and the 2 magic circuits he chose to refer to were Record of Sacred Light and Outline of Light. Both were the most basic magic of the holy light attribute, one being able to record an image through holy light and the other outlining a form through light. The priest was equally puzzled by his choice. Ansu was a smart birth. He saw the old priest said that the guild can provide magic to help design, so he first quietly used magic to summon the bones. This thing was a demigod level in his life. It is still more useful for the piece of magic design. The priest looked at the skyrocketing magic drain value and was very puzzled. Bones sucked up so much magic that it gave the other contestants all the magic they could use. And for a moment, half of the contestants chose to abstain. 83 Chinese latest address. Bones sucked on it for less than 3 minutes before his magic ran out and he grayed out. Eventually, Ansu embarked on the one area of friendly. The 2 magic spells he chose to refer to were Earth Vein Vibration and Structure Protection. One was an Earth Attribute Vibration magic, and the other was a defense-type magic, capable of protecting the building from being destroyed. The priest thinks these 3 are here to make trouble. There is absolutely no pattern to their choice of reference magic. He was at least a 4th-ranked warlock, and he had never seen anything as refreshingly uncluttered as these 3 goods. Half an hour passed quickly. It's time for the citizens to vote for their favorite. For the citizens of Far Or, the Magic into Homes, Magic Guides Down to the 3 Villages event held by the Magic Union every month was an interesting event. Inside the 3rd hall were all crowded. The priests were more favorable to the priests of the alchemical order, and I heard that the magical genius, Akari, had come to the event. The anti-wolf sacred light technique she had devised had already gotten 200 votes. After a series of demonstrations, Arthur brought his magic to the display table. He has a handsome face, his long brilliant golden hair flying recklessly in the sunlight, and the smile at the corner of his mouth is bold and sunny, attracting a lot of wistful young girls on the stage to spring. The corners of Ashley's mouth twitched slightly when she saw Arthur on the stage. What are these 3 doing here? As a warrior, it is a knight's honor to fight openly and honestly, but sometimes, we tend to be influenced by the world and are unable to fight as we wish. Arthur laughed brightly, and easily captured by order knights. We'll always have that last layer of bondage, which causes us to not be able to play at our full strength. So I wrote this magic, rewritten from Holy Light Overlay and Sight Sense. As Ialee's pupils vibrated, Arthur stripped right down to his entire body, ripping off his jacket, removing his pants, and even dropping his underwear along with them, revealing his almost statuesque torso. In plain sight, his crotch was covered with a layer of divine light. As soon as it senses the sight of people, it automatically generates holy light here, Arthur said cheerfully. That way you can do it naked and not get caught by the Order's knights at the same time. I call this adapted magic dash. Bright and bright. Brightly. Elementary magic. Consumption of magic. 1. Effects. Senses the gaze of the enemy and automatically generates a layer of holy light to protect the area being gazed at, due to low magic consumption. It does not have a physical level of protection. Remarks. Arthur Sunny Knight is a devout believer. Knight Sunny is a devout believer. And after many years of research, stripping is a rare branch of the holy light. Ashley grimaced. This guy was insulting the holy light again. The holy light is not your hood. To make things even harder for Love Sherry, Arthur's vote was surprisingly low, with young women voting for Arthur. Low magic consumption, and there's no fear of getting naked in a short skirt. It's a little more cost-effective than that defense against molesters, and the vast majority of the boys gave Arthur a look of abhorrence. Who made you invent this obnoxious magic? Evil magic. Ha ha, I accidentally fell asleep while I was writing in general. Too sleepy to be tortured by a tutor all day. Kowtow and apologize. 83 Chinese latest address. Chapter 139. Shori, this is totally forbidden magic, right? This man, he is simply evil. The vast majority of the young male citizens present exclaimed in their minds. Spring is just around the corner. The harsh winter is finally over, the merry river's ice bed is cracking, and as the weather starts to warm up, the pretty girls are getting dressed in new spring-appropriate outfits, white tender thighs and the hemline of the skirt, with the breeze slightly revealing that absolutely forbidden area. In the Feral Park Plaza outlined a beautiful landscape. It was to witness this stunning beauty that they had survived the harsh winter and persevered until today, and it was all about to be ruined by the naked muscle man on the stage. As soon as it detects a visual gaze around it, it immediately generates holy light protection. The teenagers are angry in their hearts and this magic should be on the list of the Forbidden Magic Codex. It should be listed as a forbidden magic that should never be touched. It is completely dark magic. There were quite a few graduate students from the Feral University of Magic in the audience, who began to consider the serious question of the effect of this magic on the fertility rate of the feral population, and decided to go home and write a paper or two criticizing Arthur's bright and straight, because grad students want to study pretty girls. 2. Never let this forbidden magic get out. Many of the male citizens were not going to vote for Arthur, but Arthur had won the hearts of the young girls. After all, he's so handsome and has such a great body, and so willing to show. There's no doubt that spring has arrived, but it's not just young men's hormones that spring awakens, it awakens young women's just as much, if not more dramatically. They looked at Arthur's toned pecs and were already fleshed out, and in this day and age, rating young women is the same as rating young men. Vote for the little blonde brother on the stage. I want this magic. Why don't you vote? It's hard not to want to stare at women. Just vote and you'll receive this magic for free as a perk of the event. A lot of pretty girls want this magic. The girls began to force the accompanying boys to vote with them, and all of a sudden, Arthur's bright and straight votes grew insanely fast, approaching the previous top of the list, AI Shirley Cito, to 180 votes. The bizarre scene in front of them caused the magic union workers to look confused. Undoubtedly, the Bright and Bright, written by Arthur, when placed in the regular magic ratings, was not even good enough for an ordinary grade, and belonged to the category of discarded magic. Very trashy. The magic circuits were made rather shoddily. Neither the powerful defense of Holy Light Shade, nor the ultra-long-range hostile probing of Sight Sense. Neither of the advantages of the two base magics had been used. Chicken magic like this would normally be put on the trash heap, but I didn't expect it to be so weirdly practical. It's simply evil magic. By heart, the staff didn't want this evil magic to get out. After all, the sponsor of this event had the Tourism Bureau. If this evil magic got out, the number of tourists would be greatly reduced, and it hurts the priesthood to have an average saint who isn't a registered member of the union get the top 3. But there was no way around it. After all, this was an event organized by His Excellency Merlin, and the staff had to keep an honest record of the results. The priest also made it a point to look at Arthur's profile, and it turned out that he was a country saint from the border, and it was normal for such people to have some strange ideas, but that's about it. There can't be more evil magic, can there? A small smile played at the corners of Ashley's mouth. Arthur's bright and straight magic, while attracting the interest of girls, ultimately failed to grasp all of the female market. The only vote he attracts is interest from young, pretty, well-built and colorful women who have no shortage of resources of the opposite sex, and there is no attraction to those who are average in obesity, or older. How could the latter, who could not wait to attract more attention, have intentionally hollowed himself? AI Shirley's anti-wolf holy light spell was different. It was essentially a civilian attack stun magic, so the biggest advantage was that it could be used in 2 ways, both for defense and offense. Perfect for both of these women. This event will be a victory for himself. A smug smile played at the corners of Priestess HLU's mouth. She's not the haughty aristocrat she once was. After the last failure, Priestess HLU learned from her mistakes and decided to come down and experience the people. Genius proved to be no less than genius, and in either field, she would prevail. Please welcome our next warlock, number 045, also from the border, Lister, mourned to bring us his magic. The voice of the magical broadcast echoed through the hall. What Lister has dedicated himself to is the field of aesthetics. The broadcast introduced it as such. The base magic circuits referenced are holy light recording and light outlining. Lister slowly stood up. He today wore a light blue tuxedo, tied a snow-white neckerchief, with a dark blue yarmulke. Every move was full of aristocratic elegance and temperament. This model is again different from the previous Arthur. Arthur's looks are more on the young teenage girl side, while Lister is more on the older teenage woman side. The elegant nobleman won a lot of applause as soon as he made his debut. He bowed and curtsied around gracefully first, so rich in etiquette that he even drew a good deal of favor from the males. 83 Chinese latest address. This guy seems like he should be reliable. wouldn't make that horrible dark magic anymore. And since it's the realm of aesthetics, there can't be any taboo creations that poison society. As an elegant gentleman, Lister had a civilized smile at the corner of his mouth. Maintaining a perfect image at all times is the cultivation of being a human being. Moreover, it is polite to others, and it is a virtue. I have always believed that all men are beautiful inside, but have often borne the prejudices of the world. What I do is channel the beauty within everyone. So far, it all seems pretty normal. I am quite accomplished in space spells and have had some success drilling into the holy light. What I am about to show you is the beauty of the Illuminati. However, Akeley's heart was vaguely feeling bad. Space spells? Spatial type magic. Even HLU couldn't set foot in it. It had to be a saint-level figure to be qualified to study it. How could List study spatial magic? Love Sherry was getting more and more uneasy. She could feel it. There's something scary about that. Horrible magic. Forbidden things will be born today. Now, I would like to have a beautiful lady on the spot to assist me. Lister elegantly picked out a stocky older girl, the latter with cheeks thickly coated with foundation that couldn't hide the yellowish-brown patches and a double chin that loomed large when she walked. Ashley watched Lister's every move closely, wondering why he had invited a heavyweight onto the stage. The two magic spells, Record of Holy Light and Outline of Light, a magic that records images through holy light. One is a magic that marks down by distorting light. Could it be that after the battle with these three places on the border, HLU's brain circuits had gradually bordered, and she vaguely had to guess at that forbidden possibility? It's not that, is it? Absolutely not. Never let this magic be born. What a horrible killing move that would be. Lister gazed at the fat, rolling girl, light gathering in the depths of his pupils, and he held up a blank sheet of paper, saying gracefully, "Space distortion," to the astonished and horrified eyes of all around them. The holy light converged on the white paper, gradually outlining the girl's appearance. With a very similar general outline, it was able to be vaguely recognized as the same person. But in contrast, the double chin disappeared, the tawny patches were gone, and the fat on the stomach moved upward into the otherwise barren chest. The older woman in the photo is still a beautiful young woman who looks after her. What an evil art! What a taboo! The appearance of Lister, Space Twist, has filled the market gap left by Arthur, and the two of them, with their dual swords together, are already invincible. So much so that no one can stop them. All the men looked horrified. They had already thought of the terrible consequences that would result from the circulation of this magic in the community. The level of danger has far exceeded Arthur's brightness. All the magic net romances, all the letter dating, all the newspaper solicitations, will be ruined. What horrific damage would be done to the mind and even the soul if the goddess with whom one has been talking sweetly for months were to show up, only to find an older woman coming. This will lead to the death of the soul. They gazed in astonishment at the graceful and clothed Lister on the stage, only to feel that he was, at this moment, the incarnation of an evil god. How on earth did this birth come up with such horrible killing magic? Remember, Lister smiled calmly, his every move still aristocratic, and gracefully said, "You were already beautiful." Space distortion, holy light primordial magic, consumption of magic, 1. Effect, by converging holy light into an image, and at the same time, distorting the light, it will automatically make a slight, and unobtrusive adjustment to the object of the spell. Remarks, Mr. Lester Moon is a devout believer. Mr. Lester Moon is a devout believer. He is quite proficient in holy light instant death magic. After years of research, sea light is a rare branch of holy light. Sea light death is an extremely rare branch of holy light instant death magic. For a moment, the entire hall clamored as Lister's votes instantly skyrocketed. Just the magic written by these two births was so ghostly, and Aishari could not imagine at all what kind of ghastly show Ansu, the head of the births, would put on. 83 Chinese latest address. Chapter 140, the last heavyweight to make an appearance. Never let this terrible magic get out. 10 minutes ago, Arthur's, bright and straight, was still regarded as an evil spell by the teenagers, but as soon as Lister's, space distortion, came out, Arthur's magic looked quite bright. It's this spatial distortion that should top the dark magic list in the Forbidden Magic Codex. Nonetheless, Lister's vote soared through the ranks as a dark horse, riding high. After all, there are only a handful of women with great bodies and good looks, and the vast majority of them are just average in appearance and naturally want to look even better. Though Lister's magic was only deception, the beauty of deception was still a beauty that, rather, this forbidden beauty drums up even more seduction. No matter what they say, their hearts will always be honest. They want this magic. Citizen after citizen was voted out, and Lister's vote climbed higher and higher. This frenzy of votes is again driving the emotions of pretty women who, while they are pretty enough, want to be prettier. Not only girls, but also men started to vote involuntarily. Men are certainly thinking about being fitter and better looking, even though in their hearts they know it's wrong. that it's just cheating themselves as well as others. They just can't help it. They just can't resist it, and that's one of the great characteristics of forbidden magic. Even though the casters knew it was evil, they could not resist the evil temptation, compulsion, and there are operational emotions, and a great capacity for contagion. There is a risk of group jeopardy. It was real dark magic, and all the staff were shaken to their core. But it was off the mark that this dark magic, the entire magic circuit it was composed of, was made up of holy light-type magic. Because of the attribute issue, although the effect is dark, the nature is light and lawful, is protected by the scales of order. The participating warlocks have had a long day. If one were to look at it according to the standards of the Magic Union, Space Distortion was undoubtedly a substandard work as well, with a rough construction and low functionality, but it was such a chicken-ripe magic that swept through the venue by crushing momentum, taking their proud works and stomping all over them. Lister's votes were riding high, quickly and gradually closing in on Love Shirley, and eventually surpassing it altogether, reaching a staggering 310 votes. At the same time, he drove Arthur's vote up significantly. After all, Space Distortion had the instant death curse of seeing the light of day, and the ladies and gentlemen who weren't confident in their looks turned their eyes on Arthur's, bright and straight, except that the part covered by the holy light wasn't the private part, but their cheeks, or, for them, cheeks are privacy. It's the equivalent of a mask, where reality blocks out the face and the photo distorts with space, and they will be invincible. So soon, Arthur's vote count also surpassed that of Love Shirley, coming in at 259 votes. Aishori's eyes were going a little gray, and she was even beginning to wonder if it was her own fault that, is it your own lack of understanding of magic? The magic in the homeland. Magic Guide 3-inch activity was initiated by Coronet Merlin, in order to promote the civilization of magic, with beautiful, practical, and friendly as the core to meet the requirements of ordinary citizens with low magic power. Friendly as the core to meet the requirements of ordinary citizens with low magic power. This event is well-intentioned. But how was it that these two forbidden magics were born? Well, it's just a regular civilian event. Ashley felt the need to apply to the Magic Association. No contestants from across the border could be accepted in the future. 83 Chinese latest address. With just those two magic spells, it already had a tendency to be anti-human. On the side of the activity review board, there was also an urgent meeting on the matter. After all, two non-association saints occupied the top two places, which didn't sound good when it was rumored, and it wouldn't be able to give an explanation to the Merlin coronation. They quickly came to a conclusion, and Arthur and Lister then let it go. No matter what, the top three must have a priest. That's the minimum bottom line. The vetting committee looked at the next contestant's profile and Ansu Morningsta, third-degree acolyte, from the border. Another borderline? The corners of their mouths twitched slightly. It would be fine if the magic written by the teenager was average, but if it was just as outrageous as the first two, they would take the more coercive step of slightly suppressing the teenager's number of votes, which of course, would be unjust. After the event, the committee will give the juvenile some compensation. However, the teenager looked quite innocent in the photo, so it couldn't be more born than the first two, could it? That's what they had in mind. When the clamor created by Lister faded away, and the magical broadcast began to announce the next contestant, please welcome our next warlock, number 047, also from the borders, Ansu Morninsta, to bring us his magic. Ansu walked up to the booth and gave a slightly shy and rustic smile. Brilliant golden sunlight draped over his long gray hair, and his pale green eyes were as clean and sunny as if they had fallen into a clear pool of dusk. He's a different style again. With Arthur and Lister, he's more of a wild card. That's why the applause in the hall was even more enthusiastic. After all, everyone loves a pure and beautiful boy. Moreover, the magic conceived by such a sunny boy should be sunnier too, right? It's also from the border, though, but the border can't just be producing firstborns, can it? There was only Love Sherry in the whole room, and her mind was getting more and more restless and agitated. She was now wary at the sight of Ansu's smile. The heaviest guy finally makes his entrance, as a normal and friendly citizen. Ansu looked around. The stage are crowds. Whispered, neighborhood harmony is the key to our happiness in life. He looked at all these citizens and his smile grew sunnier and sunnier. It is precisely the responsibility of every shining saint to work to improve the well-being of the public. But in life, we tend to have neighborhood conflicts. Ansu's words turned, and all this conflict is caused by the neighbor noise. In our daily life, we are full of noise interference, either from the roof or from next door. It causes us insomnia, mental laxity, brain pain, and even causes a host of mental illnesses that ultimately trigger a mental breakdown. Ansu said that with a head of steam, and from the nuances of life, drawing nods from the citizens, who were quite empathetic. Even Aishori gradually dropped her guard, and she even began to speculate on Ansu's thoughts. Is it to construct a magical barrier to block out sound? Or is it the magic of playing music? She had quite a few thoughts and ideas, but it was clear that this time, Ailey wasn't keeping up with the whims of the borderborn. That's a real heavyweight. If Lister and Arthur were running wild on the anti-human track of humiliating the spirit, the magic devised by Ansu would be both mental and physical torture, and he had already reached the end of his most virginal life. 83 Chinese latest address. Chapter 141 Ansu the First Sacred is also a type of holy light. The warm sunlight sprinkled down. The merry river in the distance scattered sparkling waves, and the magic screen in the hall displayed Ansu's sunny and simple smile. Based on this innocent smile alone, the viewers were able to increase their impression of Ansu's score by quite a bit. Anyone who can smile so sunny shouldn't be writing netherworld magic, right? They murmured in their minds. Since this teenager says he's trying to solve the noise problem in his neighborhood, he must be starting with noise reduction. With the rapid growth of feral over the past few years, the streets are lined with houses, and the neighbors have a considerable noise problem, from which the vast majority of the citizens present suffered. What kind of magic will this teenager pull out? Definitely friendlier magic, I guess. The noise problem from our neighbor's house has caused a lot of inconvenience in our daily life, Ansu said in a loud voice. Oftentimes, even our door-to-door communication doesn't stop the noise, but rather makes the situation worse. Took a huge toll on our bodies and spirits. In order to solve this situation, and for the sake of friendly coexistence between neighbors, I combined the two types of magic, earth pulse vibration and structural protection, to create a dual magic that can calm everyone's body and spirit, soothe the body and mind at the same time. Ashley frowned. Could it be a healing type of white magic? But she'd never heard of any white magic that could do both physical and mental healing at the same time. White magic that could achieve this effect at the same time was even more terrifying than space magic. Ishori was getting a bad feeling in her mind. The magic that Ansu brought with her was modified and guided by the former demigod. MS. Bones. We tend to have neighborhood conflicts erupt because of noise issues, Ansu calmly said. Even violent quarrels would break out. All sorts of uncivilized verbal duels would be waged, and all sorts of obscenities would be produced, which would seriously damage the civilization of the city, which is not friendly. I named it Friendly Exchange. Now I am going to ask a man to come up to the stage and assist me. Unlike Lister, this time Ansu chose to surprisingly have a man on stage. After Ansu's careful selection, an older man with a fat face and hair as greasy as dried algae, with beer bottle thick eyes and a big belly, waddled to the podium. Hello, Ansu said. What's your name? Hello there. The man had been housebound for a long time and was acting rather timid, but his voice was rough and thick, not good enough to be called a good voice. It had the feel of gravel rubbing on slate. My name is, I'm John. Friendly communication. Ansu smiled and used this magic on him. Please feel free to curse. John's throat moved, feeling some tickling deep in his throat, and he coughed as if he were coughing a few times. Ooh, his eyes widened. The entire audience was wide-eyed and, what is this evil magic? The voice just now, soft and sweet, as if the spring breeze brewed long milk date candy, gentle as a kitten, soft as if light cotton, ignorant voice with cute and juvenile. Where is this a big man can make a sound? It was clearly a cute little 7 or 8-year-old loli. Please feel free to curse. Ansu continued. Abuse the audience on stage as much as you want. John, somewhat sheepishly, with a greasy, fat face, said tentatively to the audience on the stage that, curtsy, nasty meow, stronger tone. Ansu encouraged. Chow, chow your mom's meow. Meow? What the are you doing here? The citizens stared at the big-bellied man on the dais, watching him with those fat piles across his greasy cheeks, watching that mooling vocabulary spew out of his thick lips, and listening to that cute as if it were a small beast of a reprimanding voice, and just thinking that the world was dystopian and horrible. No matter how offensive a word may be, spoken in such a sheepish voice, it will not be offensive that. What's more, that trailing sound actually added meow automatically. If you don't look at the face and just listen to the voice, you can already describe it as enjoyable. It was even John who was shocked because he hadn't intended to talk like that at all. Even that tail end was added automatically. The structural protection circuit protects your vocal cords, and the earth pulse vibration distorts the vibrations of your vocal cords so that the sound emitted is modified. And in addition to this type of voice there is the more adult female-oriented voice, Ansu explained with a smile. And the imperial voice? The citizens' minds went wild. When you have a violent argument with your neighbor, then you can use friendly communication magic on your neighbor. Ansu's smile was as sunny as it was, so that you can relieve the mental stress caused by the argument and heal your soul. What kind of weird evil magic is this? Ishori blushed hard as hell. She should have known better. She shouldn't have imagined that Ansu could come up with a normal genre. This magic is not only useful in neighborhood quarrels, but whenever you need to do a dry run. Cast a friendly communication on the other party first. Straight up desexualize your opponent's voice. What kind of mental insult is it to turn a big old man into a Lolita? This insult had already transcended the physical body itself and reached the level of directly attacking the soul. The men here can already imagine quite a few images like this, such as a gangland firefight, where the bigwigs of both gangs duke it out in the streets. And according to the wunderkind who first spouted a bit of trash talk, oh meow meow meow, weedy gangster meow the tattooed, bare-chested, cross-faced, bald-headed big man cursed angrily. Era what a cute little boy. The cold big man with a scar on his cheek and a machete in his hand responded disdainfully. The picture has completely changed. How is this fight even possible? Excessive noise between neighbors, audible to the left and right. Also throw a friendly communication over to him to transgender him into a cute lowly voice. What a humiliating execution of the soul it would be if he were still deadly loud and his Lollapalooza could be heard in the neighborhoods left and right. While Lister and Arthur's magic monopolized the female market of beautiful and ugly women, Ansu's magic monopolized the male market entirely. After all, what man doesn't curse? And what man doesn't like the Lolita voice? No doubt about it. This was completely evil magic. Evil magic comparable to Liszt's space distortion. This kind of forbidden magic should never be passed on. Otherwise the whole of Faror would be filled with Lolita-voiced imperious voices. The citizens were thinking this in their minds and resisting in every way on the surface. But they all coincidentally voted for Ansu so that they could receive this magic. The reason is simple. You can do without it, but you can't do without it. In case you give someone a foul-mouthed matchup in the future, and the opponent uses friendly exchange, and you have no countermeasure, won't you be completely screwed? For a moment, Ansu's votes instantly soared. 100 votes, 150 votes. There is another part of the voter's heart that is even deeper and darker. If the inventions of the three parts of the border are joined at the same time, they are combined into one. Arthur's, brightly coded. Lister's, space distortion, retouched. Ansu's, friendly exchange, changed her voice. A whole new genre. It's already unbeatable. They, the greasy men, can fish for kaiju money too. It's a total match made in heaven. No one can stop it. No one can match it. As soon as these kinds of grim and ghastly thoughts appeared, they spread like rain through the crowd, and more people realized that this horrible combination still existed, both men and women, and their faces grew paler and paler. For normal human males, the online dating object is just to see the light of death. If they come or a man, their own flirtation for several months, the result is the object is a stingy uncle. Then their souls will instantly wither. 83 Chinese latest address. For normal human females, one's competition, in addition to women, is additional men. This magic school absolutely can't be circulated. They're three separate places. Each is a forbidden magic. Each is born with a great skill. If combined together, what kind of extermination level evil school? Even the misters have to submit to them. But having said that, they simply can't stop their hands from voting. After all, they can do without, but they can't do without. The appearance of Ansu, friendly exchange, completely changed quantitative changes into qualitative changes. Not only did his votes soar, but it also drove Lister and Arthur's votes all the way up. It's a teammate bond between the three of them, with their hearts in the right place to torment everyone together. In just 3 minutes, Ansu's votes were about to approach the 200 mark, and she was about to overtake the third-place finisher, HLU Priest. The backstage staff looked so frightened. The top 3 of this event can't be all non-union personnel, can't be all ordinary saints, otherwise where would the face of the union go? They began to consciously suppress Ansu's votes, slowly adding another portion of the votes received, moving to add to the votes for love surely. Stealing votes is a skill job, and they can't make it too obvious. Ansu's vote growth trend gradually slowed down, gradually leveled off, and finally stabilized at 210 votes. 4th place, Love Shirley, 300 votes. 3rd place, Lister, 360 votes. 2nd place, Arthur, 400 votes. 1st place, it's finally coming to an end. The priest wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. Aishori didn't know the inside story behind this yet, but she understood that Ansu's show wasn't over yet. Ansu was talking about double healing of body and spirit, which, given her knowledge of this birth, translates to double torture of body and spirit. Mental torture, as Ansu has already demonstrated. But the physical aspect of the torment, Ansu had not yet demonstrated. As expected, Ansu coughed lightly, the corners of his mouth still in that sunny smile. Despite that, there are still quite a few obstinate neighbors who are able to make noise even without speaking. He looked around the stage at the crowded public and spoke gently. For example, the sound of decorating, jumping rope, hammering on a wall, in which case simply modifying the sound of your neighbors talking won't do the trick. What's the point of being born here? The citizens eyed Ansu warily, and this time, they would never be fooled by the teenager's innocent smile again. Who would have thought that a teenager with such a sunny smile would compose magic that was so netherworldly? The guy makes a good point though. Many times the noise is not the sound of neighbors talking, but the sound of various objects colliding. This is also the biggest headache for the public. The street authorities have also tried to solve these problems by building noise walls in wooded areas, all in order to eliminate the noise, but because of the cost is too large. The end of the matter. If the government can't solve the problem, how can this teenager solve it? They are skeptical. In the face of this situation, the brilliant sunlight covered Ansu's cheeks, his smile warming the heart even more than the sunlight. It's going to be time to use the second function of friendly exchange, which requires more magic power. Ashley suddenly sensed what was going on and she was a magical genius. And when Ansu cast the spell, genius as she was, she had already observed the magic circuit of friendly exchange. It's more complex and more subtle than expected. In terms of the subtlety of the magic itself alone, it had already far exceeded Lister and Arthur's magic, and regardless of the function, just in terms of the rating, it was also rated as excellent in the Magic Union. This is not the kind of magic that can be done at the saint level. How could she have known that this Ansu guy was open for business, stealing the Magic Association's supply of magic value and summoning out Miss Bones, a demigod-ranked magical understanding, for 3 minutes, and letting the latter suggest various improvements to friendly exchange to achieve this effect? Ishori didn't know that Ansu had opened her hand small, so there was nothing but amazement in her heart at the moment. Wouldn't it be nice for this one to meet his head to a serious use? Ishori could already imagine what Ansu would do next. In full view of everyone, magic power began to converge around Ansu, and he channeled it, pointed his finger to the sky, and used a shot of friendly exchange at the ceiling. The previous one was a sophisticated version of friendly exchange, while this one is a berserk version of friendly exchange. The magic circuit of structural protection ensured that the ceiling would not be destroyed, and at the same time, the magic circuit of earth pulse vibration began to fulfill its original function, creating violent vibration ripples too. Those violent ripples spread outward along the solidified ceiling in circle after circle, just like ripples in a pool. Sound waves rebounded in the collision, collided in the rebound. The originally subtle sound was rapidly amplified, and in an instant, that sound wave surged up like a tidal wave. The ceiling was shaking violently, the vibrations sweeping up. The citizens were in the hall on the first floor of the Magic Union. The second floor was the alchemy room for the warlocks. Magic writing required a lot of concentration and there was no room for error. A fierce warlock was concentrating on his experiments when suddenly he heard the monstrous noise from under the building. The desperate noise was straight up ravaging to the flesh, an outright physical assault that the ears could not tolerate at all, and the magic writing failed outright. In his anger, he immediately came angrily to the back porch and poked his head out to hurl insults downstairs. And Sue immediately had a set of silky smooth little moves, the precision version of friendly exchange, set up, and the warlock's fury was immediately sheepish and cute. Oh, stop it, meow, asshole, meow. The fierce warlock was instantly confused, and all the citizens in the hall looked up at him and whispered, "Yo." Under the gaze of nearly 1,000 pairs of eyes, the warlock felt that his spirit had received a great attack, and his whole being was so ashamed that he wanted to kill himself. The original mouth full of obscenities could no longer be cursed. He now only wanted to drill a hole in the ground. Seeing this scene, Ansu revealed a pleased and satisfied smile. This warlock is a classic case study, with both physical and spiritual healing from friendly exchange. He defused another nasty neighborhood dispute. As the fierce warlock fell away, the entire hall fell into dead silence. This dead silence lasted half a minute. The next moment, Ansu's vote soared. Citizens are predictably motivated to vote like crazy. This kind of terrifying and evil top-level magic, this kind of forbidden evil art that could humiliate the enemy both physically and mentally, could already be called a deterrent type of weapon. You can do without it yourself, but you can't do without it. What primordial magic! Ansu's votes crushed HLU, crushed Lister and Arthur, and went straight to first place. It reached a staggering 971 votes. Even the staff couldn't suppress the votes if they tried. At the end of the day, they can only make certain adjustments. When nearly all of the citizens chose Ansu, they would only be exposed if they deliberately suppressed their votes. The impact on the event's popularity will then be even more severe. On top of that, this magic of Ansu's, designed with a level and ingenuity equivalent to that of many senior magic researchers, even surpassed them, surprisingly designing two different effects through the level of magic input. Subtlety deserves first place. Ishori even had a premonition that all conflicts between neighbors in the future would have to be preceded by the phrase "we promise not to use friendly exchange" in the first place. From today onwards, this series of forbidden magic will be widely circulated in the Jianghu, and they have no precise categorization. The city people will call them borderline magic, the border magic which occupies the head of it, and whose name is universally revered though. Friendly exchanges, elementary magic, Consume Magic 1, Precision version. Consume Magic 2, Berserk version. Effect: by protecting the vocal cords and slightly distorting the sound waves, the caster's voice is fine-tuned. It can also be used on a building, inputting furious magical power to intensely spread the sound waves and create a raucous sound. Lasts 10 minutes. Remarks: Ansu is a devout saint, and after years of research on his part, primordial sainthood is also a rare offshoot of holy light. End of chapter. 83 Chinese latest address. Take a day off. The Forbidden Love of the Cursed Sun and the Maiden Lady 3. April 14th. Clear. Young Master Ansu's room harbors forbidden and evil treachery. Ms. Enya is aware of that. She had avoided entering young Master Ansu's room because she was afraid she would be consumed by that taboo. The cursed child was never so hideous. The unnameable whisper rang in her ears whenever she passed by the cold, eerie room of young Master Ansu, and Enya knew that the call came from the distant depths of the sea, from the vastness of the stars, from a universe that had fallen one after another. Enya struggled against that forbidden cry, struggled against that evil force, struggled to maintain the line between sanity and insanity, and she felt the discomfort, her pupils trembling violently, her amber eyes growing brighter and brighter red, her silver teeth clenched, her nails piercing into her palms as the pain was able to allow her to maintain some semblance of sanity. Only reason can fight the darkness. If you take a wrong step, you will fall into an unsalvageable abyss. In the face of that forbidden thing, only a firm anchor of reason must not be alienated. Enya knew that she would win this time. 10 minutes later. Ms. Enya, have you seen my pajamas? Asked the young master, who had returned from the library. I can't reach. Enya shook her head in denial with her face as usual. The Morningstar family took a day off from work because they had to find lost clothing and prepare for the Pontifical Council examinations that were coming up soon. Chapter 142, Magic Rating. Today is a day to remember. The magic hall was crowded with people. The citizens followed the numbered cards to get the public service magic they voted for. Each citizen only had one chance to vote. Not all citizens could get the magic they wanted. Only the magic circuits that ranked in the top 3 in terms of votes could be issued down by the Magic Union. The citizens who voted wrongly are also rewarded with consolation. Voting can go to the door to receive 10 eggs and half a pull of vegetable oil. Many Moncler Jackets outlet are running for this. They hurriedly formed a long line, and busily collected the eggs to go home. Thanks to this, the event of magic in the homeland was so hot among the people that it was almost a full house. According to the original intention of the magic in the homeland, Magic in the 3 Villages event, the magic that was chosen by the majority of the citizens must be good magic that was friendly, practical and aesthetically pleasing. In previous editions of the event, the magic that has been chosen has made a real difference in the lives of the people. After all, the masses are in the eye of the beholder. The final selection for the event is in and the top 3 are prominently displayed on the screen. Ansu, Morninsta, Third Order Saints, Friendly Exchange, 981 votes. First place, Arthur, Sunny, Third Degree Saint, Bright and Straight, 460 votes. Second place, Lister, Maun, Third Order Saint, Space Distortion, 410 votes. Third place, the staff in charge of handing out the magic felt that this time the crowd's eyes were on Snow. He shuddered to think what a bad effect it would have on society to hand out these 3 spells. Who would have thought that a common public service event could give birth to such forbidden evil magic? Unlike the staff members who were suffering inside. At this moment, Ansu was in a good mood. Since the last time he had helped a whole city of people and solved all their troubles, his good character of cooking for fun had swelled. Want to help others more? That's a good place to start. But the way Aishori looked at Ansu was not so friendly. Do you realize what you've done? Aishori eyed Ansu with a scowl. Helping the citizens with the noise problem. Ansu's pale green eyes were full of sincerity. Can't you solve other problems? Aishori admired Ansu's thick skin. I would also be happy to address the various problems of the public if they so desire, such as the high rate of street complaints, the aging of the city and a host of other issues that plague us all, Ansu said with a smile. His smile was so innocent and clean that one couldn't help but feel a good feeling sprouting in one's heart. Unfortunately, the guys don't want to. I think you're the biggest problem. Iori's eyelids twitched. Although Ansu's tone was so gentle and calm, Iori always felt that this guy was saying something really scary. You're taking the deacon's exam next month? Here's the deal. That should go up against the Illuminati's talented holy maiden. AI surely revealed a relieved smile. Ansu, this kid was really infuriating, and there was not much that could be done about him. But if it was against that person, this little firstborn would definitely not be able to take advantage of it, and would even have to be taught a hard lesson. Even the condescending HLU had to admit that holy maiden's talent was far above her own. It's time to reteach this little firstborn how to behave. You mean Chloe? Ansu was puzzled. 83 Chinese latest address. He wasn't worried about going up against Chloe, who still owed him a 300 gold fine, said no at the time is not equal to no later. You don't know? Akeley stared at Ansu with a strange look. The radiant saintess we usually discuss in private is not the Lorelei coronet. Ansu showed a thoughtful expression. So it was like that. Then this would be the once saintly daughter of Faror. Each regional subchurch had their own saints, all called quasi-saints. For example, Chloe used to be a quasi-saint of the border, and as Fowler naturally had a quasi-saint of the imperial capital. A prospective saintly woman becomes a true saintly woman only if she is chosen by the gods. Chloe's house arrest in the convent and the hollowing out of her power should also be attributed to the faction of the Holy Virgin of the Empire, Circe of the divinely gifted Star of Fowler, royal daughter of Milton, chosen to be the holy daughter of the imperial capital at the age of 10, reached the Third Order at 13, and learned to write magic. At the age of 14 writing holy light magic that can be consecrated to the gods, with nearly 1,000 saints making bestowal exchanges within a year. At the age of 15, she was already a 4th-ranked saintly maiden, creating magic of the legendary rank. Achery corrupted the glorious deeds of this saintess-to-be to Ansu. This deacon promotion is just a walk in the park for this coronation. It was logical that only deacon level and above could consecrate magic to the gods, but there were always some privileges for the Holy Virgin of the imperial capital. And does she have the persistence to not let it out? Can you drink 6 bottles of piss on the field? Lister elegantly pushed his glasses. As a nobleman, being able to manage to hold on without leaking was the most important thing. Brother Ansu, would dare. He always believed that Brother Ansu would dare to drink urine directly. After all, he himself could manage to drink 6 bottles of water on the field. So Brother Ansu must be even better. Love Sherry was speechless. She instantly associated it with that shameful experience she had once had, and her original calm and composed demeanor instantly collapsed, a shameful blush surfacing on her cheeks. This woman dares to take off her panties to create magic? Arthur also grunted lightly in disdain. Boss Ansu, would dare to do the same. He always believed that Boss Ansu would dare to run around completely naked. After all, if he could do it himself by wearing only his underwear on the field, then Boss Ansu must be even better. Love Sherry was silent. What kind of ghostly image does Ansu have in both of your minds? All in all, Coronet Circe is great at magic making. Ashley sighed. Ours isn't so bad. Arthur laughed brightly. Eclair thought to herself that these kids still didn't understand the difference between civilian magic and magic used by warlocks. Although the magic they created won the overwhelming majority of votes from the citizens, in the eyes of professional warlocks, in real combat, they were all cockamamie magic with little utility, and the magic circuits were all rather crude. Just Ansu's friendly exchange was exquisitely designed, but it was no match for Circe's coronation, even less qualified to be consecrated to the gods. After all, no god would want to take in this kind of demonic magic. Civilian use and warlock use are two different concepts altogether. It is important to consider a number of aspects such as practicality, cost-effectiveness of magic value consumption, subtlety of magic construction, and also creativity. You guys can go and grade the magic prepared. It's on the 3rd floor of the Magic Union. By the way, the rewards you receive as the top 3 are also on the 3rd floor. End of chapter. 83 Chinese latest address. Chapter 143, the 3 border heroes reunited against the Magic Guild experts. On the 3rd floor of the Magic Union, the warm afternoon sunlight reflected on the flowing wall of mercury mirrors, splashing ripples after ripples of sunlight-stained sunlight. The 2nd floor was divided into several areas, and as one walked along the corridor filled with classical designs, one came to the Magic Appraisal Hall. Ancient alchemy implements lined the halls. Magnificent and powerful spell formations spread throughout the halls. One appraisal room after another lined the halls, and the thick aura of magic lingered in the halls, responsible for grading the denominational ranks of magic and categorizing the various spells. The most authoritative and professional assessors are gathered here, and clerics from the 7 ecclesiastical orders also serve here. The compulsion is high. Ishori took the border to 3 places, first registering and paying the processing fee, then handing over the designed magic circuits to the staff. 201 Appraisal Room. It'll take about 30 minutes. The priest's attitude was rather perfunctory. He'd seen a lot of magical registrations like this one. Looking at these 3, they were still just unofficial guild members. Newbies like this, who could just write magic, would often come to appraise magic impatiently, wanting to prove that they were 1 in a million geniuses, but often they couldn't even get a normal rating. Just some waste magic. Word of what happened on the 1st floor has yet to spread. After all, the Magic in the Homeland, Magical Guidance 3-foot charity event. Although it was initiated by Coronet Merlin, the vast majority of talented warlocks did not bother to participate. After all, it was just civilian magic. Please be patient in the rest area. Leaving those words behind, he walked away. Directly opposite is a lounge waiting area with snacks and drinks. Ansu leaned back comfortably on the fluffy couch and asked for a cup of coffee, sipping it in a relaxed mood and surveying her surroundings. There are already a number of warlocks waiting here. They were all official members of the Magic Union. Their status was at least that of a deacon, and they were respected outside, but they could all only queue up honestly in the Magic Union. The vast majority of them looked nervous and uneasy, not daring to utter a single breath. The result of the magic's appraisal also determined their current level. Directly across from the lounge area was a huge magical screen displaying the results of the appraisal. Deacon Andre, rated common, medium, belongs to the order magic, can be dedicated to the order scales. The lounge area erupted into quite a stir. It was once mentioned that all the public magic that could be exchanged with faith points were magic of the common area, like the magic of legends and above, which can only be created by oneself or bestowed by the gods themselves, with uniqueness and non-transmissibility. It is already a great honor to be able to devote oneself to God. The vast majority of magic written, the gods don't even bother to read. The surrounding deacons looked tense, but Ansu was relaxed. The warm sunlight reflected through the glass window, gilding everything around here with a light golden light. The years were quiet. Lester and Arthur also looked calm and relaxed. Achery felt that Ansu's attitude was feigned. How was her demeanor so relaxed and natural when she was facing a magic appraisal for the first time? Thinking back to the first time I was identified, the fear and trepidation still surrounded my heart. After all, the priests in charge of the appraisal were experts of experts, and that was scrutiny from an expert, with a tall, imposing image of Ashley when she was a child. Bit after bit of time passed, and soon the 30 minutes were up. To Ashley's bewilderment, the results of the identification of the three of them were still not available. 201 Appraisal Room. A group of wise men. Unusual appraisal is generally equipped with 7 major ecclesiastical, each an appraisal officer. But Ansu he 3 appraisal, enough to come to 70. Surrounding the magic circuit diagrams of those 3 goods, all the appraisal officers had subtle expressions, and the air nearly froze. The atmosphere was anxious and difficult. Every priest was terrified in his heart. All of them had palpitations. Their faces were grave, and they did not dare to utter a single breath. The results of the magical appraisals at the 3 borders will determine their careers. Magic identification isn't really that complicated. Rating first, then establishing attributes. The magic belonging to the divine lineage is delineated according to the effects of the magic, the attributes of the magic circuit, and so on. But when it came to the turn of Ansu's magic for these 3 goods, there was a problem with the division of attributes. No ecclesiastical order wants to admit that it's homegrown. Whoever admits to this ghostly, evil magic is disgraced. The priests of the families had already written reports to their respective superiors, whose approval was simple. Beat a dead horse. They're saints of the Illuminati, so naturally they should be classified in the Holy Light Department. A chief appraiser of the order said, "Our Holy See doesn't have these 3. The appraisal officer of the Illuminati was truly extraordinary, and quickly used the sacred split. The magic circuits referenced in Friendly Exchange are all earthly powers held by the alchemy clergy and should be classified to the alchemy department. This kind of evil and forbidden magic is never used by U.S. saints of the Illuminati." The experts of the Illuminati made an affirmation. "We of the alchemical order will not learn either." The alchemy expert was righteous. 83 Chinese latest address. At first, their discussion was friendly, but after a while, it grew heated, with all the priests kicking the can down the road. The atmosphere also grew more and more agitated throughout the 30 minutes. At first the language was more refined, but as time moved on, it became progressively more heated. They gradually evolved from a discussion to an argument. The more you argue, the more agitated you get. "It's your ing family, not from our family." Seeing that it was about to dry up, the expert of the Illuminati learned the magic circuits on the stage on the spot, and true to his reputation as a high-level expert, he learned it well and quickly, giving the expert of alchemy a friendly exchange. "Meow," soft lowly voice. The alchemy expert gazed at the former with an expression of looking at birth. As an expert, he was already 60 years old, gray-haired and respected, but at this moment, he was assassinated by the old man on the opposite side of the street, spitting out such a wooing word. "I've been alive for so long, but this is the first time I've been humiliated." Cookie, the old thief, does not speak of martial virtues. He replicated the circuit of friendly exchange on the spot as well and directly slammed the magic back. The old expert of the Illuminati was a flirtatious and flavorful imperial voice as soon as he exited. "Aha you! There are so many experts around. We can't just make a fool of ourselves. As long as the guys make a fool of themselves, this won't get out." They looked at each other, their hearts in the right place. On the spot, he led the appraisal officers of his own team and began to slam friendly exchanges to the old man of the opposite family. The other ecclesiastical orders that were affected were already disgruntled, and now that they saw the nuclear explosion operation of these 2 old things, it directly ignited the discontent in their hearts. They also immediately began to learn friendly communication, and all of a sudden, magic flew around the entire appraisal hall, and even developed to the end. The fire became more and more intense, and a physical conflict began. "This is a holy war. Whichever order loses the physical fight, the magic of the 3 border locations will be categorized. Everywhere, there were the grunts of pain from the Imperial Sisters, the muffled grunts of the Lolitas, and all the woozy sounds of the warblers and the swallows. It's been an hour. Why isn't it ready yet? Ishori couldn't help but walk over to the door of the 201 appraisal room. Intending to knock, a flirty woman's voice came from inside. Don't do that. Don't. Lord Dak of Light, please spare me. It was the old man of the healing church being beaten by the old man of the Illuminati, pressed to the ground and beaten black and blue. Ashley's pupils trembled. That Illuminati Dak expert she'd met before. Kindly, already at the age of near retirement. Why bother with this kind of thing in his sacred magical guild? The shock in his heart had not yet passed, when Laurie's pouting voice came from inside again. Oomph mongrel, Sven mongrel, get down on your knees and lick your feet. It was the expert of the druidic order threatening the old man of the astral order. Ishori's eyelids fluttered wildly again. Maester Sven, whom she also knew, was the Grand Maester who studied the origins of the universe? I didn't realize it, but do you like little girls? And it's this spooky, perverted play. It's simply late in the game. With her cheeks flushed and her heart beating wildly, Ashley wanted to hurry up and get the Order Knights to call the police now. Allah, little Lorne, is that all you've got? I don't feel anything at all. After taking a punch head-on from the Order's Lorne priest, the Illuminati's Dak stated disdainfully in a mature young woman's voice. Love Shirley's worldview collapsed. How is it that even the clerics of the Order Church are doing this kind of knowingly breaking the law? Inside that warbling swallow's woozy voice more and more enthusiastic. All styles of female voices have, a rough estimate, at least came to 70. What's with all the screaming? Love Shirley had no idea that a sound snap was going on in there and just assumed it was a silver snap. These old perverts. Those images of greatness from her childhood completely crumbled. 83 Chinese latest address. Chapter 144, Ansu's terrorist attack. The bright spring light shone warmly through the mercury glass and filled the appraisal hall. Early spring arrives, the riverbed opens up, and everything is in heat. Hearing the words of ecstasy coming from within, hearing the sound of that one woman's pout after another. Ishori's cheeks were colored with a reddish blush, and her shoulders trembled gently. She had long heard that certain academic experts had special hobbies, and at first she had dismissed them as mere rumors from the outside world, as mere slander from bored people. But I didn't expect the rumors to be true, and it's amazing how bold these old things are. In order to satisfy the perverted and dark desires in his heart, he was so bold as to proclaim adultery in the Magic Association in broad daylight. If this is exposed, it will be a huge scandal, and it's amazing how weird the fetishes of these old things can be. There's the copper-licking little girl's feet, the alphabetist with a penchant for getting whipped. There was even perverted non-tongue. Two of the more chivalrous Shinigami didn't use friendly communication with each other and wrestled brightly. Akeley was lying on her back on that giant alchemy door of the appraisal hall, and the more she listened, the more blushing her face became. What happened to? Ansu noticed Akeley's strangeness and led Lister and Arthur over, and before he could ask a question, the blushing Miss Akeley covered her mouth. What a downer female. Ansu narrowed her eyes slightly and tilted her head, sizing up the gasping and sweating young lady in front of her. Hush, Love Sherry Snow White. Delicate forefinger tapped on her thin lips, signaling to keep quiet, and pointed a finger at the door. Listen inside, and by the way, don't spread the word. Ansu's expression became subtle as she leaned close to the door to listen. He probably understood what was going on in there. Let's pretend we don't know about this, Ishori said to Ansu. Ansu observed Ishori's appearance. The talented magician, even her ears were as red as a pink evening shade. Those long eyelashes fluttered gently up and down. Her forehead was seething with fine sweat. Half of her face was on the door, listening to the movement inside. Ansu knew this next head ant was fantasizing about strange things. He felt that ever since that exam, the strangeness of Priestess Ashley had increased with each passing day. It's like some door has been opened. Do you hear me? It must not get out. Ishori noticed Ansu's strange look and thought that he was thinking of something strange again, her willow eyebrows falling. The lounge was filled with the warlocks of the 7 ecclesiastical orders, as all of them were in an apprehensive and nervous mood, anxiously awaiting the results of their appraisals, and did not notice the strange movement here. Okay, Ansu nodded curtly, his pale green eyes filled with sincerity. I promise not to tell. Seeing that Ansu was full of assurance, Ali put her heart down a little and warned, uneasily, you have to realize that this scandal will have repercussions for you as well if you expose it. Ansu agreed, and the teen blinked his clean eyes innocently. Say, what are the adults doing in there? Are they fighting? Ishori's face was full of black lines. Don't pretend you don't understand on purpose. I didn't mean to pretend I didn't understand. Aren't they fighting? Should we go and try to talk them out of it? The teenager cocked his head again, all of his words coming from his heart without a hint of a lie. I'm only 15. I don't understand a lot of things. This little firstborn is still pretending. They're doing that kind of thing. Love Sherry went straight to the table with him, her earlobes reddening even more as she spoke. What is it? Ansu found it quite amusing. It's just that kind of thing, Ashley mumbled, not wanting to pay attention to Ansu. All in all, you mustn't say anything. It would be a bad influence if people knew it was you who had spread the word. 83 Chinese latest address. By the way, when will our appraisal be over? Ansu inquired. That depends on how long the experts can hold out. Ashley was guided to continue saying strange words. What about the exact time? I don't know. How would I know? It stands to reason that these old experts are clearly not young. Ansu frowned and stared at the huge alchemy giant door, which could only be opened from the inside. So Ansu could only wait passively. He did get a little impatient waiting. It's been a full hour and a half of waiting. And for a speedway player, any meaningless wait is a desecration of life. And besides, it's such a boring wait. The pointless and boring wait for transitions is torture. And those experts made themselves wait so long as no one knows that we're the ones who spread the word, right? Ansu suddenly said. Arthur nodded. He gave a sunny smile. Got you. Lister calmly pushed his glasses. Get your point. I surely hadn't gotten what Ansu meant. What are you doing? However, they saw these three people look at each other and chant magic at the same time. Channeling their magical power as pure white holy light slowly gathered and eventually covered the cheeks of these three people. It was the holy light system magic, brightness, that Arthur had adapted. Ashley's pupils clenched as she realized what was about to happen. These three guys actually put a coat on their faces with bright and shiny. They're going to launch a terrorist attack. Oops. What strange movement is coming from inside the 301 appraisal room? Arthur expertly fixed himself another voice. One of those metagirl tones, like a rising sun, and purposely lengthened his voice to raise it. What a nasty act against grace. Lister said in a disgusted tone, the kind of cold imperial voice that was as cold as the cold moon. Just how long are the experts going to hold out? And Sue's timbre was more neutral, cold and clean, with a slightly detached tone, like a star in the night. As soon as they spoke, the waiting warlocks in the lounge shifted their gaze curiously, feeling the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes. Priestess Ashley's cheeks reddened even more and she became even more flustered. As a matter of fact, the delay in the appraisal results from the 301 appraisal room had already aroused the curiosity of a group of warlocks. Strange movements coming from inside? How weird can it be? A cleric of the Church of Chastity came forward in disbelief. At the near-desperate gaze of Priestess Ashley, the cleric leaned close to the door and listened. The expression just solidified. It's over. The Acheronian priestess held her forehead and wailed in her mind that she should never have trusted these firstborns from the border. She was already certain that Ansu would lose to that imperial holy maiden a month later. At this point, it's too early to tell. The other ecclesiastical divines, seeing him in this state, became more and more curious about the humans are in the habit of getting together and followed suit. More and more warlocks surrounded the doorway, straining their ears to listen sideways. Their expressions froze. End of chapter. 83 Chinese latest address. Chapter 145, Ansu triggered chaos. Third floor of the Magic Union. Appraisal hall area. Entrance of appraisal room 301. Ansu was covered in a layer of holy light, and with a serious face, she said, well known, the appraisal expert inside, not one of our Illuminati clerics. Ansu looked around, his pale green pupils filled with solemnity. As a good saint loyal to the holy light, Ansu had always taken it upon himself to uphold the honor of the Illuminati. At this moment, with such a bad incident in front of him causing such a bad impact, it was his turn to stand up and speak out for the Illuminati. They are not of our order. Inside the appraisal room, Lord Dak, who was fighting for the honor of the Illuminati, didn't know that he had wanted to expel Ansu and the three of them from their domicile, but the bastard had done it first. Of all the warlocks present, and naturally the deacons of the Illuminati, as soon as he heard Ansu's words, he understood what the former meant. If this kind of scandal were to be spread to the outside world, it would be quite detrimental to the reputation of the Illuminati, and since this was the case, there was no choice but to beat a dead horse and deny it. Sacred cutting is a must for every believer in the light. The radiant deacons instantly understood Ansu's meaning and hurriedly expressed in unison that, that's right, we don't have these scholars in the Illuminati. I haven't even seen it. Dak is not of our order. The warlocks of the other surrounding clerics were instantly dissatisfied in their hearts when they saw the Illuminati's dumping looks like this. What do you mean? You're the only ones in the Illuminati who are clean. Obviously the big guys are in on it. Does that mean it's all our church's fault? Soon after, the alchemy cleric's deacon stepped forward to cut as well. Following Ansu's example, he said in a solemn tone, our alchemy cleric is not involved either. Right you are, Priestess Ailey. He looked to Akeley for solidarity. Achelu's cheeks were flushed, her eyes gray as she stared at Ansu, and then she lowered her gaze, her thin lips mumbling softly, And, that's right, when it comes down to it, it's just a matter of skimming the surface. Seeing the alchemy and illumination clerics cutting one after another, the remaining 5 clerics became even more disgruntled. I've never seen such a clean slate. We don't have these professors in the church either. We druids don't have a thing for women. We prefer plants. We of the astral order only like stars. We in the Church of Alchemy like mechanical women, not human women. They began to cut one after the other with their hearts in the right place, and their words became more and more heated and emotional. Gradually a consensus emerged that the scandal had to have a papacy to take the fall. It is better for one synod to be disgraced than for all 7 to be disgraced. It must be your priests in the Illuminati. It's full of druids. In an effort to shrug off the scandal, they began to accuse each other of being against the papacy. Border magic hadn't spread yet, and the warlocks didn't know that it was really just opening sound pops inside. With so many women's strange voices in his ears, and all sorts of fighting sounds to be heard, it was self-evident how juvenile the situation should be in there. Such a scandal must not be spread. They were getting more and more agitated. Their words were no longer so polite, and gradually became aggressive. Especially the Illuminati, led by those 3 cargoes of strange characters with holy lights on their heads, they were simply invincible, and more warlocks joined in the argument, evolving to the point where verbal clashes even began to develop. Outside the door, those old denizens in there aren't from our order. They sprayed at each other. Inside the door, those 3 magic spells outside aren't from our order. The old experts were also spraying at each other in lowly girl imperial voices. Whether inside or outside the door, both sides were full of expressing their opinions, passionately stating their views and kindly answering their questions. 83 Chinese latest address. Ansu was pleased. Looking at the chaotic scene in front of him, Ansu was in a much better mood. It's more fun to wait like that. Sitting dry at those drinking coffee and waiting aimlessly for an hour and a half is total mental torture. However, what made him feel slightly regretful was that he should have continued to push forward with the friendly exchange, magic, so that we can communicate properly and not fight. Ansu feels like a very responsible saint. At this moment, in the distant northern continent, the country of Tantra, the Awad Empire, Elf, the saint of chaos, gasped. The face was grave. She did her best to fight the urge in her heart, the temptation that came from deep within, constantly tugging at her emotions, and she clenched her teeth, a sickly blush appearing on her cheeks. It must be held back. It must be resisted. You mustn't give in to that desire. I can do it myself. But she couldn't resist. Her insides were churning, her mind faltering, the threads of sanity crumbling to the breaking point. It's already too much to bear. She trembled as she walked towards the forbidden object. A month ago, Ansu had left an evil suggestion in Elf's mind, and for a month now, Elf had been fighting that suggestion. It's impossible to hold back. She took out the forbidden secret codex. Deep inside she inexplicably had a thrill of stealing the forbidden fruit. If she let the congregation know that she was watching this kind of forbidden art, then her position as a holy maiden would be untenable, right? Never before had I felt such forbidden pleasure. The name of that evil secret codex is none other than 300 Questions for the Test of the Saints of the Illuminati. Elf took out her quill and looked excited as she scribbled away at the test questions, writing fiercely, waiting until she had finished the full sheet of paper before the forbidden impulse faded into the tide, and she slumped back in her seat, her cheeks covered in a fine sweat. Phew! *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** depths of Elf's eyes were filled with hatred, itching to whip that teenager into shape. But this birth had left such a ghostly hint. She let out a slow breath. After tonight, that hint was going to be pretty much erased from her. She had already reached the saint level in her own body, but she didn't think she would still be struck at the hands of this little birth. Suddenly, the eyes moved. As the Virgin of Chaos, she could feel the watchful eye of chaos. And once again the Mother Goddess's gaze swept across the leaden-gray skies above, but fell on no believer, as if he were searching for something, but ultimately in vain. Only true chaos can catch the eye of the Mother Goddess. The Chaosians were curious as to who that person was. It can't be the saints, can it? At that moment, there was a sudden knock at the door of the room. Coronet Alf, are you ready? We're going to lurk into Far Or again. Alf stood up slowly. They also had to return to Feral, and the nanoworld of the chaotic frontier had been finalized, falling into the hands of the Illuminati beyond the chaotic order's surprise. Such a fourth order world, and I don't know which priesthood stereotyped it, but it doesn't matter. It is always impossible to meet that little Ansu this time. The elements of chaos are still hidden in the shards of this world, and the key to the empire of chaos is still buried deep within the borders of the. This time, she was going to be thorough and find the clues, a clean slate, and incidentally to ascertain just how the historically chaotic frontier was destroyed, which is essential to the writing of ecclesiastical history. 83 Chinese latest address, Chapter 146, AI Shirley, am I really the lower head ant? Ansu was no stranger to being an efficient player. He stirred the pot and brought the hall to a dry spell, and the priests from above immediately intervened and forced open the tightly closed 301 doors. Open the door. Knights of the Order check. Finally not having to wait. Ansu expressed her delight. AI surely face red heartbeat, fingers crossed to cover her eyes, and slightly exposed slits, eyes excited and with some blush to look inside. 140p big scene, she has never heard of. Heart thumping, what forbidden images she could already imagine. As the giant metal door slowly pushed open, the first thing that introduced to the eyes was that the old men with messy and beautiful white robes, petite and lovely bodies, white as snow beards, wrinkles in all their glory, vermilion lips and pink faces full of blushing colors, were writhing together in disheveled clothes. That sappy, delicate woman's voice was humming out of these old men's mouths, and it was so evocative and painful to listen to. The old pros have gone too far, haven't they? All the warlocks were silent. Aishori's expression froze even more. See, said Ansu, who had withdrawn his holy light and resumed his original voice, with an innocent smile. I told you there was a fight going on in there. Down head. What were you just thinking? Hlu's body stiffened with it, and the overturning shame instantly hit her chest when she remembered what she had just said to Ansu. Her lips trembled, her pupils trembled, her shoulders trembled, and her face burned as if steam was going to come out of it. Did I molest a minor again? Why use again? Shame, remorse turned over like a tidal wave. No, it's the junior high school student who's doing it on purpose. But those words, they did come out of my own mouth. One does fantasize that way. Aishori covered her cheeks. She was just here for a charity event. She wasn't going to be sent to the station. Was she? Is it possible that you are really an underhead aunt? Hlu even began to doubt her own orientation. Could it be that she was such a pervert by nature? Only that she had been hiding it well and only awakened to her nature when she met Ansu? Oh, in the face of Ansu's question, Aishori couldn't say a single word, and could only let out a soft whimper of aggravation. Oh. Instead, a number of male warlocks had a different view of the scene before them. True to form, the old-timers were surprisingly frugal in such difficult conditions. A lot of warlocks are saying they're ashamed of themselves now. I can't believe I chose to amuse myself with voice-changing magic. It's true that men are teenagers until they die. The old experts didn't know exactly what these guys had in mind, but they knew their old faces were completely ruined. After a series of interludes, the magic ratings for the three of them, Ansu, finally came out. Surprisingly for Ikari, none of their rated magic was low. One might even say excellent. Specific ratings are scored from a combination of three criteria: the number of circuits constructed by the magic, the precision of the magic, and the utility of the magic. Arthur Sunny, brightly, magic circuits, D, 2, magic precision, D, utility of magic, A, formerly C, overall rating, average, superior, division of magic, go home for a month and wait for the notice. Expert advice, made a significant contribution to saving the image of the magical unions and preserving the reputation of the various ecclesiastical orders. When the door of the appraisal room was forced open, all the experts were twisted into a piece. The scene was extremely embarrassing. Luckily, the experts were worthy of being experts, and in an instant, they got wise in a hurry, picked up the brightness on the round table, and directly put a layer of holy light on their old faces. All of a sudden, the entire appraisal room was flickering with holy light, bright as a light bulb. The group couldn't recognize who was who, and the face of the church was saved. 83 Chinese latest address. Between this contribution, they found this brightness to be very practical indeed, and gave it a superior rating. From now on, when you do something embarrassing, you'll put a brighten straight on your face. As for which order the magic was divided into, they simply told Arthur to go home and wait for the notice. Of course, the goddess would certainly not accept this kind of ghostly magic. Lester Morn, space distortion, magic circuits, D, 2, magic precision, D, magical utility, A, formerly D, overall rating, average, superior, division of magic, go home for 2 months and wait for the notice. Expert advice, please do not send the photos to my family. Originally, the evaluation for space distortion was only D's. After all, this magic could only beautify the photo's appearance without a bit of attacking power. But when List placed that stack of photos of the beautiful maidens fighting a melee in the appraisal hall on the table, the faces of all the experts instantly changed. They immediately said there was room to explore this magic rating. Just looking at this picture of their own effeminate selves made the magic very lethal for them. Answering mother, Morninsta. Friendly exchanges, magic circuit, D, 2, magic precision, B+, magical utility S, formerly D, overall rating, average, excellent, magical division, will let you know when you go home and die. Recommendation of the experts, the Holy See commits itself to never being the first to use friendly exchanges. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. As the main culprit of this pandemonium, it was only after this battle that the experts felt firsthand the lethality of this magic. The horror of this magic was that it was simple and easy to use, and ordinary people could use it, and the magic circuit of only two became its advantage instead. As soon as one side breaks the rules to use it, it won't take long for everyone to get caught up in the friendly exchanges. The world was getting more and more magical to Ashley, hailed as a magical genius. The first time she wrote magic, she received nothing more than a superior rating, and was known as the alchemy cleric's talented daughter. Why is it that the lowest rating of these 3 births is upper class? All 3 of these spells, however, to Akari's relief, could not be consecrated to the gods after all. This wasn't something the experts decided on, but the gods. Perhaps devotion to the tantric gods would be more appropriate. That's what made Eclair regain her self-confidence. After all, for a magus, only magic that was loved by the gods was true magic, and these country bumpkins couldn't understand that. After judging the magic, it's time for the magic in the homestead. Magic in 3-foot reward. The rewards for 2nd and 3rd place were faith points from the church, while the reward for 1st place was pretty unique. To be able to receive a personal teaching from the god of law, Coronation Merlin. For once, that's what love surely came for. Coronation Merlin was the youngest cardinal of the Illuminati. If one could become Coronation Merlin's personal disciple, then the future would be a straight path. And even if one could not become a disciple, it would be a great benefit to just receive one of his personal teachings. This is such a great opportunity that it's cheap for Ansu. Even though Ansu won 1st place, there were a number of warlocks who were quite displeased with him, believing that he was just getting by on evil ways, and that he didn't have any hard power. None of the magic that was written could gain the favor of the gods, and inevitably some cold words. The experts, including the ratings, were all staring at Ansu with a look of disgust. Friendly exchange, it's practical, but no synod wants to admit it's homegrown. Inventors of friendly exchanges are naturally treated the same way. You can off. Ansu wasn't angry either. He still had a warm and calm smile on his face. I have another spell, the first one I ever wrote, that I would like to appraise for you experts. He took out the magical chart for the X-ray illumination spell. End of chapter. 83 Chinese latest address. Chapter 147, Ansu's perfect magic rating. The Illuminati's DAC expert somewhat impatiently received Ansu's magic diagram. He first casually glanced at it, and seeing that it only had one magic circuit, he sighed helplessly. He really didn't want to admit that the bastard in front of him was from the Illuminati. It simply tarnishes the image of the Holy See. Having only one magic circuit meant that it was a first-order magic. There's no point in being technical. The surrounding experts saw this and broke out into a not-so-subtle roar of laughter. This magic circuit was also familiar to them. It was an imitation of the beginner's holy light magic, holy light illumination. The original magic was already beginners. How powerful could the adaptation be? In the end, it's just an illumination technique. When newcomers practiced magic writing, it would be easy to create a large amount of cockamamie magic, with a high magic power consumption value and low effect, which could not even reach ordinary in the Magic Union's rating, all of which were categorized as waste products. In line with the principle of dedication and respect, DAC still used appraisal magic to roughly scan through, first from the structural design of the magic circuit, the trajectory of the magic power, and thus the effect caused by the inference. But as he watched, his brow grew tighter and tighter, and with a soft at first, he took his magic guide glasses out of his pocket, put them on his ears, and scanned them again carefully. And then another puzzled sound of MMM, 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 MMM. Aha! He had been in this business for more than 30 years. He had seen all the difficult magic, and had continuously reigned as the title of appraisal expert for several years. Even if it was a demigod's magic, he had also had the honor of observing it. But how could he not understand this thing that Ansu had handed over to him? The magic circuits were understandable. The magic operation was understandable. But when combined, it was completely incomprehensible, because it cannot be understood. It cannot be reproduced just by virtue of that one magic circuit. If they wanted to learn this magic, they would have to rely on a direct blessing from the gods. You can't learn it on your own. It's just a beginner's spell, right? What's an X-ray? It was no wonder that the experts couldn't understand it. Even Ms. Bones herself, who was a demigod in her lifetime, was confused for a while when she met Ansu's X-ray illumination technique. After all, the world just doesn't have that concept. Seeing this constipated expression on old Dak's face, the alchemy cleric's expert thought that he was deliberately toying with everyone. So he said, "What's the matter? The beginner's level magic still puts you in a difficult position? See for yourself." Dak said, "What can there be to see in beginner level magicum?" The alchemy expert received the magic circuit diagram, first with a face full of disdain, then his face gradually became grave as well. When Ashley saw that the 2 consecutive appraisers showed a confused look, she felt bad in her heart. Old experts appraise magic, and once they start to brood, either the magic is super ghostly, or it's super godly. But with Aishori's understanding of Ansu's birth, the magic could be some kind of evil superhuman magic, like holy light hypnosis or something. A number of forbidden images came to her mind. X-ray illumination, unknown properties, consumption of magic 1, elementary healing white magic. Effectiveness, the use of X-rays to create a light source can be used as a full range of lesions. At the same time, X-rays have a certain radiation effect on the human body. More and more experts are joining in the identification. A normal appraisal room had about 7 experts, but because of the effects of the previous border magic, a total of 70 experts had come to the entire room. It can be described as an expert consultation. With this kind of lineup, not to mention a first-order magic, even a demigod order magic can be clearly identified. But what was far beyond AI Shirley's expectation, and even what made AI Shirley feel horrified, was that none of the 70 experts present had been identified, and they had even begun a meeting to discuss it. The mere fact that this had spread to the outside world was enough to make the first column of Magic Weekly. The discussion went on for a full 10 minutes. "You guys go back first, and I'll let you know when the exact ratings come out." They said so to Ansu. The Wizards Guild is slow. Ansu was full of reluctance. These old dens. Aishori hurriedly pushed Ansu and the 3 of him out of the room. She was afraid that this Ansu guy would commit something else. Once they were gone, a brief silence fell over the entire appraisal room. This magic should be attributed to the Illuminati. 83 Chinese latest address. The Illuminati's DAC expert was the first to come to a conclusion. From the beginning to the end, Ansu, Maninsta has been a loyal saint of our Illuminati, and the magic circuit that was borrowed from was the holy light illumination of the Illuminati. So there's no doubt that this so-called X-light also belongs to a type of holy light. The cheeky bugger is at it again. A few of the remaining experts had dark thoughts in their minds. According to the effects, this X-ray should be attributed to the Healing Church. The experts of the Church of Healing said, low consumption of magic and the ability to perform a full body check. It's not just white wizards who can use it, it's even the doctors at the hospital. It's practical for both civilian and warlock use. Because they couldn't replicate this magic yet, they didn't yet know about Ansu's X-ray illumination technique, which was able to completely ignore the magic resistance of the user's exterior and probe directly into the interior of the body. Otherwise, their expressions should have been even better. This meant that this primordial magic was not only able to check the bodies of primordial warlocks, but also intermediate and high-level warlocks, and theoretically even the bodies of saints. Then the generalizability is dramatically enhanced. Again, because they didn't understand. They couldn't know what this so-called radiation meant, but it shouldn't be anything bad, right? Seeing that the scene was about to get noisy again, the expert from the order spoke. This magic we can't replicate right now. It's all referred to a more advanced appraiser for appraisal. According to the rules of the Magic Union, the creator himself could not participate in the appraisal process to prevent it from affecting the results, or else they would have asked Ansu to demonstrate it again. Since Ansu was supposed to meet with Coronet Merlin, why don't we just leave it to Coronet Merlin to appraise it? Also, this magic should qualify for consecration to the gods, but Ansu isn't a deacon right now and doesn't have the right for now. So what should we do about the identification? Just hit a provisional rating. Not yet aware of the heated discussions inside. Inside the lounge, Ansu ordered a couple more cups of coffee and 2 blueberry cakes. He remembered that Chloe seemed to love the stuff, and after waiting for so long, he had to at least eat back the cost of his time next to him. Arthur wasn't being polite either. It's only a night of the sun if he can eat and drink, and he stuffed his stomach with a mouthful of cake. The attendants were staring at Ansu with strange eyes. The 3 of them had already eaten 10 cakes, 13 cups of espresso, plus 6 servings of chocolate. Are the saints all mixed up like this now? How dare you come to the Magic Guild to beg for food? This place was only accessible to dignitaries above the level of deacon, all here for magical ratings, not to mingle and eat. Already a priest has come to whisk Ansu away. May I ask your name? All 3 of us are named Cavens. The border trio opened their mouths. His name is Ansu. Morninsta. Ashley covered her face. Ansu. Mr. Morninsta. May I ask what it is that you have come to us for? I'll do the magic appraisal, but as far as I know, you've been here for 2 hours. No magic appraisal would take that long, would it? The priest sneered. Right. Ansu was righteously indignant and accused. Your association is so inefficient. It's shameless. The priest's expression froze. You shameless thing, How dare you teach us a lesson in return? If you have nothing better to do, please leave, the priest said in an icy tone. We are not welcome here. It was also at this time that a sudden clamor came from the distance. Who is Ansu? The rating is actually perfect? This is the highest rating in the common ratings. The magic screen in the center of the hall flickered, revealing the new name of the answering mother. Morninsta. X-ray illumination. General evaluation, ordinary. Perfect, tentative. End of chapter. 83 Chinese latest address. Chapter 148. Ansu definitely doesn't do anything rude. In the realm of magic making, a perfect level rating was as far as ordinary magic could touch. If you wanted to reach a perfect level evaluation, just an excellent design of magic circuits and a clear and precise magic structure, that wouldn't be able to meet the requirements of a perfect level. And even if a warlock's skill was high, he could only salvage a fine at most. To achieve a perfect evaluation, you have to be innovative. It's just like writing a paper. With as many and as excellent literature reviews cited, other magical circuits referenced, and as rigorously and meticulously worded a paper, the composition of the magical structure. A lower check rate will at best rate a colonel's excellent paper, and to get on a dissertation journal, you have to do something in a less explored area. Ansu's X-ray illuminations, 4-1, are a novelty. It's not that it's so well designed, it's that it's new enough, so it has even one circuit, with a rough circuit design, but it checks out at less than 5, and that's enough to rate it as perfect. When Ansu's normal, perfect rating came out, the entire lounge of warlocks stood up, as if that line of words had a magical power. It made them temporarily forget about the appraisal results they were anxiously waiting for. On the third floor of the Magic Union, the Mercury Magic Guide screen was radiating a brilliant blue light, blending with the fine sunlight reflecting in through the windows, calling out to people who could not see it clearly, and masking a layer of dreamlike color. X-ray illumination, healing white magic, magic circuit, D1, magic precision, C, magic utility SS, magical division. We'll let you know when we're done fighting. Overall rating, average, perfect, tentative, can be dedicated to the healing goddess. The warlocks in the hall first fell briefly into silence for a long while before exclamations were made like an afterthought. What did it mean for such a bad magic circuit and level of precision to wait until a perfect level rating for both? The warlocks were naturally aware of it. The former means he's a novice crafting magic for the first time. The latter means he's a promising genius. So much for getting such polarized and specific ratings. There are quite a few magics that can achieve a perfect rating, but it's rare to achieve this kind of rating. Compared to the others, Aishori was more surprised, even appalled. The magic turned out to be a proper magic. She knew that Ansu had a lot of magical talent, but it was all used in strange and spooky ways. But this time it was actually used for a serious purpose. Ansu created magic that could be collected by a goddess? Is this still the world he knows? Aishori, who had discovered this fact, felt her worldview collapsing. It's a proper healing white magic that you can offer to a goddess and take to your family. She subconsciously glanced over at Ansu. The teenager was concentrating on enjoying his fourth piece of blueberry cake, seemingly undisturbed by the outside world. Warm sunlight filled the teenager's long gray hair, and the pale white shirt was tainted with the smell of the sun's slight intoxication. It looks, surprisingly, like such a normal beautiful boy. If Aishori had known that Ansu had once combined friendly painful inquiries and X-ray illumination technique to broadcast the enemy's nudity throughout the entire broadcast, then her crumbling worldview could have been reshaped. Ansu ate another piece of cake, and he was more than a little surprised to get a perfect level rating. In the game, the first time he made magic, he was only at a normal excellent level. He was lost in thought. It seems that there is a need for further development of X-rays. 83 Chinese latest address. The crowd beside her was still cheering and clamoring, and Ansu's clever little mind was already conceiving further uses for example, combining friendly pain message, X-ray illumination technique, and space distortion. All three. You'll be able to live stream your enemy's effeminate nudity the entire time. At the thought of this, the corners of Ansu's mouth lifted into a clean and simple smile. It's much more like looking like a normal, mentally sound, beautiful boy with the right values. Aishori didn't realize what Ansu was thinking as she said, to herself, it's a pity that you're still only an acolyte. If you were a deacon or above, you'd be qualified to offer magic to the gods. At that time, you will be able to find out how much your illumination can be worth of bestowal and whether it is recognized by the warlocks at large. However, despite being perfectly rated, you won't be able to harvest too many faith points in a short period of time. After all, you're not exactly famous right now, and your rank isn't very high, and saints redeeming their blessings usually favor already famous wizards. Ansu thought that what Aishori said made more sense. This stuff is, in a way, like buying stocks, and the saints' hard-won faith points are certainly skewed in favor of the great warlocks of fame. Ansu gave a thoughtful expression. The surrounding squire looked dumbfounded. How could he not expect that this big boy in front of him was really here to appraise magic and had even gotten a perfect level rating? The deacon in charge of managing the rest area rushed over after getting the news. No one was willing to offend a genius whose future achievement would be at least a sub-district bishop, and he immediately revealed a kind and friendly smile. Geniuses certainly have the privilege of not being bound by rules, and it doesn't matter if they eat too much cake. I am very sorry that our extras have slowed you all down. Please just make the rest area your home and go with the flow. Can I pack it then? Ansu wanted to get an inch. Feel free to pack. The deacon showed great generosity. Can I eat it with my pants down? My clothes limit me. Arthur wanted to display the ruler. Feel free to take it off. Deacon smiled. This one really thinks he's home. Ansu, Mr. Morninsta, you are the first place winner of the public service event, and you will receive personal instruction from the vice president of the Magic Guild, Cardinal of the Illuminati, Coronation God of Law Merlin. Coronation Merlin is on the 10th floor of the Magic Guild. The deacon still maintained his kind smile. Please follow me. Ishori's expression instantly became serious. Spare Arthur and Lister. Both pondered upon hearing the name Merlin. Apparently, the name of the youngest cardinal of the Illuminati was that loud. Even these two goods have some knowledge. The faceless one, the rotating ruler of heaven's doorway, the pure white pupil, the organizer of Mary Avenue's 3rd Street magic in the school, magical wizardry in 3 foot, the divinely endowed title Scepter of Radiance, Earl, Coronation Anderson. Even in the game, this Merlin coronet is all mysterious. The only thing that could be confirmed was that Merlin's rank was still above the bones of the living and was one of the most powerful demigods of the 7 great orders. Very heavyweight. Since Merlin is such a heavyweight, Ansu suddenly thought of a new evil method. He felt like he was going to make a flying start. Do not lose your manners, Ishori said to Ansu with a solemn expression, as she helped him carefully straighten his lapel. When you meet with that kind of existence, make sure to be mindful of it at all times. Don't do strange things. Okay, I definitely won't do anything weird. Ansu wore an innocent smile. End of chapter. 83 Chinese latest address. Chapter 149. This one is even more heavyweight. The Magic Guild doesn't have a 10th floor. The magic workers' ladder reaches the 9th floor and you're at the top. Ansu followed the deacon's lead, first passing through corridor after corridor, and at the end of the corridor, a new staircase was seen, winding all the way out, not knowing where the end was, as if unaffected by the laws of physics. For the rest of the way, please walk on your own. I cannot accompany you, the deacon said to Ansu, moving up the spiral staircase that surrounded the pale blue magic, crossing over the steps that sputtered with ripples of mercury. With each step Ansu felt further and further away from the present world, the starlight laying flat on the steps, flowing slowly. Those stars look familiar. When Ansu finally ascended to the top of the steps, he saw the brilliant and sacred massive doorway that supported the entire starry sky. Marble pillars rich in the aesthetics of holy light lined up along the giant door. Healing, alchemy, radiance, druidry, chastity, astral, order. The 7 sacred runes lined up on top of the stone pillars. Ansu realizes that this is the Narama world. The 10th floor of the Magic Guild is an entire world. The world's rank was at least at the 7th order, which meant that it was a demigod-level world. What Ansu had read in the setting, this was the topmost underbelly of the Magic Guild, and even the Church of the 7 Gods, the 7th Order Church World, Gate of Heaven. The so-called Nara is a fragment of the world that was once destroyed, and this place is proof of the fall of the Kingdom of Heaven. This side of the world is beyond imagination. Looking all the way out along the aquamarine sky, behind the doorway, you can see the Temple of the 7 Gods, built on top of a sea of stars. The 7 temples of God in Feral are only the 7 temples of God established in the secular world, while the 7 temples of God in the divine sense are established in the heavenly world. In front of them were large swaths of pure white Cecilia flowers, a sea of flowers stretching all the way to the end of the giant gate, bright starlight falling and favoring, a light blue glow gently permeating each petal. The front is not something that existences such as yours can step on. The ethereal voice seemed to come from above the stars and echoed in the depths of the mind in a very compelling way. The first time he opened his mouth, it was a strong man's language, and soon narrowed her eyes slightly and stopped moving forward, lest she offend this mysterious demigod. Ansu paused. A long silence followed. The kingdom of heaven also had an irregular running of time, and as dusk slowly descended, recoloring the petals of the flowers that had been whitened by the starlight with a halo of yellow, time passed slowly, and Ansu didn't move a muscle. He decided to take the "you don't move, I don't move" response plan. After another long silence, "Why don't you come over here?" the ethereal voice asked. "Weren't you the one who said that the front wasn't something I could set foot in?" Ansu answered honestly. I mean, in front of you is a field of flowers I planted, and it's forbidden to step on them, the ethereal voice said leisurely, but you can come around. This Dharma god is quite caring. Ansu took a detour and came to the huge doorway. A sacred church can be seen, surrounded by Cecilia flowers, and at the height of the sea of flowers, a man whose exact face could not be seen, dressed in red robes, those gorgeous and sacred ecclesiastical robes trailing all the way down to his bare feet, the edges of his robes tattooed with the pattern of the Church of the Holy Light, his back turned to the living beings, the orange sunset falling in front of him, and the grand starry night sky rising again, the starlight exchanging with the sunlight in a wheeling motion, the faceless one, the rotating ruler of the gates of heaven, the pure white eye, and the staff of radiance, Ansu, Morninsta. The only thing that was clearly visible were his eyes, pure white as if they held an endless light. Do you know what this door in front of you means? Ansu shook his head. He actually knew what was behind it, but was going to pretend he didn't. Behind this door is the true temple of the seven gods, and one of the keys to the divine realm. But the papacy has never passed the test of the kingdom of heaven, so this place can still be invaded by the evil gods, and it is the duty of every cardinal to guard the door to the kingdom of heaven. And do you know what that means? Do you really know what our meeting here, this time, this point in time, means? Meaning. Ansu was lost in thought. Could it be knocking yourself out? Knock yourself out as a cursed son? 83 Chinese latest address. Or was it an expectation of himself? Was it to hint that he was going to take up the burden of the kingdom of heaven? Or was it to impart some divine hidden secret to himself? Ansu's mind flickered through a myriad of possibilities, but they were all rejected by him one by one. Time and space. What is the high meaning of this at this point in time? Coronation Merlin, please tell me directly. Ansu said. This means. Merlin sighed slowly, and that ethereal and voluminous voice was wrapped in the most solitary and cool despondency, as if a sigh from the end of the universe. It means I have to work overtime because of you when it's clearly time for me to leave work. What the are you talking about? Ansu was expressionless. It's my turn to watch the door on 2, 4, 5, and the old man from the order on 1, 3, 6, but I've been watching the door for a year straight. Merlin sighed, that old bastard. The rotating deacons of the doorway of the kingdom of heaven sounds very high and mighty, but it turns out to be the bosses who take turns watching the door. Merlin sighed hopelessly. Ansu felt that his impression of the Fajin had been slightly skewed. I've read the magic you turned in. Merlin, in a perfunctory manner of coping with his work, the design is quite interesting. That illumination technique is still very much in its infancy, and there's still a lot of room for improvement. Being praised by the FA god, Ansu was humble first. What illumination technique? Merlin had a surprised look on his face. I'm talking about friendly communication. Interesting. How happy. Ansu felt that there was some kind of major disease in the brain circuits of this Fajin. This birth magic has been classified as forbidden magic out there. Wouldn't it also be interesting if X-ray illuminations were shared with friendly pain messages and space distortions, so you could live stream your enemy's effeminate nudity in real time? Ansu decides to try for a takedown. Well, it does seem more interesting. Merlin nodded thoughtfully. I can't see that you kid knows a thing or two about magic. Being evaluated by the god of law with a comment of quite knowledgeable about magic was enough to create quite a stir if it was spread outside. So X-ray illuminations are more interesting too, I guess. Indeed. Show me your magic circuit for that X-ray illumination spell. Merlin's pure white eyes gazed at Ansu. It's too boring to look at the door for so long, and the kid Ansu is kind of fun, so let's give him a reward. Ansu took the magic circuit out. Hold it closer. There's too much holy light in my eyes to see. Pure white pupil means cataracts? What's wrong with this janitor boss? Merlin took it over and, with a few more slow, methodical revisions. Well, this type of holy light is still peculiar. Interesting indeed, and there are other things in it. Other lights that I have enhanced for you so that they are more interesting. Ansu took a look at it. Radiant light illumination. Legendary medium magic. Consumption of magic. 4. Effect. Irradiation with high radiation holy light will have a certain chance to cause irregular mutation, and the younger the person being casted is, the more susceptible she will be to the change. Remarks. Mr. Merlin Andre is a devout bishop of the Holy Light. Mr. Andre is a devout bishop of the Holy Light, and through his research, radiant light is also a rare branch of the Holy Light. End of chapter. 83 Chinese latest address. Chapter 150. Ansu was tortured for the first time. It seems that you have studied the Holy Light quite a bit as well. Ansu looked at the Dharma god clad in red robes and said heartily, this radiant light could be used in conjunction with God's gift, so that more novel varieties of void creatures could be created. It has also contributed in no small way to increasing the biodiversity of the pharaohs. That's natural. Coronet Merlin nodded calmly, though it was hard to see his exact face. The holy light in those pure white eyes grew stronger and stronger, and as soon as he talked about the holy light, he lifted up his interest, and just casually talked about his magical designs. I removed most of the light and retained a certain amount of radiation so that you would know you were using holy light in the teachings of the Illuminati. It is written in the 4th section of the 3rd chapter of the canon that it is the mission of our saints to let the holy light shine on the earth, and to let the holy light shine over every living being. Since it is necessary to shine over every living being, it is only natural that it should also include the Mithraic Church, and so I have devised a friendly holy light that is more suited to the Mithraic physique. This janitorial old man is talking quite a bit. It feels very reasonable. Ansu nodded approvingly. Indeed, it is my duty to spread the holy light, and thanks to Coronet Merlin's teachings, I will make sure that the light of the holy light shines throughout Narama, and then there will be no more strife for all. Nice ideals. Coronet Merlin felt that the children were teachable, but you're not at the right level right now, and your talent is average. He rarely encountered juniors who could genuinely recognize his theories, and the last time he had seen that imperial holy maiden, her qualifications could be said to have far crushed Ansu, but it was always out of place, so Merlin had rejected that imperial maiden as well. Ansu's eyes were more sincere, but Merlin's initial feelings towards Ansu were not good. One could even say that he disliked them. After all, the kid picked the time he was going to be off duty to come. Merlin watched as dusk fell and the pale pink canopy slowly faded from its color again, thinking that it was time for a new sunrise. He wants to get off work. Looking at the gate is no fun at all. Is there anything else you want to ask? Merlin asked. Coronet Merlin, can you teach me magic crafting? Ansu saw Merlin casually rewrite a few hands and rewrite a normal low-rank magic into a legendary middle-rank magic. This level must be far higher than the bones of the living. It's still a good thing to learn when you can meet a good teacher. It's a pain in the ass. The holy light in Merlin's eye pupils all dimmed a few points. He didn't like troublesome and time-consuming things. If he had known, he wouldn't have run any magic into the home. Magic Guide 3 to the countryside public welfare activities on the spur of the moment. But again, what is promised is done. Just find a way to muddle him away casually. He looked out into the darkening night sky, watching the twilight fall, the night becoming more and more mixed and dim, the unnameable oppression coming from above the canopy, from the deep starry sky. This should be quite interesting. The gate of heaven has detected the apostle of pain. The principle of magic creation is simple. There are only 2 steps in total. One is to learn, which depends on your brain, and the second is to copy, which depends on your cheek. Shining Bishop deserves to be called Shining Bishop. Even advocating plagiarism is so righteous and honorable. No wonder Coronation Merlin could be called the Faceless One. Ansu now knew where Merlin's 3rd coronet number came from. Merlin thought of a good way to do it. You should have learned magic creation by now. So let's do it in practice. War priests are invading the world. The moonlit iron horseman who ride the wilderness has been loaded. According to the rules of the astral body, each church world that has not been completely finalized will periodically fall into a cycle that will periodically open up, and the faiths of all parties will be eligible to compete for it anew. The opening times are all variable. While the demigod world heaven has the gates of heaven open wide every dusk and night. That's why the Holy See sent cardinals to guard the gates of heaven. Ansu's breath seemed to stop as the stars nearly faltered. Above the layers of thick sea of clouds, silver pips cut across the river of stars. The night dispersed, the overwhelming moonlight poured down, and the air around them rapidly dropped, and trampling through the moonlight and silver frost came the huge iron cavalry that was as shadowy as the blackness of the night. Iron hoofs trampled in the night, like thunderous hoofbeats echoed in the kingdom of heaven. Every rise and fall of the iron hooves was every thunder. Thousands of iron hooves trampled at the same time. Thousands of thunder smashed down at the same time, and even the sky was smashed and shaken. This time it was an invasion by the apostles of pain against the kingdom of heaven. Ansu looked at Merlin, but saw that the latter looked as normal as if this was all just every day, even with some fatigue. Overtime again. If I'd left a little earlier it wouldn't have been my turn. The scarlet bishop's robes were windless. The light in Merlin's pure white pupils grew grander and grander as he softly chanted the speech spirit. Ignoring the raging storm around him, the iron horseman had stepped onto the garden of heaven. Thunder scorching everything, countless petals of pure white flowers turning into ashes beneath the iron horseman. In Ansu's eyes, countless flamboyant laws dissipated and coalesced, and countless circuits of deceptively strange and beautiful magic manifested openly and negligently far away around Merlin. It's demigod magic. It would be better to call it magic. Rather, it would be better to call it a miracle. With the hymns of the choir echoing in my ears, the archangel emerged from behind Merlin, a stunning and holy face with a beauty that oppressed everything in the world. The pupils of the archangel's eyes were pure white and flawless, similar to Merlin's pupils, and the 6 sacred feathers spread out, spreading over half of the sky, as he held a holy spear made of radiant light, slowly falling towards the iron riders, like a judgment, light of judgment, divine, demigod magic, blessed magic, consumption of magic, unknown. As Merlin chanted his final prayer, light poured down, the divine light stroked gently through, and blood splattered along with the glow. Countless heads rose up to the sky, All the iron horsemen were all beheaded in an instant, and the blood light that rose up to the sky merged with the warm holy light, having a different kind of absolute beauty, the light of judgment. One trial and all are dead. Effect: the guardian angel makes a judgment call on all targets, and any being with a rank lower than the casters will be decapitated. Remarks: Merlin Andre is a devout bishop of the Illuminati. Andre is a devout bishop of light, and according to his years of research, dead light is also a rare branch of holy light. Ansu felt that the front looks quite cozy, and singing, and beautiful angel sister, and holy light universal blessing, very healing, but the result is that the back suddenly all the head dropped dead. Seeing Ansu's confusion, Merlin explained, because the first part of this magic I copied from my teacher, and the second part is my original. He was kinda surprised by Ansu's behavior. A third-order saint witnessing such a demigod-level battle would normally have been scared to the point of trembling, but this kid Ansu, apart from his initial shock, slowly calmed down, and even had a thoughtful look on his face. I copied it and adapted it a little. Let the holy light concentrate more deeply in the brain. And then it changed to exploding heads. Right? Ansu stared at Merlin. May I ask your teacher now? Ansu asked. Oh, his old man has retired, as far as the last generation of the glorious patriarch is concerned. At the mention of his teacher, the holy light in the pupils of Mei Lin's eyes all dimmed a few points, perhaps recalling the bits and pieces of the time he spent with his mentor. I don't know why his old man retired so early. I've never been able to figure out why. Ansu felt like she knew why. So you're going to want it? Ansu asked tentatively. As you can see, you've learned the two main secrets of magic creation. Now come and copy this epic magic into your own. It should be easy. Merlin gave Ansu a calm smile that was so kind and peaceful. The depths of his eyes all pure white sincere holy light. Dharma God Gold. End of chapter. Chapter 151. Merlin's first time being tortured. Vast starlight spilled down. A faint starlight draped over everything, and the original corpse-strewn battlefield had been cleaned up by the stars. Ansu said in his mind, what kind of electricity is this janitor sending? Birth still has to be born to grind. At his current level, there was no way he could have copied this demigod-level magic just by looking at it. You copy this magic of mine away, and even if you succeed, I'll teach you magic. Merlin's idea of birth was simple. Firstly because he thought it was rather amusing, and secondly because he was also thinking of getting rid of Ansu quickly. It's not that I don't teach you, it's that you don't even have enough levels of enlightenment. The average saint, bluffed to this point, is good enough to know better, so as not to waste everyone's time. Merlin's trick worked 100 times, and all the saints who came to seek learning, after seeing this epic demigod magic again, all left directly, and that was the case with that talented saintess, which had been, this teenager in front of me said, let me try. You really want to try? The holy light in Merlin's eyes flickered dramatically as Ansu once again exceeded his expectations. Are you serious? Come all the way. Ansu believed in one principle. Since he had come here, he always had to give it a try. It's not like there's a charge anyway. This is all the magic circuits of Light of Judgment. The holy light atlas came floating out of Merlin's hand. As Ansu glanced at it, 3 large branches like bronze trunks made up the magic, each branch dispersing nearly 1,000 branches of magic. They were perfectly and intricately combined to make up the entire magic, and each branch of magic was in turn made up of smaller magic circuits, subdivided and extending all the way down to seemingly infinity. Each magical circuit carries an eerie beauty that pulls at the mind and tickles the soul, as if to be in this starry sea of information. Just by looking at such a glance, Ansu felt a tearing pain in her brain. This is sacred level magic. But what was even more surprising to Ansu was that Merlin just showed the circuits of this epic magic right in front of his face. The unique circuits of epic level magic. That was quite precious. It's usually a dead giveaway. Ansu couldn't help but ask her question, while Merlin replied with a disinterested look on his face. If it can be learned by someone else, then it means it's just like that, not precious. And since it's not precious, then there's no need for me to keep it. And besides, isn't it nice to be learned by someone else? I'll write new ones that no one else can learn from. Merlin's tone was flat, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. So, after reading this, do you still have the guts to learn? We agreed. Ansu shifted his gaze to the chart of that sacred magic once more, his consciousness feeling tingling in the ocean of information, his soul feeling as if it was being torn away from him, and he felt dizzy after just a few seconds of gazing at it. Ansu moved away, panting heavily, sweat pouring down her cheeks. If you learn this stuff, you'll lose half your life or not. Give me a few more looks, Ansu said. What's wrong with you? Merlin was rather surprised at Ansu's audacity to look at it. According to the normal script, shouldn't it be him leaving in disgrace and getting off work in style? Ansu turned his gaze toward the magical circuit again, and this time, he was able to gaze longer. Sure enough, he had endured an unknown number of baptisms of life, and his mental strength was far beyond that of a warlock of his age. Merlin suddenly sensed something bad coming. There was no way he wouldn't be able to get out of work, right? Are you not afraid of death? Merlin asked. When the soul dies, it is the physical body that is revived and cannot be resurrected. 83 Chinese latest address. I'm going to die on you, and you're not going to pay for it? Ansu looked up, earnestly. Under the Naira Public Order Act,